Arms folded tight, a man scanned the unfamiliar surroundings. Anyone know where we are? He finally asked. He straightened his stance. Mormont Carl. Mercenary. Another man, deep in thought, spoke after a pause. Lyle, he said slowly. Carpenter. From Edora. But I've got no idea where this is. A shaky voice followed. A young man, eyes squeezed shut, stammered, I am Grit. I run a stall in Halsea. I don't know how I ended up here. A girl turned aside, studying the place carefully. Jenna. I live in the forest, she muttered. But I've never seen anything like this. Then, calm and steady, another man added, Han. Farmer. And no, I don't remember a thing, either. The noise around them grew. People murmured, overlapping one another. Some insisted it had to be a dream. Others admitted their minds were blank. Carl, Lyle, and Han traded uneasy glances as someone whispered it might all be part of a magician's experiment. But Lyle kept his gaze far off and muttered, We're all from Tayanir. That much fits. We just need to piece it together. Before anyone could respond, a blur shot past the group. A girl zipped through the air, laughing as she twirled overhead. Why is everyone standing around? She called. The master tore open a rift in time and space. Battle's about to start, so be ready. Two men froze, staring up at her. One leaned closer, voice low. What are you? Hovering midair with her hands on her hips, she grinned. I sell. Guardian Fairy. And here's my advice. Don't start a fight unless you've got a death wish. Carl stepped forward, his tone sharp. Did you bring us here? Isel ignored the question and slowly drew her sword. Carl's hand went to his weapon. So you dragged us here, won't give an explanation, and think you can get away with it? His voice rose. Fine, I'll make you talk. Isel let out a tired sigh. Last chance. You sure you want this? Carl's grip only tightened. Big words for something so small. She raised an eyebrow. Bravery? Or just plain stupidity? That did it. Carl roared and charged forward, and froze mid-stride. His eyes glazed over. His body collapsed, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Blood seeped across the earth. His head was gone. A glowing message appeared in the air. Emotion overload. Cause of death. Suicide. Silence. No one moved. The crowd stood stunned. Isel's voice broke the stillness. I warned him. The others stood stiff, fear wrapping around them like a noose. Her gaze swept across the group. Anyone else? Same result. Self-defense is simple enough to understand, right? The words snapped the silence in half. Panic erupted. People scattered in every direction, screams and disbelief filling the air. The mercenary was gone, completely gone. Something flickered in front of Isel, a glowing system window. The party had been formed. Time to slot the Haynes members into place. A sly smile touched her lips. So the master's ready. She spun back to the group, voice carrying. All right, everyone, brace yourselves. With a confident stride, she moved toward a massive door, raising her hand high. Open a rift. The door groaned. Behind it, a portal rippled into existence, radiating with an ominous glow. The crowd froze, rooted to the spot. Fear kept them still. Isel's smile never wavered. Step through. Unless you'd rather share the mercenary's fate. Someone near her started to protest, voice shaking. Han cut in, stepping forward with restrained anger. Isel, at least request weapons from the master. We're 1 stars. No gear, no armor. You expect us to storm a tower like this? Tower. Jenna's brows knit. What tower? Isel glanced at Carl's body, then back at Han. He wasn't wrong. Han pointed toward a small house nearby. There, the arsenal. Move. Grab whatever you can fast. The crowd scrambled, panic boiling over. What battle? What beginning? We're not ready. We can't fight this. Inside the arsenal, racks brimmed with blades, bows, and shields. Chaos erupted. People grabbing wildly, clutching anything that might keep them alive. Minutes later, they stumbled back outside. Armed, unsteady, but no longer empty-handed. By the portal, Isel was waiting, grin stretching wide. That's more like it. Time to go, she shouted, pointing at the swirling gate. One man hesitated, hand reaching toward the glowing surface. The rest just stood frozen. Fear thickened the air. Isel snapped at them, voice sharp. Move it, or do you want to end up like Carl? Jenna's eyes slid toward Han. He held a flimsy shield, barely worth anything. She stepped closer. What's on the other side? Why do we need weapons? He let out an irritated breath. Too many questions. Just know this. We're being thrown into an arena. We fight. That's it. Before anyone could answer, a system window appeared. One woman has left your world. Seconds later, more alerts flooded the air. Multiple members have perished. Han's jaw tightened. As expected, 1 stars don't last. Even Isel's grin faltered as another brutal message appeared. One group, wiped out completely. Han's expression darkened. That was fast. A voice rang inside Isel's mind. The master wants the next group. No more waiting. Han turned to the others. Our turn. Jenna's gaze locked on the swirling portal. Then why hasn't anyone come back? Then a man, shaking, stepped toward Isel. Please, he pleaded. I have arthritis. I can't. Before he could finish, Jenna grabbed his shirt, pulling him close. No one makes it alone. Stay with us. With that, the group surged forward, straight into the unknown. Isel's voice rang out behind them. You'll be fine. They landed hard. Feet slammed against solid ground as their eyes darted around, trying to take in the strange new world. Whispers spread as they struggled to process it. Towering above them, glowing words stretched across a massive door. Main dungeon, floor 1. A system window blinked, gate opening. Prepare yourselves. Don't lose focus now, Han shouted, steadying the group. Stay together. The world shivered. Everything shifted. Light burst around them, and in the blink of an eye, they were somewhere else entirely. Soft grass rippled beneath their feet under a calm, endless sky. But that peace only made the dread worse. They stood in an open field, and the weight of fear sank into every chest. Haynes scanned the horizon, lost. Where are we? There was no time to answer. Goblins erupted from nowhere, charging fast. Bright numbers floated above their heads, displaying their levels. A system message flashed, defeat your enemies. Han's voice cut through the chaos. Together. If we don't fight, we die. But the instant the goblins closed in, terror spread. Haynes spun on his heel and bolted without a word. Han froze, stunned, speechless. Jenna's voice broke the moment. Where's the old man? Another message appeared. Status, fear. Stats reduced by 30%. In the distance, the old man was already sprinting, yelling, I feel amazing now. 3 others panicked and ran after him. Windows popped up one after another. Status, fear. Minus 30% stats. Jenna turned just in time to see them slam straight into a wall. They reeled back, dazed. Reality sank in. They were trapped. No escape. One man pounded the wall with his shield, screaming to be let out. Han glanced over, his voice sharp. Pathetic cowards. Jenna steadied herself and looked at him. If we take down the goblins, will the wall fall? Han's eyes stayed forward. That's the only way. I'll go in close. You cover me from range. Jenna hesitated. What about the others? Han didn't bother turning. Forget them. Dead weight. The goblins shrieked, fangs bared, claws swinging as they charged. Han braced himself, muscles tensed. He rushed forward, while the truth gnawed at him. He had never held a real sword or shield before this moment. The goblins lunged, claws slashing. Han gritted his teeth, muttering low, names Han. Steel clashed. He and Jenna fought side by side, dodging, blocking, swinging with everything they had. Each strike was survival. It was starting to sink in. This wasn't some twisted illusion. They were trapped, inside the very game Han once played on his phone. Game Choose Me. The memories came rushing back. Climb the tower. Reach the 100th floor. Forge weapons. Strengthen heroes. Plan every step with care. Just yesterday, he had been sprawled on the couch, scrolling through a new event, the paranormal dungeon. Back then, 7-star heroes were the ultimate prize. Everyone had one. Everyone but him. He'd burned through thousands of summons, and still nothing. His luck was rotten. Han had thought it unfair, brutal, even. Because in Game Choose Me, there were no second chances. A fallen hero stayed gone. Forever. He remembered the red warning flashing across his screen. His team shivering, all of them marked with the status, fear. Even his strongest fighter was trembling. Then it happened. A boss appeared. Level 999. It ripped through his squad like paper. Han had blinked in disbelief. A glitch, he wondered. But before he could react, the monster struck, fast, merciless. His entire party was erased before the attack animation even ended. And then, a shadow burst out of his phone. A voice thundered. There you are. Han froze. Impossible. The game was over. None of this could be real. Darkness swallowed everything. In the pitch black, a window glowed. Create your account. Another prompt followed. Choose your name. Before he could even touch the screen, his nickname appeared automatically. The game loaded. Windows stacked in front of him, flooding his sight. Welcome, player. Another flashed. Would you like to begin training? Accept to receive a reward. Han stood motionless, sword gripped tight, staring into nothingness. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. The system spoke, its voice echoing. In a small, forgotten town lived a boy named Han. The screen displayed Hyam territory, where people lived alongside slaves. Then another message appeared. An unknown force has invaded. To protect this world, you must climb the tower. Han pressed a hand against the wall beside him, staring out at the field ahead. His chest tightened. This wasn't a tutorial. This was war. A new directive appeared. Eliminate the goblins attacking the city. One lunged. Han had no time left to think. Han's grip tightened. He swung his blade once. Twice. Again. He forced himself past the panic, past the disbelief, and kept striking. His arms burned. His leg screamed, but he didn't stop. With a final shout, he cut another goblin down. These weren't pixels. They weren't lines of code. They were alive. Still gasping for breath, he stumbled forward. A message flashed before his eyes. Mission complete. He froze. The main square. The very one from game, choose me. And now he was standing in it. His throat went dry. His voice cracked as he shouted into the empty air. What the hell is going on? A new prompt appeared, glowing faintly. Summon players from the main menu. Then, a door creaked open ahead of him. Blinding white light spilled out. Inside, a shadow stirred. A figure began to take shape. Han watched as the outline stepped forward, his first summon. She approached, steady and direct. You summoned me, didn't you? My name is Shay, she said. Knight. There was no time to waste. Together, they entered the dungeon. Han was clumsy, unsteady with his weapon. Shay was not. Her strikes cut sharp, precise, merciless. Goblins fell before her blade like wheat before a scythe. Han panted hard, lifting his head just as another notification appeared. Mission complete. He glanced at her stats. 3 stars above him. The gap was undeniable. Another window flickered to life. Use synthesis to strengthen your heroes. Han's jaw tightened, already falling behind. Suddenly, Isel zipped into view, pointing sharply toward the door. Move it. The master's waiting. Han steadied himself and looked at her. Isel, that's your name, isn't it? The fairy froze midair, stunned. Wait, how do you know that? He introduced himself, calm, deliberate. But she didn't answer. Her eyes darted across the player cards in the system. Then her face twisted. There's no one named Han here, she snapped, glaring. You don't even look like a player. Unfazed, Han replied evenly, I'm Han. From Seoul. Not Tanir. The moment he said Earth, her expression shattered. What? She screamed, her voice rising with fury. That's impossible. She shot upward, frantic. This shouldn't be happening. Their voices clashed. Isel shrieking that he had to go through the door, Han refusing, calling it suicide. She didn't care. She shoved him toward it, her voice echoing like a command. Get in. Then Shay stepped forward, calm and unshaken. You barged in without warning. Now your body's reacting, absorbing magic. Han stared at his hands in horror. No, this is synthesis. It was happening, and he knew exactly what it meant. One hero would be consumed, so the other could grow stronger. The truth hit hard. Shay was 4-star. He was only one. No sane player would ever trade her for him. Shay stood aside, eyes closed, head bowed, jaw tight. Han shut his own eyes, fists clenched. He knew what was coming. He was about to absorb her. The screen lit up, synthesis complete. His eyes snapped open. Shay's body was glowing, her form dissolving into pure light. Han froze, stunned. Why? Why are you disappearing? She met his gaze, voice calm. This is how it ends. The system chose you. Her lips curved into a faint smile. Good luck. And then, she was gone. Han stood in silence, the emptiness around him crushing. He'd survived, but the cost was unbearable. A scream ripped through the battlefield, Grit's voice. From the chaos ahead, Han's voice rang out, commanding, stay sharp. If we run, they'll rip us apart. Blood sprayed, blades clashed. Han forced his way through the goblin swarm, sword flashing. He was still alive, and now he understood. Synthesis wasn't just about growing stronger. It was sacrifice. One life fed to fuel another. Power didn't come free. Someone else had to vanish for it. His stomach twisted. The only reason they were still alive was because the so-called master running this nightmare was clueless. This world, it was broken. Jenna fought at his side, calling out, got one, but another's coming. A goblin's teeth sank into Han's shoulder. He didn't scream. He clenched his jaw, forcing himself through the pain. Nothing made sense. How'd he ended up inside this game? But then the truth struck. Han himself had been summoned by a 1-star hero. Snarling, he slammed his shield into the goblin, sending it tumbling away. And in that moment, he remembered the level 999 boss. Its gaze had locked on him, and then it had walked away. Blood on his hands. Monsters closing in. Now it all clicked. He had crossed paths with something, or someone he was never meant to. Across the field, Jenna crouched beside a man, trembling on the ground. He wouldn't move, wouldn't even look at her, just muttered to himself. It'll heal once we're back. Han collapsed into the grass, clutching his bleeding side, his breath ragged. Memories churned. Players didn't even control the combat. The AI always took over once the fighting started. And yet, this game had over 1 million downloads. There was only one reason for that. Han lifted his head. Above, high in the sky, it was there. The eye, watching, always watching, like a god peering down at its creation. Han let out a bitter laugh, tilting his head back to scream at the heavens. You enjoying the show up there? Slowly, he pushed himself to his feet. The truth weighed heavy, but undeniable. He was a player now, same as the rest. And he knew the system. Crafting, leveling, strategy. This wasn't new to him. He turned away, mind set. Whoever's watching, keep your eyes open. I'm climbing to the top. A window blinked into view. Floor cleared. Another followed. Battle rewards unlocked. Then, at the top of his vision, the MVP card appeared. Han. Beneath it, a grim list. Dozens of names, grayed out. All perished. Only 2 names remained lit. Han. Jenna. The last one standing. Training resumed. Han accepted it. No whining. No complaints. Complaints didn't change a thing. They never did. Slowing down meant death. If he wanted to keep going, he had to fight. Han ran. This world wasn't real, but it felt real enough. And he was trapped here as a 1-star. His voice carried into the emptiness. In this place, you either die fighting or die in synthesis. That was the truth. 1-stars were fodder. Sacrifices. Disposable pieces meant to fuel the stronger. But not him. He wasn't going to be anyone's discard. Low stats. Slow progress. That wouldn't define him anymore. He gritted his teeth, eyes locked on the horizon. He didn't just want to survive. He wanted strength. Strength for revenge. Strength to find a way home. As he ran, thoughts churned. He didn't know what lay ahead. But he knew one thing. If he didn't adapt, the system would devour him. Training dummies stood scattered across the field. Han threw himself at them, ignoring the sting in his muscles. This grind, it wasn't new. His whole life, no one had helped him. He had always been alone. And here, nothing had changed. Dropping down, he started push-ups, driving himself harder. That's when Jenna appeared, stopping nearby, her gaze fixed on him. "What are you even doing?" she asked. Han shot back a sharp reply, but she didn't flinch. "I was just looking for you," she said simply. Without another word, she lifted her bow. Still facing forward, she spoke. "I've been thinking. We need a plan. My dad was a hunter. He taught me archery." She knocked an arrow, drew, and let it fly. It sank straight into the scarecrow's head. "No point crying about it," she said. "That won't change anything." Han wiped sweat from his face, eyes narrowing. "How good are you with that thing?" Watching her form, he could tell her stats had climbed by 4 points since yesterday. She was still low-ranked, but her accuracy was sharp. No wonder she hadn't faltered in that first fight with the goblins. Han studied her more closely. How quickly she steadied herself after losing her whole team. She wasn't just surviving. She had focus, direction, and that was enough for him. He held out his hand. Jenna smiled and clasped it. "My dad always said bonds mattered more than anything," she said softly. And this time, he was right. A system message blinked into view. Relationship bonus granted. Han froze, eyes flicking across the screen. Then he shouted, "I sell." With an annoyed huff, the fairy zipped into sight. "What now?" "I'm busy." She glared, snapping. "Don't expect answers from me. If you want them, climb the tower yourself." Han glanced at Jenna. "Am I the only one who can see these system pop-ups?" She turned away, shrugging. "No idea what you're talking about." But Han didn't take his eyes off Isel. "You're level 257. She said nothing, but the flicker in her expression told him enough. The messages weren't for everyone. They were for the master. And somehow, he could see them. That changed everything. His voice dropped low. Then what happens if the master just stops playing? The question hung heavy in the air. Pieces started to click. The synthesis with Shay, it hadn't been his choice. Just a careless tap. A mistake made by someone outside the screen. A 4-star hero, wasted. And this account? It was locked to one phone. No resets. No rerolls. Just one save file. And the master? Hadn't logged in for over a week. The weight pressed down on him. Han stepped closer to Isel. "Does time flow differently here than it does on Earth?" She glared. "I told you. I'm not answering anything else." Han smiled faintly. That was enough. Confirmation. Time didn't match between worlds. And Isel? She wasn't really in control. Fairies like her only acted under 2 rules, when the master gave a direct command, or in self-defense. That meant freedom. Freedom to question, to experiment, to learn how this world truly worked, at least until the master returned and shut it all down. Later, beside Jenna, Han laid out the truth. "There are 100 floors in this tower. That's the goal." Jenna frowned at him, waiting. "All missions come from a master," he continued, pointing at Isel. "She just delivers them. Like it or not, we follow." He didn't finish the thought. He didn't need to. If they reached the top, Jenna stepped closer. "So it's just us?" Han shook his head. "No, the master can summon more. We won't always be alone." Still, every choice had a matter. Standing in a vast stone square, Han felt it. No matter how strong they became, their fate still belonged to someone else. The days that followed were brutal, training from dawn to dusk, grinding until their bodies broke. But on one of those days, Han made a discovery. Inside the house, essentials reset daily. Food, water, supplies, always replenished. If he pictured something specific, it appeared, by the fire, tucked in a drawer, wherever it fit. But only survival basics. Weapons, gold, gear, Those stayed locked behind the system's rules. Even so, something mattered more. This world was teaching him things the game never did. Real mechanics. Hidden rules. The kind of details players never saw through a screen. Among the 1-stars, some began to stand out. Not because of stats, because of effort. Training didn't raise their levels, but it sharpened instincts, unlocked abilities, revealed potential buried deep. Patterns surfaced. Han started to see how the master judged them. First, fortitude. Fear killed faster than any monster. Shay had proven that. Second, skill. Higher-ranked heroes spawned with powers already unlocked. 1-stars had to claw their way forward. Third, conditioning. Limits had to be shattered over and over again. By day 3, Han was still pushing every rep, every swing, every ounce of sweat. And when a master finally logged in, Han lifted his gaze to the sky. They're back. Han called over to Jenna. Get ready. He pulled up his status screen. 2 skills. That was it. That was all he had to work with for now. A system window materialized in front of them. The master is initiating a summon. Han didn't need an explanation. The party was meant for 5, which meant 3 more were about to appear. Right on cue, glowing silhouettes took form in the training grounds. 3 new figures solidified. Jenna wasted no time. She sprinted toward the arsenal, shouting, "Gear up! A fight's coming!" At the rift, Isel buzzed impatiently, snapping at it to open. Han and Jenna grabbed what they could. Time was slipping, but as Han approached the portal, he noticed it. No new weapons. The recruits were left with scraps, the abandoned gear of fallen heroes. One of them, Toby, sneered at Jenna. "You just another 1-star like us." Han stepped through the portal without turning back. "You'll figure it out soon enough." He didn't slow down. "Jenna, leave it. Not our problem anymore." Isel shoved them forward with a snap. "If you want to stay alive, try following instructions for once." The door sealed shut behind them. Her smirk lingered. "Have fun." Inside, a message appeared. Second floor reached. Han turned to Jenna, gave her a steady nod, and ignored the panic building behind them. From every direction, beasts slinked through the tall grass, circling slow. The recruits froze, paralyzed. One of them whispered, trembling, "What is this place?" Han's face darkened. He glanced at Jenna. Her stats had plummeted. Fear status, minus 30%. Without warning, he rammed his shield into her side. "What? Didn't eat enough porridge this morning." Jenna spun on him, furious. Han didn't blink. He pointed ahead. 2 goblins. "Yours. I'll handle the wolves." One glance at the rookies told him everything. They were useless. The wolves struck first. Snarling, one lunged. Han didn't hesitate. He sprinted forward, bellowing, and drove his blade into its open jaw, piercing clean through its snout. The steel was sharp, the strike heavy, but one hit wasn't enough. He ripped the weapon free and slashed again, cutting in every direction. Blood sprayed. Muscles burned. But he kept moving. This was the edge. His breaking point. One final swing, and a last wolf's head dropped to the dirt. But there was no break. Another beast launched itself at him. Han didn't even blink. He met it midair, shield first, jamming it deep into the wolf's mouth with a bone-crunching crack. Teeth clenched. He stared it down, just as another came from the flank. He turned sharply, blade flashing. Steel met flesh. Blood arced wide. Breath ragged. Han scanned the chaos. "Jenna," he shouted, eyes narrowing. "Status on the goblins?" His gaze locked on the fallen goblins. Something was off. Every single one of them, armed. Han turned to the girl beside him, disbelief in his voice. "How many times did you shoot them?" Haynes just stared at the pile of bodies. All of them. Already down. The battlefield was silent now. Power still hanging thick in the air. Above their heads, a message appeared. Floor secured. Han and Jenna moved forward. The 3 newcomers trailed behind, saying nothing. Then the ground trembled. Jenna stiffened. What was that? Han didn't break stride. Second floor is cleared. We're heading to the third. As the platform beneath them shifted, carrying them higher, he glanced at the new players. And in that moment, he understood. The master wasn't going to stop. Not now. Not ever. They'd keep climbing. Han looked ahead, wondering what the third floor would bring. Harder? Easier? Would any of them survive? A slow breath escaped him. Then a new message appeared. The master has logged out. Behind him, Isel stretched out and groaned. Finally, I'm exhausted. Han turned toward the portal, fitting the pieces together. 1 floor per day. Time here flowed 3 times faster. That meant they had just 3 days before the master came back. He dropped his shield at the arsenal, then froze. His stats had shifted. -1 intelligence, +2 strength. Total gain, +4. Leveling speed, increased. He was getting stronger. So caught up in the numbers, he barely registered the 3 arguing with Jenna. Their voices blurred in the background. Han's mind was elsewhere. Why wasn't the master rushing? Charging blindly would lead to failure. So why hold back? The answer hit him. 1-star heroes weren't fighters. No training. No instincts. Just people. That's why they were considered disposable. He thought of Mormont Carl, reckless, headstrong, dead in an instant. Then Shay, calm, decisive, unflinching. High-ranked heroes didn't hesitate. They just acted. 1 stars froze when it mattered most. Han's eyes shifted to Jenna. Maybe Shay had told her something before she vanished. Something worth keeping. Jenna met his gaze. Maybe we should explain things to the others. Han's response was sharp. Why bother? She faltered, glancing back at the trio. Maybe, just maybe, they could be taught. Helped. Han studied them a moment before muttering, they'll probably die anyway. Still, he could see it. They were starting to adapt. He called out, voice firm. Don't freeze next time. You're in this with us. Then he turned away. Just before vanishing around the corner, he shot one last look at Jenna. His face unreadable. I'm done wasting time on you. Out of nowhere, Toby stormed up and grabbed Han's collar. In an instant, Han flipped him to the ground and slammed his fist into Toby's face. Standing over him, his words came cold. While we fight, you hide. Han's gaze locked on Jenna. This what you wanted? The next day, training picked back up. Well, kind of. They started with scarecrows. Nothing serious. Just drills. Swings. Shots. Steps. Over and over again. Calling it training was a stretch. Han hacked at a dummy with a wooden blade. Jenna fired arrow after arrow, each landing cleaner than the last. The trio? Nowhere in sight. Like they were waiting for a secret exit from this world. Han stayed focused, driving his blade harder, faster, until pain shot through him. He looked down. An arrow jutted from his leg. Jenna rushed over. Are you okay? The wound was already closing. This place doesn't play by normal rules, Han muttered. I'll be fine. And, without hesitation, he went right back to swinging. Get ready, he barked. It begins now. Something shifted in him. Pain wasn't the enemy. It was proof he was still alive. Suddenly, thwack. Arrows hammered against his shield in rapid succession. A glowing system prompt appeared. The master has returned. Isel, sword overhead, scanning the field. Everyone, back to the square. Jenna stepped forward, cracking her knuckles. Finally, been waiting for a real fight. Han glanced at her, surprised at how fast she was adapting. The 3 recruits? Not so much. They shouted at Isel, furious. Send us home already. Her smile vanished. You're driving me insane. With a flare of power, she flung them high into the air. Han and Jenna just stood back in silence as the trio crashed down. Isel pointed sharply. Inside. Now. Another prompt lit up. 3rd floor initiated. New monsters deployed. Han tightened his grip and turned to Jenna. We've leveled up. Time to prove it. Then he charged. Steel ripped through goblin flesh as Jenna fought at his side. Starting to get boring, Han muttered mid-swing. They're just standing around. Again, Jenna shot back, nodding toward the others. Another message appeared. Tip. Uncooperative players can be reset. Jenna met Han's eyes and gave the slightest nod. And then, everything shifted. Back to the 1st floor. Jenna scanned the field. Could be worse. Same monsters. Same fight. But she cut them down easily, dropping the last one with a grin. A new system message flickered. 1st floor repeated. The master was testing them. Again. Together, Han and Jenna kept climbing, floor after floor, cutting down anything in their path, and collecting every reward. But eventually, Jenna staggered, barely keeping herself upright. She looked at Han, silently begging, no more. As they stepped out of the rift, she moved ahead, whispering, I'm done protecting everyone else. Han followed, steady as ever. The master doesn't care about weaklings. Ahead of them, a massive structure loomed. Its doors creaked open with a low rumble. A new message flickered into view. Synthesis process initiated. The 3 others stared blankly. What's that even mean? Han studied the glowing window. The answer was obvious. The master wasn't just summoning them. He was demanding sacrifices. He glanced at the others. They'd had chances, plenty of them, and wasted every single one. A map unfolded before them, tracking their every move. Where they trained, where they wandered, or more accurately, where they did nothing. And then, the gates creaked open. Han's eyes stayed fixed on the path ahead. So many missed chances. All gone. He could imagine the master's screen. The little things faded, but the big ones? Always clear. Achievements. Damage dealt. Effort spent. Or effort never made. Isel motioned with a wave. This way. Han glanced at her. Relax. You're not the one being tested. One of the men faltered, voice trembling. What happens to us in there? Han didn't look back. His tone cut sharp. You'll get exactly what you earned. The man screamed suddenly, swearing he'd been forced into this. Han finally turned, cold as steel. No one cares about your excuses. The fairy added with a shrug. For once, I agree. Han's words sliced deeper. You've always hidden behind others. Never fought. Never even tried. And now, this is where it leads. The fairy snapped. Enough. Get in. The man stepped forward. The gates slammed shut. A new prompt appeared. Synthesis initiated. His voice rang out from inside, desperate. No, let me out. You can't. Too late. Blue flames erupted, swallowing the chamber. And then, she appeared. A girl with blazing red hair stepped from the fire. Synthesis complete. She looked around in shock. Wait, where's that guy? He's gone. Han didn't flinch. That's what happens to dead weight. He turned toward the group. So who's next? The fairy pointed. Move it. One player froze, pale as ash. The next walked forward, grinning. They're sending me back. I knew it. I'm going home. Han's head stayed low. Whatever lie keeps you calm. Light burst. Synthesis complete. He was gone. Moments later, Han entered the chamber himself. His body surged with power. Level rising. A new trait unlocked, cold-bloodedness. He brushed past another player, muttering, You got lucky. The red-haired girl stared at him. So, if the master decides we're useless, that's it? We're erased in there. Han looked back over his shoulder. Why are you surprised? You're the one who said you were tired of them. She trembled. But what if I'm next? Han turned away. Then that's it. Every floor we climb, the monsters get tougher, and so do the sacrifices. Han's voice cut through the silence. The master sends the orders. We either fight to live or get burned in synthesis. The girl's voice softened. So you knew from the start. Still facing forward, Han replied. Maybe you should have listened to your father. She fell silent, gaze lowered. Han added coldly, Stick with the right people. That's the only way through. The next day, head lowered, the girl called out, I'm counting on you. Han's reply was flat. Is there a point? Her fists clenched. You told me if I stayed close, I'd survive. I'm trusting you now. His eyes narrowed. Then follow orders. Do that, and you'll live. A tall man stepped forward, fist tight, voice unsteady. I messed up. I was scared. I left everything to you. But I want to change. Han's tone sharpened. Why should I believe you? The man bowed his head. Then let me kneel, if that's what it takes. The girl cut in. At least now he knows his place. Han picked up a stick, staring him down. Ever fought a monster? The silence gave the answer. Han tossed a wooden sword his way. Then prove it. He turned to his teammate. I'm just trying to survive, same as you. Han pointed toward spear. Take it. From what I've seen, it's the easiest for beginners. Mid to long range, fits you better. The girl crossed her arms, a hint of a smile on her face. Close range with the sword. Mid-range with the spear. Long range with the bow. Every angle covered. Han gave a short nod. For a squad thrown together on the fly, the setup wasn't bad. But his tone hardened again. Why are you just standing there? Get ready. The man hesitated. Maybe someone could show me the basics first. Han launched forward, slamming into the ground in front of him. No one show me anything either, he barked. The first time I touched a spear was in a real fight. You learn as you go. Then he exploded into a flurry of strikes. At least you got someone to train with. All I had was a scarecrow. The man gritted his teeth, squeezed his eyes shut, and swung the spear. Han kicked him hard in the gut. Eyes open. You close him to fight, you're dead. The man crashed to the ground, clutching his stomach. Han looked down coldly. And that was me holding back. If it had been a monster, you wouldn't be breathing. Behind him, the girl's voice broke in. Is this really his first time? Maybe ease up a little. Han didn't bother looking back. Don't care. I don't need dead weight. If he can't keep up, I'm not wasting my time. He stepped closer, voice dropping. You got family? The man muttered. A younger sister, she's waiting for me. Han's tone shifted, barely. Then at least you've got something to fight for. He lifted the wooden blade to the man's throat, eyes steady. Now picture what happens to her if you don't come back. The color drained from the man's face. Han pressed harder. If you're going to die anyway, you don't belong out here. Monsters won't spare you. If you want the easy way out, step into synthesis. Decide now before it's too late. The man's jaw tightened. His fists shook with silent rage. Han smirked. There it is. That's the look I was waiting for. Scene shifts, base. 2 alerts blinked in the air. Arsenal unlocked. Forge complete. Cost, 500 crystals. Han scanned the new structure, nodding. A real forge. Finally, progress. He raised his voice. Hey, fairy, get over here. A blur zipped toward him, wings buzzing, face twisted in annoyance. Who do you think you are? Ordering me around? Han replied flatly. You're gonna need better comebacks. That act's getting old. Fuming, the fairy pounded his chest with tiny fists. Han stayed calm. Come on, you're the one sending those system messages, right? Just admit it. He studied her. They're worded exactly like those forum posts. You got internet access. She folded her arms with a huff. Yeah, I check the forums when I'm bored. So what? Han raised a brow. Then you've read the top strategy guides. First build a training center, unlock 10 weapons, then the forge. Her eyes narrowed. How do you know that? Han shrugged casually. Why wouldn't I? That guide's famous. Everyone knows it was written by Loki. Her eyes widened. Wait, even that. Of course, Hans said. I was a player too. The fairy's whole expression lit up, smiling wide. Loki, the legend. Once among the best, feared and admired. If only he pulled a 7-star hero, he would have reclaimed the top spot without question. Dreamy-eyed, she floated in circles, sighing. He could do anything. Nothing was impossible for him. Han suddenly broke her daze. Sorry. She blinked. Sorry? For what? His voice was flat, steady. Because I am Loki. Chapter 6. A system window appeared. Upgrades, 6. The fairy froze midair, then zipped backward like she'd been struck. What kind of dumb joke is that? Han didn't flinch. Account number, 46,631,900. Only the player and the server admins know it. Go on, check it. Or test me with another email. Her eyes went wide as she typed the number in. Seconds later, she gasped. This no way. Her voice shook as she stared at the glowing screen. Then, in a burst, she shot upwards, spinning in the air. Sign something. Anything. I need your autograph right now. I'll be queen of the fan club. Han blinked. There's a fan club? She shouted at the top of her lungs. The fan club. Loki, master of all masters. Expression flat. Han muttered, never heard of it. The fairy stiffened midair, her voice cracking. I really said all that to the actual Loki. Han sighed, scribbling his name across the first thing she shoved in his hand. Great. I'm a 1-star hero now. Huge win. But she wasn't done. Wait. You can't disappear again. What about the settlement? Han shrugged. Beats me. Scene shifts. A towering fortress stretched skyward. 30 floors tall, built to hold more than 20,000. Every building nearly maxed at level 22. A masterpiece of design, years of effort poured into it. And now, none of it mattered. Han was the dungeon master. The fairy hovered nearby, voice hushed. What's going to happen to all those people? Han didn't flinch. If you're that worried, disband the settlement. She faltered. I can't. Arms crossed, Han nodded slowly. Figured. Just a mid-level mod. Stuck babysitting. Then he tilted his head. The guy who owned this account. He was human, right? And the ones summoned here, they're not NPCs. The fairy shook her head. No. Every single one of them is real. They come from different worlds. She hesitated, then whispered. Even the creator doesn't know. To him, this is just a game. He throws them into danger like they're nothing. Han turned away, jaw tight. So if I make it to the top, can I go back? The fairy lowered her gaze. I don't know. Han's frown deepened. Then who brought me here? She looked aside. I can't tell you that. Floating higher, she added softly. My permissions are limited. I can advise the account holder, manage buildings, offer a few choices here and there. That's all. Han gazed out toward the horizon, arms folded. Do the other masters' cities look like this? More or less, she said. Some small differences, but the core's the same. Han's mind raced. He pictured countless floating islands, millions of them, each one a settlement of its own. He remembered the system that generated them, thinking it was just an algorithm, skills mixed, traits shuffled by code. But it wasn't. These weren't programs, weren't simulations. They were alive. The infinite content system, the endless multiverse of worlds, all real. Han stared at his phone, thumb pressing a button, and the truth hit hard. None of it was virtual. The game, the missions, the sacrifices, every careless choice he'd made had sent real people to their deaths. Han's jaw tightened. He called the fairy over. She drifted closer, worry flickering in her eyes. If you want to reach the top, Han said coldly, then listened carefully. Cut to the training field. The girl cut through the air, dagger flashing with each strike. Quick, sharp, fluid. Han watched closely. She was different. Fast, natural. Her progress was far beyond what he expected. First time holding a dagger, and already near mastery. The tall guy? Struggling, barely blocking, stumbling with each swing. Han's expression hardened. If that was his limit, he wouldn't survive. The girl gestured behind her, dagger loose in her grip. I even went easy on him, she said. But it hadn't made a difference. Han didn't sugarcoat it. Don't get cocky. We're moving out. She smirked. What? No more training for your #1 assistant. Before Han could answer, the fairy shot out of nowhere, yelling at the top of her lungs. #1. She's #1. I'm the top assistant here. She ranted, puffed up with pride, until Han casually plucked her out of the air mid-sentence. Not your shift, he said flatly. Pinned in his grip, she still thrashed. Still counts. I was here first. I'm the original assistant. Han gave her a sidelong glance, debating if he should crush her little delusion, then turned away without a word. Open the warehouse. Inside, a system message flashed. Iron, leather, and wooden boards found. Back outside, Han told the fairy to unlock the forge. She grumbled, but got to work. The girl rolled over a cart, curiosity in her voice. What are you doing? Han's eyes narrowed on the forge. I'm not planning to swing this junk forever. His thoughts drifted. He wasn't just a hero. He was a master, which meant he might have access to things no normal hero could touch. The fairy zipped beside him, eyes wide. So what'll it be? A Leviathan weapon? A brunk? Han didn't hesitate. Not here. Not yet. Then, a new system message appeared. No building upgrade found. Penalty, no master blacksmith available. Penalty, no blueprint detected. Success rate, extremely low. Proceed with crafting? The fairy leaned in, squinting nervously. Okay, seriously. What are you even trying to make? Han's answer was calm. An item. Another prompt blinked onto the screen. Select difficulty level. Higher difficulty equals higher potential reward. Han didn't hesitate. Extreme hell. The fairy nearly fell out of the air. Extreme hell. That triples the penalties. Han stayed steady. Just watch. The forge roared to life. Most masters ignore this system, he muttered under his breath. Too dangerous. But if you know how to handle it, it's worth the risk. Timer, 3 minutes. The fairy's voice wavered. I can't even tell what you're making. Han reached forward, hand closing around a glowing cube with precise, deliberate motion. Head lowering slightly, he said, I don't need to see it. From behind, the girl gasped. Wait, that's the thousand hands technique. Han's fingers blurred, lightning fast, snapping cubes together with flawless precision. System message, absolute success. UC rank, cunning long sword created. The fairy lit up, stunned. Another prompt followed. The cunning long sword, durable, lightweight, razor sharp. Mediocre materials. Expert craftsmanship. But Han didn't pause. His hands blurred again. More cubes. More movement. System message, balanced short bow created. Sharp long spear created. Strong iron shield created. Han lifted the shield, gave a quick glance. C rank. Figures. Materials were trash. The fairy crossed her arms, floating beside him. You're not doing that again. Han gave a small nod. Too flashy. If the other masters see this, we're in trouble. Scene shift. 4th floor forest. The girl stood firm, bow drawn. In one fluid motion, she loosed the arrow. Clean hit. The enemy crumpled without a sound. Their mission, eliminate all enemies. She eyed her weapon, a grin tugging at her lips. This bow's way stronger than the last. Nobody's taking it from me this time. Han scanned the tree lean. Activate the personal lock. That'll bind it to you. The forest rustled. Harpies burst from the underbrush, wings slicing the air. Han's eyes narrowed. 3 of us, and the master expects a full clear? Unreal. They fell into formation. The tall guy lunged in, spear in hand. His movements were sloppy, wild, desperate. He missed. Han darted forward, intercepting a strike just in time. System alert. Ally is affected by fear. All stats minus 30%. He's panicking, Han muttered. The guy swung again, off balance. That's when the girl stormed forward and punched him straight in the face. Snap out of it. Blood dripped from his nose. He froze, stunned. She didn't back down. You get it now? This isn't a game. It's your life. Han cut through a harpy in one clean strike. Pull yourself together. The guy gripped his spear tighter. I got it. His voice steadied. And this time, they moved in sync. Coordinated. Focused. Together, they wiped the harpies out. System message. Floor cleared. Rewards, 10,000 gold, iron, or leather. The guy stood hunched, breathing heavy. I was dead weight again. So what now? What happens to someone like me? A soft chime. System message. You have been added to the master's favorites. Han stared forward, voice calm. You'll live. For now. The master marked you as a favorite. The guy's eyes went wide. His mouth dropped open, then clenched shut as he raised his fist high. I did it. The girl leaned close with a sly grin, glancing at Han. So, number 1 passed, and now number 2 made the cut too? Han didn't look at her. I don't have subordinates. He turned, walking toward the warehouse. His gaze dipped for just a moment. But if I ever did have a first, it'd be her. My ex. Han's thoughts flicked back to old memories. Hero cards flashing through his mind. A perfect squad. 5 members. All 6-star units. All maxed to level 99. Each one with god-tier abilities strong enough to break the system. Maybe they were still out there. Somewhere. His mind shifted to the city. This game was kill or be killed. He knew that well. But the Vice Master could keep things running. Especially with those 2 backing him up. They were sharp. Too sharp. Sometimes Han even wondered, were they really AI? Then came the image of the tower. And like before, the truth hit hard. They weren't programs. They weren't code. They were real. A girl stood at the top, watching her companion. You're really leaving? Every minute counts. The other replied without hesitation. Dressed in white, the first girl's voice softened. I won't be able to help with this part. The research is in your hands now. There was a long pause. Then, as her companion turned to leave, she whispered, I hope you find the master. Back at the base. System message. Living area upgraded to level 2. Hero limit increased. Dining hall complete. Meals now higher quality. Cut to the training ground. System message. Training area upgraded to level 2. Training efficiency boosted. Near smaller building. System message. Forge, carpenter's workshop, and metalworking station merged into equipment workshop. And finally, system message. Settlement territory upgraded to level 2. The girl stood frozen, mouth hanging open. What is even happening right now? The guy beside her shook his head. This master's a monster. Seriously, who even does this much? Han glanced around casually. Just drop some funds. Guess he's really into the game. He studied the new buildings, the way the Hanes moved, fluid, alive, natural in battle. Not like NPCs. Not like characters. Like real people. The higher we climb, the better life gets here, he added. His gaze shifted toward the ferry. Player logs in on a schedule. Probably has a full-time job. Still finds time to grind and spend. Lucky it's not just some broke college kid. His girlfriend nodded. Yeah, he dropped 65,000 on one gear set. We definitely hit the jackpot. Han smirked, head lowering. This wasn't like other games. Crystals didn't just fall from quests. Everything here had to be earned. Finding someone willing to spend real money? That was pure luck. Then, system alert. The master is summoning 10 new heroes. The portal flared alive. The guy turned, stunned. Wait, is this really a summoning? Han nodded. Renovations are done. Time to celebrate. Inside the new house, Han pulled up the hero cards in his mind. He knew the system by heart. 2 summoning types. Gold summons and crystal summons. No question which was stronger. The whole setup was a trap. A system built to dig deeper, to make players spend more and more. A crowd gathered at the gate, appearing out of thin air. An older man blinked around, dazed. I was just at home a second ago. Han stood silent, listening as confusion rippled through the group. Voices rose, panic spreading. Without warning, he raised his sword, pointed straight at the old man. Startled, the man stumbled back. Who are you people? Han stepped forward, voice unyielding. Quiet. No explanations. Not yet. His gaze swept the crowd. First, survive. Then you'll get answers. The fairy shot upward, arm raised. Listen up. No time to waste. Carpenters, over there. Blacksmiths, step forward. Cooks move. The group muttered in disbelief, their confusion only growing. A girl nearby frowned. What are you even trying to pull? Eyes closed. Han replied calmly. She's assigning roles. There are jobs open. Take one. The fairy kept directing people toward the portal, her voice sharp. Watching her, Han muttered under his breath. If the ones who died earlier had been summoned now, maybe things would have gone differently. The settlement was changing, growing, becoming something real. Then a system prompt appeared. To create a group, drag chosen heroes into available slots. Han stepped forward, voice firm. Everyone listen. From here on out, we go all in. With only a few stars between us, we can't afford dead weight. If you can't pull your share, you're worth less than a raw potato. He pointed toward the group. The master decides who stays. 1 stars. Most will be thrown into the dungeon. And most won't come back. The portal lit up. The fairy shouted, Move now. System alert. A fighter has fallen. Return impossible. His spirit will be remembered. Han's eyes narrowed. That was quick. Beside him, the girl spoke. Shouldn't we at least explain things? Give them a chance. Han's reply was sharp. If they can't clear floor 1, it's already over. He stared into the glow. 2 are dead. Only 2 made it through. The crowd froze. Fear spread. One man stumbled back, voice trembling. I can't fight. I won't survive this. Suddenly, one of Han's teammates stepped forward. Then I'll go with them. But the fairy snapped. Don't interfere. That's not your mission. The girl at Han's side smirked. Was he always this intense? Han's tone was flat. Might as well count me in too. I'm barely better than a rookie. He turned to the volunteer. It's good you want to help, but don't get in their way. They need the experience. The girl threw her hands up. Forget this. I just want a real meal for once. All we've had are boiled potatoes. Han looked at her, realizing something. The fear she'd been carrying, it was gone. He lifted his eyes skyward. It's bright today. Almost feels like someone's watching. Han turned back with a faint grin. Relax. There's no god out there tracking every word we say. In his head, he pictured the system, cold, mechanical, automatic. Everything we say gets filtered, shortened, turned into basic messages before it's ever seen. Not long after, the guy returned, this time leading a group of new recruits. Han gave him a quick scan. No injuries. Everyone breathing. How many goblins did you drop? The guy scratched his head. Just 1. Han stepped aside. Whatever. Let's head back. Maybe this time we'll eat something besides boiled garbage. Scene shift, dining hall. Han glanced around the new space. Looks better in here, he muttered. A real dining hall means real meals. If the master sees we're worth the effort, maybe we'll get rewards. The girl suddenly jumped up, cheeks flushed. This is amazing. I'm calling dibs on lamb steak. The guy chimed in right after. Turkey for me. Han raised an eyebrow. Why are you two even listening to me? Then came a letdown. Plates slid across the table, stacked high with potatoes. An old man rose nervously. He got spices, plenty of them, but the only thing stocked right now is potatoes. Han's eyes narrowed. That same man had claimed to be a cook. Pulling up his stats, Han's scowl deepened. No cooking skills. Not even one. Turning away, disappointed, Han muttered. Maybe someone else here's got real talent. He looked at the girl. Name? She blinked. Huh, you're the new cook, Han said flatly. Her eyes dropped, unease written all over her. The old man stammered. Wait, I could try making something else. Han's gaze cut sharp, quick to adapt. Fine, but lie again and I'll know. You get one free pass. Soon after, the table filled with steaming dishes. Still potatoes, but roasted, mashed, fried, and seasoned with spice. The girl took one bite, her eyes lighting up. This is insane. I didn't know you could do this much with potatoes. She pointed out the spice rack, overflowing. With it, the food tasted 100 times better. Han jabbed his fork into his plate. Eat, and listen. Closing his eyes, he added, I'm not repeating this. The new ones need to hear it. Their survival depends on it. Later that night, recruits huddled under the stars, wide-eyed. Is this stuff really true? Someone asked. The girl smiled. I never touched a weapon before coming here. If I can do it, so can you. The fat man folded his arms, serious. So what happens now? Just because I'm a cook, does that mean I can't help in other ways? I've done carpentry before. Han's gaze turned cold. Lie again, and you'll be first in line for synthesis. Honestly, you'd make a perfect candidate. He turned to the group, voice firm. Sure, settlement work feels safe. But don't fool yourselves. The moment someone stronger shows up, you'll be replaced and sent straight into the front lines. He let the words hang, picturing the settlement spreading wider by the day. The next morning, routine was gone. Han stood outside, facing the small squad gathered before him. His tone cut sharp. Only 3. He studied them briefly, unimpressed. The girl shrugged. Looks like the others bailed. Probably hiding. Han exhaled. Tired of the same drills, he muttered. Let's change things up. He threw down a challenge and crushed the recruits without effort. The gap was overwhelming. 7, maybe 8 stat points apart. In reality, it was like an adult sparring with toddlers. No way Earth could have allowed such a leap in power. His eyes shifted to the girl. Her arrow flew fast, crisp, archery already at level 5. Her dagger work? Level 2, but climbing steadily. Then he glanced at his teammate. Spear raised, form steady. Spear mastery sat at level 2, but it had stalled. No matter how hard he pushed, progress refused to budge. Looking back at the newcomers, Han noticed something. Each had already unlocked level 1 in ball control. Their growth lined up almost evenly, likely their age keeping pace. Still, compared to the cowards hiding in camp, they were miles ahead. Soon after, the master summoned another wave, 10 fresh heroes. This time, Han didn't even move. His comrade and the others handled it without him. The girl watched, lips curving slightly. Looks like the numbers are growing. Han gave a short nod. This is only the beginning. He took note, just 1 death this round. Not bad at all. Then the girl asked, why hasn't the master sent us to the 5th floor yet? Feels like it's been forever. Han's gaze narrowed, fixed on the distance. The 5th floor wasn't just another step up. It was a wall. Because he's waiting, Han said at last. He knows better than to rush it. In his mind, the tower loomed. Every 5th floor was a turning point, a boss fight disguised as progress. Even he couldn't guarantee survival. He imagined a storm pressing down on the city. No matter how much they trained, no matter how carefully they picked recruits, waves like that always claimed lives. The spike in difficulty, not even his girlfriend understood how brutal it truly was. Cards flickered in his thoughts. Combat heroes, all just 1 star. Then the supports. Scene shift, 4th floor. The Hanes lined up in formation, steady and focused. Han watched from behind. Their shields for now, he murmured. No need to rush. Our spears and bows will cover them. The signal rang out. The team charged. 1 fighter blocked a harpy strike. A shout cut the air. Even weak ones can land a hit. Another knight deflected cleanly. Another voice followed, sharp and commanding. Stay together. This works only if we fight as one. A spearman slipped to the side and drove his weapon straight through. More voices rose across the field. It's not about being the strongest. Fight together. Han stayed silent, just watching. Clearing this floor alone would have been easy for him. But that wasn't the point. They had to prove themselves. System message. Battle complete. Rewards. 2,000 gold, iron ore, and leather. The squad cheered, clapping shoulders and laughing. Small victories, but for them, they meant the world. Han studied their faces quietly. The 5th floor, what waited there? Maybe even a mission he couldn't handle alone. He pulled his teammates in briefly. So, how's it feel? The girl grinned. You guys nailed it. Han gave a small nod. Yeah, I'd say so too. Armory. The master had started showing up less often. Still, from the last batch of 10 recruits, he'd chosen exactly what they lacked. A blacksmith, a tanner, a carpenter. Inside the workshop, hammers rang nonstop. Ear-rank swords, shields, armor. Barely enough for rookies to survive. But the core team? They got stronger gear, crafted from better materials, giving them sharper odds in battle. Checking the player map. Han spotted 3 names marked for synthesis. All 3 had skipped training. All 3 swore they'd bolt the second danger showed. One of them was the same liar who once claimed to be a cook. Days passed. That same man stared at the shield in his hands. We're heading back to the 4th floor today? Honestly, I was hoping for something harder. Han kept his eyes forward, his tone cut like steel. So, we're not stepping onto the 5th floor yet. The fairy answered quickly. Not likely. The girl caught on instantly. Wait, are we? Han stepped forward. His voice carried no hesitation. This isn't going to be a routine sweep. Stay sharp. Don't panic, but don't relax either. Got it, one of them shouted, just as a blinding light swallowed the group. Scene shift. They landed inside a ruined structure. Cracked walls. Rubble scattered across the ground. The street ahead lay broken and empty. 5 heroes stood there, dropped into silence. Eren scanned the ruins. No monsters. Nothing moving. Form up, Han ordered. We head for the center. The quiet pressed in. No enemies. No civilians. Not even background noise. Han's gut told him this wasn't a standard clear. Han, Eren called, pointing. A skeleton leaned against the wall, its armor rusted and shattered. He knelt closer. This place, it's abandoned. The girl walked past slowly, gaze catching on dried blood across the ground. This isn't like the last floor at all. Han's eyes locked on the distant tower. There used to be flowers here, he muttered. Now, we're heading up. Suddenly, the girl froze, scanning the shadows around them. Han turned. What is it? She hesitated, then pointed forward. A city just ahead. Her voice wavered, cutting off mid-sentence. I want to think I imagined it. Eren stepped up beside her, shoulders tight. No, she saw something. She froze, then whispered, barely audible. Is this real? Her voice broke into a scream. There's a goblin horde outside the city. Thousands. They're headed straight for us. Han's focus snapped instantly. How many? Thousands, she repeated, eyes locked forward. System alert. Objective. Survive the goblin horde. Eren's voice cracked with panic. You've got to be kidding me. The girl shot him a glare. Does this look like a joke? Enough. Han cut in, his voice slicing through the chaos. Eren's fists clenched. What the hell went wrong? This isn't a clear, Han said coldly. It's survival. All we can do is hold out. Another fighter stumbled forward. Then what about hiding? No, Han barked. We can't hole up in buildings. Move now. The squad bolted, boots hammering the stone. Eren shouted over the noise. How long do we have to last? 10 minutes after contact, Han snapped back. His scowl deepened. Only a 9% chance for a survival mission on the 5th floor, and they'd rolled the worst possible outcome. Off the main streets, he commanded. Cut through the alleys. They tore through the narrow passages, breath heavy, hearts pounding. Han's mind raced. Low-tier cities had no safe zones. Heroes here were often wiped out before even getting their footing. From the rear, someone yelled, there has to be a better place to hold. They'll break through anywhere. Han growled. No time to scout, this is it. They skidded to a stop at a 3-way split. Tight enough to funnel the enemy. Circle up, Han ordered. We hold here. His blade gleamed as he raised it. Even if 10,000 come, they won't hit us all at once. One of the fighters gave a grim nod. Then we go all in. Han barked orders fast and sharp. Hold the choke points. Rotate the front line when you can. Don't waste rest. You, he turned to the girl, stay in the center. Save your arrows. Fire only when I call it. The squad square their shoulders. One breach, Han warned, and we're finished. Block everything before it reaches us. He narrowed his eyes. 10 minutes. Was it game time or real time? Didn't matter. The clock would start the second they made contact. And then he saw it. A lone goblin slipped from the shadows. It stopped and grinned. The countdown had begun. Han roared. We don't even have a barricade. He lunged, cutting it down clean. But more burst from behind it, screeching, snarling, flooding the alley. They're here. Han's command cracked like thunder. Forget walls. Stack their bodies instead. He carved through one, then another, but the swarm didn't stop. The girl's voice rang out from behind. She was ready, waiting for his mark. Han's rhythm was brutal and precise. Block, strike, move. Just mindless beasts, he muttered. We'll treat them like it. The horde slammed into them. Goblins shrieked, clawing in endless waves. One of the spearmen spun, panic rising. We'll never last 10 minutes at this pace. Han's voice cut through the chaos, calm and cold. When have I ever lied? But the goblins didn't stop. They poured in endlessly, clawing, crawling, clawing over each other to squeeze through every gap. Han gritted his teeth. We're not dying here. Not like this. Dawn broke just as another goblin lunged, jaws snapping wide. Han didn't flinch. His blade was already tearing through its throat. Ed, switch out, he barked. Ed groaned, still holding the line. I've got fight left. Then fight from the back. Move. Han snapped. He didn't dare look away. His stamina was draining fast, but worse, his eyes caught a teammate barely holding up, swings clumsy, movements breaking down. One mistake, one sloppy hit. That's all it would take. Han's grip tightened. One strike, one kill. No wasted moves. These things are no better than floor one trash, he roared, cutting through another pack. Still, they kept coming, flooding the field. A voice rose over the din. Do they even know fear? Han didn't answer. Instead, he called another rotation. The next fighter jumped in without hesitation. On it, scanning the swarm, Han spotted a weakness. A gap. He turned to the girl. Shift left. Use their own arrows against them. She moved instantly, spinning into position. One clean shot, straight through Goblin's eye. I'm done waiting, she shouted. Aaron slashed mid-swing. Han said 10 minutes. Han growled back. We're only at 5. Another Goblin lunged, but never made it. The girl slammed her knee into its skull, dropping it cold. Stay down, freak. Then a scream cut the air, raw, blood-curdling. System alert. One teammate critical. Health dropping fast. Han's eyes burned. Get him out. Fill the gap. Don't let a single one through. The injured man tried to argue, but Han's glare silenced him. Save it. Heal outside the line. The soldier collapsed, trembling. System alert. Fear status inflicted. All stats minus 30%. Han snarled and shoved another goblin back. Pull yourself together. You want to die whining? The man gasped out an apology. Stop the bleeding. Han roared. The girl was already there, bandages in hand, working fast. Han turned on the rest. You want him alive? Then fight like it. A goblin lunged from behind, but Han twisted, cutting it clean, then stomped another into the ground. Out of my way. The waves didn't stop. One fighter shouted, panic rising. My sword gone dull. Another soldier grabbed it without pause, forcing himself upright. I'll make it work. He stared at the chipped blade, doubt flickering. Han's voice lashed out. Worry about sharpening it after. Swing it now. The soldier swung. The blade cracked a goblin down. Han knew it was inevitable. Not junk tier, but still just iron. Weapons wouldn't last forever. He roared above the noise, blade flashing through another swarm. Blades or not, these things still fall. Han smashed a goblin's skull flat with a shield. No sword? Then use this. He spun. Aaron, swap out. But Aaron stood his ground, still holding. Behind him, the girl cut another goblin down. Take the break while you can. Don't try to be a hero. 3 minutes. Han barked. That's all we need. Why does 30 minutes feel like forever? He snapped again, louder. Aaron moved forward. The girl's eyes stayed locked on the fight. She looked rattled. 10 seconds, Han muttered, voice low. That's all we need. Then he raised his blade high. Cover us. But his gaze caught her quiver. Only 4 arrows left. His jaw tightened. Not good. Let him fly, he shouted. If they break through, none of this matters. She nodded. Understood. 2 arrows loosed, both hitting clean. But then, one goblin slipped through the line. Its eyes burned wild, clutching a jagged stick. On the ground, the injured soldier barely stirred. The goblin lunged, driving the weapon straight into his gut. Blood burst from his mouth. The girl's arrow dropped it instantly, but her eyes locked on the fallen. He wasn't moving. Blood pooled thick beneath him. System alert. Critical condition. Life at risk. Han's fury erupted. He tore through the horde, cutting down anything in his path. Jenna froze, panic clawing at her chest. Do I try to save him? But if I move now? Up front, a fighter raised a shield, shouting, hide. Just 30 seconds of cover. A beast surged forward, strike, aim to kill. Han intercepted, shield up, timing flawless. The impact rattled his arms, but he roared back, charging, blade tearing a line through the swarm. He reached the soldier. Left flank, move now. Han ordered. A young fighter hesitated. But what about Hyde? He's down. We move. Han snapped. Then the screen lit up. System message. The fallen warrior has returned to the arms of the Lord. His spirit will be honored forever. The soldier bowed his head for only a moment, then turned back, carving through goblins without hesitation. Han locked eyes with Jenna. His voice was flat, merciless. We can't save them anymore. Forget them. If you drop, we all die. She clenched her jaw, nodding hard. Got it. Han smashed another goblin aside with his shield. Jenna was right there, blades flashing, cutting down anything that slipped through. How many are left? She shouted. System alert. Basic dagger skill. Level 3. New skill unlocked. Fast movement. Han raised his sword high in signal. Unload everything. If you're watching the clock, make it count. More updates hit one after another. Heroic Awakening activated. Sword and shield technique. LV5. Pain threshold. LV2. Cold-bloodedness. LV3. Even as he blocked another strike, Han's thoughts pressed in. What's the point of these skills if none of us live through this? Then it came. Another scream, sharp and desperate. Another soldier hit the ground, blood flooding fast. System alert. Bleeding. HP dropping over time. The boy was cornered, eyes wide with terror. He raised a trembling hand, screaming, Han, Please. I don't want to die. Tears streamed down his face, voice cracking in raw fear. Han heard him. His jaw clenched tight, but he didn't turn back. The goblins swarmed, shrieking, ready to tear the boy apart. Still, Han pressed forward. Jenna, Aaron, with me. Jenna froze, her gaze flicking to the soldier about to be ripped apart. Faces of the fallen flashed through her mind. Han's voice cut cold. We mourn later. Not now. They bolted, weaving through a crumbling alley in the ruined city. Then came the system message. Your companion has returned to the arms of God. His spirit will be remembered. Jenna stopped dead. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Are we next? Don't say that, Han snapped. He pointed sharply. That wall. Climb it. She stared, breath shaking. You want me to run ahead, alone? We're right behind you, Han said. Then, as goblins rushed in, he added, we just need to carve a path first. Sword raised, Han stepped forward. One per swing won't cut it anymore. He charged, sweeping his blade in a wide arc, cutting through goblins in a single motion. From above, Jenna's voice rang out. I'm up. Hurry. Han leapt, grabbing a ledge. Aaron, climb. Jenna reached down. Take my hand. Aaron jumped, catching her arm, then cried out in pain. A goblin's blade jammed deep into his leg. Han dropped instantly, cutting the attacker clean in half. Don't let go. He barked at Jenna, locking eyes. Then he turned. More goblins. Dozens. No time, Han muttered. I've got to cut it. His sword flashed down. Aaron's scream ripped through the air, raw and unbearable. System alert. Bleeding. HP declining steadily. Han hauled him up, shouting at Jenna. Lift him now. Another message blinked across their vision. Critical condition. Life at risk. Then all of them froze. Below, a wall of goblins was rising, stacking on each other, clawing upward like a living staircase. They're stacking. When the boys screamed, panic exploding. They're figuring it out. His eyes widened wild. You have to kill Aaron. Use the spear now. Jenna didn't even flinch. She drove the spear down, fending off the wave clawing up the wall. Han's voice was ice. We can't risk him turning. There's nowhere left to run. But her grip slipped, metal clattering against stone. The spear, it's gone, she cried. What do we do? Kick them. Han snapped, never breaking rhythm. Hands clawed upward, scratching, grabbing, dragging at anything they could reach. How much longer? Jenna shouted, panic breaking through. There's too many. 30 seconds, the boy yelled back. Feels like an hour, someone muttered through gritted teeth. I'm serious. We're almost there. Han's blade kept flashing, every swing cutting back another wave. His thoughts narrowed to one single focus. Just a few more seconds. Just hold until the timer shows. And then, it appeared. A countdown lit up, numbers ticking away the final seconds. That's when it struck. A goblin lunged, seizing Han's shield and yanking it down. Han didn't flinch. His sword was already rising. But before he could swing, another goblin drove a blade straight into his gut. The creature grinned, its eyes glinting with malice. Han's body shuddered, his teeth clenched. You piece of... The goblin twisted the blade, then ripped it free. Agony tore through him like lightning. Han's scream ripped raw from his throat as his knees nearly buckled. His vision blurred. System alert. Bleeding. Health will gradually decrease. Not far off, Jenna stumbled, clutching her side. She'd been struck too. Another alert flared. Bleeding. Health will gradually decrease. Both of them, on the brink. Amid the chaos, one boy knelt, staring blankly at the ground. So this is it. Dying here on the 5th floor. What a joke. His head sagged. Why? Why me? I never chose this. Not back on Earth. Not here. Despair clawed deep. But something snapped. His eyes tore open. Rage surged like fire through his veins. Why? He roared. He shot to his feet, his blade slicing a goblin clean in two. You freaks. System alert. Berserker mode activated. One eye blazed blood red. The other stared hollow and black. You think I fall here? On the 5th damn floor. His sword dropped low, hanging loose at his side. There's no reason, no meaning to any of this. A goblin rushed him. Han moved faster than lightning. One strike dead, another gone. 5 more, shredded to pieces. I'm not dying here. Limbs scattered. Blood drenched the stone. Han stood at the center, eyes wild, face locked forward. Come on, he roared into the horde. System update. New skill unlocked. Berserker. For the first time, the goblins hesitated. Jenna's chest heaved. Even breathing hurt. Feels like my body's tearing apart. Han's voice cut through, cold and feral. You want me dead? Then try. He slashed again, faster, harder. Each strike more vicious than the last. Then steel cracked. His blade shattered in his hands. The goblins howled with twisted laughter. Han didn't stop. Fine. I'll tear you apart with my fists. He lunged, bare hands clenched, eyes burning like fire. I'll never stop. He charged into the swarm, and at that exact moment, the timer hit 0. Everything froze. The goblins around him locked mid-motion. Their skin flickered, color draining until they stood silent, lifeless. Han staggered, chest heaving, surrounded by stillness. Not one monster moved. Jenna stared wide-eyed. Han's fists were still clenched, blood dripping from his knuckles. Neither could process what they were seeing. Then Aaron, still breathing, still alive, lying on a rooftop, unmoving but alive. System message. 5th floor cleared. Their levels surged. Han, MVP. Rewards cascaded across the screen. 5,000 gold. Iron ore. Leather. Wooden boards. Before anyone could react, the system pulled them out. Congratulations. 5th floor cleared. Daily dungeons unlocked. Gather resources. Build your base. Train your heroes. Every weapon they still carried came with them. Jenna dropped to her knees, breath ragged. She couldn't process it. Han stood motionless, his body still trembling from the battle. Aaron lay nearby, silent but alive. Jenna's wide eyes fixed on him. Then, suddenly, a stunned smile broke across her face. Tears welled, spilling over. She laughed, a hollow, breathless laugh, half disbelief, half exhaustion. Han didn't move. The weight of it hadn't hit him yet. Too much, too fast. Still on her knees, Jenna lifted her head toward him. Can you help me? I can't stand. He said nothing. Just reach out a hand. As he pulled her to her feet, she whispered, Did we really make it? Yeah, Hans said. This is the waiting room. We're clear. She glanced around. Are all floors like that? He shook his head. No, that one was different. Bending down, he picked up the shattered pieces of his sword. Missions like that, it comes down to your team. If the others had been a little stronger, maybe things would have ended differently. He turned toward her. With the right crew, those missions aren't impossible. But we got the worst timing. Jenna lowered her gaze, nodding quietly. They left the waiting room without another word. Outside, a boy rushed over, grinning. You guys crushed it. Chloe's got food waiting. Where's the rest of the crew? Still inside. They're dead, Hans said flatly. The boy froze. What? They didn't make it. Silence hit hard. The kid just stood there, stunned. Han and Jenna walked past. Then a voice boomed across the space, sharp and unfamiliar. The master calls for heroes. If your name is announced, step forward. Later that night, Han collapsed face first onto his bed. He didn't feel much of anything. Not grief. Not shock. Death was just part of the front lines. His mind drifted instead to the new skill, Berserker. How was that supposed to work with cold-blooded? One thrived on rage, the other smothered it. Total opposites. It didn't add up. Was it a glitch? Or was it because he was both a hero and a master? Too many unknowns. Too much to process. He'd figure out later. For now, he just needed a rest. As his eyes closed, he muttered to himself, It's only going to get harder from here. Scene shift, training grounds. Early morning. Jenna was already out there, her blades slicing clean through the air in sharp, practiced arcs. Han blinked. She was always the last one to rise. What got you up this early, he asked. She didn't pause, her strikes still crisp. I want to stay alive. Han watched her closely. Every move was fast, focused, precise. He remembered, Jenna had unlocked a new skill yesterday. Talented, relentless. Then his thoughts drifted to Aaron. The guy trained just as hard, yet never gained anything in return. Still balanced on his hands, Han weighed his own limits. Skills, level 5. Nothing special for a 3-star hero. Then came the system ping. Level 9. One more level, then promotion to 2 stars. That's when Jenna leaned in and poked him in the side. Han glanced down. What are you doing? She shrugged. You just look cool in that pose. Cut it out, he muttered. She smacked him lightly on the head, lips curling in a pout. Your muscles don't even look tired. Pulling a shirt over his head, Han thought to himself. She kept catching him off guard. After everything that happened yesterday, she'd bounced back faster than he expected. Jenna rubbed at her head, then said quietly, Aaron's not here. He probably needs space, Han replied. He was closer to the ones we lost. Silence fell between them. Finally, Jenna spoke. He's usually first on the field, always here before everyone else. Han nodded. Daika was the same. They trained harder than anyone. His eyes swept across the training grounds. Compared to them, they're the real heroes. Across the field, others milled about, pretending to stay busy, avoiding synthesis training, only showing up when a master was watching. Han's voice dropped low. They had talent. They just never had time to prove it. Maybe it would have been easier if one of them had died on floor 5. Jenna didn't argue. She just said softly, let's get back to it. But before they could move, a voice called out, apologizing for being late. Aaron. Something about him felt wrong. Han stepped forward. What's wrong? Aaron's answer came quiet, heavy. If I'd been stronger, maybe things wouldn't have gone the way they did. Han's expression didn't shift. They died because they were weak. That's all. He looked out across the base. It's already been a month since I came here. Outside, barely 10 days. He pulled out his phone. Whatever checked in 3 times a day, morning, noon, night. Time here ran 3 times faster. Han pictured the game in his hands. During battle events, the timer synced to reality. 30 minutes meant 30 minutes. Any other time, those survival runs would have stretched into 90. No one would have lived through that. Then Isel appeared, grinning like she just won a bet. Han, everyone should be learning from you. Cleared the 5th floor with a squad full of freeloaders, no less. She raised her arms dramatically. Truly, the master of all masters. Jenna leaned in, whispering, "What did you do to make her like this?" Han smirked. "Classified company intel." Isel wasn't finished. She spun on the others, shouting, "While I'm out giving it everything I've got, you're all sitting here like couch potatoes." Isel's voice rang across the field. "You think laziness goes unpunished? Think again." Han watched the commotion from the sidelines, then slipped away. Better to leave them to it. They'll move when someone gives the order. A system ping flashed in front of him. Group 4 has been formed. Names scrolled into view. Han, Jenna, Lewis, Jeffrey, and Owen. The others froze, confused. Han stayed quiet, unreadable, just listening. Then a voice thundered from above. "Selected heroes, report to the rift of time and space." Immediately, Jenna blinked. "Why are we grouped with people we don't even know?" Inside the rift, standing among strangers, Han leaned toward her. "Relax. This will be way easier." Ahead, a glowing portal shimmered into existence. Daily Dungeon. Active. These appeared once a day. Resource runs. Today's location, Kenout Forest. Estimated duration, 11 hours. Han skimmed the mission text. So daily dungeons are finally unlocked. Next to him, one of the men spoke up. "So, are we actually working together here?" Han glanced at him. "Name?" "Owen," the guy replied. "But honestly, we're probably not much use." As the portal pulsed, Owen added quickly, "It's fine though. Daily dungeons don't start with combat." A flash of blue light swallowed them. In the next instant, they stood inside a dense, fog-laden forest. Group 4 has entered. Kenout Forest, low tier. Objective, gather resources. Return when time expires. Note, dungeon types rotate daily. Plan accordingly. Jenna scanned the trees. "Where are the enemies? Is this another weird mission?" Han reached over and tugged her cheek. She blinked. "What was that for?" "You looked ridiculous," he said flatly. He crouched, grabbed a pebble, and tossed it into a swirling portal nearby. "It's not about fighting," he explained. "Daily dungeons are for collecting." One of the men pointed at the swirl. "What's that thing supposed to be?" "Think of it like a trash can," Han replied. "Storage for junk. System alert. Item discarded. Not required by settlement. Avoid collecting unnecessary materials." Han snapped a branch from a nearby tree, holding it up. "Now this is what we want. Natural resources." He tossed it in. New item detected. Contributing to material pool. Note, 100 branches equals 1 log. Carpenter's bench required. Owen's jaw dropped. "Wait, that's it." Just snapping twigs and feeding them in. Another teammate muttered, "We're seriously not going to fight?" Han shrugged. "Not your problem." Then, with a faint grin, he added, "Let's go hunting instead." They followed. Jenna groaned. "Why do I never get a break with you guys? What are we chasing, boars? Deer? Rabbits?" Then her eyes lit up. "Actually, if it means meat, I'm in." They slipped into a quiet clearing, where a lone deer grazed. Jenna's gaze locked instantly. "That one's mine." She raised her bow, practically drooling. "Stay still, cutlet." One smooth shot, clean through the neck. The deer collapsed on the spot. Jenna strolled up, grinning wide. "Look at this beauty." Behind her, Han stepped closer. "You even know how to butcher that?" Jenna didn't miss a beat. "Of course I do. Watch my dad 100 times." She got right to work. First drain the blood, then open the belly, pull the organs. Han stood by, watching her move with practiced precision. When the meat was neatly set aside, he turned. "Toss the rest into the rift when you're done. Don't leave scraps." She looked up. "Where are you going?" He didn't glance back. "Got something to take care of. And I'm sick of potatoes." Han disappeared into the trees, slipping deeper into the forest until mist from a massive waterfall blurred the air. He checked the timer. 30 minutes left before return. That's when he saw them. A cluster of deer, half hidden in the brush. He froze. There it is. One stood apart, the forest queen. Rare spawn, rare material, rare chance. Han drew his blade. Rare beasts didn't bother to hide. They didn't need to, and they were the source of attribute stones, essential for hero upgrades. No hesitation. He charged. The first deer lifted its head only to lose it in one clean strike. The rest bolted, but one turned, rage in its eyes, charging. Han met it head-on, blade flashing until it collapsed. Now only the queen remained. Tall, snow-white. Her gaze burned with fury. Han raised his sword toward her. Too late. They're already dead. She pawed the earth, unshaken. "Come on, then." Narration shift, daily dungeon rotation. Mon and Tuesday, Israel to mine. Wed and Thursday, Kenout Forest. Friday and Sat, Cimeral Plateau. Sun all unlocked. Elsewhere in the forest, a sudden cry split the silence. There's something out there. A boy yelled, eyes wide. Owen squinted into the brush. Where? I don't see it. Then, just barely, they caught it. A pair of red eyes glowing in the dark. Owen yanked his friend back. Wait, something's not right. The leaves parted. Han emerged, dragging a massive carcass behind him. He smirked, expecting someone else. With a heavy thud, the forest queen's severed head hit the ground. Jenna's eyes widened. That thing's huge. Han exhaled. Yeah, I'll need help moving the rest. One teammate scrambled forward, storing the body into the portal. Han turned to Jenna. How much did you gather? Before she could speak, the system chimed. Item acquired. Queen's blood. I also dropped 2 deer and a boar, she added. Enough to feed everyone. She bent, picking up the queen's head, studying it. Why keep this? It's not edible. Han strapped his shield across his back. The horn. I need it. Only way forward is like this. Jenna leaned in, examining closely. It's a female. Han arched a brow. You can tell that just from looking. She gave a firm nod. Spent enough time in the woods. Right then, a system alert flashed across the air. Skill unlocked. Forest Hunter. Without hesitation, Jenna began carving into the head, her hands steady, like she'd done it 1,000 times. Han stayed quiet, watching in disbelief. Another awakening, just like that. His gaze shifted to her awakening stone. At this rate, she'd rank up easily. No obstacles at all. Another message appeared. Low-tier wind, attribute stone acquired. Infused with forest energy. Useful for crafting equipment that enhances hero rank. The scene dissolved, fading into the bustling tavern at Haynes' main camp. Tables overflowed with roasted meat, the air thick with rich, savory aroma. The room rang with laughter and cheers, everyone celebrating the taste of real food. Jenna strolled in, grinning. They took down an entire deer. Han didn't even flinch. If you're done feasting, come with me. His mind had already moved on. Dungeon rotation. Today's opening, Cimeral Plateau. The perfect place to farm attribute stones. Not long after, the two entered the dungeon. System notice, 2-person team entered. Low-tier, Cimeral Plateau instance. Jenna glanced around. You really think this place will make us stronger? Attribute stones are everything, Han replied. We just need to find them. They made their way to the cliff's edge. Jenna stopped, letting the wind curl softly around her. Han's eyes narrowed. Life flowers. Rare, valuable, essential for health potions. He marked their location in his mind. Then noise. A sharp howl split the air. A massive wolf lunged from the shadows. Steel clashed. Blood flew. The fight was brutal but short. The beast collapsed at their feet. Jenna caught her breath, smirking. That's it? Just one wolf. Han slid his blade back into its sheath. The blood might attract more. She crouched, already carving. What about the fangs and claws? Take them. Han answered, eyes still scanning the ridge. Another system ping lit up. Low-tier water, attribute stone acquired. Charged with plateau energy. Vital for crafting and rank progression. Still working, Jenna looked up. It's kind of peaceful out here. Han raised an eyebrow. Wait till I'm done draining the blood before you say that. She let out a quiet laugh. If life was always like this, hunting, gathering, eating, it'd be enough. Perfect even. Her words lingered. If not for the master. Han froze. He hadn't heard anyone say it aloud before, but once he thought the same. Her voice softened. I hope he never returns. Han's eyes flicked toward her. Do the people in Nibelheim feel the same? Jenna held a glowing stone in her hand, its light dancing in the dim air. I don't see the point in endless fighting anymore. Synthesis is over. Jenna closed her eyes. If you could do something for me, something quieter maybe. Han didn't answer right away. Maybe. Depends on how things play out back at base. She turned toward him, sharp. Then why talk about peace if you've got no plans to leave the front lines? That cut deep. Han shut his eyes, a faint smile tugging at his lips. But he stayed silent. Days slipped by. Then light. The team materialized in the middle of a dense forest. System alert. Floor 6 reached. Mission type, reconnaissance. Objective, scout and assess the surrounding terrain. Another ping followed. Daika has joined Group 1. Daika flashed a confident grin. You got nothing to worry about. I got this. Aaron wasn't convinced. This doesn't feel like one of the daily dungeons. The squad leader cut in. It's not. Recon missions follow their own rules. Aaron swept his gaze across the tree lane. The forest was unervingly still. Feels like the 5th floor again, too quiet. Quiet, someone hissed. No talking, no movement. The group hit the dirt instantly. One teammate whispered nervously, do we really need to be lying here? Han glanced at Aaron, his voice calm but firm. This isn't like before. Trust the process. Follow orders, we'll get through it. Aaron gave a slight nod, lowering himself further. Minutes crawled past. Then they saw them. 3 goblins. Level 8. Standard enemies. Nothing special. But Han's eyes locked on one detail. The horn strapped to a goblin's belt. Everything shifted. He lifted his head. Jenna was perched in the branches above. You see anything? She answered without hesitation. Goblin village up ahead. Large. At least 100. Hans got twisted. A trap. One wrong move, and they'd be buried in numbers. He ran the battle through his mind. Fast and precise. Then gave the call. Jenna, take the one on the right. Aaron, move as soon as they're distracted. Take the second. Aaron steadied his grip, eyes locked in. Han turned to Daika. If it goes bad, cover them. You got it. Daika drew his blade. In an instant, Jenna loosed an arrow. Clean shot, straight through a goblin's forehead. Aaron burst from cover, spear driving through the second. The last goblin's hand shot for the horn. But Han was already there. Too late. One strike. Head severed. System notification. Floor cleared. MVP. Han. Reward. 5,000 gold. In a blink, the forest dissolved. They stood in the waiting room. Daika blinked in surprise. Wait, that's it? We're done. Han shook his head. No, not even close. He didn't wait. He broke into a sprint, heading back toward the tree line. Recon missions weren't just routine sweeps. They were previews. Hints. The future written in fragments. Patterns buried beneath the chaos. He pushed forward until the trees opened. And there it was. The goblin stronghold. Massive. Wolves chained to stakes. Goblins patrolling the perimeter. Not a camp. A fortress. Through the fence, Han caught something odd. One goblin suddenly snapped its head around, staring into nothing. But all that lingered was a faint shimmer of blue particles fading away. Then, flash. The whole squad was yanked back into the waiting room. Jenna's eyes found him right away. Why'd you run off like that? Han didn't look at her, just scouting ahead. But inside, his thoughts wouldn't stop. Main dungeons don't just appear. They follow a flow, one chain leading into the next. And those who read the flow, they know what's coming before anyone else. But that all hinged on one thing. Whether the master noticed. Han wasn't sure if anyone else had seen what he had. And not knowing, that unsettled him more than anything. The pace was shifting, faster than he expected. Right then, Chloe came running in breathless. No build-up, no pause, straight to the point. Strangers had arrived. Armed. Dangerous. And there was something unnatural about them. Han's expression hardened the instant he heard it. He already knew. In his mind, the image formed clearly, top-tier heroes. The system backed him up, notifications flooding in. The wolves of destruction have arrived. Special condition. 5 heroes with a linked bond. Strength amplified. Han's jaw tightened. This wasn't chance. And then Isel appeared. Han wasted no time. Did the master make another move? Her answer came with a smile. Yes. A beginner's bundle. 50 grand. Han calculated instantly. That meant 25,000 crystals. 50,000 gold. He glanced at Chloe, still frozen beside him. Yeah, these weren't just strong. They were elite. If it were him, he'd have brought them in too. The 5th floor demanded it. He turned to Chloe. Go back to the kitchen. Nothing will happen to you. I promise. These ones, they're built different. Aaron passed by then, his voice casual, almost careless. Relax. Kick back. New people won't change much in the end. Han said nothing, but he knew better. The scene shifted. Another building. A black-haired girl stood in silence. Jenna spotted her immediately and hurried over, all smiles. Hi there. The girl blinked, surprised, then quietly returned the greeting. Hello. What's your name? I'm Jenna, she said with a grin. Then tilted her head, expectant. The girl hesitated. Edith. Jenna's gaze drifted past her. The man behind Edith stood tall, serious, imposing. Yet in her mind, Jenna imagined kindness hidden beneath the steel. He stepped forward. Not a word. Just silence as his eyes scanned Edith's status window. The truth was clear instantly. She carried class. A 3-star hero. A thief type. Classic. Deadly. Her build wasn't about muscle or stamina. What stood out was speed. Dexterity maxed, sharper than anyone else. Daggers, not bows, were clearly her weapon of choice. Without breaking eye contact, Han asked again, her name, and if they could talk somewhere more private. They moved to a tavern. Jenna set water on the table before slipping into a seat beside them. Edith studied him for a moment, then asked plainly, Do you even know what this place is? Han's reply was steady. Some of it. Not all. What about you? Her gaze dropped, voice low. She admitted she didn't remember much, only that she'd been summoned to fight. Every attempt to think beyond that brought nothing but pain. That made Han lean in. What do you know about synthesis? The word alone made her tense. Slowly, she explained. Synthesis was strength. Power gained by absorbing others. Han's mind turned. That kind of knowledge wasn't common. From the look of her equipment, she'd been in the mercenary trade. Resting her chin on her hand, Edith let something slip. She had been part of the wolves of destruction. Jenna's eyes lit up. That name sounds so cool. Edith gave a faint nod. The last memory she carried was a mission in Halcea, then darkness. Until she woke up here, Han sorted through hero cards in his mind. It became obvious Edith wasn't just another 3-star. Her skills proved her history. She really had been a mercenary. But even with that, she was nowhere near the level of someone like Mormont Carl. Jenna leaned closer, fascinated. That actually is pretty cool. Edith didn't answer right away. Her head turned, voice dropping. Things aren't the same anymore. Then, voices rang out from the square. Loud, calling names. Avant, Jack, Kevin, Duck, Edith. The master wanted them outside. Han glanced at the window. Looks like we're headed to the square. Right then, a broad-shouldered man stepped out, face twisted in irritation. Who the hell called me? Edith rose calmly. The master. Time to go. Jack sat at the table, chewing through meat, grumbling under his breath. TSH, figures. With a master like this. He shoved the rest into his mouth and stomped toward the door. Moments later, Chloe rushed into the hall, panic written all over her. He took everything. Enough meat for 5 people. Jenna's eyes blazed. He better give that back. Han stood unbothered. Forget it. Let's just head to the square. At the same time, the newcomers began to gather. A decision was made. Group 5 would no longer exist. From this moment forward, they were the Wolves of Destruction. A system alert sealed it. Group name updated. Wolves of Destruction. Members. Avant, Edith, Dirk, Jack, Kevin. Leader, Avant. The 5 stood gathered in the square. Eyes followed them from the crowd. Something's off about this group, a man muttered. They even brought a gun. The boy beside him shrugged. I've got a gun too. The man hesitated, searching for a retort, until Han cut in. Doesn't matter. They're dangerous. That much is obvious. At that moment, Isel appeared, waving the newcomers forward. The master's waiting. As the wolves disappeared inside, the man finally nodded. Unease was natural. These weren't friendly faces. And they definitely weren't weak. Han glanced at Jenna, who had quietly trailed him. What do you think of them? She didn't hesitate. Edith seems fine. The rest? Hard to read. Han turned back toward the crowd. His tone sharpened. So, what is it you all want from me? Protection, someone blurted. Han raised an eyebrow. That's it? You just want me to protect you. A nervous voice followed. We came to you because you're strong. Han smirked, the edge in his voice cutting deep. You skip training, avoid effort, waste time, and now you come begging for help? Silence. No one could answer. In his head, he compared them to Daika. Not even close. All these people ever did was put on a performance when a master was near. His eyes dropped to the rally meat Jenna had brought. They had endless chances to learn a skill, pick up a craft, do something. But all they'd done was run from synthesis. Han's voice went cold. Get out before I lose my patience. The view shifted to the newly registered stat cards of the Wolves of Destruction. The man from earlier, pale now, didn't wait to be told twice. He bolted. The others quickly followed. Han turned to Aaron. While you're bleeding out, swarmed by goblins, guess what these guys were doing? Eating, sleeping, acting like nothing was happening. His tone was flat. So no, I don't feel sorry for them. His gaze shifted to Daika, who stood nearby, bruised and battered. Looks like you've actually been working. Daika blinked, caught off guard. How could you tell? Han shrugged lightly. It's obvious. Still confused, Daika admitted it had just been a duel. He'd volunteered. Han gave him a single nod. Then take a break. You've earned it. He turned to Jenna again, who was softly humming beside him. You still trailing me? Before she could answer, a system alert cut through the air. Floor cleared. From the portal, a squad of mercenaries stepped out, muttering in frustration. What a waste. Just goblins. Barely worth the effort. Avant pushed past them, his eyes locking on Han. Who the hell are you? Han smiled lazily, giving a careless wave. Does it really matter? That set Jaken off. He stepped forward, irritation clear in every movement. You think you're tough? Who even are you? Before tempers boiled over, Jenna slipped between them. No one's even introduced themselves yet, she said evenly. Kevin gave her a puzzled look. And who are you supposed to be? Avant stepped forward again, voice firm. I'm Avant, captain of the mercenary unit, Wolves of Destruction. Let's do this properly. Still lounging, Han gave a faint smile. Han. Avant's eyes drifted to the weapon at his side, assumption ready. A mercenary then? Han didn't blink. Nah, just a farmer. Avant studied him, unconvinced. For now, he let it slide, hand resting casually on his sword. Locals usually gather in the square during conscription, right? They do, Han replied flatly. Why ask? Avant didn't bother with an answer. His eyes said enough. He understood exactly what was happening here. Then, system alert. The master is summoning 10 heroes. The entire square froze. 10 at once? Han's brows rose slightly. That was new. A second message followed. Synthesis in progress. Free slots required. Once used in synthesis, heroes will be lost. The gate opened, releasing a wave of confused faces. A crowd of men and women stumbled out, glancing around in panic. They didn't even know where they were. Someone at the fair muttered with disdain. Another batch of nobodies. Isel stepped forward, her voice sharp and cold. She called out names, directing them toward the synthesis chamber. The newcomers froze, shock in their eyes. How did this woman know who they were? Before questions could form, she cut them down. The master gave the order. Just follow it. Chaos broke loose. Jakin stormed up, seizing one of the new arrivals by the throat. It's you, isn't it? This is your fault. The man's value suddenly began to spike. Jinna's breath caught. This can't be real. The person beside her didn't even flinch. Anything can happen here. We just got here, remember? Off to the side, Avant leaned toward one of his men. Don't forget, we still have a second target. The subordinate, still dazed, blinked slowly. Who's next? Spotting the last of the marked, he grabbed both targets and dragged them toward the synthesis gate. Han stayed silent, unsettled. So this is what happens to heroes summoned with money. Beside him, Jinna shook her head. This isn't right. They weren't even given a chance. Han didn't answer, but he agreed. Deep down, he knew, and was making a reckless mistake. Among those one-star throwaways, there could have been diamonds. But the master didn't care. No screening, no testing, just fuel for the grinder. Then, light burst across the square. A muscular man emerged, body glowing gold. I've leveled up, he shouted triumphantly. The system confirmed it instantly. But before relief could spread, the fair's voice rang out again. Another batch of names. Screams followed. Raw, desperate cries from the fresh summons. They begged, pleaded. No mercy came. Avant lifted his blade high. Don't let anyone escape. His crew moved in at once, weapons drawn, ready to cut down every runner. Avant glanced back, spotting Edith frozen where she stood. What are you doing? You with us or not? He snapped. She didn't answer. Her head dipped, eyes closed. Then, without a word, she drew her dagger. Han broke the silence, his voice steady. Isel, send a message to the master. Tell him this. Don't throw people into synthesis without checking first. Without hesitation, Isel summoned her keyboard, fingers flying. She added her own warning. You might be wasting valuable assets. Han exhaled slowly, eyes shutting. This world, it really is a second life. Jakin stormed forward, fury written across him. You'd better stay out of this, he spat. Han didn't even flinch. His smile lingered. I'm not interfering, just passing along some advice to the master. Then he turned his gaze on the still glowing warrior, smirking. Not so amusing anymore, is it? The man snapped. Roaring, he tore his axe free and lunged. You bastard. An arrow whistled through the air, burying itself just short of Jakin. Joanna stood, bow drawn, eyes sharp. The next one goes between your eyes. Jakin's jaw tightened. You little. Avant didn't hesitate. His sword came up, blade leveled at them. Did you just attack us? Edith rushed forward. Wait, don't do this. Let's just talk. Avant shoved past her. Stay out of it. His blade turned toward Han, voice low and sharp. Do you even know who you're talking to? Han met his stare calmly. Of course. And then, with a smirk. You're trash. A system alert cut across the air. Hostility detected toward 4 heroes of the Wolves of Destruction. Feud status triggered. Monitoring inter-hero relations. The wolves closed in, tension spiking. Before blades crossed, the fairy zipped between them, hand raised. Heroes can't fight each other, she warned. Unless you're eager to be punished by the master. Han's voice was cool. That's not a real rule. The fairy froze, nothing to say. Han's tone shifted, heavier now. Let's drop the act. You call yourselves mercenaries. Avant glared back, voice sharp. Yeah, mercs. Hire blades. Paid for the job, paid for results. Han let out a cold laugh. No, what I see is a pack of bandits playing dress-up as heroes. Avant's jaw clenched. His voice dropped, venomous. I've been patient with you. And this is how you repay me? You trying to die today? Han didn't acknowledge the threat. His eyes moved to Isel above. These so-called heroes. His tone cut like a blade. Dead weight. Rank means nothing without backbone. They'll drag everyone down. Start fights. Ruin everything. Isel stared down at him. Stunned, words caught in her throat. Han raised his hand, smile curling. Let's settle it with a duel. The system lit up immediately. Duel challenge issued. Han versus Avant. Rules were clear. Duels settled disputes between heroes. Conditions could be added at will. Avant's second in command gaped at him. What's gotten into you? Han didn't flinch. His eyes stayed locked on Avant. You're nothing but a rabid dog, snapping at anything you see. It wasn't theory. Han had already seen enough. The way the wolves carried themselves, how they prowled through the settlement. He turned to the crowd. All the residents are here, right? The moment the mercenaries realized there weren't any real powerhouses among them, their fear had evaporated. Han lowered his hand, eyes shutting briefly. The new recruits, they won't be able to stop people like this. Avant scowled. What the hell are you talking about? Even Jinna tilted her head, confused. Han opened his eyes. If I win, I absorb you. If you win, same deal. That's the condition. Avant's grin stretched wide, hungry, cruel. The system chimed again. Avant has accepted the duel. Condition confirmed. Synthesis. Begin duel? A weapon shimmered into being before Han's eyes. His lips curled into a smirk. This is going to be fun. The duel screen hovered, waiting. Han's fingers twitched toward it. Avant was already unsheathing his blade, wasting no time. Han chuckled. Nervous? Then his gaze flicked to Jenna. Get everyone out. Now. She blinked. Wait, you're fighting him alone? Han rolled his shoulders, stretching casually. Calm. Loose. Catching the worry in her eyes, he smirked. What? You're actually worried about me? Click. The button was pressed. The duel began. Both men locked eyes. No retreat. No interference. The fight wouldn't stop until one of them surrendered. Avant wasn't aiming to kill. He needed Han alive. Han spared a glance at Isel. Make sure no one interrupts. Before the words faded, Avant lunged, sword cutting through the air, rage behind every swing. Furious Han hadn't even drawn his weapon. Han read him instantly. Strength pushing 20. Swordsmanship at level 3. Definitely not an amateur. Then, his pupils burned red. Berserker. Activated. Avant froze. His confidence fractured. He'd miscalculated. Han blurred from view, vanishing, then appeared behind him like a phantom. His hand clamped down on Avant's arm, his grip locking on the back of his skull, and he drove him into the stone. Face first. The mercenary slid across jagged rock, skin ripping against the ground. Han finally drew his blade, gave it a slow, casual spin, effortless. The message was clear. He was in control. Without hesitation, he plunged the sword straight through Avant's body. Say it. Han's voice was cold. Surrender. Avant screamed, body twisting under the pain. His own cries drowned his attempt at words. Han leaned closer, pressing the blade in deeper. His voice cut sharper than steel. Louder. Everyone here needs to hear it. Kevin suddenly stepped forward, panic etched across his face. Stop. That's enough. He's finished. Han's eyes cut toward him, cold and unshaken. Don't fool yourself. Him and his crew, they wouldn't hesitate to wipe us out. This isn't a sparring match. Kevin froze. Until now, he believed they were all chasing the same goal. But Han's words, unyielding, final, left no room for doubt. Avant, a bloody wreck on the stone, lifted his head. His voice broke, trembling. Why do you hate me this much? He whispered. We agreed to this duel. Isn't our choice how it ends? Just as he tried to stammer out surrender, Han clamped a hand over his mouth, silencing him. The fight's still on, Han said, voice like ice. He hasn't spoken. He turned back to Kevin. He's mine now, and I'll decide what happens to him. With one hard pull, he yanked Avant closer, his grip unshakable. Dirk and Edith stood frozen, discomfort plain in their silence. One of Avant's men snapped, shouting across the square. You'll regret this, Han. You know who we are. You think this ends here? Han didn't blink. His hold never faltered. Instead, his gaze slid to Edith. Calm. Steady. You really call yourselves mercenaries? She looked away, unable to meet his eyes. We used to be, she murmured. Han's smirk cut deep. No, you're bandits. Thieves who rob even their own clients. Then his tone sharpened. So why are you still with them? Edith faltered, caught off guard. My father asked me to. That's all. Don't judge me so quickly. Still pinning Avant to the ground, Han didn't soften. One question then. Are you staying? Or are you walking away? Edith froze in place. From behind, one of her teammates erupted in fury. Don't even think about it. Betray us, and you'll pay for it. Avant's bloodied hand reached toward his fallen sword. The teammate kept shouting, voice cracking with rage. You'll regret it forever if you turn your back on us. Avant's fingers brushed the hilt. Han moved first. His blade drove straight through Avant's hand, pinning it to the stone. He never even looked away from Edith. There's room for one more, Han said. Calm. Certain. Final. Her teammate screamed again, spitting venom. You'll regret this. Don't do it. Edith trembled. Her whole body tensed. She closed her eyes. Then, quietly, firmly, she stepped forward. She didn't turn back. She walked straight toward Han. And just like that, Edith severed her ties with the wolves of destruction. Han felt a wave of satisfaction ripple through him. Her choice had shifted everything. A true turning point. The wolves stared, frozen, rage and betrayal written across their faces. But Edith didn't waver. Disappear, she said, brushing off their threats like nothing. Meanwhile, Han shoved Avant harder into the dirt. The man coughed, gasped, choking through soil, still struggling to force out his surrender. But Han wasn't convinced. His voice cut like steel. Do you mean it? Or are you just hoping I'll let you crawl away? Avant's eyes burned, fury twisting his face. You'll regret this, he spat, then screamed for his allies, desperate for help. That was the end. The instant his cry rang out, his teammates snapped. They charged, blinded by rage. But they never made it. Isel materialized before them, her presence like a wall slamming shut. Hovering midair, her eyes were sharp, unyielding. "The duel isn't over," she said coldly. "You have no right to interfere." They didn't listen. "Move!" one of them shouted, surging forward. Han's lips twitched, almost amused. He already knew they wouldn't get past her. Isel's gaze sharpened, a wild glint sparking within. "I warned you," she whispered. And then chaos. Screams ripped through the square. Bodies were hurled like toys, smashing against stone. Blood sprayed high, painting the air before raining down across the dirt. When silence fell, Isel drifted above the carnage, lowering her hand with calm finality. "You were warned," she said softly. "Now, you belong to death." Avant's body trembled violently. Trapped between Han's crushing grip and Isel's merciless judgment, reality crashed down on him. There was no escape. Isel floated back, serene once more. "Did I handle it properly?" Han gave her a small nod. "Perfectly." That was the breaking point. Avant's voice cracked, a faint whisper barely escaping his lips. "I surrender." Han heard it. The glowing symbol above them flickered, then dissolved. His berserker state faded with it. The crimson fire in his eyes dimmed, his hair settling as the wind passed through. But pain throbbed hard in his skull. The backlash was sharper than expected. Not worth it, he thought. I'll need to be smarter with this next time. Looking down at Avant, Han smirked faintly. "If you really understood the system," he murmured, "you never would have accepted that duel." Above, Isel's voice cut in. "The Master's been tapping non-stop," she warned. "He's furious with how this played out." Then a glowing card formed before Han. His skill level surged. He didn't react, but Isel did. Her expression twisted with concern. If he's this frustrated, he might drop the game altogether, especially after spending so much on a hero he barely used. Han stayed calm, voice steady. If he was going to quit, he'd already be gone. After all, he had just absorbed a 4-star heroine. Han pushed himself to his feet, something unreadable flickering in his eyes. So many summons, so many wasted. In the end, all of them, nothing but dead weight. His gaze swept over the broken corpses strewn across the square. Maybe one day, the Master will see how flawed his choices really are. But right now, the Master was livid. Han felt a shift inside him as he hit level 10. His stats had risen, solidly matching a 3-star hero. Strong, dangerous, but still not enough. Not for the summit, not for the tower. Unless the Master chose to synthesize him, Han knew he'd never reach the very top. He lifted his eyes skyward. Above, the Master's ever-watchful gaze lingered. "What are you thinking up there?" Han wondered. "What do you feel when you look at me?" He held the stare, unflinching. And in that moment, quietly, but with iron resolve, Han made a vow. "I won't let you vanish. Not now. Not ever." The sun burned overhead. In the distance, the city's towering wall loomed, sealing everything in. Han leaned against a nearby house, eyes closing for just a moment. He needed silence. But peace didn't last. The crowd gathered fast. Dozens of voices swelled around him, full of awe, full of gratitude. Daika's face lit up with pure respect, eyes shining bright. But Han didn't join their celebration. He reached out instead, fingers brushing Jenna's cheek. His voice low, steady, edged with quiet disapproval. "Why'd you tell them?" Jenna kept silent. The crowd never noticed the shift in his tone. They kept cheering, their voices piling on praise. To them, Han wasn't just strong, he was a savior. Han sighed, long and quiet. Then his gaze swept over the faces around him. "You're all missing the point." A man stumbled forward, voice breaking with emotion. "We give our lives for you. You saved us." Han's eyes went cold. "That had nothing to do with you," he said flatly, turning his back. Silence fell heavy. Someone dared to whisper. "What do you mean?" Han turned again. "The Master's furious. That's why he summoned his allies." Confused murmurs rippled through the group. One man tried to calm them. "Maybe it's just another goblin wave." "No," Jenna interrupted, unease in her voice. "Why summon 6? Wasn't 5 enough to clear it?" Han didn't even look at her. It was for synthesis. The words sliced through the air. Gasps. Silence. Faces drained of color. One man, shaking with rage, stepped forward. "We've always fought. We've done everything we could to survive." Han didn't move. Instead, he called Aaron and Daika forward. They approached, cautious. Han's gaze locked on them. "You really think these people gave their all?" he asked. "What were they doing while we were out there? Breaking ourselves, pushing past the limit." Then he turned to Jenna. "Did they help you hunt?" She faltered. "They carried the meat." Han didn't blink. "Even animals can do that," he said. "They're no better than livestock." That broke the crowd. A roar of anger erupted. One man lunged at him. Han struck first. One blow. The man collapsed. Silence slammed down again. Then Isel appeared, her eyes blazing with authority. "Enough." Her voice cut like lightning. All of you, get to the square. Now, from the crowd, a man stumbled forward, desperate. Please, Han, talk to the master. You're the only one who can stop this. Faces turned toward him, pleading, full of fear. But Han stood still. He didn't move. He didn't answer. And his stance never shifted. Jenna's voice broke the silence, soft, uncertain. Who are you sending in first? Han crossed his arms. His reply was firm. Absolute. Edith. She froze. Her level was too low, Han said, and as the newest arrival, she was the obvious choice. Edith's eyes widened in disbelief. Please, just give me another chance, she begged. But it was already sealed. A glowing card floated above the gate, her face stamped across it. System notification. Synthesis complete. Her level ticked upward. A faint yellow glow wrapped around her form. The crowd was silent, horrified. Han's gaze swept over them, his voice cutting cold and sharp. Don't think you can cling to me and survive by doing nothing. If you want to live here, earn it. At the front, a man trembled, his voice breaking. I don't know how to fight. My hands won't stop shaking. Han didn't spare him a glance. Instead, he turned to his team. Start training the villagers, he ordered. The blacksmith shifted uneasily. From scratch, it wouldn't be easy. But Han was certain. Fear alone would force them to learn. He added, anyone who thinks they've got the guts for close combat, come to me. I'll show you what you're really made of. For hunting and butchering, Jenna. For carpentry, Enoch. They've got options, Han said. All they need is the will to survive. Jenna's eyes lingered on him. Something in him had shifted. Softer, more willing to guide. You've changed, she said quietly. Han brushed it aside. But deep down, he knew she was right. If they followed him, maybe, just maybe, they wouldn't die for nothing. Later, the group climbed toward the towering 10th floor. Han felt it in his gut. He was going to need a second squad, one that could stand on its own. The next morning, darkness still hung over the sky when Chloe appeared with a tray of steaming golden buns. Morning, she beamed. Han raised a brow. What's cooking? Bread, she grinned. No flour, though. My partner was a baker. We used ground potatoes instead. Han tore into one, nodding with approval. Clever. Maybe we should grow wheat on the plateau. Could be the start of something real. The door creaked open. Edith stood waiting. Let's head to the training arena. Han noticed it immediately, the shift in her stance. Straight, confident. On the field, Jenna was already waiting, bow strapped across her back. Han walked up. Lose the bow. Spar with Edith. Daggers only. Jenna blinked. Daggers weren't her specialty, but she didn't hesitate. She drew the blades, spinning them smoothly in her hands before stepping onto the field. The match began. Edith moved fast, darting, weaving, eyes tracking every twitch of movement. She couldn't help but admire Jenna's precision. But Jenna wasn't holding back. You're not a kid, she called out. So stop fighting like one. Their pace accelerated. In seconds they were blurs, blades flashing, steel clashing across the arena. In one swift motion, Jenna flipped Edith onto the ground, her dagger pressed just above her chest. Edith lay still, catching her breath. Tell me, she asked, are you really just a mercenary? Or do you come from some great warrior family? Jenna shook her head. Neither, she replied. I'm just a hunter's daughter. What you see is the result of years of training. Han stepped forward, watching the spar come to an end. If the wolves of destruction had worked half as hard as this, he said with a faint smirk, they might have been worth worrying about. His eyes shifted to Edith. You're behind now, yes. But your potential goes far beyond your current level. Keep pushing, and the gap won't stay for long. The moment was cut short as Aaron stormed in, his frustration boiling over. That's not fair, he shouted. I've been training nonstop, and I still can't catch up. Han's voice was calm, steady. It isn't just about effort, he told him. It's about how you train and how you grow. Then, turning back to Edith, his tone sharpened. I don't care who you were before. Edith wiped the sweat from her face, her voice barely above a whisper. I remember what you did. I remember the work you left behind. Aaron kept running laps, his breath ragged, while the others practiced against dummies. Han simply stood back, observing in silence. This wasn't about preference anymore. They had to raise their worth. Because if they didn't, survival wouldn't be an option. Even with a few stepping into support roles, they were still short. 2 spots remained, and someone was going to be chosen for synthesis. Han's gaze fell on a man lingering at the edge of the field, hands in his pockets, sweat glistening on his skin. Han approached. What's your name? Usher, the man replied. That thing, the master, dragged us here to fight. Han picked up a club from a barrel, sizing him up. The man's build was strong. He looked ready. So, who were you before this? Usher scratched the back of his neck. A porter. Carried supplies for mercenaries. Set up camp. Took night watch. Han raised a brow. You moved better than someone who only hauled gear. Usher gave a small laugh. I always dreamed of getting promoted someday, becoming a merc myself. A faint grin crossed Han's face. Without warning, he raised a club. Then prove it. Show me what you've got. Not far away, two angelic statues stood carved into stone, the markers of the trial every recruit would face. That night, the master made himself clear, volunteers didn't matter. Eren threw himself into fight after fight and still went unnoticed. Two were chosen for synthesis. Neither survived, but Usher's card glowed with light. He endured. He rose again, stronger, now level 3. The rest were sent to the daily dungeon. One terrified recruit barely escaped, sprinting from a monster's jaws. Meanwhile, far underground, the mine of firestones remained sealed untouched, and under the heavy silence of the night, the settlement slept. At dawn, the streets filled with restless voices once more. Han stood at the front, arms crossed, scanning the gathered crowd. Anyone want to guess why you're here? The group shifted uneasily until Daika raised a hand. Are you picking a new team? Jenna frowned. Wait, I thought only the master could do that. Han gave a casual shrug. He listens to suggestions. This one's mine. He lifted a glass filled with folded slips of paper. We're drawing lots. Murmurs rippled through the group. 2 teams, Han said with a faint smirk. 6 of us. 3 each. Daika's face tightened with doubt. Relax, Han added. There's no downside. Each team gets a leader. He tapped his chest. One team has me. Then, turning slightly, the other has Edith. Edith froze. Me? Not Jenna. Han's gaze dropped, his voice flat. I don't like Jenna. Edith hesitated. Why split us at all? Han's reply came sharp and clear. We can't put everything on one team. If they fall, it's over. We need backup. For a moment, he closed his eyes, the memory of the 5th floor flashing in his mind. The chaos, the raw power difference. They'd barely made it out alive. One weak link had nearly dragged the entire squad down. He pictured maps, routes, and strategies. In a perfect world, a single elite team could storm through every level. But reality demanded more. Some missions ahead would require dozens, maybe hundreds. And one unprepared recruit could ruin it all. This second group wasn't just insurance. They were the final safeguard if Team 1 ever collapsed. Han thought of ending, recklessly throwing money into summoning heroes without plans or strategy, yet still managing results. There had to be a secret behind their success, something he hadn't figured out yet. He shook the thought away and raised the glass again, the slips now color-coded. Red team's with me. Blue goes with Edith. The division was clean. No room for protests. Setting the glass down, Han's voice cut through the air. Move out. A sudden gust swept across the training field, stirring dust and rattling wooden dummies. Jenna and Eren glanced down at the red slips clutched in their hands. Edith scanned the faces around her. She didn't need to guess. They didn't trust her. Daika confirmed it bluntly. Yeah, we don't trust you. Edith only shrugged. I'm new. Haven't done much yet. I get it. Han watched the tension build, then called out with a crooked grin. You'd better level up fast, Edith. Otherwise, you'll be choking on our dust. She smirked right back. After what we pulled off yesterday, don't expect us to go down easy. The moment didn't last. Both teams reached their next destination, and the skies split open. Rain came down hard as monsters closed in from every direction. A glowing system prompt appeared before their eyes. 7th floor, mission objective, eliminate all goblins. Rain poured down in sheets, but Han and his squad stood firm, goblins snarling all around them. Eren grinned, hefting his massive blade off his back. This'll be a walk in the park, he said, ready to charge. But Han stepped in front of him. Stand down. I'll handle this. The goblins shrieked and lunged. Han closed his eyes, drawing in a steady breath. A glowing prompt appeared before him. Berserk mode activated. His body ignited in a deep crimson glow. Then he moved. Like a storm unleashed, Han tore through the horde, every strike cutting down another foe. In moments, the battlefield lay silent, littered with motionless goblins. Only one remained, frozen and trembling. Han slid his blade onto his back. Jenna stepped up beside him, wanting to finish it. He shook his head. No, something's wrong here. This floor has more to it. Leave it. It's no threat. Turning away, Han walked toward the river where a broken dam loomed, shattered under the storm. As he studied it, a system alert rang out. Floor cleared. Reward, 10,000 gold, iron, or leather. Back outside the dungeon, Jenna stretched. I'm heading to wash up. Eren cracked his knuckles. I'll hit the arena. Need more training. But before he could leave, Han stopped him. Wait, Eren. A new system prompt appeared. Master has selected double beginner's pack. Cost, 90,001. Reward, 5,000 crystals, 100,000 gold. Han turned to Jenna, his tone sharp. Grab the lot from my room. Then he looked Eren dead in the eye. Go get Edith. Another notification blinked. Items would arrive by mail. Han's gaze shifted toward a nearby building glowing faintly pink. New players are about to flood in, he muttered. A small smile tugged at his lips. This always happened. Han wasn't the type to spend freely, but once he started, he never stopped. He remembered his first time logging in, how real it all felt. The AI alone had stunned him. Just watching Haynes move had been entertainment in itself. It wasn't just the battles or the synthesis system that drew people in. The game felt alive. Real players making real choices, even support heroes acting like they had minds of their own. Han had pulled plenty of friends into the game by now, and he always told them the same thing. The best part wasn't winning. It was watching how people handled the chaos. Memories of past players flickered in his head. Every floor harder than the last. Every wave, something new to manage. That was the thrill of being a master, guiding, planning, deciding every move. Then, two figures stepped into view. System IDs appeared. Ivalka and Roderick. The man scowled, glaring at the girl beside him. Who's she? Before anyone could respond, Ivalka stumbled, collapsing right in front of Han. Jenna walked over, frowning. What's with her? Why is she on the ground? Han brushed it off with a wave. Probably her clothes. Too fancy. Not made for moving. Edith stepped up, eyes scanning Ivalka. She's definitely noble, she said flatly. Edith glanced at Han. I've seen enough mercs to know people. So tell me, what's a noble doing here? Sunlight poured over the settlement walls. Han stood in silence, turning it over in his head. He understood summoning, he understood synthesis. But stats, skill trees, the finer mechanics? Still a mystery. He wasn't some high-level gamer, just a city guardian who happened to take things seriously. Then Roderick spoke up, uneasy. It's strange, like something's pulling the strings. Like there's an enemy right in front of me, and I'm forced to act. I can't shake the feeling. Han gave a slow nod. I'll explain everything. After the draw. He turned to Edith. It was time. The draw began. Blue team ended up with the old man. Red team drew the noble girl. Han stayed quiet, observing. A hardened veteran versus a sheltered aristocrat. The difference couldn't be clearer. Just then, Jenna rushed in carrying a glass. She sat down firmly. All right, time to draw your lots. Han didn't hesitate. He sprinted forward, hand shooting toward the glass, straight for the left slip. Ivalka's eyes tracked his every move. Then, something flickered in his mind. Fire? Edith reached at the same moment, her hand colliding with his. They locked eyes above the glass, both refusing to pull back. The same question hung unspoken between them. Who's letting go first? Han's gaze shifted to Ivalka. You a mage. A small flame danced in her palm as she raised her hand. Consider this my introduction, she said calmly. Neither Han nor Edith moved, neither willing to give up the lot. Han's thoughts raced. Warriors, rogues, even archers could be summoned in droves. But mages? Mages were rare. Too rare. Only available through donation summons. And even then, the odds were terrible. Caught in the tension, Ivalka looked shaken. Why are you all acting like I've done something wrong? That's when Jenna snapped. You peek at the lot, she shouted. That's cheating. She yanked the glass away. This was supposed to be random. No more bending the rules. Ivalka blinked, overwhelmed. What are you even doing? Han's reply was casual. Figuring out who gets you. You hesitated longer than the old man. Ivalka shook her head in disbelief. How am I supposed to understand any of this? It happened so fast. Roderick gave her a firm look. Think carefully. Did you claim a lot? Her hand flew to her mouth. This is awful, she whispered. Jenna folded her arms. This time, no tricks. We do it properly. Han gave Edith a nod. Let's draw again. Fair and square. Both pulled their lots. Han held his up, grinning. Settled. He turned to Ivalka. You're with me. With a quick motion, he sent her the party invite. Suddenly, Isel's hand shot out, dragging the other man away. His eyes widened in panic. You said we wouldn't get hurt if we worked hard. Han's tone stayed calm, almost indifferent. I'm not great with support types. Then, glancing back at Ivalka, his voice sharpened. If you don't want to end up like him, stay close to Isel. A message blinked into view. Synthesis complete. Ivalka's card pulsed with light, her level climbing. Han closed his eyes. That's what happens when you fall behind. He watched Isel walk off with the others. No choice this time. Better to follow the plan than get forced into it. Standing beside Roderick, Han gave a small nod. You're next. Then, almost casually, they were just synthesis material anyway. Another alert chimed. Roderick, level up. At the gate, Isel raised her hand. Open the space-time rift. Han's gaze sharpened. This was the rookie trial. Every step unfolding exactly as expected. Team 2, head inside, Isel ordered. Edith shot Han a sly grin before turning away. Looks like I'm leading Roderick this time. Guess that makes me your stand-in. Han's attention shifted back to Ivalka. What kind of magic do you use? She crossed her arms. Why do you need to know? His voice hardened. Answer the question. Ivalka flinched at the edge in his tone. Then she snapped back, voice trembling. This is disgusting. I shouldn't have to fight monsters at all. Han's reply was cold as steel. Disobedience leads to sacrifice. Fear flickered in her eyes as he stepped closer. His words dropped low, cutting. One last time, what's your magic? Later, Ivalka sat stiffly on a bench. Her voice finally broke the silence. Fire. Third circle flame. That's my strongest spell. Han stood in front of her, arms folded. Teleportation? Support spells. Ivalka lifted her chin. Any third circle mage can learn support magic. A grin tugged at her lips. But trust me, my firepower will blow you away. Han studied her for a long moment. Confidence, yes, but could she back it up? Flashy offense was easy. What mattered were shields, barriers, support, rare skills that actually decided survival. That was what he was hoping for. Still sitting on the bench, Ivalka didn't look rattled. Han's thoughts turned over. Why had he asked? She didn't show a visible skill window. Maybe she hadn't fully awakened. Unlikely, but not impossible. His tone dropped serious. You understand, don't you? From here on out, you will be fighting. Before Ivalka could answer, Edith's squad emerged from the rift, grinning. Roderick stood steady at her side. From the gleam in Edith's eyes, Han figured he'd held his own. Han turned to Jenna and Aaron. You're up. Get ready. Across the field, Isel's voice rang out. Team 1, prepare to enter the space-time rift. Han smirked. Let's move. They stepped into the glowing portal. Calm, calculated, Han guessed they'd be dropped on the 4th floor. As they walked, his voice stayed even. Nothing heavy yet. Harpies, goblins. Enough for us to gauge her abilities. Then he looked at Ivalka. When the fight starts, we'll hang back. Show us what you've got. His next words came almost lazily. Any one of us could solo this floor anyway. Ivalka froze, her earlier bravado wavering. But then she thrust a hand forward. Wait, just watch, you'll see. Isel blinked, a little amused, a little curious. She waved them off with a smile as a system prompt lit the air. Gate opening, 10 seconds. Isel's tone shifted, sharp and serious. Good luck. The gates creaked open. Han's eyes locked on the field beyond, and froze. This wasn't the 4th floor. It was the 8th. His breath caught. Weapons out now. He scanned the tree lean, voice grim. This has to be punishment. Or a test. His teeth clenched. We might have to retreat. Ivalka's eyes darted around. I've seen this place before. Down! Han roared. An arrow split the air, whistling toward her. She froze. Han lunged, slamming into her shoulder first, knocking her to the ground as it screamed past. A glowing prompt blinked before them. 8th floor, mission objective. Eliminate 27 level, 9 goblin riders. Then chaos. From the forest, goblins thundered out on massive wolves, snarling and armed to the teeth. Jenna's bow twanged. An arrow drilled through one rider, sending it crashing to the dirt. Han lifted his shield, barking orders over the storm of hooves and claws. Aaron, frontline now. The goblins surged forward. A blast shook the ground beside him, smoke clouding the air. Han threw his shield up, absorbing the impact. Out of the haze, one rider lunged. Han spun, steel flashing, cutting the goblin down mid-leap. But more came, wolves barreling straight for him. Aaron, I'm on it. Aaron roared, driving his spear clean through another rider. The goblin still fired as it fell, its crossbow bolt whistling, dead on, toward Aaron's chest. Han's voice cracked through the field, sharp and commanding. Ivalka, cast now. She spun, panicked. Cast what? What am I supposed to? Her eyes darted wildly. What do I do? Han's fury snapped through his words. You're a mage, prove it. He slashed through another goblin, blade cleaving in a blur. How long to cast? Dodging a rider's swipe, he roared again. Start casting now. Frustration boiled in his voice as his sword carved another foe down in a single sweep. Behind him, Ivalka finally shut her eyes. Runes flared to life, glowing circles spinning in the rain-soaked air. Between her hands, a dense sphere of mana swelled. Aaron, Han barked. Cover Jenna, block the bolts. Aaron twirled his spear, nodding once before planting himself in front of Jenna. She steadied her aim, arrows flying with renewed focus. Han stepped back, bracing himself protectively in front of Ivalka. The goblins had caught on. She was the threat. Their eyes locked on her, charging harder. Han grimaced. She doesn't need a magic shield, and soon. He risked a glance over his shoulder. Could she even channel through barriers? He wasn't sure. Didn't matter. She wasn't listening. Her eyes were shut, mana pouring into the spell, everything else shut out. Wide open. Jenna's shout cut through the clash. Han's jaw set. This was bad. Ivalka was rising, feet lifting off the ground, her entire body glowing as she focused. But she was frozen in place. At her level, she couldn't move and cast at the same time. The wolves drew closer. One lunged, jaws snapping. Han braced, shield colliding with the rider's strike. The impact rattled through his arm, knocking him off balance. The goblin slashed, narrowly missing as Han rolled hard, mud splattering across the ground. He sprang up in one fluid motion, sword arcing clean through the rider's chest. The wolf collapsed, lifeless. But the swarm kept coming. Another wolf lunged, low and fast. Han didn't hesitate. His blade cut clean, splitting it in a single stroke. Blood sprayed across the battlefield. He spun, and his stomach dropped. A goblin was already on Ivalka, weapon raised. Han didn't think. He just moved. He darted forward, yanked her back, and ran. Through the chaos, he shot her a hard look. You're reckless. Don't cast without defense. The squad sprinted toward the forest. Is the path still blocked? Jenna panted. We'll deal with it when we get there, Han growled, dragging Ivalka by the wrist. As soon as we hit the trees, you unload everything you've got. The goblins closed in. Ivalka nodded once, breath sharp, eyes narrowed. Jenna glanced back, pointing ahead. We might be able to cut through. Ivalka faltered. Han didn't slow. He shoved her forward with a hard kick. You think dying's an escape, he snapped. Then he stopped cold. Eyes locked on the swarm. His body shifted. Fangs bared. Muscles coiled. Go, he growled. I'll catch up. A notification pulsed. Berserk mode activated. Crimson light tore across his body. His second transformation that day. His muscle screamed, but he kept going. A crossbow bolt screamed toward him. Han caught it with a shield, then ducked under a charging rider. The collision nearly dropped him flat. On one knee, gasping, surrounded. Another goblin rushed. Han's grip tightened. With a roar, he exploded forward, smashing through their line like a wrecking ball. They think mobility's their edge, he shouted, voice wild. Then we take it away. His shield slammed into a rider, sending both goblin and wolf crashing back. He fought like a storm, strike after strike, no pause, no mercy. Han, behind you. Aaron's voice cracked, panicked. Too late. Pain ripped through him. A system alert flashed across his vision. Berserk mode deactivated. A goblin loomed above, spear ready. Han twisted hard, driving his sword up through its chest. Blood splattered as its wolf collapsed under it. He tore his blade free, turning for the next wave. Aaron froze, helpless. Snap out of it. Han barked. I've got this, just hold your ground. He ducked another blow, dodged a wild flurry, striking back in brutal arcs. How much longer, Ivalka? He roared. She's done, Jenna shouted. Han bolted, bursting from the mob. He leapt high, vaulting across the battlefield. Midair, he kicked off a goblin's helmet, weaving through the chaos like a blur. Disappear, he snarled. And then it came. A crimson light exploded around Ivalka. Wind tore outward, her hair flaring as the earth shook beneath her. Her eyes snapped open. Ignite. Flames roared from Ivalka's hands. A firestorm erupted across the field, ripping past Han, obliterating everything in its path, yet leaving him untouched. The blast split the earth, shockwaves rattling the ground. Smoke blanketed the battlefield. Han hit the dirt, eyes darting, stunned at the sheer force behind her magic. What is she? Another beam ignited from Ivalka's palms, raw energy tearing through the goblin line as if it were nothing. From cover, Jenna peeked around a tree, jaw slack. That's real magic. Han's focus sharpened. Goblins were regrouping in the haze. Need backup now, he barked. He launched forward again, muscles heavy with fatigue, but his strikes stayed precise. Brute force alone wouldn't cut it. He had to rely on technique. Steel rang. Han parried one goblin's slash, twisted, and drove his blade straight through its chest. An arrow whistled, piercing another. Jenna grinned. Did that help? Aaron appeared at her side, his spear impaling a rider clean through. The wolf tumbled with its master. Need a hand, old man? Aaron teased. Han chuckled between sharp breaths, finally growing a spine. Jenna dove in. Arrows sang from her bow. She rolled under a strike, drew a dagger, and rammed it into a goblin skull. Then a wolf, riderless, bolted straight at Ivalka. She didn't flinch. Her eyes stayed shut. Before it reached her, a gunshot cracked. The wolf crumpled, a bullet buried in its skull. From the dirt, Jenna muttered, All right, now, it's serious. She whirled on Ivalka. Snap out of it. Move. Too late. Flames curled tighter around Ivalka's fist. Strange runes burned across her face. Jenna's eyes widened. Panic. Retreat. Now. Han and Aaron yanked back, retreating fast. Ivalka's eyes opened slowly. They'll burn, she whispered. The ground sizzled, then detonated. A torrent of fire ripped through the field. Ash and heat flooded outward. Han raised a shield, bracing against the inferno. If she didn't stop soon, they'd be consumed too. The smoke thinned. The battlefield was scorched, twisted, barely recognizable. Han scanned the wasteland. Is it? He stopped cold. More riders surged through the haze. And then Ivalka raised her hands again. Go beyond, she whispered. Ascent. A cyclone of fire exploded outward, spiraling into a storm that swallowed everything. Trees bent, earth shattered, the air itself burned. Jenna clung to a tree, nearly torn off her feet. The battlefield became a blazing maelstrom. When the flames died, Only ruin remained. A massive crater, scorched black and smoking. At the center stood Ivalka, motionless, surrounded by charred earth. Han's eyes widened. A system prompt appeared. Floor cleared. Reward, 20,000 gold, iron, or wolfskin. MVP, Ivalka. No one spoke as they walked from the battlefield, silence heavy around them. Finally, Aaron broke it. She wiped out over 20 riders. In one blast. Ivalka grinned, unbothered. That's the strength of fire. She pressed a hand to her chest, voice steady. And if I ever draw on my true power, you won't believe what you'll see. I carry the soul of the Rivel Witch. Ivalka's nose bled, then she crumpled to the ground. Han dropped to a knee beside her, pulling up her stats. She's out. Mana's at 0. He studied her unconscious face and let out a long sigh. She won't be casting again for at least a minute. That meant only one thing. They'd have to protect her until she recovered. Her card blinked into focus in his mind. No support skills. Strength, agility, endurance, all barely 1 star. But Han had led mages before. He knew what made them dangerous. Still, this was different. She wasn't a fighter. She was a weapon. A living artillery cannon with no armor. Pure firepower, wrapped in fragile skin. Jenna slung Ivalka over her shoulder with a grin. Watching them, Han thought to himself, power like this didn't show up often. She was worth keeping an eye on. When they stepped out of the portal, the team carried a different energy, spirits high. Han glanced at the sky. At this rate, he muttered, I might not be the one standing in the spotlight for long. The next day, progress shifted to a new priority, building a magic center. As the player logged in, the city map unfolded. A prompt shimmered into view. Select building. Research and Magic Lab unlocked. New research skills available. Alchemy Lab unlocked. Materials can now be synthesized. Library unlocked. Mages can expand magical knowledge. The map zoomed out, the 3 structures fusing into one sprawling complex. The Magic Hall. But as the city expanded, complaints came with it. Sweat dripping, Ivalka sprinted with the group, face twisted in frustration. Why should someone of my rank be doing this pointless training? She snapped. My brain is my weapon. Han watched her stumble along, shaking his head. She could rain fire like no one else, but if she couldn't move while casting, she wouldn't last. He picked up speed, pulling ahead. Quit talking and run. In a real fight, stamina matters, especially when swords and spears are flying at you. A smirk tugged at his lips as he glanced back. Besides, training gear looks a lot better on you than that stiff dress. Ivalka huffed between breaths. That stiff dress was custom-made by my family. It boosts my firepower. Han didn't slow. Yeah? Doesn't matter if you're too slow to live long enough to use it. He sprinted harder. And this barely even counts as training. 3 laps, no weights, jogging pace. Compared to my drills, it's nothing. With a grin, he surged ahead. You must really want potatoes for dinner, he called over his shoulder. Don't worry. I'll make sure someone hears about it. His eyes flicked to the side, spotting a guy still standing, just watching. Han laughed. You planning to stand there all day? Observation skills are great, but you'll need more than that. The scene shifted. Han stood before the newly finished Magic Hall. City map hovering in view, with Ivalka's data highlighted. A lucky break. Just before reaching the 10th dungeon floor, they had gained a mage. His eyes scanned the dungeon access routes. The newly unlocked Israelita mines widened their options. They could now clear 3 separate weekly dungeons in one run. Han pictured the loot vault. Dark, quiet, brimming with materials waiting to be forged into something greater. Time to begin potion production. A system notification flickered. Ending has logged out. Still jogging laps. Jenna raised her arms, shouting toward Ivalka. Come on, you've got this. Inside the magic hall, Han spoke half to himself as he worked. High-grade potions usually came from professional pharmacists or alchemists, sure, but with the mini-game system, anyone could craft them. Just like weapons. Just like gear. He glanced at his avatar. In the interface, it looked like he was holding a book, though he couldn't make out a single word on the pages. His gaze shifted to the cauldron. All right, he muttered. Let's get started. Flowers. Fangs. Tossed in. The interface blinked alive, the mini-game sparking to life. Han tapped through each prompt quickly. Success messages lined up, one after another. Test tubes lit, glowing with bright, swirling liquid. 6 healing potions. 2 for mana. Isel stood off to the side, while Han ran through the numbers in his head. Maybe people would ask questions later, but better to be over-prepared than dead. Night fell over the fortress city. Han stood at the brazier, fire crackling in the dark. His team circled around him. We've got a mage now, he said. His voice carried steady. He gestured at the flames. Guess why I brought this? With a sly smile, Han lowered his hand straight into the fire. Jaws dropped. What are you doing? Jenna gasped. Han didn't flinch. If Ivalka uses fire, then we'd better get used to fire. The flames licked at his skin. His grin turned sharp, almost feral, as he began to count. 1, 2, 3. Then he pulled his hand free. The skin was black and charred. He gripped his wrist, staring at his palm as the others froze. I'm fine. Before their eyes, the flesh began to heal, slow but steady. This, Hans said, voice low, is why it matters. He turned toward them, tone firm now. Her spells aren't just fireworks. If you're not ready, they'll cut through you the same way they cut through the enemy. If you want to survive, train for it. Jenna shifted uneasily. Do we really have to do this now? Aaron glanced down, nervous. How do we even know when to stop? Han raised his hand, scars still fading. You stop when the pain wins. He looked into the fire. We keep going until our bodies remember the flame. Aaron's lips twitched into a tight smile. 5th floor. I remember. His fingers trembled as he stepped toward the brazier. Han's hand shot out, grabbing his wrist. He leaned in close. Do it when no one's watching, Han whispered. No need to stand here proving yourself by screaming in front of the others. Aaron froze, then slowly stepped back. Jenna stood stiff, fists clenched. Her voice cracked. I can't. I'm not doing this. I fight from the back anyway. Han stepped toward her, smile softening. He took her trembling hand, guiding it toward the flames. If we do it together, it won't hurt as much. Just a little sting, like a mosquito bite. His tone gentled, but the weight stayed. You really gonna keep running every time Ivalka casts? In his mind, Han saw it clearly. Ivalka surrounded, monsters pressing in on all sides. No teleportation, no shields, only fire, only her. Without them, she wouldn't even last a minute. She couldn't dodge, not even against the slowest foe. Han's eyes locked on Jenna. If you don't want to see her fall on the 10th floor, then it starts here. Now, steel rang as he drew his blade without warning. Sorry, Aaron, he muttered, turning. The sword spun once in his hand, then sliced deep across his own palm. Blood welled, dripping. He raised it high, a sharp grin cutting across his face. We train for pain too. He passed Aaron a smaller knife. You don't need to follow my lead. As long as it builds your resistance, it works. Even as he said it, a weight pressed down on him. It felt wrong, brutal, but survival demanded it. Han lifted his hand over the brazier. Heat pulsed against his skin. Wounds heal with potions, yes, but the agony stayed. And in battle, you needed to keep moving, no matter how much it burned. His gaze flicked back to Jenna. This isn't mandatory. Not for you. But one day, it could mean the difference between life and death. Jenna bit her lip. Maybe, I'll try later. Han gave a short nod, then turned toward the window. There's another option. Switching. With that skill, she could flow seamlessly between daggers and arrows. Close or long range, no hesitation. Unpredictable, lethal. He pictured their formation. No fixed lanes, no rigid roles. From now on, they would move like a single body. A triangle with Ivalka at its heart. Training would start tomorrow. He met Jenna's eyes again. I know this isn't your style, but me and Aaron, we can't shield her forever. You're part of this too. In his mind, the image sharpened. Their party forming a wall of steel around Ivalka, knights circling their queen. Only then could her true power break free. 2 mages would have been ideal, one for attack, one for support. But they only had her. No backup. Han exhaled slowly. They hadn't even cleared the 9th floor yet. And chances were, they wouldn't. The second team would likely claim that victory, gain the experience. Everyone knew it, even Enning. They were being molded into the fallback unit. Han set down a bucket of water and spread the cards across the table. Each bore a single word: subjugation, survival, guard, breakthrough, execution, defense, siege, pursuit, escape. It was clear now. The 10th floor wasn't for one team. It would demand 2. He struck a match, dropped it into the brazier. Flames roared to life. This wasn't just another dungeon. It was a joint operation. High stakes, high risk. Han thrust his hand back into the fire. His jaw clenched. No more mistakes. No more close calls. Smoke curled up, burning his throat. He coughed, eyes watering, but he didn't move. The scene cut to a small glowing house. A new message blinked in the air. Skill unlocked. Fire resistance. Inside the chamber, Han stood face to face with Ivalka. His words cut sharp and direct. As you are now, you're nothing but dead weight. She froze, eyes widening. If you're going to tone down your spells, he pressed on, then shortened the cast time. Save your mana. Otherwise, don't even bother. His gaze didn't waver. Well, can you handle that? Ivalka jolted, stumbling forward as though her body moved before her mind. I can. I'll do it. I'll follow your orders. Han watched her rush ahead. In his head, the battlefield replayed itself. Erupting flames, waves of heat tearing across the ground, chaotic bursts swallowing enemies whole. That was her gift. Pure fire. But raw destruction wasn't enough. Her arsenal centered around 3 branches of magic: ignition, flaring explosives, and focus blasts. Each came with its own variations, each draining her reserves at an unforgiving pace. The stronger the output, the heavier the cost. Han's hand brushed the hilt of his sword as he shifted toward Jenna. She was waiting with bow in hand, eyes bright, ready to push. He knew they all had more to give. Ivalka's firepower could wipe armies, but if the rest of them didn't rise to match her, they'd crumble long before the 10th floor. Jenna loosed an arrow with a grin. I'm ready. Han deflected it with a clean strike. Once, sparring had been simple, dodge, counter, reset. Not anymore. No shields. No buffers. He had started weaving in extra challenges, more pressure, more risk. Jenna's smirk widened. You're adapting fast. Almost impressive. His eyes fixed on the arrowhead, his voice steady. This isn't about trading compliments. Another arrow flew. He split midair. Skill acquired. Projectile defense. Fencing basics. LV6. Shield basics. LV6. Jenna suddenly broke into a charge, blade flashing in her grip. Han leaned back, slipping just out of range, but she was already reaching behind her shoulder, arrow drawn, switching weapons mid-motion. Han tightened his hold on his sword, tracking her every step. She'd begun as a 1-star, a name barely worth mentioning. But her growth, it was staggering. Without this push, without training, she might have stayed a shadow forever. Jenna raised a finger to her lips and whispered, teasing, "Didn't you say no compliments during training?" Han laughed under his breath, lunging in to grab her cheeks between his palms. Careful. People are going to start asking where those scars came from. He turned then, his focus shifting. Aaron's turn. A 1-star, through and through. Still crawling at level 3 with a spear. For days, he'd even disappeared from training altogether, isolating himself, forcing his body to adapt to pain. A dangerous path, but one he'd chosen alone. Meanwhile, Ivalka stood in the heart of the magic hall. Her own chamber forged for fire. Even restrained, her flames flooded the space, licking at walls reinforced to withstand her power. Unless the battle demanded more, she had to limit herself to first-class spells. Anything higher risked breaking the hall itself. Han's attention drifted toward the far wall, where a cluster of recruits sat, slumped in exhaustion. A scattered bunch of 1-stars. Weak, uncoordinated, drowning in their own struggle. Not one of them could hold a proper fight. And with the 5-person cap, every slot mattered. None of them were worth it. Han's jaw tightened. Was Enning seriously considering pulling these deadweights into his unit? The thought alone made his grip tighten around his blade. The following day, the scene shifted. Edith's squad returned, bloodied but standing. They'd cleared the 9th floor. Players stumbled out of the portal, battered and limping. Some carried wounds that potions couldn't fix. Others weren't whole anymore. Han stood to the side, arms crossed, his eyes refusing to meet theirs. What was the mission? His voice was flat, cold. Edith stepped forward, her eyes closed. We were ordered to wipe out a goblin village. Roughly 50 of them. Anything unusual? Han pressed, her head lowered. The ground was slick, mud everywhere like it had been raining for days. That was all she offered before turning away, saying nothing more. Han stared straight ahead. Now was their turn. A sudden flash lit the portal, flames exploding outward. A system notice followed. The floor had been cleared. Ivalka's level rose instantly. Han emerged with his team, his mind already racing. The 4th floor had served its purpose. It wasn't a training ground anymore. He quickly took stock. Han himself had reached level 10. Jenna sat at 8. Aaron trailed at 6. Ivalka had just hit 4. His fist clenched. That was it. They'd hit the ceiling. Without access to higher floors, their growth stopped here. Later, another player approached to introduce his squad. Dagger production had begun in earnest, and equipment had been upgraded across the board. The flimsy D-rank leather was gone, replaced by solid D-rank iron plate. Han and Aaron now carried proper daggers. The guy even revealed Shern and Makin's cards. They'd been officially slotted into the 1st and 2nd squads. Still trailing behind, but at least they were moving forward. Han thought back to how long it had taken just to push this far, to scrape their way up to the 10th floor. Isel leaned back with a smirk. So what now? You turning into Loki? Planning to call all the shots? You think you can juggle something that complex? Han sat at a table buried in paperwork, stacks of documents closing in. If I could figure all that out, he muttered, I'd be a god by now. He shot her a look. Why do you always show up just to toss weird questions at me? If it were him, he would have already broken through all 100 floors. Han explained that the guy she was comparing him to wasn't just strong. He was chosen. The system itself had marked him. And even with that, it had taken him 2 full years just to claw his way up to the 88th floor. Dozens of teams have been erased along the way, caught by random traps and twisted mechanics. Han leaned against his hand, lost in thought. The Master of Choose Me only grew stronger every time a squad failed. And yet Ink had never failed. Somewhere deep inside, Han admitted it. Maybe their first true defeat wouldn't come until that man was gone. Meanwhile, out on the street, tension coiled. A group of men stood facing the guards. Ivalka looked away, uneasy. It's too crowded, she whispered. That little fairy hasn't summoned anyone yet. Han stayed silent, his gaze fixed on nothing. Half an hour had passed since Inning last appeared. That could only mean one thing. He was still deciding. Then, the system prompt appeared before them. Would you like to enter the 10th floor? The guy fixed his eyes on the dungeon gate. Should he step through now, or hold back? Han folded his arms, a hard frown pulling at his face. The newest recruit wasn't ready. Even after hitting level 10, promotion hadn't come. His skills were still shallow, not nearly polished enough. With another week, maybe less, they could sharpen everything, max out the squad's basics. Then the 10th floor run would be smoother. But Han knew better. If this was Ennington's call, waiting wasn't on the table. Above the portal, Isel rose into position. The rift of time and space unfolded, shimmering with power. Han's jaw tightened. For them, this was survival. For the Master? Just another trial. If they all burned out here, he'd summon replacements without blinking. Sharon glanced toward Han, uneasy. The order was simple when the fight began. Don't get involved. Stay back. Han clenched his fists. His swordsmanship was stuck at level 1. Even reaching level 3 wouldn't change much. He'd only drag them down. He cursed himself quietly for not starting sooner. Then the system voice rang out. Critical mission. 2 squads required. Insufficient numbers? Reinforcements will be dispatched. Tactical stations active. Heroes may be assigned roles before engagement. Han's expression darkened. Tactical stations? He didn't even know how to use them. The mechanics were far beyond what he'd learned. Exhaling, he crossed his arms. I sell. Pull supplies from storage. System confirmed. Inventory restocked. The right hero with the right gear could trigger items mid-battle. Han went over the list in his head. 6 healing potions. Split evenly, 3 per group. Edith snatched them up, grinning. Locked and loaded. Han gave a short nod, turning to Ivalka. Magic potions are yours. His tone sharpened. And once we're in, expect separation. Find the center. If you can't climb, get high ground. Isel scowled, stretching out her hand. Nobody interfere with Han. I'll be keeping watch. Han brushed her off with a smirk. No need, fairy. Don't worry. I'll climb that tower. Light swallowed them whole. Suddenly, a man crumpled to his knees in a yard, clutching his head and sobbing. We're all dead. They'll kill everyone. No way to win. Han didn't hesitate. He shoved the man aside with his boot. The figure spun, dazed, eyes darting. Who are you? Jenna studied him carefully. He doesn't notice us. Can you even see us? She paused, brows furrowed. Or maybe he's just an NPC. Han stood still, watching. NPCs spawning mid-mission wasn't new. Sometimes they bugged, repeating lines, breaking immersion. Just part of the system. He lifted his gaze, scanning their surroundings. The town's buildings, something about them felt off. Familiar, almost. Aaron shifted stiffly at his side. Yeah, I've seen this before. Not exact, but close. Feels Western somehow. Han shot him a sharp look, startled. That couldn't be right. Aaron suddenly pointed toward one of the buildings. No, this lines up. We've been here before. The guy scanned the streets, brow furrowed. Yeah, this is the same city we saw back on the 5th floor. Except back then, it was already in ruins. Han paused, recalling it clearly. Leaves scattering over broken rooftops, the silence of a place long dead. The difference was obvious. Back then, the city had already fallen. Here, it was still standing. The girl spoke up, uneasy. The timeline feels wrong. Han stepped in front of Jenna, steadying her. That's not the only strange thing going on. We'll sort it out later. Han faced the group, arms crossed, voice firm. We've already been summoned. The only way out now is through. Complete the mission, or we don't leave. One of the men muttered what they all knew. The battle hadn't started yet. That gave them a small window to scout. Han gave sharp nod. 5 minutes. Gather what you can. Meet back here. If you're late, we move without you. Dark clouds coiled above the tower, casting the city in shadow. Han climbed to a window, taking in the streets below. From here, he had the best view. His brow furrowed. The soldiers patrolling the city looked uneasy. Morale was crumbling already. Then came the sound. Steady, heavy marching. Goblins. Thousands of them pouring in from the northern forest, closing the distance like a tidal wave. Han guessed they'd bring assault ladders first. No siege weapons yet, but it was only a matter of time. He shifted his focus eastward. The river. It was the same scenario they'd faced back on the 7th floor. An overwhelming rush of enemies, fury boiling at the front. But here, no battering rams. Han's eyes moved to the front lines. Knights were forming up outside the castle walls. But less than half of them were human. The rest, something else entirely. He calculated quickly. 10-1 odds. Even if the line looked steady now, it was a setup for disaster. Han descended the stairs, his thoughts racing. The mission wasn't official yet. That gave them one advantage. Time. Survival-type missions weren't about eliminating every enemy. They were about holding out, lasting long enough to see the system declare victory. He pictured the strategy unfolding, shouting commands, directing squads. If all they had to do was defend for a set duration, maybe this floor wasn't as impossible as it looked. He remembered the crowd from earlier, the way Ivalka had laughed at the noise. That many NPCs meant bodies on the field. Decoys, distractions, and with a defensive mage in their roster, they had at least one anchor to lean on. His squad regrouped one by one. Han stood silent, eyes narrowed. The wheel was turning again. Then he froze. 3 notifications struck in rapid succession. Triple ping. There was only one meaning behind that: top-tier difficulty. The system pulled up the city layout, stamping the mission across the screen. Prevent the city from falling. Han pictured it in his head, knights straining to hold the wall as goblins swarmed in. Even with squads 1 and 2 combined, they had only 10 players. Add squad 3 and the NPCs, and that brought the count to around 360 defenders. Against thousands. The guy's expression darkened. We'll share findings first. Then we finalize strategy and lock in positions. Jenna sat casually on someone's pack, swinging one leg as she spoke. I tried talking to the townsfolk. Nothing. They don't respond at all. We can touch them, see them, but it's like we're invisible to them. Aaron stepped forward and rolled out the map across the table. The attack's coming from the north and east gates. South and west are sealed. No escape routes. The meaning was clear. If the outer wall collapsed, everyone inside was finished. Edith folded her arms, her frown deepening. So what's the plan then? Han lowered his head, silent, stretching. The mission left no room for guesswork. Defense, nothing else. He straightened, arms crossing over his chest. We hold the line. No one breaks through. We stop every last one. Edith blinked at him, disbelief written all over her face. That's impossible. Roderick raised a hand, calm and deliberate. Then what about retreat? We could abandon the city, fight from the outside, use hit-and-run tactics. Han's brow tightened. His eyes dropped to the map. Maybe, but I doubt the system would count it. Not unless we break the invasion completely. His gaze lifted toward the central tower. Inside, the glowing statue pulsed faintly, radiating power. Han knew the sign. Twin goddesses, markers of critical missions. Special events only. He snapped back to the group. Forget the goblins. If that statue falls, we fail. Doesn't matter how many bodies we cut down. Roderick crossed his arms, eyes shut in thought. So what you're saying is, we guard that thing while being crushed under endless waves. Han squared his stance to match him. Exactly. That's the mission. We don't hold the line, we don't survive. His eyes swept across the squad, reading the unease on their faces. Roderick took a step forward. So it's a trap either way. No matter where we run, we're stuck inside. Sweat traced down Han's cheek. The system was throwing them into a wall. Brutal, nearly impossible. But if it was still winnable, then there had to be a thread they could pull. His jaw locked. He spread the map out wider. They've got numbers, but no siege gear. No rams. No catapults. Just ladders. It's one force, one server. If we play this right, we can stall them. His finger stabbed the northern wall. Edith squad, you head there. Reinforce the line. Your job is to cut the ladders before they latch. Edith shot him a hard stare. There's 5 of us. Even with the 300 station here, that won't be enough. Han didn't flinch. With second squad joining, that's another 50 bodies. His voice dropped lower. And remember, they haven't rolled out siege weapons. Not yet. He pictured it. Soldiers swarming the wall, ladders clattering against stone. They're betting everything on numbers. We stay mobile, reinforce weak spots, and we can hold out longer than they think. Edith's expression stayed sharp, unrelenting. That's not the problem. Han paused, shutting his eyes, listening. Her voice came quieter, steady as steel. Even if we hold them here, it won't end. Not tonight. Not tomorrow. Han saw it in his head. Alleys flooded with goblins, streets drowning in chaos. Odds stacked 10 to 1. 2 squads against thousands. Even if they bought time, even if they stalled. Best case? They delayed the inevitable. Worst case? The city drowned in green, and they went down with it. He could see them now. Thousands of goblins rushing past broken defenses. Even if their fighters gave it everything, even if they cut that ratio in half, they'd still be outnumbered 5 to 1. And one thing they'd learned from the 5th floor, goblins don't run. This fight couldn't be won. Not by normal means. Just then, one of the guys walked up to Jenna, who looked startled. There's a river east of the city, he said. Same one we saw on the 7th floor. He remembered it clearly, standing in floodwaters, rain crashing down, the dam breaking, everything overflowing. Han's mind raced, piecing together every battle from floors 5 through 9. One thing kept coming up: the dam. The game had pushed them toward it for a reason. But why? How could a dam, far from the front line, change the course of this fight? His fist clenched. They were still missing something. Then Jenna froze, eyes wide. She clasped her hands tightly. I hear a horse, by the river. In her head, the memory hit like lightning. Rain. and across the river, an army forming ranks. Han spun to her, stunned. It all clicked. Edith stood still, staring into the distance. Shocked, Han grabbed Jinna's face, frustrated. Why are you just telling us now? Then he turned to Edith. Buy time, as much as you can. If the outer wall breaks, fall back to the inner defense line. Use everything, soldiers, civilians, whatever it takes. Shut the gates. Hold them off, no matter what it costs. Then he turned back, a small grin forming. We got the harder job, and when we come back, I want to hear you say we were too strong, not too late. Edith grinned back. We'll give it everything. Jinna blinked. Wait, this is a plan? Isn't this reckless? What are we even doing? Aaron turned sharply, tense. We're leaving the walls? There are thousands out there. Are you trying to get us killed? Han looked up, eyes sharp. If we stay, we're dead anyway. He imagined soldiers stranded by the river. Back on the 7th floor, the dam was already gone. If what Jinna heard was a reinforcement unit, then maybe the reason we lost the 5th floor was because they never made it across in time. He spread the map. Our job is on the east bank. Wipe out the goblins. And stop the dam from going. One of the girls glanced at him, uncertain. Han drew his sword. We move now. Time to strike. Charging ahead, he roared. This is just the inner wall. The real fight's beyond it. Near the gate, he turned. Jinna, scout the area from above. Aaron, be ready. Open the gate on my mark. He faced forward again. Ivalka, charge a 2nd level spell. Fire the second that gate opens. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Shern getting into position. Aaron reached for the rope. Knights rushed in, yelling for him to stop. From up top, Jinna shouted, They're everywhere. Goblins are packed outside. Open that gate, and they'll pour in. Han snapped, voice sharp. Doesn't matter, we're going through. He stepped between Aaron and the knights. Ivalka's burning us a path. Nobody interferes. The knights roared back in protest. We'll die before we let you through. Jinna darted out from behind a wall, her boots slamming into one knight's chest, sending him sprawling. Ivalka's palms shimmered, fire gathering fast. The gate creaked open. An arrow sliced through the crack. Han snatched it mid-air, inches before it could pierce Ivalka. Without pause, he spun and hurled it back. A goblin screamed as the shaft buried itself deep. From above, Jinna dropped down and crushed another soldier flat. Then rain. It spattered against stone. Cold. Heavy. Han tilted his head back, droplets sliding across his face. The sound echoed in his ears. Rain. He glanced toward Ivalka. Fire still coiled around her hands, unbothered by the storm. So, it's true, he muttered under his breath. Water can't snuff her flames. The gate groaned wider. Aaron screamed. A surge of monsters burst through, flooding forward. They charged straight at Ivalka. Her hand rose. Ignite. Flames erupted, a torrent exploding outward. The front ranks of goblins dissolved instantly, their bodies reduced to ash. The gate itself transformed into a blazing wall, fire consuming everything in its reach. Dozens gone in an instant. Jinna and Aaron sprinted forward, weapons ready, both throwing a quick glance back at Ivalka. She was already clutching a potion. Drink after every cast. Han barked, eyes locked on her. Don't stop. This is just the warm-up, you ready? Ivalka stepped past him, voice steady. Who do you think I am? Shern froze nearby, eyes wide, body trembling. Han shot him a look, still thinking of tagging along. The system alert flashed, Shern in panic. Stats cut by 30%. Han closed his eyes, exhaling. Go find Edith. She'll put you to work. Survive this, and maybe she'll finally hear that confession of yours. The knights slammed the gate shut behind them, bolts locking in place. Han's voice cut cold. Seal it tight. No turning back. He faced the swarm ahead, blade drawn. Forward's the only path, and I'll cut down every last one of them. He surged ahead, issuing orders. Positions. Everyone spread. To Ivalka, his tone sharpened. Stick to first-class fire. Low output, widespread. Scorch the field, don't stop. Rain hammer harder, sizzling as it hit the flames. They'll break through if the fire drops. Han growled. The horde surged again. Han tracked the rhythm. 20 seconds till her next cast. A goblin lunged. 18. His blade rose, cutting it down. Bolts whistled overhead. Crossbows firing. Han raised his shield, catching the volley before it struck Ivalka. A stone hurtled in. He spun, kicking it aside. Aaron's spear drove through a goblin's gut, ripping it free in a spray. Jinna's blade flashed, severing one head clean. She spun, loosing an arrow point blank into another skull. For seconds, another goblin crept up behind Aaron. Han didn't hesitate. He hurled his sword. The monster dropped instantly. Drawing a fresh blade, his eyes never left Ivalka. Protect her. Han's voice cut across the chaos. They're locking on, shift formation. Ivalka unleashed her next surge. Fire tore outward, a roaring blaze that lit up the battlefield. Screams ripped through the air as goblins went up in flames. Go! Push through! Han barked. They charged over scorched earth, heat searing through armor and skin. But they pushed on. With Ivalka at their center, it was possible. Still, the goblin tide never stopped. A wall of snarling bodies bore down on them, the stampede endless. Keep firing. Han roared above the storm. The rain's choking the flames. We need more spells. The fire barrier was already dimming. Han jabbed a finger left. Aaron, reinforce that side. I'll hold this wave myself. Steel clashed with flesh. The rhythm of combat was brutal, unrelenting. And through it all, Han kept the clock in his head. 20 seconds more. A goblin sprang from the flank. Han spun, cutting it down in one fluid strike. Switch positions, he commanded. Ivalka's voice rang out, another blast. Flames cascaded, reducing the next charge to cinders. Han snapped forward. Move with the blaze. Step with it. Press on. The team surged ahead, fire their only shield. Each burst carved them a path closer to the river. But the goblins didn't break. Packed shoulder to shoulder, they pressed under rain-soaked banners. No fear, only hate. Then the ground shook. Towering above the horde, a brute emerged. Massive, grotesque, his banner raised high. Red eyes blazed under a crooked brow, sword lifted to the sky. His roar split the battlefield. Filthy swine. Another wave of fire tore across the field, flames twisting through the rain like serpents made of light. Han shouted, Aaron, push harder. Don't stop. But through smoke and heat, two crimson eyes pierced the haze. A goblin lunged, spear thrusting. Han pivoted, sidestepped cleanly, then drove his blade deep into its chest. That's when he realized the goblins had shifted. No more hesitation, no more retreat. They were hurling themselves straight into the fire. They'd changed their strategy. Han snarled, blades sweeping in wide arcs, cutting down bodies one after another. Still, his eyes flicked upward, toward the hill. The brute was still there, roaring, pointing, commanding. He wasn't just muscle. He was directing every move, driving them like pawns. And then it hit Han. The delay in Ivalka's casting. He'd noticed it. That monster wasn't just strong. He was calculating. Meanwhile, Aaron and Jenna strained to hold formation. Heat pressed against them like a weight, each breath searing. Even with fire resistance, their movements slowed, exhaustion setting in. Han knew what he had to do. He had to draw the commander's gaze, break his rhythm, put all the pressure on himself. Raising his voice above the storm, Han roared, This is it. Miss this chance, and we're finished. Aaron shot him a glance, confusion flashing across his face. What are you saying? But Han was already moving. His decision was made. That leader had to fall. Across the chaos, the commander's roar cut like thunder. His orders were clear. Target the mage. Kill her at all costs. Inside the thinning wall of fire, goblins clawed and shoved, desperate to break through. One managed to slip past, briefly, before a crushing blow sent him flying. Blood sprayed, a fong ripped loose, and his body hit the ground like a rag doll. Arrows rained through the smoke. Han ignored them. His focus was locked on Ivalka. Now, he shouted, Give it everything. She obeyed. The blast ripped across the field, fire bursting in all directions, flooding the world in blinding light. A searing beam carved through the front lines, reducing goblins to ash. But the swarm didn't falter. Even as their bodies burned, they surged forward, driven by the roar of their chief. His twisted face bellowed through the flames, forcing them to charge again and again. Han's fist clenched. One strike wouldn't do it. But he wasn't done either. The fire thickened, darker, hotter, and then it exploded. The ground itself became a storm of fire. Goblins shrieked, stumbling and collapsing as the inferno devoured them whole. Panic rippled through the horde. Yet still, the massive chief's voice thundered over their screams, dragging them onward. That was the moment. The squad pressed forward through charred remains and drifting smoke. Jenna raised her bow, steady, precise. Aaron braced beside her, shield lifted. She loosed. The arrow sliced through the air like a bullet. The goblin chief saw it too late. His command turned into a strangled cry as the shaft buried itself in his skull. Blood burst, his body shuddered, then toppled. But there was no triumph. Behind them, Ivalka collapsed. Han lunged, catching her before she hit the ground. Her eyes fluttered open, dazed. She didn't understand what had happened. Neither did he. The blast, the overwhelming firepower, even that hadn't been enough. Because the goblins weren't truly after them. The fortress was the real target. They were just in the way. Han looked out over the battlefield. The commander was down, but unease gnawed at him. What next? Then he saw it. Shapes moving through the haze. One goblin stumbled out of the flames. Then another. Then dozens. Pulling back. Reforming ranks just beyond the reach of fire. The horde turned. Step by step, they shifted direction. Toward the fortress. Wind swept the soaked field, bending the grass under sheets of rain. Han understood in an instant. They were alive only because the commander had fallen. This wasn't a win. It was a pause. Potions. Now, heal up, Han ordered. Every second counted, but the breather wouldn't last. Far to the north, the sound rose, war cries and steel. The goblins had already slammed into the outer wall. This was only the beginning. Through the storm ahead, a massive wooden pier loomed. Goblins marched across it, relentless, unstoppable. Han's chest tightened. Rest was over. The next wave was here. Heavy footsteps thundered through the gloom. Aaron froze, his voice shaking. Han didn't move. This fight, he growled, is just getting started. And then it emerged. Towering. Monstrous. Eyes glowing with fury. A level 23 ogre stepped into the rain. Han didn't hesitate. Ivalka, firewall. Aaron, hold the line. But even as the flames roared up, he knew fire alone wouldn't stop this monster. We need more, he muttered. Then louder. Ivalka, hurry. I'll take the ogre. The beast bellowed, axe raised high. It slammed down with earth-shaking force, the ground splitting where Han had stood a second earlier. He rolled aside. Barely. One mistake, and he was finished. The next swing came even heavier. Han realized instantly, no shield could block that. This fight wasn't about defense. It was survival. The goblins circled outside the fire, hesitant to enter. But the ogre stepped through the wall like it was nothing, flames clinging to its skin, ignored. Now it was just Han and the monster. The size difference was absurd. Still, he rushed low, blades slashing across its leg. Arrows suddenly tore into its back, Jenna's shots, sharp and fast, sinking deep into muscle. The ogre howled, staggering. They were sinking. Big target, easy hit. Jenna called. Defense is thick, but it can't dodge. Her tone shifted as she saw the damage. Forget that. Aim for weak spots. Han shouted back. Soft points only. Nothing else matters. Then Jenna's cry split the chaos. Panic. Another ogre. Han's stomach dropped. He hadn't seen it. Their formation collapsed. Aaron was overwhelmed, drowning in goblins. The line was breaking. No time left. Han braced. Shield up. The blow landed like a hammer, rattling his bones, forcing him back. He staggered, then steadied, teeth clenched, body screaming. He surged forward, sword flashing, and the ogre shrieked. Han's strike had landed, right between its legs. The roar told him everything. Weak point confirmed. The beast pounded the ground in a blind frenzy, but Han was already moving. He scaled its massive frame, blade in hand, and drove steel at its throat. Not deep enough. Without pause, he slammed his shield against the hilt, forcing the sword deeper. Flesh tore. Blood poured. The ogre convulsed, staggered, then collapsed. One down. Han spun just in time to see the second ogre charging. Jenna, distracted. She fired instantly. Arrows flew, but the beast was already swinging. One massive blow connected with Aaron, hurling him through the air. Han's heart clenched. Too late. The ogre barreled forward, straight for Ivalka. Han screamed her name, but the strike never came. She stood untouched, confused, watching as the monster thundered past her. It wasn't after them. Its target was the dam. Before anyone could react, Jenna moved. No hesitation. She leapt, climbing the beast's back, scrambling toward its neck. Jenna, don't, voices cried. Too late. Her blade plunged into its throat. The monster shrieked and raged. Han rushed to her side, hacking into muscle, carving deep alongside her. Together, they struck again and again. Blood gushed. The ogre, howling in agony, staggered toward the river. With a final roar, the beast hurled itself into the river. Blood spilled out, curling through the current like dark ink. Han stood on the bank, drenched, lungs burning. It was over. Barely. Then ripples. The water shifted. A massive hand exploded out of the river, the ogre screaming as it rose again. Han's chest tightened. Before anyone could react, the creature drove its fist straight into the dam. Stone split apart, would snap like kindling. And then it gave way. The entire dam collapsed with a deafening crash. A wall of water surged forward, ripping through the field in seconds. Aaron rushed over, breath ragged. All goblins down, awaiting your orders. But Han didn't respond. He stood frozen, sword clenched tight, silence weighing on him. When his voice finally came, it was low and sharp. We made a mistake. Behind that dam, reinforcements have been waiting. Now, cut off. And the only ones left standing against 3,000 goblins were them. The others called out, but Han couldn't move. Shock had him locked in place. A hand touched his shoulder, grounding him. After a long pause, he muttered, "We'll pull back, think of something. If there's even anything left to think of." But just as he turned, Ivalka stepped forward. Her hand lifted, her bracelet glowing faintly. Purple light began to swirl, humming with power. She whispered a spell, and a nearby boulder rose clean off the earth. With one smooth motion, she hurled it. The rock soared across the battlefield and slammed into the broken dam's opening. The rushing flood halted instantly. Han stared, stunned. Ivalka only said, calm and simple. Telekinesis. Basic spell. He blinked at her, caught between disbelief and relief. You could have mentioned that earlier. Her eyes flicked at him. I thought you already knew. Han groaned, then reached out, squeezing her cheeks. Next time, share the useful stuff sooner. She huffed, annoyed, but he just smiled faintly. We're still standing, because of you. The team barely had a moment to regroup before Jinna's scream ripped through the air. The goblins were back, and this time, they weren't alone. One rushed Han, spear driving straight for his chest. He twisted, barely dodging, and his blade lashed out in a clean strike that dropped the attacker. But even as his sword cut true, his mind spun. No sign of backup, not a trace. And then, the chilling realization struck him. There had never been reinforcements. None at all. His pulse spiked. Ivalka, he shouted. Drink everything. We need your magic, all of it. But she never got the chance. A goblin lunged out of the chaos, claws stretching for her throat. Han's heart stopped. He shouted her name. And then steel flashed. A rider broke through, blade cutting the goblin down in an instant. A man in a lion-shaped mask surged past on horseback, hooves tearing through the soaked earth. But even with his sudden arrival, the goblins didn't falter. They regrouped, snarling, ready to strike again. Han stared, barely breathing. The masked rider sat tall in the saddle, armor catching the light, his blade dripping red. Then his voice tore through the storm. One word, charge. The ground rumbled. Thunder followed. Shadows burst out of the rain, dozens, then hundreds. Riders armed and armored surged into the field like a living tide. Han's chest tightened. It was real. A cavalry unit. The masked warrior called again, sharp and commanding. Protect the mage. At once, Aaron and Jinna rushed to Ivalka's side while the cavalry swept past, storming the front lines. 500 riders, fewer than the goblins, but trained, disciplined, relentless. The impact was instant. Horsemen ripped into enemy ranks like a blade through cloth, scattering goblins with sheer force. The tide began to turn. Whispers spread across the battlefield. They were breaking through. Han turned his squad, voice steady. Looks like our job's done. Maybe we finally get a breather. He paused, eyeing them. Anyone know how to ride? Silence. Then, I'll learn now. He pulled up his interface. Masters couldn't fight directly, but they could still support. Skill book, horse riding. Cost, 500 crystals. Painful, but necessary. Normally, he couldn't unlock non-combat skills. But with the book, restrictions meant nothing. He confirmed. Knowledge rushed in. Han swung onto a horse, steady in the saddle. And just like that, he was riding. His team followed, galloping into the fray. For the first time in hours, something sparked inside him. Hope. The cavalry pressed forward, already breaking toward the siege lines. It was their chance. Time to strike back. Han rode hard, scanning the chaos. Goblins clustered thick around the northern gate, pushing siege ladders high. The defense still held for now. He mapped the city in his head. North was critical. The cavalry saw it too, shifting formation, charging to reinforce the gate. But then, Han's instincts flared. If he stuck with them, maybe they'd win. Maybe. But nothing in this game ever stayed simple. He snapped the reins and turned sharply. Change of plan, he shouted. A spearman beside him blinked. Aren't we reinforcing the north gate? That was the plan, Han said, pulling hard on the reins. His eyes cut to the horizon. It won't be enough. His voice rose. Fall back. Out of arrow range. Head for the northern forest. Move. The rain had stopped, the skies finally clearing. No time to hesitate. Han spurred his horse forward, leading his squad into the trees. But the moment they crossed into the woods, Han froze. Waiting in the shadows was a goblin force. Too clean, too precise. A trap, no doubt, lay by the riders. He gritted his teeth. If they struck fast with magic, maybe they could break through. But then the ground shook, and from behind the goblins, ogres stepped out. Massive shapes stepped out from the trees. Ogres. Each one towering, every step shaking the ground. The spearman beside Han froze. Han muttered under his breath, "This is gonna get ugly." If wolf riders showed up now, the cavalry wouldn't last. He leaned toward the girl at his side. How much mana left? Her answer was quick. Enough to cast, but not strong. That's fine, Han said. Forget strength. Just make it wide. If we're torching this forest, then burn it all. They charged toward the tree line. Cut to the castle, goblins flooding the northern gate. A defender rammed his blade into a goblin's chest. Relief hit, until the creature grabbed his tunic, dragging him in close. Before he could break free, a girl darted forward. Her sword struck clean, dropping the goblin instantly. The soldier gasped, shaken. She snapped at him, "Don't lose focus." Her gaze shifted, narrowing on the horizon. "What is that?" Elsewhere along the wall, the knight in the lion helm bellowed, "Push forward." No hesitation, the line surged. Again his voice roared, "Show them what the Iron Lion cavalry is made of." Steel clashed against claws. Knights slammed into goblins with crushing force, driving them back step by step. The girls scanned the field. A shout rose from further down the wall, "Reinforcements!" But a goblin scrambled up behind her. She spun, blade flashing, severing its hand before it could grab her. Then she called out, "Hold the line. We're close." Back in the woods, Ivalka raised her hands. Flames burst out, ripping through the underbrush, leaping from tree to tree. In seconds, fire devoured the forest. Chaos hit the goblin cavalry. Smoke swallowed the air. Horses screamed, stumbling into the flames. There was no escape. Still Ivalka pushed on. More fire, more heat, burning everything in sight. Han watched, jaw tight. This was her edge. One more spell, and she'd collapse. Any further, and the entire forest would vanish in a sea of fire. But then a thought cut through. Maybe that was the answer. That forest had always been a nest for goblins. Better to burn it. Let the fire wipe it clean. At the wall, the battle raged. A knight went down, but the line refused to break. Around 100 still stood on the northern ramparts. Many had fallen, especially during the ogre assault before the cavalry's charge. Han knew, without Ivalka's firestorm, those riders would have been wiped out too. On the field, a goblin froze, eyes wide, just before a knight's mace crushed its skull. Another rider swept in, sword flashing, cutting down his target in a single strike. From where Han watched, their discipline was undeniable. Their speed, their precision. They weren't many, but they didn't need to be. Bodies carpeted the field, and at its center, the knight in the lion mask thrust his sword high, voice thundering in victory. Han exhaled a long breath of relief. It was finally over. His team gathered on the ramparts, laughter breaking through exhaustion, hugs shared in pure relief. Above, a girl waved down at him. Han rode toward the wall, one thought echoing in his mind. Everyone made it. Not a single death alert. Hard to believe, especially after the hell they'd survived on the 5th floor. Behind him, a voice broke the silence. One of his friends laughed lightly. "We're nothing like we used to be." "Huh," she said with a smile. Then softer, "So, why are we still here? Isn't it done?" Han's smile slipped away. Something felt wrong. His gaze flicked forward, then back again. A memory flashed. The hulking goblin crushed beneath his strike. The forest engulfed in Ivalka's flames. The enemies they destroyed. The knights who claimed victory. And yet, no system message. No clear. Nothing. His chest tightened. Why wasn't it over? What was missing? Then, everything stopped. The battlefield froze mid-motion. A system prompt appeared. Loading. Han's jaw clenched. He spun. Another message blinked across the knight's shoulder. System recovery. His eyes darted around. Then a third. Error. Disconnected from server. He turned back. The girl was still frozen, hand lifted mid-wave. His teammates? Locked in place. Not a twitch. His heartbeat pounded in his ears. And then, behind him, a voice. "Turn around." Slowly, Han turned. Through the haze stood a shadowed figure. Still, silent, yet heavy with menace. And then he saw it. A towering form cloaked in darkness, aura pulsing like a heartbeat. Han's body locked. That face, he knew it, branded into memory. From the old days. From before. It was him, that same monster. Scene shift. Elsewhere, 6 elite players materialized inside a settlement. 6-star rank. Renowned. Korea's first to conquer the 88th floor. 5th in the world. Meanwhile, Han reconnected, logging back in, thoughts racing. This game was never about brute force. It was strategy, instinct, timing. He gave the orders, but the characters chose how to act. Sometimes they failed. Not from weakness, but because something didn't align. He pictured their cards, ran scenarios in his head. He knew. Luck hadn't brought him this far. This wasn't a game anymore. It was everything. Every battle, every floor, his life was bound to it. And if he had the skill, not even hell could stop him. Back in the moment, the dark figure loomed. Han's eyes narrowed. That thing what rank? 7-star? No, it shouldn't exist here. Then the world bent again. Suddenly, he stood inside a store. Another figure emerged beside the shadow. Hooded, unreadable. Text glowed above it. Level 15, Dark Apostle. The figure smirked. Its gaze locked on his. "I'll be waiting." Han's eyes widened. And then, both vanished into the void. The world snapped back. System reconnected. Recovery complete. The girl unfroze, whipping toward him. Her voice shook. What was that? Before she could finish, Han jolted back into motion. "Everyone, get to the castle. Now!" His voice cut sharp through the air. She blinked, stunned. Han kicked his horse into a hard gallop. "Move," he roared. Behind him, someone shouted, "What's going on?" Han didn't turn. His voice dropped, cold and final. "It's not over." Flashes tore, through Han's mind like lightning. Burning forests, mangled corpses, that twisted grin of the Dark Apostle. Whatever that thing was, it didn't belong here. Not on the 10th floor. Not yet. Then, movement. A corpse twitched. A knight spun, startled. The air itself seemed to pulse, heavy wrong. Across the battlefield, black ooze bubbled and writhed, sprouting grotesque growths. From the pile of fallen bodies, something began to rise. The knight stood frozen. Too late. The creature lunged, jaws tearing into him. His scream cut across the field. And then they all began to move. Goblins. Dozens of them, clawing back out of the grave. A man stumbled back, horror in his eyes as the dead dragged themselves up from the soil. Han's voice rang out from the saddle, sharp and commanding. Don't panic. Let them come. But inside his gut twisted. These weren't ordinary monsters. Triggered under the right conditions, they could reanimate corpses. Necrotic. And unless their skulls were shattered, they'd keep rising. Knights fell one after another, ripped apart. From the ramparts, a girl screamed. Open the gate. The heavy doors groaned, splitting open. Han spurred his horse, racing through with her close behind. This isn't right, he thought. None of this should exist on the 10th floor. Inside, his horse skidded to a stop. The girl turned to him, breathless. Han leapt down, grabbed the sorceress by the shoulders. You're staying here. Guard the statue. Protect the goddess. Seal the gate. Just hold until I return. She blinked, startled. Wait back. What do you mean? Another voice cut in, shaky. What were we supposed to do against that? Han froze, eyes narrowing at the nightmare spilling past the gate. Undead by the hundreds. Then he turned, voice steel. Get together. I'm bringing him back alive. Or I die with him. The man swallowed hard, then gave a single, grim nod. I'll bring him back. The girl's gaze stayed locked on the battlefield. Are you really coming back? Han gave a faint smile. Of course. He turned away, sprinting back into the storm. Her voice cut after him. Then don't you dare die. Without looking back, he called over his shoulder, same to you. Step by step, Han pressed forward. Sword ready, eyes fixed on the undead. Twisted things, ugly things, but killable. The first lunged. His blade split its skull clean open. One down, 100 more waiting. If they swarmed him now, it was over. Suddenly, a thunderous crash. Han whipped around. The ogre. Back again. Towering. Club raised high. The weapon came down, slamming into the gate with a deafening boom. Han's jaw tightened. It revived too. The gate won't last long. Then, out of the horde, undead wolves burst free. Eyes glowing, fangs bared, sprinting straight for him. They leapt. Thwip. Arrows cut the air, striking mid-flight. The wolves dropped. A lone archer stood in the distance, bow still raised. She turned her head, locking eyes with Han. He gave a single nod, brief but grateful. But the ogre was already lifting its mace again. The knights braced, bodies trembling. Another impact hammered the gate. The wood splintered, groaning under the pressure. Then, one final crash. The gates shattered inward, exploding into fragments. A flood of undead stormed through, roaring as they poured into the stronghold like a living tide of black. Han spun jaw tight. The gate's gone, no time left. He raised his sword, grip iron, and charged headfirst back into the chaos. But his focus wasn't here, not on the horde. In his mind, he saw it, the apostle, slipping deeper into the forest, glowing faintly in the distance. That's where he'll be, Han thought. Waiting. He carved a path forward, each swing a kill. One chance. Just one chance was all he needed. Then the ground quaked again. Another blast. The battlefield shuddered beneath his feet. His thoughts locked onto two possibilities. First, if the goddess statue fell, everything was lost. Han's gaze darted to the defense lines. They were buckling. Knights staggering backward. Second, if the undead lost control of themselves, their hunger would devour them whole. And every ounce of strength they once had in life would be turned against them now. He surged forward, cutting through a fresh wave. They were faster, stronger, crueler. Their thirst made them monsters, twice as deadly, 10 times as vicious. The stronger they had been in life, the worse they were in death. Han's movements blurred, slicing through the storm of claws and fangs. No hesitation, no room for mistakes. One slip, and it was over. Yet even in the madness, something inside him sharpened. An urge, a need, to tear them apart, to wipe them out completely. Above, his eyes caught the girl on the wall, fighting like she'd never stop. She's giving everything, he thought. Even now, in his mind, he imagined 2 angels standing guard over the battlefield. Protect the goddess statue. That was all that mattered. A map formed in his head, tracing every shift, every threat. If the outer walls fell, retreat to the inner gate. Barricade it. Same tactic they used on the 5th floor. It bought time then. It had to buy time now. Screams cut through his thoughts. Civilians. They rushed toward the inner gate, pounding on the doors, desperate. What's happening? They cried. faces pale, eyes wide. And behind them, another wave surged. Undead. Relentless. Han didn't slow. It's not about holding out. It's about how fast I end this. He pulled his cloak over his mouth, forcing through the choking smoke. Flames roared on either side, devouring everything. A system alert blinked. Fire resistance. Skill up. 2 undead leapt through the blaze. Han's blade lashed out. 1 stroke, 2 heads gone. He reached for a red vial, downed it fast, blood pounding in his ears. Ahead, just beyond the smoke, the recovery zone flickered into sight. You're here, he thought. I know you are. System alerts lit up in rapid succession. Allies afflicted by fear, stats decreased. A soldier has fallen. His spirit shall live on. Han's eyes hardened. More warnings followed. Ally bleeding. HP dropping over time. Then a flash. Brilliant light ripped through the sky, screaming toward him. Han reacted instantly, shield raised. The arrow struck, tearing through the metal and grazing his shoulder. He staggered back, pain jolting through him. His teeth clenched. The Apostle's not built for close combat. His eyes narrowed. So why is he here now? This early? Han's mind reeled. He's stronger than anything we've faced so far. Another flash. Another arrow. He barely slipped past it. Then an entire volley screamed through the air. Projectiles rained down. Han moved like lightning, blade whirling, deflecting, spinning, cutting aside each shot. But then, strike from below. Sharp, brutal, pain tore up his arm. He stumbled back. The smoke thickened around him, choking every breath. His lungs burned as his eyes darted through the haze. If I didn't have a defense skill, I'd already be dead. A system prompt blinked across his vision. Ally bleeding, health dropping. Han scowled. This is spiraling too fast. Each breath grew heavier. Each step slower. Time was running out. If he collapsed here, it wouldn't just cost him. Everyone else would fall with him. Maybe I can talk, he thought desperately. Then, a voice behind him. I want to talk. Han half-turned, growling, fine. Then what? No reply. Just haze. His instincts flared. He slashed forward. From the fog, a calm reply echoed back. I'm not like the others. Then, boom. A crushing blow hurled him through the air. He crashed hard, rolled, came up swinging, roar ripping from his throat. A flash cut through the smoke, glowing projectile. Han lunged forward, eyes flaring red. Berserker mode activated. Power surged. A black trail burned behind him. His teeth sharpened, gripped tight around the dagger. He shot forward like a missile. Through the smoke, he saw him. The Apostle. Mid-incantation. Arrows ripped into the cloaked figure. Legs, chest, arms. Blood sprayed across the ground. Han screamed, rage tearing through him, and closed the gap in a blink. 1 strike. His blade slashed clean through the Apostle's neck. But he didn't stop. He hacked again, and again, and again, until the body was no longer a body. Just a shredded pile of flesh and torn cloth. Only then did the fury drain out. Han staggered, panting, blood smeared across his lips. He stood still, waiting. Where is it? Where's the system message? Nothing. Silence. His chest rose and fell, each breath ragged. A bitter thought sank deep. It's not over. Not yet. Exhaustion swept through him. He collapsed back, slumping beneath a burning tree. Then we've already lost. It's over. His vision blurred. His head drooped. A faint message flickered weakly before him. A warrior has returned to the arms of the Lord. His spirit will live on. The fire crackled beside him. What a pathetic end, he thought. Dragged into a war I barely understood, only to die like some stray mutt. Images flooded his mind. Comrades still locked in battle. Torn apart. Blood-soaked ground. The gray-haired man standing unyielding before the statue. The girl, blade flashing, refusing to quit. And then, the statue. It glowed in his mind's eye. Suddenly, that same light burst beside him. His body shimmered, fading into it. System message. Floor cleared. The world froze. Then, reward. 70,000 gold. Item acquired. Common fire, elemental stone. A card appeared on screen. Among heroes, a master awaits ascension. Combine ascension stones to unlock a forgotten memory fragment. New dungeon unlocked. Epic adventure series. Gather evolution stones and rare materials to proceed. The world shifted. System message. 10th floor cleared. Han's eyes shot open. A ceiling. Stillness. Breath filling his chest. I made it. Outside, life moved again. Inside, someone sat at his side. Han turned, voice rough. What happened to your face? The man blinked, caught off guard. So you're awake. We were worried. Han scowled. Then explain why you look like you've been dragged through 5 floors of hell. The man dropped his gaze, voice low. I was just trying to figure out why we're even fighting. Han's eyes narrowed. You're seriously looking for a reason now? Still avoiding him, the man said quietly. When I stepped outside the wall, the city was already corpses. Han sat in silence. Even the NPCs? His jaw tightened. Maybe I'm still too wound up to process it all. The man rose, stretching. Anyway, I'm turning in. Han lifted his drink with a dry look. But I'll see that same face tomorrow. A faint smile. Let's hope tomorrow's better. He walked away. Left alone, Han stared at nothing. Maybe we're okay, at least for now. Evening draped itself over the camp. The table was overflowing, platters stacked high, food piled across every dish. The girl blinked in awe. This is a little much for breakfast, isn't it? Her friend laughed. Han said use the best stuff we've got. No holding back. Han leaned back. Eyes shut. So, not good enough for you. She paused, then smiled. If you're asking, I'd eat like this every day if I could. Han cracked an eye, glancing around the table. They're all right. That's enough. His gaze landed on the magician, slowly regaining her strength. Then on the quiet one, still shaken. He'll come around. Just needs time. Time press forward. System message. Welcome back to the game. New alerts appeared. Heroes await ascension. Ascension room required. Link to synthesis room. The chamber lit up. Ascension room now connected. Construction begins. Moments later. Ascension room complete. Hero ascension available. Crystals floated in the air, glowing with radiant light. Item synthesis initiated. A burst of brilliance erupted. From its center, a fairy emerged, hands cradling a glowing crystal. She darted upward to Han, grinning wide. You've passed the first star, she cheered. Keep going. You're headed for the 7th. The tower is yours for the taking. Han hesitated. 7 stars. Can I really reach that far? The fairy only laughed. If not you, then who? If it were easy, Sirius would have done it already. Han lowered his head, weight heavy on his shoulders. After everything I've poured into this, and I'm still not a 7-star. There's something I'm missing. Just then, the door to the synthesis room creaked open. System alert. Master initiating ascension. Han's breath caught. So this is it. The upgrade wasn't just a feature. It's an ascension chamber. He stepped inside. It stretched before him like a stairway. A path upward, maybe even beyond the master's interface itself. With the right hero, the right materials, something would happen here. Something even the system itself couldn't fully track. Han stepped up to the altar and set the crystal down. A blinding surge of energy erupted, flooding the chamber. A massive magic circle lit beneath his feet, light spearing upward like a pillar into the sky. Han squinted through the blaze. And then the visions came. A figure, seated in a chair. A child, cradled gently in his arms. Han's hand flew to his sword. His voice cut through the glow. Who are you? He stepped forward and slammed into something invisible. A barrier. Trapped, he could only watch. Han's eyes fixed on the baby. No family. No past. Nothing. Yet somehow, he knew. This kid, he's the one meant to be here. Not me. But there was no time to dwell. The vision shifted. Endless halls stretched around him, unfamiliar and cold. Every turn ended in a dead end. Still, he pressed on. At last, he stepped outside and found nothing. No buildings. No master's lobby. Just emptiness. Then, groaning gates creaked open. Through them, a fairy emerged. Smaller than before. Fragile. Almost delicate. Han narrowed his eyes as she approached. You expect me to enter the rift of space and time? She didn't answer. Only stared. Han turned, continuing forward, until a massive door loomed before him. Its inscription burned in his sight. Extreme difficulty. A system prompt blinked. Advent dungeon initiating. Then it hit. A crushing weight smashed him to his knees. Siren screamed across his vision. A cold dread climbed up his spine. Status, fear. All stats dash 30%. His sword slipped from his grip, crashing into the dirt. Teeth clenched, fists balled. Heat flared inside him. A crimson aura burst to life. Berserker mode, active. Han forced himself to his feet, breath ragged. Fear won't break me. Then he saw it. A figure, level 999, slowly forming out of the air. A dark entity, cloaked in silence. At last it spoke. We finally meet. Han seized his sword jaw tight, mind racing. Why is this thing here? Is it the one that dragged me into this world? He burned to strike. But one look at its level stopped him cold. This was the monster. The one that wiped out his elite party. 6-star heroes, hardened legends. Gone in 10 seconds. The entity stepped closer. What's wrong? Not going to attack? I thought you hated me. Han's voice cut sharp. If you drag me here just to talk, spare us both and throw me back. The entity chuckled. Good. That fire's kept you alive this long. Then agony. Searing pain tore through Han's skull. He dropped, clutching his head, through clenched teeth. This is how hero ascension begins. The entity shook its head. No, you're different. You won't ascend like the rest. Dark energy seeped across the chamber, curling around him. This space, the voice whispered, it's my gift to you. From the darkness, another figure stepped forward. This time, human. The voice continued, smooth and unsettling. This whole stage was crafted just for you. The great ranker himself. Han's eyes narrowed. Who are you? From the shadows, a girl emerged. She smiled. A fairy's face, but older, more human. He blinked. She looked exactly like the fairy from before. Her head tilted slightly. You noticed? I'm not her. I was made to look like her. She tapped her chest with a finger, still smiling. I'm one of her replicas. Number 100,479. Then, with a playful grin, she extended her hand. Funny, right? Same number as the game's downloads. Han pulled the CEO's business card from his pocket, eyes sharp. His voice dropped cold. What is this? Some kind of joke? The girl only smiled wider. I've gone by plenty of names. I just use whatever fits the moment. Han stomped the ground. The sound cracked through the chamber. She chuckled. Bold of you. His eyes didn't waver. You're part of this. You helped drag me into this nightmare, didn't you? Her grin didn't falter. You really do hate me. But funny thing is, I never meant for you to get pulled in. That was an accident. Han snapped back, voice sharp. Like hell I care. Send me back. Now. Or regret it. Her grin widened. Is that a threat? From a weak little 1 star. Han's gaze burned. I won't be 1 star for long. For the first time, her smile faded. She stepped forward, boots splashing in a shallow puddle. Her voice lowered. Maybe I should have killed you when I had the chance. Then, without warning, a magic spear burst from her hand, striking Han square in the chest. His armor cracked and stopped, frozen just inches from his heart. She snapped her fingers. Didn't even flinch. I'll give you that. But guts won't make you invincible. Han slid his sword back into its sheath steady. So, what do you actually want? He paused, thinking. She's had more than enough chances to kill me. But she hasn't. That has to mean something. She stepped closer. Her smile thinned. Nothing insane. I just want to talk. Her gaze sharpened. You're Loki, aren't you? The indomitable, 5th-ranked master. I'm a fan. There was almost sincerity in her tone. You have no idea how many times I watch your runs back at HQ. We kept your city under surveillance. I had to see you myself. Then her voice softened. I came to tell you the truth about this world. She paused. Tell me, Loki, what do you think of the game story? Her eyes lowered. Most players don't even care. Gotcha stories? Nobody reads them. They just chase the next banner, the next event. Her hand lifted, her voice flattening. Let's be honest, the plot's a mess. Cliché. Predictable. Forgettable. She snapped her fingers. The space behind her warped and twisted. Masters stop caring about world building after a few floors, she said quietly. Look behind me. Do you recognize it? Han's eyes scanned the ruined landscape, his jaw tightening. He crossed his arms. I don't even want to know. She looked away, almost sheepish. Sorry. I get carried away. Then she pointed. This was the Peninsula City, from the 10th floor. But now it was nothing but ash and rubble. Scene after scene flickered into existence. Cities burned to dust, kingdoms in ruins, whole regions erased. This is what remains, she said. And you think this continent's any different? She stepped closer, her voice calm but sharp. More than 100 million worlds, all ended the same way. Her eyes narrowed. There was a book, a prophecy. It said this world would collapse. A bad ending. She didn't stop, but the heroes refused. They wanted something different, something better. Her hand lifted slightly, almost like turning a page. So they summoned outsiders. Characters from beyond this world. A flash seared across Han's mind. Himself, bloodied, arm torn away. Her tone lowered. They forced the story to change. Broke rules. Bent time and space. Then her gaze locked with his. When higher beings are watching, even fate itself can bend. She smiled faintly. That's what this game really is. Han stared at her, silent for a long beat. Then a smirk tugged at his lips. That's it? Was expecting something more dramatic. He stepped forward. So why tell me this? She extended her hand toward him. Because I want to offer you a deal. Her words cut short. A dagger drove straight into her skull. Han drew his sword in the same instant. His voice was ice. I was curious where this was going. But it's just delusion. She kept smiling. Only now darker. So tell me, was that a yes or a no? Han's glare sharpened. You dragged me into this nightmare. Made me crawl through hell. And now you want me to cooperate? He stepped forward, sword raised. No chance. I'd never side with someone like you. She didn't move. Go ahead. Strike me down. But I promise, your head hits the dirt before mine does. Laughing softly, she leaned in. You're so intense. Honestly, kind of rude. Han's grip tightened. His thoughts spun. She can talk all she wants, but I'm not beating her. Not like this. Not as a level 10 1-star. He wasn't strong enough. Not yet. His voice went flat. I'm done talking. Send me back. Wherever you pull me from, I want out. Her smile spread slow, menace dripping in every word. Now that's just cruel. Do you know how much work it took to bring you here? Her eyes flicked to the horizon. You matter more than anyone else. More than the real masters, More than the rankers, more than all of them. None of them compare to you. She looked back at him. Want to know why? Her grin curved sharp. Because like every master, you saw the message. Trust in your bond with your heroes. Han's eyes narrowed. That only shows up after the training arc. She nodded. Exactly. Out of hundreds of millions of players, only one ever truly believed it. The space around them warped violently. In an instant, the two of them stood on a barren plateau. The 80th floor. Her voice carried on the burning wind. Recognize it? 6 months ago, this is where you stood. She swept her hand across the scorched horizon. Only 5 masters have ever held this floor. That's why everyone else is still stuck choking on the 79th. Han scanned the battlefield, memories pulling at him. Yeah, this is it. The one that made me want to smash my monitor. He turned back to her, steady. So why drag me here again? With a lazy flick of her wrist, 2 chairs appeared. She dropped into one and motioned toward the other. Before anything else, sit. There's no truth when you're standing. Han didn't move right away, but as lava split the floor beneath them, she smiled faintly. So, seeing it like this, instead of on a monitor, it hits different, doesn't it? The 80th floor. Conquest stage. No clear objective. No fixed structure. Difficulty shifting every run. No one had ever beaten it clean. The community had a name for it. The Executioner's Wall. Han folded his arms. I already know how to clear this floor. What's the point of replaying it? Her smile never faltered. It's not what you think. Just watch. You'll understand. A cocktail materialized beside him. He lifted it absently, memory crashing back like a blade to the chest. After smashing through the 59th, he charged headlong into the 80th. It was a massacre. His squad, his aces, his core team gone. Now, watching the spawn sequence unfold again, only one word echoed through him. Hell. The floor wasn't just hard. It was punishment. First wave, 2,755 monsters. Each one, level 113. Then the Shards of Despair, 3,164 strong, level 108. And after them, the Shards of Hatred, 2,348 of them. Every single one, level 121. Han narrowed his eyes. So those shards, they're what make this floor impossible. She nodded, her knowing smile still there. Exactly. You're not just playing anymore. You're inside the system now. And everything. The floor's brutality, even your summon rates, it's all tied to your account. Han froze. Wait, all those failed 5-star pulls. That wasn't just bad luck. She lifted a hand, pointing toward the chaos crystals pulsing in the distance. Each one towered like a mountain. Marked level 322. There's a reason for that. In your world, there are no heroes left to summon. Then she gestured to a hulking beast, cyclopean and grotesque, lurking beyond the lava fields. The system sets the difficulty, sure. But your account? Your world? It had S-rank potential and a curse to match. Han lowered his gaze, silent. And yet, she continued, her tone soft but sharp. No one can explain how you reach floor 88. Suddenly, light burst across the volcanic sky. Han's head snapped up. Figures emerged, stepping onto the island. Heroes. Real ones. Could these be the legendary 5? Before he could take it in, the swarm hit. Monsters poured in, fast, brutal, relentless. The girl didn't even blink. System prompts flickered across the air. Tactical command effect applied. All item levels maxed out. A tactical map bloomed across the battlefield. Heroes ready to be dragged into position. Then, action. One by one, they leapt from island to island, movements precise, formation perfect. Each strike carved through the horde like clockwork. Han moved instinctively, calling commands, setting defense points, placing units with exact precision. She watched him closely, expression unreadable. But just for a moment, pride flickered in her eyes. That's the same tactic you pulled back on floor 10, she said. Lock down the support nodes, fuel the push forward. Complicated on the surface, but the goal's as straightforward as it gets. She gestured toward the battlefield. Watch carefully. See how they move. See how they look at you. Han's eyes lingered on them, their stance, their discipline. Not a shred of hesitation. Trust ran deeper than words. That's why they call you their master, she whispered. From the front lines, voices echoed in perfect unison. Your orders, flawless as always. The girl straightened, gaze fixed ahead. Exactly. You were never ordinary. They know it. And you've always known it too. She lifted her hand, and the air itself seemed to sharpen. They swore an oath. One by one, they stepped forward. A girl with her bow drawn. I'm the king's arrow. The spearman, steady and unyielding. I'm the king's spear. A swordsman in steel. I'm the king's blade. A mage raising her tome with a grin. I'm the king's eyes. And at last, a knight, sword gleaming. I'm the king's flame. The clash erupted in the blink of an eye. The knight swung. Fire tore across the battlefield. Monsters dropped by the dozens. The girl laughed. Tell me that's not magnificent. They didn't just obey you. They gave you everything, she said, closing her eyes. Those are the 6 stars. Not even the 7s could stand against them. You shaped them into legends. Han looked at her, confusion still clouding his face. And what does that mean for me? She opened her eyes again. It's not just their skill. It's how they see you. Her tone slowed. Picture a tower. Picture heroes uncovering its truth and losing faith. Who would stay loyal to a master who treated them as disposable tools? She leaned closer. But you weren't that kind of master. You led them. To them, you were king. Her eyes softened. And even now, they're still searching. Because they know you're alive. Her gaze shifted toward the small fairy hovering nearby. Think about it, Han. What kind of hero scours the world for months, just because their master vanished? Han shook his head. No one from the other lobbies would. You're different, she answered simply. Your strategies, they're rigid, sharp, impossible to copy. Even I couldn't have created them. Her voice grew distant, as if staring up an unseen tower. But the thing that stung me most? You never used synthesis. Han's expression darkened. She didn't stop. That's how most players manage their heroes. Anyone weak, anyone disobedient, they're erased. No second chances. Fear keeps the survivors in line. Han's thoughts drifted. A rookie's eyes came back to him. Raw talent, but unrefined. Another master would have tossed him aside, sacrificed him for the slim chance of something better. But Han never pulled a 5-star. Not once. His entire deck? A single 4-star. The rest, barely worth mentioning. People laughed at him, called his account garbage, told him to quit. But he never did. He knew what it was like to be left behind. A memory surfaced, him as a child, standing alone on the sidewalk. A father laughed with his son. But when a man's eyes met Han's, the laughter died. The warmth vanished, and the man looked away. That memory lingered. No, Han muttered under his breath. I never treated them like that. Maybe I used synthesis once or twice, but never to discard someone just for being weak. Her smile softened. Most players did. Every single day. But you didn't. That alone speaks volumes. She studied him for a moment before continuing. It's not just your playstyle. It's how you see people. Most masters burn through heroes like they're disposable. When the shine fades, they toss them aside. But you, Han's mind drifted back to the ones who had followed him. His team, the ones who stayed. He never let go of anyone who had potential. A system built on fear, he thought. That kind of leadership collapses eventually. He remembered his own way, rewarding effort, enforcing discipline only when it mattered. Always with purpose. The girl tilted her head. Do you even realize what you've done? Her faint smile returned. They're alive, Han. Every last one of them. She turned fully toward him now. You must have felt it, even if you didn't want to admit it. There's no way you led them like that without sensing something. Her eyes widened, not in fear, but in realization. It's the only answer that fits. Han straightened slowly, caught off guard. From across the room, her voice carried. Do you know what I think? Then, almost reverently, every hero here, they're real. She repeated it, firmer this time. No one could have fought like that, unless, deep down, they knew. Han turned, stunned. She met his stare, shrugged lightly. Just a theory. Han pulled out a sleek device, scrolling through profile after profile. He remembered the difference in response. Giving the same order to 2 heroes, yet their timing, instincts, even their subtle choices were never the same. It had amazed him back then. The system was brilliant. But he had never once considered, what if they weren't just data? What if they were real? Back then, all he cared about was execution. Precision. Winning. Arms crossed, he glanced back at her. So that's why you were watching me? She nodded. I always wanted to meet you. But on Earth? Nearly impossible. Han understood instantly. His voice softened, almost reluctant. Yeah, I felt the same way. But then his tone flipped. A grin tugged at his lips. If that's the case, maybe I should just go dig you up in some random forest. The shift didn't last. His expression hardened. His voice dropped cold as he stepped closer. But you stirred up too much resentment. And I can't forgive that. Kate lowered her head, fingertips brushing the rim of her glass before setting it down without a word. Han leaned in, his words sharp and final. He had no ties to Tonia, no ties to Nibelheim. He was nothing more than a man from Earth. Then he turned, heading back to his seat. But Kate's laugh stopped him in his tracks. Your heroes wouldn't let that slide, she teased. Without turning around, Han shot back flatly. I don't care. None of it added up. His team was thriving. They'd climbed to the 88th floor with barely any losses. There was no reason to drag him here, just to push higher. He had no interest in playing along. His anger snapped. Han spun back, voice sharp as steel. Back off, before I lose what little patience I've got left. But Kate didn't so much as flinch. She spread her arms slightly. I saw something in you, she said evenly. The potential to become the Han Mobius needed. Then she gave a casual shrug. But truthfully, I just wanted to see if you'd make it this far. And if that means putting up with your tantrum, so be it. Han's glare darkened. The Dark Apostle on the 10th floor, he said coldly. That was you, wasn't it? Kate's gaze never wavered. And if it was, she asked coolly. What then? She crossed her legs, as if to soften the air. Don't be so dramatic. I intended to stop interfering after the 15th floor anyway. Resting her head against her hand, she added, Tonia would have welcomed you, with or without me. But this place? It's as merciless as Nibelheim. Even if you give everything you've got, odds are 90% you'll quit before the end. She paused, her eyes locked on him. But if you take my help, that can change. Han stayed silent. Kate extended her hand across the space. I'll swear on my name, she said. Climb the tower, and I'll send you back. More than that, I'll hand you half my Mobius shares. A faint smile touched her lips. You become one of the most powerful shareholders in the entire corporation. You'd hold real control. Her gaze sharpened, steady. So, are you ready to make it official? Han's eyes narrowed. Don't test me, he warned. You swore you'd send me back, not empty-handed. He took a step closer, tone cutting. This deal of yours, it's too good. There's a catch. There has to be. Kate blinked, momentarily thrown by the edge in his voice. Why do you still despise me so much? She asked quietly. Han didn't answer. Instead, he drew his blade and hurled it straight at her head. She never got to finish her sentence. That was his reply. He would carve out the truth on his own. He didn't need her, didn't trust her, and he'd never rely on her. Kate pulled the blade free, calm, unshaken. Her form flickered, glitching before snapping back into place. She met his eyes, unreadable. That's the resolve it takes, she said simply. No one reaches the summit without it. Then, softer, almost gentle, the words repeated. I forgive your arrogance. And then, she revealed it. At her signal, a golden door shimmered into existence. Vast, towering, radiant. She called it the true prologue. The doors groaned open, flooding the space with blinding light. Kate turned back to him, the faintest smile tugging at her lips. I built this ending just for you, she whispered. But then her eyes narrowed, and the light behind her shifted, no longer gentle, but sharpened into a weapon. A warning. In an instant, the world around Han dissolved. He now stood in a land unlike any he had ever known. Humans and non-humans living side by side, laughter ringing through the air. Children, towny as children, ran through golden streets, chasing each other beneath the sun. A world at peace. Kate's voice cut through the illusion. This land once thrived, she said, until they came. She didn't need to say who. The laughter fell silent, swallowed by chaos. The peaceful streets crumbled, torn apart by an invasion that left only ash and ruin behind. Kate turned toward him, her voice quieter now. Do you see why this ending hurts? The truth unfolded. This wasn't a war waiting to begin. It had already been lost. To undo it meant bending fate itself. Yet, even in that despair, a spark of hope lingered. Kate lifted her hand, pointing at him. If you want to save this world, you must conquer the tower. She promised he wouldn't fight alone. Others would gather, bound by fate. Fellow heroes who would stand at his side. She reminded him. The future of this world rested on him. His choices, his strength. Entire lives now waited for his decision. But her warning cut deeper. The enemy wasn't just powerful. They were hidden, burrowed in places no one dared explore. Could Han face them? Could he endure the climb? Doubt surged inside him. None of this sounded real. He didn't believe her. But Kate didn't falter. Keep climbing, she told him firmly. You're not alone. At the summit, I'll be waiting. Han turned his back. Leave me out of this. And then, everything shifted again. A system prompt lit the air. Memories he thought long buried surged to the surface. The hero he once was awakened. His card shone, evolving. His rank leapt forward, now 2 stars. His gaze lifted to the glowing pedestal ahead. It was finished. The system's voice echoed, congratulating him on new skills unlocked. Nearby, Aaron gave a quiet smile. His traveler, his comrade, was back. What did you see? He asked. Han only shrugged. Another step forward. You'll face it soon enough. Then he asked, what's the status? Aaron's reply was plain. No change. Han nodded. He hadn't forgotten. Aaron still had a sister waiting. That was the mission. He would climb. He would finish this. And then, he would go home. Later, lying in the dark, Han stared at the ceiling. Everything looked the same. Yet inside, something had shifted. He made a silent vow. Whoever dragged him into this world, whoever pulled the strings, they would regret it. Morning came. A flickering system alert filled his vision, glitching, unstable. The message? An apology. A formal notice, blaming the chaos on a massive system error days ago. Han exhaled slowly, remembering the disconnections that plagued the lower-tier masters. So that's what it all was. Another layer of lies. To Han, it only confirmed the truth. There was no chance the Dark Apostle's appearance on the 10th floor was coincidence. It matched the glitch too perfectly. No question about it. Another message blinked into view. This one promised compensation, 50,000 gold. Not bad. Isel appeared in her usual bright burst of energy, clapping to celebrate his rank up. But her excitement dimmed the moment she saw his face. What's wrong? She asked. You don't look even a little happy. Han hesitated, then said quietly, I met your original. The words froze her in place. What do you mean by that? Han paused, then guessed aloud. It had to be Mobius CEO. That was the only explanation that made sense. Isel looked rattled. Whatever he'd stumbled onto wasn't something she'd prepared for. She had no idea what her original might have told him. But Han brushed it aside. It didn't matter. He wasn't here to dig into secrets. He was just venting. The only thing that mattered now was the tower. Climbing higher. For that, he still needed her. Isel straightened, regaining her usual spark. Then let me help, she said, handing him something shiny. A gold coupon. Han blinked, confused. He hadn't even known such a thing existed. Isel stared at him like he was out of his mind. Wait, seriously? You don't know what this is? It's a gift card, she explained. You can trade it for anything. Han's eyes narrowed. And who sent it? The master, she said. He was impressed. This is your reward, a token of how much he values you. Han had heard of these cards before, usually given out during events. But this one felt different. Maybe the master was shocked they'd gotten this far without intervention. Even so, Han handed it back. Give it to someone else. I don't need it. Isel's jaw dropped. You're refusing? Do you have any idea? This can get you literally anything. But Han shook his head. 10,000 gold barely buys anything useful in the shop. Exhaustion edged his voice. Anything else? If not, I'm going to bed. Isel hesitated. Then the system chimed. A purchase had just been made, with a gift card. Han frowned. He hadn't bought anything. Isel pulled out a small wooden horse and placed it gently on the floor in front of her. A system message appeared. A gift from a hero you admire. Han stared at it flatly. What is this? What am I supposed to do with it? It's from a master, she said. Han looked at the wooden figure for a long moment, then let it fall to the ground with a dull thud. Without a word, he turned and walked away. Gifts should mean something, he muttered. As he left, his thoughts drifted to the others. Why reward just him? What about the heroes who'd fought just as hard? His eyes flicked back once at the trinket on the floor. A gift without meaning, without purpose, was worthless. Later, lying on his bed, Han's mind kept circling. He knew, deep down, the kinds of gift that would bring real joy to real heroes. And he caught himself. Why was he even thinking like that? That wasn't him. Not long after, he stood before a massive portal. This time, he didn't even flinch. Around him, voices rose, chanting for the rift in space and time to open. Han sized up the situation fast. His level wasn't the problem anymore. What mattered now were the threats waiting on the other side. He let out a slow sigh. Let's wrap this up quickly. Even as he steadied himself, his thoughts flickered back to the master. For someone who had joined so late, the power he wielded was absurd. Unreal. Then his gaze caught Ivalka. She was tense. No surprise, after what she'd endured back on the 10th floor. She turned to him with a question. Where to next? Han didn't answer. He didn't need to. They weren't ready for what lay ahead. Not at this reckless pace. No one truly understood how the choose me ending worked. Yet there was again, bold and mocking across his vision. Climb the tower and save the world. The sight made his blood boil. Then another alert flashed. Main dungeon, 11th floor. Before he could react, the system spoke again. Gate opens in 10 seconds. Prepare for entry. Han cut his eyes toward the group. Get ready. We're going in. Ivalka froze, blindsided by how fast everything was moving. Han's thoughts soured. He remembered that familiar arrogance among certain players. The ones who swore raw skill was enough. Who believed heroes alone could carry them through. With no strategy, no preparation. He hated that kind of thinking. To him, progress was earned, floor by floor, blood by blood. Getting shoved forward like this only proved how clueless the so-called player behind them really was. Then the mission alert appeared. Objective, eliminate all enemies. Han's jaw tightened. Whoever was pulling the strings thought they were some kind of expert. But to him, it was clear they had no idea what it really took to reach the 100th floor. Moonlight spread across a desolate field, revealing endless rows of gravestones. Long shadows stretched across the dirt. The ground shook. Bony hands clawed free, followed by entire corpses dragging themselves upright. Hollow eyes glowed. Rusted weapons clattered in their grip. Level 11 elites. Han's voice cut the night. Positions. The group snapped into formation, blades out, shields braced, breath steady. Tension thickened. The undead surged forward. Han charged first, taking point at the front. This wasn't about chance anymore. This was his proving ground. Every skeleton that lunged fell beneath his blade, but he knew it wouldn't last. If enemies kept scaling like this, the climb ahead would be nothing less than hell. Each fallen corpse erupted in fire, dragging his memory back, Back to that first encounter with a 4-star threat. The master had merged that monster with him. He remembered the 5 heroes summoned during that trial. Only one survived. Even so, Han hadn't blamed the master. Not then. A sharp crack snapped him back to the present. Jenna tore through the chaos, spinning midair. Her kick smashed into a skeleton, sending it tumbling across the ground. Her expression said everything. These enemies weren't just strong. They were endless. Relentless. Han pressed forward, blade cutting through ranks of the undead. But his mind drifted back to the beginning. Back when a master used a plan. There were structures, training regiments, crafted gear, carefully built strategies Han himself had recommended. But after the 5th floor, everything shifted. Impulse replaced order. The plans vanished. What remained was only chaos. Beside him, Aaron moved in sync, deflecting strikes in perfect rhythm. They fought as one, their bodies moving on instinct alone. The sight pulled another memory from Han, a mission that should have been impossible. And yet, together, they survived. But after that, it was as if the master stopped trying entirely. Ivalka's eyes closed in silence. Heat gathered in her palm until a sphere of flame bloomed, burning brighter with each second. Han's gaze lingered, thoughts darkening. Every misstep since the 5th floor replayed in his head. 5 summons wasted. No upgrades. No gear. No strategy. And still, they were thrown headlong into the 10th floor. Even so, against every odd, they endured. Now they stood surrounded by scorched bones and silence, bodies battered, lungs burning, but alive. Victorious again. Yet Han knew the truth. This wasn't the master's victory. The master had failed them. He had mistaken their strength for his own, leaning too heavily on their power, forgetting the role he was meant to play. No, this victory belonged to Han. Power surged through him. Light radiated, his level rising higher. It wasn't just numbers, it was growth he'd carved out for himself. A step forward he had earned. Night fell, draping the world in quiet. The wind stirred the trees, while lanterns outside the stone house flickered like fading stars. Han leaned against the wall, arms crossed. His voice cut through the stillness. Isel appeared instantly, as bright and sharp as ever. Han met her eyes. "Do you always come when I call?" She nodded. "Always." "Good," Han said. "Because I have questions." Isel hesitated, her tone shifting, cautious now. "There are limits. I can't tell you everything." "I'm not asking for everything," Han said flatly. "Just get me close." Clearly flustered, she shut her eyes, shouting, "Fine, but this is the last time." Han wasted no time. "What's the name of the original fairy?" The question stunned her. She tapped a finger to her chin, thinking hard. "The directors had a lot of names," she said at last. "Over 100 million, actually. A new one for every world." In Tonia, she was Kate. Han repeated it under his breath. Kate. And then the thought followed. If she was Kate here, she'd have been someone else in Nibelheim. Pieces began to click. After the 10th floor, every master was granted their own lobby. The world itself changed with each rating, reshaped by its master. If Isel was telling the truth, then every single world's fate hinged on the master at its center. Hundreds of millions of worlds, all turning, all under different hands. The scale of it was staggering. But he wasn't done. "What is Mobius?" Han asked. Isel blinked. "You'll need to be more specific." "I'm not talking about the company," Han said. "I mean the spiral galaxy. The one with endless worlds." She studied him, then gave a slow nod. "Each master gets a world. Unique. No duplicates. Not even among heroes." Han's stare sharpened. "I've met Kate," he said. "I want to know who she really is." His voice dropped lower. "Did she ever hurt the master?" That was the real question. Isel's tone shifted. "No one becomes a master without first living on Earth." Han dismissed it with a wave. That wasn't what mattered. He pressed again. Had Kate ever betrayed the master? Isel stayed silent. The silence was louder than any denial. When Han pushed once more, she faltered. The thought itself unsettled her. She didn't want to believe Kate could be capable of something like that. Flustered, she promised to check the data, then vanished. Left alone, Han sank onto the bed, folding his hands behind his head, eyes locked on the ceiling. There was no point chasing Mobius tonight. It wouldn't change anything. The fire crackled in the corner, sparks drifting upward like fleeting thoughts. For now, he let the quiet take over. Eventually, Isel returned. This time she stood firm. Her voice was steady. "The master is just an ordinary user. Nothing more. There's no danger." Han wasn't convinced. "Are you sure?" She nodded. "I confirmed it with another director. It's safe." But then she added, interference like that came with heavy risks and strict conditions. It wasn't something done lightly. Han leaned back into the pillow. That was enough for now. Outside, training dummies stood motionless in shadows. Then Usher's voice rang out. "Start the duel." The match began. Han struck first, blade cutting clean. In that instant, it all clicked. The master's failures weren't a mystery. They came down to bad choices. Nothing more. Roderick's weapon flew toward him. Han dodged. The strike was powerful, reckless. His teammate wasn't holding back, but Han was ready. He raised his shield, bracing against the next blow, and then the realization hit. The master wasn't just inexperienced. He was infected, blinded by the belief that he couldn't lose. Usher unleashed another wave of attacks. Faster, harder. Han kept slipping away, eyes sharp. If that arrogance spread any further, it would consume him. Another swing, blocked. But Edith appeared in the shadows, daggers flashing. Steel cut across his cheek. 3 against 1. He couldn't win this head-on. But Han's mind wasn't on the fight alone. He recognized the signs. The infection was still in its early stages. If they acted fast, maybe it wasn't too late. Jenna and Aaron dove in, blades flashing, fists striking. Now, it was chaos. A full clash, heroes pushing each other to their limits. And in the center of it all, Han saw the truth crystal clear. The only way to snap the master out of this spiral. It was clear now. The only way to break the master's arrogance was to take away the crutch he leaned on most. That crutch was Han. Han gritted his teeth and threw himself back into the brawl. Later, sunlight spilled across the city streets, turning the cobblestones gold. The team walked in silence, their boots tapping against stone. Jenna glanced at Aaron. "So it's true?" she asked. "We're going straight to the 12th floor?" Aaron hesitated. "That's what it looks like, but yeah, it feels rushed." Han trailed behind, still processing it himself. They had just cleared the 11th floor, and by Earth's clock, not even a full day had passed. Then Isel appeared before them. She raised her hand, calling for a tear in space-time. The air shimmered. The next gate was already forming. 2 floors cleared in under 24 hours. Jenna stepped up to the glowing rift. She glanced back. "You coming?" Han didn't answer immediately. His eyes were on the ferry. Which floor did the master choose? Isel hesitated, then finally said it. "The 12th. Han's eyes narrowed. "Yeah, thought so." The others looked at him, puzzled, waiting for his move. He made it. Crossing his arms, Han said flatly, "I'm not going." Isel froze. The words hit like stone. Han didn't budge. "I mean it. This isn't something to mess around with." Jenna blinked, stunned. "Wait, you mean we can refuse? I thought we had to follow orders." Han scanned his team. "There's always a choice," he said calmly. "You just have to be ready for the consequences." Jenna frowned. Didn't others try to resist and still got pulled in any way? "They broke the rules," Han replied, his voice even. Isel's tone spiked, frustration slipping through. "You need to rethink this. It's too dangerous." Han cut her off. "Dangerous? You mean like throwing us into a dungeon without warning?" The fairy tried again, but Han silenced her with a glare. "I already know what you're going to say." A surge of bright blue light rippled from the gate. Han felt it, the invisible line. Crossing it wasn't optional. Refusing to enter was one thing, but rejecting synthesis? That was worse. The master could erase him, replace him with someone more obedient in an instant. But Han stood firm. "I'm not going," he said again, voice steady. Final. Ivalka's voice split the silence, raw with disbelief. "So that's it? You're just leaving us behind? That's your call?" Han answered coldly. "I won't stop you." The air froze. Aaron's grip on his spear tightened. "If he's out," he said, nodding toward Jenna, "then so am I." Jenna stretched lazily, her tone edged with ice. "You could have told us we had a choice, Han." She stepped back. "I'm done too." Her partner looked stunned. Ivalka, caught between them, hesitated. Her voice shook. I'm not going either." And then, a glowing message materialized in the air. "Group deployment denied. Some heroes' refuse orders. The master may choose to listen or punish." Han read the message and smirked. "Let him try." Isel looked rattled, her voice trembling. This wasn't in the script. Jenna glanced at him. "So what now?" Han looked away for a moment, then gave the slightest grin. "Now we wait." Above them, the sky split open. An enormous eye appeared, gazing down from the heavens. The player was watching. Han didn't flinch. "Let's see how he reacts." The others slowly tilted their heads back, staring into that overwhelming gaze. And then it hit Han. The master probably had no idea his creations could resist him. Maybe he'd never even bothered to read the rules. That ignorance had led them here. Sensing the shift, Isel quietly summoned the rest. One by one, the group gathered. Edith arrived, scanning their faces. "Why'd you call everyone?" A voice answered from the crowd. "We're not going." Edith blinked, stunned. "Wait, what?" The sky was calm, sunlight pouring down as if mocking the tension. Han sat on a bench, relaxed, answering her questions without a flicker of fear. Edith, though, was shaken. She realized how dangerous this was. If Han couldn't stand by this choice, he could be erased. But he wasn't pretending. He was steady, unmoved. They went back and forth, Edith warning him. The player wouldn't let this slide. Han cut her down with one line. "So what? We're supposed to follow every command without question. We're not here to serve." We're here to survive. The words landed. Edith froze, then looked at the others, trying to sway them. Han stayed quiet, watching, and in that silence, he understood. They weren't united by loyalty. What bound them was survival. Edith turned back at last. Her eyes found Aaron. We're going, she said firmly. We need strength. I won't be someone's experiment. With that, the others moved toward the portal, leaving Han and Jenna behind on the bench. Jenna sat down beside him, her voice low. So what happens to us now? Han didn't soften the truth. I don't know. It's all in the Master's hands. He paused, then added, if I get synthesized, don't fight it. Save yourself. Jenna looked at him, calm. Steady. You're going to outlast us all, she said. Aaron's voice carried from nearby. He's got more resolve than any of us. Ivalka nodded in agreement. If nothing else, you're the one who never wavered. Han exhaled quietly, closing his eyes with a faint smile. They'd come so far, learned so much, but peace never lasted. A system alert burst across his vision. One of his team was bleeding out. Then another, and another. The warnings piled up in rapid succession. The 12th floor was different. The gate opened, and the group stumbled out, bloodied, battered, barely standing. They leaned on one another, dragging themselves forward on sheer willpower. Han's eyes locked on Edith. How are you holding up? At first, she said nothing. Then her voice broke the silence. Han. Her eyes swept over the survivors, sharp and unyielding. How do you just ignore a command like that? Han cracked a grin. Simple. You just do it. A sharp notification blinked. Edith declined the mission. With that choice, the second squad was instantly shut down. Her team stood there, worn out but still on their feet. Isel froze. Confidence drained from her, replaced with panic as everything unraveled. Han only chuckled. With both teams out, the Master can't touch the main dungeon or the exploration one. He faced the group, calm and steady. We'll keep training like nothing's changed. No reason for him to suspect a thing. Restock your potions. Jenna, Aaron, handle the daily solo. I'll meet you after. Isel snapped. If this keeps up, the Master might just abandon us entirely. Han didn't blink. Then he was never strong enough to reach the top. She stammered. He could synthesize you. Han shrugged. Better a clean in than that. And if anyone gets absorbed into the system, it'll be the one who sparked this rebellion. Isel lowered her head, hiding her face. Her body shook as she tried to hold back. But Han pressed on. Yeah, maybe his stress spikes. Maybe his spirit drops. But our team? They'll see what's happening. They'll start to trust again. He stretched out a hand toward her. There's still time for him to change. To earn us back. To lift morale. Then he turned, leading the squad away. Just before fading from sight, he threw out one last jab. Our player's not exactly a genius. Isel stood rooted to the spot, dread heavy on her shoulders. The next day, they entered the weekly dungeon. Their goal, gather elemental stones for ascension. The portal glowed, confirming both mission and location. Han split them into two groups. One squad returned with a fire elemental stone. Jenna and Aaron pushed through the forest path. Han and Ivalka descended into the ravine, cliffs alive with glowing crystal veins. After regrouping, they dove right back into training. Han's sword and shield mastery climbed to level 6. But he knew the next leap wouldn't come easy. He needed sharper drills, stronger opponents, someone who could actually challenge him. He cut through his teammates' attacks with ease, then pointed at Ivalka. Your turn. Unlock telekinesis. Ivalka groaned. But all I got is fire magic. Han smirked. Then get used to potatoes because that's all you'll eat until you pull off. The sky darkened. Winds tore through the training grounds. Days slipped by. And still, the Master didn't log in. Leaning against Han's shoulder, Isel whispered, what if he's not coming back? Han sipped from his mug. Guess we'll see. Then, out of nowhere, a new notification flashed. The Master logged in. Isel lit up, hope surging. He didn't forget us. Edith appeared beside her. Maybe he finally came to his senses. Han lifted his cup again, unimpressed. If it were that easy, he wouldn't have crashed this hard to begin with. Han set his mug down with a soft clink. It's clear what he's doing. Compensation currents to reshuffle the raid lineup. A notification popped instantly. Advanced summon activated. New cards drawn. Stein, Mazel, Tazur. All rare. Edith glanced at Han. If they're like us, we'll have to draw lots to see who stays. Han rose, already walking away. No need. They're not joining this squad. She blinked. Why not? You'll see. At the stairway, the newcomers were already fighting. Mazel wrinkled her nose, griping about Tazur's smell. Stein tried to calm things down. Tazur snapped back, calling her pretentious. Mazel fired right back, neither giving an inch. Han strolled closer, watching them unravel. Less than 5 minutes in, and they were tearing each other apart. Stein spotted him and rushed over. You were summoned before us, right? Han gave a single nod. The bickering behind them grew louder. I'm Stein, he said quickly. Knight in training. Please, can you step in? They won't listen to me. Nearby, Tazur sneered. Like I'd take orders from a weakling. Mazel backed him up, sharp and dismissive. No offense, but I'm not following some spoiled noble who lucked into power. That cut deep. Stein's fist clenched. Say what you want, but drag my family into it again, and we're done. His patience snapped. Sword drawn, he turned on his own teammates. Edith muttered under her breath to Han. What's wrong with him? Han didn't look away. Not every summon works out. Some combos tank stats just by existing together. And then the chaos broke loose. Stein swung wildly, shield up. Tazur yelled he'd teach him a lesson, hurling knives like darts. Stein barely blocked in time. Mazel joined in with spells, sparks tearing through the air. The summoning gate became a battlefield. That's when Isel stormed in. Have you lost your minds? Do you want to die before the mission even starts? Tazur froze mid-attack, startled. Who even are you? Isel stepped forward, hand to her chest. The master's confidant. And if you think any of you can match me, you're dreaming. Stein dragged a hand down his face in exasperation. Isel folded her arms, her tone final. This ends here. I'll overlook it once. Don't expect a second chance. Mazel glared, jabbing at Tazur and Stein. Then get rid of them. I won't stay with these two. I can't even breathe around them. She spun toward Han, sword lifted. If I'm joining a party, it'll be one led by a real hero. Isel stood firm. Not your choice. Only the master decides who belongs where. Right then, the team assignment screen blinked into existence. Beside them, a time rift portal tore open, glowing with shifting light. Han started walking off. Edith called after him. Where are you going? Bed. He didn't even slow down. Those three? They're not coming back. He dropped onto the bed, hands folded behind his head. His eyes closed, only for alerts to start flooding in. Tazur has entered madness. Combat initiated. More messages rolled in. Health bars plummeting. Warnings piling up. Han groaned, rolled to his side, and tried to drown it all out. Then another alert blinked into view. All three characters defeated. Mission failed. Master has been defeated. High above, Isel hovered quietly. A prompt flickered across her vision. Exit game? Are you sure? The system's flat goodbye message followed, and Isel screamed, throwing her arms wide in frustration. She dropped down, hovering inches above Han. What are we supposed to do if he never comes back? Han cracked one eye open. It's possible. Isel yanked his hair hard. Possible. What about me? What about everyone else? Her voice shook. If he's gone 6 months, the account gets deleted. You know that. Her tone broke into pleading. He can't just abandon us. Han's voice lowered. 6 months there. But for us? That's a year and a half. Isel's wings trembled. Her voice softened to a whisper. We can't build anything without a master. I'll lose my power. I'll disappear like I was never here at all. Her words cracked. I haven't even been alive that long. Han sighed, eyes still shut. Drama queen. Quit it. We don't even know if he's leaving. Isel wiped her face. Han opened one eye at her. Relax, he said. If he were that weak, he'd already be gone. She hesitated. You really think so? Han met her eyes. She nodded faintly. Then, I'll trust you. Han arched a brow. So why the meltdown? You actually think it's that bad? That you'll really vanish if we don't climb the tower? She hovered there, wings flickering in the air. Yes, I'll fade away. Han stopped, gaze fixed on the ceiling. A bead of sweat slid down his temple. Half a year. He turned toward the window, eyes drifting to the towering outer wall of Nibelheim. Time was slipping away. The next morning, a prompt appeared on screen. Purchase now. Mobius is cheering for the master's success. A new alert followed. Triple gold pack selected. Includes 5,000 diamonds plus 3 gift cards. Cost 90,000. Another window blinked up. Proceed with 90,000 deduction. Before Han could react, golden light erupted in front of him. A tall blonde man materialized as the system announced. Advanced summoning activated. Master is eager to see who answers. Thunder shook the room. Light burst again. The first hero landed, Noken. A wide grin stretched across his face as he glanced around. Where are we? Wait, are those girls? Rare hero acquired. Then another figure stepped through, a bearded man, calm and steady. His eyes swept the area. Looks interesting. But first we eat. Rare hero acquired. A third man appeared, gray-haired, posture sharp. His eyes swept the area. Who's in charge? Take us to the shelter. Rare hero acquired. Han turned to the blonde. Fresh recruits. Think they deserve a welcome. The blonde answered flatly. No. From behind, Noken stepped in, voice loud. Who are you people? Looking to get yourselves killed. Han shot him a glare. You talk too much. Shut up and listen. At the training field, a red-haired girl turned toward Edith, just as Han called her off. Stand by. From the sidelines, Jenna muttered, this is even worse than when my squad got summoned. Noken raised his sword, pointing it straight at Han. Who do you think you're talking to? Han didn't move. His bangs shadowed his eyes. Someone nearby whispered, It's not about the recruits, it's about him. Han didn't reply. He just drove his fist into Nokin's face. Once. Twice. Again. Across the field, frustration boiled over. A dark-haired girl punched the screen in anger, sick of bad pulls. 3 failed summons in a row. No strategy. No synergy. Just filler heroes. Edith stepped in, firing back at the player while Han held him steady. Some players knew how to blend 1 stars and 5 stars into a real team. That took planning. Understanding. This was just noise. Sometimes the smarter move was to burn through 5 spins and pray something stuck. Another update flashed across the system. Nokin, Winard, Jelen, Robeal, Jian added to Group 3. Han rested a hand on his belt. Welcome aboard. Sorry, no warm-up. You'll figure out as we go. First real fight hits in seconds. The hall blazed with light as the rift of time and space stirred, opening wide. The battered newcomers stepped forward one by one, swallowed by the glow. Someone muttered that at least they hadn't killed each other, though one of them looked barely alive after the ordeal. Icel descended, wings glimmering, handing out the reward. The master sends his regards. A voice whispered from the back. They're catching on. Fast. Nearby, training dummies creaked in the wind. They slipped past. Jenna trailed close behind Han. Her voice was hushed. Do you think we're really in danger? Han looked over his shoulder. Do you? She hesitated, then admitted the recruits were the problem. They keep stirring things up. We could lose everything. From the corner, Nokin averted his gaze, sweat breaking out when Han's eyes locked on him. The blonde hero turned, scanning the squad. Jenna moved closer to Han, but he motioned her back. Nokin stepped forward, facing the group. Someone pointed out the obvious. They were running out of time. Still no mage, but overall, the formation looked solid, balanced enough to hold. Group 3 was finally shaping up. No deaths yet. On the surface, the master strategy seemed to be working. The blonde crossed his arms. Anyone know why those other squads never take missions? He didn't wait. Because their master abandoned them. The rest sat around the table, listening in silence as he went on. Once we level a bit more, we'll outpace them all. Every last one. Well, maybe not the mage. We could actually use her. Jelen raised an eyebrow. Aren't we already full? The bearded man grunted. We got 2 freeloaders. Drop 1, problem solved. Nokin's jaw fell open. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Han, steady as ever, just said, that's an interesting take. The blonde moved behind him. So, what are you even doing here? Just came for a drink. Han poured himself a cup, tone casual. But don't mind me. Keep talking. Be honest. Nokin muttered something under his breath, then stood. Not much else to say. I'm heading out. Need rest. Han watched him leave, silent. These guys, they didn't see teammates as people. To them, it was all numbers, units, resources. And still, the master seemed satisfied with them. Han's mind drifted upward to the tower. Floor after floor. They had clawed their way through the 14th, not without stumbles. 13 and 14 had been tolerable. But the 12th? Brutal. Maybe they'd gotten lucky. He raised his arms slightly, caught in thought. Not one member of Group 3 had hit level 10, yet the master kept forcing them higher. Once they broke floor 15, synthesis would unlock. Jenna caught up, out of breath. Are we really just going to keep circling like this? She shut her eyes for a moment. If we don't change something, they'll catch us. I'm out of options, Han. Everything I've got, it's all on you. Han didn't slow. I'll do what needs to be done. If you'd rather move to Group 3, I won't stop you. Jenna stiffened. Not happening. I can't stand them. Han smiled faintly. Good. Then wait. Our turn hasn't come yet. He broke into a sprint, calling back over his shoulder. So, you cracked telekinesis yet? Jenna smirked. Who do you think I am? With a flick of her finger, violet energy coiled around nearby debris, lifting it into the air. Sweat dotted her brow. Easy. Han nodded. That's real progress. In his head, he took note. No incantation. That meant she'd already reached beginner tier. Above them, a pale blue shimmer rippled faintly. A protective barrier. But then the thought hit him. Despite all their grinding, the master wasn't actually moving forward. From above, Han pictured the city below. The lobby was polished, sleek buildings, busy zones, but overcrowded with heroes. Clearing the 10th floor had unlocked new construction slots, 3rd-tier structures, ready and waiting. But the master hadn't built a thing. Not that anyone noticed. The heroes were too busy fighting among themselves. Han turned his focus toward Group 3. Sunlight spilled through the room as he reviewed their prep for the 15th floor raid. Chloe stood in front of Jelen while Han quietly observed. Subtle things began to click. Maybe this was what the master saw in them. Small details surfaced here and there. Arguments over who got extra meat, someone dragging a couch out of the dining hall. But if they really cleared floor 15, that's when everything could break apart. A voice rang across the settlement. Group 3, report to the square. Now, Nokin and Jelen exchanged smug glances. Finally, one muttered. This'll be easy. The system confirmed it. Group 3 has received basic health potions. Han and Jinna sat on a bench, watching. She scowled toward the gathering. We fought so hard, and now they're the ones getting rewards. Han stayed calm. We can restock later. Around them, tension simmered. A few onlookers shifted nervously. Back when we hit floor 10, the square was empty, someone whispered. Now it's packed, another said. Could be a good thing. The gate lit up as a voice declared. Rift of time and space, open. The blonde stepped forward, his tone sharp. You arrogant bastards better keep watching. When we're back, I'll ask the master to teach you all a lesson. Edith smirked from behind Han. Looks like you've got fans. Han didn't answer, but in his mind, if Noken actually survives this, maybe I'll let him. Then the question everyone had been avoiding finally came. What happens if they finish the mission? Jenna turned away, her face tight. Han's reply was flat. Then we follow the master. No more resistance. If we don't, we're done. The portal pulsed brighter, wrapping Noken in a glow. Han's thoughts sharpened. Maybe they'd clear it. Maybe not. They'd survived worse. Odds didn't always matter. Sometimes heroes clawed their way back from the impossible. And if they did it now, the master's confidence would soar. The rest of them would be shoved into the shadows. Han turned to the others. If they make it back, don't fight it. Just go along. A flash of blue swallowed Group 3. Their figures flickered, then vanished into the next floor. Han knew exactly what that meant. The second they succeeded, he'd be first on the list for synthesis. From inside the portal, Noken's voice echoed, sharp and eager. Time to kill. As they disappeared, a new structure began to form behind them. Han stared, mind racing. Clear the floor, or be crushed beneath it. That was the deal. The blonde's expression shifted. His bravado cracked as reality hit. They had no idea where they'd landed. The dark-haired man stood with arms folded. Jenna sat stiffly across from Aaron, both uneasy. Edith lingered nearby with a few others. Another blonde watched in silence. Han stood off to the side, arms crossed, waiting. 5 minutes passed. No alerts. No messages. Maybe it meant they were holding on. Then, system message. Mission failed. Entire group eliminated. Han's eyes snapped open. Noken, Winard, Jelen, Robeal, and Jian have returned to the embrace of God. Their fighting spirit will be remembered until the end of time. Han stared at the screen, blank. Winged figures drifted near the gate in silence. Did Group 3 just get wiped? The next alert confirmed it. Group 3 has been destroyed. The master has failed. He stood frozen. A special mission, over before it even started. Not even 5 minutes. Beside him, Jinna's voice broke through. What's happening? A prompt appeared. Does the master wish to exit the game? Then Icel's panicked whisper. He threw the phone. The system gave its cold farewell. Goodbye, user. Icel grabbed Han's sleeve, eyes wide. This is bad. What do we do? Han's calm reply cut through the noise. Everyone's watching. Let go. He rose to his feet. Jenna followed. Let's go. Nothing left to see. Jenna hesitated. But what about Group 3? They're gone, Han said flatly. Aaron glanced over. Jenna whispered. They had just entered. Han thought it through. An entire squad wiped before the fight even began. Not a single point earned. They were weak, he said at last. That's all it proves. Night fell over the settlement, heavy as a curtain. Somewhere near the wooden dummies, a scream cut the air. Han heard his name. Icel rushed toward him, anxious. What do we do now? Tell me what to do. He didn't turn. I'm training. You should rest. Weapons lay scattered across the field. Life goes on, Han said. Wake. Eat. Train. Eat again. Train more. Dinner. Repeat. Icel stared, stunned. It's been 10 days, she shouted. And the 1 stars? They're already slacking off. She imagined them sprawled around the dining hall, doing nothing. No master. No synthesis. Just a few still forcing themselves through the weekly dungeons. Han touched his chin, thinking. 10 days here, 3 days outside. Then a system alert broke the silence. Download complete. Time to take action. Welcome back, user. Icel gasped, tears welling. She turned toward the glow. Master. Han looked up. He's back. A flash lit the sky. Screenshot captured. Save the gallery. Another prompt. Would you like to exit the game? And finally, goodbye, user. Icel's fists clenched. That's it? He came back just for this. The fairy trembled in the air. Is he really planning to quit? Han watched the glow fade. He took a screenshot. That wasn't random. Icel blinked. You're saying he logged in just for memories? Han turned away. Looks like it. Silence stretched before he spoke again. What's your hobby, Icel? She frowned. Your hobby, he repeated. What do you like doing? She crossed her arms. Digging up stuff online. Han's eyes lit up. So you really can access the internet? Icel nodded. Han stepped closer, his voice serious. Then I need your help. Inside the building, the lights flickered faintly. Icel floated nervously. What kind of help? You want to connect to the network from here? She asked. Han stretched out on the bed, one arm tucked behind his head. Don't tell me you can't. Of course I can, the fairy snapped. She hovered closer, eyeing him. But crossing dimensions like this isn't easy. There are consequences. Han raised a brow. So, what's the holdup? 1 hour, max, Isel said, closing one eye as if weighing it out. Just a watch. But if you post or comment, the timer burns fast. Han leaned back, unfazed. Sound like a pain? It always is, she muttered. I haven't even checked Ragnar Loki's blog in forever. Han sat up. Still do it. Her eyes widened. You're going solo? If it's even possible, Han replied. A bead of sweat traced down her cheek. She smacked both sides of her face and let out a shout. Fine. But only this once, because it's you. With a sharp flick of her hand, a laptop-shaped shimmer appeared, glowing with magic. Energy hummed in the air. Han glanced at her. I can't hold it long, she warned. Do you really have a pose like that? He asked dryly. It helps me concentrate, she muttered, wings fluttering. Hovering above the radiant screen, she urged, hurry up already. Relax, Han muttered. I'm moving fast. His eyes locked onto the screen. It had been ages since he last logged in. Data spilled across the plain white background. Forums, guides, notices. Han scrolled quickly until the help board loaded. Then he froze. A crooked smile tugged at his lips. The screenshot was there, his master's username attached. He was right. Han studied the profile image. Was that supposed to be his self-portrait? Or AI art? Could this really be him on the other side? The comment section was packed, filled with users tearing into the master. Time ticked down. Isel's arm shook. Han. He didn't hesitate. His fingers struck the keys. If I can upload all my logs from a cloud, maybe it would change something. The cursor blinked. Then the replies exploded, comments pouring under his post. Isel's body jolted. She let out a strained yell, head snapping back. Han blinked. Right? Should have gone anonymous. She collapsed onto the bed beside him. Han glanced over. You did great. It's done. Still panting, she asked, did it really go through? Han nodded. Now it's on the master. Her eyes narrowed, drained. You actually sent something? Yeah, he said evenly. All my logs. Her eyes went wide. Wait, like a heavenly book. Han blinked. Huh. Isel puffed steam from her nose. There's a rumor. Says the public guides are fake. Locke hid the real raid path inside the book. And you, she jabbed a finger at him. You just handed that to the master. Han sighed, resting his arms on his knees. Cut me some slack. You're not completely wrong, he admitted. What I sent was 2 years' worth of runs. Strategy, analysis, mistakes, fixes, everything. Might as well have been a thesis. Isel's eyes lit up. So the book's real after all. Flames roared in the cauldron. Han calmly added, it's not everything. Just everything I wrote down. From a nearby slot, thick pages spilled out, worn with use. Han glanced at them, wondering, would the master even bother reading it? The pile was massive, never meant for public eyes. Reflections flickered across the window. But if he actually understands it. A grin spread slowly across Han's face. Light stirred in nearby houses. He leaned back, considering the question, would the master just vanish for good or return stronger, ready to try again? Outside, the settlement rested in quiet safety behind its towering walls. Then, system notification, download complete. Tap to proceed. Han reached forward. The chime followed. Welcome back. A dagger spun through the air, catching the light. Han sat still, calm, hands folded. He was back. A fairy floated in front of him, holding a small horse statue. From the master, she said. System notification. Battle comrade statue purchased for 5,000 gold. Granted to the user. Han extended a hand. I'll take it. The fairy hesitated. You're not going to smash it again, are you? Han accepted it gently. Before I sent the message, I made a change. He looked down at the statue, peaceful in his palm. I added a note. Told him to give this to a hero he actually cared about. A new prompt appeared. The user was pleased with the gift. Bond level increased. Han froze mid-step, eyes narrowing. The master had read it. All of it. Above, a vast eye opened in the sky, silent and watchful. Han didn't blink. I don't need a careless master. If this one's serious about climbing, he better match me, or surpass me. Anything less won't work. Clutching the horse, Han glanced toward his allies. If he really has it in him, then he'll be the star we follow. System notification. First group loyalty restored. By the fountain, the horse statue stood tall. What if the master never changes? Someone asked. A soft wind moved through the square. Behind the fountain, a tall building loomed in shadow. Han tilted his head up toward its rooftop windows. Unlikely, he said, but we'll see. Another voice called out. You mean logging in again? Han answered without pause. Depends how fast the interference points start stacking. He bent down, tightening his shoes. What's the situation? Han slid on his jacket as Isel spoke. It's how the main office links everything. Cause, effect, the core of the game. The more active the master, the more interference points stack. And if he starts leveling fast, they pile up even quicker. She lit up, practically bouncing. Oh, and don't forget the diamonds. Han raised a brow. Diamonds? She nodded fast. They're like solidified glasses, physical shards of creation power. With his back still turned, Han asked, same kind tied to real-world money? Exactly, she said. Cash hits harder than anything. Virtual funds are okay, but real money? That's power. And the system sweetens it. A 1% bonus for every deposit. Han took a slow step forward and snorted. 1%? That's a scam. He kept walking, calling out to his teammates. Shake off the rust. Enough sitting around. Without breaking stride, he dropped the verdict. They were back in the fight. System alerts lit the air. First group reactivated. A new notification praised the master for flipping their mindset. Jenna and Aaron followed close behind. Jenna gave a shrug. Whatever. At least we're not stuck in limbo. Not fired up? Someone teased. Before Jenna could answer, Ivalka blurted out. Loud and clear, nope, not at all. Then she froze, flustered, sweat dotting her face. I mean, yeah, totally fired up. Been waiting for this. Aaron eyed Han. Even with the master stepping in, we're still one short. That's 4 of us. Han waved it off. Don't worry. Nearby, a dark-haired girl turned away as the system confirmed it. She'd be filling in with Group 1, at least for now. Edith descended the stairs. So you really ditched the refusal? Han gestured at the system prompt. See for yourself. And the master? She pressed. You'll meet them soon enough. Right on cue, a system ping, Group 2 unlocked. Edith grinned. If you say so, I'm in. Another message locked it in. She was officially part of the first squad. Then the air split open. A white glow rippled wide as the rift stirred. Edith glanced at the team. Don't get used to me being around. Han shrugged. Didn't ask you to. You'll rejoin Group 2 once we clear floor 15. A sharp alert cut across the field. Current stage, 8th floor. Gate opening in 10 seconds. Light flared, revealing a sprawling city stretched behind them. Mission type, Conquest. Eliminate all enemies. Aaron squinted ahead. 8th floor already? Han nodded. Time to put training to work. The ground shook. A hulking beast slammed its paws into the dirt. Behind it, goblin riders poured forward, howling. Spin them. Ivalka shouted, raising her hand. The goblins roared, jaws wide, as a wall of mud ripped across the battlefield. Jenna's bowstring thrummed. Arrows slicing the air, striking true. Ivalka thrust her arms forward. Ignite! A torrent of fire roared out, swallowing everything in its path. Han shielded his face from the heat. She used to take 40 seconds to cast that spell. Now, barely 10. This is it, he shouted, his blade cutting through enemies in a blur. Final stage. Blood sprayed across the floor. Edith, already drenched in gore, muttered, Remind me why you even dragged me here? A soft chime echoed. Floor cleared. Aaron and Ivalka shot up a level. Their rewards? 5,000 gold and a bundle of leather gear. Han's gaze shifted. Jenna was holding her ground so well now. He could finally trust her to guard the rear. The girls shared a glance. Jenna smirked. Getting bored yet? Edith shook her head. Not really. Watching this mess is actually entertaining. Han figured she hadn't meshed with the group yet, but she was sharp. She'd settle in soon enough. Ivalka drew a long breath, shutting her eyes. That's it, right? I'm spent. Can't keep casting forever. But just then, a system notification lit up. Top performer. Ivalka. Han paused, taking it in. She really had come a long way. Her control over magic was on a whole different level now. Without hesitation, he grabbed her arm. We're not done. She groaned. You've got to be kidding me. I'm already drained. Relax, someone cut in. This next part's nothing. Ivalka glared. That's what you always say. And it's never true. Nearby, rows of glass tubes shimmered in the dim light. Another system alert pinged. Han had maxed out his research capacity. A follow-up message urged them to begin research, essential for running the lobby smoothly. The group now stood in a shadowy chamber, a faint glow illuminating their surroundings. Ivalka scanned the space. A magic lab? Hands on her hips, she turned to Han. Care to explain why we're here? I said no physical work, didn't I? He replied. She frowned, confused. From now on, he continued, your role is research. A system prompt appeared. Research options unlocked. Hero feedback, building upgrades, dungeon analysis, all available. Assigning heroes would generate research points, the lifeblood for upgrading lobby systems. The system even flagged Ivalka as a recommended candidate. Before she could respond, a tiny fairy flickered into existence right beside her. Ivalka shrieked. Could you not pop up like that? The fairy gave a shrug. Not my choice. Just deal with it. They moved toward a small desk. A chair and container sat waiting. Isel pointed. Simple. Solve the problem, drop it in. That's your assignment. Ivalka scowled. Why me? I already studied all this back at the academy. Isel snapped back. Because the master said so. So unless you want to get tossed out, Do the work. Han opened a book, ignoring the bickering. Ivalka sank into the chair, cheek resting on her hand, looking utterly unmotivated. Another system alert blinked into view. Research unit gained. Current speed, 10 units per hour. Cost, 10 diamonds per hour. A pale blue flame flickered to life inside the cauldron. Han glanced over. 10 an hour? That's awful. Not that I'm surprised. She's not exactly built for this. The system confirmed the schedule, 3 hours of research per day. Another warning followed. Push researchers too far, and they'd burn out. Isel repeated it word for word. 3 hours a day. No more. Ivalka gawked at her. 3 hours? My brain's already fried. The system promptly logged her outburst. I mean it, she shouted. This isn't easy. I'm losing my mind over one stupid problem. This is slavery. Han finally realized she wasn't just being dramatic. Her workload really was stacked. He shut the book with a snap. They couldn't afford to break her down this early. Isel, he called, put in a request with the craftsman. A moment later, a notification popped up. Han had ordered a fur coat for 3,000 gold. A dazzling white coat shimmered into view. Ivalka snatched it up instantly. Han smirked. What did I say? You wanted it anyway. Consider it advance payment. Keep this up, and the perks won't stop. Ivalka shot him a glare. You think you can bribe me with snacks and a coat? They both tugged at the fluffy garment until Han leaned back. Fine. Hand it over then, if you don't want it. She clutched it tighter. Who said I didn't? Fine, I'll do it. I'll take care of everything. Behind them, water roared over a stone bridge, its echo filling the chamber. Another system notice appeared. The craftsman is still working. Upgrading gear. Sending heroes to weekly dungeons. Forging weapons in the central workshop. Clang. A hammer struck metal. Lines of heroes waited for their turn. Han rested his chin in his hand, quietly watching. The recruits, the restructuring, the upgrades. This was the master's doing. He'd changed in for the better. At the next table, a girl struck up a conversation. Ivalka leaned back, eyes closed. I stick to fire magic, but I've studied plenty of the others. She glanced at Han. You've got some skill. Ever think about picking up magic? Han arched a brow. You serious? She nodded. It'd be hard teaching you on my own, sure. But with the books we have, it's possible. Han pulled out 2 game cards. Both showed 2 stars, proof he was still a beginner. If I reach 3 stars, I can specialize, he explained. Right now, I'm leaning warrior. But if I meet the right requirements, I might unlock a hidden class. Something like swordsman mage. Just picturing it left him wide-eyed. Appreciate it, he added. But I think I'll stick with one path. Rare doesn't always mean better. She smiled. Fair enough. But if you change your mind, you know where to find me. That's when someone snorted. You're only suggesting that because you don't want to make the choice yourself. Ivalka froze. Excuse me? What kind of ridiculous? The guy just grinned. Bullseye. She lowered her gaze, her voice trailing off. Han shifted closer, changing the subject. So, before all this, what was your life like? She turned her head away. I was a farmer. Ivalka scoffed. Yeah, right. Nobody's buying that. The lamp by the window flickered weakly. Focus, someone reminded her. With a sigh, she picked up her pen again. Han spoke quietly. She was from a noble family. Lost everyone during the war. Ivalka's eyes narrowed, then widened as light shimmered above the table. What is that? Han looked up, his eyes sharp. It's starting. The air rippled. A system alert chimed. Hero reaction research reached level 1. Sparks erupted through the room. Another message followed. The goddess has blessed the lobby. Ivalka stared at the glowing motes, speechless. Han spread 3 cards across the table. This research unlocked 3 new paths. The master spent 30 points here. Ivalka dropped her head with a groan. Ugh, I feel sick. Check your stat window, Han told her. A screen snapped into view in front of her. She screamed. Han leaned in. Yeah, that's what I thought. Now you can see everything. Your skills, all laid out in numbers. Images flickered in his mind. Groups of players crowding around buildings, confused, lost. The third group gone before they even understood the mission. They never saw the messages. But hero reaction research changed that. Ivalka eyed the screen, unsettled. Can you read them? Han asked. Strength, intelligence, HP, agility, even your skills? She nodded slowly. Yeah, there's a mid-level spell listed. Telekinesis. Those are your basics, Han explained, standing. Come on, the others need to know. They stepped outside, just as a shrill cry split the air. Ghost. A glowing orb hovered in front of Blonde Boy. He stumbled back, panicked. It's chasing me. Han grabbed his collar. Calm down. That's no ghost. Then what is it? The spark drifted forward, stopping just above the boy's chest. His face flushed instantly. Across the way, Jin-eyed Han. I knew something was off. You've been muttering to yourself, so I tried doing the same. The windows of the nearby building glowed softly. The group gathered at a table, conversations buzzing low. A girl leaned forward. Turns out there are stats, levels, skills. And when we fight, we really do grow stronger. I felt it after a few battles. A surge of power. Ivalka frowned. That's impossible. Even the best mages couldn't just grow like that. She turned on Han. So how'd you figure it out? No one else ever did. Han shrugged. Accident. Ivalka folded her arms. That's it? That's your answer? Jenna cut in. He's been here longer than we have. Ivalka raised a brow. Still shady. Then she sighed, brushing it off. Whatever. Keep your secrets. Everyone does. But, I'll admit, your advice has helped. Jenna nodded. Everything you said checks out. Aaron chuckled beside her. Careful, Ivalka teased. You're starting to sound like a fan. Jenna smirked. I call it survival. Han sat between them, quiet. If they made it through this, if they survived, he'd tell them everything. They deserve that much. A faint smile touched his lips as he closed his eyes. When that time came, though, it would also be goodbye. By morning, sunlight spilled over the building. Word spread fast. Everyone was buzzing about the new stat windows. System screens shimmered into view across the lobby. Most displayed only fragments of data, limited by the low research level. Some players couldn't access theirs at all. Out on the training field, shadowed figures moved through their drills. Jenna fired arrow after arrow, steady and precise. Across from her, Han stood poised, blade in hand, deflecting each shot with smooth, practiced swings. Lowering her bow, she held up her empty quiver. Wait, deflecting all that, that's an actual skill. Han tossed her another quiver. It is. She sighed. Not fair. I can't even block one. Han tilted his head. Think about it. If I've got a skill that reflects attacks, maybe there's one that counters it. Jenna blinked. What did you just? Before she could finish, Han blurred forward. In an instant, he was behind her. Jenna spun, barely dodging the strike. Are you trying to kill me? Han grinned. If I wanted to, I wouldn't miss. Relax. We're still in the lobby. He lifted his sword again. You want to get stronger? Then the training has to be harder. Jenna twisted back, narrowly evading another slash. Her bow raised, posture tightening into defense. Someone scoffed from the sidelines. Not exciting enough before. Now they're using real weapons. No rules. Han strapped a shield on his arm, sword still in hand. His voice rang clear across the field. From here on out, we train at the edge. Near beatdowns. No holding back. The sharp clang of steel rang out from the practice dummies. The onlookers exchanged glances, impressed. Wasn't he just a farmer? One whispered. Yeah, right. Another muttered. That's definitely a rumor. The clash on the field grew fierce. Jenna crouched low, fingers grazing the dirt. What even is this training? She muttered. Ahead, Han's eyes locked on her. Giving up already? Aaron's waiting. The blonde, quiet until now, gave a small nod. I can wait. Jenna steadied herself. Fine. One more try. Her eyes swept the field, calculating. Coming. Han shouted. He lunged, blade raised, dagger flashing toward her face. In one motion, he deflected it cleanly. Jenna drew her bow in a snap. A red glow flared in her eye as she loosed an arrow. The system chimed, skill acquired, exposure weakness. Han barely managed to block the shot. Jenna dropped to one knee, breathless but grinning wide. That was amazing. Someone from the sidelines called out. How'd you even do that? Still smiling, Jenna answered, I just really wanted it. He said there was a skill that could break through his guard. So I focused, and it clicked. Han blinked at her. She learned a skill just like that? Just by willing it? Strange, but undeniably impressive. You up for another round? He asked. Jenna lifted her bow, steady. This time I won't hold back. The arrow flew. Han dodged. But she wasn't just shooting now. She was calculating. The first arrow forced him to move. The second, maybe the third, would be aimed where he least expected. Feints layered in between. That red glow returned to her eye. She was locking onto the rhythm, breaking his timing, twisting his instincts. That was how an archer turned dodges into hits. Han's pupils narrowed as the system flashed. Basic archery skill leveled up to 6. A barrage of arrows tore through the air. She leveled mid-fight. Han gasped, deflecting desperately. Her movements were sharper, faster, beyond anything from before. He caught her smile in the chaos and felt the pressure tighten around him. Am I actually about to lose? The onlookers froze, whispering. Are they even human? They're monsters, both of them. Sweat slid down Han's temple. Aaron turned away from the fight. Incredible, he muttered. Han's the real deal. His hand shook at his side, jaw clenched, veins standing out as frustration burned through him. On the field, the wooden dummies sat untouched. The real clash was in the air. Another arrow. Han swung wide, tried to force the distance closed. He lifted his blade high. At this pace, he'd need the shield, his final fallback. But this wasn't about winning anymore. It was about breaking past limits, unlocking something greater. As another arrow streaked in, the realization hit. Tracking the target wasn't enough. He had to read the shot before it even existed. One after another, arrows flew. Then came one wrapped in a crimson aura. Han's eyes narrowed. What if I could sense it before the bowstring even released? A faint glow rippled across his body, circuit-like lines sparking to life. The next arrow soared. System notification, new skill acquired. Insight. Arrow defense upgraded to level 3. Basic swordsmanship advanced to level 7. In a blur, Han deflected every arrow in his path. Dust exploded under his feet as he closed the distance. In the blink of an eye, he was standing before her. Jenna held her ground, jaw tight, eyes locked on him. Lowering his blade, Han asked evenly, "So, does that make one number 19? She glared. "You're a monster." Han glanced at his system window, scanning the new skills now etched there. Jenna turned to Aaron. "What about you? How many skills do you have?" 3, he answered. Spear mastery, pain threshold, and fire resistance. Jenna leaned closer, scanning her system screen. Han raised a brow. "What about you?" She listed them off without pause. Bow mastery, dagger mastery, weapon change, rapid fire, weakness identification, Hawkeye, and dexterity. Aaron, standing just behind Han, gave a nod. "That's plenty." But Han cut in. "Don't get carried away. A long list doesn't mean much if your level can't back it up." 2 dark-haired heroes approached, and Han gestured toward them. "Sometimes skills clash. Pick the wrong combination, and they'll backfire. Take mine, berserk and cold-blooded. Bad mix." He paused. "But my case is different." Jenna swiped the sweat from her forehead. Han studied her in silence. 9 skills. No doubt about it. She was top tier. Aaron's gaze lingered on her, thoughtful, as dry leaves drifted across the quiet settlement. A sudden alert appeared. Item combination in progress. 3 elemental stones, fire, water, and wind, hovered in a glowing circle. Target, normal exaltation stone. Success rate, 87%. A prompt blinked. Proceed with fusion? The stones shone brighter as fairy magic surged through them. Then, system notification, combination failed. Items destroyed. Later, Han and Jenna sat on a bench in silence. Han's eyes were fixed on nothing, bitterness etched in his face. 87%, and it still failed. Jenna broke the quiet. "So, can I ascend now?" The fairy hovered nearby. "Time's moving fast. You've already reached 2 stars. System notification, combination complete. Item acquired, common ascension stone." The palace gates creaked open. System message. The master has begun the ascension. Jenna turned to Han, voice low. "Am I going to die?" Before he could respond, she added softly, "Don't worry. I'll be back soon." Han didn't answer. His thoughts drifted. Level 12. Ivalka was at 8. Aaron at 9. Jenna already 10. He remembered his own ascension, the chaos, the interference. Nothing about it had been normal. Ahead, the stone horse stood tall, its shadow stretching across the fountain. Whatever Jenna was facing now, it wasn't what he had seen. A message flashed before his eyes. Jenna's lost memories have been restored. Ascension complete. Stars, too. At the temple's entrance, a new game card appeared, her image glowing faintly on its surface. Jenna walked toward him slowly, quietly. Eyes down, she murmured, "I had a strange dream. The forest near my home, it was burning." She sank down beside him. Han shrugged faintly. "Probably just a dream. Don't dwell on it." "You're right," Jenna whispered, closing her eyes. "Just a dream. Nothing more." A voice asked if she felt anything else. She nodded slightly. "It's like something heavy just disappeared from my back." Han looked away, lost in thought. So this is what ascension means. Not just leveling up, but unlocking who they were. A memory flickered in his mind, someone hammering steel. And suddenly, it all made sense. Every hero started empty. No past, no memories. But by the 4th or 5th star, the truth would break through. The reason they were summoned, and the fate of the world they left behind. He saw it, cities burning, ruins smoldering. Sooner or later, they'd all learn what happened to the old world. A system alert chimed. Another ascension complete. A new card flickered into being. Blonde warrior, spear in hand, standing tall, radiating raw intensity. Han wondered what dream that man had seen. Whatever it was, it had lit something inside him. The blonde approached. "You're really not leaving yet?" Han shook his head. "Still work left to do." Aaron stepped in, smirking. "Grinding harder than me now." Then his tone darkened. "Careful. Push too far, and your body won't keep up. But that's just who you are, isn't it?" Han's breath grew heavy, sweat streaming down his face. System alert. Berserk mode activated. His eyes burned red as his blade shredded into the training dummy, strike after strike without pause. Aaron looked away, silent. Then he turned and left without a word. Alone, Han stood before the splintered dummy fist tight. He was stronger now, no question, but the strength wasn't landing where he needed it. His thoughts scrolled through his skills. Berserk gave raw power, but no precision. All force, no focus. His gaze shifted to weapon skills. Still no synergy. If they matched, they'd have fused already, like sword and shield had. Skills that were compatible didn't just stack. They became one. From the shadows, Edith leaned against a post, watching. Still training this late? She asked. Han turned. Didn't expect you. She stepped closer. Had something to ask before we hit floor 12. Her tone sharpened. Is it true? None of you had combat experience? Jenna, a forester. Aaron, a hunter. And you a farmer. Arms crossed, she didn't flinch. I don't buy it. Han nodded once. It's true. Her expression shifted. Then tell me, have you ever killed someone? Han stayed silent for a moment. You've cleared floor 12, he said flatly. So you're sizing us up, testing how far we'll go. Her eyes narrowed. Exactly. That's what survival takes. He stared straight ahead. I'm here because others aren't. 3 people fused into me. Edith froze, eyes widening. Han's voice stayed cold. Now you know. She looked down. So the rumors were true. You're the one who destroyed the wolf mercenaries. Han turned, stepping away. What? Are you here to pass judgment? No, she said quickly. That's not what I meant. His blade cut the air with a sharp swing. Everything here is labeled a monster. That means we kill it. End of story. Edith crossed her arms. That might be how you see it. But maybe your teammates don't. Han stopped. Then maybe I need different teammates. Above them, the sky had gone completely black. Night had settled over the settlement. Han tilted his head up. I know them better than you think. Don't worry about it. Edith lingered, hesitating, then gave a quiet nod. A blinding white light erupted across the horizon. A fairy's voice boomed overhead, summoning the rift of time and space to open. The group trailed behind Han as he led them forward. Jenna glanced up. Back to the 11th floor? Han shook his head. No need. We've cleared enough there. The 12th will open any second. Right on cue, a system alert flashed. Prepare yourselves. The door to the 12th floor of the main dungeon will open in 10 seconds. Han moved to the front, turning toward the archer. No matter what happens, stick to the plan. Do your job. I got it, Jenna answered quickly. Then do it better than usual, Han pressed. You know what's at stake. Light burst around them. A soft blue aura wrapped the team as another message appeared. Mission type, suppression. Objective, eliminate all enemies. Jenna scanned the surroundings. Where are the enemies? If this is suppression, she froze. Her pupils shrank. Slowly, she raised a hand, bracing herself. Han's voice cut through the silence. Stop. Everyone hold. Ahead of them stood a formation of spear-wielding warriors shouting. Drop your weapons. Identify yourselves. Above their heads hovered the words. Level 11, human soldiers. Sweat rolled down Jenna's temple. What is this? 45 of them, fully armed. The soldiers held their line, unwavering. Edith turned her face away, irritated. Jenna stood frozen in disbelief. All eyes locked on the standoff. They're not monsters, Aaron said at last. They're people. The blonde behind Han stepped forward. You're not seriously thinking of fighting them, are you? I never said that, Aaron replied. But we can at least try talking. From the rear, Ivalka added. He's right. We should see if they know anything. No point rushing in. Han turned to her. You believe that? Ivalka nodded firmly. Yeah, we avoid bloodshed when we can. Then he looked at Jenna. What about you? She didn't answer. Her face gave nothing away. But images raced through her mind. Armored soldiers. Real ones. Aware. Conscious. That only meant one thing. Enemies. Aaron stepped closer to Han. So, what do we do? Han's eyes narrowed. Raise your weapons. He unsheathed his sword, steel gleaming in the blue light. If you don't want to fight, he said coldly, then stop me yourselves. He faced the soldiers, blade ready. Ivalka faltered. Edith stayed unflinching. Jenna bit her lip. Aaron clenched his fists but stood firm. Then Han exhaled slowly and looked away. Do what you want. Aaron gave a small nod. Thanks. He stepped forward. I'll try talking. His voice rang out. I'm Aaron. We don't want to fight. Can we talk this through? One soldier broke rank and stepped forward. We're listening. We were dragged into this without warning. Aaron halted a few steps away. Dragged? What do you mean? It's complicated, the man said. Not something I can explain from here. Come closer. Aaron stepped forward, only for 3 soldiers to level their spears at him. Drop your weapon, one barked. We're just being careful. Aaron's grip tightened on his spear, torn between instinct and reason. The soldier's voice broke the silence. We don't want to fight. We just want to go home. After a long pause, Aaron crouched and set his weapon on the ground. That's when Han's hand clamped down on his shoulder. Are you out of your mind? He snapped. Just gonna follow their orders? He turned to the soldiers. You want to talk? Then you come here, unarmed. The lead soldier hesitated. That might be difficult. Han stepped forward, eyes hard. Oh yeah? So we drop ours, and you keep yours? That's fair. Another silence stretched, brittle as glass. Then, Slowly, a few soldiers planted their spears into the ground. 3 of us will come forward, one said. The leader raised his empty hand. We've disarmed. Your turn. Han exhaled, tossing his blade aside. Fine. Good enough. The soldier gave a short nod. Now we talk. Aaron stood rigid, muscles taut. One soldier stepped closer, face pale. Do you hear it? He whispered, eyes twitching. The voice. It doesn't stop. Another, bearded and trembling, added, It's talking now. Right now. Han gave a dry smile. And what's it saying? Black veins ripped across the man's skin, his face contorting. It's saying, the lead soldier staggered back, hand flying to his sword. Kill them, he screamed, madness twisting his voice. In that instant, a hand flicked from beneath a cloak. A crossbow lifted. Steel hissed through the air. Han's mind snapped back. Another place, another betrayal, back when he'd still been a master. His fingers clenched around his hilt. One truth cut through everything. Hesitate, and you die. Without pause, his blade tore across a soldier's throat. Jenna gasped, frozen. Han didn't stop. His dagger spun, burying itself in another skull. The next attacker fell in two as his sword ripped through torso and spine. No mercy, no hesitation. A crossbow locked onto him, but a dagger pierced the archer's eye before the trigger clicked. Edith stood behind him, arm raised, her stare cold. Bodies already littered the ground. Aaron stood motionless, sweat dripping down his face. Han turned, voice like iron. Well? Still think talking's gonna save us? Aaron's jaw tightened. Slowly, he bent, reclaiming his spear. I'll fight. Edith blinked once. Jenna already had an arrow notched. What about you? Someone asked. Her eyes glowed as she nodded. If we don't strike first, we won't last. A mark lit up. Her arrow loosed, sharp, precise, merciless. Ivalka moved in beside her, palms blazing with light. Starting the spell, Edith smirked faintly. So, I was worried for nothing. Told you, Han said, voice steady. He raised his blade again. Doesn't matter what face they wear, monster or man. If they're in our way, they fall. The soldiers surged forward, red eyes burning. Han glanced back at his team. When I chose them, it wasn't for strength. It wasn't for skill. It was mindset, raw will to live. Behind him, they stood ready. Not just survivors. Beasts in human skin. Han faced the field, eyes locked on the enemy. Get ready, he said flatly. This one's a brawl. The soldiers snapped into formation, spears bristling. Edith flicked her dagger forward, voice sharp. Something's off. Han narrowed his eyes. Yeah, I feel it too. No time to think. The team launched. Han swung, calling orders to Ivalka mid-strike. Aaron tore through the front lines, jaw tight. Ivalka's hands lit crimson, ignite. Fire burst out, engulfing the enemy. Jenna's bow thrummed, arrows slicing clean. Aaron's spear rammed through a charging soldier, the body crumpling in his path. The real fight had begun. Han slipped past the blade, countering fast, his sword cutting deep. They've got the gear, but not the training. Sloppy. Broken. Another soldier lunged, then faltered. Han's eyes narrowed. Armor without discipline. Dangerous, but hollow. The man dropped to his knees, weapon clattering to the ground. Please, he rasped. My wife, my daughter. I need to go back. Han loomed over him, unreadable. Go back, he asked quietly. Ow! The soldier's eyes burned red. His skin was pale. He convulsed, then coughed violently. Thick black liquid spilled from his mouth. Moments later, his body collapsed. Ivalka stared, voice low. These people, something's wrong with them. Edith gave a curt nod. Brainwashed. I've seen it before. But not this many. Han shot her a look. You think they're the same as last time? Edith didn't hesitate. Yeah, I know I've already killed them. Nearby, a severed hand twitched in a pool of black blood. Han knelt, Kate's face flashing through his mind. The same black ooze. He dipped his fingers into it, thoughts running cold. It's too early, he muttered. We don't have proof. Just then, system notification, floor cleared. Jenna and Edith leveled up. Rewards, 3,500 gold. Leather acquired. Top player, Han. Han rose, turning to the others. You'd better start getting used to this, he said calmly. Just like I have. The group fell silent. Aaron finally asked what they were all thinking. So, killing humans. We treat it the same as monsters. Han nodded once. No difference. Not here. His gaze drifted to the horizon. The 14th floor. The 15th. Both crawling with human-shaped enemies. Different armor. Different faces. New strategies. But always the same. Hostility. Han pictured the first wave charging at them. And in that bitter thought, a strange kind of relief. Easier to fight when you stop trying to explain it. They crossed the quiet grassland, boots rustling softly in the breeze. Han couldn't shake the thought. Facing enemies that looked human always weighed heavier. Even their master had sensed the strain, giving them a full day just to recover. When Han opened their updated game cards, the numbers told the truth. Their levels were finally high enough. The 15th floor was within reach. But not everyone had it easy. Ivalka and Edith, strong as they were climbing slower. Starting at a higher rank came with its own burden. That's when a small bag appeared outside their house. Han picked it up and glanced inside. The equipment workshop's been at it non-stop, he muttered. Fresh leather pouches. Perfect. More room to carry supplies. He pulled out a test tube filled with glowing red liquid. A system alert lit up. Basic health potion equipped. Isel, standing nearby, immediately warned him, "Don't drop that. It's expensive." Too late. The potion slipped from Han's grip, hit the ground, and shattered. Another system alert. Item destroyed. Followed by a cold reminder. Items could break if handled carelessly. Han turned away. "Didn't you just say that was expensive?" Isel froze, then blurted out, "Actually, it's not. I didn't know." She didn't stop there. Without missing a beat, she deflected the blame. If the master hadn't stuck her with recycling duty, none of this would have happened. The commotion drew the attention of the others. Han fixed his gaze on her. "What do you mean by that?" Isel didn't flinch. She looked straight at the group and spoke plainly. If they wanted to survive, they needed to follow Han. No excuses. No freeloaders. Anyone who dragged their feet would only endanger everyone else. At the exit of the 14th floor, Han stopped. One step forward would take them into the 15th. The mission waiting there was a mystery, but one thing was certain. It wouldn't be like the 10th's story quest. He faced the team. "Stick to what we've been doing, and we'll make it through." Jenna nodded firmly. "If we follow you, we'll be fine." Han shook his head. "Don't lean on me too much." Edith cut in without hesitation. "You're reliable. Your calls are always right." A stat window appeared before Han. 107 points. About the strength of a seasoned 3-star hero. That's when reality sank in. 2 full months had passed. Not once had they stopped. Then came a new notification. A feature had unlocked. The system now allowed their runs to be recorded and played back anytime. First, he had to activate it. Han smirked. "So the master wants everything saved now, huh? Makes sense." The purchase prompt appeared, 300 diamonds. He confirmed without hesitation. A congratulatory message followed, and a projection lit up across the ceiling. Live footage of their movements. Han immediately saw the value. Training, dodging, studying enemy patterns, it could change everything. For now, the master could only watch. But higher floors would grant more control. Han gathered the team before the floor began. "2 things you need to know," he said firmly. "First, this mission isn't like the others." He held up a small statue of 2 angels, identical to the one from the goddess mission on the 10th floor. "Same condition applies. If this breaks, we all die. That's the rule here." His thoughts drifted to the last squad. They'd vanished in a burst of blue light. Not because of a fight. Not even 5 minutes in. They failed instantly. No enemies. No combat. Just complete failure because they didn't understand the mission. Han turned to Edith. "Step 1 is figuring out the goal. Fast." Then he looked to Jenna. "We've got 15 minutes. She pressed him for clarity, but Han didn't budge. The third group didn't last 5. "Do you understand what that means?" He turned his gaze aside, his voice steady but absolute. "If we stand here doing nothing, the mission auto-fails. Total wipe. Everyone dead. That's the second thing you need to remember." His mind flicked to the tower itself. Time flowed differently here. Minutes spent on the floors stretched into long pauses in the lobby, which meant they really did have only 15 minutes. Their tiny base camp was proof. This mission was built on a strict timer. Just then, system alerts appeared. 15th floor reached. Door opening in 10 seconds. Another alert followed. 3 minutes to gather information before the mission officially triggered. The world burst into blinding light. When it cleared, Han opened his eyes to a bright blue sky. Sunlight spilled across rooftops. Cobblestone streets rang with footsteps. Citizens moved through a lively square, chatting, walking, going about their lives. Han's team now stood right in the center of it all, scanning the crowd, his attention locked on a bearded man. Instinct told him the truth. This floor was another city-type mission. Around them, whispers spread, townsfolk murmuring about whether it was really him. An old woman brushed past Aaron without even glancing his way. That's when Han realized they weren't visible. The villagers were NPCs. The town bustled with warmth and noise, nothing like the tension that had weighed heavy on the 10th floor. Then the system message appeared. Mission type, defensive. Objective, protect someone. Han rubbed the sweat from his forehead. One thought pounded in his mind. Surrounded by this many people, how were they supposed to track down one person? His thoughts flashed to Noken's team. They must have panicked the moment they saw this mess. Without knowing the mission's true goal, they would have assumed the townsfolk were enemies. If they'd skipped the 10th floor, they never would have known the rules. Chances were high they'd attacked the villagers outright, or completely ignored what really mattered. Han tilted his head back, watching clouds drift across the sky. In the end, it came down to 2 possibilities. Either the last group had slaughtered innocent townsfolk, or they'd failed to protect their target in time. Different mistakes, same outcome. Instant failure. He turned back to the team. This mission's about protection. But it doesn't matter unless we find the one we're supposed to protect. If we don't figure that out fast, we're finished. Jenna frowned, her eyes darting to the bustling streets. But how are we supposed to search? There aren't any monsters here, just people. Han crossed his arms. Does anyone know this place? Aaron stepped forward, sunlight glinting off his armor as he scanned the square. I've been here before. Traded goods around this region. This is a Dilth, a major crossroads. Always packed with travelers. Han's eyes narrowed. So we're still in Tonia? Aaron nodded. Han pointed across the plaza. Any landmarks? The sun's rays gleamed against a distant temple, its silver-white walls casting sharp shadows. Aaron spotted it immediately. There. That's one of the 3 largest temples outside the holy city. Jenna's eyes widened. I've heard of that place. It's supposed to be enormous. Han moved closer to Aaron, watching the flow of the crowd. Everyone's heading that way. Something's happening. Aaron agreed. Definitely an event. Han turned to Edith. We're moving to the temple. Stay sharp. Without a word, Edith vanished, her body gliding between walls, leaping until she reached a wooden platform high above the city. From there, she had a clear view. The square below swelled with townsfolk pressing toward the temple gates, where armed guards stood in formation, spears raised. One of the guards stiffened, his eyes locked on something unseen. Han reached the gate just as the man barked. You're not Aloe. Steel flashed. Han struck before the sentence even finished. The second guard froze in shock, shouting in alarm, but Han drove his shield straight into the man's face, sending him crashing down. Grabbing the first guard by the head, Han tightened his grip, but before he could go further, Aaron dashed in, tried to stop him. Han released the guard and turned calmly to his teammate. Do you understand what just happened? His voice carried as he looked to the rest. The moment that guard noticed us, it meant one thing. They're not background characters. They're enemies. He remembered the soldiers on the 10th floor, unable to even see them. This was different. Blood ran down the injured guard's face. The second lay on the ground, helmet dented, groaning in pain. Ivalka dropped to her knees beside him, unease written in her voice. What if they weren't enemies after all? Han's tone stayed even. Maybe, but I didn't kill them. Ivalka's gaze lingered on the guards. They already look half dead. From above, one teammate pointed out the breathtaking skyline, while another whispered in awe, asking if this was the legendary snow White Hall of Silver. Aaron confirmed it. Yeah, that's the place. Near the temple fence, an old man shuffled forward, staff in hand. He raised it high, squinted toward the swelling crowd, then slammed it into the ground. A magic circle rippled outward, glowing across the stone. His voice boomed, carried by spell work. Remain calm. The sun's rays are about to descend. Ivalka froze in awe. Voice amplification magic. Han didn't spare a second. We don't have time for this. We're going in now. Jenna jogged up beside him. Then what's the plan? Han's eyes swept over the gathering. With this many people, there was only one answer. The mission's target is whoever's at the center of all this. As they closed in on the gate, another guard stepped into their path, arms wide. You're not authorized to enter. Han's hand went straight to his weapon. Move if you want to live. The guard faltered, eyes flicking over their gear, then locked on Han. Wait, you're heretics, aren't you? Han smirked, shifted his weight, and kicked a nearby statue. Stone cracked, splintered, and crashed to the ground in shards. The guard's face twisted. Kill the intruders. The temple guards charged. System alerts blinked into view. Level 13 soldiers detected. Unknown level hostile approaching. Han's grin widened. Behind him, Ivalka muttered under her breath. Unbelievable. He really has no shame. The clash erupted. Han spun to the group. Tell me, any of you believe in this religion? A sharp, unanimous answer. No? Good. Han raised his shield. Then don't hold back. Push through the targets inside. He surged forward beside Aaron. Let's break through. A sword swung down. Han caught on a shield, then drove his blade clean through the attacker. Aaron parried a spear, steel ringing loud, before cutting down his opponent in one crushing strike. Another enemy lunged, axe raised high. Han braced, blocked the impact, then shoved the man back with brutal force. Don't fight them all, Han shouted over the chaos. We only need a path through. One guard leveled his spear to rally the others. Protect the temple. Don't let them. An arrow whistled through the air. Jenna's shot cut him down mid-command. Han barked, keep moving. Only fight if you have to. The team pressed forward, deflecting blows, countering when cornered, carving their way through the tide. Han felt it now, deep and undeniable. The one they were meant to protect was inside. If they didn't reach them in time, everyone here was dead. Without hesitation, he slammed his boot against the massive temple doors. They burst open. Han strode in, shield raised, every sense on edge. He glanced at the timer. Minutes left, maybe less. The stained glass windows loomed overhead, painted in shifting colors of light. A system message lit up before his eyes. Mission type, defensive. Objective, protect the target. Time remaining, unknown. Han's pulse hammered in his ears. His voice tore through the temple. Where are they? Ivalka stepped forward, her hand glowing with power. I've got something. A surge of purple energy burst from her fingertips. Furniture rose like feathers, flung aside as if weightless. And there, behind it all, stood a girl, silent, staring back. But then, another voice rang out. Who are you? A priest appeared, clutching a thick book to his chest, tone sharp. How did you even get in here? Han's eyes flicked instantly to the mission window. No change. Not him, he muttered under his breath. Wrong person. The temple's main doors were still wide open. Too open, which meant there had to be more side halls, hidden corridors, and with them, more guards. Shouts erupted as soldiers stormed in. You there? Do you even know where you are? Han didn't hesitate. Split up, he ordered. Take the right. I'll go left. The team scattered. We'll regroup soon. A knight raised his weapon, yelling to capture him. Han cut him down before he finished the threat. He threw himself into a side corridor, the door hanging ajar, boots pounding against the steps as he sprinted deeper. His thoughts churned. Who was the target? The old man? No. Impossible. Then the clue echoed in his head. The rays of the sun. That was it. That had to be it. A shadow blocked the path. I am Kyle, Holy Knight of the Sun. And I. Han blew straight past without even looking. Hey, I wasn't finished with my intro. Kyle's protest faded behind him. No time. Han tore down the corridor, kicking open another door. Inside, a man sat chewing meat caught mid-bite. Without breaking stride, Han slammed a nearby guard against the frame, startling the man inside into choking on his food. Still moving. Always moving. He brushed past a girl in the hall, not stopping, knowing some couldn't see what he could. Then, a glowing system window blinked to life before his eyes. Time remaining. Less than 3 minutes. His jaw tightened. Almost out of time. Another door. Another kick. This time, sunlight. He stepped into a garden bursting with color, bathed under the blinding rays of the sun. Flowers shimmered in the light, and the air hung still. Too still. His breath caught. Shadows moved behind the glass doors ahead. Then, the figures appeared, armor glinting in the sun. A knight turned his back while others drew their blades. One stepped forward slowly, pressing cold steel against Han's forehead. The heretic must die. The sun poured in through the glass, stretching long rays across the floor. And there she was, standing in the center, framed by the light. A girl, her silhouette bathed in gold. A voice broke the silence. Someone called her name. An old man stepped out from behind her, his presence heavy. The townspeople have gathered in the square. Friases turned, brows furrowed slightly. Did something happen in the garden? The bearded man's face hardened. His voice dropped low. Intruders broke in, but they'll be handled. There's nothing to fear. Back in the garden, steel clashed hard against Han's shield. The force rattled his arm. Blood spattered across the flowers. 3 guards closed in. These weren't like the last. Faster. Deadlier. Han stomped down on one's foot and drove his blade straight into the knight's shin. Armor cracked. The man collapsed. Han slipped free, pivoted, and with one clean swing, his blade took the enemy's head. Blood sprayed as the body crumpled. Another strike came. Han blocked with his shield, then slammed it forward like a battering ram. The guard's face shattered beneath the impact. Without pause, Han thrust his sword straight through the man's skull. A third knight lunged. Their blades collided, strike after strike. Sparks burst with every clash. The knight pressed hard, each blow forcing Han back, but Han met the assault with equal force. One swing of his blade cracked the enemy's weapon clean down the middle. The knight staggered. Han didn't wait. His second sword flashed, a brutal arc that severed the head from his shoulders. The body toppled. Elsewhere, a girl stood before the gathered townsfolk. Her voice carried steady, thanking them for the trust they'd placed in her, swearing she'd never forget it. An elder at her side nodded gravely. Even the goddess herself would be proud. Meanwhile, Han pushed into another wing of the temple. The door creaked. An old man spun at the sound, eyes narrowing. Han stepped in, bruised, blood-streaked. You, an intruder, the man barked. He raised his staff high. How'd you get past the guards? With a roar, he unleashed power. A death spell surged forward. Han braced. Friases turned at the sound, her eyes widening. But the spell wasn't aimed at Han. The staff was pointed at her. Han moved instantly. A blur of steel. The elder tried to counter, but he was too slow. Han's sword cut clean. The man's head hit the ground, his staff still clutched in dead fingers. Silence lasted only a second. Then, from above, red light tore through the air. Screams erupted. Panic swept the crowd. Han stood ready, sword and shield drawn. One truth locked in his mind. He wasn't here to kill a heretic. He turned. There she was. Terrified. Eyes fixed on him. It's her. Han stepped in front of Friasis just as she whispered, "Who are you?" His reply was flat. "You don't need to know." She tried again, voice trembling. "Did you come to kill me?" Before Han could speak, a scream cut through the temple. The blonde girl shouted. An instant later, an arrow shattered against Han's shield. Friasis recoiled. "What's happening?" Han barked the command without hesitation. "Stay low." Above them, shadows emerged. Assassins crouched on high beams, blades drawn. More enemies closed in fast from every direction. A hooded figure hurled something through the air. Han's eyes tracked it instantly. A coney, poisoned. Friasis froze, panic written in her every breath as the attackers closed in. Han didn't hesitate. He pulled her behind him, shield raised. One assassin lunged straight for her. That was all Han needed. She's the target. The assassin lifted his arms to strike, only to be blown back by a sudden impact. From the rooftop, a girl stood steady, bow drawn, already knocking her next arrow. Han didn't pause. He drove forward, blade piercing clean through the assassin's chest. Another enemy whipped his hand forward. Something snapped from his sleeve. Han deflected it with his shield, sparks flying, and answered with a vicious slash that cut the man down instantly. A solid thud hit behind him. Edith landed hard, brushing herself off. That wall was brutal. Took forever to climb. She nodded toward Friasis. Saw two more on the way, took care of them. Her gaze lingered. "Wait, who's the kid? She looks familiar." The blonde's eyes widened. "Who are you people? You can't just barge in here. This is a noble's estate, not some marketplace." An arrow ripped past her cheek, making her flinch. "Just leave already." Han leaned close, voice low, calm. "You sure about that? Because if we walk away now, you're dead." She froze, overwhelmed, trying to process. Another assassin reached for an arrow. Han didn't give her time. "Come with us and live. Stay and you're finished. Your choice." His lips curved into the faintest smirk. "So what's it gonna be?" Her breathing quickened. She shut her eyes. "Fine. I'm coming." System notification, mission complete. Special NPC has joined the party. They regrouped on the balcony, bodies of fallen assassins at their feet. But another alert appeared. Mission objective updated. Escape. Escort the NPC out of the city. Han exhaled sharply, jaw tight. Of course it's not over. He snatched up a crossbow and turned to Edith. "Get ready. We're moving." Below them, the sound of armored boots thundered closer, soldiers flooding the estate. Han glanced at Friasis with a crooked smile. "Look at her face. Remember it. She's the one we're protecting." "I'm not a child," Friasis snapped. Han laughed. "And she really hates being called one." Ivalka pointed. Jenna blinked. "Didn't expect to see her here." Friasis scowled. "How do you even know me?" Still loading a bolt. Han muttered, "Doesn't matter." Edith tied a rope and pulled it tight. "This is our exit. Left side. Less guards. Tight climb, but good cover. We'll follow right behind." Aaron confirmed. Han scanned the group, quick and sharp. "Here's the order. Edith first, then Aaron. I'm next with Friasis. Ivalka and Jenna, you cover the rear." His gaze locked on Ivalka. "Throw up a wall of fire. We need the cover." "Edith, Aaron, secure the drop. No one interferes." Ivalka's hands rose. Flames roared to life, climbing the stone in a blazing curtain. The guards staggered back as fire licked across the walls. "Take down the mage," someone shouted. Edith didn't wait. She swung over the edge. Going down. Aaron followed close behind, gripping the rope, descending fast. Han glanced at Friasis. "You're with me. Stay close. Don't let go." They slid down together, rope burning under their hands as arrows hissed past. Friasis shut her eyes tight, clinging to the line. "We're almost through," Han urged. "Just hold on." He looked up. Above, the mage began her descent. Below, Aaron fought like a storm. His spear slammed into one enemy, spun, and dropped another. Then he faltered. A blade tore into his side. Friasis' eyes went wide. Through the fire, guards pushed forward, their faces twisted with rage. System alerts flashed in the air. "Aaron is bleeding. Aaron is poisoned. Health will decline over time." Han's head snapped toward him. "Aaron, I'm fine." Aaron snarled, blood dripping as he clutched the rope. Flames danced across his battered figure. He refused to fall. Friasis let out a shaky breath. "I seriously thought I was going to lose a layer of skin back there." Her thoughts spun. Target secured. Team intact. Now we just have to escape. Han's voice cut through her panic. "Run left. Go. Unless you want to die here." A knight roared behind them. "Seize the witch and her bandits." Friasis recoiled. "Witch? What witch?" Han threw her a quick glance. "Pretty sure that's you." She snapped back. "That's ridiculous." From the shadows, a knight lunged. "You're not getting through." Han didn't slow. One thrust, clean and merciless, dropped him where he stood. The group pushed into the square, only to be surrounded by shouts from every side. Kill them. Kill them all. Edith's voice rang clear. Over here. Han whipped his head toward her. What's the path? She pointed ahead. That way. Move now, and we can hit the outskirts. The ground trembled as Ivalka lifted her hand, magic flaring. A shriek echoed down the street as sunlight lit the stones beneath them. She glanced at Han. We could use a breather. Friasi staggered, collapsing beside him. How is this even happening? Han crouched down. 5 minutes. That's all we can spare. Then we keep falling back. He pulled a potion from his pouch, handing it off. He didn't say it aloud, but he knew. Ivalka's barrier wouldn't hold forever. If their pursuers broke through, they were done. Ivalka tightened her grip on the flask. Han spoke low, sharp. If you can push to Tier 3 magic, we still have a chance. As long as we keep a way out, we survive. His eyes shifted to Aaron. How bad is it? Aaron forced a grin. Nothing I can't handle. Han's gaze dropped to the blood-soaked hand pressed against Aaron's side. He wasn't fooled. Aaron exhaled heavily. Potion didn't help. Still burns. Jenna stepped closer, voice soft but urgent. Is there any way to heal it? Aaron looked down. Silent. Then, someone turned toward Friasi's. What about you? Got any skills? Anything useful? She blinked. What kind of skills? Healing, if you've got it. Some NPCs get rare traits. If you do, now's the time. Friasi's lowered her gaze. Sorry. I don't. Han studied her for a moment, then let out a quiet sigh. It's fine. Every eye shifted to Aaron. Edith fidgeted. Jenna's stare held. Ivalka stayed silent. Han bowed his head. Reality hit like a blade. This wasn't just a wound. It was poison. Normal potions were useless. No antidotes. No healer. No NPC nearby. Aaron's hand trembled as he pushed himself upright. If I can't keep up, I'll stay behind. The words dropped like stone. Looks like that time's come. He stood, breath ragged. I'll buy you time. You keep moving. Johan's hand covered his mouth. Jenna stepped forward, voice breaking. No. No way. We can all escape. Together. Aaron shook his head. Not happening. A flicker of memory flashed through Han's mind. Too fast, too faint to hold. Silence followed. Jenna raised her bow, forcing a smile that barely held. Aaron's body shook. Jaw tight, eyes shut, he whispered, I'm just not strong enough. Han turned to Ivalka. What now? She looked away. Her reply was soft, almost cold. It's your call. But if we're being logical, we leave Aaron. Han stared at the ground. Friasi's was helpless. Carrying Aaron? Impossible. Protecting one who couldn't fight was already stretching them. 2 would shatter the team. Han shut his eyes. Then, wordless, he pulled a flask, drank, and passed it to Aaron. Aaron frowned. What's this? Drink, Han ordered. Aaron shook his head. Potions won't work on poison. They won't cure it, Han said. But they'll slow it down. He looked at the others. Get the supplies ready. A pack was handed over. 1 dose every 10 minutes, Han instructed. Aaron stared at it. This is a waste. I've made my choice, Han replied, final. Then came the voice. They'd have to split. Han nodded. Group 1, me, Edith, and Friasi's. We take her out. He turned to the rest. Group 2, Ivalka, Jenna, and Aaron. Keep him alive until we're clear. Jenna's voice rang sharp. So we're just protecting Aaron? Han's jaw clenched. They're after Friasi's. If we pull them away, she has a chance. Aaron started to speak. Wait. Quiet, Han cut in. Edith stepped closer, uneasy. That route's crawling with soldiers. It's a near dead end. Han shook his head. Then we won't follow the old plan. The voice pressed him. New tactics. Han laid it out. At first, the mission was simple. Find a target, save them, escape. That's over. Now we got one goal. Get the target out alive. He paused, steady. Forget subtle. They won't let us walk out quietly anyway. The voice came again. Then we use blend-in. A spark flickered in Han's eyes. Exactly. We break out, tonight. No turning back. Someone suggested waiting for nightfall. Han considered. Splitting weakened their strength. Fighting through was impossible. But night gave them one advantage. Stealth. If we don't fight, Han said flatly, we won't need a mage. Fire spells would give us away. That decided it. Ivalka wouldn't be joining his group. Jenna and Aaron, though, they were fast, flexible. Exactly what this leg of the plan needed. Head for the outskirts, Han ordered. The place will be crawling with search teams. No hesitation. Just move. Aaron lowered his head. I'm sorry. Don't flatter yourself, someone cut in. We're not doing this for you. Han's gaze shifted to the girls. His words were sharp, leaving no room for argument. If it comes to the point where you can't protect Aaron, leave him. No hesitation. Your lives come first. Break time was over. Group right, Han commanded. We go left. The team split, Aaron's group vanishing into the shadows while Han's party slipped in the opposite direction. As they moved, Han asked about shelter. Edith answered quick. There are a few spots. Mostly park alleys, some abandoned buildings. You checked? Yeah, earlier. The streets felt different here. Not worse, just strange. Unlike the 5th floor, this place carried an unfamiliar weight. A man sat slumped on the pavement as they passed. Edith kept her eyes ahead, but Phreases glanced back. The man's arm stretched toward her. Are you lost, little one? His voice was low, rasping. She flinched, a tiny hiccup slipping out. Ran away from home. Huh? I'll take you back, the man muttered. Edith didn't hesitate. One sharp kick dropped him flat on his back. The air left him in a grunt. These slums stink, she muttered, eyes scanning the twisting alleys. But they're perfect. Too many turns, too many buildings. Easy to vanish. She moved on without a glance. I'll scout ahead. Find us a place to hole up. Han's mind flicked to the system. A mission tip lingered. Long missions sometimes hid dungeons, stretching the objective. Even if the master logged out, the Haines kept running. That meant downtime, something no master wanted to sit through. But when he looked at the girl beside him, no panic, no breakdown. For all her fear, she was holding steady. If she were just some spoiled noble, she'd never have agreed to follow. But she had. Phreases understood. Her best shot at living was staying with them. The sun dipped low, shadows stretching across the broken streets. Han nodded toward a rundown building. That one. Solid walls. Back door, too, in case we need a bolt. Edith scowled. We'll hole up here until nightfall. I'll rig traps near the entrance. Warn the others to watch their step. Phreases let out a shaky breath. So we just wait? Edith's eyes cut back. I'll be back soon. Han asked. You heading out again? She smirked. I've got jobs to do. You? You'll be fine. Keep her safe. I'll find us a way out. Without another word, she slipped into the alleys and was gone. Han dropped into a chair. Doubt gnawed at him. Maybe Jenna would have handled this better. Right now, he felt useless. Then a voice sliced through the quiet. Phreases. Han's head turned. She looked him straight in the eye. That's my name. Phreases. Second in line for the Imperial throne. Han blinked. Wait, what? She nodded. You heard me. Not that you seem to care. He didn't answer. She tilted her head. So, where are you from? Han shut his eyes. Doesn't matter. Oh, come on. I told you who I am. You can't do the same. His voice stayed flat. Even if I did, you wouldn't understand. She studied him. You mean you're from somewhere I can't even imagine? Maybe. Phreases nodded slowly. Could be. Then her tone shifted. I think you're the squad that saved Nelsa. Han's gaze narrowed. Nelsa, the city on the 10th floor, she said quickly. I heard whispers. NPCs talking about it. She adjusted the crown on her head. It feels familiar, like something I saw in a dream. Han's eyes sharpened. Dreams. She nodded. I keep seeing soldiers fighting to protect a city. Their faces are blurred, but I'm sure one of them was you. She removed her ceremonial headdress, setting it aside. The survivors from Nelsa said someone saved them. But no one ever got a good look. Just stories. Ghost stories. Her voice dropped. I've been having dreams like that for almost a year now. Horrible ones. As if the whole world is about to burn. She looked away before meeting his eyes again, sharp, unwavering. The Empire. The 4 founding families. Every city, every village, all of it swallowed by fire. She leaned closer. Something terrible is coming. Maybe to this world. Maybe to all of them. Then quietly she asked, do you know what's happening on Earth? The sicknesses, the parasites, the monsters. They're getting stronger, aren't they? Han froze. Phreases pressed on. I believe the invasion of Nelsa was only the beginning. A fragment of something much bigger. Monsters don't just wander into human lands. Not without a reason. Han's eyes narrowed. Why tell me this? She stared back, unshaken. Because I need power. Power. Han echoed. The power to save the world. Her words cut like steel. Han raised a brow. So you want my help? Yes, she said without hesitation. I do. He leaned back, doubtful. Aren't you royalty? Don't you have an army? Resources? Shouldn't knights be lining up to serve you? Phreases looked down. Her voice was quiet, bitter. I'm a figurehead. A princess in name only. No one listens. No one follows. Han folded his arms behind his head. Then hire mercenaries. You got the goal. I'll pay you whatever you want, she said instantly. I may be a puppet, but I still control funds. Han closed his eyes. Not interested. Plenty of people would take your money. She gripped her crown tighter. But no one believes me. They laugh when I talk about my dreams. Her voice softened. You didn't. A faint smile crossed her lips. That's why I want to hire you. Han frowned, eyes drifting off in thought. This was a pain. If what he'd heard was true, this place wasn't just another battleground. This floor was Kate's memory, twisted into a mission. The point wasn't to play by the rules. The point was to break them, bend reality, rewrite everything. But in the end, even if he helped, it wouldn't change a thing. Because this girl, she was only an NPC. And once the mission was done, the world would reset. Phreases glanced at him. So is that a no? I've got my reasons, Han replied. What reasons? She pressed. He gave the faintest smile. You'll probably laugh. Her eyes flickered with curiosity. We're from another world. Han said. She blinked, and Han tilted his head toward the sky. Not much to do until sunset. Might as well talk. His voice was casual, but heavy with weight. Our world's broken. We get missions. If we fail, we die. This one, he paused, then continued. It's about protecting someone. At first, we didn't know who. But now we do. His eyes locked on her. It's you. Phreases froze. You came here from another world, for me? Han nodded. Once the mission's over, we're pulled back. That's why I can't stay, no matter what you offer. She let out a half smile, tinged with disbelief. Another world, huh? Sounds like a dramatic excuse just to turn someone down. Han shrugged. Believe what you want. Doesn't change the truth. To his surprise, she smiled again. I believe you, she said. He stared at her. You didn't laugh at my story, she continued. So I won't laugh at yours. Her voice lowered. I won't try to change your mind anymore. You've got your mission. I've got mine. Han tilted his head. And yours is? She frowned lightly. Isn't it obvious? I won't let those dreams take shape. He studied her. So you're the one who gathered everyone in the square? You mean the Hall of White Silver? She asked. He nodded. Yes. I'll be giving a speech there. Why? To gain influence, she said without hesitation. Right now, I'm nothing compared to my brother. Han considered her words. This girl, who would have been dead if not for them, was already thinking about power. If these so-called choose-me missions had meaning, maybe it was this. Maybe Phreases wasn't just another NPC. Maybe she was worth betting on. He looked to the horizon, then stepped into the hall. Han, he said, finally introducing himself. Han, she repeated, letting the name linger. Again, softer. Han. Thanks, she said. I'd be dead without you. We're not out of danger yet, he reminded. I know. Any idea who's after you? She shook her head. None. Han handed her a bundle. She blinked, caught off guard. You stand out too much, he said flatly. Might as well wear a target on your back. Target? She echoed, staring at the clothes in her hands. You want me to wear this? What about what I'm wearing now? Throw it away, Han said, pointing at a bin outside. Or don't tell me you're getting attached. She hesitated. No, I just thought I was. Her voice dropped lower. Can I be alone for a minute? Han paused, then silently turned and walked away. Tears slipped down her face. Crown or not, she was still royalty, barely 15. No wonder she was crumbling under how quickly everything was falling apart. A while later, she stepped out in her new clothes, fidgeting with the fabric. Feels strange. Han picked up her old outfit. Yeah, probably because the fleas loved it. She shrieked in outrage. He tossed the bundle into the bin. Relax. Kidding. That joke was terrible, she shouted after him. Han sank into a chair. We move out in 2, maybe 3 hours. Get some rest. She turned away, refusing to answer. If something happened to Aaron, the system would alert him. For now, they still had time. He could only hope Aaron was holding on. Above them, the moon hung frozen. Phreases closed her eyes and drifted off. Han sat there, watching her slow breathing. He let out a sigh. Maybe he'd shared too much. The door creaked. Edith entered quietly. She's out. What about the exit? Han asked. I found one, Edith replied. But there's a problem. A level 21 knight is guarding the square, along with about 24 regulars. Level 11 humans. Han's thoughts spun. 24? Way too many. Another gate? Edith suggested. He shook his head. Pointless. They'll all be covered. His eyes slid back to Phreases. He could break through alone, but protecting her at the same time? Impossible. And if she didn't make it through, the mission meant nothing. His gaze drifted to the square. That night, stronger than anything he'd faced before. And time was slipping away. Any word on Aaron's team? Han asked. Nothing, Edith said. What about the city layout? She nodded. Good. Then go back to the shelter. There's a dress and crown there. Find Jenna. Put them on her. His voice hardened. She'll be the decoy. With no other exits, Edith's intel left them boxed in. If they'd had time, maybe they could have scouted more, but Aaron couldn't wait. The idea clicked. Jenna dressed as the princess. Send her out, stir chaos, draw some guards away. Jenna rolled her eyes. Fine, I'll do it. Han calculated quickly. The shield was too reflective, too risky. He set aside. Less than an hour. Stay hidden until my signal. Out of nowhere, Phreases spoke. You could get hurt. Han's reply was calm, almost cold. Even if it kills me. She faltered, then whispered. This might be the last time we see each other. Han gave a faint smile. Probably. Their eyes locked in silence. Then a blur streaked past the window. Outside, darkness had already swallowed the light. Aaron staggered, wiping blood from his lips. Ivalka's voice cracked with panic. How much longer can he last? At this pace, not long. Jenna's voice cut sharp through the night. Move it, Han. He didn't need a second warning. Time was gone. Edith's gaze flicked toward the discarded disguise in the trash. Her foot shifted across the ground. Han caught it instantly. Their chance was now. If they moved before sunrise, they had a shot. The ruined city spread before them. Empty shells of houses, black against the night. One of the girls stumbled forward, shoulders heavy, breath ragged. At the center, the guard of the square stood, unmoving, a shadow carved from steel. Han crouched, low behind a splintered plank, sword drawn. In the dark, Jenna and Friasis were near twins. Same frame, same silhouette. No one would know the difference. Then the system slammed him with a message. Eren had been poisoned. And not lightly. Han surged forward, another notice flashing. His health was dropping too. The poison was spreading. It didn't matter. If Jenna was exposed, the mission collapsed. Soldiers would swarm, and Eren wouldn't last. They needed to pull every eye away from Friasis. It was now or nothing. His vision tunneled. Delay even for a breath, and they'd lose it all. Then another alert flickered across his vision. Skill awakened. Stealth movement unlocked. A guard shifted nearby, torchlight cutting across the stone. His face was streaked clean of blood. One of the girls whispered, voice trembling, "How much time? He's not going to make it." She clenched her teeth. "Please." Someone stepped to her side, holding out a dress. "Put on." Han leaned back against the wall. Stealth like this belonged to thieves, not him. Maybe the odds had finally tilted. He fixed his eyes on the square. 22 enemies. If Jenna made her move, who'd break ranks? Who'd chase? Blue light flared across his vision. Worst case, he'd face them all, but not yet. First, the signal. The air shifted. Beyond the wall, a storm coiled into existence, a typhoon rising with violent force. Shouts erupted overhead. What's happening? A knight pointed toward the chaos. There, white dress, gold crown, exactly as reported. The captain raised his sword high. Advance. Protect her. The knights thundered into motion. Han counted under his breath. 2, 3, 5, 15, 18. For left. But one knight hadn't moved. He stayed at his post. Dangerous. Still, better odds than before. Han launched forward. A guard barely lifted his head before Han's blade cut him down. Another knight swung, but Han was faster. One step ahead, one strike quicker. Blood spilled. Armor clattered. Standing tall over the fallen, Han leveled his blade. "Back off now, and I'll spare you," he said evenly. The last guard didn't budge. His grip only tightened. Han's eyes narrowed. "This won't work? Not with my current power." His sword couldn't cleave that armor. He'd have to find the gaps. Small, fast, precise. No hesitation. Han burst forward, eyes sharp with resolve. A countdown ignited in his vision. 20 seconds. Han's eyes locked on the knight's hand. His blade cut down, blocked. He struck again. Harder. Steel against steel, sparks lighting the dark. The knight met every blow, giving no ground. Han leapt back, teeth clenched, gaze sharp. "You bastard." And then it hit him. The knight wasn't even fighting back. Twice now, he'd left himself wide open. No counters. No retaliation. Han rested his blade across his shoulder, muttering, "He's not trying to win. He's stalling." His grip tightened. "Fine. Let him." A system notice flared. "Jenna is bleeding. Health will decrease over time." The knight smirked. Another alert. Eren is critical. Vital signs unstable. Han dragged his sword forward, fury burning through him. Then let him die. Heat surged through his veins. Rage boiled over, dragging him toward berserk mode. With a roar, he launched skyward and came crashing down, his strike like a hammer splitting stone. Strength plus 40. If his blade couldn't cut that armor, he'd crush it instead. But then, another warning. Ivalka is entering mana frenzy. Han's heart sank. Damn it. Not even 60 seconds left. He glanced her way. Another flashing notice. Mana frenzy triggered by overcasting. Risk extreme. Ivalka darted past him, footsteps ringing across the stone as she bolted for the square. Han shouted after her. "Don't stop. Head for the gates. Main road. Go." His blade slammed into the ground, shockwaves blasting the knight back. "Fall behind." Han barked. The guard lunged for Ivalka, weapon raised high. Han intercepted mid-swing, steel clashing, sparks scattering. And then a shadow dropped from above. A cloaked figure descended, weapon flashing. Straight for Ivalka. Instinct took over. Han threw himself into its path. Steel bit deep into his side. Ivalka screamed. The system pulsed. Han has been poisoned. Health will drop continuously. Blood flooding his throat, he still roared. "Keep moving. Don't stop." More alerts burned his vision. Team status, critical. Danger level, extreme. His wound spilled crimson. Han is bleeding. Immediate health loss. The knight swung again. Han caught it, parrying with raw fury. The enemy drove forward, boots slamming the ground, forcing Han down hard. Pain shot through his ribs, he gasped. "If not for this plate, my ribs would be gone." But even half broken, he smirked. "Bet that hurt you too." The knight staggered back, clutching his head. Han sneered. "What's wrong?" "Didn't like that." His satisfaction ended instantly. New alert. Edith is poisoned. Health will drop over time. No time for this. Han forced himself up. The cloaked man raised his weapon again, aiming at Ivalka. The shot fired. Han's blade cut through the air, smashing straight into the attacker's face. He stood over him, glaring. What are you staring at? Another swing came from the night, but Han launched upward, body coiled like a spring. He crashed down, knocking the armor guard flat. The man scrambled for his weapon. Han didn't flinch. Sword raised high. He brought it down with full force, steel on steel, the clash splitting the knight's armor wide open. His opponent's blade clattered to the floor with a heavy clang. Han dropped to his knees, hacking blood onto the stone. It's spreading too fast. He slumped against the wall, whispering under his breath, "This place is hell." Through the haze, he caught a glimpse of the girl, already sprinting from the castle gates. His eyes slipped shut. Goodbye. A faint blue light coiled around him. His thoughts blurred, fading into darkness. So tired. Out in the streets, chaos erupted. Guards cornered Jenna from every direction. Panic drove her feet. She bolted, desperate to survive. Ivalka staggered, clutching her head, overwhelmed. Han stirred, eyes flickering open. Jenna kept running, but the crown tipped, and she crashed to the ground. And then, a glowing blue aura erupted around her. The system lit up. Target has escaped the city. Best player, Han. Summary scrolled across his vision. Floor cleared. Jenna, Aaron, Ivalka, Edith. Reward, 100,000 gold plus iron ore. Light washed over the team. Jenna exhaled hard. I thought I was done for. You're the one who made me wear that ridiculous getup. Han, still slouched against the wall, managed a faint grin. Didn't like it? That's not the point, she snapped back. At least you knew they were after blood. Han shrugged. No one died, right? Another prompt appeared. Recording complete. Video saved. Save the gallery. Shareable with other players. Han nodded slowly. We made it. Floors cleared. A final message blinked. Exit game? Yes was selected. Edith smirked. I gave it everything. Without me, you be toast. Han met her gaze. You're not wrong. She waved it off. Just did what needed doing. I'm heading back to my squad anyway. Master's probably already picked my replacement. Han watched her leave. The bait, the layouts, the intel. None of this would have worked without her. MVP, without question. Jenna flopped back with a groan. Every time we play, you nearly get us killed. I swear, I need 10 hours of sleep just to repair my skin. Then she smirked. Relax. You weren't dead weight. You just attract the worst luck. Aaron turned slowly. Han stood right behind him. I'm sorry, Aaron said, voice low. This all happened because of me. Han didn't hesitate. I get it. Just don't screw up again. Next time, I'm not saving you. Aaron's tone hardened. There's no guarantee there won't be a next time. Han narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Aaron didn't move. His jaw clenched. You're dragging me up this cursed tower. But no matter what I do, the gap between us keeps growing. Every day, a projection flickered into view. A girl's portrait appeared in the light. Aaron whispered her name. Ivalka. Off to the side, Jenna fired off a storm of arrows. Aaron repeated it again. Ivalka. Red particles swirled around Han. You're something else, Aaron muttered. Han frowned. What? Aaron shook his head. Forget it. Just rambling. Han studied him for a moment longer. This mission had been chaos, and Aaron was a big reason why. If he hadn't gone down, they wouldn't have had to take half the risks they did. Still, Han had made that choice. He'd jumped in to save him. Maybe that had been the real mistake. Acting without thinking. On paper, Aaron was level 14, same as the others. In reality, his stats were trash. While Han and Jenna gained 5 or 6 points each level, Aaron barely scraped by. His skills? Average at best. Nothing game-changing. And worse, he wasn't even using them properly. Han's gaze lingered on him. We're still holding it together, but the gap's only getting wider. Sooner or later, Aaron wouldn't just lag behind. He'd drag the whole team down. Low stats, poor execution, it didn't matter. The result would be the same. Dead weight. Han stepped through the portal. One thought stuck in his head. There isn't much time left. He wasn't keeping Aaron around out of pity. They'd just grown up together, that was all. But Han wasn't stupid. He wasn't going to carry someone who couldn't keep up. Leaves rustled in the breeze as he stared ahead. If Aaron couldn't stand on his own, he'd be left behind. That was the rule. That was always the rule. The camp came into view. A girl waved him down with a grin. Wait, you're not seriously feeding me just potatoes, right? I skipped training for this. Han stopped in front of her and gave a curt nod. Yeah, that's the deal. She gasped in mock betrayal. So, I've been lied to my whole life. For now, he said, train however you want. No strict routine. His eyes swept over the squad. It's only 3 days. Call a mini break. The master wasn't planning on throwing them into combat anytime soon. When she heard that, the girl smirked and asked what they were supposed to do in the meantime. Han kept it simple. I'll train until dinner. Then sleep. That's it. She tilted her head. Why push yourself that hard? Han didn't blink. Because no one else is going to do it for me. Weights strapped to his legs, he broke into a sprint, 10 kilos on each side. By now, running without them barely strained his stamina. His body had already hit peak human capacity. Must be the interference points, he thought. That's what I sell meant. Ever since he'd handed the manual over to Enning, the whole lobby had shifted. New recruits, low rankers, they all kicked in high gear. Training harder, grinding harder. Everyone knew cuts could come at any time, but it didn't last. The drive burned out quick. No pressure, no spark. Enning wasn't chasing synthesis profits anymore. And without that push, the fire just died. Han spat to the side and turned. So, what does the famous third group want with me? A smirk tugged at his mouth. I overheard something when I first got here. Walking alongside the girl, he spoke evenly. It didn't matter who anyone used to be, noble or nobody. Here, there was only one rule. Prove it. He stretched out his hand, remembering where those words first struck him. That moment had lit a fire inside him. Here, anything was possible, if you could prove yourself. He'd even grown to love battles that pushed him past his limits. But now he slowed, and for the first time in a long time, he hesitated. Eyes narrowing at the distance, Han spoke quietly. I hear fools laughing. Then there was Belkist. Second generation. Wild. Unpredictable. No one told him to train. He simply threw himself in head first. That hunger reminded Han of Eren. Except Belkist had the talent to back it up. The girl shut her eyes, and Han couldn't help thinking. Neriza once had that same fire. Belkist's grip tightened on his weapon. A mutter slipped out. He regretted not coming sooner. Everything here was so different from the lies they'd been fed. He dragged his tongue across the edge of his blade. If they'll let me, he said, voice low, I'd love to teach them a lesson. Han was asked if that was even allowed. Without turning, he said flatly, don't interfere. Belkist only grinned. I'll stop right before they die. He raised his sword, eyes glinting. Scary, isn't it? Then go on, forgive me. His voice dropped cold and steady. Tell me, wasn't everything you said a lie? Belkist wasn't here to talk. He was here to prove he belonged. By the fountain, a handful sat chatting. One guy finally spoke. Honestly, I don't think any of this matters. Synthesis was supposed to weed out the weak. But the master doesn't even bother with it anymore. Han's jaw tightened. Let them talk. They'll find out soon enough. The guy shrugged, stood, and walked off. All right then. I'll be waiting. Han didn't move. Just watched. Up ahead, a massive structure loomed into view. A familiar thought surfaced. Synthesis isn't something to use lightly. It was a rule he'd written for himself, back when he built Niflheimer. Other masters followed after, inspired. But in the end, they all failed. Fear. That was the real engine of progress. Without synthesis, heroes grew comfortable. Then careless. Then reckless. Discipline unraveled. That's why, despite their numbers, so few heroes were truly active. Han kept walking. His team was just returning from a dungeon run. Among them, Enoch the carpenter. What's going on? Han asked, noticing Enoch heading toward the warehouse alone. Enoch let out a sigh. Nobody's helping. We hauled back materials, and now everyone's off fooling around in the woods. He shoved the warehouse doors open. So, yeah, it all lands on me. Elsewhere, another group lounged in a circle, swapping old stories. Things have really changed, someone said quietly. Back then, we'd all be dead already. Another man lowered his voice. You think the world's actually gotten better? Han stood nearby, listening in silence. And suddenly, it clicked. Enning should have realized it by now. Progress was slowing. Even his own stats were stalling. A faint grid spread across his vision. The barrier system activated, projecting the lobby in real time. Only two paths remained. First, go all in on synthesis. Cull most of the second gen. Efficiency would skyrocket, training would sharpen, but the price? Mental collapse. Panic. Ruin. Second, find a new way to light the fire under these hamsters. The display flickered. A new prompt appeared. Current development. Research options. Hero reaction study, LV1. Lobby expansion research, LV0. Deep dungeon analysis, LV0. Han tapped lobby expansion research. Cost, 150 research points. The lobby pulsed with light. Expansion level 1 unlocked. 3 new cards appeared. New building options. Customization unlocked. A faint glow rippled across the base. Walls, halls, and structures shifting. The game had just changed. A new tab blinked into view. Customization settings unlocked. For the master alone, a chance to mold the lobby however he wanted. Adjust buildings. Reshape the space. Create a base in his own image. Han lifted his head, a grin tugging at his lips. A new squad's about to be born. Just then, someone approached. Got time for a spar? Han raised a brow. Right now. I just finished a round with Edith. I'd last maybe a minute. Eren stepped forward. I'm good to go. Han turned on him. You really think forcing past your limits is going to make you stronger? Before Eren could answer, a message flashed. General assembly at the square. Han stopped. Training can wait. The master's calling everyone? The girl asked, surprised. That's never happened before. Edith folded her arms. But it's about the synthesis. Above the square, Isel floated higher, scanning the crowd. Is everyone here? Aside from the one still stuck in the dungeon. Someone muttered. If they're skipping this, they're in for it. Isel nodded. All accounted for. Perfect, Fairy said. Warehouse time. As the warehouse came into sight, a man glanced at Isel. What's going on? She raised a finger skyward. If you get swept up, you'll disappear. Swept up by what? Renovation, she replied. It starts now. Every gaze shot upward. A new alert blazed across the sky. Construction has begun. Select the type of building to place. Golden light spilled through the lobby. Dwelling number 3 selected. Expansion initiated. Training center number 3. Expansion in progress. Isel lowered her hand. We've done this before. But now we got more people. Time to scale up. Another system message followed. Dwellings upgraded to level 3. Hero capacity increased. Edith arched an eyebrow. Renovation, huh? Isel shrugged. The master likes to drop upgrades out of nowhere. Someone nearby grinned. Wouldn't mind a bathhouse. One with hot water. And right then, bathhouse selected. Construction continues. The guy blinked wide-eyed. Wait, seriously? What do you think we'll get this time? Another system ping followed. Recreation area and cafeteria expansion in progress. Han watched the upgrades roll in. Who knows? A sudden flash lit the entire lobby, blinding white. A new message rang out. Great news. The area is evolving to level 3. Someone muttered under their breath. Didn't see that coming. Aaron shot Han a look. Seriously? Han's eyes gleamed. A faint smile pulled at his lips. Let's find out. A girl tried to calm the murmurs around her. Relax, it's just more upgrades. Remember when we started? Half the time, we didn't even have roofs. Wait, what do you mean? Someone asked. She gestured around. The master's rebuilding everything. Look, the guy nodded, impressed. Good. My bed was trash. Another chimed in hopefully. I think the food's getting an upgrade too? Off to the side, Isel raised her hand. Rearrangement complete. Let's move out. They stepped outside, then froze. She's right, someone whispered. Everything's changed. Another message flared. Amazing. Lock lobby has evolved to level 2. The view ahead was unrecognizable. 2-story buildings stretched across the horizon. A wide staircase twisted upward into the sky. Where's that lead? Someone asked. The answer was obvious. This was home now. Bigger. Better. A full island. Vast and alive. Another alert followed. New floors unlocked. Additional areas accessible. A map scan swept across the city. Entire new districts flickered into view. Buildings rearranged. Zones expanded. Then the final message hit. Bathhouse constructed. And just like that, the game world leveled up. Han's satisfaction sharpened. The recreation zone would speed recovery. The cafeteria, now level 2, better food. More of it. The bathhouse is real, the girl shouted, nearly bouncing. No way, Edith blurted. Aaron laughed. Let's go see it all. Nearby, a new residential block stood tall, this time fully furnished. One of the guys peeked inside, brow furrowing. Where's the furniture? Sofas? Rugs? Carpets? He looked around. They even got rid of the fireplaces. They stepped into the first room. There aren't any beds, someone muttered. So floor. Jenna groaned, palm to her face. You've got to be kidding me. Han smirked. Why not? He tilted his chin toward the stairs. Check it out. The second floor's open. Let's see. The girl shot ahead, cheering. Upstairs, the new room stretched wide, and it was leagues better. The kind of space people would fight for. All right, but how are we picking rooms? Someone asked. A full bed sat neatly at the center. Another voice added, yeah, no way he's sleeping on the floor now. They pushed deeper into the new halls, reaching a fresh dining area. Already set, food laid out waiting. If he starts complaining, everyone else will too, one muttered. So who's stuck downstairs? Another suggested, we could just move beds around. Whoever needs it most gets one. Sure, but what about the rest of the space? How do we divide it? And then, they opened the bathroom door. I call the second floor, one guy blurted. I'm the one who bathes every single day. Another snapped back. What, like the rest of us don't? Voices flared, arguments breaking out fast. A girl stepped in. What does the master say about all this? Above, Isel zipped past and barked. You're really wasting time arguing over this nonsense? Before anyone could fire back, a woman cut in, calm but firm. Room assignments matter. She pointed upward. The general assembly's upstairs. The master will decide. Everyone gathered in the new meeting hall. The system kicked in instantly, tables, chairs, even books shifting into place. A fairy flipped open a massive ledger and began reading. Review begins. Just 35 pages. Master's orders are. Her voice echoed as she read aloud. Housing, Building 2. Dining room, Level 2. Bathhouse, Level 1. Rest area, level 1. Managers, Chloe. Food inventory, meat, potatoes, fruit. A chime followed. Settings saved. The fairy snapped the book shut. Wait here. Room assignments next. Han turned to his team. Second floor. Take whichever rooms you want. One man grinned. Of course. Han's crew gets the top. Group 2 received the same. Plenty of space waiting above. The girl's face lit up. Second floor too? Nice. But then Isel raised her hand. Everyone else, first floor. Confused murmurs rippled through the room. Wait, what's that mean? That's not fair. We don't agree. Belkis groaned. What meeting do we even miss? We were out hunting. Someone replied flatly. Doesn't matter. The master already decided. The girl glanced at Han, unsettled. What's happening? Something feels wrong. Han's gaze stayed forward, calm. No, this is how it works now. A display lit up across the wall. Room assignments complete. 13 people per floor. One man asked, so, the third group stuck downstairs too? That set off the crowd. There's space upstairs. Why cram us below? Total waste. Until now, heroes had lived as equals. Effort or not, strong or weak, everyone got the same. But that era was gone. The fairy's jaw tightened as complaints mounted. She muttered, second floor can hold 30 easy. But when numbers grow, and synthesis is off the table, splitting them is the only way forward. Jenna raised a hand. Do we really have to divide like this? Isn't there another option? The reply came quick. It's simple. Nobles and peasants. Another girl waved her fan lazily. If the master wants total control, this is the cleanest cut. Honestly, I'm sick of how they act. This way's better. Someone echoed it. Nobles and peasants. Han's teeth clenched. That's wrong. She's up before dawn, trains non-stop, clears dungeons, joins every mission, and still finds time to help the rest. Jenna's smile was faint, but steady. More than half the meat you eat, she's the one hunting it. The protests only grew louder. What about us? The girl shot them a look, voice cutting through. You've done nothing. She's been carrying the weight alone. Simpleton, someone hissed back. Edith's eyes narrowed, a growl in her throat. So what now? Ranking instead of synthesis. Voices erupted all at once. How are we supposed to sleep without beds? My back's gonna snap in half. At first, customization had been harmless, a way to decorate the lobby. But the masters had learned fast. Heroes weren't just numbers on a screen. They had limits, habits, weaknesses. Inning's original model wasn't perfect, but it worked. Structure reduced the need for synthesis. Then Isel's fist clenched. Her voice dropped, trembling. They tricked me. Her hand slammed into the ground with a crack. The man beside her flinched as she screamed. Do they even realize what they're doing? A month ago, they should have been synthesized already. Her fury spilled over. They don't get it. They have no idea how lucky they are. Someone opened their mouth to argue. What? She snapped, eyes blazing. No? You want to know what one of my nuclear strikes feels like? Silence. Cold. Heavy. The fairy's voice cut sharp and flat. Enough whining. We're moving on. As the group looked ahead, someone pointed. Wait, there's another floor back there. A girl blinked. That's the second floor? Yeah, came the answer. You're on food duty up there. A man raised his hand. Hold on. How are we supposed to eat? Isel didn't blink. Figure it out. That's your job. The fairy, face neutral, added. First floor has no meat. Pantry's stocked with potatoes. Fry them. Boil them. Doesn't matter. The man's scowl deepened. That's it? That's all we get? She nodded. That's all. Logistics. His voice cracked with rage. So we sleep on the floor and live off potatoes. I didn't even want to be here. And now, this? The girl stared at him, calm as stone. So what are you going to do about it? His fist shook, eyes wild. What'll I do? You really want to know? He lunged forward, screaming. Die! The fairy threw her arms up, bracing. But she didn't need to. The attacker's strike froze midair. His eyes widened. Belkis stood behind him, hand clamped tight around his arm. Isel's voice tore through the air, razor sharp. What the hell do you think you're doing? Belkis smirked, unbothered. Relax. Nobody's dead. It's all good. Behind them, a new house shimmered into existence, glowing bright. A voice rang out, steady, cool. I don't care who you were before. Aristocrat or nobody, it doesn't matter here. A man sat at the table, tone like ice. If you want to survive, prove your worth. That's all that counts. His grin widened. Just like Mr. Han said. One finger lifted. Stick to the rules if you want to last. And don't cross group 1 or 2. They're not just strong. They're monsters. Nearby, a man rubbed his face, looking exhausted. I've seen their training. It's insane. If that's how they spar, maybe I could take Eren in a fight. But Han? That's different. He leaned forward, hand pressing against the table. Tell me straight, how strong is Han? The other man answered without hesitation. No clue. Never fought alongside him. The guy frowned. Then how do you even know all this? One word. Jenna. She actually talks. Across the table, Belkis leaned in with interest. You ever witness fusion? No, the man replied. I joined after it ended. Probably the only reason I'm still alive. The guy muttered under his breath. Fusion growing stronger after every battle, stacking skills endlessly. A grin spread across his face. And the one running all of that? Han. He pushed back his chair, standing up. Got it. That's all I needed. The man gave a short nod. Name's Alan. If you want more. Not interested. Belkis cut him off, already walking away. The fairy watching him raised an eyebrow. What are you even trying to do? Belkis smirked, lifting his sword casually. As long as nobody dies, anything goes. Heard about what the elders went through. It sounded wild. Shame I missed it. Alan just lifted a hand, completely unfazed. Belkis muttered to himself. Word is, this place used to have first-class trash removal. So why the master shut it down? Then he tossed something toward the attacker. His own severed hand. Press it hard, Belkis said with a grin. It'll grow back. The crowd gasped. The guy stared at the hand in shock. He hadn't even known regeneration like that was possible. He'd never lived long enough to see it. Belkis stretched, grin widening. Right on schedule. This place isn't bad. Gets boring, though. He scanned the room. Anyone else curious what it feels like fighting with one hand? Someone muttered, this guy's insane. Belkis shrugged. Better insane than useless. Han's eyes narrowed. Why are you interfering? Belkis waved him off. Relax. Couldn't help it. Whole thing was too disgusting. My body reacted before I could stop it. Han glanced at the attacker. A lucky break. Without Belkis stepping in, Isel probably would have taken his head. The fairy turned to the guy. What were you asking about? He swallowed hard. Just the difference between the floors. His tone soured. First floor's a dump. Second floor? Like paradise. She nodded. Yeah, our squad stuck on the first floor too. Belkis smirked. Not for long. Isel's jaw tightened. Let me put it simple. Out of 35 of us, only 13 made it to the second floor. The rest? Still crawling down below. When they entered the lobby, the rules became painfully clear. Second floor residents could go anywhere. First floor residents? Step out of line, and they'd be erased instantly. Isel's voice rang out. If you want to survive, you get stronger. No shortcuts. Look at him. Our AC. Try keeping up. Han suddenly reached out and grabbed her face mid-sentence. Isel didn't flinch. You all saw it on the 15th floor? Moves like his aren't for show. Han turned to the crowd. You want better treatment? Earn it. The master's watching. He stepped forward, voice calm but cutting. If he thinks you're ready, you'll earn your place on the second floor. A voice broke out from the crowd. This is insane. We were thrown in here without warning. Why should we live like this? Belkis tilted his head, puzzled. Han's fist tightened. That's enough. The boy laughed, sharp and cold. You think you're special? We had no choice either. If anything, we had it worse. Han looked to the girl at his side. Tell them. She gave a short nod. No food. One mistake, and you got fused. The man went pale. Now he understood. They hadn't trained for fun. They trained to survive. But what does that even mean? He whispered. Light flickered faintly around Han. You really want to know why they fight like that? Han's answer was steady. Because right now, we don't need scouts. We don't need gatherers. We need fighters. And only a handful of you will reach the second floor. Whispers rippled through the group. Half seemed resigned. The rest? Ready to explode. Han thought to himself. These people were soft. Used to comfort. Throwing them straight into this was bound to blow up. A smoother start, a free gotcha pull, maybe a small taste of reward, would have eased them in. Change never sits well with the comfortable. Suddenly, one man snapped. You expect us to fight while we're treated like dirt? This whole system's broken. We won't accept it. The boy grinned. You didn't fight when life was easy, either. A voice from the back shouted, yeah, preach. Another joined in. We're done being pushed around. The man's grin twisted wider. You think we haven't noticed? You're hiding something. Han's eyes narrowed. What are you talking about? The man glared straight at him. Tell us, how do we make the master change his mind? The fairy froze. He knew. Han had buried it deep, but somehow they'd figured it out. The monster couldn't touch them, and now the secret was out. The man turned to the others. Why fight? Why risk dying, just to crawl back to the same miserable life? A voice answered coldly. He's right. Hands shot up. Voices rose. We're not fighting. A system message blinked into view. Han has refused to participate. Group 4, inoperative. Group 5, inoperative. Han closed his eyes. 10 people refused. He opened them slowly, voice dropping low. Looks like they've forgotten their place. A system alert flashed. Mass strike initiated. Haynes has officially gone on strike. A sword hit the ground with a sharp clang. One man froze, staring at it, until the blade began to spin on its own. Han's voice cut through the silence. Icy and absolute. One hand each. That's the price. Clutching his ruined arm, the man muttered bitterly. Figures. Was mine anyway. Han went pale as it sank in. Wait, you're letting them live? Han gave a calm, almost pleasant smile. When words fail, we act. Harsh lesson, sure, but one they'll never forget. The man clenched his fists. That's not a warning. That's underscore. They already know the master can't control them. Han nodded. Exactly. They've got the freedom to refuse. Isel can't touch them, unless the conditions are met. Edith raised a hand to the side. Wake up, all of you. Defying orders? That's gambling with your life. Han shot back sharp. And fighting isn't the same? Risk is risk. The girl's eyes narrowed. You still don't get it. Han stepped in smoothly. That spark in your voice, the defiance, that's the same drive that makes you capable of risking everything. Han raised a hand, irritated. Don't start preaching. Isel moved forward. Names. A nearby door creaked open. A firm voice called from the other side. Move. Get through. Now. Belkis tilted his head, surprised. The man beside him didn't move, gaze locked ahead. Then someone finally asked, uneasy, what's synthesis? Without hesitation, Isel held out her hand. That's it. The fairy snapped. Get in. Quit wasting time. The man hesitated. But what is it? Synthesis, someone muttered, voice low, eyes darting away. Han caught the whispers and scoffed. First time meeting him, and now they freeze? Move, or she'll throw you in herself. A dry laugh escaped him. Quick to shout about rights, but clueless about synthesis? The girl exhaled. I told them. They just didn't believe me. The crowd stirred with panic. The word spread fast. Synthesis hadn't been used in ages. Most had only heard rumors. As the doorway pulsed with light, several people dropped to their knees, overwhelmed. This can't be real, one whispered. Then another system message lit up before them. Synthesis initiation ready. Belkis' gaze shifted. Oh, him? Alan. Good seeing you again. Thanks for last time. Alan pressed a hand to his face, puzzled. Didn't he say I could ask something? Then his expression twisted into a grin. Forget it. Looks like I won't be getting answers now. His shout ripped through the air, just as the atmosphere warped. A building formed in an instant. Synthesis complete. In a burst of blinding light, two figures vanished. Belkis' level ticked upward. A new skill unlocked. As the group started down the stairs, someone gasped, overwhelmed by what they had just seen. It's unreal, but the awe faded quickly. It still wasn't enough. One man spotted the rewards nearby and turned to Han. Is that it? Will this do? Han shook his head. Not even close. We're far from done. The guy sighed. Figures. Shame, really. Nearby, another man sat frozen in fear as voices whispered about how incredible it all was, hoping they'd live long enough to see it again. Isel turned, ready to address the crowd. A man shouted out, insisting he'd been working the entire time. But someone corrected him. Not Alter. Walter. Hurry up. Walter snapped. His hand shot out, seizing the man by the collar. You lied. You swore nothing would go wrong. Then where are the other two? The man turned his face away, guilt heavy in his voice. I didn't know. I was tricked. I never thought it would end like this. Isel's voice cut through, cold as ice. It doesn't matter. A blinding light erupted around her. Screams tore through the room. She stood still, watching, a grim smile curling at her lips. System notice, synthesis complete. Oliver vanished. Then Walter, swallowed by the same merciless light. A card floated into view. Neriza. Her body shimmered, yellow particles swirling as her gaze locked forward. Suddenly, the man cried out. Wait, I take it back. I didn't mean it. Another message blinked. Group 4 ready for deployment. Isel began to call names. A voice cut in, desperate. Take me instead. It was my fault. Don't punish him. Jenna's reply was hollow. There's nothing we can do now. The man screamed, his voice breaking. I said I was sorry. Why didn't you stop? Han rested a hand against his face, silent. In his mind, the truth echoed. This wasn't for them. This was for everyone else watching. More names rang out. A fairy drifted around the trembling man. He refused to move. Anything but synthesis. Anything. But fear kept him rooted to the floor. He sank down, mumbling to himself. I have to do something. Han stepped forward. Then what? What now? The man clung to a rumor. There was a way to speak with the master. Maybe he could be reasoned with. But the cost. He'd have to cut off his own hand. The man froze. What? Say that again. Han's jaw tightened. If they hadn't worn those devices, none of this would have happened. A sharp breath. A trembling finger pointed to the side. Sithin's voice cracked. Are you insane? Han shrugged lightly. What's the problem? The man snapped back. That's insane. Not a finger, an entire hand. Grinding his teeth. You said you were ready to risk your life, didn't you? His hand trembled. Then let me do it. I can't. Han cut him off, sharp. You'd rather everyone die? The man's voice broke. That might be better. Han lowered his head. Every choice, every step had led to this moment. There was no turning back. No second thoughts. But deep down he knew. If someone truly had the resolve to do it, to cut off a limb just for a chance to survive, then maybe they deserve that chance. Still, it wasn't something anyone could just attempt. Others had tried. Most failed. It demanded raw strength, perfect control with a blade, precision down to the bone. Anything less, and you'd butcher yourself for nothing. Icel's gaze drifted between Han and Sidhan. The room was silent. Everyone else was gone. Only one remained. The building towered above them. The man trembled. What's going to happen to me? The answer came flat. Don't worry. It doesn't hurt. Sidhan lowered his gaze, whispering something too faint to catch. System notification. Synthesis complete. In a flash of radiant light, he was gone. Han's stat spiked. He barely reacted, muttering under his breath. Nothing special. A pause. Only 25 heroes left. Then, out of nowhere, a voice rang out. They're not even human. They're monsters. Belkist snapped around. Who said that? Han cut him off. Let it go. But the guy clenched his fists. One lesson left. Too many still don't know their place. Han asked calmly. What's eating you? The man shot back. Wipe that grin off your face. His voice sharpened. You're soft. If it were me, I'd have ended it. All of them. Right then and there. He turned, dismissive. Anyway, we're moving on. See you on the second floor. Suddenly, the air dimmed. A deep purple glow spread across the room. Notification. The master has begun summoning 10. Han looked up, wishing he could see who'd be chosen. The familiar platform flickered into view. But the rules had changed. Summoning platforms would now follow hero rank. First floor, free summons. Second floor, paid only. Thinning had begun. Not all would make it. Only a few would climb higher. Han's voice was calm, almost detached. Don't get comfortable. Just reaching this point doesn't mean you're safe. You can still be cut. The girl beside him spoke dryly. Yeah, and I want to find out what that feels like. Their eyes shifted toward the other heroes. Someone muttered the obvious. If there's a second floor now, the third won't be far behind. The system was growing. The ranks would keep splitting apart. Day 2 arrived. The lobby came back into view. This time, the common room was open. The girl smirked. Look who finally rolled out of bed. She glanced at Han. Strangest part? Breakfast today, kinda addictive. Han chuckled. Makes sense. Fewer mouths to feed. Jen eyed the food and laughed. Hard to believe Amarin and Chloe used to cook for 30 warriors every single day. Han grinned. Guess it paid off. Their cooking's actually good now. Meanwhile, the first floor is turned into one big potato farm. He turned toward the window. From this height, the layout spread clear, every building visible. And looming above them all, the second floor, always in sight. No accident. The design was deliberate. Constant pressure to keep climbing. The guy next to him groaned. Morning already? Han walked over. You sleep at all? 3 hours, came the reply. This is insane. The Real upgrade waited ahead. A new hall. Built solely for training and duels. The duel halls were something else. Completely sealable. Perfect for pushing limits, even testing Berserker mode. The space cut off regeneration entirely, making every clash feel real. Too much. Drag the wounded outside, they'd recover instantly. Han looked forward. With stronger facilities came harder choices. Squad setups had to change. Who would rise to fill the empty spots in Squad 1 and Squad 2? The guy swung his sword with a sharp snap. Belkist. The girl followed up with her own strike. That's when it clicked. Belkist and Arizo were still stuck in their barbarian phase. Rough. Unpredictable. But Belkist? His madness wasn't without reason. Just yesterday, he'd unlocked a new passive skill. A 1% drop rate. Rare didn't even begin to describe it. It flipped negative effects, rage, confusion, straight into raw energy. Add status deviation on top, and the damage output skyrocketed. Nariza couldn't match that brute force, but she had her edge, sharp instincts, stealth, strategy. Not reckless, but precise. Her value was different. Han stood back, hand resting against his face. The truth sat heavy in his mind. There was no saving the rest of them. Suddenly, Belkis turned, a savage grin splitting across his face. Han scoffed. Arrogant bastard. The group nearby froze, eyes dropping to the ground. Belkis strode forward, unbothered. So, Han, what are you going to teach me? His tone mocked, daring. This place is crawling with pigs and dogs scared of their own shadows. Han didn't move. You got something against pigs and dogs. A sharp glow burst around Belkist. They're animals. Every last one of them. He lifted his sword. Training without pain? Useless. Han's faint smile was all the answer he gave. Belkist's eyes lit up, hunger for the fight blazing. Then, in a flash, they clashed. Belkis charged, blade tearing through the air. Han slipped past the strike with ease, then drove a crushing kick into Belkis' chest, sending him sliding across the dirt. Belkis' eyes went wide. Shock, but only for a second. Then he was back on his feet, charging in again. Han met him head-on, deflecting blow after blow. No need to unleash Berserk just yet. But one day, ahead, the buildings came into view. A call rang out. Group 1, gather up. From above, Isel watched the chaos. These climbs hit harder the older we get. The girl beside her glanced over. Aren't we headed for a dungeon? Han's voice answered from behind. Doubt it. We're still short one. The girl frowned. Then what's the point of this? Arms crossed, she muttered. Not even sure we qualify for the weekly dungeon. That's when Ivalka's eyes went wide. Wait, the master gave us a research mission. The girl looked confused again. Research. Han's thoughts raced. Missions came in threes. Main dungeon, weekly dungeon, or research. But something felt wrong. The research dungeon only unlocked after floor 10. So why were they being sent now? Isel spoke up. I already opened the rift of time and space. We can return to the first floor anytime. She pointed at a glowing gate in the distance. The girl spotted another gate nearby. What about that one? Can we use it? Han stared at it. No. One of the men tightened his grip on his weapon. Is this research really worth it? Han kept walking. Not really. He stepped down the stairs without slowing. For now, we eat. 2, maybe 3 days. Then, with a glance toward the lobby, he added, and wait. It's not empty. The girl raised a brow. Why are we hanging around this long? You'll see, Han answered simply. She shot him a look. Wait, there's actually something you don't know. Before he could respond, a flood of system alerts flashed in the air. Recommendations to support heroes during research. A new goal appeared. Reward each hero with 3,000 gold. Han lifted 2 heavy bags. A gift from the master. 3 shares each. Jenna threw her arms up with a grin. Gold. Hold on to these, and we'll be loaded. Han cut in steady. Don't get too comfortable. Battles are still ahead. They stood before the research dungeon when another message lit the sky. Research initiated in Heim's zone. Time until return, 48 hours. A footnote followed. Longer stays possible if they dared to dig deeper. Rare materials could also be found with luck. As the dungeon shimmered to life, the girl muttered. Here we go. The scenery unfolded before them. Winding rivers, rolling hills, and a distant castle rising above it all. Someone whispered, Nelsa. Jenna's eyes snapped open. Wait, isn't this the same place as the 10th floor? Yeah, someone confirmed. But last time was wrecked. Fires everywhere, bodies everywhere. Ivalka pressed a hand to her face. Now it's spotless. Figures. Not even worth being surprised anymore. One of them turned to Han. So what now? Hunt. Han shook his head. No rush. We look around first. Research zones weren't like main or weekly dungeons. No set objectives. Sometimes nothing. Sometimes rare treasures. Scanning the area, Han wondered aloud. Think the NPCs can see us this time? A guard stepped forward, hand out. Entry permit. Han slipped him a coin. You charging me? The guard shrugged. Didn't say that. Han smirked. All right, I'll check the northern gate. The guard waved him on. Just don't cause trouble. Jenna clenched her teeth. These people are idiots. Han answered evenly. Gold's worth more to them than blood. Back before clearing the 10th floor, Nelsa had already been crumbling. Enemies had breached the castle walls. But here, no scars, no smoke, no battle. The silence was worse. A system ping followed. Group 1 is now exploring Heimer. Time remaining. 47 hours, 48 minutes, 22 seconds. So what? We just wander, the girl asked. Aaron cut in. What kind of info are we even supposed to gather? Han shrugged. Whatever feels right. Jenna blinked at him. The whole group turned to stare. Han nodded. Yeah, walk. Collect what you can. Relax. The master gave you money. Spend it. Eat something good. Breathe. Jenna gawked. You're actually serious? Ivalka leaned closer. We could just do what we want. Their faces lit up when Han confirmed it. Exactly. Have fun. I'll take care of the rest. One of the girls glanced away. I'm heading outside the city. Don't follow. I'm going far. Han smirked. Fine. But remember, you're still responsible for your own state. No breaks once we hit floor 20. Don't forget it. She grinned. So, I can really go? I want to see the ocean. Han nodded. Go. In 2 days, I'll teleport everyone back to the lobby. The guy muttered under his breath. Guess I started this. Jenna chimed in quickly. Then I'm tagging along. But Han shut her down immediately. He turned away, just as news reached him. His scheduled raid was being scrapped. They'll cancel it, he thought, uneasy. But why are there so many mercenaries here? His eyes landed on the notice board. One poster stood out. Her. A wanted notice, stacked with crimes. Heresy, demon summoning, slandering the imperial family, murder, arson, theft, assault. Han smirked. They really threw the book at her. The final line sealed it. Her royal title stripped. Imperial bloodline erased. Someone nearby spoke up. You chasing the witch too? Without even turning, another man answered flatly. Keep dreaming. Everyone's hunting her. No one's even come close. If he's a real bounty hunter, he should already know that. Han's jaw tightened. Why'd you call her a witch? The man shrugged. Well, she ripped out baby hearts for sacrifices. Dabbled in dark magic too. That caught the room's attention. Wait, dark magic? Someone asked. Yeah, the man nodded. She summoned 4 forbidden beasts. Don't ask me what that means. Han's gaze lingered on the poster. Tell me everything. The man flicked him a coin. I'm busy. Han didn't move. Start talking. The man smirked. Fine. I've got time. A building came into view as the tale continued. Her name was Phreases, once the rightful heir to the throne. Now stripped, hunted, a fugitive. Across the table, Han leaned forward. So, what's your take? The man shrugged. These posters started showing up about a year ago. Han nodded slowly. That's when the decree dropped. He tapped the notice. And this seal. Crossing his arms, Han sank into thought. Just a year ago. Yet only a week had passed since he'd first met Phreases on the 15th floor. That same symbol, he'd seen it before. Etched into the armor of enemies he'd fought. It clicked. The purge had begun the moment she escaped the city. She had to be alive. At the table, Han asked quietly, monsters ever attack this city? Yeah, the guy replied. Goblin horde. Couple years back. The order crushed it quick. He leaned in, lowering his voice. But rumor is it wasn't random. A witch stirred it up. Goblins don't swarm like that without help. Han's eyes narrowed. They were blaming her. Every disaster, dumped at her feet. Plates clattered onto the table, but Han kept pressing. What happened after that? The man ticked them off one by one. A plague. Monsters went rabid. Weather broke. Total chaos. But then his voice dropped further. The biggest change was in the dungeons. Han straightened. Dungeons? Right on cue. An entrance shimmered into view nearby. The man explained. A couple years back, strange inner spaces started appearing. Like ruins, but buried inside places that already existed. Not built, not man-made, just uncovered. They call them dungeons. But the strangest part, the man added, eyes narrowing. Normal people can't even get inside. Han leaned forward. Then who can? The man smirked knowingly. Exactly the ones you're thinking of. Han's expression darkened. Rumors spoke of a stone buried deep within. One that could grant immense power. Han froze. That had to be it. In his mind, the image burned bright. The glow of the stone of Advent, tied to his third skill. Josh's voice broke the silence. Wait, there's one here too. Han muttered under his breath. It lines up. His gaze swept the room. Mercenaries everywhere. He smirked. All this talk is worthless unless you can prove it. You want payment? Earn it. Nearby, a man lay on a stretcher, arm severed clean. Josh followed Han's stare, voice low. That's why I didn't want to come. Han rose to his feet. The dungeon, it's inside the city, isn't it? His eyes locked on the towering temple at the city's heart. That had to be it. The dungeon must have surfaced right after the invasion. Tall iron fences now walled off the entrance. Josh pointed toward them. No way something like that gets ignored. Guards posted means one thing. There's something inside. Han studied the gate. Ordinary at first glance. But adventurers were already gathered, negotiating with the guards. Josh explained quietly. These dungeons are loaded, gold, artifacts, rare gear. And with this many here, it's packed with treasure. He hesitated. But people still die in there. One of the guards handed a flat, square tablet to a waiting adventurer. Josh continued. The order controls it. They sell passes, skim a cut of the loot. Easy profit. Scammers, he muttered. The informant stretched, brushing it off. Anyway, that's all I've got. Need me again, find me. Han's eyes narrowed. How exactly? The man waved him off. Not my problem. Just bring bonuses next time. Left alone, Han studied the flow of adventurers at the gate. Judging by their gear, they weren't here for a quick run. They were preparing for long stays. He crossed his arms, watching. The mercenaries were sharp, alert, eyes scanning everything. Yet no one stepped forward recklessly. Only certain people were allowed through. Han lingered a full 30 minutes, taking it in. Out of the entire crowd, maybe 10% were admitted. And one more detail, if the leader of a group got clearance, the whole team passed with him. Han's eyes stayed locked on the gate. Whatever it took, he was getting inside. Above, clouds drifted. The restless crowd murmured. Then, footsteps. Josh came running back, gasping for air. You're still here? He blurted. Han glanced over. Didn't think I'd see you again. Josh held up a small pouch, breath still heavy. I ran to get that coin you tossed me appraised. Turns out, it's worth way more than I thought. Something ancient. Possibly rare. Han didn't even glance back. You weren't thinking of robbing me, were you? Josh flinched, hands shooting up. What? No way. I wasn't asking for anything. Still trailing behind, he tried to pivot. All right, fine. Free version of those extra services I mentioned. Han's reply was flat. Not interested. Josh grinned slyly. Still hung up on that witch, huh? Fine. I'll tell you who spread the lies about her. I already know. Josh blinked. What? I spent days digging that up. Han wasn't listening. His eyes had shifted upward, scanning the rooftops. Trying to stay relevant, Josh offered quickly. How about a tour? I used to be a city guide. Best food spots, hidden corners, I know them all. Han cut him off with a sharp look. I said no. Why are you still following me? Josh hesitated, then blurted out. You remind me of a younger one. Han stopped cold. He turned slowly. The younger one? Josh clenched his fists. You're from the east, right? His words drifted, eyes distant. Back east, he'd known a boy, small, quiet, black hair, sharp stare. Looked just like Han. That's why I came up to you in the first place, Josh admitted. You reminded me of him. Honestly, you're the first person I've seen from the east in years. He tapped his lip, ready to say the name. Don't. Han's voice cut like a blade. He turned his back. Josh froze. The name died in his throat. Keep it to yourself, Han said quietly, his expression shadowed. Josh tried to ease the tension. Your name's kind of plain, you know. Han ignored him. Take me to the armorer. The armory was packed wall to wall. Blades lined the walls like trophies. Armor filled every rack. In a corner, shields leaned against a barrel spilling over with swords. Jenna spotted them first. Her smile flickered at Han, then slid toward the unfamiliar face trailing behind him. Without missing a beat, she raised a new bow. Check this out. Han arched an eyebrow. She reminded him he'd been nagging her for a longbow. So she finally grabbed one. Might even be enchanted. Best part? Only 2 coins. The system beeped. Item. Stylish longbow D rank. It looked sleek, but stats? Pitiful. Barely a stamina boost. Han didn't sugarcoat it. Trash. He pointed behind her at a pile of stones. That's where your coins should have gone. Jenna turned and froze. Among the pile sat an elemental stone. Han nodded. That'll make our master very happy. These are key for ascension. Still holding the bow, Jenna asked. So what do I do with this? Ditch it, Han said. We've got bigger priorities. His eyes locked on a stone etched with a spiral. Regenerative. Worth every coin. It even stored past battle data, like a magical recording. No XP from replays, but missions could be retried. Perfect for practice. Jenna tilted her head toward Josh. So who's this guy again? Han waved her off. Don't bother. We don't even know each other. Josh scoffed. Wow, thanks for that. As Han and Jenna started walking off, Josh hurried to catch up. I'm a guide, he blurted, trying to sound official. Let me introduce myself properly. Han smirked. Perfect. Without even looking back, he flipped Josh another coin. Josh fumbled, barely catching it, then immediately launched into a rapid-fire pitch, rattling off wild investment schemes. Another ancient coin sat heavy and warm in his palm. Han gave a short nod. Not bad. Handle your business. Josh's face lit up. Thanks for believing in me. Han glanced at him. You starting something? Josh grinned wide. Top secret for now, but I'll pay you back. Promise. Han waved it off. You don't owe me. Josh shook his head firmly. I hate being in debt. If you ever need something, just say it. Han paused. His voice dropped low. If you get the chance, help the witch. Josh froze mid-step. What? But Han and Jenna were already gone, their boots fading down the cobbled street. Jenna caught up beside him, confused. What was that about? Han answered evenly. The girl. The one we rescued. Han's voice dropped to a whisper. She's the witch. Jenna's eyes flicked to him. You mean, the princess? Elsewhere, the baker had dozed off at his counter. Han checked the time. We got plenty left, he said. If you want to wander, go ahead. A dry wind swept through the streets, scattering leaves across the stone paths. Ivalka kicked one aside. Still haven't made it to the beach, she muttered. Not since the lockdowns. Han gave her a look. You actually tried? Of course I did. For now, their team's access was limited. The rest of the city sealed off. Han pieced it together. They were boxed in. Every 10 floors, another research dungeon unlocked. Clear all 100, and the city would be theirs. The plaza by the fountain buzzed with life. Ivalka's gaze drifted over unfamiliar faces. How long's it been? She asked. About a week, Han replied. She blinked. Feels shorter. Watching people shuffle up and down the stairs, she guessed some had already cleared the second floor. Then she asked, anyone working on the workshop gear? Han nodded. Take the rest of the day off. Training starts again tomorrow. Ivalka didn't look thrilled. Jenna nudged her. Go take a bath or something. Aaron appeared suddenly, climbing the stairs. Han called out. Where are you going? Aaron stopped. I told you to rest, Han reminded him. Push too hard, you'll break. Aaron opened his mouth to argue, but Han cut him down. Training's tomorrow. Resting isn't optional. Han studied him for a moment. That kind of drive, he'd seen it before. Back in Niflheimer. Spearmen who pushed and pushed, never backing down. Most of them never made it. Willpower alone wasn't enough. In his mind, Han pictured Aaron's spear abandoned in an empty field, left to rot in silence. If someone gave everything and still fell short, then they simply didn't have it. Find another way, or die trying. Night draped itself over the city, shadows stretching beneath the faint glow of the barrier above. From the training yard, steel clashed in sharp rhythm. Edith pressed hard. Usher stumbled, struggling to keep pace. Faster, Edith barked. I get it. Usher snapped, barely holding his guard. I'm just tense. Off to the side, Han stood still, arms folded. Jenna glanced at him, brow raised. She hadn't expected Group 2 to train this hard, and definitely not with live blades. Han stayed silent, eyes scanning the lineup. Something wrong? She asked. Daika is not here. Edith, Usher, and Roderick were present. But Daika, the one who'd been there from the start, was missing. Han could still picture him, a back turned, fading into memory. 2 new names lit up, Belkist and Neriza. System notice, removed from Group 3. Their cards appeared on screen. At the same time, the building nearby shifted, expanding outward. Another alert followed. Heroes are being relocated. A map flickered into view, showing updated floor plans and assigned quarters. Belkist's profile scrolled across the screen. Cafeteria, Level 2. Bathhouse and rest area, Level 1. Han looked up as the newcomer stepped in. Belkist strolled with his hands shoved in his pockets, eyes sweeping the space. Now this is something else, he said, clearly impressed. Way better than the first floor. Han slid his sword into its sheath. Time to resupply, he muttered. Jenna offered to escort the lottery picks, but Han shook his head. His gaze stayed fixed on Belkist and Neriza. It was obvious. The master wasn't interested in swelling the numbers. He wanted one elite unit. Arms crossed, Han finally turned to face them. His mind flicked back to Daika, left behind, stuck on the first floor. The truth weighed heavy. Daika hadn't been able to take a life when it counted. Nearby, Edith stiffened jaw tight. Han could tell her squad was down a fighter, and with no reinforcements coming, the only path left was forward, train harder, push further. Han silently hoped the master might send more veterans their way. Edith rubbed at her forehead with a sigh, but Han wasn't holding his breath. For now, they make do. Belkis smirked. Why the killer stare? I just came to say hi. Neriza didn't waste time on greetings. She cut straight in, uninterested in small talk. Han said nothing, arms still folded. Neriza seemed to assume she'd be slotted into Team 1 or 2. Pointless speculation, and she surprised them both. I want on the first team, she said evenly. I won't slow anyone down. Belkis scoffed. You serious? That's insane. Don't get ahead of yourself. Neriza's gaze sharpened. Strength alone doesn't win battles. I've got more than raw force, and if you've been paying attention, you'd know that. Before things could heat up further, Han stepped forward. The rest of the group stayed back, silent. Team placement isn't our call, he said firmly. Neriza gave a small nod. Right. Only the master or team leaders decide that. Jenna leaned close to Han, voice low. So what do we do with her? And why she's so desperate to join us? Han didn't bother softening the truth. No idea. He turned back to Neriza. Why don't you explain it yourself? Neriza closed her eyes briefly, then pressed a hand against her chest. At first, I thought the stories about you were just hype. Exaggerations. Her tone shifted, but I was wrong. Han had a guess. It had to be the Regeneration Stone, the artifact that stored battle records. With it, anyone could replay completed floors or rewatch old fights. A training tool for most, but devastating in the right hands. He'd shown it to Belkist and Neriza both. How much did you see, he asked. Neriza didn't flinch. Everything. And she added, those tales people spread didn't even come close to reality. If anything, they downplayed what this team could do. Jenna and Aaron stood steady behind Han as Neriza continued. If survival's the goal, then the smartest move is obvious. Join the strongest team. Across the field, Edith called out. Then why not the second team? Neriza didn't miss a beat. I want the first team. Usher's jaw tightened. We're just as strong, he snapped, though the words stumbled on their way out. His frustration bled through more than his conviction. Belkist gave a careless shrug. To him, the answer was simple. Only the strongest endured. If Usher hadn't figured that out by now, that was his problem. Han met Belkist's eyes. Belkist didn't look away. I want him to, and I'll be more useful than she ever will. Neriza dismissed the jab with a flick of her hand. She called out the obvious flaw in the lottery system. Luck decided placements, not skill. There had to be a better way to see who truly belonged. Edith turned away, then looked back at Han. Decide, she said quietly. Han stayed silent. Edith exhaled. I don't want anyone on my team who doesn't actually want to be there. Simple. Han reminded her she was still short a member. Like it or not, her team wasn't complete. Jenna broke in, cutting the tension. So, got anyone in mind? She asked Han. He answered honestly. Not sure. If Belkist weren't so hostile, I'd have chosen him already. His eyes shifted between Neriza and Belkist. You both refuse to leave this to chance. You want control over where you end up. Fine, prove you deserve it. Han pointed at the training cage. You want in? Earn it. He laid out the rules. No healing, no resets. The fight would go until one of them dropped. Only then would a choice be made. Belkist didn't hesitate. He shoved the gate open and stepped inside, cracking his knuckles as he went. Been too long since I had a real fight, he said, eyes fixed on Neriza. Mind if I kill her? Han's reply was flat. If you can. Belkis' grin twisted wild. He moved to his spot and raised his blade. Go all out. Show me everything. Nereza didn't flinch. She calmly pulled a small vial from her bag, uncorked it, and poured its violet liquid across her weapon. Belkis' smile wavered for the first time. You serious? She didn't look up. I was told to fight my way. The poison shimmered against the steel. Paralysis, strong enough to send its victims into violent convulsions. This was her craft. Her edge. Her blade rose. I've used this on monsters. You'll be the first person. Belkis' teeth flashed. You won't get the chance. He activated the system, sending the challenge. Nereza accepted without pause. On the sidelines, Jenna stayed quiet, her chest tight with unease. The tension in the air was razor sharp. Someone might not walk away. Han had the same thought. The system asked for confirmation. Han gave a single nod. The match began. Belkis exploded forward, faster than most could follow. Nereza met him head-on, striking in tight, quick bursts, but Belkis slipped through every angle, countering hard, driving her back step by step. His grin widened with each exchange, predator closing on prey. Han and Jenna kept their eyes locked on the fight. Even Usher froze where he stood, stunned. His eyes widened. This wasn't the Belkis he remembered. Was he holding back before? Edith muttered. Han gave a quiet command to Jenna and Aaron. Watch carefully. You'll learn something from this. Belkis pushed harder, clearly enjoying himself. Both of them wielded level 4 weapon skills, same as Usher, but the difference in mastery was undeniable. Belkis' blade smashed into the wall, missing Nereza by inches. She countered instantly. Her strike aimed for his ribs, but he dipped low and dodged like it was nothing. At the arena's edge, Ivalka appeared, silent as a shadow. She studied the fight, her voice calm but intrigued. Not bad, especially with their levels and gear. Han didn't look away. Weren't you supposed to be doing research? Inside the cage, Belkis' relentless grin never faded. He pressed forward, blade flashing. Ivalka idly flipped a knife in one hand, watching as the air thickened with each clash. Then Belkis stiffened. A twitch of recognition, too late. Nereza's knife cut through. The blade sliced the air. Belkis dodged, but not cleanly. Her knife grazed his cheek. A system alert blinked to life, bleeding. His health began ticking down. Nereza's voice cut through the cage. Poison. Paralysis. In a few seconds, your body won't even listen to you. Her calm edge made it sound final. Maybe too final. In that same instant, Belkis drove his sword straight into her stomach. Her breath caught. She'd been too focused on the setup, blind to the gap it left. Belkis followed through, slamming the hilt of his weapon against her ribs. She crashed against the cage wall, crumpling pale and trembling. Belkis wiped blood from his cheek, glaring down at her. Your own poison's what's tearing you apart. That's on you. You lose. He turned to Han. You saw it. Any objections? Han's expression didn't change. It was a solid fight. Belkis squared his shoulders. Then, give the verdict. Han's jaw tightened. I already have. On the floor, Nereza let a faint smile slip. She's in the first group, Han said. Belkis' face twisted. What? Aaron blinked, stunned. Jenna smirked. She's sharp. Usher's confusion was obvious. Edith stayed silent, eyes narrowed, thinking it through. Han studied the group. He figured only Jenna, Edith, and Roderick had caught the truth. Nereza hadn't lost at all. She'd staged the stumble, played the part of being overwhelmed, just enough to make Belkis drop his guard. Han knew at the moment her blade nicked his cheek. That poison strike was her win condition. Everything else, her flashy dual-knife assault, her calculated retreats, it was all just bait for that single trap. Most of them had been caught up in the spectacle. Han had seen the strategy. Belkis, still burning with frustration, barked for a rematch. Han's eyes narrowed. Run 100 times. The result's the same. She's in. Belkis' fists clenched, rage bubbling close to the surface. Why? Han's mind went back to the battles that defined their survival. Sword, spear, magic, arrow. Each roll sharpened by trust, each move linked into the next. That was what made them unbreakable. Nereza wiped blood from her lip as Han answered. We need someone who adapts fast. Someone who can flip a fight when it matters most. He looked through the fence. Belkis' head dipped slightly. He thought maybe he could bend here, let slide. But now he knew he couldn't. Not on this. Deep down, he still believed that without Nereza's tricks, he would have ended her inside 5 minutes. Han folded his arms. You've got skill, he said evenly, but not a place on this team. Then fight me. 1 minute. If you're still standing, I'll walk away. Han didn't blink. The lack of reaction caught Belkis off guard. Instead, Han turned toward Aaron. Let's move on. Time to settle the last member. As if on cue, Ivalka stepped closer. Han shifted the discussion, explaining what mattered in their group's formation. Swordsmen and spearmen weren't about brute strength alone. It was synergy. Positioning. Knowing how every roll locked into the hole. Belkis gave a slow nod. All right, fair enough. But then his eyes shifted to Aaron. His tone flattened. Doesn't change the fact you're not pulling your weight as a spearman. Aaron stayed silent. The victor of the earlier duel just stood still, gaze fixed on the first team. Belkis locked onto him like a predator. Honestly, he continued, I don't know why they keep you around. You're dragging them down. The air snapped when Jenna's voice cut in. Enough. Aaron's doing just fine. Belkis didn't blink. You, of all people, should know better. Pretending failure isn't failure only makes it worse. Jenna froze. Words caught in her throat, and nothing came out. Han's voice cut cold across the field. That's enough. All of you. Belkis gave a thin smile, but didn't push further. Han let out a quiet sigh. His next words stung more than Belkis's. Maybe we don't need a spearman. With the right swordsman, we might still make it work. Jenna's eyes widened in disbelief. Belkis stepped out of the cage, casually patching himself up. Han approached him. You really think you'd add more to this team than Aaron? Even if you're stronger? Belkis didn't hesitate. Wouldn't have said it otherwise. Then he turned and leveled his blade at Aaron. A challenge. The entire field fell silent. Jenna stood frozen. Narise's eyes narrowed, though she kept her thoughts to herself. Han's tone hardened. You sure about this? He reminded Belkis. Aaron had been with them far longer. But if Belkis wanted to prove it this way, fine. He'd consider it. Belkis' reply was steady. If I lose, I go to the second team. No complaints. Aaron still hadn't said a word. Han's gaze shifted. You don't have to do this. Aaron lifted his eyes to the sky, quiet as ever. Han could feel it. The weight Aaron had been carrying, burning himself out just to keep pace. Maybe this was too much. But then Aaron's hand tightened around his spear. Han watched him closely. He still believed in him. Years of fighting side by side didn't vanish just because he'd stumbled. He wasn't finished yet. Aaron straightened, shoulders square. I'll do it. Han's chest eased. That was the spark he'd been waiting for. Belkis smiled faintly. Finally, it was happening. The system lit up. Challenge accepted. Aaron stepped into the cage. Han's voice carried across the field. Only one of you stays in the first group. Both men nodded. No turning back. The gate slammed shut. The system awaited Han's final confirmation. Inside, Aaron spun his spear, hand steady. Belkis flipped his blade in a clean arc. Their eyes locked, brimming with confidence. Han gave a nod. The match began. Jenna's chest tightened instantly. Deep down, she hadn't believed Aaron would actually agree. Not after Han gave him the choice. But Han meant what he said. This fight was Aaron's decision. Belkis moved first, charging in without a shred of hesitation. Jenna's chest tightened. She knew what this meant. Belkis wasn't just reckless, he was lethal. If Aaron lost, she refused to finish the thought. The clash came hard and fast. Aaron met the charge head-on, his spear hammering against Belkis' guard with a solid impact. Han's eyes narrowed. If Aaron stuck to their drills, he had shot. So far, they were evenly matched, both wielding level 4 techniques. Belkis had the edge with his passive buffs. But Aaron had something greater. Experience. Belkis lunged again, blade flashing. Aaron caught the strike, twisted smoothly, and slammed the butt of his spear under Belkis' chin. Belkis staggered back, pain flashing before his smirk returned. Faster than I expected. Aaron said nothing. He shifted low, spear angled steady, stance firm. On the sidelines, Usher clenched his fists, silently rooting for him. He wanted to see Belkis knock down a peg. Aaron advanced with purpose. This wasn't wild brawling. This was control. Every movement measured, deliberate. He was dictating the pace. Han's thoughts were clear. Belkis' past didn't matter. Whatever skill he'd had before this world meant nothing now. He hadn't fought the things Aaron had. Aaron had boss monsters, twisted humans, deadly traps, chaos itself. He'd survived it all. Belkis had never even sparred against someone like Aaron or Roderick, let alone stare death in the eye mid-dungeon. A true spearman forged through that kind of fire became something else entirely. Their technique stopped looking human. Aaron unleashed a flurry of rapid jabs. Belkis moved to dodge, but the spear curved unnaturally, grazing across his back before smashing down in a crushing strike that forced him to retreat. From the edge of the field, Usher pumped a fist. If he makes first team, I'm making him wash dishes for a month. Pages of old records stirred in the wind, sketches and notes tracing the spear's history. For centuries, the weapon had been built for reach. On open fields, its long shaft made it king. But in close quarters, in one-on-one combat, that reach shrank. Swords pivoted quicker, daggers faster still. The difference between life and death could be less than a meter. Unless mastered perfectly, a spear turned into dead weight. Aaron wasn't using it like a novice. He commanded it. Every thrust, every swing was sharp, deliberate, precise. The clash wasn't just two fighters trading blows. It was a duel at a level few could truly follow. These weren't rookies. These were heroes, pushing well beyond mortal limits. Aaron drove his spear into Belkist's guard again, following with a brutal downswing that sent him stumbling. The weapon cut through the air like execution itself. Belkist flipped backward in desperation, twisting into an aerial spin to narrowly avoid the strike. Han never looked away. Belkist might have entered this world with raw talent, but raw talent wasn't enough here. Not anymore. Han knew this fighter. He'd sparred with him countless times. And right now, he could tell, Aaron was only just beginning. He was a man trained to face threats beyond human, even monsters. Aaron's spear cut through the air with deadly precision, each motion honed by battles too many to count. Han studied closely. Swordsmen and spearmen fought on entirely different rhythms, with instincts worlds apart. And right now, Aaron was executing his role nearly flawlessly. But Jinna's silence said otherwise. Her brows tightened. Aaron looked sharp, but something wasn't right. Ivalka leaned in. What's got you muttering? Jinna didn't look away. If it keeps going like this, Aaron wins easily. And then it happened. Belkis slid along the spear shaft in a flash, collapsing the distance in an instant, grin stretched wide. Look again, Jenna whispered. The fight's tempo shifted. Aaron's clean, controlled strikes, the very rhythm that made him look untouchable, suddenly weren't landing the same way. Ivalka narrowed her eyes, then nodded slowly. You're right. Across the field, Edith folded her arms. She felt it too. Belkist was adapting. With a heavy step, Belkist hit the ground and scoffed. This is getting boring. Aaron steadied his grip, jaw tight, eyes locked forward. Han saw it as well. Aaron's technique was flawless, but too flawless. Too rigid. No unpredictability. A rhythm like that became predictable, and Belkist thrived on predictable. He'd already dismantled Narise's style in minutes. His instincts were sharper than steel. If this pace continued, Han knew it, Belkist could evolve into something resembling the spiritual eye. The swordsman pressed forward, crowding Aaron's space. Is this really all you've got? He growled. Sweat rolled down Aaron's chin. I'm not playing games. They broke apart, steel clashing one last time before Belkis slid back toward the edge of the cage. His eyes narrowed. Then why aren't you going all in? What are you saving it for? Aaron said nothing, jaw set, face shadowed with strain. Belkis' voice cut sharper. They say the first team trains like killers. This doesn't look like that to me. Aaron's grip tightened, but he still held back. And when Belkis pressed harder, asking why he kept dodging the vital points, why he refused to strike to kill, something inside Aaron cracked. Han's voice tore through the arena. Aaron. The spearman froze, startled. Han's eyes burned. When did you start worrying about killing your opponent? He stepped forward, every word like a blade. You're strong now. Too strong to be holding back. Stop hesitating. Fight for real. Han wasn't just urging him. He was daring him. Belkis' crooked grin returned, like he'd been waiting for that exact command. Aaron's gaze dropped for a moment. Then he gave a single nod. His spear spun in his hands, scraping against the floor. If you die, he said coldly, don't blame me. Belkis sank into his stance, blade poised forward. Finally, let's finish this. The air turned heavy as both fighters locked into position. Then they moved. Aaron surged ahead. Belkis charged to meet him. The spear's tip sliced the air, brushing Belkis' nose by a hair. Aaron didn't relent. He unleashed a whirlwind of strikes, each faster, each heavier, the pace building like a storm. Belkis gritted his teeth, steel sparking as he parried blow after blow. And then it came, one opening. Aaron lunged. Belkis slipped aside at the last instant, spinning into a counterattack, his blade flashing in a relentless barrage. He weaved between jabs, a grin stretched across his face, enjoying the storm. Aaron pivoted, dragging his spear back into a sweeping arc, then slammed it down with everything he had. Belkis dropped low, narrowly escaping. The spear struck the arena's edge. It shattered. The sound thundered across the city, reverberating like a quake. Jinna's eyes went wide. Usher froze where he stood. The ground itself trembled beneath the ring. Ivalka turned away. Roderick closed his eyes. And then, the final blow. Silence followed. Blood spread across the floor. Belkis, a deep gash carved into his side, exhaled sharply. All this blood's making me sick, he muttered. Across from him, Aaron fell to his knees. Belkis raised his blade and claimed it. Victory. Usher's jaw dropped, fury rising. Aaron had him. He was certain of it. You cheated, he snapped. There's no way that was clean. Belkis blinked, unfazed. What are you even talking about? Usher stepped forward, shouting louder. Don't act dumb. You rigged it somehow. Before it could boil over, Roderick pulled him back. The system's verdict came down, Belkis, victory. Ivalka frowned. The result felt wrong. To her, Aaron had the match won. Jinna shook her head, tense. He fought hard, but it came down to one strike. Han finally spoke, voice low, unshaken. You're right. His eyes stayed locked on Belkist's back as the swordsman walked away. There was something about him, something beyond technique. From the very start, Belkist had been studying Eren. His rhythm, his timing, every motion. He adapted in real time, shrinking the gap one step at a time. That moment where he threw himself to the ground, it hadn't been desperation. It was strategy. One decisive gamble to flip the match. No matter how battered he got, he never lost focus. He waited, calculated, and when the opening finally appeared, he struck like a predator. One clean blow. Enough. Passing the wounded spearman, Belkist glanced down, voice cold. Shame. Would have been a better fight if you'd actually gone all out. Eren pressed a hand to his bleeding shoulder, gave a quiet nod. Yeah, I know. Off to the side, Nariza folded her arms. Her look said everything. She wasn't impressed. Not yet. Han's gaze hardened, but he didn't waver. No one challenged the outcome. Belkist stepped out of the cage. Han turned to the group. He's in the first team. Eren stayed on the floor, motionless. The system chimed. Team update proposed. Han looked at the prompt. New first group. Han, Jenna, Ivalka, Nariza, Belkist. The system's prompt appeared. Confirm Eren's removal? Han answered without pause. Yes. Eren lowered his head, the weight pressing down like stone. Han didn't soften it. You didn't lose because you lacked strength. You lost because you held back. And you know it. Usher's fists clenched. He was doing it for us. He was protecting the team. Han's reply cut like steel. This isn't about sparing feelings. We're not here to be friends. Usher had no answer. His jaw tightened, but nothing came out. Han stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over each of them. This is survival. If you don't understand that, you'll die. Jenna started to speak, but Han shut it down with a hand. Enough. Rest. We're done today. The group slowly drifted out, leaving Eren behind, alone in the ring. The system confirmed it. Nariza and Belkist, officially first group members. Belkist's lips curled into a grin, satisfaction clear. Nariza glanced around, calm as ever. Well, she said, I'm looking forward to seeing what this team can really do. Han faced a new lineup, eyes sharp. One thing still nagged at him. Did you really think being in Group 1 makes things easier? He didn't wait for their response. It's the opposite. You'll get the missions no one else touches. The worst of it. Belkist's grin only grew wider. That's exactly why I wanted in. I came here to get stronger. As the others drifted off, Han turned toward the lone figure still standing in the cage. Eren hadn't moved. Sitting there won't change anything, Han said, blunt as ever. Eren's reply came low, steady. I don't want to leave. Han was halfway up the stairs when he glanced back. It's not complicated, Eren said, his voice carrying. I got weaker. Han pressed. Then why didn't you go for Belkist's weak points? Eren rose slowly to his feet. You had the lead, Han continued. And you gave it back. Why? Eren hesitated, then admitted quietly. We weren't supposed to kill each other. Han froze, staring down at him. Since when did that matter to you? This wasn't the Eren he knew. Not the one he'd trained beside for years. Eren lowered his head. There was one moment, just one, where I thought Belkist might actually beat me. He let out a long breath. I've never thought of myself as gifted. Not like the others. In the thick of battle, he believed he could win. But buried beneath that confidence was a darker realization. If he failed, Belkist wouldn't just win. He'd come back stronger, wilder, unstoppable. Eren's face tightened. He burned brighter than me, he admitted. And I didn't have the right to put that out. His eyes drifted toward Nariza and Belkist. The truth sank deep. All those years of training, the discipline, the grind, none of it mattered. Not when it all came down to talent. Han didn't flinch. So that's it. That's why you handed him the win. Eren's voice cracked. I couldn't bring myself to hurt someone who might be more valuable than me. His gaze drifted distant. I've been stuck. I look at you, at Jenna, and I don't see that in myself. I feel frozen. Like I haven't moved in forever. Han tilted his head slightly. The cracks were showing. Then, almost casually, he said something unexpected. There's an instructor slot open. Eren's eyes widened. Han looked off toward the distance. The first floor is for training recruits. It's safe. Steady. Someone like Eren, or even Daika, could thrive there. Instructors don't fight on the front lines, Han explained. They teach. Pass on what they know. Normally, dozens competed for one spot. But Han didn't hesitate. I'll put your name forward, he said. You and Daika. Eren stood frozen, his shadow stretching across the blood-stained floor. Han pressed. So what's stopping you? What do you really want? The truth was simple. Eren didn't crave power like Belkist. He just wanted to go home. He looked at Han, opened his mouth, but nothing came. Instead, he walked past him, then stopped and finally said it. I'll do it. I'll take the role. Han scoffed. Stupid decision. Eren turned, puzzled. Don't take it out of guilt, Han said flatly. Not if your heart's not in it. He paused, his voice softening just slightly. There was another spearman I knew. Not much talent. Barely made second rank. Han's eyes cut into him. You really want to get stronger? Aaron froze. A flicker of fear crossed his face. Han turned away. To him, that silence was the answer. But then Aaron dropped to his knees, the dam finally breaking. I don't want to be this weak anymore. Tears welled, his voice shaking, not from pride, but from pain. I want strength, not to prove myself, but because I'm tired of feeling like a failure. I'm tired of being afraid of myself. He bowed low, fist tight. But one thought still haunted him. What if he was never meant to reach that kind of strength? Han walked back quietly. He knelt, said something only Aaron could hear, and with one hand, gently wiped the tears from his face. It steadied him. When Aaron's breath finally calmed, Han rose and turned to the others. Everyone hold tight. He gestured toward a section behind the arena wall. Symbols lit up faintly as a hidden gate revealed itself. When the time comes, Han said, we'll go through. Aaron blinked. Where does it lead? Han gave a small, knowing smile. A place called Niflheimer. It's different. The field went silent. Jenna stepped forward, hand outstretched, her smile warm. I'm Jenna. Nice to meet you both. Nereza and Belkis didn't answer. Their eyes shifted away, still guarded. Han caught the look on their faces. There were basics every newcomer needed drilled in, and now was the time. He broke the silence. Our team's fighting inside fire. Belkis and Nereza had probably seen it through the Regeneration Stone's replays, but watching and living it were two very different things. You'll need fire resistance, Han said. Fast. Nereza clasped her hands behind her back. So you're talking about learning the resistance skill? Han nodded. Exactly. Non-negotiable. Any idea how? Belkis was first to answer, his tone skeptical. You just grab the flames, right? Han chuckled. Sounds stupid, yeah? But it works. Belkis crossed his arms, smirking. 4 days. I'll master it. He glanced at Nereza, expecting her to flinch. She didn't. Then I'll do it in 3, she said flatly. Han smirked, turning to Jenna. You'll be covering Aaron's role now. She blinked. With a bow? How's that supposed to work? Han shifted to Belkis. You and I are short range. No solo acts. Stay close. If you push too far ahead, we can't cover you. Belkis' grin returned. Got it. Then Han's gaze moved to Nereza. She was versatile, quick with blades, deadly with daggers, comfortable with tools. She had stealth, speed, sharp instincts. And poison, her signature weapon. Han studied her. Before this place, she'd been an assassin. Nereza gave a small nod. I did work like that. Han frowned. Then a standard role won't suit you. She didn't fit one slot. She could shift across positions. Unpredictable, but valuable. You'll take center, Han said. Your role changes by mission. Sometimes she'd push the front. Other times, she'd cover Jenna or Ivalka. And when needed, she'd infiltrate enemy lines. Nereza closed her eyes, taking it in. I'll remember. One more thing, Han added. When I call for it, your scout. Intel comes from you. His eyes stayed fixed on her. He'd seen her type before. People who knew how to say the right words, but didn't always mean them. If her loyalty wavered, she'd be dangerous. And something else gnawed at him. Han suspected her time on the first floor had left her with habits that wouldn't work here. Just then, Ivalka stepped forward, pointing to herself. What about me? What's my role? Han looked her over. Focus on running. You know the sandbag drills. She frowned, disappointed, and walked off without a word. Nearby, Edith exhaled, weary. She was still down a member. Han crossed his arms. We'll probably always be understaffed. The master's not rolling a gotcha summon to save us. Then he added something unexpected. If you can't find anyone here, try the first floor. Edith blinked. Seriously? Han nodded. Yeah, look closely. Some down there show promise. He mentioned Daika, how he'd just taken an instructor post. Tell Daika to keep an eye out, Han said. But make sure he only looks for the ones with real grit. The ones who don't flinch. That was Edith's best chance. At least until the master pushed out more summons. Not far off, a girl with striking blue hair was training, blades slicing the air as she carved into a practice dummy. Han's gaze lingered for a moment. The free gate system was working smoothly now. Over 20 recruits already placed on the first floor. With numbers like that, someone was bound to stand out. Edith tapped her chin, thinking. After a moment, she nodded. I'll go. Good, Han replied. But if you spot someone worth pulling up, keep it quiet. Don't draw eyes. Edith tilted her head. You mean bullying? Almost on cue, 3 smug-looking guys swaggered toward the training girl. Smirks plastered across their faces. Han didn't even look surprised. Here, it's common. Do too well, and you paint a target on your back. Especially if you don't have connections. The arena sealed with a heavy echo. Han folded his arms. Time to test your limits. Get a read on each other. His gaze shifted to Nereza and Belkis. No rules. Real weapons. Show me what you've got. Belkis' grin stretched wide. I like the sound of that. Han raised a brow. You planning to take me on alone? Belkis' eyes gleamed. If Nereza joins in, I'll hold back. But if it's just me, he stepped forward. Then yeah, I want that. Han narrowed his eyes. You're serious? A straight one-on-one? Velkus didn't blink. Dead serious. Let me try. Han gave a sharp nod and drew his sword. System alert. Berserk mode activated. The arena trembled as energy rippled outward. Not long ago, Chloe had told him something unsettling. 3 members from the third group had challenged Belkist after his last defeat. The result was brutal. Arms crushed, legs shattered. Not one of them landed a clean strike. Now those same men wandered the first floor, bullying second-tier hopefuls. And while the new recruits could handle them, Han knew the truth. None of them were ready for what was coming. Belkist struck first, his blade cutting fast through the air. But mid-swing, hesitation. A flaw. Han saw it instantly. With one precise strike, he batted Belkist's weapon clean out of his hands. The blade spun, embedding itself deep into the dirt yards away. Han said nothing. He didn't need to. The lesson was clear. Beating weaklings meant nothing. Here, strength had to be earned. Belkist still wore his grin, but the edge was gone. He exhaled sharply. You're a lot stronger than I expected. From the sidelines, Nariza crossed her arms. Reckless, she said flatly. The result was obvious. Belkist retrieved his sword, chuckling under his breath. Still glad I made the first group. Then, with a glance at Nariza, he added, if we're going to stand a chance against him, I'll need your help. Nariza didn't waste words. She unsheathed her blade, coating the edge with poison. Han arched a brow. You're really going with that? She locked eyes with him. Isn't this what you expected from me? Without another word, they both sank into stance. Round 2 was about to begin. Watching from the side, Belkist knew this time was different. Both were dead serious now. Maybe even Han wouldn't walk away without taking a hit. But Han's expression didn't change. He stepped forward, and the system roared to life. Berserk mode reactivated. The training hall fell silent. The air itself seemed heavy. Belkist and Nariza steadied themselves, still worn from the last clash. Belkist believed that if they worked together, they might finally push Han back. Han crushed that thought instantly. Numbers don't make strength, he said flatly. You two have no coordination. Then his gaze shifted toward Jenna, and his next words made her blink. Truth is, either of you would lose to her. Belkist stiffened. Nariza's grip tightened. Han didn't let up. At best, you could handle someone like Eren. Maybe Usher. He called Jenna forward. She hesitated, then stepped up. I'm a little nervous, she admitted. You shouldn't be, Han replied. You're stronger than you think. Now standing between the two, Jenna appeared calm, focused. Han looked back at Belkist and Nariza. Forget one-on-one duels. From now on, you fight as a team. Their new task, defeat Jenna. Belkist scowled. That's how little you think of us. Han's answer was sharp. You'll see soon enough. Belkist muttered irritably and glanced at Nariza. Just so you know, I don't work well with partners. She shrugged. Neither do I. From atop steps, Han's voice cut through. Then stop talking and prove it. Beat her, and I'll give you all the sparring you want. Belkist gave a hard nod. Fine. Don't regret it. He shot Nariza a smirk. Just try not to hold me back. Cracking his neck, he faced Jenna. I'll handle this. But Jenna didn't wait. Her arrow flew instantly. Belkist reacted, slicing the first one out of the air, but he missed the next wave. Arrows rained down from above, forcing him to dive back. Then came a final shot, faster, sharper than the rest. It streaked past his neck, burying itself into the wall, just inches from taking him out. Han watched silently. She's stronger than you, he said again. Belkist's grin faltered. He muttered, I feel like a frog staring at the sky from the bottom of a well. Han pointed at the scattered arrows. This isn't a duel. Nariza's part of this too. They had 2 days. 2 days to learn how to fight as a unit. Han remained at the bottom of the steps, observing. Belkist had seen countless mission logs. He should have known the truth by now. Lone wolves didn't win real battles. And so far, these two hadn't even touched the basics. Then Nariza stepped forward, blade in hand. My turn, she said. Han closed his eyes. Stubborn, he muttered. The arena fell quiet once more. Only Nariza's breathing broke the silence. The ground was littered with Jenna's arrows, a sharp reminder of just how far they still had to climb. They were boxed in, cornered on all sides. Han watched from the sidelines, his expression unchanged. Neither Belkist nor Nariza had lasted even a single minute. Both looked worn down, bruised, drained, barely able to stand. Belkist muttered to himself. As much as he hated the thought, the only chance they had was to fight together. Nariza knew it too. This wasn't going to be easy. They charged in, side by side. Han didn't even shift from his perch. Pathetic, he said. Nariza knocked aside one flurry of arrows, only for another to cut in right behind it. And before she could react, Jenna was already there, dagger flashing, then gone again, darting across the wall, already preparing her next strike. Belkist became her new target. Arrows rained down in rapid succession, each one finding its mark, each one drawing blood. Han narrowed his eyes. Belkist was struggling even more now than when he fought alone. Belkist cursed under his breath, refusing to fall. Han's response was ice cold. Swearing won't save you. Keep this up, and I'll demote you to Group 2. Their training's easier. Belkist shoved past Nariza, snapping. You can't even last 10 seconds out here. Nariza smirked. Big talk from someone who hasn't touched her once. Han's gaze darkened. Their pride was cracking, and fast. Jenna drew again. She wasn't just skilled. She was born for this. This wasn't sparring. It was a hunt. And to her, Belkist and Nariza weren't fighters. They were prey. They lunged again. Jenna released. An arrow struck Nariza square in the chest. Two more pierced Belkist in an instant. Nariza collapsed against the wall. Belkist barely kept his footing. Han looked down at them. Don't waste time. You'll recover once you're out. Then, colder, stop pretending you're heroes. Walk away. Outside the ring, Han leaned back against the wall. Ivalka strolled over, noting something unusual. Those two actually made a decent pair. Han raised a brow. She wasn't even supposed to be here. Her focus was telekinesis training, not snooping around. Aaron stood in the distance, quietly watching. Han didn't miss a beat. 10 seconds before I tell Chloe, he warned Ivalka. He began counting immediately. Ivalka groaned, but didn't push back. She turned and left. Inside the ring, Belkis cracked his knuckles, clearly eager to keep going. But Jenna wasn't. Han collected the scattered arrows. That's enough. Tomorrow, you try again. Nariza didn't look worried. We've still got time, she said casually. Jenna held a flask, irritation written all over her. Han addressed them all. Because you keep challenging her, she's falling behind on her own training. Don't waste her time, or mine. Then came the blow. If you can't beat her tomorrow, I'll replace you both. Belkis froze, thinking he misheard. But Han's tone left no room for doubt. He meant it. Jenna walked off, gathering her arrows, but left them with one last chance. Tomorrow's match would decide everything. Lose, and it was over. Belkis and Nariza remained where they stood, weighed down and defeated. Han could only hope they wouldn't mess it up this time. Jenna turned to him. You'd really cut them loose? Han didn't even blink. Have I ever lied? She opened her mouth, about to throw a certain incident back at him. Thwack! A stray quiver smacked her in the head before she could finish. Han didn't bother to look. He kept walking, chin raised. Talent means nothing if you can't work with others. Jenna rubbed her head, muttering under her breath. Who could possibly replace Belkis and Nariza? Maybe Han was betting on Aaron coming back? But Han shut that thought down immediately. Not even close. On the sidelines, Belkis' grip tightened around his sword. His stance was strong, precise. Han could see that. The problem wasn't skill. It was trust. Either they didn't trust each other enough, or they trusted themselves too much. Belkis looked ready to snap. Han just hoped they'd figure it out before tomorrow. Morning arrived. Han, Ivalka, and Jenna gathered in the square. Jenna scanned the area. Where are they? Don't tell me they ran. Han didn't flinch. They're on the first floor. Ivalka perked up. Wait, so training's canceled. Jenna tilted her head. Why they go down there? Han shrugged. Asked for time. So while they're off doing whatever it is, the rest of us? Double workload. Ivalka groaned. She should have expected that. Then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor. Jenna turned and froze. The so-called quitters were walking straight toward them. Han narrowed his eyes. You two ready? They stepped through the archway. Nariza gave a short nod. We did everything we could. Belkis stood beside her, calm and collected. Let's get this over with. The arena was exactly as it had been yesterday. Han laid down the rules again. Real weapons. No limits. One chance. Nariza looked straight at Jenna. We understand. Belkis glanced at her. He wasn't a fan of the plan, but he was in. From across the arena, Jenna raised her bow. They're just standing there? She fired. Belkis stepped in, batting the arrow aside like it was nothing. Nariza followed up, hurling her dagger. Jenna ducked, rolled, and loosed another volley. Belkis' eyes lit up. He grinned. I get it now. Jenna faltered. Something was different. He wasn't charging blindly anymore. He was reading her shots, cutting them down like paper. The system chimed. Skill awakened, anti-projectile defense. No hesitation. Together, they rushed in. Jenna fired again. Too far. Too slow. Not enough to stop them. Belkis cleared the arrows across the ground. Nariza knocked down the ones raining from above. Step by step, they closed the distance. Then they split, left and right. Jenna's eyes widened. She was flanked. She vaulted into the air, blades sweeping beneath her. But mid-leap, another dagger spun toward her. She barely twisted away, ricocheting off the ceiling, and landed, face to face with Belkis. Still, waiting. Belkis lunged without a word. Jenna twisted away just in time, flipping back and countering with a spinning strike meant to knock him off balance. But then she felt it. Cold steel pressed against her throat. She froze. Behind her, Nariza. The assassin's voice was steady. It's over. Jenna groaned. The outcome was clear. Belkist let out a laugh. Too easy. Han gave a single nod of approval. He turned to the other recruits, shaking his head. All that struggling, when the answer was right in front of them from the start. Jenna should have noticed sooner. But she hadn't. She'd been consumed by Belkist's presence, her focus locked entirely on him. Han silently watched Neriza slip back into the shadows. Not surprising. When someone like Belkist drew that much attention, it was easy to forget the danger right behind you. Now the three stood side by side. Han gave them a short nod. You passed. He told them to hold on to that moment. This was real teamwork. Anyone who had studied their past boss fights should have known already. A team's combined strength could always surpass raw solo power. Belkist grinned. So, does that mean we're ready to take you on next? Han smirked. You sure about that? The arena's open whenever you feel brave enough. But deep down, he already knew how it would end. One strike in berserk mode, and Belkist would be finished. One mistake, and they'd both fall. It wouldn't be the first time they barely scraped through after challenging him. The gate to the next floor remained sealed. Han figured the system, and YTNG was waiting, holding off until the squad's synergy tightened before unleashing the next challenge. As the squad made their way toward the second floor gate, Han slung his sword across his back. He casually mentioned that Jenna would be joining the duels in the next round. Leaning against the wall, Belkist raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about now? Han explained. From here on, Belkist and Neriza would be fighting as a team. The announcement caught them both off guard. But Han clarified it wasn't permanent. They'd rotate, switch partners, and test every combination. The point was simple. Every member needed to learn how to fight alongside anyone. Resting on one knee, Belkist admitted something. He'd always thought this squad worked solo. Back on floors 5, 10, 15, it had always looked like Han was carrying the weight alone. He hadn't realized just how strong the rest of the crew actually was. He turned to Han. Then what's the point of all this team training? Han shot back. What? Are your eyes just for decoration? He thought back over every floor they'd cleared. Not a single one could have been conquered alone. Then he laid it out plainly. You can't build a strong team from weak players. But even the strongest individuals will lose if they can't work as one. Han lowered his gaze for a moment. Sure, one powerful player could carry the team. But did they really have anyone like that? He didn't think so. And he certainly didn't see himself that way. Belkist stood tall. Han told them both to quit complaining. If they mastered coordination, he'd give them all the one-on-one training they wanted. Belkist admitted he was getting impatient. As the recruits headed upstairs, Han stayed behind, watching. They were improving fast. At last, they were ready for proper 2-on-2 matches. The arena was rarely silent. Mornings were drills. Afternoons? Weapon work. Most of their time was spent locked in sparring. This time, Jenna paired with Belkist against Han and Neriza. Teams shifted with every round. But one thing never changed. Any team with Han always came out on top. Even so, little by little, they learned to fight together. A week later, Ivalka joined the rotation. That's when the group began practicing real formations. Han pinpointed every weakness, Jenna's, Ivalka's, and built strategies around them. He refined their strengths, covered their gaps. For Belkist and Neriza, he drilled directly into their weak points. During a short break, Neriza watched him closely. The more she saw, the more impressed she became. Every move, every tactic, everything clicked together too perfectly. Sitting across from him, she wondered aloud. What had he really done before all this? Han answered casually. Told you already. I was a farmer. Neriza snorted. You'll have to do better than that. Just then, a call rang out from the ferry. The first squad was to assemble. First floor. Belkist leaned against his sword with a sigh. Took them long enough. As they walked down the corridor, Han asked if they were excited for the real thing. Outside, Belkist stretched his shoulders. Anything's better than beating on wood. Han waved the group forward. This isn't a sightseeing trip. Move. Before they left, Aaron stepped up. Good luck out there. Han nodded. Don't worry. We've got it. They headed toward the familiar gate. A crowd was already gathered in the square. Han glanced back when Neriza caught up. Who are all these people? She explained they were third-gen recruits, summoned after the floor split. The newcomers eyed Han's team with suspicion. An assassin stepped forward, assuming Han didn't understand. He mentioned the rumors, strange ones spreading fast. Han tensed. He'd expected this sooner or later. He, Jenna, and Edith were first gen, Neriza and Belkist came in second. That was after Han handed his guidebooks to the master. These new faces? Third generation. Suddenly, someone from the crowd shouted, calling Belkist a cocky idiot. Belkist spun around, furious. Say that to my face. Han cut in instantly. Let it go. An older man shoved his way forward, loudly introducing himself as Melkard. He claimed he'd been trapped here for 4 days and wanted to skip straight to the second floor, muttering something about chronic illness. Han didn't hesitate. He pushed the man aside. Lobby healing works on everything. Flu, cancer, you name it. Don't fake it. Above them, Isel hovered, her voice sharp as it cut through the noise. Enough. You're holding up the Masters team. Han turned to Nariza. When did people start acting like this? Right after the floors split, she answered. As the gate ahead began to dissolve, Ivalka frowned. Why'd it mess with people like this? Han kept his eyes forward. Separation changes people. Ivalka muttered. Still, it's strange. Han shook it off. None of it mattered now. They had a mission. The system chimed. Main dungeon, 16th floor. Opening in 10 seconds. Han faced the group, voice firm. Once we're in, you follow my lead. No exceptions. His gaze swept across them. Anyone have a problem with that? Belkist and Nariza answered immediately. Nope, we're in. A flash of light swallowed them whole, pulling the squad onto the 16th floor. The system prompt appeared, reconnaissance mission. Uncharted territory. Belkist frowned. Never done recon before. Jenna thought back to the 6th floor. Similar assignment, just scouting. She smiled faintly at Han. Hopefully this one's just as easy. Han shook his head. This isn't the 6th. Don't expect it to be. The world around them resembled an ancient castle, or maybe an old mansion. Nariza froze the moment they landed. Han noticed. You recognize this place? She hesitated. Not sure yet. If something clicks, I'll tell you. Han approached a massive door and knocked. A small metal grid slid open. Not an exit. Not even within the mission boundary. He stepped back and turned to Nariza. You're up. Stay out of sight. Signal us if you see anything off. She nodded once and melted into the shadows. Han drew his blade. Formation. Let's move. The hallway stretched long ahead, dim lanterns flickering against stone walls. Rows of statues lined the path, frozen in place, their gaze cold and empty. Belkist held the rear. Ivalka scanned the eerie corridor. This feels like a haunted mansion. No way this is normal. Han noted the strangest part. Everything was pristine, polished. Someone had been maintaining the place. It wasn't abandoned. He tested a few doors. All of them locked. Ivalka's eyes widened as she looked down the endless passage. This place is massive. It feels endless. Belkist muttered. The floor plan's off. Distorted. Even the spacing feels wrong. Ivalka smirked. Smarter than you look. Belkist stiffened. Okay, bad joke, she admitted. Han's voice cut through the air, low and sharp. Quiet. Jenna moved ahead, gaze fixed on the corridor stretching before them. The hall split 3 ways, left, right, and straight. Endless. Han's voice cut in. We're in a labyrinth. This wasn't just some mansion. It was a maze, deliberately designed to mislead. Ivalka frowned. So, where do we even start? Han leaned back against the wall, calm. We wait for Nariza. No sense getting lost before we know what's ahead. Jenna's eyes roamed the walls. I've never seen anything like this. It's way more complicated than anything we've faced before. Belkis gave a short nod. And way too quiet. Feels wrong. Han shot him a dry look. What? You thought these missions were supposed to be fun? Belkis shrugged. Hard to enjoy when there's nothing worth fighting. Han closed his eyes, letting the group catch a breath, but his warning was sharp. Stay ready. He could feel it. The monsters were close. Without turning, he spoke quietly. They're here. Belkis' lips curved into a grin. Excellent. 5 long minutes passed. Shadows crept along the stone walls. Then Nariza emerged from the dark. Han straightened instantly. She reported, I scouted the middle path. All the corridors lead to the same place. It's not a maze meant to confuse. It's connected. Strange. No traps. No enemies. But something else. Han's eyes narrowed. What kind of something? Nariza hesitated. I saw a maid. Bleeding. Crying. You'll understand when you see her. A nearby door creaked open. Inside, a girl sat collapsed, sobbing into a pool of blood. Head low, body trembling. She hasn't reacted to anything, Nariza said quietly. It's like she's not really here. Then, suddenly, the girl vomited blood. Han turned away without hesitation. His voice was calm, but sharp. This isn't right. If someone wanted her dead, she'd already be dead. And if we're not here to finish the job, then we don't interfere. He added, sometimes when something feels wrong, the smartest choice is to walk away. Jenna's eyes lingered on the girl. She looks like she's in pain, like she's dying. Han glanced back. You planning to heal her? Jenna paused. Not that nice. Then we move, Han ordered. They passed her by. Further down, iron railings came into view. Ivalka groaned, lifting her hand. This is getting old. Someone muttered nearby. There has to be a way through. One of the team lowered his head in frustration. Han didn't even look at him. Quit whining. Something will happen soon enough. And right then, the floor shifted under their feet. They passed 3 nearly identical rooms already. The labyrinth wasn't hard. If anything, it had been almost a straight path. Until the 4th corridor. Nariza's voice cut through the air. Enemies ahead. Han's jaw tightened. How many? 7, she answered. Swords, spears, crossbows. Han nodded grimly. The moment we step in, they'll attack. His orders came fast. Nariza and Jenna, take out the crossbows. The rest, lock down the front line. Through the cracked door, they saw the guards waiting. Han raised his hand. 3, 2. A single finger. 1. He clenched his fist. The squad surged forward. One soldier turned his head too late. Han was already there. His blade flashed once. Clean. Silent. A voice barely rasped. Who? Before the body hit the floor. Belkis charged in right behind him. Strikes heavy and merciless. When the clash was over, corpses littered the room. All eyes turned toward the staircase ahead. But something was wrong. Han's gaze sharpened. The floor above, it didn't feel right. Then, slam. The doors behind them locked shut. Han raised his shield, hurling it against the barrier. A harsh clang. No movement. He stretched out a hand, clenched his fist. Nothing. They weren't being allowed through. Not yet. Ivalka, Han ordered. Level 1 magic circle. By the exit. She hesitated. You sure? Before he could respond, the barrier rippled, then burst open. Soldiers flooded in. 18 at level 14. 5 at level 17. Ivalka didn't wait. Her hands flared. Fire erupted down the corridor, engulfing the first wave. Go! Han barked. Belkis and Nariza rushed forward. Han charged, blade tearing through armor. Jenna loosed arrows in rapid succession as boots thundered closer. A burning knight screamed. Han's strike cut him down, another charred body collapsing into the flames. Then Han's voice rang out, calm. Everything's ready. The team regrouped at his side. A girl asked, how'd you know? Han's gaze flicked back. Shouldn't I be asking you that? She gave a short nod. More are coming. Han hurled his shield again. It smashed into the barrier. Still holding. He scanned the burning hall. Smoke twisted upward. The air stilled. Then silence. The barrier dissolved. Move. They climbed the stairs. Han's reminder was sharp. Stay alert. We're not ready for level 17 yet. Someone groaned. That last fight was boring. Han raised a brow. What do you even do for fun? Blow things up? Yeah, pretty much. Han stepped into the portal. Floor cleared. Belkis and Nariza leveled up. Reward, 50,000 gold. Top player, Ivalka. The lobby reformed around them. Off to the side, Jenna asked, think floor 17 LL be like that too? Han shrugged. Maybe. She frowned. I hope not. I prefer quick, clean missions. The others drifted away. Jenna stretched with a sigh. I'm heading to the baths. It's late. Han nodded. You did good today. His gaze shifted. You're still here. What's on your mind? Nariza stepped forward, her tone heavy. It's about that place we were just in. Cut to a wide shot of the building. Later, seated at a table, Han poured tea and slid a cup across to her. So, what is it? Nariza lifted the cup, took a sip, then set it down. I recognized it, she said softly. Han's eyes sharpened. Her next words cut deeper. I didn't just recognize it. I used to work there. Han's jaw tightened. Why tell me this now? Nariza leaned in, palms pressed flat against the table. Because I think you got a real shot of making it all the way. An emblem shimmered faintly between them as she spoke. The mansion we saw, it was called the Golden Manor. It belonged to the Haljan clan, one of the 4 major clans. The kind of power even the Emperor doesn't touch. Han cracked a faint grin. Wouldn't know. I'm just a farmer. She rolled her eyes. No one's buying that. Then she laid it out. The continent, Tayanir, was ruled by a single empire. And within it, 4 great clans existed, each strong enough to rival the throne itself. Even the Emperor doesn't cross them, she added. Han asked evenly. So Golden Manor really belonged to Haljan? Blueprints flickered into view. Nariza studied them. The entrance matches. But the inside? Something's off. Her gaze dropped. I don't know why we were sent there, but it wasn't random. Something about that mission, it felt aimed at us. She paused, then said firmly, I checked the records. I'm sure of it. Han's jaw clenched. So what exactly are you saying? Nariza leaned forward. Golden Manor, it has 5 floors. And the bloodlines tied to the 4 clans? They're not human. Han's eyes narrowed. Not human. She nodded. They carry monster blood. At least, that's the rumor. And not just any kind. Her voice dipped. Some say it's dragon blood running through their veins. Han lifted his cup, staring into the surface as his thoughts churned. Dragon blood? What does that even mean? His mind shifted straight to the 20th floor. A turning point in Pick Me. That floor was the wall, the line that separated rookies from the elite. Anyone who cleared it became a true player. Why? Because the 20th was the same for everyone. No random layouts. No easy paths. Just one custom boss. A trial built for them alone. The 5th floor had been the first wall, where a third of players washed out. The 20th was the second. Only half ever reached it. Nariza sat quietly, watching him. I saw you save the Imperial Princess back on the 15th, she said softly. But I still don't get why Golden Manor appeared right before the 20th. Han exhaled, steady. I don't either. or why you were tied to it. Then his gaze locked on hers. If there's more you want to say, this is the time. Nariza smirked faintly. I'm not going anywhere. And those people? Every last one of them deserves what's coming. She rose to her feet. That's all I've got. Use it however you want. Han closed his eyes, letting the weight of her words sink in. From the corner, movement stirred. Isel stepped out, a playful smile curling her lips. So, finished with the secrets? Han didn't move. You were eavesdropping? Isel chuckled. I thought I was being subtle. Guess I sparkled too much. Han turned slightly. What do you want? She shrugged. Nothing big. Just we've been making progress. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous. Han's jaw tightened. This is it, he muttered. This is where everything really starts. The interface pulsed alive. A fairy flickered across the screen, confirmation. They were on the road to the 20th floor. Even outside, the game's fan forums were in chaos. Strategy posts drowned under warnings and complaints. Han lowered his head. Yeah, this is where it gets real. For everyone. Isel leaned in. So, did Nariza tell you anything useful? Han gave a faint nod. When I line up her information with what I already knew, the pieces start to fit. A new notification flashed. There's an order, Han said. They're after the key NPC on the 15th floor. And the ones funding them? The Haljan clan. He paused, voice low. I still don't have every detail. But I know this much. They're tied to the goddess somehow. No doubt about it. Isel's eyes widened. Wait, are you saying the floors are connected? Han turned from her, nodding. Exactly. And Nariza gave me 2 key pieces. A map of the labyrinth glimmered in the air. First, the Golden Estate. It has 5 floors, and the layout matches perfectly with the 16th through the 20th levels of the tower. His gaze shifted out the window. The ones living on the 5th floor of that manor carry dragon blood. Isel blinked. Wait, you mean? Han's eyes lit. Exactly. The boss on the 20th floor will be a dragon. A crooked smile touched his lips. Beasts like that are near unstoppable. Lucky for me, I'm not pure blood. Isel's brow furrowed. Doesn't matter. Pure blood or not, a dragon's still a dragon. Han's fist tightened. Then we prepare. That's the only way forward. Isel hesitated, watching him. His gaze stayed on the horizon. We finished this quest. Just back me up. She squared her shoulders. I'm in. The scene shifted. Outside the window, buildings shimmered into focus. Down below, figures gathered beneath a glowing blue light. In an instant, the squad materialized inside a vast structure. They had arrived 17th floor. Towering arches stretched overhead, shadows spilling across polished marble. Belkist scanned the chamber. 5 exits. Already better than the last one. Han nodded. Stay sharp. If this ties into the same labyrinth, we'll be stuck here for days. One of the girls grimaced. We're not going to starve in here, right? Han gave a calm smile. Follow the rules. You'll be fine. But inside, he wasn't so certain. The difficulty here was anything but ordinary. Without warning, a trap snapped open ahead. The team reacted instantly, colliding with a squad of enemy guards. Moments later, floor cleared. Reward, 50,000 gold MVP, Belkist. Breathing hard but steady, they pushed forward. Han sketched out a rough map as they advanced. Another floor conquered. The 18th was cleared. Then, without hesitation, the girl rushed ahead, tearing through the next swarm of enemies. Floor 19 cleared. An archway stretched before them, tall and commanding. Jenna smirked. That's it? You said we'd be starving by now. Nariza answered coolly. There were some tough spots. Han's tone sharpened. It only seemed easy because we kept taking the same route. A notification appeared across his interface. Build permission granted. He selected Level 1 storage. Ivalka tilted her head. What's that for, Master? It's been getting noisy around here. Han didn't look back. A place to keep everything safe. She blinked. Isn't that just a warehouse? Light swirled as the structure began to rise. No, Han said firmly. It's a tomb. Ivalka froze. A tomb. The vault stood complete. Inside, the walls bore the names and faces of fallen heroes. An album recorded their endings, the last floors they reached, the days they returned to the goddess. At the center of the square, the massive vault gates loomed in silence. The squad gathered. Han glanced down. The masters already pushed the second team to the 16th floor. He knew the meaning. New groups were rising, but they needed time. Pressure was building. From the back, a voice whispered, "Third group's next, aren't they?" Everyone understood. The 20th floor was waiting. Nearby, the girl received a system update. Her training shifted, bow only. Accuracy above all else. She could ask for advice on side weapons, but her path had been carved. Ivalka read her assignment and stiffened. Fire magic to the 4th circle. The 4th? She muttered. That's serious. Nariza clenched her fists. I'm taking the weekly dungeon. No more paralyzers. I'll craft poisons that kill outright. It'll take time, but I'll manage. Belkis grinned. How about sparring, Han? Real weapons this time. Han faced him. Morning warm-up? Belkis shrugged. Any time works. Han smirked. What a strange guy. Knock him down 100 times, and he just keeps coming back. Not like Aaron. Not like the rest. Then another voice rose. I want to train too. Han turned. Didn't think you cared. Maria looked away. I changed my mind, she said quietly. Besides that vault, it creeps me out. The giant doors loomed behind them, carved deep with heavy markings. Maria's voice hardened. What is this place supposed to be? Han answered calmly. The master's putting everything in place for the 20th floor. Maria frowned. By building a tomb? That's not preparation. It's a warning. Why call it vault? Inside, torchlight flickered against the stone walls, shadows stretching long across the chamber. Someone whispered it wasn't really a tomb at all. Not for bodies, they were never recovered, but for weapons, gear, and the memories of those who never came back. A voice scoffed. What's the point of that thing? We need a training field, not some shrine for the dead. Jenna gave a faint smile. I don't mind it. Shows the master cares. Ivalka crossed her arms. Enough already. All this talk makes it sound like someone's bound to die on floor 20. A girl beside her wrapped her in a quick hug. Don't say that. We got Han. We'll be fine. Same as floor 15. Ivalka pulled back, unimpressed. Fine? We barely survived that. Jenna laughed lightly and placed a hand on her shoulder. Relax. Nobody's dying this time. Nereza smirked. Don't underestimate me. I'm tougher than I look. Han glanced away. Without someone who thinks like you, Jenna wouldn't have made it this far. That's why you're still here. Nereza shut her eyes for a moment. Well, floor 20's next. No chance it'll be easy. Han tilted his head. Scared. Not a chance, she shot back instantly. If I was, I'd be with the support squad, not standing on the front line. His reply was soft, his gaze turned away. It's not too late, you know. Nereza went quiet, eyes fixed on the ground. Then, flames ripped across the air. Ivalka launched a blast of fire. Belkis' blade slammed into Han's shield. Han grinned as a new message lit up his interface. New skill acquired. Swordsmanship LV.5. His eyes flicked to Belkis. Swordsmanship LV.8. The guy was climbing fast. Off to the side, a bowstring snapped. Jenna's arrow split its target cleanly in two. Her eyes gleamed. She just unlocked tight bow. Han unclasped his training weights and let them slam into the dirt. He scanned the field. Everything was falling into place. They were almost ready. A battle card blinked across the interface, listing fresh support upgrades. New recruits stationed on the second floor. A skilled apothecary assigned to the magic hall, brewing healing potions. Daika promoted to full instructor, already back upstairs, and even thanking Han for the referral. With the 20th floor looming, support was everything. Interns joined the ranks. The blacksmith leveled up, now forging D+ rank weapons and higher, finally meeting the needs of the war ahead. Meanwhile, the third group kept climbing. After this run, they'd earned their spots on the second floor roster. No longer just candidates. They were on the verge of becoming full walkers. The armory gleamed, fully stocked. The scene shifted to the house. Han sat at the table, lost in thought. The 20th floor. No ordinary climb. Even when he was master, his parties had been wiped out here 3 times. No second chances. No mercy for mistakes. The true gauntlet began now. And at last, the massive gate stood before them. Han looked ahead. Take care of whatever you need before we go, he said. Whatever it is, finish it now. He paused, fist clenching tight. And if anyone leaves a will, his voice hardened. I'll tear it up myself if you die. Someone smirked. Pretty sure Ivalka's already scribbling something. A guy scoffed. Scribbling what? She snapped back. None of your business. Nereza stayed quiet, eyes locked straight ahead. Han stepped forward. We're all walking out of this. You trust me, don't you? Have I ever lied? Ivalka rolled her eyes. Only about 1,000 times. A system alert blinked. 3 groups required to complete this mission. One of the girls narrowed her eyes. Wait, a boss raid? It looked that way. But the objective showed only one target. Another alert lit up. Teams may enter when ready. Her eyes widened. Then I'm not holding back. A hint appeared. Subsequent groups can only join once conditions are met, or enough time passes. Jenna raised a brow. So this is war? Han gave a slight nod. Strange, though. Why would a mission need this many teams? Then the ground trembled. The announcement came. Someone had already gone in. A lone scout, thrown in as bait. Sacrificed to gather intel on floor 20. Han muttered. This started back on the 16th, didn't you notice? Icel snapped. So what? You let him walk in alone? He didn't last minutes. Han only grinned. Our turn now. Group 1 selected to enter first. As the portal shimmered, Icel knelt beside the fallen scout. Listen, Han. Stay sharp. The guy groaned, still worshipping him. Huh? What's he done to earn that? The girl smirked. Go on ahead. We'll follow. Han met her gaze for a second, then turned forward. The entrance materialized. The 20th floor of the main dungeon. The portal pulsed with blinding light. A prompt appeared. Mission recording active. Progress will be saved. They stepped through. Han's voice cut through the silence. Once we're in, that's it. Follow your training. He shoved the doors open. Warning screens flared crimson. They entered a vast, dim square drowned in shadow. Mission type, suppression. Objective, eliminate all hostiles. One of the girls shivered. This place, it's wrong. Ivalka lowered her eyes, already weaving a spell. Then, laughter echoed. Cold. Shattered. A man's voice roared. It's all your fault. All of it. Han's eyes narrowed. He's burning up. Jenna loosed an arrow. Ivalka's flames surged. The blast swallowed him whole. He vanished in fire. Han's gaze lit with urgency. Keep firing. Flank it from both sides. The squad rushed forward, charging straight through the inferno. A roar thundered out, shaking the square. From the flames burst a half-black dragon. Level 42. A system alert flashed. Unique monster detected. Han shouted, "Don't freeze." The girl's bow drew tight, red energy sparking across the string. She fired. An arrow streaked through the air, only to slam against an invisible wall and ricochet away. The dragon's burning eyes locked onto them. Another alert. Monster is resistant to physical attacks. Ivalka stepped up, hands blazing. Burn! A wall of fire roared across the battlefield. The dragon didn't even flinch. It grinned. System alert. Monster is resistant to magic. Even high-tier fire spells couldn't scratch it. Han charged, blade flashing, only for his strike to bounce off with a harsh metallic clang. He clenched his teeth. Nothing was landing. Belkist's eyes narrowed. Nariza's burned bright blue. Together they struck in perfect sync, still useless. The dragon raised its head. Fall back now. Han barked. It curled tight, then detonated a massive energy shockwave. Han slammed his shield into place, absorbing most of it, but when he turned, Nariza was already bleeding. I'm fine. Just a scratch, she muttered, pressing the wound. Jenna drew fast. Then I'll take the eye. Her arrow split the air, only to shatter mid-flight against the same unseen barrier. What? She gasped. Why can't we hurt it? Someone shouted from the back. Blades, arrows, spells. It's like hitting steel. That hide's insane. Han's grip tightened. It's not invincible. We just don't have the strategy yet. Belkis growled. Strategy? We can't even chip it. The dragon lunged, slamming down. What do we do? Someone yelled. We can't just stand here. Han's eyes locked on Belkist and Nariza. I'm ready. Belkist answered instantly. Han raised his shield as Nariza unleashed another blaze, wrapping it around the beast. Again, no damage. Seriously, what's left? Someone called. Nothing's hitting. Han slashed the air. Fall back. This thing isn't built for group fights. It's one-on-one. He charged alone, striking hard. The barrier cracked, finally shattered. But the dragon hardly reacted. Its body still resisted almost everything. Han cursed. Everyone else was wasting stamina. They had to regroup. Then the ground split. Smoke and ash hissed upward as shapes crawled free. Level 14 greedy shadows. Han gave a dry laugh. Perfect. Just what we needed. Do we take them down? Someone asked. Before Han could answer, the dragon strike slammed him head-on. His shield buckled, but he forced himself upright, eyes cutting through the haze. There had to be a way. Belkis darted forward, blade flashing. We can hit these things at least. Let's clear them out. From behind, the girl readied her bow again. We just need time. Hold it off. She loosed another shot, dropping low to reload. Han's mind raced. Physical resistance. Magical resistance. 3 moves. Scales as projectiles. Brutal close-range swipes. Endless shadow spawns. Simple pattern. Overwhelming force. The dragon lunged, jaws snapping shut. Han countered with a sharp strike, only for the blade to glance off, barely drawing blood. He cursed under his breath. This was slipping fast. Another wave of shadows surged forward. Han's eyes burned as he charged again, blade slicing at the dragon, only to be swatted aside like an insect. Blood spilled. His health bar dropped fast. Still, he pushed through. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed a flask. One gulp. The potion was gone. The empty glass clinked against the stone. Still bleeding, still breathing, Han forced himself back up. His body shook, wounds tearing open again as he threw himself into another strike, then hit the ground hard, battered and gasping. From a distance, Jenna screamed his name, panic cutting through the chaos. Han roared back, "Worry about yourself." Ivalka's voice cracked with fury. "Why will my spells land? These shadows don't die. I'll end it right here." Han carved through another spawn. "Just a little longer. Hold out." Belkist's blade flashed. "Yeah? How much longer are we talking?" Han barely ducked under claw swipe, thoughts racing. Out of plans. No answers. When would this phase end? The dragon raised its head again. Another swarm poured in. Untouchable. Relentless. Endless reinforcements. No opening. no end in sight. Han's eyes flicked to his torn body, then to the high walls. Guards, watching. When had they arrived? And why weren't they moving? The dragon slammed down, claws ripping toward the spirit. Velkis shouted, voice carrying a strange thrill. This feels just like when I watch Han's old battles. But this time, I'm in it, and it's fun. Han met the beast head-on. Behind him, someone shouted with blind confidence, "You've got this." He scoffed without looking back. "You're getting better at spouting nonsense." Then the ground ignited. Energy surged around the dragon. The formation finally activated. The rearguard could join. The tower blazed as an official deployment order rang out. Rearguard selection initiated. A girl turned to the glow. Who are they? The master had chosen Group 2. They stepped forward without hesitation, announcing their arrival. Confused, the girl looked at Han. Beside her, a boy shouted his name. A man grit his teeth. "Why aren't we allowed in?" The boy snapped back. "Our role's not the same as Group 1's. The guards' eyes gleamed as soldiers. Level 18, level 20, charged in, their weapons glowing. Energy shimmered across the field. Even the statue began to shine. One man cursed. Why cut down all these things just to protect some object? Meanwhile, Han's shield clashed with the dragon, and realization struck. The vanguard wasn't supposed to win. Their job was to hold the boss. The rearguard's mission? Seize the control point. This wasn't just a raid. It was a split mission operation. Han lifted his shield again. Could they actually pull this off? From behind, a voice rang out. "Han, take out Jenna's first." "I'm on it," she called back. Edith slashed her sword, voice fierce. "Hold the line. I'll break through fast." Group 2 stormed the field. The boy led the charge, blade tearing through the enemy line, the others pressing close behind. Han's eyes flicked off the dragon. Clear every last shadow before Group 2 hits the altar. Third circle spells. Ready now. The girl looked at him. Something happens when they reach it. He didn't answer, but his expression said everything. She understood, hands already weaving a spell. The dragon howled, furious, but pressure was mounting. Shadows swarmed in. Ivalka thrust her hand forward. Fire detonated across the battlefield. "Burn everything in our way," she shouted. The blast tore through the swarm, carving a path open. Jenna tossed Han another potion. "Drink it. You're not going down now." He caught it, dropped his head, and swallowed it back. At last, the last shadow collapsed. The fight shifted. Han's eyes darted sideways. In one blur, he slashed. Light burst from his blade, blood spraying. Energy surged alive across the steel. The dragon's head snapped up. The second group had secured the altar. Power erupted from the structure. The goddess's blessing had begun. A system prompt appeared. Master, swipe to unlock full power. Holy energy flooded Han's weapons. His blade blazed with light. The girl turned her eyes away. Jenna stared speechless, and Belkis grinned like a man possessed. Han smirked. Time to bury this thing. Group 1 surged back into the fray. A display flickered overhead, showing Group 2's current formation. Facing the dragon head-on, Han set the plan. Their attacks were finally landing. It was time to divide and conquer. One squad, keep the boss pinned. The rest, wipe the shadows. Han led Team 1. Belkis and Nariza cut across the second flank. Jenna and Ivalka, Team 3, covered them from the rear. The dragon coiled. "Brace, it's launching a scale storm." Han shouted. In one twist, a storm of scales tore free. Then stillness. No hesitation. Han and Belkis rushed in, blade striking true. Every hit connected, forcing a roar from the beast. But one scale crashed to the ground, bursting into black smoke. Out crawled a corrupted shadow. Level 14. Han shouted over the chaos. This boss isn't holding anything back. Wounded but recovering, he signaled. Group 3, cover fire until he could rejoin. The girl's arrows flew, thinning the pack. Jenna picked off shadow after shadow until she froze. Her hand reached back. Empty. Her short bow quiver was dry. Han caught her expression and cursed. No ammo. Then it hit him. Switch to the longbow. Aim at the boss. I'll clear the rest. Jenna blinked, then snapped to it. She pulled the longbow, drew back, and fired. The arrow sank deep. Blood splattered the ground. Han stepped into the crimson spray, eyes burning, shield raised. He charged forward, driving another strike. Team 2, rotate in, he roared. When I drop, start chugging potions. A blade spun through the air. Han caught it mid-flight and drove it deep into the dragon's hide. The beast shrieked and hurled him back. From the edge, Edith shouted. She was barely holding on. Han rolled to his feet, jaw tight. Team 2 wouldn't last much longer. Above, guards scrambled along the walls. "We can't hold forever," one shouted. "If they break through, the altar's lost. Cut the ladders. Don't let them climb," another screamed. Han turned just in time to see a spear tear through a boy's side. Blood poured fast. The girl spun, eyes wide. "Someone help him." Ivalka raised her hands. This is spiraling out of control. Han's thoughts hammered. I know. I know how bad this is getting. Near the altar, the group clustered tight. A bitter truth sank in. They were burning out fast. If the altar fell, everything was over. Only 4 left standing. The second group was hanging by threads. 5 minutes, maybe less. Han's gaze shifted. A soft blue glow spread across the fortress walls. Edith froze, staring as light shimmered at the gates. The formation was complete. The rear guard could finally enter. Edith rallied the guards, and Group 3 stormed forward. Run! Han shouted. The girl blinked. What are you talking about? Are you blind? He snapped. Climb the tower, move. Above, a crossbow locked into place. The ballista was aimed dead center on the dragon. We're ready, a guard yelled. Then fire already. Han barked. The girl raised her weapon, Belkis beside her. Time to switch, he said. Han gave a sharp nod. Do it. The dragon reeled under another strike. Will the poison hold? Edith hissed through clenched teeth. It'll work? At least enough, Han answered. The beast roared, stumbling. Then use it. Hit while it's open. The girl drew back and fired again. Han blocked a burst, turning his head. How many left? 5. Spend them all. Near the altar, the battle pressed harder. Everyone knew the truth. And this before the second group collapsed. Aaron, hold the climbers. Dylan, front line, someone barked. The girls sprinted for the ballista. They're here. Everything was reaching its limit. The players spread across the grounds. One thought heavy in the air. If the altar fell, the monster's immunity would return. Their odds of survival would nosedive. Not 0, but close. The girl froze. Someone was already manning the ballista. Others blocked the doors. How do you even use this thing? She asked. On the field, Han growled. What lesson are we supposed to take from this? She didn't blink. I'll fire. You hold them off. Faster. Edith screamed. The girl loosed her last arrow. That was it. The final one. Han called out. I'll deal with the shadows. Cover Ivalka. Nothing gets through. He bolted to the front, blade cutting the swarm apart. The girl dropped into the ballista seat. Looking down, her chest tightened. Han was already weaving through enemies too fast for her to follow. Group 1 stormed back in. Group 2 pushed close behind. Then the interface lit. Group 3's formation engaged. Han spun toward Belkis and Ariza. Hold that thing, just for a second. Already crouched, the girl shouted back. We'll buy you time. The dragon's massive arm swung wide, tossing them like ragdolls. Han's eyes lit. He braced and slammed a kick straight into its claw. The beast howled. The opening was there. Fire, he roared. Sharon's hands shook on the trigger. I've never fired one of these before. Her voice faltered. When I got here, I was already breaking. She wasn't the only one. In this world, survival demanded speed. Only those who adapted lived. She had grown up with nothing. No meals. No warm clothes. Only her sister, until even she sold Sharon off once she came of age. From there, it was endless labor, trapped among criminals with no way out. Her mind flashed, splinter dolls, muffled sobs, betrayal. The echo of a man's voice thundered. What are you waiting for? Don't just stand there. Fire. Sharon clenched her jaw. Another shout tore through the battlefield. Now. She shut her eyes, then snapped them open. Glaring sharp, she yanked the trigger. The ballista fired. A deafening crack ripped the air. The bolt tore straight across the field, slamming into the dragon. Sharon exhaled, muttering it hit. A sly grin tugged at her lips. She could do anything if she refused to bend. Raising her sword, she thought this world didn't demand kneeling. Not when she had allies at her side. Han shouted behind her. The battle wasn't over. Not yet. They could still fight. Then his eyes widened. Sharon was gone. Returned to the gods. Her name etched into memory. Jenna froze in shock. One of the boys screamed, panic breaking loose. The commander's roar cut through, wiped them out. Now, someone aim. Ronnie broke down. Jakali stood frozen. Han growled between his teeth. These kids. Belkis' voice was low, grim. Everything was unraveling. Ronnie and Naden were already gone. A cry ripped out. He's unconscious. This is it. Finish him. Be ready. Another shouted. What about Group 3? Pull them back. Mid-spell, Ivalka shrieked. She couldn't contain it. The swarm was too much. Rodel dropped. Jakali too. Group 3 had fallen. Han roared for retreat. He would hold the line alone. Usher was barely standing. Someone muttered he wasn't one of them anymore. Usher admitted it himself. He was only a mercenary now. The hero surged forward, sword raised high. One chance. Straight for the heart. The ballista bolt was still buried in the dragon's chest. The impact had cracked its scales. If he drove his blade deep enough, buried to the hilt, it would reach the heart. Behind him, Edith screamed, "Stay alive. Just a little longer." He roared back, "I plan to. I'll walk this whole damn continent if I have to." Dylan gritted his teeth. Orders flew around him. When he signals, charge, Edith, hold. Han moved. Then from nowhere, steel pierced his side. Blood poured. A swordsman stood behind him. Dylan staggered, vision swimming. Usher gasped. It's cold. Why is it so cold? His eyes darted around, lost. Where are we? His hand shook as he reached out. Help. Then came the whisper. No. He didn't want to die, but his body slumped. The cries around him blurred. The guard lifted his blade. Dylan was gone. The killer slung the bloodied sword across his shoulder. Quit staring, kid. What are you even looking at? The boy stammered something about being a mercenary. The man barked out a laugh. You? A merc? You don't even know how to hold that thing. The laughter echoed. Usher lowered his eyes to his hand, gripping the weapon. His voice was low. Yeah, I know. Then he clenched the hilt tight, lips curling into a grin. But I do know how to use a sword. Han cut through a storm of claws, eyes sharp. He landed a strike, his blade shattered on impact. The dragon didn't even flinch. Nearby, a girl sat slumped against the ground, voice hollow. The altar was gone. The goddess's blessing had faded. Usher had fallen. Heroes lay scattered like broken dolls. Reality set in. Group 3 was wiped out. The ballista silenced. Soldiers clustered near the altar, lost and uncertain. Group 2 wasn't faring much better. No one knew how long it would take to retake the altar. But for now, it was gone. Han stood in the wreckage, chest heaving, eyes locked forward. The dragon towered ahead. The survivors staggered. 2 for Group 2 were already dead. Group 3 erased. The dragon lunged. Han braced, shield high, then was blasted back, sliding across stone. From behind, Jenna spoke, almost steady. This happened before, back on the 5th floor. So what now? Do we push the altar? Han shook his head. No. Moving the second group gets them killed. They hold their ground. He turned to Belkist. Give me your sword. Belkist hesitated, then handed it over. The girl's voice cut in, uncertain. What are you planning? Han's eyes burned. Set it on fire. Then he looked back at her. Can you make sticky flames? With your hands. A faint purple glow sparked across her palm. I'll try, she whispered. With psychokinesis. The blade began to glow. She glanced down. The goddess's blessing let her shape the fire, but it wasn't enough to fully restore the weapon. Still, she could force it further, channel a spell to amplify the blessing. She just needed time. Han smirked. Good enough, she asked quickly. Would a 4th circle spell be enough? If I land the hit, he said, it will. Another fighter called out. What about me? Guard Ivalka, Han barked. Nothing touches her. A faint glow wrapped around him. You really think you can pull this off? Someone asked. Han didn't even flinch. I know I can. The girl shut her eyes and began the incantation. Han bolted for the dragon. Its gaze flared. It had him sized up, reading every weakness. He struck. The beast's barrier blazed to life. The impact reverberated. His blessing wasn't enough. No matter how hard he hit, the shield wouldn't break. Not like this. Near the altar, the girl stood frozen as Han swore he'd reclaim it. He fired the ballista again. The dragon swung down. Han braced, absorbing the crushing weight. Even bleeding out, he refused to buckle. Teeth clenched, he hammered strike after strike. No time for plans. No time for doubts. Just keep pushing until that monster dies. Watching him, Belkist muttered under his breath. Still a badass, even now. Nereza snapped. Really? Now you get sentimental. Han roared and charged again, then froze. His eyes locked onto something. The dragon was bleeding. His focus sharpened. Weak spot detection. The wound lit in his vision. Without hesitation, he darted beneath the beast. Han's blade tore into the opening, ripping it wider. No system warning popped up. Perfect. The invulnerability was gone. This was the moment. He raised his shield, countering the beast's next strike. The impact tore the shield from his grip, flinging it away. The dragon's eyes blazed bright. Then Ivalka's spell detonated behind him. An explosion of magic that yanked the dragon's attention. Han's eyes widened. The beast snapped, thrashing at its own body, ripping scales loose in a frenzied attempt to break the spell. Han didn't blink. He dove in, cleaving the falling scales midair. A brutal blow smashed into him. He staggered, blood spilling down his side. Jenna rushed to his aid. Are you okay? Still bleeding, he snarled. Worry about yourself. Protect Ivalka? I'll handle the shadows. Flames spiraled around Ivalka, her magic flaring wide as screams echoed across the battlefield, holding enemies at bay. The dragon shrieked, berserker mode triggered. Han's eyes burned. His rage answered in kind. He hurled himself skyward, locking eyes with the monster. A white-hot flash split the air between them. The dragon's tail whipped around. Han slammed into the ground, sword clutched tight. He swung. Steel met scale, then split apart in his hands. The weapon shattered. Without pause, he roared, Nereza! She tossed him blade. It's all I've got. He snatched at midair. Light surged across the steel, glowing from every edge. Han charged. eyes burning crimson. His strikes tore into the dragon, ripping screams from its throat. But the blade wasn't his. Fragile. It could snap at any moment. "Throw me everything you've got," he shouted. The dragon lunged for Ivalka. She hurled another sword. Catch! Han caught it, pushing forward again. His body trembled. His vision swam. His legs felt like stone. But Ivalka's flames roared higher. One thought hammered in his skull. If I stop now, we lose everything. The blade split against the dragon's strike. He held firm, teeth clenched. Then the light shifted. Blue fire erupted, blinding, searing alive. The dragon charged for Ivalka. Han roared, slicing through the blaze. The battlefield lay in ruins. Group 1 clung to life. Group 2 bled out, missing 2 fighters. Group 3 gone. Han stood bloodied, staggering. And then, new skill unlocked. Indomitability. Power surged through him, breaking every limit. Scales split his skin as Berserk flared, 2 levels at once. He raised the blazing sword. A beam of blue fire cut the air. Then another, and another. The dragon shrieked, writhing under the assault. On the sidelines, Belkist clenched his jaw. Damn it, they just keep coming. Han didn't falter. He swung down with everything he had. The blade sank deep into scale and sinew. The dragon roared, refusing to fall. Han growled, body breaking, spirit unyielding. The dragon's eyes glowed red. Its roar split the field. With one last leap, Han closed the distance. Han! Jenna screamed. He landed on the beast. Its jaws snapped shut, teeth sinking into him. Han struck back, slamming a kick into its eye. Blood sprayed as light burst outward. Locked in, teeth clenched, he roared with it, tearing the wound wide. The dragon convulsed, blood pouring from every gash. Its body gave way, collapsing in a thunderous crash. System prompt. New title acquired, Dragon Slayer. Han grinned faintly, drained but victorious. The berserk state faded. His body buckled. He began to fall, until someone caught him. Smiling softly, the girl whispered, "You did good." Around them, shadows still stirred. A voice rang out. Orders to regroup, survivors scrambling. Not everyone had made it. Then, the dragon twitched. Its claw lashed out. Jenna bolted, eyes wide. Nereza gasped, horror spilling from her lips. No, its throat was cut. How is it still moving? Belkis shouted. The blessing's gone. We tried everything. Han, barely on his feet, let out a faint smirk. Don't sound so dramatic. The girl looked down, and that's when it came. Ivalka's chant reached its end. Her spell launched. A wave of fire ripped across the battlefield, engulfing the dragon. But didn't stop there. The blaze spread, fierce and uncontrollable. The girl's breath caught. This was Ivalka's 4th circle fire spell, unleashed in full. Han's gaze followed the storm. Never thought I'd see it up close. Ivalka raised her hands high. Her voice rang out, one word, unification. A burning orb shot forward. The dragon's head vanished in a blink, obliterated into nothing. Light tore across the skies. The nearest fighter turned away. Nereza stood frozen. Everyone along the wall stared, stunned. Jenna didn't move. She could only stand there, awestruck. Then came the blast. The ground shook as if the heavens themselves had struck. The floor was cleared. System messages lit the air. Everyone leveled up. Loot shimmered into view. Dragon heart, bones, scales, claws. 150,000 gold. Top player, Han. Portals opened, glowing. Messages rolled in. Floor, 20 cleared. Master title, amateur unlocked. Weekly dungeons, open. Second exploration dungeon, Housia, now accessible. New structures, available. Hero Ascension, ready. Dimensional Rift, activation unlocked. The girl grinned. Nobody died. Belkist gave a shrug. Well, none of us, anyway. Han sank down beside her. You can let go now. She laughed softly. Right. Off to the side, a voice cut in. You're human? Han tilted his head. What kind of question is that? Belkis scoffed. Seriously, though, who takes out a dragon alone? Han's eyes drifted over the survivors. First group, 5 left standing. The girl frowned. They failed their roles. Forgive them. Han's voice hardened. Second group, only 3 survived. And what are you saying? We're here because of them. He turned to her. Protect your team. Don't let something like this break them. She gave a firm nod. Understood. Nereza stepped forward. 15 heroes went in. Only 8 returned. Han added, the third group's gone. Not a total loss, but we lost crucial support. He rested his hands on his hips, a grin tugging at his lips. Still, we pulled it off. Let everyone rest tomorrow. They've earned it. Then, another voice rose. I challenge you. A duel. Han waved him off. Save it. Rest first. Suddenly, a soft blue glow appeared. Isel stepped forward, a statue cradled in her arms. Her voice was steady, almost reverent. Floor 20 is cleared. What you've done, it's extraordinary. She held out the statue. A gift from the master, for the Dragon Slayer. Han stared at it, puzzled. And what exactly am I supposed to do with this? The scene shifted. At a doorway, a girl stood still. Edith drew in a breath, eyes closing before she stepped inside. I'm back, she whispered. Made it through. Again. Edith dropped to her knees. Only you, it's just you again. From deep within the house, a scream tore through the silence. Back at base, the reports came in one after another. 2 more gone from the second group. The third group, completely wiped out. Han turned his head. Didn't I say today was for rest? Why are you still here? The girl stood with her hands on her hips. Thought I'd take a peek at the storage room. She gave a lazy shrug, then closed her eyes. Besides, too tired to train. Then go, Han said flatly. Just then, the storage room's door shimmered into view. Jenna spotted it. What's that? Where are you going? Han didn't slow down. I'm busy. The last mission had claimed too many. Usher from Group 2, a natural 2-star, sharp, adaptable, dedicated. Edith had liked him. He could have gone far. Dylan had only just joined, but he and Usher might have been a powerful duo. As for Sharon and the others, skilled, yes, but not seasoned enough for real boss fights. Their deaths showed the gap clearer than anything else. The lobby was heavy with silence. Heads bowed. The girl's gaze stayed fixed on the floor. Then the system's message appeared. Hero ready for ascension. Han. A new structure was chosen. Conversion room within the synthesis chamber. Once built, a new feature unlocked. Hero conversion. Ascension reached level 2. Efficiency climbed. The master activated the conversion. A new tab appeared. Conversion. Unlocked. It was the second way to recycle underperforming heroes. Inside the chamber, a voice cried out, fearful, begging for mercy. Light burst from the entrance. Transformation complete. Item acquired. Basic spirit stone. Han sat on a bench, silent. Heroes, reduced to materials. Conversion wasn't pleasant, but when the power gap was too wide, normal synthesis failed. That's when conversion filled the role. Now, all 3 core functions were in place. He stared at the stone. Not even worth synthesizing. The process was brutal to watch. Still, the next phase began. Synthesis initiated. Success rate, 91%. Fully automated. Machines whirred and clashed until the result appeared. Item acquired. Medium exaltation stone. Icel's eyes lit up. Nice. That's a 3-star stone. Han studied the glowing crystal. So, that's the second one. Yep, she said cheerfully. 2 down, for more to go. Right, his eyes narrowed. And how many intervention points do you have left? Icel froze. Han's tone sharpened. What did you do? Don't tell me you burned through all of them. The fairy fidgeted, looking guilty. It wasn't my fault. It was YouTube. I only clicked on a few videos. Han stared. She threw her hands up. Okay, fine. I used them all. But I had to. There were too many heroes. I was buried in work. I thought I was going to collapse from exhaustion. How much time do you have left? Han asked. His tone sharpened. Don't tell me you wasted it all. Icel looked away. About 30 minutes. She reminded him. 1 message, 1 post, and the rest of that time would vanish. Han tightened his grip on his weapon. That's enough. Just get everything ready. Without another word, he turned and stepped into the storage room. The space was silent. At the center, a glowing pedestal pulsed faintly. Han approached and placed the stone on top. It flared to life in an instant, light searing his vision. He raised an arm to shield his eyes. Same as last time, he muttered. Then a sound. Movement behind him. Han spun. A boy sat on the floor, sobbing. Not again. Han strode to the barrier, pressing his hand against it. Sealed. No way through. Not from this side. He let out a low sigh. Can't move forward, can't go back either. The boy's cries grew louder, echoing through the chamber. Calling out for his parents. Han clenched his jaw, fist slamming against the barrier. He stood there with arms crossed, eyes fixed forward, testing my patience. And then, something stirred. A memory long buried flickered awake. Ascension complete. Han rose to 3-star hero. He stepped forward, and the system shifted. A path opened. His level cap lifted. His ceiling expanded. Class selection unlocked. Back outside, Icel was curled up on a bench, already half asleep like none of this mattered. Han raised an eyebrow. Seriously? I was gone 10 minutes, and you're napping already? He glanced around at the noise building nearby and muttered, Let's talk in my room. Sure. Icel answered, eyes still closed. Summons were underway again. 1, 2, 5 new heroes poured in, the master filling the holes left by the fallen. Han stood watching silently. You sure you don't need to be somewhere? He asked the fairy. She yawned. Later. Next drafts tomorrow. A soft glow lit up a nearby building. Icel shifted, then turned to him. There's something I need to tell you. She hesitated, then admitted she hadn't just been wasting time on random videos. She'd been searching, digging for anything useful. Han began loosening his gear. And, you want to know, don't you? She teased. Because this one's big. She stretched her hand out dramatically. The master subscribed to your channel. Han froze. What? Her grin widened. You're on his radar. His Majesty himself noticed you. He blinked. Run that by me again? Her eyes lit up. The master joined your fan club. Not just any fan club, the National Association. The highest tier. The top of the top. She beamed. Surprised? Don't be. That last raid of yours? It was insane. Even I'm jealous. I want a moment like that too. Han looked sideways at her. A moment like what? Then his expression shifted. His eyes widened sharply. This is about Niflheimer, Isel said with a laugh. They're running ads now. Recruiting new students. The details flashed across the screen. Minimum entry. 3-star rank, level 20, second-tier heroes ready for class advancement. Han's eyes narrowed. Students, see for yourself, Isel replied, pulling up a glowing panel. The recruitment notice spread across the display, Niflheimer's elite training center boasting their strength. With mock drama, she spread her arms. Ridiculous, right? They're acting like they own the place. Her eyes locked on him. That's all? No shock. I thought this would blow your mind. Han shrugged. I already saw it. On your feed. They're just doing what we're doing. Doing what we're doing, she echoed, leaning against his shoulder. Niflheimer's heroes, he said simply. And then, out of nowhere, a letter appeared in front of them. Han blinked. He was right here, yet the signature carried his name. Only someone inside Niflheimer could have pulled that off. He dragged a hand over his face. They'd tampered with the user system. That level of access was insane. Maybe the Vice Master's reach was far greater than he thought. Another notification hit. Requirements for the second server revealed. Level 20 and above, still unclassified. Han's eyes widened as a new building shimmered into view ahead. It's like they're calling me, he muttered. His hero card lit up. Isel pointed at it. Redigen hasn't posted in ages. We should check in. A voice chimed, answering for her. 5 months. Exactly, Isel said quickly. 5 months Earth time. But you're standing here right now. So who's actually running this? Han's expression darkened. Only 2 people could have inherited his powers when he disappeared. Ceres, the #1 hero. And Urnit, right behind her. His gaze hardened. This reeks of Urnit. That service they mentioned, the one allowing transfers between lobbies. It granted access to elite buildings, advanced instructors, all based in Niare. The pay was incredible. Han had used it more than once to rack up diamonds. Where do we get in? Isel asked. You register, Han replied plainly. She exhaled. Odds are brutal. 100 applicants for every seat. But maybe the master would let you skip the line. The price is steep, Han reminded her. 500 diamonds per hero. Then he smirked. Didn't you say Enning subscribed to me? You already know the answer. And in that moment, it clicked. If Enning was part of his fan club, then he was the one who had sent those files. Han turned to Isel. Can I send a letter? She nodded firmly, then raised her arms high. Power of the fairies. A glowing, magical computer materialized at her side. The effort made her tremble, wincing as she held it steady. Han thought back. His last message had gone unanswered. No hello, no goodbye, just silence. And now, there was nothing more to say. Outside, the streets were deserted. A girl stepped out of the building. Edith turned. Han was there, waiting, inviting her along. Inside, faint light spilled from the windows. They sat across a table together. Did you rest at all? Han asked. Edith turned her face away. I don't know. Han studied her closely. Something felt off, like she was holding back. How's your squad? She looked down. The old man's fine. Aaron, still pushing himself. Training nonstop like always. Her voice shifted, heavier now. But the first 4 group, some of them are shaken. They used to dream of becoming warriors. After what happened with Group 3, a few say they'd rather farm potatoes the rest of their lives than ever touch a sword again. Han nodded. That tracks. Survival rates for fighters are brutal. Right now, the balance between frontline, support, and reserves is completely broken. Edith asked quietly, can it be fixed? Han leaned back. Maybe. With better training. Real combat. That's the only way any of us grow. A voice in the background echoed like a system log. Cold, factual. Group 3 collapsed because they lacked boss-level experience. If they had more reproduction stones, they could have simulated fights. But they didn't, and their training setup wasn't enough. Han added, in the end, it's all up to the master. Depends where he decides to invest. Edith's eyes widened. How do you even know all this? He muttered something under his breath, brushing it aside. She shook her head. No, I mean it. You always seem to know exactly what you're doing. You make the right calls. You fight like this isn't your first time. I never thought I'd survive that dragon fight. Not alone. Her fingers fidgeted. Compared to you, I feel like I haven't grown at all. I thought I was keeping up. But now, I just feel stuck. Han looked at her steadily. Why think like that? Didn't I tell you already? None of this would have worked if I'd been alone. Her shoulders lowered. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. He let drop. Then he spoke. I'll be gone for a while. A month, maybe more. Out of the lobby. Her head snapped up. A whole month? What is this, an expedition? No, his eyes closed. Somewhere farther than that. He told her she'd be in charge until he returned. Things would get messy, but she'd have to manage. Edith gave a small smile. So you're handing it all to me, because of what's coming? Han nodded. Yeah, as long as we don't carry dead weight, we'll be fine. She hesitated. Then, where exactly are you going? To another lobby. Her eyes widened. Another lobby? You're leaving for that? In Han's mind, there was no doubt. Aside from him, Edith was the key. Jenna and John didn't compare. Not in leadership, not in presence. She wasn't replaceable. Han clenched his fist, debating how much to reveal. For now, only a little. The space around them stretched endlessly, an ocean of light and shadow. Edith's jaw slackened. There must be 100 million lobbies like this. Han let out a quiet laugh. That's just a guess. There are far more. Edith pressed him again, wanting something solid. You've probably only seen 10, he finally said. Maybe less. Don't think too hard about it. Her eyes lingered on him, still uneasy. What kind of place is it? But then she exhaled and shook her head. Doesn't matter. If you're going, I'll back you. Han gave a slight nod. I know. That's why I'm counting on you. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. Han's stat screen lit up. Berserker, level up. Indomitability, level up. The upgrades boosted his resistances, bleeding, poison, exhaustion. Enough to make Berserk mode sustainable. And Dragon Slayer? A massive damage buff against dragons. Not grindable, only achievable through merit. Even though Ivalka had taken the final strike, Han still earned the reward. His luck was terrible, yet somehow, it always landed in his favor. He looked out the window. It won't be long now. I'll meet the others soon. A board appeared before him, glowing. He activated the rift panel. Go on, he muttered. Choose me. The system answered instantly. Spacetime rift initializing. Sunlight spilled across the square as the notifications rolled in. Access to the dimensional community will unlock. Coordinates will lock in. This action is irreversible. The board pulsed with its final prompt. Are you absolutely sure? Yes/no. Han didn't hesitate. He hit yes. Energy surged. Icel shrieked, flinging her arms wide as the rift tore open with a thunderous roar. Spacetime rift activated. New menu option, departure. Icel stared toward the horizon, arms crossed. I had a bad feeling about this from the start. But Han shook his head, a small grin tugging at his lips. No, this changes everything. With the rift open, he was finally moving toward what he wanted. Then he remembered. Niflheimer had accepted Ennington's registration. Icel zipped up to him. Wait, what did you even write to the master? Han shrugged. Nothing major. But it mattered. 3 steps. That was all it took. Open a rift. Complete registration. Leave a private comment. In that post, he slipped in a tiny detail, one only Niflheimer would recognize. Didn't matter if the odds were 1 in 100 or 1 in 1,000. They'd know. Step 2? A simple tip. You already gave him a guide, Icel reminded him. Han's eyes stayed closed. Not enough. Not for what's coming. He explained. The lobby was built to raise low-tier heroes. A good start, but not something you could rely on forever. Sometimes those low-rank heroes are actually talented, Icel argued. Han nodded. True, but real growth comes when the system fits what that hero needs. Tossing them into cookie-cutter training won't work. And we still need veterans to hold the line. She tilted her head. Then what's the third part? So I'm not dependent on them, Han answered simply. A system update rolled across Han's screen. Spatial coordinates locked. Tonia City Lobby. A voice followed. Leadership must adapt. Enoch must begin making his own decisions. Han now had access to the dimensional community's beginner protections. Until level 40, death was off the table. It came with a cost, but it also opened the gates to something greater. Lobbies, events, hero transfers, cross-server battles, worlds colliding. He closed his eyes for a moment. When they opened again, the weight of it hit him. Outside heroes could now step foot into their lobby. A warning blazed across the portal. Invasion detected. Review evacuation protocols. Han's gaze sharpened. Technically, he still belonged to Niflheimer. But this lobby? This one was his. And from here on, it would only grow stronger. The final update appeared. To access external content fully, a flying ship is required. Sunlight gleamed off the high fence. Shadows stretched long from the massive gate. Below, chaos. Belkist fought with wild intensity, blades swinging in savage arcs. Eren matched him blow for blow. His spear whistled through the air, relentless, each thrust sharper than the last. He lunged. A strike aimed straight for Belkist's eye. Belkist twisted away just in time. The spear cut air. A heartbeat later, Belkist's blade hovered at Eren's throat. He smirked. What's wrong? This your idea of a break? Han's voice cut in. Eren, got a minute? Eren froze, silent, wrapped in black. From the sidelines, a girl groaned. Finally, done. Ivalka clutched her head, exhausted. Han glanced around. Do we even have chess here? He asked, half serious. Jenna spun on her heel, waving. Yeah, we do. And believe it or not, I actually know how to play. A faint smile touched Han's lips. He and Ivalka hadn't even spoken yet. I've never really played chess seriously. Ivalka blurted suddenly. Jenna raised an eyebrow. Wait, seriously? Didn't you grow up in the woods? This your first time even seeing it? Before it could spiral further, Han stepped in. I need a word with Jenna and Aaron. Since no one else is here, I'm literally standing right here. Ivalka shot back. A voice teased her. You could step out a bit. Won't take long. Ivalka rolled her eyes. Fine. She stalked away. Han sat down and gestured for Jenna and Aaron to join. The moment they did, he spoke plainly. We're leaving. Time to prep. Both of them froze. Sunlight spilled across the room. The door shut with a soft click. Jenna blinked. Wait, we? As in, all three of us? Another lobby? Han nodded. We train there. A month tops. Then we return. Worth it. Aaron lowered his head, voice low. There are better picks than me. Han's frown deepened. Didn't you say you wanted to get stronger? Silence stretched. Aaron's eyes stayed fixed on the floor. Finally, he muttered. I'll pass. Han gave a slow nod. Makes it easier. Then turned toward Jenna. Mind giving us a minute? Aaron spoke up, voice tight. This place you're talking about, is it the same one as before? Han's eyes met his. Yeah, Niflheimer. For you, it'll feel like a month. For me, it could be forever. Jenna froze in the doorway, frowning as she glanced back. Han added quietly, I might not come back. Aaron's eyes snapped upward. You see now? Han asked, what I'm offering you. He pressed on. They still need instructors. Daika can't handle it all alone. You don't have to fight on the front lines. There are other paths. Leaning back, Han's voice softened. Take time. No one said you need to run headfirst through every thorn in your way. Aaron opened his mouth, but the words caught in his throat. His fist tightened. Then, with quiet resolve, he said, I'll go. Han's eyes closed as he nodded. Good. Talk to Edith. She'll release you from your group. Aaron hesitated. But my training... It won't be a month, Han interrupted. It'll be a year. Aaron's eyes widened. A year? Yeah, Han explained. A month's enough for growth. But true change? That takes longer. In Niflheimer, time runs 3 times faster. Belkist, overhearing, looked baffled. Then why can't I go? Where are you even headed? And what about me? Ivalka shouted. Han answered calmly. I'll call for you. When the time's right. Nariza stepped in, agreeing. I've been thinking the same. Han turned back to the group. Until then, listen to Edith. Especially you, Belkist. He smirked. You really need to learn how to relax. Nariza raised an eyebrow. You sure about that? Considering his past. Belkist chewed on a bite of food, then fixed Han with a steady stare. You're seriously coming back? Han raised a brow. What's that supposed to mean? Belkist didn't blink. Are you planning to stay there, for good? Han didn't flinch. He considered it. But then, firmly, he shook his head. No, I'll be back. Ivalka's gaze lingered on him, uneasy. Then, ding, a system alert chimed. Niflheimer, flying ship, Rangrid 07, requesting landing clearance. The board lit again. Another vessel, from a separate account, had also submitted a docking request. A rift shimmered open in spacetime. A new message flashed. Incoming trade request, 1,500 diamonds. Captain initiating transaction. Han turned to the group, steady as ever. Everyone ready? Jenna and Aaron gave a silent nod. From the side, Edith and Roderick watched closely. You're leaving already? Edith asked. Roderick crossed his arms. It's going to be boring without you. Belkis grinned. Try not to die of excitement out there. Ivalka turned away without a word. Nariza's voice was soft. We'll be here when you return. Han laughed. What is this? A farewell ceremony. Right then, Isel came soaring in, frantic. Wait, I heard the rumor. Are you seriously not coming back from Niflheimer? Han raised an eyebrow. Who's been spreading that nonsense? Jenna smirked. Relax. I'll drag you back myself, if I have to. Isel flailed in sudden panic. Don't let them take it. Those thieves will steal everything. Han reached out, tugging her cheek playfully. Sounds like something I started. Not you. She shot back, waving him off. Their hands clasped. Her voice trembled. Just promise you'll come back, okay? Han exhaled, half smiling. You're worse than my mom. You promised. Isel shouted after him. Aaron chuckled. You're the only one she nags like that. They walked toward the portal. Light coiled around Han as someone whispered, awestruck, about the view waiting beyond. All eyes lifted skyward. A flying ship hovered just past the threshold. Jenna froze, wide-eyed. It's real. Know much about them? Someone asked. She shook her head faintly. Only what my dad used to tell me. Han stood watching too. He'd seen one before, but back then, he hadn't been ranked high enough to even step aboard. IDs cleared. The ship stirred awake. The voyage to Niflheimer was officially underway. Han guessed it was a newer model. As they climbed aboard, a guide greeted them warmly. She'd stay with them the whole ride. He didn't recognize her. Not surprising. Too many guides, too many journeys. Jenna leaned close, whispering, "Do you think we'll be okay?" A couple of nearby passengers snickered. Han's cold glare cut through them. They looked away fast. This wasn't some leisure cruise. They needed to stay sharp. The Rosa lifted off, smooth and steady, gliding through a glowing portal. Most passengers looked unsettled. Han didn't even blink. Below, the ground split into jagged ridges, a desert scarred and lifeless. They'd crossed in a taunt. Jenna and Aaron stared at the alien landscape, struck silent. Han? Unimpressed. He knew the trip would take 2 days. On the horizon, a colossal tower pierced the sky. At its base sprawled the ruins of a city. Once magnificent, now just broken stone and ash. 20 trainees filled the Rosa. Jenna whispered, "Why does Tonia look abandoned?" The others were fire, floods, but this one's just empty. Before anyone could answer, a voice crackled over the intercom. "All passengers, please proceed to the deck." They were nearly there. Han frowned. Aaron was missing. Then he remembered. Aaron had mentioned slipping away to train in an empty warehouse. The guide had warned them earlier. Stepping outside the protection zone during descent was dangerous. Turbulence would be fierce. As they reached the deck, Jenna and Aaron exchanged uneasy glances. The atmosphere shifted. Nerves tightened. Panic rippled through the crowd. Han stood firm. And then, floating ahead were dozens of massive ships, blotting out the sky. It looked like the heavens themselves had torn open. Jenna and Aaron froze, speechless. Jenna managed to ask the conductor, What is that?" The answer hit like a blow. A carrier ship, big enough to move an entire fleet. Patrol ships swarmed around the massive carrier, darting like hornets. Their vessel veered sharply, cutting through another swirling vortex. Wind howled, lashing at the hull. Everyone braced as the ship pierced through the portal. The conductor stepped forward. "Welcome to Niflheim." They descended into a colossal structure, the ship gliding down without the faintest bump. Stairs extended smoothly, waiting. One by one, the passengers disembarked. At the base, the conductor offered a brief farewell. Jenna's eyes widened. The sight before her was overwhelming. A massive crowd had gathered outside, voices buzzing with excitement. Then the murmurs began. Someone pointed. "It's them, the 7th-stage trainees." From the crowd, a figure stepped forward. Elderkin, the top instructor. "Follow me," he commanded. Han recognized him instantly. To Han, he was a powerful instructor. But to the others, he was something far more terrifying. Aaron's eyes darted around the sprawling complex. This place, it's huge. But he was wrong. It was bigger than huge. It was endless. Elderkin's voice cut through the tension. Single line, one at a time. A nervous trainee opened his mouth, stammering, sir, I... He never finished. Elderkin moved like lightning. One brutal strike, teeth shattered, blood sprayed. The boy crumpled, screaming. Without hesitation, Elderkin seized his face and flung him aside like trash. His voice was cold. One, at a time. The line froze. No one dare move. The air itself felt suffocating. Han's gaze narrowed. Elderkin wasn't just strong. He was faster than him. And there was something else. Han couldn't open his status window. That only meant one thing. Elderkin was beyond them. Untouchable. Jenna whispered, stunned. "He's stronger than you?" Han cut her off sharply. "Don't talk. Just do as he says." Nearby, sleek platforms resembling glass elevators lowered from above. The trainees filed in. Han's group stepped onto one bound for the 5th floor, but it didn't stop. The platform kept descending. Finally, it settled on the 4th. Through the transparent walls, they watched the sprawling city of Niflheim stretch out below, breathtaking in scale. Han didn't bother trying to memorize every face. He'd already crossed paths with thousands of heroes. The platform glided to a halt on the 2nd floor. Niflheimer's elite training level. Jenna and Aaron froze, awestruck at the enormous training ground spread before them. Another order. Another line. The Major General was coming. Nearby, a woman scoffed. "What a joke. This whole thing's a waste of time." A second later, her body buckled. She collapsed to her knees, trembling. Elderkin's fear skill had hit her full force. Han stayed silent. Elderkin stepped forward, his voice ablaze. "Next time you act up, I'll bury you." This was no place for rebellion. Here, the hierarchy was absolute. Power above, silence below. No one even knew what lay beneath this floor. From the back, a hushed voice asked, "Can anyone really improve here?" The reply came sharp and certain. "Follow the rules, and you won't regret it. We don't demand perfection, just discipline." Han's shoulders tightened. Then, calm and composed, a figure stepped into view. "I'm Eclair, head of training here." Her voice was steady, almost inviting. "You have a choice. Train or walk away. But if you're serious about becoming stronger, everything you need is right here." She scanned the group. We all begin at the bottom. I once stood exactly where you are. Then her gaze fixed on one man. How many ships does your world command? He hesitated. 2. Her reply cut like steel. We have 427. The man bristled, thinking Eclair was mocking him. She didn't flinch. That makes us 3,000 times stronger. And your masters? They're watching. They demand results. Her eyes swept across the trainees. So, tell me, are you ready to die for them? Jenna leaned toward Han, whispering, confused. Neither of them understood what she meant. But Eclair pressed on. Do any of you truly believe your masters stand on the same level as someone like Loki? Han froze. That was it. The truth hitting him all at once. The scale. The purpose. The sheer size of the force here. Eclair didn't soften the blow. Out of every 100, 90 are worthless. Tools to be tossed aside. But here, you'll claim only what you can earn. Her voice rose. This is your chance to join Niflheim. Then she laid it bare. They were brought here for 2 things, diamonds and fighters. Their past didn't matter. Their masters didn't care. Han remembered. Eclair had once been his enemy. He'd fought her, taken her lobby, and only recruited her out of desperation. Jenna looked lost, so Han explained quietly. Top 3 performers get in Niflheim. That changes their lobby. Every single person here was chosen by their master. This wasn't just training. It was survival, an arena for elevation. Perform well, and eventually an invitation would come. The price was steep. Around 1,500 could land you a 3-star hero. That's why Isel had been so tense. Eclair studied them. Think carefully. Niflheim isn't a camp. It's your future. Elderkin stepped forward to sort them. Warriors red, bandits blue. Han explained to Jenna that once training ended, they'd be assigned class. But for now, Jenna was placed among the bandits, separated from Han and Aaron. In the distance, a vast palace rose against the sky, carved like stone and flame. Line up, Elderkin commanded. Skill evaluations begin now. Their performance would decide placement across 4 levels, a system Han himself had once helped design. Aaron went first. His spear work faltered, earning him a low rank. Then came Han. Elderkin studied the results, eyes narrowing. Above average, he muttered. His assistant checked the same data, then froze in shock. Elderkin gave a firm nod. We'll discuss this privately. Step aside. He added, you'll choose your class alignment. Though, I think you already know what you'll pick. Han's thoughts spun. What kind of private talk was this really? Elderkin ended the mystery. Not with me. The Major General wants to see you. Then, almost as an afterthought, he added quietly, I was born a 1-star too. My first battle. I froze. Couldn't move. Han stayed silent, a tight knot forming in his chest. The heroes he trained were already out there, on missions, moving forward without him. A woman stepped up. Port received. Then Eclair appeared again, her eyes locking onto him. You're Han, aren't you? His hand moved instinctively to his sword. Something felt wrong. In an instant, Eclair struck. Steel clashed. Han blocked, swung back, only to be deflected with blistering speed. No small talk, she said, pressing a blade to his throat. This wasn't training. It was an interrogation. She smirked. You've kept yourself sharp, but against me? You wouldn't last. Han didn't deny it. He knew she was right. She demanded answers he didn't have. Then her tone twisted, her eyes wild. How did you know Master Loki vanished? She hissed. Answer, or die. The blade dug closer. Who are you really? Han exhaled, muttering. Someone should probably stop her. Right on cue. A fierce wind ripped through the hall. Heavy steps followed, the air itself tightening with pressure. Someone strong was coming. A figure emerged from the storm, white robes flowing. Urnit, Niflheim's second in command. 6 stars. Her presence said everything. Han narrowed his gaze as she gave him a formal nod. Behind her, the city rose, fortified walls gleaming, cold and unshakable. Another figure approached, Gilbert. His smile was disarming as he extended a hand. Gilbert, instructor here. Good to meet you, Daika. He looked barely older than a trainee, but his presence carried authority. The place is brutal, he admitted. If you can't adapt, it'll eat you alive. Daika blinked. You're the instructor? Gilbert chuckled. Mountain kid. Out there, even toddlers teach. But his tone hardened fast. I've been here longer than you. This place has its own rules. Follow them, and you'll grow. Maybe even surpass me. His grip tightened suddenly, crushing. Gilbert's scream tore through the air. The man didn't budge. If not, you die. A voice cut in. A young woman approached. What brings you here? The man asked. I need to appoint a new instructor, she replied. He tilted his head. Plenty of ambitious ones showing up lately. He listed 2 candidates, fighters who thrived under pressure. Teams here shifted constantly, alliances forming and breaking in a heartbeat. He recalled a quieter group, moving as one, deadly in their silence. Together, they could dominate. The thought unsettled him. He remembered Ryman. And then, everything ruptured. A violent burst of purple light erupted behind him. A summoning. Heads whipped toward the second floor. A crazed man muttered, "Finally, someone strong." Out of the glow stepped beast-like limbs, lion in form, savage in power. A girl grinned, sharp as a predator's fangs. Above them, a vast structure floated among the clouds. Beneath it hung a shadowed level, detached and alien. A world apart, the scene shifted back to Niflheim. Urinit moved with measured steps, bowing low before her master. Han stood nearby, his neck bruised, blood drying across his skin. "You don't have to rush," he said flatly. She bowed deeper. "I've been waiting for you." Someone turned sharply to Eclair. "You injured the master?" Eclair recoiled, horrified. "No, I didn't know it wasn't." Urinit's gaze slid to Han. "Are you all right?" He gave a short nod. "Worry about her. She's the one losing control." Eclair froze, her body trembling with rage. Urinit stepped closer, her voice low. "Please tell Master Loki I'm sorry. I regret raising my blade. I regret every word." Her voice broke. Tears streaked down her face. "How do you plan to atone?" he asked. Terror overtook her. Hands shaking, she lifted her sword toward her own throat. But Han saw it clearly. She didn't even know who the true enemy was. Urinit rested a hand on her shoulder. "I'll handle this. But not here. This isn't the place." Purple light flared from her body, warm and steady. In an instant, the chaos vanished. They were somewhere else. Quiet. Peaceful. A gazebo stood surrounded by endless flowers in bloom. Golden dishes shimmered on the table, radiating warmth. And as the hero looks around, he remarks that the clear sky must mean they're on the 13th floor of Niflheim. Urinith confirms it, explaining that among the 20,000 residents, only the top 5 rankers and their secretaries are allowed here. She pours him a drink, and as he takes a sip, he asks how she knew it was really him. While pouring her own glass, she explains that only the 13th and 12th floors knew he had not logged in for over 3 months, and since there was no information leak, anyone aware of that fact could only be him. The hero insists that her reasoning is still not enough. She continues, saying that when he vanished, she already suspected he had fallen into Mobius. Only she and her secretary Nisord knew of his presence in this world. Until now, when Eclet also knows. Urinith asks if he would like to see the others, offering to summon them all since they would be delighted to meet him. She mentions that Nahaku is currently away on a mission, while Lydigian and she are on standby. The hero asks about Ceres, recalling that Nahaka handles diplomacy and is often gone, and that Mutin moved his residence outside Niflheim entirely. But Ceres' absence is rare. Meanwhile, Urinith orders Nisord to bring more tea and cookies. Nisord quickly returns, setting the items on the table and bowing respectfully to the hero. He then asks Urinith whether she still resents him, expecting anger for having once used her as a chess piece. Urinith answers that she could never hate him. He never discriminated against them, always gave them a chance, and led them to victory through wisdom and courage. Without him, their city and everyone in it would have perished. To them, he is more than worthy of being their master, Loki. She adds that it is an honor to meet him again, that he looks every bit as brave and noble as she remembered. Urinith then tells him that they have prepared a mansion for him on the 13th floor and urges him to rest there until morning. When he asks about the mansion, she proudly explains that it was built specially for him at the very center of the 13th floor, a magnificent place worthy of him. But the hero declines, saying he is no longer a master and does not need such luxury. Urinith protests, saying she worked hard to prepare it and even arranged a welcome party. He remains firm, saying he will return to the 2nd floor. She slams the table in frustration, saying they cannot go down there. He tells her not to argue. She insists, asking how they are supposed to assist him if he stays below. She reminds him of all that needs to be done and all they must discuss. The hero simply replies that he has training to complete and they can meet once it is over. She suggests dismissing all the current trainees and replacing the instructors, but he waves it off. Frustrated, she complains that the dormitories on the 2nd floor are far too small for him, but he still refuses. She begins to cry, like a child, saying that it is beneath his dignity. He asks what dignity she means, and she insists that he carries the aura of an emperor. He turns to the maid and asks if she can see that too. The maid hesitates, unsure, which makes Urinith glare at her coldly. The hero stands up and announces that he is leaving. He asks Urinith to open a portal discreetly so that no one notices. She complies, opening a shimmering gate to the 2nd floor. As he steps forward, he tells her she has done well in his absence and asks whether she still regards him as her master. After a moment of silence, she answers softly that she does. The hero smirks. Suddenly, the ground trembles and a powerful voice roars, demanding to know where the master is. Urinith calmly remarks that Lydigian must have sensed his presence and is breaking through the barrier. She adds that she never told him anything, but that Lydigian has been the one most eager to see him. She warns that there is no time. Lydigian may be calm normally, but once angered, he is uncontrollable. The hero steps out of the portal and finds the surroundings busy, everyone immersed in their duties. Realizing no one notices his arrival, he concludes that Uranith must have cast an illusion over the area. A gray-haired girl appears behind him and tells him that if he is looking for his companions, they are this way. The hero looks at her and asks why she followed. She answers that it is for his safety and that anyone daring to touch him will pay the price. The hero glances at her and mutters that he would crush their spine himself. Looking at the scene before him, he can think of only one thing. He wants to go home. Above, the city hovered high in the sky, its lower tiers sealed behind ornate bars. Han lay on a wide bed in a quiet room, thoughts drifting back to Uranith. He couldn't deny it. She had done her job well. Technically, this was the intern dorms, but his room? It sat on the faculty floor. He'd originally been assigned to the 4th floor. That was, until the room mysteriously caught fire. Now, adjusting his suspenders, Han finished his outfit just as a maid entered. "Need help?" she asked, then added softly. "You'd be more comfortable on the 3rd floor." Han shook his head. "No, and don't tell anyone who I really am." She nodded. "I'll stay close, just in case." Descending the grand staircase, Han spotted Jenna waiting at the bottom, bright as always. Aaron stood next to her, drained and lifeless. Han knew he hadn't slept, but still offered him a quiet smile. Jenna spoke first. "Already talked to the girls. This place is unreal, full of monsters in human form." She leaned closer, her voice dropping. "They say Niflheimer has never lost a fight." Han understood. She was talking about duels between masters. This place truly felt untouchable. No fear, no rivals. "Do you want to reach the top?" he asked. Jenna gave a small nod. "I'm heading back. The others are waiting." Aaron agreed. Han didn't say it aloud, but he knew the truth. Reaching the top meant one thing, being sold to Niflheimer. And he didn't have a choice in the matter. Inside a wide hall, Elderkin stood before a massive board, his eyes sweeping over the trainees. "What's the one thing you need to survive?" he asked. Han answered without hesitation. "Knowledge." Elderkin gave a slow nod. That was it. They had to learn how this world worked, what mattered, what didn't. Every step here was a test. Jenna muttered. "This all feels familiar." Han smirked. "I've said this before." Elderkin's thoughts drifted as he lectured. He saw a chessboard, pieces arranged in order. That's what this place was. Every trainee, every hero, pawns. Nothing more than tools in a master's endless game. Without them, none of this would exist. The so-called beautiful garden, just a playground built on control. Outside, flower petals drifted soundlessly through the air. Far away, Uranith watched. She whispered to herself, "I know what I am a pawn. Maybe nothing more than entertainment in the hero's eyes." Han stepped into view behind her. "How did you know I was here?" She turned slightly. "I told you yesterday. The bond between a master and their hero runs deep." She explained interference points, how the higher the rank, the stronger the link. "When you were dragging a Mobius, 5 of us felt it instantly. Only those on the 13th floor?" Han asked. Uranith shook her head. "It depends on the vessel. Eclair and I are both 6 stars. But our strength? It comes from everything we've poured into this." A glowing interface blinked to life before them. Han's eyes widened. "You can access the system?" "With enough power," she said, "you can create interference points." It struck him. They weren't just high-level heroes anymore. They were evolving. Uranith smiled faintly. "We're like 6.5s now, on the edge of the earthly kingdom. You made that possible." Han stood stunned. He hadn't realized his influence had reached that far. "How do they even see me?" he asked quietly. Her answer was immediate. "The closer we are to you, the stronger we become. That's the law." A thought clicked in Han's mind. 7 stars weren't just stronger. They were something entirely different. Uranith nodded. "Exactly. 7 stars are hybrids. Half hero, half master." She recalled the system failure. The fight with a true 7-star. His power had been overwhelming, beyond anything she'd imagined. And she believed Han could reach that level, without anyone's help. But Han only chuckled, brushing it aside. "You're getting ahead of yourself." He changed the subject. "What about Ceres?" Uranith lowered her gaze. "I didn't search for her. She left." That explained why the fairy had vanished too. Uranith had taken her place without a word. Still, Han wondered, how long could Niflheimer survive like this? Uranith caught the thought instantly. "You're thinking about deletion," she said. "Inactivity penalties." Han gave a small nod. Her tone steadied. "We've secured enough interference points. 10 years at least." It eased his mind. Slightly. Above them, a chandelier burned bright, light reflecting off polished stone. Pillars rose high, framing the grand hall. All of it built for him. Across the far wall hung a vast painting. His battle. His chaos. Uranith's expression was unreadable, joy mixed with disappointment. She looked at him, and said quietly, "The time's come. It was time for him to take the throne." "Stay," she pleaded. "You're not just a hero anymore. You become something more." She dropped to one knee. "Become our master. Let us. We need you." Light from the chandelier poured down, casting a glow over the scene. Han standing silent, Uranus kneeling before him. Then, a system prompt appeared. Title transfer request. Vice Master. Uranus has offered her rights. Awaiting decision. Another figure bowed low beside her, waiting. Han frowned. "I'm not a master anymore." Uranus smiled softly. "You'll have our full support. Tonia will be protected. Everything taken care of." She stepped closer, confidence shining. "So, will you accept?" Han didn't hesitate. He pressed no. Uranus froze, blinking in disbelief. As he turned away, she reached out. "If something's wrong, we can fix it. It's not you," Han said firmly, his voice low. He turned back, meeting her eyes. "I'm just not strong enough right now." Uranus stepped forward. "Then let us fix that. We'll rebuild you." Han shook his head. "I'm going back to Tonia." He stopped at the doorway. "It's not because I hate you. Or this place." He looked back over his shoulder. "Is that really so hard to understand?" Uranus slowly rose, her tone softer now. "I understand, but we won't give up on you." She hesitated, then asked quietly, "What if you can't go back to Earth?" Han stilled, eyes fixed on the curtain ahead. "If that day comes," he murmured, "I'll do whatever you ask." A faint glow shimmered behind him, carrying the weight of farewell. Then, a sharp voice broke the silence. "What trick are you pulling now?" Uranus didn't move. She stepped aside, revealing another Han, an exact replica. "I decided training would be wasted on the real master," she explained. "So I fused several spells. This double will take his place. Even his team won't notice." A brunette frowned. "You're really using a double? Time's running out. We can't waste a second." She glanced at Han. "Right." He hesitated, then gave a short nod. "Fine. Just make the time count." Elsewhere, in front of a weathered building, a blonde figure stood bloodied, spear clenched tight. His team was surrounded by knights. One of them froze, sweat running down his face. He hadn't seen the ambush coming. Han spun toward Eren. "What are you doing? Move. Take them down." Eren shouted back, strained. "I'm trying. We can't hold out much longer." Then the system chimed. Eren, 2-star hero, hidden potential unlocked, awakening. His grip tightened on the spear. Another notification followed. All stats greatly increased. Eren surged forward without hesitation, his spear sweeping in a wide arc. Enemies were hurled into the air, crashing down like broken dolls. Jenna stared, stunned. When did he get this strong? Belkist, arms crossed, muttered darkly. "Didn't expect that. Maybe I underestimated the kid." Even a grizzled knight gasped aloud. "Eren!" someone shouted, pulling him back from the haze. His eyes widened, chest heaving, the rush fading from his body. Han gave him a small, knowing smirk. "Not bad." Tears welled in Eren's eyes as he cried out, "Teacher." Later, he stirred awake. Eren blinked slowly, finding himself stretched across a couch in what looked like a hospital room. Was it all just a dream? Across the room, a man droned on at a podium. The audience, serious faces in suspenders, sat stiff, locked on every word. Beside him, Jenna had slumped over, sound asleep, drooling on her notes. Han sat with arms crossed, clearly irritated, glancing sideways. Eren stared at him in silence. Something in his chest clicked. Quietly, he turned back to his desk. Neon lights flickered in the hall outside. The brunette called for order, telling everyone to stay in line. Han studied their uniforms. They're definitely from a main building. But he stopped when a maid appeared at his side, bowing low. "Master." She gestured to a massive door, ornate, etched with the image of a goat. "This elevator is restricted to high-ranking personnel only. It connects all 13 floors and leads directly to Lady Uranus's garden." The elevator began its descent. Rooftops and glowing squares embedded in the walls passed them by. At the bottom, a grand structure awaited. Domed roofs, rising over a courtyard blanketed with blooming yellow roses. Inside, a blonde mulled over the idea of sending 1 million diamonds to the city. Han, calm as ever, sipped his tea. "Don't interfere with the others. Let them handle their own affairs." Uranus turned aside, brushing her eyes with the back of her hand. "I'm not sad," she murmured. "I'm moved. Watching you push yourself. Growing without leaning on us." Han glanced at her. "So that's what you want? For me to stop relying on you altogether?" Her face lit up in a smile. He leaned back slightly. "Good, because I was about to ask you for a favor." Her eyes narrowed. "Really now?" He leaned closer, then gently pushed her face aside. "I'm uneasy. Just give me some space." The scene shifted. Harsh terrain spread out before them. Jagged, rocky, unforgiving. The brunette crouched low, brushing her fingers across the ground. "Black iron," she said. "Harder than steel." Deep gouges tore across the surface, sharp, violent cuts. Only one person could leave scars like these. Han drew his sword, stepping forward to inspect the cracks. The one who did this, he muttered. He's so skilled, for a second I thought it was a system glitch. The name echoed in his mind. Redigen, the one he'd been waiting for. Then the system confirmed it. Hero detected. Redigen, arrival confirmed. A scarred man raised his head. Han's memory stirred. Redigen, born a 2-star. But among thousands, he had always stood brightest. They summoned him, someone whispered. Han's grip tightened. So this is our real first meeting. Redigen stepped forward, driving his sword into the earth. Back then, I helped you grow, he said, lowering his head. This time I'll do it again. But now you're the master. Before Han stood the most flawless sword master he had ever known. Yet something felt wrong. Han narrowed his eyes. He couldn't sense anything. No aura. No presence. Just stillness, like staring at a lifeless statue. And then it struck him. This was it. Pure serenity. The peak of self-discipline. Redigen stared into the blade. His reflection gazed back, unmoving. Sword and body, perfectly one. The brunette gave a nod. Go on. Insert it. The scarred man stepped closer. Have Redigen's methods changed? Redigen's voice was calm. Your unit should have already given you access. Check for yourself. The system lit up his profile. Hero, Redigen rank, level, 99 class, sword master. Strength, 10 out of 10. Intelligence, 10 out of 10. Health, 10 out of 10. Agility, 10 out of 10. One skill remained sealed, hidden beneath the maxed heavenly sword spirit. Han studied the screen. At first glance, it looked no different from a level 1 hero. Then it hit him. Redigen had done it deliberately, locked himself at base values. And yet, he cut through black iron like nothing. Han smirked. Perfect. That's all I needed to see. Redigen gave a small nod. I'll follow your lead. A system alert flashed. Berserker mode activated. Hero, Han rank. A red aura exploded around him. We're going all out, the brunette declared. Han's card appeared. Name, Han rank, level, 20 BXP. 58/160 class, beginner. Strength, 55, plus 10 bonus. Intelligence, 0, minus 10 modifier. Endurance, 31/40 seconds, plus 10 bonus. Agility, 49 of 310, plus 10 bonus. Skills, Sword and Shield Mastery, LV 8. Insight, LV 5. Fire Detection, LV 3. Pain Threshold, LV 4. Composure, LV 5. Berserker, LV 6. Indomitability, LV 1. Dragon Slayer, LV 1. Stealth Movement, LV 1. Horseback Riding, LV 1. Han shot forward, the ground splitting beneath his feet. Their blades clashed, sparks scattering. Han spun into a crushing strike. Redigen didn't even move. Blocked with ease. Again, Han pressed forward. Again, Redigen parried, clean, flawless. No waste. No openings. Every swing Han made, Redigen brushed aside as if it were nothing. Not just strong. Faster, sharper, precise beyond measure. Han lunged. 3 steps. Redigen answered with 1. Red light burned in Han's eyes. And still, I can't reach him. Then, suddenly, Redigen knelt. I apologize for raising my sword, he said softly. Han scoffed, frustrated. Cut that out. Apologizing just pisses me off. Redigen closed his eyes. Of course, if you were at my level, it wouldn't look so one-sided. Han laughed bitterly. This is my limit. Pathetic, huh? You could have been a monster if you'd wanted to. He paused. You were the most gifted hero I ever had. Redigen chuckled. Your inter could have reached level 10 in basic ball control. I barely hit 7. Han shook his head. The only reason I never broke past the cap was my class. Thought it was a system bug at first. Redigen gave a respectful nod. To be praised by you, it's an honor. But if raw talent was enough, someone else would be standing here instead of me. Before he could finish, the brunette cut in. I agree. Energy sparked as a shield formed along his forearm. I might not match Redigen in every stat, he said, but in power, we're equals. All 5 of us. One-on-one, it's anyone's fight. Han's aura ignited again. Berserker mode flaring to life. Then keep going, Redigen, he growled. I'm not done until I've had enough. Elsewhere, in the cafeteria, a girl scanned the room, leaning toward Aaron. Hey, you notice something off about our brunette friend? Aaron, mid-bite, blinked. Like what? She nodded toward him. He's been distant, watching everyone, but not really part of it. Across the hall, a long-haired man stood, puffing his chest. No warrior here can match me, he boasted. Training with these clowns is pointless. Is there even anyone remotely talented in this dump? A red mohawked trainee snorted. You fighting, or just barking? Before either could make a move. Smack! Smack! Han dropped them both with one hand. Aaron didn't even put his fork down. Honestly, that's just business as usual. A girl with a ponytail stormed in, fury in her voice. What do you think you're doing? You want to get kicked out? Because that's exactly how. She pointed at the two sprawled on the floor. No, trainee on trainee fights. You've got issues, settle them another way. One more stunt, and you'll regret it. Jenna suddenly stood. Han hasn't done anything wrong. The blonde turned sharply. Then what are you even saying? A bald trainee stepped up with a smug grin. Perfect. Only one way to prove yourself, battle. He jabbed a finger at Han. Come at me. I'll crush you with one finger. 1 second later, crack. His arm hit the table, crushed in a single arm wrestling slam. Han didn't flinch. Aaron looked on, deadpan. I really don't get what my red-haired girlfriend's so upset about. This is just how Han always is. Back on the battlefield, winds tore through the rocky terrain. Redigion stood tall, poised like a legend carved in stone. The brunette dove from above, fury in every strike. Yet Redigion met him with effortless calm. Han blinked. That wasn't a parry. Why wasn't he countering? Again Han attacked. Harder, faster. Again Redigion blocked. No follow-up. No retaliation. Something had changed. Steel rang as they clashed, but Redigion's thoughts wandered. Statistically, he was the top 1%. 10 abilities tuned to perfection, cold-blooded, berserker, indomitability. The synergy was unmatched. His value? At least 5,000 diamonds. He'd pay that without hesitation to hire someone like himself. Smash! A blade slammed against the side of his head. Redigion staggered, eyes wide. This guy's value couldn't even be measured. His gaze sharpened as he leveled his sword, its edge hovering at Han's throat. Holding the blade steady, he spoke low. Only real players know what it means to lose. He stepped back, voice steady. Fight me again, because in this city, I've never lost a true match. Steel clashed against steel. Sparks flew as the two locked in another brutal exchange. Han's mind wandered even as his body moved. He thought back to every battle he'd ever fought. No matter how powerful his opponents had seemed, none had ever truly pushed him. But this was different. His sword was not from his hands. Redigion stood tall, unshaken, completely in control. Han was used to crushing weaker foes. This time, he was the one being crushed. Redigion caught the disarmed blade midair. His eyes lingered on Han. Even in the short time, he said, "You've almost reached average proficiency. A little more effort, and you'll be there." Han chuckled, breath uneven. "You're a monster. Nothing like anyone I've faced." His gaze sharpened. "What about the power sword? Last time, you used a smooth one. Didn't seem to hold you back at all." Redigion didn't bother with words. Instead, he flicked a blade toward him. "Why don't you find out? Guess what I brought this time?" Han caught the spinning sword midair. He swung, only for it to cut the air without leaving so much as a scratch. Just as he thought, his strength, 40 out of 100, wasn't enough. He lunged forward. Redigion parried effortlessly. "Strength alone doesn't mean your strikes will land," he said, calm as ever. Reclaiming the weapon, he tapped a hand against his chest. "Even if someone slashed me here with a sword rated at 10 strength, I wouldn't even flinch." Han grinned wider and charged again. Every swing was turned aside. Every angle answered with perfect precision. Redigion barely needed to move. Between strikes, Han called out, "So what's the strength stat on that sword?" 8 units, Redigion replied. Then after a pause, "But in my hands, it cuts like 3 times that." Han landed lightly after a backstep, eyes locked on him. "You really are as strong as I imagined, Redigion." Elsewhere, an old corner building. A man in gloves lifted his fist to knock on the door, then froze. Inside, a cloaked figure stared at the still-closed entrance in silence. Nearby, a girl leaned back, thoughts drifting. Days had passed. She hadn't seen him since. Not that she could just message a trainee. Intensive schedules made that impossible. She smirked faintly. After how sharp her words had been last time, how could she even face him? Off-screen, someone shouted, "Master!" Back on the training grounds. Redigion's voice carried through the clash of blades. If he trained here for half a year, or even just one, he'd be many times stronger than he is now. Han pressed harder, each attack faster, heavier. He knew Redigion was right. Blocking with ease, Redigion analyzed between strikes. "Your fighting style, it's not like mine. You got clean swordsmanship, but it's reinforced with layered skills. You fight like a swordsman. I'm a generalist," Redigion said flatly. "I adapt to whatever comes at me." Han roared forward, unleashing a storm of slashes. In his mind, only a handful of 3-star heroes across the entire game world could even hope to stand toe-to-toe with this man. Redigion twirled his blade as if it weighed nothing. "Keep this pace, and you'll become the strongest." Han's breath came heavy. Easier said than done. But deep down, he knew this man might be the only one capable of taking him down. Redigion's silence stretched. Han studied him closely. A dueling expert. In close-range combat, especially against people, he was almost untouchable. Han broke the silence. "The only thing saving me right now is that I can trigger Berserker mode without losing control." He called him Master, believing that had to be the only reason such a feat was possible. But as Han watched, his thoughts shifted. Redigen wasn't just a hero anymore. He was something beyond that, half hero, half master. And beneath it all, a storm was brewing. Then the realization struck. Redigen was pulling off the impossible. Cold-bloodedness, running with Berserker mode. Two skills that should never coexist. Han narrowed his eyes. No doubt about it. He's bugged. A character who's broken past the system's limits. Redigen finally spoke. Right now, I'd say I'm closer to 7-star rank. They're all above level 100. His gaze locked on Han's. You probably fall into that category too. When skills that should clash start syncing together, it's the sign. Han squinted. That kind of thing breaks the system. It's basically cheating. Redigen shrugged. If skill slots really are unlimited, then everything changes. His tone sharpened. I've also learned something about the 7 stars. Han raised a brow. What is it? Their efficiency rate, Redigen said. It's absurdly high. Han froze, caught off guard. Redigen explained. In a normal synthesis, more than 90% of a hero's data gets lost. Even if you sacrificed a hero with 100 strength, the result might only carry 10 points. Han's eyes narrowed. But 7 stars, they're different. Redigen nodded. Take you, for example. It looks like you're getting advanced sword training. Stuff like this never happened back on Earth. From the sidelines, a girl spoke up, eyeing Han carefully. He's a rookie, right? Han replied simply, yeah. First time here. She studied his form. I can see traces of nighttime swordsmanship in your technique. That's when it hit him. She must be the 4-star heroine fused with him. That would explain his sudden leap in skill. Still, doubt lingered. Is this power only because I was synthesized with a higher-tier hero? Redigen shook his head. If that were it, your swordplay would look completely different. Sure, fusion helps. But there's more to it. He continued. From what I've seen, your swordsmanship is only average right now. His eyes narrowed. But can you use your sword technique? Han tightened his grip. Redigen's reflection gleamed in the blade's surface. I'll try, Han said. The brunette closes her eyes. In Han's mind, her voice drifts in. This is destiny. You were chosen. She offers him a soft smile and wishes him luck. Then, like a strike of lightning, a white flash cuts across the sky. Han's eyes snap open. His body surges with energy. He bursts forward, blade tearing through the air. Redigen doesn't flinch. The system chimes in. It's an awakening. Han's swordsmanship, once a simple 3-star skill, has leveled up. In midair, he spins, driving his next strike straight toward Redigen's chest. The swing is faster, sharper, heavier. This time, Redigen raises his blade and blocks with ease. He nods. Much better than before. Sliding his sword back into its sheath, he studies Han. This isn't just copying someone's skill. Your synthesis, it runs far deeper. His gaze sharpens. Efficiency isn't always a gift, he warns. There's danger in it. Push too far, and your data could fuse with hers, maybe even corrupt. Han's grip tightens. If he takes synthesis to the limit, his very core could twist, maybe even be overwritten. Redigen rests his hand on his sword hilt, almost speaking to himself. Perhaps that's why I never mastered defense techniques, even after gaining every scrap of knowledge about sword and shield combat. Han nods in silence, firm in his resolve. He has only one goal, to unite blade and body until they move as one. Just then, a maid arrives, balancing a tray stacked with food. She quickly sets a table, arranges the dishes, then bows gracefully. Lunch is ready. The fighters glance at each other. Han nods. Yeah, let's eat first. Redigen agrees with a quiet nod. The scene shifts. Now on the 18th floor, a dark, narrow corridor lit by faint light. A system prompt hovers above. Mission type, research. Objective, survey the area. The blonde teammate calls to the girl beside him. Cover my flank. Without hesitation, the squad locks into position. A red-haired warrior lunges ahead, spear cutting through a knight in a single strike. Bennick, the team leader shouts. Take out the ones behind cover. Anin, the blonde, scans the field. These knights are skilled. Stay sharp. I know. She shoots back, never losing focus. Suddenly, a sharp command cuts through the chaos. Everyone down. The squad freezes. In an instant, a shadow blazes past, cutting down multiple knights in one sweep. The blonde exhales as the system announces, area secured. 2 teammates, both 3 stars, level up. Each hero earns 50,000 gold. The MVP, Ryman. He nods to the squad. Good work holding steady, even against human-type foes. One girl replies, I got used to it on the 12th floor. When it's life or death, you learn fast. Rosa glances at Lilini. You did well out there. Flustered, Lilini stammers. It's only because you guided me. And elsewhere, high above on a rooftop, a dark-haired girl stands quietly, her gaze fixed on the distance. Nearby, voices ripple through the group. Group 3 was sent straight to the second floor right after arriving. Another voice cuts in. Then we'd better step up if we want to follow. A third groans, I'm so sick of these potatoes. That sparks a laugh. Maybe they'd taste better if someone else cooked them. Didn't I hear Julia's got 3 kids? One teammate asks. Doesn't mean she can cook, another replies. She just throws random things in a pot and hopes it turns out edible. At the back, a brunette watches one of the girls stew in silence, clearly annoyed. With a sigh, she mutters, guess decent food's off the menu while we're stuck here. Then she steps forward, her tone sharpening as she addresses the squad. Listen up. Here's how the raid units are divided. She explains. Groups 1 through 3 form the tower's frontline squads. The elite, top-tier heroes tasked with defending each floor. Only they're allowed to live on the second floor, the heart of the central base. A system prompt appears. Groups 4 and 5, support units. These teams back up the main raiders. Built around potential instead of rank, their members rotate often, no permanent squads. Another update flashes. Group 6, temporary reserve. This group handles recon and dungeon analysis. Usually, one member is sent ahead to scout and verify missions. It's where the inconsistent, the underperforming, and the unproven end up, the ones who haven't earned their place among the stronger teams. Then the system delivers its final, brutal message. Unfit heroes, those marked for synthesis or conversion, don't gather here. They've already been dealt with, recycled, or transformed. The scene shifts. In the distance, a playground comes into view. At its center rises a strange structure, a caged core glowing with pulsing energy. Battle erupts around it. The brunette charges headlong, attacking with relentless fury, her strikes crashing against the blonde. Not far off, a gray-haired man readies his blade, steel clashing with screams echoing through the air. The brunette roars, her voice sharp with rage. Why are you all holding back? A yellow-eyed girl snaps back, cold and unyielding. I told you, fight like you mean it. Fight to kill. Anything less, and you're the ones who will die. She warns them again. Don't relax just because it's 5 against 2. Even then, the squad struggles, barely managing to bring down a single enemy. The blonde, sweating and lost in the chaos, shouts, Wait, what were the instructions again? No time. A sword whistles through the air, straight for him. At the last moment, one of the girls deflects the strike. A redhead isn't as lucky. She takes a blade straight to the neck. Another girl drops right after, struck down the same way. Ryman charges forward, sword arcing down, but the yellow-eyed girl blocks with ease, countering low and slamming a strike into his jaw. He swings again, this time from above. But she's already read the attack, moving before his blade can land. She studies him closely as he fights. The strikes are sharp, the movement's precise, but she can see it. He's still holding back. He can't bring himself to go for the kill, not against his own squad. He's close, but not there yet. Still, she isn't disappointed. In her mind, 5 names are already marked for the second group. Later that day, the team gathers inside a warm, 3-story house. A table packed with food fills the center of the room. The brunette leans forward, her voice casual. So, how's the food? The response is instant. Cheers, laughter. The meat is delicious, and for the first time in a while, spirits run high. She smirks. Good, because you're joining the second group. The celebration halts. Silence drops over the table. Everyone stares, unsure if they heard her right. She rises, ready for objections. The man across from her speaks first. He shakes his head slowly. Sure, moving to the second floor sounds amazing, but that's a massive leap. For someone like me, it feels like a once-in-a-lifetime shot. The archer rolls her eyes. Don't be so dramatic. But the redhead cuts in. No, he's right. The second floor isn't just a step up. It's a battlefield. I heard someone died right after getting promoted. Her tone hardens. Honestly, I was terrified the moment I set foot there. Being placed in the second group already feels like too much. The dark-haired girl exhales. Then just stay on the first floor. But the yellow-eyed one speaks, calm but grim. Doesn't matter where I end up. Death will find me either way. She slices into her food. I've already watched teammates die. If it's not on the front lines, then it'll be on some solo recon, or worse, used as an experiment. The table falls quiet. She leans back, almost amused. Honestly, ever since Group 3 formed, everything's shifted. We already cleared the 14th floor. The 18th isn't far. Once we reach it, competition for the second floor will skyrocket. If you're not fast, you'll get left behind. Looking down at her plate, she mutters, I've got to be smart about this. Night falls. The mood turns heavy. Rosa leans back, arms crossed, irritation clear in her posture. From across the table, Lilani watches her, worry written in her eyes. A hand settles on the blonde's shoulder. It's Ryman. He gives a quiet nod. Congrats on making it to the second floor. Across the room, uneasy glances flicker between teammates. Far away, beneath drifting leaves, A warrior with no eyes sits in stillness. Then the system voice cuts in. The master has begun transformation. A pillar of light erupts from the building, stabbing into the night sky. A young man, left behind, reaches out helplessly. His voice cracks. Why wasn't I chosen? I gave everything. You told me I'd make it if I pushed harder. Desperate, he stumbles closer to the light, pleading. What do I do now? Please let me out. But the system responds without pause, without mercy. Transformation complete. The user has obtained the main spirit stone. Another prompt follows. Synthesis commencing. Spirit stone and enhancement stone will combine. Success rate, 91%. Process automatic. From somewhere nearby, a cheer erupts. Synthesis complete. Result, mid-level enhancement stones. One by one, the announcements follow. The blonde, a 3-star hero, has been promoted. His card updated with a new image. The brunette leaps forward 3 full stars. Her image, too, is refreshed. The third member climbs to 3-star rank, granted a brand new card. The young man stares, bewildered. Where they go? A calm voice answers, they'll finish eventually. But another cuts sharper. With your skills? Forget the second floor. You're not making it. Suddenly, bam, the blonde takes a brutal hit to the solar plexus, thrown back hard. A man wrapped in bandages scoffs. Didn't you say you had to surpass me just to survive? Time's running out, even for you. The blonde wipes the blood from his mouth, forcing a nod. Yeah, you're right. He forces a weak smile. Congrats, though. Sounds like the master's putting you in group 4 or 5 soon. The bearded man smirks, his gaze shifting to the brunette. So, you're bound for the second floor now, huh? Then his eyes return to the struggling man, gleaming. You reach the 11th floor barely 2 weeks after showing up. That says plenty. The man lowers his gaze, but the bearded one only grins wider. Outside, the battlefield stretches across rocky terrain, jagged stones shattered underfoot. Weapons of every color clash in furious rhythm. At the center, Redigen absorbs each strike from his master without flinching. Nearby, Han watches, a grin tugging at his lips. In his thoughts, he knows, once he reaches level 10, his secrets won't stay his own. A chessboard forms in his mind. A voice speaks. If basic weapon proficiency is the battlefield, then intermediate proficiency is war. A pawn slides forward. Another voice responds. At this stage, it's not just about attack. It's about control, claiming ground while striking the enemy. A knight leaps into position. This is the essence of intermediate mastery, the opponent says. Glowing zones spread across the chessboard, each one marking territory claimed. Weapon mastery is war itself, and I've already drawn my front line. The knight moves again, and this fight isn't over. Then comes the queen. Placed with precision, it radiates light across the board. Redigen narrows his eyes. The queen demands perfection. Fortresses that won't crack, walls no enemy can breach. The system interrupts. System message. Sword and Shield Mastery. Level 10 awakened. Basic Sword and Shield Mastery has reached maximum level. Skill evolution unlocked. New paths available once conditions are met. Han Strike slams through, clean and powerful. But Redigen just grins, brushing it aside as if it were nothing. The ground trembles as green energy bursts around Han, shaking the rocky field. Yet Redigen stands unshaken. His voice is steady, low, commanding. Once I master the art of the ball, I won't even need to swing. Just standing here will be enough to split mountains. As shards of stone scatter outward, he adds, but that kind of power, you don't actually need it to win. Above, the sky roars. Thunder cracks as Han clenches his fist beneath a storm of endless strikes. This isn't what I wanted, he mutters. I never planned on stepping into expert class. His eyes flick toward Urinit, waiting at his side. Sweat slips from his palm as he asks, how far did your training go while I was gone? Pulling his clothes on, he doesn't hesitate with his next order. Open a portal. I want it ready by tomorrow night. Dimension 0584? Urinit asks, confirming. Han nods. His thoughts drift toward a certain blonde man. I've got something I need to send. The scene shifts into a sprawling estate. A heavy knock echoes against the massive doors. Inside, a maid waits. At Han's nod, she opens it. The master's already awake, she informs the visitor. Deeper inside, the boy notices Niled, cleaning with near desperation. You're going all out, he remarks. Without looking up, she replies, it's the least I can do for master. Satisfied, he turns. Urinit, drop the illusion. We don't need it anymore. The system chimes in. Heading to training now? Yeah, Han answers, already fading from sight. I've got people to check on. Long day ahead. Moments later, he reappears beside his group. Jenna is the first to notice. There's something different about you today, she says, smiling faintly. Oh yeah. Han steps closer. Like what? She tilts her head, thoughtful. Not sure. Your energy just feels different. Not bad, just changed. Aaron raises a brow, curious. Han notes silently. Jenna's perception has sharpened. Nearby, the archer stretches with a groan. Ugh, these lectures are turning me into stone. We'll switch gears soon, Han reassures her. Next part should be more interesting. That perks Jenna up. Still weird, though. Every lesson so far matches what you've already told us. It's like you're a prophecy in motion. Han pauses, caught off guard. She really is that sharp. Even an average observer could see it. He didn't fit the mold of a standard hero. Not with what he'd done. He turns to the spearman. When you're finished here, meet me in the backyard. Got it. The spearman answers without hesitation. The story shifts again, this time to the Academy's training hall. Armed heroes stand ready across the floor. No more lectures. No more theory. From here on, it's combat. The instructor's voice rings out. From here forward, it's solo. No teams. No support. Just you against your opponent. The fighters take their places. If you paid attention, the instructor continues, you'll be able to hold your own. The signal drops. Sparring begins. From the stands, Han watches in silence. His eyes fix on Jenna. Her growth is unbelievable, he thinks. From a single star to this. Arrows fly like lightning, loosed in a blur. Her form is flawless. Each movement smooth, precise. Her agility cuts sharper than before, and every skill she uses lands perfectly. As the teams clash below, Han's gaze never wavered. Something about Jenna stood out. Her teammates were ranked the same as she was, yet none of them could keep pace. If she used one of them as bait, she could take down the entire enemy squad by herself, Han thought. His eyes drifted toward Aaron, locked in a heated duel of his own. Then, without warning, the scene shifted. A long corridor in the academy stretched ahead. Han walked with steady steps, Aaron trailing behind, confusion on his face. Where are we going? Aaron finally asked. You'll see, Han answered without slowing. Just follow me. Aaron froze mid-step, his eyes going wide. A portal shimmered open right in front of him. Han glanced back with a faint grin. Go on in. Still processing, Aaron hesitated, but then stepped through. On the other side, a vast, misty garden spread out before him. Aaron's voice carried awe. Where are we? Nild, who had silently joined them, answered evenly. The 13th floor of Niflheimer. Misty Gardens. Aaron stiffened. Wait, isn't this where the top elites train? Niall gave a firm nod. Yes. Just then, a cloaked girl stepped forward. Placing a hand to her chest, she greeted them with a soft smile. I'm Urnit. It's an honor. I serve as the master's right hand. Niall's eyes narrowed sharply. Right hand? But that's serious. Urnit's gaze turned cold, her smile fading. Aaron leaned toward Han, whispering, What's going on here? But Urnit had already caught it. Did you just call him your friend? Han ignored the tension and spoke instead. Is the portal to Mutant ready? It's open, Urnit replied with a nod. Aaron glanced between them. He noticed it, the way Urnit seemed to brighten whenever Han spoke. But whatever connected them, he couldn't piece it together. Han turned his focus back to Aaron, his tone shifting. You said you want to get stronger, right? Aaron's shoulders tensed. Well, Han continued, this is me helping you. Aaron hesitated, torn. If you're not ready, that's fine, Han said calmly. You could stay here. Become an instructor. Train others when you're prepared. Before Aaron could answer, Urnit cut in, her voice sharp and cold. That might be the smarter choice. I've seen plenty like you, no natural talent. They break themselves working twice as hard just to survive. Aaron stayed silent, eyes lowered. And eventually, she added, they hit a wall. And when they do, that's the end. Han glanced at her, then back at Aaron. Don't take it personally. That's just reality for most people. But Urnit wasn't finished. There was one fool, she said, had even less talent than you. And yet, he reached our level. Aaron's head jerked up, eyes wide. Urnit gave a slow nod. Mutant, couldn't learn a thing. No matter who trained him, nothing stuck. Total failure. Aaron stared. Then how did he? Urnit raised her hand. A spell flared, tearing open another portal beside her. This leads to Dimension 0584, she said evenly. Luanon. Han's eyes narrowed. Luanon. He remembered well. That was where the global raid happened 2 years ago, and a place Mutant now called home. Urnit's gaze lingered on the swirling gate. That place is draining his life away, little by little. Niall stepped forward, eyes closed as if bracing herself. Many followed Mutant there, hoping to learn from him. None of them returned. Han didn't hesitate. They all died. Aaron froze. The words crashed into him like a hammer. His eyes locked on the glowing portal, grip tightening around his weapon. Han turned toward him. Survival rates under 3%. If you want to live, don't step through. Aaron said nothing, but his fists clenched until his knuckles turned white. But what if I make it? He thought. What if I come back stronger? He drew in a deep breath and stepped closer, gaze fixed on the light ahead. I'm going, he declared. I don't plan to die. I just want to give everything I've got. Uranit moved toward him. Time flows differently there, she warned. Don't forget it. Aaron shut his eyes, letting it sink in. When they opened again, they were clear, steady. The hesitation was gone. Without another word, he walked straight into the portal. Just before the lights swallowed him, he glanced back at Han. Take care of things while I'm gone. Their eyes met. No words, only a silent understanding. As the portal shimmered behind him, Han turned to Uranit. How do you expect him to survive? She answered calmly. He probably won't. Mutan's already been told. Han stared into the swirling gate, his voice quiet. If he does come back, send him to Tonia immediately. Uranit gave a small nod, assuming he returns. Han said nothing. The weight in the air was enough. Everyone already knew the odds. As Aaron vanished into dimension 0584, on, Han realized this wasn't just Aaron's path anymore. It was his as well. The scene cuts to the highlands. Up in the mountains, blades clashed. Redigen blocked a fierce strike, boots grinding across the rocky ground. Across from him, Han stood firm, breath heavy. Was that enough? He asked. Uranit's sword gave a short nod. You've hit your goal. Still catching his breath, Han pulled up his stat window. His level hadn't budged, still stuck at 20. His stats were the same. Yet deep down, he could feel it. Something inside had shifted. The system showed the same numbers, but in his mind, he saw it clearly. His basic swordsmanship had evolved to the intermediate tier. The price, fragments of his earlier mastery stripped away, including his shield techniques. Even so, his style was sharper now. His discipline, composure, and grit under pressure had all grown stronger. Han looked down at the emblem in his hand, a warrior's crest, etched with a shield, a blade, and twin axes. The biggest change? He had unlocked the warrior class. New skill routes were now open to him. But to move forward, he had let go of hidden movements. Han didn't regret it. That skill had never been his. As the emblem of the rogue faded from memory, his thoughts turned to Jenna. Jenna had earned her profession too. After racking up 37 straight victories in relentless sparring, she was granted exemption from group training. Her archery had already broken into the intermediate stage. Now she worked on merging pinpoint accuracy with blistering speed. The next step was clear, training under Sarah, ranked 13th among the top archers, right behind Lisa. That was when Han remembered Uranit. She had once placed a ring in his hand, legendary grade, forged from Star Iron Mind in Niflheim, a relic of the fallen heavens. It wasn't just strong, it shattered the very rules of the system. When she gave it to him, she said it marked him as a master. Anyone who saw it would know exactly who he was. The ring also linked their minds. Distance didn't matter. As long as he wore it, they could always communicate. But Uranit's sword had once told him the ring wasn't even needed anymore. Maybe because words weren't necessary now. Han looked at the artifact glinting on his finger. Uranit began to explain. The ring was built using an advanced information manipulation spell. It could bend elemental data, mask stat readings, even rewrite system records. Han turned it slowly in his hand. How long do the effects last? The system chimed in before she could answer. Item acquired. Ring of Darkness. Classification, low rank. Han blinked. That's unexpected. Uranit remained calm. Its power will fade once Master reaches the 50th floor. Seated across from her, Han nodded, impressed. Crafting something like this, alone? That must have been brutal. Her voice softened. I actually started before you ever arrived. By the time he got here, it was nearly finished. Then, without warning, her eyes filled with tears. I can't bear the thought of you leaving again, she whispered. Han's reply was steady. Don't be so dramatic. We'll meet again. But Uranit leaned closer, hope flickering through her worry. Her emotions spilled over. Han scratched the back of his neck, uneasy. I only came to check in before heading back to Earth. That's all. She looked down, disappointment clear. That's not what I wanted to hear. At that, Han suddenly stood. There's something I forgot. Uranit looked up, startled by his sudden shift. Eyes sharp, Han pictured the weapon vault. Open the armory, he said firmly. Then he glanced at her, his intent clear. I've decided. I'm taking a weapon from Niflheim. The scene shifted to the tower's legendary armory at its very summit. Han stepped inside, Uranit by his side. Rows of weapons stretched endlessly before them. Swords, axes, spears, all gleaming with power. He paused before one, a premium-grade steel sword, forged from highest steel by a unique method. But before his hand could reach it, Uranit's voice came from behind. That's too ordinary. It doesn't suit you at all. Come with me. They walked deeper, down a long corridor, until they stood before a massive door carved with the image of a ram's skull. Uranit stopped, turning to the man behind her. She raised both hands toward the massive door. The etched magic circles lit up, humming with power. Everything beyond this point is S rank or higher, she explained. True masterpieces, every one forged by my master. With a deep groan, the colossal doors pulled open. They stepped inside. Each footfall echoed across the chamber. Han's expression hardened as his eyes adjusted to the glow. Is it true there are 132 weapons in here? He asked. Urnit closed her eyes, nodding once. All accounted for. Before them stretched a vast vault. Walls lined with weapons, each a creation of the legendary blacksmith himself. As they moved deeper, Urnit's gaze lingered on one blade resting on its stand. Miss Stiltine, you're not actually planning to take that, are you? She explained its power, how no defense, no matter how strong, could withstand its piercing edge. A weapon built for tower ascension. A system prompt appeared, listing Miss Stiltine's stats in glowing script. Han lifted the dark sword, studying its edge. A memory stirred. The black dragon on the 20th floor, its body resistant to both magic and steel. Miss Stiltine had been the key to victory. Yet after a long silence, he set it back. It's strong but too specialized. I need something with reach. Urnit gestured to another rack. Then consider this. Before them lay the Baselar blade, S+ rank, crafted from the horn and scales of the Shadow Demon King. Its trait is rare, she explained. True physical penetration. No defense, armor, scales, or enchantment can block it. Han reached for it, fingers brushing the dark edge. His eyes narrowed. This might be the one. But after a moment, he shook his head. It's useless against magic. That makes it a liability. I need balance. Urnit stepped closer, pointing to another stand. Then perhaps. Gungnir. Han's eyebrow rose. You're certain about that? She nodded with quiet conviction. You don't need spear mastery to wield it well. Han studied the weapon, thoughtful. It's compatible with Bryanac's early model. If it works, one throw could wipe out dozens. Pride warmed Urnit's voice. You deserve every weapon here. After all, you're the one who created them. Han smirked faintly. Not alone. His gaze swept the armory, steady and sure. If it weren't for all of you, I'd have stopped at A rank. S rank and higher? That's because of your work. He looked around the vault once more. Besides, most of these are already in use. I can't just strip them away. And the weapon I truly want. I doubt it's here. Urnit's expression softened. I see. These are mighty, yes, but none match what you're searching for. Then Han turned to her, decisive, without hesitation. She stood poised, eyes locked on his shoulder square, waiting for his command. I'll forge a new one, Han declared. Without hesitation, Urnit raised her hands. A portal bloomed open, molten light flickering within its swirl. She bowed with reverence. Together, they stepped through. At the Summit Forge, Niflheimer's highest-tier facility, the system prompt confirmed their arrival. Prime blast furnace activated. Han peered into the roaring core. His voice was calm, steady. Begin all preparations. Urnit moved behind him, hands resting lightly on his shoulders. She gave a single nod. Han lifted his hand. The verification skill roared to life. From the ring on his finger, black lightning erupted, tearing across the forge like storm. Power surged, rattling the chamber walls. Urnit's voice echoed in his mind. The rite of the master of Niflheimer has begun. System prompts flared into brilliant pink notifications. Permission granted. You may now craft a custom weapon. Urnit reached out to him mentally. What kind of weapon will it be, master? Han kept his gaze on the furnace. A weapon that grows. The system blared a warning. The casting method was unstable. Failure would bring severe penalties. Han didn't flinch. Proceed. A list of materials unfurled. He confirmed his choices, and the storage portal tore open, releasing the resources into the molten blaze below. The magma surged violently, sparks scattering like falling stars. All ingredients in. Furnace stabilized. Urnit confirmed. Summoning workers now. A portal opened at her side. From it, a plump, gray-haired blacksmith stepped out, blinking in confusion. Why'd you drag me here? The master isn't. His words froze. There stood a boy, calmly watching the system prompts unfold. Recognition struck him like thunder. His breath caught. His voice failed. Urnit broke the silence. We're initiating the first class. All blacksmiths ranked first or higher. Report immediately. The old man bowed, trembling but firm. Understood. Above the furnace, Urnit turned to the gathered crew. Give it everything you've got. Right then, the system chimed again. Confirmation. Peak tier forge conditions met. With this setup, the potential to create a weapon beyond imagination was real. Urnit's voice cut through the heat. The first phase was starting. On her signal, ultra-rare materials streamed into the roaring blaze. The old blacksmith spun for instructions. Urnit didn't pause. Magic circles erupted around her, glowing with raw power as she triggered the creation sequence. She declared the enchantment type, a self-adapting system. The weapon would scan its master's combat style in real time and evolve to match it. The blast furnace and processor roared to life. From the control station, the old blacksmith relayed updates. The crew was in place, working at full tilt. But a snag appeared. The fusion of all 13 minerals wasn't syncing properly. Still, the team pressed on. Uranet's tone was steady. Stand by for the next phase. Uranet turned sharply toward her master. Her voice cut through the furnace's roar. Are you truly ready for this? The forge is far more complex than we imagined. Han glanced at her. How bad? Her answer was flat. Harder than breaching the gate to hell. Han smirked, rolling up his sleeves. Then it's like crafting 5 divine tier weapons at once. Still shifting the unstable magic circles around her, Uranet replied, no, it might be even tougher. Han faced the blazing furnace. Ready to cast the bells? She nodded without hesitation. He stood at the first station. This wasn't automated work. This was the real process. 8 layers of difficulty, each one a monster. Standard for a top-tier artifact. He tapped the interface. The system's reply was blunt. To pass through the gates of hell, you must first make a sacrifice. The furnace roared alive. A new prompt appeared. Choose the offering. Choose right, and a hidden difficulty will unlock. Han didn't blink. Stormbringer. Vigalta. Azoth. Uranet froze. You're sacrificing those? He confirmed without hesitation. Uranet stepped forward and cast the legendary blades into the molten core. The system flared. Sacrifice accepted. Gates of hell, open. The forge's difficulty spiked instantly to highest divine rank. Han's expression darkened as the updates poured in. Penalty triggered. Weapon's final power will be reduced by 33%. Success rate, 0. Then came a final prompt. Do you still wish to continue? Han grinned at his subordinate. The system keeps telling me to quit, but I've already thrown everything into this. No turning back now. Heat rose from his hands as he cracked his knuckles. The riddle, does it mean anything? Uranet's voice was firm. It means everything. Something clicked in Han's mind. His expression sharpened. He pulled up the system window and locked in his choice. Puzzle initializing. A lineup of supreme deity-level trials flickered across the interface. The system asked, are you ready? Han folded his arms, choosing the first challenge, a cube. Then he looked at Uranet. You ready? Her eyes sharpened. She raised her hand in a steady nod. Words weren't needed. They were locked in. The air rippled. Out of nothing, a cube spun into existence, twisting and shifting on all sides. The system chimed. Puzzle initiated. 27 by 27 cube. Nightmare mode. Penalties enabled. Han didn't flinch. His gaze locked on the artifact, fingers flying over the console. He broke the cube down, spinning, rotating, reassembling piece by piece. Then came the warning. Penalty activated. Blindness. Darkness slammed down. Still, Han didn't pause. His hands moved with precision, as if guided by instinct. 3 left, 2 right, 5 up for down, 2 left, 1 right, 2 up, 8 down. Minutes bled away. Click. The cube locked into place. System prompt. Puzzle complete. Time, 14 minutes. Accuracy, 100%. A blinding surge of energy burst out from the cube, blasting straight into the furnace. The system responded instantly. The eternal flames of hell have ignited the first blast furnace. Uranet pressed forward, weaving a vast network of magic circles and locking them together. Interference points aligned perfectly. With a sharp command, she declared the processing plant ready. Han didn't waste a second. The next challenge appeared. A rhythm game, cranked to hell difficulty, penalties stacked high. A glowing synth board materialized before him. Objective: land a 128-note combo. He jumped in without hesitation. Fingers flew, the melody thundered, accuracy flawless. Perfect score. Trial cleared. The system rolled on mercilessly. Next game, Tetris. Same brutal settings. Same blindness. Darkness fell. Han didn't flinch. Block after block, he stacked them with precision. Lines cleared clean, combo after combo. 15 in a row. System prompt. Hell mana detected. First furnace fully charged. Then came pinball. Triple speed. Han guided the ball like it was an extension of himself. Every target struck, no misses. No pause. The system dropped the next challenge, solitaire. Cards flew across the board under his hands, disappearing in rapid succession. Another clean clear. Then, spot the difference. From the sidelines, the old blacksmith stared wide-eyed. It was really him. Han had returned. Uranet lifted her grimoire, casting a binding spell to finalize the fusion process. Without delay, she threw fresh materials into the raging fire. Meanwhile, Han tore through the puzzle, marking every difference with flawless precision. Trial complete. 7th test, mosaic. Solved in an instant. 8th maze. Clear without pause. 9th, hidden objects. Tap them all, 0 mistakes. 10th, minesweeper. Every bomb marked. Perfect run. 11th, classic puzzle. Shattered it. 12th, password riddle. This one slowed him down. A single wrong key could reset everything. He steadied his breath, broke the logic apart, and entered the code. Success. Then came Trial 13. blocks, and shifting shapes, twisting into a nightmare puzzle. Han's hands raced across the keyboard as he muttered under his breath about the insanity of it all. Still, he locked in, tuned out the chaos, and pieced it together. Bit by bit, the solution clicked. Stretching his fingers, he smirked. For someone who's already broken past human limits, this barely counts as a warm-up. System confirmed. Stage cleared. At the forge, molten metal roared as flames surged higher. Blacksmiths rushed in to check the results, confirming everything was stable. Uranus stood frozen, stunned beyond words. Han had crushed 13 nightmare-level trials in just 5 minutes, and walked away with power that defied belief. He cracked his knuckles. Just getting started. The system wasted no time. Trial 14 initiated. A colossal 35 by 35 cube materialized, spinning wildly. Hell mode. Double penalties. Its countless parts shifted non-stop, a divine tier challenge. Han narrowed his eyes. No hesitation. Hands blurred, left, right, up, down. The logic held, but the margin for error? None. Click. The cube locked into place. System prompt. Challenge cleared. The spirit of hell surged into the molten core, flooding the first blast furnace. Within the flames, a blade began to take shape, its glowing silhouette carving itself out of the fire. Uranus's voice cut through the roar. The molding was complete. The next step had begun. Trial 15, Labyrinth. Timer, 30 minutes. The minutes bled away. System prompt. Trial complete. The first furnace in history now burned with eternal hellfire. Enchantment arrays spun alive around the blade, weaving regeneration, mastery, and raw lethality into its form. Before Han could draw breath, 2 alerts crashed across the interface. Trials 16 and 17 begin. A twin trial. A 100 by 100 find the difference, paired with a massive mosaic. Both at once. Han blinked. 2 at once. Grinding his teeth, he threw himself into the challenge. One screen, hunting microscopic differences. The other, snapping mosaic tiles into place at impossible speed. This shouldn't even be possible, he muttered. And yet he pulled it off. The sky cracked open, red lightning splitting the heavens. New enchantments poured into the blade. Self-growth, judgment through nature, and crushing offensive power. Han's breath grew ragged. His strength was nearly gone. But the system had no mercy. Trial 21, Rhythm Game, 7 keys. This is bad, his vision blurred. Focus slipped. Then, from the molten pool, the sword's handle began to rise. System prompt. Weapon forged. Rank. Immortal. Curse. Wrath of Hell. Uranus lifted her grimoire high. Reveal yourself, she commanded. The pages turned on their own. A vast, unseen presence swept through the forge. With closed eyes, she whispered, "This is the final spell." Behind her, Han staggered, barely keeping upright. The system delivered its decree. Final phase initiated. Every single riddle, puzzle, and trial merged into one colossal challenge. Time limit, 5 hours. System windows burst open across the interface in a storm of light. Han didn't hesitate. He plunged in, hands flying over multiple keyboards, tackling one problem after another without pause. As answers fell, a glowing blue magic circle flared beneath the sword. He pressed on. Keys clacked. Equations streamed through his mind. A green circle ignited, then orange. His body screamed in agony, every muscle burning, but he refused to stop. A purple circle flared, swelling with raw power, summoning everything left within him. Han lifted one trembling finger and struck the final key. A flash of blinding light ripped through the forge. System prompt. 3-star Bifrost successfully forged. Han collapsed to the ground, drained beyond measure. Behind him, Uranus shut her grimoire with shaking hands. Her breathing came in broken gasps. Flat on the ground, Han turned his head toward her. Did I mess it up? She shook her head slowly, a faint smile tugging at her lips. No. Look, before him floated a black blade. The Bifrost. Its rank unknown, born from the eternal flames of hell. A weapon with no limits. A blade that could grow without end. 3 system notes followed. Han's eyes narrowed. Why is this linked to the proof of the fallen heavens? Uranus lowered her gaze, voice barely audible. She admitted the truth. She'd been afraid he might leave. That was why she slipped in one last enchantment without telling him. Han froze, stunned. Her words spilled out. The blade now carried the power to cross dimensions and summon weapons directly from Niflheimer. Slowly, he rose and gripped the sheathed sword in his hands. He'd never seen anything like it. Never even heard of enchantments with this kind of reach. Eyes fixed on the weapon, he muttered, "This blade, it's on a whole other level." From behind him, Uranus's dry voice cut in. "You're good at everything, except planning ahead." Han smirked, dismissing her with a grin. "You kidding? I can see the future." His cloak rested on the ground as Uranus stepped closer. "Can I follow you out of Niflheim? she asked quietly. If something happened to you, I'd be left alone. Han inspected another sword, testing its fit for the sheath. But Uranit's warning followed. Summoning a weapon from Niflheimer would only work 3 times. His gaze sharpened. 3 pulls from my world's arsenal. Got it. What other restrictions? Her expression softened. She said nothing. Her silence was answer enough. Han gave a small nod. So my strength is capped for the mission, huh? She explained further. The distance was too far. Unless granted more access, the blade could only be summoned once. High above, bystanders near the forge stared down at the boy who had forged the impossible. Han turned back to Uranit. Doesn't matter. Once this weapon's drawn, no bug report or system error will stop me. Still, I won't use it unless I have to. His eyes flicked toward his old gear, lying on the ground. It's done, he said flatly. A subordinate stepped forward. Should I dispose of them? At his nod, she cast both sword and shield into the furnace. Han watched silently as they vanished into the fire. Start to miss my old master, he muttered. Then he slung the new blade across his back and turned with a smirk. The screen shifted. System display. Bifrost blade. Longsword. Forged from eternal hellfire. Infinite potential. Legendary item acquired. Calcium. Proof of the fallen heavens. Crafted from Niflheimer's star iron. Nullifies all laws. Demands immense magical power to wield. Scene 91. Training arena. A black-haired girl launched a fierce kick, slamming into the stairwell. A weapon instantly flared to life in response. A nearby bandit rolled aside, just in time, only to be met by a spearman stepping forward, spear braced and ready. High above, Han and Jenna watched in silence. Below them, students clashed with blades and fists. Jenna asked if Han noticed the same thing she did, though she admitted she couldn't keep up with their speed. In the arena, the spearman barked a lesson mid-duel. Long-range fighters must always control the distance. Never let an enemy close the gap. Veselin hurled her sword into the air and shouted her own advice. Strike weak points like the neck and stay unpredictable. Movement was survival. Then a swordswoman leapt in, calling out a final reminder. Instructors would intervene when needed. Until then, the students had no choice but to wait their turn. The focus shifted. An archer stepped into the arena, facing her mentor head-on. Jenna wasted no time. She charged in, blade flashing. But the black-haired instructor slipped past each strike with effortless grace, a faint smile tugging at her lips. She noticed it immediately. Most students pulled back once they sensed her power. But not Jenna. Jenna pressed forward without hesitation. As the instructor countered, her mind drifted, remembering the man who'd once entered the same lobby as her. Across the field, another clash unfolded. Han struck once, just once, and his mentor was sent flying. The students gasped in disbelief. He had actually landed a direct hit on an instructor. The swordswoman froze in shock. A level 20 did that? Her disbelief twisted into fury. Teeth clenched, she readied herself, when suddenly, the system flared. Veselin has entered berserk mode. Crimson energy erupted around her, raw and unstable. But before the rage consumed her, a hand pressed gently against her shoulder. A calm voice cut through the storm, telling her to stop. She stilled. The fury drained away. Her eyes softened as she whispered an apology. The man behind her stepped forward, unreadable as ever. His thoughts lingered. This was already the 7th group of recruits they'd trained across the lobbies. Thousands had cycled through, and yet, none, had ever shown this kind of ability. His gaze landed on Han, standing tall. Even without Veselin at full power, no trainee had ever struck an instructor before. Elsewhere, Uranit watched quietly, sipping her tea. A faint chuckle escaped her lips. Looks like things might be getting out of hand, she murmured. The scene shifted. High above, a colossal floating island buzzed with machinery. At its heart stood a pristine estate, polished and grand. Inside, Nilde stood before his master. Her expression was calm, almost dismissive. You ready? She asked. He slid his sword into its sheath and gave a small smile. It's my last day. Might as well leave the place spotless. Then he remembered. The system had broadcasted a message, congratulating him for taking first place. He turned to his subordinate, brows furrowed. Why me? What did I even do? She answered plainly. You were the best, the most talented out of everyone. As she spoke, Uranit's eyes flicked to the blade, strapped across his back. Nilde caught her look and gave a nod. Yeah, he said. It's my reward for finishing first from Niflheimer. Han's voice cut in almost immediately. Then who placed second? Uranit didn't hesitate. Her mind went to Jenna. Jenna was top among the bandits, second overall, she explained. She's exceptionally skilled. Her master added with a low chuckle. Truth be told, I had to drag her back myself. And honestly, I doubt she was even going all out. Uranit gave a small nod. She had already sent word to the Major General. Han accepted the letter, his expression turning thoughtful. His mind drifted to Edith. What did she say about me? he asked quietly. Urinet's reply was simple. She's been hanging around, trying to gather the courage to apologize. Han scribbled a short note, quick and direct. Give this to her. It should calm her down. Then, glancing at the maid beside him, he added, You've done well, too. She bowed deeply. It's an honor to serve you, my lord. The scene shifted. In a quiet garden gazebo, Urinet sat at a tea table, her expression weighed down. Are you really going back to Tonia? She asked softly. You could have stayed here. Her gaze dropped. I thought my feelings were real. Across from her, Han's reply was steady. Thank you. If not for you, I wouldn't have come this far. He looked out at the garden. Everyone here is incredible. If I were them, I'd be furious. I've pulled strings, forced them into brutal battles, bent their nature to my own goals. Yet, no one has ever pushed back. A pause. Well, except Ceres. A quiet smile touched his lips. I wish I had something to give back. But there's nothing I can offer. Urinet's smile was gentle. Don't say that. If you want to make us happy, just send a message now and then. Han lowered his teacup. I wouldn't even know how. She reminded him of the ring she'd given him. It carried a messaging function. It won't last forever, she admitted. But once a week would be enough for me. Her hair swayed as she lifted her gaze. I'd be happy just knowing how you're doing. If you're safe, if you're hurt, or in trouble, we'd come running. Han rose, voice steady. I'll send word every week. As he turned to leave, Urinet called after him. Oh, and Ledigian wants to see you. He said he had some advice. Han's last stop before departure took him into the mountains. There, before the silent blade that once belonged to Urinet, he stood still. The sword offered him a few final techniques before he left. Clad in full gear, Han spoke one last time. I've said everything that needed saying. Now, all that's left is to answer when the call comes. The scene shifted again. A massive, magical airship hovered on the runway, ready for departure. In front of the students, a red-haired girl stood firm. Hard to believe it's already been a month, she said. Hope you learned something useful. Her eyes swept the group. Whatever you do, don't lean on the rails. It's still dangerous out there. The ship lifted into the skies. Jenna leaned against the railing, gazing out. So we're finally leaving, she murmured. I just want a proper bath. Han stood beside her, watching. A thought crossed his mind. Did she hate Niflheimer that much? She sensed it and gave him a faint smile. It's not that this place was bad. The instructors were incredible. The architecture's amazing. Her eyes turned forward. But it's not home. I just wonder what's changed since we've been gone. I bet we'll see a lot of new faces. The instructor's voice rang out, calling for everyone to prepare. The interdimensional jump was about to begin. The airship drew closer to a massive yellow portal, and with a surge of power, it pierced through, emerging into an entirely new world. What greeted them was nothing like they expected. Students crowded the rails, eyes wide. The skies loomed dark, and the ground below was split open, flames bursting violently from scorched, broken earth. Han stood silently, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The flames of Levitan, he murmured, still burning strong. His gaze drifted down to Ceres, blazing in her elemental form far below. But this wasn't their time. Not yet. If they were to meet again, it would be when he was stronger, far stronger. The airship pressed on, gliding across the hostile realm. 2 days later, under heavy, rolling clouds, the vessel soared over a barren desert. The instructor addressed the group. We're nearing the destination. If this is your stop, no need to come up top. A system message flashed before them. Now entering dimension 1935, Tonia. Ahead, a massive structure loomed on the horizon. On deck, a girl approached 2 students preparing to depart. You 2 were the top trainees, she said. First and second place. She smiled faintly. Honestly, maybe it would have been better if you stayed in Niflheimer. But Jenna shook her head. Our comrades are waiting. System update. Dispatch complete. Han and Jenna, status active. Check character tab for full updates. The instructor lifted a hand in farewell as they disembarked. Take care of yourselves. Their feet touched down. The world around them was silent. Jenna glanced around. Is anyone even here to meet us? Han kept walking. I didn't tell anyone we were coming back. Doubt they'd know. Then a voice cut through the stillness. Han. Isel shot forward like a streak of light, tears brimming in her eyes. She threw herself at him, clutching his face tightly. I thought you weren't coming back. You just vanished. Han looked at her, expression flat. You're the one who told me to go. Flustered, she quickly wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Anyway, Niflheimer must have been amazing, right? But they begged you to stay. He scratched the back of his neck. They kind of did. Her eyes widened. You turned them down? Was it because of me? Han blinked, caught off guard. Because of... Isel dodged the question, her tone shifting. You must be exhausted. You should rest. She looked around, voice lighter now. The city's changed. This isn't the old Tonia anymore. Han raised a brow. Change how? With a grin of pride, she answered. A lot. You'll be shocked. Cut to the city. Han stared up, eyes widening. A third floor had been added. Isel hovered beside him, arms crossed. Yup, you're seeing it right. A low breath escaped him. I was worried enemies might breach the place. But this works. She floated higher, ready to break it all down. First floor's full of slackers. Isel explained with a shrug. Not worth mentioning. The second floor is for support units and trainees still trying to figure things out. Han cut in. So the third floor is combat. She nodded. Exactly. Better food, better beds, and plenty of ways to relax. Han stayed quiet, processing. His thoughts drifted to the letter he'd sent Edith. 2 clear suggestions. Lean harder on extended summons to cover for the lack of top-tier heroes, and focus on personal growth instead of relying too much on him. Mid-flight, he turned to Isel. How many are stationed on the third floor right now? 15, she replied instantly. He gave a small nod. Nearly double. At this pace, both the second and third squads would fill soon. After a moment, he made up his mind. Tomorrow and the next day, we train together. Full synergy. A pause. After that, we head for the 21st floor. Isel flew beside him in silence. Then, cautiously, she spoke. Don't take this the wrong way, but things have changed. Han's eyes narrowed. Go on. She looked down. While you were gone, Tonya moved forward. His gaze slid toward the teleportation portal. He pieced it together. They kept climbing. She gave a single nod. Han's voice stayed calm. You look nervous. Why? As long as no one's dropping dead, I don't care. Isel rushed to clarify. No one's died. Hands in his pockets, Han kept walking. What floor are we on now? Her answer came slowly. The 25th. Han stopped mid-step. We're already on the 25th? She nodded again. Not the 24th. The 25th. He glanced out over the third floor, taking it in. They had actually cleared the floor boss. He had underestimated them. Everything really had changed. His eyes shifted toward the summoning gate. When did the master use the extended summon? A month ago, Isel answered. Right after you left for Niflheimer. Show me the logs. She summoned a towering wall of system notifications. Han scanned them quickly, eyes narrowing as the details sank in. 25,000 diamonds. 5 consecutive extended summons. An entire stockpile drained. Even bought the bonus pack. Then his eyes froze. Buried deep in the alerts, one message stood out. 4-star hero acquired. Han scowled. Initon's second 4-star. Lucky bastard. A 1% drop rate. 2 4-stars. Ridiculous. If they'd been summoned earlier, he could have handled them easily. But now, they'd probably grown far stronger. Were they the ones who cleared the 25th? Isel nodded. They gathered enough recording stones. If you want, the master can show you the raid video tomorrow. Han smirked. Yeah, I'll watch. Can't wait to see what they're made of. The scene shifted. The training grounds. A mannequin stood tall, clad in heavy, metallic armor. Then, impact. A brutal strike crashed into it, clean and precise. The blow came from Belkist. His blade flashed in relentless rhythm, each strike sharper than the last. He drew back for another swing when footsteps echoed nearby. He stopped, glancing over. Belkist glanced over as Han approached, voice low. What are you doing out here this late? His tone shifted darker. So, you're finally back. After a whole month. Han gave a casual nod. Yeah, just got in. What's going on? Belkist turned away. Nothing. Just training. But Han caught it. The blood on Belkist's grip. His eyes narrowed. Doesn't look like training. More like you're working something out on that dummy. Belkist didn't argue. He tightened his stance. I'll wrap it up soon. Unless you feel like sparring. Han's voice came from behind him, calm and dismissive. I'm heading to bed. But Belkist pressed. A heavy sigh, followed by a firmer tone. Just one match. Han didn't respond. He only watched. Belkist lifted his sword again, eyes locked forward. Then, in a sudden burst, he unleashed a storm of strikes. Blades hammered the mannequin, each blow faster, sharper, until the armor cracked apart and collapsed in fragments. Turning back toward Han, sword steady, he said simply, I'm ready. The shards clattered behind him. Belkist glanced down, muttering, that didn't count anyway. Then his gaze rose. So, did you really leave everything behind? Han's reply was plain. A lot happened this past month. Without another word, they stepped into the training hall. Belkist took position, eyes on Han's weapon. That sword looks unique. Han smirked. Jealous. Belkist shot back without hesitation. Would you give it to me if I said yes? Han didn't even blink. No. Belkist lunged. Steel slashed forward, fast and precise. Han blocked with ease, sparks flying as their blades clashed. One strike led to another, the rhythm building into a relentless exchange. Han grinned mid-spar. He's improved. Could be sword mastery level 9 already. He's fighting like a man with something to prove. Belkist pressed harder, blade driving forward with raw aggression. Between strikes, his voice rang out. I'm fighting angry. Han's expression hardened. He struck back. One swing. His blade crashed through Belkis' guard like a hammer, the impact blasting him across the hall. Belkis slammed into the wall with a heavy thud, a cough escaping as he slid down, wincing. Han rested his sword on his shoulder, calling out casually, "If you're going to ask for a spar, at least wipe off the sweat first. You won't last long, already drained." Belkis chuckled weakly from the floor. "You've gotten stronger. What kind of training was that?" Han walked closer, shrugging. "Trade secret," he added dryly. At one point, it didn't even feel like fighting a person, more like getting hit by a battering ram. Then, another voice echoed through the hall. Funny how unpredictable the world's gotten. Footsteps emerged from the shadows behind Han. "Never thought I'd lose that badly to a boy." Han turned slightly, eyes cold. "You just call me a boy?" From the side, Belkis smirked. "Easy mistake. Even I made it once." Belkis turned toward the exit, pausing just long enough to toss a warning over his shoulder. "Be careful, Han." Han said nothing. He simply watched as Belkis disappeared into the night. The scene shifted to the dorm building. Inside, Ivalka had dozed off at the table, clearly knocked out after a heavy meal. Han passed by, pausing for a moment. Why was she asleep there instead of in her own bed? He didn't linger. The thought stayed with him as he moved down the corridor. The new dorm layout came to mind. 3 hallways, 5 rooms each. Looked like the master had reorganized them into proper teams. Entering his room, Han collapsed onto the bed without hesitation. Arms folded behind his head, his mind drifted to the 3rd group. What were they really capable of? The next day, Taunia's meeting room came alive. A warm chandelier glowed overhead as Han walked in, taking in the familiar space. It had been a long time since the entire squad gathered like this. Then a sharp voice broke the quiet. "I wanted to see you." Ivalka snapped, clearly annoyed. "You vanished without a word." Han gave a small nod. "You're right. Sorry for not waking you." She crossed her arms, eyes locked on him. "Then why aren't we celebrating? You're back, we've got a 3rd floor now, and the food's finally good." Han's reply was flat. "There's no celebration. Training starts today." Ivalka pouted, displeased. "That's just mean." "No time for fun," Han said coldly, quietly observing. Finally, he spoke, mentioning the exact time the master logged in. But Han's eyes narrowed before he could finish. Something moved under the table. A clawed foot. Without hesitation, Han kicked hard. The table flipped over, dishes and papers scattering across the floor. He didn't even blink. "A rat snuck in," he said calmly. "Not a very good one, either." Everyone turned as a beastkin girl crawled out from beneath the wreckage. She brushed herself off, annoyed, before planting her hands firmly on her hips. "Well, guess I've got no choice now," she huffed. She introduced herself with pride. "Rikari, Great Gale Tribe. We're not like the rest of you." Her glare swept across the room. "You're all just a bunch of dirty little cowards." With smug confidence, she strutted into the center. The others stayed silent, watching. Rikari laughed. "What? You're that scared? You're just people." In a blink, Han had her by the scruff, lifting her off the ground like a kitten. Rikari kicked and squirmed, shouting, "Let me go, you dirty little man." Han didn't even flinch. "What kind of monkey are you supposed to be?" From across the room, Narissa spoke up, her tone calm as always. "She's part of the 3rd group. Got summoned about a month ago." Still thrashing, Rikari spat back. "Coward. Figures you'd act like this. You're human." Han raised a brow. "You're the one who snuck in." "Shut up." Rikari snapped. Then suddenly, her voice rang out in a piercing scream. "Help! Someone! The guy who got beat yesterday." Belkis froze. The words hit like a blade. His body stiffened, teeth clenched, hand instinctively moving toward his weapon. Jenna reached out quickly, trying to stop him. "Belkis, she's just a kid. Don't let her get to you." But Belkis's eyes burned with fury. "You expect me to let this scarecrow talk like that and walk away?" At his threat, Rikari's face flushed crimson. Rage twisted across her features. And then she snapped. The wolf girl lunged at Han, claws flashing in a savage swipe. The strike tore through the air with raw power, carving deep gouges into the floor where he had stood a second earlier. Han had moved barely. Staring down at the shredded boards, Han's gaze sharpened. What was that supposed to be? From the side, someone explained quickly, "She's with the 3rd group. They're all werewolves. From the Far East. Rare race." Han didn't look impressed. His eyes stayed locked on Rikari. Irritation thick in the air as tension weighed heavy in the room. Rikari tensed again, clearly signaling backup, ready to strike fast, end it before it spiraled out of control. But she never got the chance. A clean blow struck the back of her neck. Belkis. She collapsed instantly, hitting the ground unconscious. He stood over her, blade lowered. "She talks too much." The others barely reacted. Cold eyes glanced her way, one muttering that she clearly didn't share their mentality, especially not toward humans. Jenna stepped in beside Belkis, smirking as she poked at the wolf girl. So, what are you going to do with such a cute little enemy? Han exhaled, tired. I haven't decided. Either way, she's trouble. The scene shifted. In the dormitory hall, Han carried Rikari over his shoulder, heading straight for the forest exit. She hadn't stirred once since the hit. The artificial forest stretched wide before him, shadows deep between towering trees. He glanced around, muttering, "Wonder how much it costs to build something like this just for us." Eventually, a small cluster of houses came into view. Quiet. Empty. Then, a voice cut through the silence. "Who are you?" Han turned. Perched high in the branches, several girls watched him, half hidden among the leaves. He set Rikari gently on the ground. "She came to spy on us. Got caught. Lost control. I handled it." The girls exchanged wary looks. One whispered to the other before a red-haired girl dropped down from the trees. Her eyes were sharp as she stepped closer. "Are you really Han?" Han raised a brow. "Yeah. And how do you even know that?" She didn't answer. Instead, she grabbed Rikari by the arm and said flatly, "I'm taking her." With that, the two disappeared back into the trees, leaving Han standing alone. Still processing the encounter, he wandered deeper into the forest, until something unusual caught his eye. Logs hung high in the branches. Unnatural, not part of the forest design. To the side, a neat row of training dummies stood in formation. Then, laughter echoed through the clearing. A voice rang out bold and clear. "So you finally showed up." From the canopy, a figure dropped down, landing with a confident grin. "Kishasha." She introduced herself. "I've heard plenty about you." Han blinked. "What? Strongest male in the lobby, right?" She pressed, golden energy flaring around her. "I've seen your fights. Magic or not, I've been waiting for this." Before he could reply, she lunged. No hesitation, no warning. Claws tore through the air, fast and sharp. Han blocked just in time, his sword ringing under the impact. The strength behind her strike surprised him. Then came the kick. He barely dodged, ground exploding beneath her heel, leaving a crater where he'd just stood. Han stared at her, grinning. "You're seriously picking a fight with me?" Kishasha didn't flinch. "I've been waiting for this moment. For me, this is everything." The clash ignited. She lunged again, claws slicing like blades. Han met her head-on, sword raised. The collision shattered the earth beneath their feet. Each strike pushed harder, faster. Han's mind caught up with the truth. Kishasha from the third group. Up close, no doubt about it. The rumors were real. They had cleared the 25th floor. She came at him again, claws ripping through the air. Then her status flashed across the screen. 4 stars. A system ping cut in. A seal slot flickered into view. Bloodline of the Werewolf King. A warrior born for war. As the forest blurred into the background, Han struck. Kishasha blocked, but the force launched her across the clearing. Didn't matter. She was already moving, sliding, smiling, diving back into the fight like she lived for it. Han looked down, blood. A fresh wound. She was faster, stronger, outpacing him on every stat. Still mid-fight, Kishasha raised a hand. "You're different," she admitted. "Didn't expect you to keep up like this." Her stats flickered again. On top of everything else, she carried a seal skill. A 4-star standout flirting with 5-star territory. Han's jaw tightened. Without his mastery of body and blade as one, he'd already be finished. Then, Isel appeared, voice cutting through the clash, calm and unimpressed. "What exactly are you two doing?" Han didn't miss a beat. "Relax. We're not out for blood. Just saying hi in our own way." Kishasha chuckled. "Yeah, just a little back and forth. Our kind of conversation." She launched herself up again, claws flashing. "You're human, but I like you." Han smirked. "Good to know." His grip tightened on the sword. No distractions. This wasn't about words. It was about strength. He wasn't like Ledigian, some prodigy who could master every path. He had one, and he was going to take it as far as it could go. He struck again. Unity of body and blade, earned only through action. Kishasha slipped out of range, smooth as shadow. "Nice move," she teased before slamming into him with a brutal kick. Pain tore through Han's body, and he realized she was still holding back. He muttered under his breath. He didn't have time for a drawn-out fight. It was time to end this. Then, berserker mode. Kishasha's eyes lit with excitement. "What's this now?" Han's reply was low, cryptic. "What a pity." But before he could finish, her expression shifted, shock flashing across her face. Han's eyes hardened. Boom. A shock wave detonated outward, searing heat rippling through the clearing. Trees blackened, leaves burned to ash. And within the blaze, her true form emerged. A skill had triggered, imprinting B+. She wasn't just strong. She was the heir of the Werewolf King. And now it was clear why they were called werewolves. From the inferno, a beast charged straight at him. Elsewhere, the ground shook as another devastating wave rippled through the training grounds. Belkist planted himself in front of a dummy, standing firm like a shield. Nearby, Narissa arched a brow. You're here early. Weren't you still supposed to be in training? Belkis didn't look back. That's none of your business. Narissa smirked, eyes closing. Hit a nerve? Guess being called weak really got to you. His jaw tightened. I don't care what they say. A sudden flash of system light caught both their attention. Narissa's gaze dropped. One day after summoning, and they've already cleared the 4th floor, and came back alive. Belkis looked up sharply. So, the 3rd group's heading for the 2nd floor already? She shrugged. Most people get stuck on the 1st floor for a while. That's just how it goes. Then Edith's voice cut in. Tom can't train werewolves. No point keeping them on lower levels. He strode past, tone steady. If that's what the master wants, then that's it. Even when told they weren't ready, he dismissed it. They'll catch up soon enough. Doesn't matter. His gaze shifted away, voice low. They're still weak. Real training hasn't even started. Then, suddenly, names echoed across the floor. Everyone was being called to the central square. Heads turned. Conversations died. The werewolves walked in, calm, collected, utterly certain of themselves. Whispers spread through the crowd. They came back from 25th floor? No one expected them to land in the 21st. It was shocking enough. But the 25th? That was an entirely different level. No wonder there were gaps left in the 1st and 2nd squads. Could they really be that strong? The atmosphere shifted. Someone glanced at Edith. Didn't see that one coming, huh? She let out a breath. Yeah, even I didn't. What am I supposed to say to Han when he gets back? Another figure, arms folded, muttered under his breath. So that's the price for reaching the 2nd floor. Nearby, a fairy chuckled. All right, let's move. Storage rooms waiting. The scene shifted again. Light poured into the massive lobby, stretching all the way toward the 3rd level. Belkis scanned the space. They built an entire forest just for the 3rd group, he muttered. Must be nice. Narissa scoffed. You complain too much. Maybe take it up with Isel. Though good luck with that. A sly grin tugged at her lips. Anyway, I only came to see what everyone finds so special about this place. Doesn't seem all that impressive. Her gaze flicked toward Belkis. By the way, what's the deal with that girl? She leaned closer, her tone sharp. You're supposed to be the strongest here, right? Belkis smirked, calm and unshaken. Yeah, he replied. Not far away. Rikari was unconscious, Dory carrying her effortlessly over one shoulder. Belkis still wore that smirk, until something caught his attention. His expression hardened, jaw tightening, as he stepped forward. Kishasha turned on him. What's that supposed to mean? You're not the strongest human. She walked closer, hair flickering with fire. I heard about someone else. Black hair. He's the real one to watch. Her voice sharpened. What you showed today wasn't bad, but it still wasn't enough. Now standing face to face with him, she didn't hold back. You don't belong here. A blast of energy roared forward, striking the training dummy behind Belkis. He shielded his face with one hand, but his mind wandered elsewhere, back to when he believed he could fight monsters. But now, seeing it up close, the truth cut deep. He couldn't beat something like that. His grip tightened around his weapon, frustration burning beneath the surface. Like this, he stood no chance. He wasn't ready. Not yet. Scowling, he turned away, swallowing his rage. Above, the protagonist landed lightly, catching fragments of conversation carried by the air. Tension was thick, and a smirk played across his lips. Rumor had it, if the one who killed the true beast ever spoke, the monster would rise again to fight. Belkis' teeth clenched. One day, he muttered, I'll be strong enough to beat them all. Han drew his blade, steady and sharp. So tell me, what exactly is this beast? The creature's eyes gleamed as it lifted its weapon, sneering. Looks like someone's in need of a lesson. The squad moved forward as one. The forest shook with every step, and laughter rippled through the trees. Hidden in the brush, a girl crouched low, her chuckle sharp. Been a while since something's felt this exciting. Guess it was worth coming out. The protagonist stood silent, eyes closed, listening carefully. Someone asked if he was all right. It's nothing, he replied. Injuries were nothing new. He'd lived through them countless times before. Of course. You're a veteran, came the answer. But as he turned away, a thought lingered in his mind. 10 seconds. That's all it would have taken for everything to fall apart. His body in pieces. Kishasha lying dead. No. If anything, he would have been the first to drop. Today, luck had been his greatest ally. Across the clearing, the girl extended her hand. She was no ordinary fighter. Her instincts were razor sharp, her movements lethal, and she had the ability to transform. Kishasha wasn't someone to underestimate. With her palm covering part of her face, she muttered, sending Rikari after him. Terrible choice. That girl can't stand people. Hard to blame her, though. Lost her parents to them. Han's voice cut through the quiet. Looks like she's been clashing with Belkis. Leaning against a tree, the girl shrugged. Just curious. He seemed strong. Kishasha stepped forward. We're not people lovers, sure, but that doesn't mean we're out for blood. If I came off rough, that's on me. Truth is, I'd rather fight than hold a grudge. From behind a tree, another voice snapped. How would you bring him here? He's a traitor. The protagonist exhaled. Too many voices. Too much noise. Kishasha lowered herself onto the grass, shifting the mood. I like meat. This forest has plenty of game. Just grab some fresh. She motioned toward the cuts of raw meat laid before them. The protagonist glanced at it. She offered. He declined. Not hungry. Han grinned. Hope you're ready for the next round. Climbing the tower will be a lot easier with you on board. The girl met his gaze. Do we really need to talk about that? We came here on a contract. Her eyes scanned the group, and I was planning to offer you the same. The hero's expression hardened. And what contract is that? Kishasha licked her fingers before answering. The end of the world. Our homeland was swallowed by darkness. Then a voice spoke. Said it could save us. She dropped to one knee. I agreed. Another girl raised her hand. But the rest of us, we don't remember anything like that. The pieces didn't fit. Resting a hand on her knee, Kishasha continued. We're still running missions, though. Most of the people here are clueless. At least there's one real fighter among them. She lifted her hand high. I'll tell the others, keep out of our land. Trespassers aren't forgiven. Then, pointing at him with a smirk, she added, but you're welcome anytime. The following day, they stepped into the dark forest to begin training. Meanwhile, back in the lobby, sweeping changes had been announced. The biggest? Every faction now had its own training center. No more clashes, no more overlaps. The system had finally been streamlined. Enem logged in. Her old house flickered into view, and a small ping signaled one unread message. The training results rolled across the screen. 1 high-grade spirit stone, 2 exaltation stones, and a solid 300,000 gold. Around her, other players received their own sets of rewards. Isel leaned over, eyebrow raised. Another gift from the master? Han looked anything but impressed. Again, he turned to the fairy at his side. Tell her to stop sending me these. The fairy blinked. I thought you liked them. Han shrugged. I'd rather get food. She nodded quickly. Got it. 1 second. A system tip flashed. If the protagonist doesn't like the gift, try something else. Moments later, a glowing light shimmered, leaving behind a white horse statue. The system chimed again. Han is extremely disappointed with the white warhorse statue. Without a second thought, he hurled it to the ground. The statue shattered, pieces scattering across the floor. Even with over 100 players filling the lobby, Han's presence still held command. Turning slightly, he spoke. Pull up the mission logs from the 25th floor. Use the replay stone. Isel gave a short nod. Standing in the hall center, the prompt appeared. Activate replay stone on Han? Confirmed. He closed his eyes. When they opened, the scenery had changed. Now, he stood on the edge of a cliff, looking out over a vast desert. The mission details weren't clear yet, but it was obvious Kishasha's squad had already swept through. In the distance, a city began to form on the horizon. Maybe the objective lay there. Then chaos. Shouts erupted in the streets below. A crowd surged forward, voices rising. Soldiers barked orders. Seal the exits. Not even an ant was to escape. Someone ordered a wanted poster drafted. I knew it, muttered a passerby. In a narrow alley, a girl was cornered, her back against the wall. Her voice shook. Please, I'm just looking for something. I don't want any trouble. One man unsheathed his blade. Looking for something? My son's dying because of your plague. The mob swelled with anger. She's the one who made the monsters go wild. It wasn't me, she cried. Shut your mouth. Someone shouted that she was a traitor. Off to the side, Friases crossed her arms. Han simply watched. This wasn't a helpless child anymore. Should we shoot? One man asked. The answer came cold and flat. Dead or alive, she's worth something. Do it. Crossbows lifted, bolts taking aim. And then, crack. The arrows splintered midair, never reaching her. Friases' lips curled into a wide, chilling smile. Filthy people, so many of you. She launched forward. I could wipe every last one of you out. Kishasha cut the air with her blade. Protect her. Protect him. The rest can tear each other apart. One man stumbled back, panic on his face. She's the Empire's top criminal. He tried to warn them. If you defend her. But his words cut off as a brutal strike dropped him instantly. Friases froze, startled by the sudden blow. A new notification flared across the screen. Floor 25 mission type, escape. Main objective, escape the restricted zone. Special objective, protect NPC Friases. Remaining players, 96. The full team roster appeared. Someone at the front suddenly shouted. Where did they come from? His voice cracked with panic. Listen, we're not here to fight. Just give us the witch. But before he could finish, an attack ripped through the air. The girl raised her hand, her voice flat. This is exactly why I hate dealing with people. She scoffed at the idea of wasting words on someone she was going to kill anyway. Kishasha looked down. Follow me. Friases blinked, startled. Wait, they're werewolves? She thought they'd long since vanished from this continent. The girl's eyes narrowed. She claimed she heard something strange. Blood was in the air. Someone needed to check it. Nishaz stepped forward without hesitation. I'll go. From the window, the girl explained the mission in blunt terms. The NPC had to escape. That was the objective. Survival. Then Friasis gasped, her voice soft with disbelief. They really are heroes? Like the ones who saved me before. Kishasha didn't even turn. What are you talking about? Nana rolled her eyes. Too loud, she muttered. Keep shouting, and I'll rip your arm off. The girl stepped closer, gaze sharp. Is there someone named Han with you? Black hair, black eyes. Sword and shield. Taller than me. Nana scoffed. What kind of nonsense is this? Some warrior. Friasis gave a faint smile. If you know Han, I want to know how he's doing. She pointed toward them. Did you come from the same place as him? Kishasha answered without pause. He was there. Not anymore. That hit the protagonist hard. The way she said it. Han hadn't just left. He'd gone somewhere else. A place called Nil something. Maybe even dead. The finality in her words made it sound already decided. Then, without warning, the girl jumped down, landing hard. Monsters are leaving the city, she shouted. They'll be here any moment. Kishasha's eyes narrowed. So that was why the nearby soldiers hadn't seemed worried despite all the chaos. She turned sharply. We're leaving. Now, come with us. Rikari gave a sidelong glance. Not bad for a human. Friasis looked away, uncertain. A roar split the air. Lizard-like monsters came crashing into the soldiers, sending the streets into panic. Rikari grinned. You gonna run faster or what? Friasis gasped for breath. This is as fast as I go. Kishasha frowned. We'll have to slow down. Then she shouted, Dory. From above, Dory vaulted over the rooftops, landing in front of them with a thud. I'm here, she said without looking up. What's the situation? Her tone hardened as she explained. 3 exits. West, east, north. The west was already lost. Civilians were flooding east. The north was clearer, but slow caravans with camels clogged the path. That meant the others, including Means, were already heading east. But the monsters would be on them any second. Dory's voice dropped low. It might already be too late. The monsters were closing in fast. Their only option left was north. The last head count put them at just 30 survivors. Kishasha turned suddenly. Wait, she said. I have something to say. The girl, still catching her breath, spoke between gasps. Can't we save them? Her voice steadied. 5 minutes. That's all it would take. Just 5 minutes. And those people could make it out alive. Kishasha didn't answer right away. Deep down, the girl knew she had no right to ask. They'd saved her, not the others. But those villagers, they were innocent. Rikari grabbed her by the arm. Why do you care if they die? Didn't they destroy everything? The girl's jaw tightened. Yeah, they did. But they didn't have another choice. Kishasha stepped forward, pulling Rikari back. That's enough. Don't touch her. She only asked. You could have just said no. Then Kishasha turned, met the girl's eyes, and said without hesitation, I'm sorry. We can't. Friasis' voice came quiet, almost a whisper. Won't you reconsider? The air went still. The entire group held their breath. Kishasha's reply, cut sharp and final. No. The girl clenched her jaw, eyes locked on the ground. Slowly, Friasis lowered her hood. Kishasha's eyes widened. A system prompt appeared. Conflict created. Special NPC Friasis requests assistance. Friasis' hand curled into a fist. Branching side quest activated. Evacuate the civilians. The system noted. The master could assign heroes to respond. A new interface displayed each hero's stance toward the request. The girl shut her eyes. Open them, Kishasha said softly. The result was clear. Quest denied. Kishasha's voice stayed calm, but firm. I'm sorry. It's too dangerous. Her eyes burned. I won't risk my own kind just to save a group of humans. Even with the promise of rare XP, gold, and bonus rewards, Kishasha turned away. Friasis muttered bitterly, anger laced with helplessness. Still so powerless. And she wasn't wrong. With a group as rare as Kishasha's, even losing one member would be devastating. Replacements? Almost impossible. Friasis stepped forward, eyes sharp. They'll be here any second. Smoke rolled through the streets as monsters swarmed the city. Then the girl smiled, broad and unflinching, and charged straight into the chaos. Bodies fell around her as Friasis darted forward, teeth clenched. Meanwhile, the protagonist moved through the battle with calm precision. To him, the mission felt almost easy, more like an escort job than anything serious. Barely 100 lizard men in total. No boss. Honestly, the 25th floor wasn't any harder than the rest. He glanced aside. However the run had played out, one thing was certain. Kishasha was the MVP. Inside the lobby, another system prompt flashed. Replay complete. Full 25th floor experience received. Han stared at the screen. The mission had now split, unlocking a branching path, one that allowed re-entry and a boss fight. That option had never existed before. He narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. The rewards were tempting: XP, gold, stronger ties with NPCs, and a special bonus prize. Even if someone else claimed it, the entire team would benefit. The bonus reward, that was what caught his eye. It could be the key to reaching the next floor. The 30th. That was the real goal. A small smirk tugged at his lips. This is the mission. He turned slightly, voice low, almost himself. And I'm the one who will complete it. Night draped the city like a heavy cloak. Han stood with arms folded, gaze lifted toward the tower above. Tomorrow, he said, we head for the 25th. Nearby, Belkist hefted a dumbbell and scoffed. You serious about training all night? A few hours won't magically fix me. Ivalka glanced back at Han. I don't mind training, but you've changed. You're not even using your shield anymore. Are we switching formations? Isn't it too soon for that? Han stood steady. No changes. Roles stay the same. We'll train with the second group, get back on track. But no pushing past the limit before the mission. Belkis shut his eyes, tone calm but blunt. I saw the second group pull in some kids to fill their ranks. Doubt they'll last through training. Han didn't answer, but his gaze stayed fixed on the newcomers, doubt gnawing at him as well. The training square was crowded. Edith gestured toward a small cluster. Those three, Anand, Lilini, and Bennick. Anand brightened and waved. I've heard tons about you, Han. I even saw you take down that dragon. Insane. Lilini stepped forward, voice softer. I'm Lilini. Nice to meet you. Bennick followed with a more serious tone. I've heard about your strength. It's an honor. Anand chuckled. Don't mind Bennick, he sounds cold. But he's fine once you know him. Edith turned to the group. They've only been here 2 weeks. But they're motivated, improving fast. I think they'll be valuable soon. Han said nothing, simply watching the trio in silence. Then he leaned closer to Edith, voice low. Don't get attached. Makes it harder later. Edith's fist clenched. I get it. But this time, I'm not letting anyone die. Han gave a single nod, then shut his eyes. Let's begin. Suddenly, the windows pulsed with purple light. Edith's group snapped into formation instantly, weapons drawn. The atmosphere shifted. Without warning, Anand stumbled back. Han had already struck. Sword swinging, Han asked coldly, still think this is a game? Flustered, Anand raised his shield. Han didn't let up. Treat it like the real thing. If you don't aim to kill, you'll be the first to die. Bennick fired an arrow. Han cut it clean from the air, smirking. Good. Fast. Lilini lunged in with her spear, but missed. And then, movement behind her. A wolf-like figure dropped down, teeth flashing in a grin. Been a while. Didn't think the coward would make it this far. Belkist moved in quick, unleashing a flurry of strikes on Lilini before slipping past Edith's guard with a sharp, sly duck. Watching closely, Han asked, You recognize her? Belkist gave a short nod. She was there during my first fight. Honestly thought she wouldn't survive floor 1. He paused. And yet, here she is. Narissa leapt into the spar, striking at Lilini. Your biggest enemy's up here, she said, tapping her temple. Fix that, and you'll go far. Edith glanced at Han with a faint smile. Don't go easy. What they need now is a wake-up call. The rookies staggered, barely managing to stay on their feet. Surrounded, outmatched. The veterans circled them like wolves, pressing in, relentless. You can do anything, Han said coolly, short of killing them. Edith sighed, covering her face. Why did I even say anything? Night draped itself over the training hall. A table nearby was stacked high with potions. Han picked one up, a yellow liquid glinting inside. A notification pinged. Crafting success. Heat-resistant potion created. Isel leaned in to inspect the table, eyebrows raised. You actually brewed these yourself? She smirked lightly. Careful, the master's going to get suspicious. Her eyes flicked to Han's hand. That ring, where'd you get it? Han looked down. Someone I knew in Niflheim. He studied the potions again. The 25th floor might not be the toughest, but he wasn't taking any risks. Thanks to Ivalka, the team had fire resistance covered. But the desert heat, that was a different danger. Exhaustion could cripple them before the real fight even began. Best to prepare. As dawn crept over the settlement, a notification flashed. Raid request submitted. Floor 25, leader, Han. The space-time gate split open with a deafening crack. Light flared from within as a message appeared. Main dungeon activated. Objective, climb the tower. And then, out of nowhere, Friasi stumbled through, dropping to her knees, breath ragged. Slowly, she opened her eyes and froze when she saw Han standing before her. Ow, how are you here? She whispered, stunned. Han's tone stayed calm. How have you been? Friasis looked around frantically. Where are the werewolves? The ones who were here? They're home, Han answered. Resting. You don't need to worry about them anymore. His team stayed quiet, watching. It was obvious Friasis hadn't come here by chance. She wanted something Still trying to process, she asked, "Is this the magic?" Han raised his sword. "Not the time for questions. Our mission's that way." Her eyes widened. "You're helping me?" Han didn't answer. Instead, the team downed their potions and moved out. "We're already on the move," Han said. Jenna glanced at him. "So, the plan is to buy time for the others?" "Solid strategy." Then ding. Notification. First group leader has requested to join side quest. Friasis froze. Her shoulders trembled. Tears welled in her eyes before spilling over. A shaky smile broke across her face, and she began to cry. But the moment shattered as chaos erupted. Lizard men rampaged through the city, tearing down anyone in their way. One lunged straight at Friasis, but before it could land a blow, its body slammed to the ground with a heavy thud. Its head hit the dirt and rolled. Han stood over the body, blade dripping red. The remaining lizard men snarled, turning on him and his squad. They were surrounded. 17 left, someone called out. Han raised his sword. 10 seconds. Wipe them out. Jenna's arrows blurred through the air, dropping targets before they even had a chance to react. Narissa's blade cut another beast in half. Quick, precise, brutal. Ivalka stepped forward as a wave of enemies surged toward her. She raised her arms, flames erupting from her hands, incinerating everything in their path. "The heat's insane," she muttered. "If it weren't for Han's potion, we'd already be ash." Belkis carved through the enemy line, blade flashing as a faint smirk tugged at his lips. Off to the side, a bystander crouched in terror, clutching his head. What are they?" he whispered. "They can't be human." Han sliced through another enemy and glanced toward the crowd. "They still see us?" Jenner shook his head. "Doesn't look like it. They're not running. They're frozen." Belkis drove his sword into a lizardman's chest. "If they do see us, they're already as good as dead." A man stared down at the bloodstained street, voice trembling. "Ghosts!" Han caught on instantly. Their team was invisible. Only the destruction was visible. The bodies, the aftermath, nothing more. Friasis rushed to the civilians. "Move. If you want to live, head for the eastern gate." Her voice was sharp, unforgiving. "You're being protected, but only I can see who's doing it." The crowd recoiled. "Did you summon these monsters?" "No." Friasis snapped. "They're not mine. I didn't summon anything." A man pushed forward, shaking with rage. "Liar. You betrayed the Empire. You sold your soul to bring these demons here." Before he could speak again, a woman swung a shovel across his back. The crack echoed. "You talk too much," she spat, "especially for someone who only helped the nobles escape." Her grip tightened on the handle. "I don't care who saved them, just as long as someone did." The boys sprinted for the gate, shouting over their shoulders, "We'll never forget what you did for us." Watching them vanish into the distance, Friasis allowed herself a faint smile. Somehow, it had worked, but Han's expression stayed cold. "It's not over yet." The system still showed the side quest as active. Friasis' smile faded. Staring at the endless tide of enemies, her voice dropped. "There's too many." Han didn't waver. "If we hold them here, we don't get flanked. It's still better than the 5th floor, where they came from every direction." His command cut through the air. "Spread out. Now." The ground trembled as war drums thundered in the distance. The lizardman's chieftain stepped forward, face twisted in rage. His roar shook the streets. "You dare defy the laws of nature?" Then, boom. An explosion ripped through the air. The chieftain's head was blown clean off before he even finished a sentence. His body collapsed with a heavy thud. Jenna stood with her bow drawn, voice calm. "Want me to just keep clearing out trash like that?" Behind her, Friasis turned to Han, panic returning fast. "Are you sure we can handle this?" "There's too many." Han's voice never wavered. "There's 100. Each of us takes 20. Then he surged forward. "Stay back and watch," he told Friasis. Ivalka followed, arms outstretched. Flames burst from her hands, rolling forward in waves that burned through the first line of lizard men, their bodies turning to ash. Jenna stepped in next, arrows flying so fast they blurred into streaks of light. Each one hit with explosive force, tearing enemies apart. Her quiver shimmered, arrows replenishing endlessly. System notification: mana increase quiver capacity, 100 arrows. A glowing crosshair lit her eye. She locked on, and released a storm of arrows that shredded the enemy ranks like paper. Meanwhile, Han was already deep in the front lines, his blade cutting brutal arcs. One lizardman's head flew from its shoulders. Another lost its arm as a strike crushed straight through its defense. Skill acquired, powerful blow. Belkis charged in next, his blade sweeping wide, cutting through multiple foes in a single strike. Basic swordsmanship, max level achieved. "This is crazy," Narissa muttered, barely able to process what she was seeing. Friasis stood frozen, wide-eyed. "You've all gotten insanely strong." Her gaze lingered on Han as he calmly sheathed his blade. You're on a whole different level than last time, she said softly. Then, a faint smile touched her lips. And yet, you haven't changed at all in 3 years. Han looked at her. You have. Phreases gave a small, grateful nod. Thanks. And what about the two with the spear and daggers? They're alive, Han replied simply. Edith and Aaron. Just not here right now. Before she could answer, another group of lizard men stormed into view, shouting that they'd found humans. 31 of them, all level 22. They charged forward, then stopped dead. Their eyes darted across the field to the mangled remains of their fallen comrades. Silence. And then, they turned and ran. Belkis blinked. Why are they running? Han's gaze swept the blood-soaked battlefield. Because now, they know fear. Belkis muttered, almost disappointed. That was barely even a warm-up. As calm settled over the ruins, Han turned to Nerissa. Sweep the perimeter. Assume it's clear for now, but don't relax. Ivalka fanned her face. Ugh, this heat's unbearable. Even with the potion, it's useless. Jenna tugged lightly at her arm. Come on, let's get out of here. She glanced back at Belkis. You too. Move. Han stayed behind, his eyes fixed on the sand. None of this needed to happen. Footsteps approached. Phreases eased down beside him, her voice low. How have you been? She hesitated, then added. I thought you were dead, but here we are again. A small smile crossed her lips, her cheeks faintly flushed. The sky shifted, burning orange, fading into deep dusk. Phreases stared upward. So really, how are you? Han closed his eyes for a moment. I'm fine, he answered quietly. Hugging her knees, she whispered, I thought I was done for. Han crossed his arms. The werewolves only joined recently. We don't know much about them. They're still new. Han gave a faint smile. But somehow, you managed to stay hidden. Just lucky, I guess, she said. Her eyes lifted toward the distant tower. Honestly, this is all because of you. From her pocket, she drew out a golden crest and held it out. The Haljan clan, one of the 4 great clans. They were the only ones who ever searched for me. Without them, we wouldn't have lasted this long. Strange, though, the whole area feels empty now. Han stayed silent, listening. His thoughts drifted back, long corridors echoing in his mind, his squad trailing behind him. Nerissa's voice, sharp in memory, about the Hans, the Order, and the battles they had been dragged into. Everything tied back to the 20th floor. And that mansion, that suffocating stillness. The desert glowed gold in the fading sun. Finally, Han broke the silence. So why are you here? Phreases rose slowly. I'm looking for something. Han turned to her. What is it? A faint smile touched her lips. Something I saw in a dream. A key. His gaze sharpened. And what are you planning to do with this key? Her voice was steady. I'm going to save the continent. Then she met his eyes. I don't really know what it is yet. It's more of a feeling. But when the time comes, I'll know. Han stepped beside her, still speaking in riddles. Even back when we first met, you wouldn't stop talking about your dreams. The end of the world. He studied her face. A realization flickered through him. She'd appeared in 2 major missions already. Even ones she wasn't directly part of, they somehow circled back to her. In his mind, he retraced the village map. 3 exits in total. Most evacuees had gone east. But Phreases? She had gone north. Han smirked faintly. If that was the road she chose, their paths would cross again. Without a doubt. Suddenly, a portal shimmered open before them. Quest complete. Phreases blinked, startled. What's that? Don't think too hard about it, Han said, eyes scanning the fading battlefield as corpses dissolved into dust. It's time to move. He turned on his heel. Phreases fell in a step beside him. Weird things always happen when you're around, she muttered. Han didn't reply, but his thoughts lingered on her. The truth was undeniable. She had already died once. Faces surfaced in his memory. A mercenary team, bought with gold, who had tried the 15th floor. None survived. Then the werewolves, the newest squad. The ones who cleared the 25th floor. And now, Phreases, running with them. This was her 3rd time through. Han calculated quietly. The number of single squads sent forward to test the tower's danger levels, far higher than most people ever realized. The evening sun stretched long shadows across the towers as they drew closer to the exit. Phreases slowed, turning back one last time. Will we meet again? Han stood with his arms crossed. We will. On another floor. She smiled faintly. Then I'll survive. For all of us. As she walked away, the final notification appeared. Quest complete. All team members leveled up. Reward, 100,000 gold. MVP, Jenna. The desert dissolved. In an instant, the group stood before a towering gate, looming in silence. Han's thoughts drifted. He remembered something he'd read about a hidden bonus stage inside the rift of time and space. A challenge only one person could enter, and only once. Ivalka fanned herself, eyes narrowing. I don't like this. When it starts off easy, that's when things usually go wrong. She glanced at Han, waiting for his answer. He nodded once. Then, without a word, Han stepped forward. You go on ahead. The girls exchanged puzzled looks. Maybe he wanted to grind for materials. Or maybe he just needed a moment to breathe. But Han knew the truth. This was a solo trial, one he couldn't walk away from. He entered. Darkness swallowed him whole. A pitch-black chamber stretched endlessly, corridors twisting and branching like a maze. No monsters, no traps, just silence. He walked. An hour passed. System message. Bonus stage complete. Han rubbed his chin. Honestly, I thought I'd fail this one. He flipped through a page in his notebook, scanning the sketches and notes he'd made. Either way, the 25th floor was done. Tomorrow, they'd head for the 26th. As the gate split open before him, his eyes narrowed. If his instincts were right, then everything on the 25th floor, all of it, had been nothing but warm-up. He chuckled under his breath. Ivalka had been right. When things go too smoothly, that's when the nightmare begins. And if anyone understood the rules of this game, it was her. The next day, the desert burned under the sun. Friasi staggered across the dunes, drained and barely able to stand. She lifted her head, then froze. Han and the others were waiting. Not a scratch on them. Han raised an eyebrow. Still alive? Gasping, Friasi's nodded. Barely. I thought I was ready, but it was harder than I expected. Han handed her a small bag. Potions. Food. Water. Use them. Her weak smile trembled. The only reason I'm pushing this hard is so I can keep getting your help. Belkis glanced over. So what kind of mission is this? Simple, Han said flatly. Stay close to Friasi's. Keep her alive. Friasi's pointed toward the horizon. I've seen this place before in my dreams. I just have to follow the signs. Han scanned the endless desert. Signs? He didn't see a thing. Before he could ask, the ground trembled. Something shifted in the distance. His eyes narrowed, locking onto the horizon. A massive swarm of lizard beasts, charging with feral rage, straight toward them. Weapons flashed into view in an instant. Someone shouted, "This time, we're ready." Perfect way to burn off lunch. The desert sand turned red as the battle exploded around them. Friasis stood frozen, watching the slaughter unfold. Even the Empire's royal guards, they weren't like this. Not even close. When the final beast collapsed, Han and his team began fading, their forms slipping out of sight. With a grin, they called back, "See you on the next floor." Friasis met Han's eyes and gave a firm nod. "I'll be there." A system message pulsed across their screens. Floor cleared. Rewards, 50,000 gold, 1 desert essence. Highlight, the protagonist, surrounded by his companions. Belkis looked around, brow furrowed. I still don't get it. What's the point of these missions? Feels like we're just babysitting some girl. Han's voice cut in sharp. Watch your mouth. Belkis smirked. Why? She royalty or something? A lost princess of the Empire? Yes, Han said flatly. Belkis froze. Wait, what? You're not joking. Helen stepped in, arms crossed. If you'd been paying attention back on the 15th floor, you'd already know. Belkis scratched his head, still lost. Guess I didn't really get what kind of place this was. The moon hung full and bright above them. From the shadows, one last lizard beast lunged, blade raised, screaming about defying the laws of nature. Belkis stepped forward, cut it in half with a single swing, and scoffed. What laws? Friasis moved past the body, her voice low. Time's running out. We don't have long. Her gaze lifted skyward. If my dreams are right, we have 10 years left. Then the world ends. Han rested his blade on his shoulder. And how do you plan to find these keys when you don't even know what they do? Friasis pressed a hand to her chest. Because they're tied to legend. Ancient. Older than the Empire itself. She stepped beside him. If I gather them all, they'll grant me power. Then she revealed a glowing blue crest. House of Asines. One of the Empire's 4 great clans. The strongest of them all. She walked forward, still beside him. I made a vow. To prove myself. Even if it means doing the impossible. Han frowned. Collecting the keys is the impossible part? Friasi stopped, turning toward him. Why are you helping me? I have nothing. No influence. No power. Nothing to offer. Except myself. The words left her lips, and she froze, instantly regretting how it sounded. But Han didn't even blink. I don't want anything from you. His voice was steady, flat. Then he turned and walked on. This mission just happens to match my goals too. Friasi stood still, stunned. Slowly, a smile spread across her face. Thank you. Behind her, Jenna leaned toward Ivalka. Tell me that didn't sound straight out of a cheesy romance novel. Ivalka giggled. Imperial noble and her knight. It's got all the tropes. Suddenly, Han appeared behind them. What are you two whispering about? Without waiting for an answer, he reached out and pinched Ivalka's cheek. You know I love a good misunderstanding, he said, half irritated, half mocking. Another system prompt cut across their screens. Floor cleared. Friasis turned to him. Will I see you on the next floor? Han clenched his fist. Hard to say. We're not the only ones climbing anymore. Her expression tensed in confusion. At that moment, Isel called out, movement ahead. A nearby portal shimmered, and several figures stepped through. Company. Unexpected. Han's mind pushed ahead. A massive dragon filled his thoughts. The 30th floor? There was no way a single group could handle it alone. He remembered the disaster on the 20th. The raid collapsing into chaos because of another team's blunder. If Initon hadn't learned from that, Han thought grimly. Then he was more clueless than I imagined. The scene shifted to the settlements. By the next evening, the narrator revealed the third group had already advanced to the 28th floor. Han stood watching a pack of werewolves. This time, they were escorting Friases. Their attitude grated on him, but Gwen was in charge of them. And for now, that was enough. His gaze slid toward a looming structure. A training center had been built in Niflheimer while he was gone. Primitive, maybe, but a smart investment. The lessons were basic for now, just the fundamentals. Still, it was a step forward. Nearby, Belkist and Helen were locked in combat. Han saw the difference instantly. Both had reached 3-star ranks, warrior and thief. Every movement carried sharper precision, more weight. Elsewhere, Edith and her squad were drenched in blood. The narrator confirmed it. The third group had cleared the 28th. The next day, the second group pressed on to the 29th. They made it through, but cracks showed. 3 of the rookies lagged behind, barely keeping up. At the gate, Han stopped. The 30th floor was next. A boss-tier challenge. The 25th had been nothing. But this would be brutal. He ran through the roster in his head. 3 full squads. 15 players, including himself. But reality cut deep. Not one of them was ready. Levels weren't high enough. The system itself recommended 30 just to stand a chance. His eyes rose to the tower. Decision made. They'd return to the 28th. Grind for XP. Force promotions. Other floors were locked behind chain quests anyway. As soon as the second group cleared, editing would slot them in. Back on the 28th, they cut through endless waves of lizard men. No Friases this time, just pure grinding. Beyond the desert hills, anything that moved became prey. But then the tone shifted. Night fell over the settlement. While hunched over a spread of maps, Han uncovered something unsettling. Some players from the first floor had been hoarding loot from the weekly dungeons. Instead of transferring rewards through the dimensional portal, they'd stash them in private storage. Then it happened. A nearby building lit with a violent purple glow. Half the culprits were dragged straight into the synthesis chamber. The rest, banished to distant prison zones. No one knew what awaited them there. As the gate creaked open, the warriors stepped forward into the unknown. That same night, editing sent a thief unit to scout the 30th floor. They never returned. The thieves, nervous and under-equipped, arrived only to be hit with a system prompt. Requirement: 5 full parties. Empty slots may be filled with summoned assistants. It didn't matter. They were annihilated in 5 minutes. That confirmed it. Han pictured the tower again. The 30th floor wasn't just another stage. It was a trap. A nightmare waiting for Tonia. 5 complete teams would be required, and Inning had already sent them, each with assigned leaders. As darkness fell across the settlement, a voice slipped into Han's ear. Urnit. Her words came through the ring. She said she'd been waiting for his call ever since he arrived. But he hadn't reached out, and that cut her deeply. Han looked down at the ring, his face unreadable. With a quiet sigh, he closed his eyes. That kind of joke, he muttered, is rough on the heart. Seated at the table, he admitted he'd be heading for the boss floor soon. She deserved to know, just in case. Urnit's tone shifted. Are you saying you might not make it back? Han glanced at his notes, voice steady. It's possible. She didn't hesitate. If it came to the worst, she urged him, use the ring. No second thoughts. Han offered a faint smile, eyes resting on the band, and nodded. She gave one last offer. Nahaku could go in his place. But Han shut down instantly. That wasn't happening. Satisfied, Urnit eased slightly. Take care of yourself, she said softly. You're not living just for yourself anymore. Still seated in the gazebo, she listened as he promised they'd talk again once it was over. Don't die, she whispered. Whatever happens. Han promised he'd call her, so she wouldn't be left waiting in silence. At that, Urnit finally closed her eyes, a trace of calm settling across her face. Han touched the ring gently, then exhaled slow. His gaze returned to the pages before him. The 30th floor, completely uncharted. If it had followed the usual rules, he'd expect a raid, a scouting op, maybe a survival escape. But Tonia had never played by the rules. His eyes narrowed on the maze layout again. The labyrinth from the bonus stage. He knew it would return. Every twist, every dead end, every false path had to be learned. He crossed out lines on the formation chart. The synthesis of the captured thieves had revealed something critical. This wasn't just going to be brutal. It demanded all 25 players. No empty slots. No missing pieces. Then his elbow knocked the ink bottle. It tipped, spilled. Black spread across the paper, swallowing his careful notes. Han didn't move. He just stared, and in his mind, the scene shifted. He pictured ink droplets as people, falling one by one, countless and scattered. Beneath a sky slowly fading to gray, Kishasha raised her hand, a sly grin on her face, and launched a brutal kick that pierced straight through her foe. Nearby, Nishaz sprinted into the chaos, laughing as she charged headfirst into the monster horde. The rest of the team narrowed their eyes and slashed their weapons, carving a path through the enemies. In Han's mind, the battlefield was already a graveyard. To speed things up, he made the third squad grind the 28th floor over and over. One fighter had broken past his limits in a rage-fueled assault. Now only the remaining groups needed leveling. That's why the 4th and 5th teams were being pushed harder, summoned more often. A sword dripping red flashed through Han's thoughts. They'd been dispatched into the desert zone. Their mission simple: sharpen their combat skills. He remembered that eerie girl casually signing the paperwork. His thoughts then drifted to the world beyond the battlefield, where intense groundwork was being laid. Ivalka had been sent to the magic hall, locked into 18-hour shifts, cracking complex problems nonstop. Eventually, she nailed it. High-speed research. In all of Tonia, no one else could pull it off. One man introduced Night City, noting that the hero's reaction rating in the lobby was stuck at level 3. For their data to mean anything, they needed level 5. 5 research units were on the case. Han remembered Ivalka, completely drained, yet still smiling. After 3 brutal days, she was finally done. Right then, a system message popped up with a glowing card. The hero's reaction research had reached level 5. A blessing from the goddess hit the lobby, and with it, a new communication function went live. Teams could finally talk across distances. Leaning on the wall with his arms folded, the protagonist made a mental note. Long-range comms were now a reality. Smirking at a startled girl, he spoke through the radio, explaining the limits. With reaction levels still low, it only worked within a kilometer, and only team leaders had access. Edith shut her eyes, fingers pressed to her temple, concentrating. This would be vital on the 30th floor. The others had to be told. Jenna strolled over, hand on her hip, teasing that it had been a while. He'd been buried in work. Han glanced over at the fighters in the distance. They'd been training since dawn. Something felt different in the air, like a shift was coming. Turning to Belkist, eyes sharp and intense, Han told him he was impressed. Belkist was going all in, more than even Aaron, putting everything on the line instead of just going through the motions. You could see it in every clash. Jenna watched the sparring match, noting how hard they were going. But from what Han said, it sounded like they still held back during routine training. Nariza gritted her teeth and swung hard. Her blade spun through the air, embedding itself in the ground behind her opponent. Belkist snapped at her to retrieve it. She wiped the sweat from her jaw and moved to obey. Han, arms crossed, stared ahead. His sword's movements were changing, just as Lydigian had once described. He was approaching intermediate weapon mastery. It looked like a level up was coming. His eyes flicked to Nariza, still swinging away. She trained just as fiercely. Her strengths leaned more toward support, tracking traps, gathering intel, but she'd earned her place just the same. The protagonist watched carefully, catching the glint of her opponent reflected in her eyes. It was obvious there was still a serious gap between her and Belkist when it came to real combat. Without warning, Han jumped in, deflecting the incoming strike with a swift parry. He moved smoothly, swinging his sword and telling her to fall back. He'd handle the rest. Belkist stepped in, grinning. "Took you long enough. I've been waiting all day." Han smirked, the grin on his face turning sharp. Joining the first squad was the right move. No way the second would have given me this kind of workout. As he drew his sword, he let out a laugh. "Since when did you get so talkative?" A system window flickered into view, showing updated stats. Belkist's smile hardened, and he charged. Han met him head-on, blade raised to block. The clash rang out, steel grinding against steel. Han countered and surged forward. Watching Belkist come at him, he thought, this guy lives for moments like this. With another grin, he sidestepped the strike. "No matter how many times I go down," he said, "I'll get right back up. That's the difference. I don't fold, even against someone stronger." His grip tightened on the sword. That kind of mindset, that's what made Aaron worth trusting. Someone like that could be counted on. Their blades kept flying, fast and furious. Belkist gave a sharp smile and redrew his sword. A system chime confirmed it. He'd hit intermediate mastery with the blade. Not one to be left behind. Han responded with a clean swing of his own. His system window lit up. Intermediate mastery, level 3. Night settled over the glowing dome above the city. Light spilled from the windows of towering buildings. Inside one of those offices, the protagonist stood before the gathered teams, arms crossed. "This is the first time all 5 squads are here," he said. Edith placed a hand on her hip. "Didn't think Group 3 would actually show up." Perched casually on the windowsill, Kishasha smirked. We're still part of this mission. Maybe I'm not the biggest bruiser in the room, but I take my roles seriously, not like some others. Ryman stepped forward, hand outstretched. I'm Ryman. Heard a lot about you. Leaning against the couch, Gilbert gave a small nod. Gilbert, good to finally meet you. Standing next to Han, Edith pointed right at him. Let's be clear. I'm the one who brought everyone together. He didn't. I need to lock in a command structure for the 30th floor and whatever comes after. Han added, there are 25 of us now. We need a leader. Kishasha let out a laugh, tossing one leg up in the air. If we're picking a military lead, why not go with the strongest? Keep it simple. Edith raised her hand and pointed straight at Han. He's got the most on-mission experience. He reads situations fast. Anyone who's fought beside him knows. He's the real deal. Still crouched on the table, Kishasha kept smiling. I won't argue. Dragon Slayer leading the charge? Fine by me. But we won't be fighting side by side. We just don't sync. Edith clenched her fist, tension rising. If that's the case, then maybe picking a leader doesn't even matter. Han's brow furrowed slightly. He stayed calm. Our styles don't match. Forcing that won't help. It'll only slow us down. Kishasha rested her hand on her cheek, brow arched. Smart move, she said. You get how teamwork works. I'll follow your lead, on the mission, at least. Han folded his arms and turned to one of the men. I'll give the basic commands. The rest? You'll have to figure it out yourselves. Edith looked out the window. He acts cold, but he's got a good heart. Closing his eyes, Han addressed them all. Don't hesitate. The first to flinch is always the first to fall. There's always a way out, remember that. Then, without warning, he stepped on the girl's foot. Ryman flinched, stunned. Han looked across the room, voice flat. If you're not ready to give it everything, then stay behind. Nervous and sweating, Ryman clenched his fists. I didn't come this far just to back out now. I'm staying. Han's gaze sharpened. He thought to himself, they'd know the truth soon enough. Gilbert stepped forward. Mind if I ask something? He turned toward Han. I'm fine with you leading. Honestly, most of us already treat you like the leader anyway. He looked ahead, serious. The 4th and 5th groups fought hard to make it to the 2nd floor. But by the time we did, the 3rd floor was already under construction. If we prove ourselves on this mission, can you help move us up? Han turned away slightly. It's the master's call in the end. But I'll submit the request. He then held up several diagrams. Memorize these layouts. The 30th floor could turn into a maze. We need to be ready. Gilbert leaned back on the couch, watching quietly. So young, and already the one calling the shots. They were all here, pretending this meeting was about choosing a leader. But truthfully, they'd already decided. If this was all just a show to highlight the gap between the 2nd and 3rd floors, then they were all just pieces on a board. Still, he smirked to himself. Not for long, he thought. One day, I'll be the one in charge. The morning sun lit up the city. Han unsheathed his sword. Everyone ready? He tightened his grip. Ivalka adjusted her bracelet, joking. Anyone get there, we'll sort it out? Belkist raised his sword. Did you? Jenna slung her quiver over her shoulder. No one's dying today. Han's leading us. We'll be fine. Han stepped forward, muttering, you guys lean on me too much. But even so, the squad advanced through the streets, steady, focused, unshaken. Edith took position in front of her team. Kishasha led hers with a quiet grin. Ryman, brow furrowed, marched ahead with conviction. Gilbert's crew stood outside, weapons ready. Then, a system window lit up, attack unit established. All 5 groups merged into one. 25 warriors stood before the dungeon gate. Han, marked as the system's recommended leader. Edith looked over. This time, she said, I'll pull my weight. Back on the 20th floor, things had been simpler. Standing behind Han, Ivalka shifted uneasily. Every new boss level pulls in more people, she said. At this rate, we'll need a full army just to keep up. She glanced at Han, who stood at the front, completely ignoring her on purpose. Isel let out a quiet laugh, rested a hand on Ivalka's head, and reminded them, this is the 30th floor now. Stay sharp, and try not to get in Han's way. Belkis threw Han a look, grinning. Look at you, getting popular. I'm starting to get jealous. The portal began to glow, vibrating with energy. A system voice echoed, gate opening in 10 seconds. A message flashed across the interface. 29 floors cleared. Climb the tower. Save the world. Jenna turned with a confident smile. As long as we stay sharp, this'll go smoothly. A burst of blinding light exploded from the portal. Waves of power rippled outward, cutting through the clouds. In the blink of an eye, the space around them warped, swirling sand, overtaking everything. They landed in the ruins of what looked like a city. Ivalka held down her hood, shielding herself from the harsh wind. Did we just land inside a city? Han scanned the surroundings, eyes narrowing. Looks ancient. He reached out to Edith via comms. What's your terrain look like? Edith replied, endless sand. And it's hot. Brutally hot. Han checked his own view. Same here. We'll regroup at the center. You'll know it when you see it. They moved down dusty streets, rubble crunching beneath their feet. Han turned to Ryman. You guys too. Head toward the center. Don't count on luck. Try contacting the others on the way. Trailing behind the others, Han frowned. The teams were too spread out. Not good. Pulling his collar up to block the stinging sand, he ordered his team to press forward with Nereza in front. And keep an eye out for Friasis, he added. She could be nearby. Nereza nodded once and bolted ahead, focused. She'll report anything she spots, Han reminded them. But don't drop your guard. They pushed through the sandstorm. Every step forward a fight. Jenna squinted ahead. It's too quiet, she muttered. This is the kind of silence that comes before something bad. Han raised his radio, calling out to the second and fourth team leads. He paused by a crumbling angel statue. Meet at the large building in the center. Through the haze, he caught sight of the girls pushing onward. In the background, Ryman's voice crackled through the comms, relaying updates. Weapons were drawn. Everyone was on edge. Then, out of the storm, Nereza reappeared. Someone slumped over her shoulder. I've got the princess, she said. Found her unconscious in the middle of the road. Han stepped in beside her, eyes locked on the girl's face. What are the chances this is a setup? Ivalka's eyes shimmered faintly as she examined the girl. She's clean. No signs of anything. Han uncorked a flask and held it to the girl's lips. What the hell was she doing out here? Friasis swallowed the potion slowly, eyes fluttering open. She whispered his name. Han, still holding the bottle, answered quietly. This should help with the heat. Leaning against Nereza, Friasis gripped the flask and whispered, I just wanted to find the keys. Han's eyes narrowed. Are you sure this is the place? She looked up at the building topped with the statue and gave a slow nod. It's the same one I saw in my dreams. The keys, they're here. Just then, a system window flashed into view. Mission. Ensure NPC Friasi survives on the 30th floor. Han's jaw tightened as he stared toward the looming structure. Without a word, he started walking. Stick with Jenna, he called back. If things go sideways, she's your best shot at staying hidden. He tapped his temple, connecting to Edith. You see that mission window? Her voice came through the comms. Yeah, I got data on recon and NPC protection. Han glanced around the ruins. No need to search. Friasis is already with us. Let the others know. Start moving toward our position. Ivalka grumbled under her breath, brushing sand off her coat. I seriously hate this place. Han's eyes drifted back to the building. You're absolutely sure it's here? He asked again. Suddenly, the wind picked up, forming a spiral of sand around the rooftop statue. Han stood silent in front of the building, staring upward, thoughts drifting. He remembered a time long ago, just a kid, standing at a door, part of a normal, peaceful family. Elsewhere, Gilbert imagined himself in the heart of this broken city, reflecting on how painfully average his life used to be. He saw flashes of the past, standing guard in basic armor at the fortress, barely knowing how to wield a blade. Then came the monster. Fangs wide, eyes blazing, his world flipped upside down. The image changed. A flood of beasts charging forward. A world that once felt safe, now swallowed by chaos. He saw arrows flying from every angle. The memory of one piercing his eye made him scream again in his mind. He was cornered. Orcs surrounded him, one licking its lips with savage glee. Panic took over. He ran. No plan, no destination. Just pure fear. Behind him, the orcs gave chase, arrows raining down. He pictured himself collapsed beneath a tree in the forest, completely lost. One thing was clear. There was no redemption for deserters. He remembered when 3 boys found him lying there. Somehow, they didn't kill him. Nights followed, campfires, shared food, and uneasy laughter. But Gilbert never truly relaxed. He always suspected a knife in the dark. He recalled the crunch of a blade hitting flesh. Were they friends, or just thieves with kind faces? Then he saw himself standing over a body, sword dripping. He remembered one of the boys on his knees, pleading. That fear he once carried, he'd passed it on. A twisted laugh escaped him. That moment, he understood. He tasted something dark, something addictive. Back in Sand City, Ryman's voice came over the comms. Group 1 has secured the target. Groups 3 and 5, do you have eyes on the dome? Kishasha answered, standing with her squad in the middle of the street. If you mean that massive fortress in the center, yeah, we see it. We're moving in. Gilbert pressed a hand to his earpiece. Not yet. We don't have visual on the structure, but once it's in sight, we're heading straight for it. A map of the city blinked into view, marking the positions of each team. Groups 1 and 2 were closing in on a massive structure, its angel statues nearly buried beneath the sand. All eyes turned toward the rooftop of the crumbling castle. Moments later, the teams began gathering in the square nearby. Han stood next to Friasi's, brow tight. She's the one. She's our protection target. The girl turned her gaze to Ryman. I'm Friasi's, she said softly. Ryman studied her face for a beat. Are you really royalty? Gilbert stared at her, a flicker of recognition in his mind. He pictured a child from archived footage. This was her, just grown up, arms crossed. He admitted silently. This was their mission. But what that really meant, he still didn't know. Han's eyes rose to the temple before them. This place is it, he said. Only major structure in the city. Group 1, we're going in. Everyone else, stay outside. Edith turned toward him, uneasy. We don't know what's inside. You that sure about this? Ryman didn't wait. We'll take the south, he said, already walking. Gilbert nodded toward his squad. We'll scout west. At the temple doors, Nereza stepped up, placed a hand on the surface. No traps. Seems clear. With a groan, the doors opened. Inside, Friasis's eyes lit up. A glowing dagger hovered over a pedestal, radiating power. This is it, she breathed. Nereza loosened her collar slightly, eyes narrowing. Still no enemies. Doesn't feel right. Han stared at the dagger. It shimmered with energy, like it was calling him forward. But something about it felt too easy. Then Friasis reached out. The second her fingers touched the blade, a message lit the air. Objective complete. Key of emptiness acquired. Ivalka put her hands on her hips, confused. That's it? Nothing's happening. The floor beneath them rumbled. Ivalka's shoulders dropped. I knew it. A red alert flashed in front of them. Han froze, lifting his fingers to his earpiece. Edith's voice came through, sharp and urgent. Get out of there. Now. The skies over the temple deepened to a surreal shade of blue. Han glanced up from behind Friasis. Did the sandstorm just stop? But the tremors grew stronger. At the temple exit, Nereza called out, southwest. Closest route out. I'll lead. Han hit his comms. Evacuate now. Everyone get moving. They took off, the city rumbling beneath their feet. Ryman, running hard, shouted, What happened? Han turned just long enough to catch sight of Kishasha and her team in the air, flying over collapsing rooftops. Ivalka's mouth dropped open in shock. Belkist gave a crooked grin. Guess something did happen. They sprinted, sand crashing behind them like a tidal wave. Edith turned mid-stride, yelling, Faster! Move it! Ryman risked a glance behind. What the hell is this? Gilbert's eyes darted around, panic creeping in. Han reached for Jenna and Friasis. Hold on to her. Don't let go, no matter what. He picked up speed, shouting, You've got 5 minutes to the exit. Run. He called out again, louder this time. Anyone still standing? Help the wounded. We don't leave anyone. Suddenly, Giadi clutched at Gilbert's arm, desperation all over his face. Don't leave me. Gilbert yanked his arm free with a cold stare. Out of my way. Giadi hit the ground hard, breath knocked out of him. Behind him, the storm roared closer, sand ripping through the air like a beast. His scream tore through the chaos, raw, terrified, full of tears. As the last of the squad fled, a message flickered into view. Return to the embrace of God. His fighting spirit will be remembered forever. The storm surged forward, swallowing the city whole. Towers vanished under waves of sand. Gilbert stared straight ahead, rage smoldering behind his eyes. Just pawns, he muttered. But I'm not going down with them. I'll finish what I started. The sandstorm barreled through the ruins. Han vaulted over a low wall, voice sharp over comms. 1 minute to the exit. His eyes scanned ahead. No enemies, no movement. Still, he didn't relax. Don't slow down, he shouted. Keep running. Even after we're clear, buildings crumbled and disappeared beneath the roaring dunes. The teams regrouped behind the fortress, breathless and dust-covered. Friasis lowered her head. Is this my fault? She asked, voice barely audible. Han stared at the bottle in his hand. Pointing fingers won't help now. Ivalka raised her hand to the sky, eyes closed. We made it out, somehow. Han narrowed his gaze. Wait, do you hear that? Jenna looked in the same direction, her expression darkening. The ground rumbled beneath them. An earthquake, she said quietly. Han tapped his earpiece. All units, regroup. Now. Ryman's voice came through. Is it over? Mission complete. Walking across the trembling ground, Han replied, Don't count on it. This is just the beginning. He turned to Friasis. Grab your weapon. Stay sharp. Overhead, the sky began to crackle with energy. System alerts flared. Sandstorms whipped across the city. Buildings were lifted, twisting upward into the sky. The fortress shook beneath them as the entire city rose, perched atop a monstrous dune. From the heart of the dust, a creature bared its teeth. Han looked up. Is this what you saw in your dreams? Friasis trembled. No, I've never seen anything like that. System update. Mission changed. The beast raised one enormous paw, eyes blazing. Inside the fortress, it towered like a nightmare. New objective, eliminate all enemies. Protect Friasis. The group stood frozen. The ancient statue loomed behind a creature. Friasis stared, fear etched across her face. Joe stood motionless, sweat dripping down his brow. Edith couldn't speak. Kishasha crossed her arms, a smirk playing at her lips. Ryman clenched his jaw, silent and tense. Gilbert's face paled. He looked up, mouth open. What is that thing? The creature stepped forward, tearing everything in its path to pieces. Someone in the back chuckled darkly. Gilbert blinked, then laughed, wild and shaky. Now this is the real fight. Too much for you? A voice asked, half amused. Gilbert's laugh turned into something feral. You dragged me out of hell just to toss me into it again? His mind drifted back, flames and smoke, chaos. The forest burning, the blood. He remembered the horror, looting, murder, fire. He imagined himself atop a mountain of gold, trophies of his sins stacked around him. And yet, it still wasn't enough. He wanted more. The fire spread, trees falling one by one. He screamed as knights began to retreat. A voice shouted from horseback. We've been betrayed. Ride harder. The horse stumbled. Both rider and beast tumbled off the cliff. He saw a wounded captain on the ground, breath shallow. He's not going to make it, someone said. We leave him, or we're all dead. A young man stared at his severed hand, shock freezing his scream before it exploded from his chest. Gilbert remembered himself, bloodied, screaming, blade raised. Don't treat me like trash, he roared. Try it again. See what happens. Gilbert's thoughts wandered again, back to the palace, to his final memory before everything changed. Standing in that grand square, he'd looked down at his own hands, remembering the spine he shattered long before ever arriving here. But now, none of that seemed to matter. He peeled away a bandage, exposing the hollow where one eye used to be. Oddly enough, this place erased illness. Old wounds stuck around, but sickness? Gone. He bent toward a mirror, thoughts turning. The ones living up on the higher floors, they knew more. If he could just get to the second floor, maybe he could too. A slow grin crept across Gilbert's lips. Born with 2 stars, clearly a cut above the common trash around him. This was his shot to climb higher. He remembered sitting across from Han. That was his name, right? The so-called leader. A 1-star nobody. A farmer. Lounging on the couch, Gilbert had thought coldly. Nothing's stopping me from passing him. Then the ground shook. The monster slammed a foot down, shaking the earth. Gilbert's hands flew up instinctively, trembling. A system message popped. Fear status active. All stats minus 30%. He stared, frozen. I never had a chance. Eyes flicked to the walking statue. It was happening again, just like the day the Knights were wiped out. No hope. No winning. They had to run. All around him, the others stood stiff, paralyzed. Then the system broadcasted, groups 4 and 5 affected by fear. All stats minus 30%. Ryman turned, drenched in sweat. What is this nightmare? Shouldn't we retreat? Gilbert spun, panic rising. An ant can't kill a giant. Not even with a weapon. Belkis crossed his arms, unfazed. Who gave this mutt permission to speak? He scoffed. Calling you a dog's too generous. You're more like a bug. With a slow grin, Belkis looked him over. Seriously, what happened to your face? Then, without hesitation, he stepped up behind Han, drawing his sword. Let's wrap this up. Gilbert turned to the group, voice cracking. What do we do? How are we supposed to escape this? Han kept his eyes on the monster. Looks like you forgot how this works. We don't leave until it's dead. He lifted his blade and faced the team. Get ready. Gilbert felt his breath catch. He's completely insane, he thought. That thing was a nightmare made real. The terror he thought he'd buried clawed its way back up. Han raised his sword again. Prepare for battle. Gilbert shouted, pointing at the beast. You've lost your mind. This is suicide. Another alert flashed. Panic attack triggered. All stats minus 50%. Breathing hard, Gilbert stared Han. You really think we can take that thing down? Then, thud. A severed arm flew past, landing in the dirt. Gilbert's eyes tracked it in stunned silence. Belkis stepped forward, sword steady in hand. Why'd you stop me? He asked Han. You were about to do it anyway. System notification. Gilbert is bleeding out. Health will drop over time. Han turned to a nearby boy, frozen in place. Name? The kid's eyes darted to the arm on the ground. Rick Han, he mumbled. Han nodded. You're leading 5th group now. Another window popped up. Leadership transfer proposed. Gilbert, Rick Han. Rick Han blinked in shock. Me? The system's voice rang through his mind. Choose, die, or fight. Han glanced over his shoulder. Around here, you fight anything that breathes. That's the only rule if you want to live. Ivalka sighed, rubbing her forehead with closed eyes. Of course it's never simple. Jenna raised her fist with a grin. But we've pulled through worse. We'll do it again. Belkis let out a low chuckle, slinging his sword over his shoulder with ease. Nariza turned away from the group, silent, eyes shut. Rick Han stood frozen, eyes locked on the monster ahead. Slowly, his expression hardened. He gripped his sword tight and yelled, We can fight too. Friasis stepped forward, concern in her voice. Are you sure? Holding his blade awkwardly, Rick Han asked. How do we even hurt something like that? Jenna shot him a calm look. You watch. Study its movements. That's how you find your opening. Her eyes locked on the towering monster ahead, easily over 300 meters tall, maybe more. It looked like it was carved from stone. Against something like that, they were less than ants. Ryman threw his hands up. So what now? Someone say something. Han stepped forward, steady and focused. We buy time. Gather intel. Retreats, not an option. One of the fighters dropped his head into his hands. How do we even start? From behind the fog, dark figures began to emerge. Friasis slowly turned. Her breath caught. Through the thick pink mist, a swarm of creatures charged forward. Dozens of reptilian beasts tearing across the sand toward them. First wave incoming, the system announced. Han gripped his sword. They'll be here in seconds, he muttered, just as another wave surged in from the west. A second alert flashed. Second wave engaged. Edith raised an arm to shield her face from the dust. Kishasha sprinted ahead with her squad, laughing. Leave these little bugs to us. Han turned to Raimon and Edith. Forget about Group 3 for now. That next wave's heading straight for us. Fourth and fifth will be right behind. He faced the rest. Listen up. Protect the target. Figure out how to kill that giant. And whatever happens, don't let anything get through to Friasis. His eyes moved to the Colossus in the distance. He scoffed. It's obvious who it's here for. Stay out of its way, and it won't touch us. Squads moved into position. Raimon stepped forward, sword ready. Han, we've got movement, east side. Another system ping, third wave launched. Han scanned the battlefield, taking in the enemy's rhythm. This floor is not just testing us, it's trying to wipe us out. Jenna turned sharply, voice urgent. Han! Everyone's eyes locked on the feet of the stone giant as it slammed 1 foot down. The shockwave sent a cloud of sand blasting out. The team scattered, barely outrunning the storm of debris. Han tapped his comms. Everyone spread out. Keep your distance. Don't provoke it. He bolted forward. Friasis, stay with me. Edith's voice buzzed in his ear. We're getting overwhelmed. Some of them are heading right for us. A wave of savage lizards barreled in. Han cut, one down mid-charge, voice steady. This was coming. Don't lose focus. Prioritize the furthest flank. More shadows crept through the dust. Fourth wave activated. Then came the riders, storming in atop snarling lizards. Fifth wave deployed. Jenna didn't hesitate. Arrows flew from her sidewinder bow in rapid succession, every shot landing clean between skull and scale. Ivalka narrowed her eyes, lifting her hand. Flame spun into a blazing vortex, hurling monsters into the sky in a searing spiral of fire. Nearby, Friasis stood frozen in place, arms stretched out, turning slowly as panic overtook her. Run, Friasis! Han shouted, reaching toward her. But she didn't move, paralyzed, wide-eyed as the towering creature's fist came crashing down. At the last second, Han lunged forward, slamming into her and knocking her clear of the impact zone. You okay? He asked, scanning her quickly. He glanced up at the monster's enormous face. This thing's got serious strength. More lizard men surged into view, another wave. Han opened a channel to Edith. We're still holding, but if they keep coming like this, we won't last. A fresh system alert flashed. Next wave incoming. He moved, circling the giant statue, analyzing every angle. The surface was solid and slick, nearly seamless. No handholds. Climbing this won't be simple. Jenna ran beside him. What are you thinking? We either break into it or get to the top, Han said, eyes never leaving the structure. Ivalka arrived, panting. Wait, you're not serious. Nearby, the last of the pink flames faded into the wind. They're about to burn out, Han said flatly. Once they're gone, we're trapped in the fire. Belkis gave a low, amused chuckle. Told you, only one way out. But what's your plan? It's all about finding the right angle, Han replied calmly. He tapped his earpiece. Anyone seen the goddess statue? Forget the fire. Focus on landmarks. A voice came through. You mean that weird carving of a woman sticking out of the sand? That's it, Han said, eyes serious. That's the one. Head west now. Friasis the key. Friasis looked down at the object in her hand, stunned. It's not reacting. We can't use it yet. Charging across the dunes, Han called out to Kishasha. Touch the statue. He waited, watching, hoping something would change. But nothing did. Before he could react, another wave crashed in. Ryman's voice burst through the comms. Group 4, fall back. Meet with Group 1 immediately. Rickon gritted his teeth. The others are regrouping. We should move too. Then he stopped short, eyes catching a figure running in the distance. Gilbert, he shouted. Get back here. But Gilbert was too far gone, cradling his wounded hand. I didn't even see it coming. He heard the warning echo in his head. Once you enter this floor, panic messes with your powers. And now it was happening, everything clouded, blurry. On and chased after him. Wait, don't leave me behind. The monsters stared, their glowing eyes locked on the panicked boys charging straight toward the flames. Ahan screamed, pain shock. Edith dropped beside him. Hey, breathe. Drink the potion now. Roderick knelt next to her, grim-faced. Only 2 left from Group 5. If this keeps up, they're finished. 2 already ran. Edith glanced his way. That look. I've seen it before. My old unit had it. Right before they fell apart. Roderick hoisted Ahan onto his back. Come on, stay with me. Then Ahan's gaze locked onto a nearby corpse. One of their own, a spear through his chest. Elsewhere, Han dashed across the blistering sand, pressure mounting by the second. We're almost at the breaking point, he thought. He pictured the battlefield, flames closing in, squeezing them tight. The lizard swarm kept multiplying, replacing every fallen beast. In this chaos, tactics didn't matter. Formation was useless. Facing the blazing wall ahead, he called out, only Phreases comes with me. The rest of you, fall back and regroup. A smirk tugged at his lips. Giant monsters? Yeah, I live for this. His eyes flicked up to the goddess's statue, once towering above the palace where the key was kept. That whole section, gone, wiped out the moment the beast arrived. He remembered the werewolves guarding it. Then it clicked. There had to be a second statue, right where Kishasha was still fighting. Her presence there? No accident. Just then, alarms flared. Another wave incoming. A shadow streaked overhead, Dory flying in fast. She slammed down like a meteor, scattering lizard men on impact. Red energy blazed from the enemy's limbs. The werewolves surged forward in a blur, shredding the lizard commander without breaking stride. Kishasha's comm crackled. Han's voice came through. Stone brutes down. Pull back Group 3. She spun just in time to spot him. Han, charging straight at her. The monster lashed out. Kishasha grabbed Phreases and sprinted. All right, party's over. We're leaving, she yelled, bolting away at full speed. Watching her vanish, the protagonist muttered. She really needs some proper training. The monster wound up for a massive blow, its fist flying straight at Han. Nearby, the statue loomed, silently watching. With a deafening crash, the golem's fist slammed down, shaking the earth. A cloud of dust exploded outward. Then, golden light flared, wrapping around Phreases and Han as they lay near the statue's base. Suddenly, beams of light burst from the angels above. A violent explosion rocked the area. A system prompt flashed. The artifact had activated. Divine power surged from the goddess's statue, locking the monster's arm mid-swing. Holy light crept up its limb, burning with purpose. Behind it, the battlefield raged on. Ryman stared in disbelief. Did that thing just stop moving? Han climbed the creature, raising his hand. Everyone, eyes up. The protagonist knew what came next. Time to scale the beast. A system prompt hovered near the tower. Team leader, choose your first climber. Ivalka stepped forward, eyes shut. Her hands glowed. Flames erupted across the battlefield, carving a path. From the tower, a squad yelled, "Move it! Now!" Edith gave a quick nod. Thanks for the backup. Then she started climbing toward the top floor. Han turned to a tired girl beside him. Where's Roderick? Supporting the 5th team, she answered. Just then, a blade pierced deep into the monster's face. A trembling fighter leaned on his sword, catching his breath. A voice rang out, hold formation, then fall back. Roderick was a blur, his strikes pounding the monster again and again. Rickon watched in awe. That's insane. The hero stood still, eyes locked ahead. In his head, he was somewhere else. This used to feel like war, he murmured. Now, feels more like a vacation. Sitting back, Rickon let out a small laugh, gripping his weapon. I used to dream of wandering the continent as a mercenary. Looks like that dream's finally real. Roderick bowed his head, listening. You've still got a ways to go before you're the real deal, Rickon added. Then, softer, but honestly, you're already a damn good warrior. Rickon looked over at him, a little surprised. Roderick just stared at the ground, saying nothing. Then, footsteps. Someone stepped up beside them, voice steady. Count me in. I'm with you now, too. Eyes locked ahead, Dylan told the man next to him, no matter how this ends, I'm walking out stronger. Roderick glanced over. Still just a kid, he muttered. A flash of memory, Dylan, shaking, paralyzed by fear, collapsing under the weight of it all. But now, that same boy stood tall, a sly grin creeping across his face. His hand reached out, not just to fight but to hold on to something worth believing in. Then, a silent body slumped near the wall, spears scattered across the ground. One hand still gripped a sword like it refused to give up. Suddenly, it moved, ripped the blade free. The hero lunged forward, both hands gripping the weapon, slashing clean through the enemy. All around him, warriors stormed the field. A scream rang out, raw and panicked. Nearby, Rickon wiped his mouth and asked, "Where's Gilbert?" Edith shot a glance toward the chaos. Not dead, probably, but he can't win this one alone. From the top of the tower, the team spotted the next wave. A system prompt flashed, advance now. They didn't hesitate, just nodded to each other, smiles full of fire. Then gone. Just dust left behind. They shot forward like lightning, fueled by momentum and the command they'd been waiting on. Each member moved with purpose, scaling the tower with wild speed, each using their own technique. Suddenly, the entire tower shifted. A system warning popped up, defense system activating. Gears churned, walls rotated. Far above, a hatch groaned open. Something shimmered inside, then burst forth. Monsters, dozens of them, sleek and mechanical, poured out from the top. They descended fast, targeting every climber on sight. From the peak, a blinding spear caught the sunlight, and dove, sharp and lethal, straight at the intruders. Two figures twisted midair, narrowly dodging. One landed clean on the edge. Above them, the weapon changed, refining itself, growing more vicious with every second. The hero braced, then swung with all his might. His massive sword shattered the spear into fragments. But the flood didn't stop. More enemies spilled out, laser-focused on him. He gripped the remains of his weapon and rushed forward, slashing clean through robotic skulls. Blood and sparks flew in all directions. The group didn't falter. They surged ahead. The heroine and the fighter next to her moved like one unit. Spears flashing, stabbing with pinpoint accuracy. Two more men broke away, charging in with clenched jaws and fire in their eyes. Magic exploded from behind them. A blast of pure force tore into the oncoming robots. One girl let out a cry, voice rising above the chaos. Group 2's breaking through. Now's our shot. She raised her weapon and swung with everything she had. Raw energy erupted from their formation, sweeping across the battlefield like wildfire, wiping out wave after wave. A voice rang out behind them. Group 4's backing you up. Everyone move. He tore ahead, eyes locked on the next target. They had their rhythm back. Formation was tight. It was time to finish this raid. Then the ground shook. A towering, shaman-like creature appeared at the center. It lifted its arms, and chaos exploded. The remaining monsters flew into a frenzy. A streak of magic surged from the shaman and slammed into one of the heroes. His body jerked, then stiffened. His veins lit up with energy. His eyes turned wild. A system alert blared. Berserk mode initiated. He roared, then tore through the enemy with brutal grace, bloodied blades slicing through everything in his path. More creatures swarmed in. He stared down the open hatch, unfazed. Surrounded by fallen enemies, he shouted to the others, "Strike from the inside." Kishasha grinned wide, eyes wild. "I'm going first." Someone quickly handed her a map of the underground monster tunnels, just in case. The hero glanced at Friasis and gave a firm nod. "You're going in too." As more monsters poured out of the hatch, he turned to her again. "Trust me, it's worse out here." Below them, enemies kept scaling the tower. Up top, the team gathered fast. Han raised his voice, declaring that Team 1 would stay behind. They were holding this floor no matter what. The protagonist tightened his grip on his weapon. "Team 1, this is our fight," he shouted. Then he turned to Kishasha. "Hit them hard the moment you drop in." Heat radiated from her body. Her aura blazed. A system alert blinked. Her exclusive transformation skill had reached max output. Planting her feet, she stood firm as a massive tiger cloaked in fire rose behind her, looming tall over the tower. With precise, almost gentle movement, the beast grabbed a trembling Friasis by the back of her outfit and lifted her up. Then, with a thunderous leap, it dove straight into the hatch, vanishing into the depths below. Edith leaned over the edge, calling down to Han. "Stay sharp down there." Ivalka gave a dry laugh, eyes scanning the battlefield. "Our squad always gets the worst jobs," she muttered. Turning to the hero, she asked, "So, what's next?" He looked up at the towering structure. "Climb the arm of the tower," he ordered. "Trash anything that looks even remotely suspicious along the way." The heroine peered into the hatch. "Everyone's inside," she confirmed. "Even Group 5. Suddenly, a flicker caught a girl's eye. She turned, squinting, just as a spear came whistling down from the tower's top. In a flash, magic pulsed through the air. Han raised his hand. Energy coiled around the spear like a ribbon, slowing it midair before it shattered harmlessly. The girl stepped forward, lifting her arm. A wave of flame erupted from her palm, sweeping across the field like a tidal wave of fire. Still, the monsters came, unrelenting, jaws open, tearing into the inferno without hesitation. Jenna raised her bow and fired, arrow after arrow, each one landing with brutal precision. All around her, the others pressed forward, hacking through enemy ranks without mercy. High above, the tower master clenched his teeth, fury twisting his face as he watched their advance. Han glanced up at him, a calm, confident smile playing on his lips. Further along the tower's side, Gilbert clung tightly to the metal, sword in hand. His head hung low, chest heaving as he struggled to catch his breath, but he didn't let go. He looked up. No exits. No escape, just fire. And beasts. Everywhere. Eyes on the distant figure of the master, Gilbert lowered his gaze again. He had no idea how he'd even made it this far. But down below, the fight raged on. And still, the heroes pushed forward, every strike powered by the belief that they could finish this. As Gilbert thought about the others, he muttered under his breath, "They've already made it this far, while I was still running." Deep inside the tower, the heroine and Friases stepped into a strange lab filled with bizarre machines. One glance was enough. They had to wipe it all out. Without warning, the structure began shifting again. The machines were upgrading. Weapons unfolded from hidden compartments. A system warning lit up. Stone statue defense level 2 activated. Flames burst from the heroine. "Get ready," she shouted to Friases. In a roar of fire, a raging inferno tore through the lab, consuming everything in its path. A lone lizard man stood frozen, paralyzed by the chaos. Ivalka stood unmoved. Then, with a single command, she brought the room down in a crushing collapse. The heroine's fire magic roared through the battlefield, incinerating every last monster in sight. Then, a thunderous impact. A colossal foot slammed down, shaking the entire tower. A towering ogre had entered the fight. Spears flew through the air, several striking the beast's eye. Han watched as the chaos unfolded. A new system message flashed. Second device neutralized. Moments later, the ogre's head rolled from the tower's edge. Its body soon followed, crashing to the ground below. Han blinked, trying to process it. Then came another update. The third device was located, though not without resistance. Up top, someone shouted, confused, "It's running?" Their eyes locked on a glowing crystal, sealed inside a glass chamber. Over comms, Kishasha's voice came through. "It's near us. We got it covered." That was the cue. The others were clear to move ahead. Grinning, the hero and his partner dashed forward. Han's voice booming from above, "Take it down." Monsters swarmed, shrieking, trying to block their advance. The two heroes tore through them, spells crackling around them as they fought their way to the chamber. Without hesitation, the hero surged ahead, sword ready. With one powerful strike, he drove the blade into the glass. The crystal shattered, shards exploding outward. The tower master's face darkened. Another alert blinked in. Defense level 3 engaged. Sparks flared from the master's eyes. Then, blinding light burst upward, cutting across the sky like a blade. The heroes looked up, shielding their faces. They knew the pattern now. Level 1, ballistas and lizardmen. Level 2, ogres. And now, level 3. Whatever it was, it wouldn't be easy. Han narrowed his eyes, already bracing for what was coming. A violent surge of energy erupted from the tower's summit, fired by the master himself. Another system alert blared. Ancient stone statue, laser system engaged. Lasers tore through the sky, scorching beams raining down, ripping entire sections of the battlefield apart. Half the tower was reduced to rubble in seconds. The massive statue slowly turned, scanning the wreckage with chilling calm. On a fractured platform, a group of fighters stood stunned, trapped. Jenna stared at the destruction, shaken. "I wasn't ready for this." "We're close to the head." Han shouted. "Don't lose focus." Below, an ogre howled. Kishasha's team was locked in brutal combat. "Stop wrecking the devices." Han roared over the noise. "Focus on the monsters." A man glanced over, silent, but his eyes burned with resolve. Two heroes ducked under the deadly lasers, screams ripping from their throats. Then Edith's voice cut through. "There's some weird magic in the lasers. It's vaporizing the monsters instantly." Realizing the fight inside was escalating too, one man gripped his spear, jaw tight, and broke into a sprint. Han charged ahead, pushing straight for the laser device. Energy blazed around him, carving a burning path as he ran. Without slowing down, he hurled his spear straight into the device. It exploded on impact, showering sparks. Edith's voice crackled through the comms. "That section's clear. We're good to move." Elsewhere on the tower, Kishasha shouted back. They had taken out the fourth target. In the fading glow of one last laser beam, two figures appeared. Angels, locked in an embrace, gazing skyward. Moments later, the light vanished, and so did they. The massive statue gently lowered them to the ground. Then, a loud system message echoed. The ancient statue no longer holds the goddess's power. The blessing had been lifted. Struggling to stay upright, Jenna stared into the distance, panic rising. "We're out of time." The heroine broke into a run. Behind her, Han yelled, "Don't be scared. I'll catch up." Staring down the monsters ahead, another heroine nodded and bolted forward. No time to wait. Jenna and Ivalka turned, eyes on Han, still locked in battle. "Hurry up and climb," they yelled. Slashing through enemies, the protagonist called back, "I'm coming." Around them, the tower kept burning. flames climbing skyward in massive waves. Two boys, scrambling up the structure, looked at each other nervously. "This path's insane," one shouted. Reaching down, Jenna extended her hand. "Han, grab on." Han darted forward, leaping between crumbling ledges. Jenna's eyes locked onto him, her hands still outstretched. Teeth clenched, Han pushed harder, nearly there. Inches from her, his grip slipped. His face twisted in shock as he lost momentum. Jenna froze, panic flooding her. "Han," she screamed. "Falling." Han stayed eerily calm. "This place is ridiculous," he muttered. Not even a ledge to grab. Mid-fall, he began gathering magic into a glowing sphere. He knew how to end here, one shot. Power surged through him. He spun toward the wall and jammed his sword into it, trying to stop the descent. Sparks flew as the blade tore through the stone. Half the tower split apart under the force. Dangling from his sword, Han panted heavily, strength fading. Then, ping, a system message flashed. Screenshot saved a gallery. Above, Jenna leaned over the edge. "Han, are you okay?" His voice echoed from below. "Still alive? Just hanging out." Jenna blinked, heart racing. "Stay put. We're coming down for you." Han gripped his spear tighter. "No need. The crystal's gotta be close. I'll find it." Still suspended, he turned toward a passage lit by flickering fire. There was no other choice. If he wanted to live, he had to move. Sword still in hand, Han glanced to the side, unaware that someone was already there. Gilbert stood just behind him, sword clutched tightly, barely upright. He stared at Han, breathing heavy, completely drained. Han looked up, confused, just as Gilbert leaned in, grabbing a fistful of Han's hair to keep from falling. Smiling, Gilbert murmured, "I'm not done yet. I'll make it. I'm getting back up there." Eyes focused, he readied himself, already forming a plan. He looked toward the statue, then grinned. Han blinked, struggling to make sense of what was happening. Then his gaze steadied. Eyes shut, breath calm. His form began to shift. He was already moving on. Han's berserker state faded, his form stabilizing. Gilbert, still gripping Han's hair, looked up in panic. He had no idea what was happening. Then, Han's transformed hair slipped loose. Gilbert's hands missed their hold, and he fell. His body drifted, shrinking in the distance, flames rising to meet him. In seconds, he was gone. A system prompt blinked into view. Gilbert has returned to the Lord's embrace. Han didn't flinch. He stared forward, then burst into motion, springing off his own sword midair. He landed smoothly inside the sector filled with hidden entrances. Far below, his sword tumbled through the air. Without missing a beat, Han reached out. Magic pulsed. The blade spun around, boomeranged back into his waiting hand. He stepped inside one of the structures and glanced to the side. "Status report," he called. Boots landed beside him. Without looking back, Han moved deeper into the tunnel. Then, monsters. Dozens of them. Weapons ready. One lizard-like brute stepped forward, roaring that he was the strongest. Han didn't even blink. One clean motion, and the creature's head hit the floor. A spear flew at him next. Han ducked and smirked. He knew this place. It was a bonus scenario he'd cleared before. Everyone else needed maps. He didn't. He could move through traps, bypass enemies, and head straight to the goal. Spears rained past as he called into the comms. "Where are you?" A girl's voice answered. "We're inside a strange round room. It's filled with machines." Han nodded to himself. "I'll handle anything in your way, including the machines." Elsewhere, near a glass tube, glowing with energy, the heroine cursed. She still couldn't find the fifth device. At the same time, Ivalka and Jenna stood on a ledge, staring at the statue's head. There, on its shoulder, a crystal, but they couldn't get a clean shot. The head blocked the angle. Suddenly, the entire tower rumbled. A system alert blared. Stone statue defense level 4 engaged. A new passage opened. From it, a towering golem mage emerged, its arms now massive, razor-edged blades. The monster charged with terrifying speed. At the same time, the statue's head began to shift, activating advanced magic. Streams of glowing light shot out, combining mid-air to form deadly spells. Ivalka stepped forward, determined to stop the spell. But before the golem's blades could reach her, Han appeared. He cut through the attack in a flash, his weapon intercepting the blow with perfect timing. The golem shrieked and spun into a frenzy. Han didn't back down. He slammed it to the ground and raised his sword high. With raw force, he drove it down, aiming straight for its core. Energy exploded around him. Power burst through the blade and tore through the monster's body. Han thrust out one hand, channeling it deeper, and pulled something out from inside the golem with a brutal yank. Meanwhile, the statue's mouth opened wide. Dozens of lasers blasted out, ripping through the air with terrifying speed. Han stood tall, facing the incoming blast. Eyes locked on the statue, he shouted, "Come on, then, give me everything." Suddenly, his sword surged with strange, vibrant energy. Sparks danced across the blade. The statue responded in kind. It fired a full barrage from its mouth, laser beams tearing through the air, obliterating everything in their path. And Han, he launched himself straight into it, eyes forward, unshaken. The clash between Han's sword and the statue's magic sent tremors through the entire tower. But he stood firm. The surge of power pushed him back, his feet grinding against the stone, but he didn't yield. Bit by bit, Han advanced, pushing through the storm, step after grueling step. The two forces collided, then began to merge. And finally, his power broke through, overwhelming the statue's magic and tearing forward, unstoppable. Behind him, the other heroes stood frozen in awe as the world around them fractured and fell. Han turned back with a grin. Took you long enough. We were starting to get bored. Ivalka, eyes blazing, snapped. Don't do that again. I thought you were dead. He just laughed. Relax. I'm the only one here who nearly died. Their attention dropped to the massive sword in his grip. Someone muttered, I want one of those. Before anyone could blink, Ivalka launched a wave of fire magic. It roared across the space, blasting every remaining crystal to pieces. Jem stood there, wide-eyed, watching Ivalka calmly shake off the flames. She turned to Han. You're insane. No one else could have survived that. Han didn't respond. He simply raised his weapon and called to the heroine, You're with me. She hesitated, eyeing the statue's massive, open mouth. We're really going in there. Ahead, a team was sprinting, dodging the giant hand reaching down from the statue's shoulder. It clawed through the air, trying to grab them. They kept running, inching closer to the head. Suddenly, gears groaned to life deep inside the structure. From the shadows, a new golem mage emerged, blades gleaming. Jenna launched in, striking fast and hard. Her hits landed across the monster's shoulder, sides, and core. She smiled. Clean hits. Finally, Han shouted, Keep moving. Without hesitation, Jenna dove into the statue's mouth, yelling, I'm on it. Other leaders chimed in through the comms, reporting heavy resistance. But they were pushing forward. Han glanced into the passage ahead. We're nearing a dead end. Get ready to pull out. I've already marked fallback routes. Inside the building, Han vaulted forward with sharp, measured steps. The others followed carefully, scanning the area with every breath. Jenna whispered, Something's not right. One hand on the floor, she paused, body trembling, jaw slack. Ding. The system window lit up. Defense system max level reached. Han leaned in. This isn't on you. Stay sharp. Before they could react, a golem mage charged in from the left, armed and relentless. Then another burst through the wall. From the center of the room, the largest yet emerged, this one armed with a sword, towering over the rest. A voice echoed from above. You've made it to the testing chamber. Congratulations. The monster stepped forward, slow and deliberate. The voice continued. From this point on, you're the subject of my next experiment. One of the creatures extended razor-thin needles from its fingers. Nearby, pieces of machinery twisted and fused, building something new. Jenna narrowed her eyes. Han, where's the weak spot? He scanned the enemies. No idea. Then the voice returned, proud and chilling. Behold, my greatest creation, level 46 high golem mage. Stronger than anything you've faced before. The new golem took a heavy step forward, radiating power. The protagonist eyed it and thought, level 46? That might be stronger than even the halfling dragon. The gate creaked open. Without hesitation, he charged, his weapon slicing clean through the space between the doors. The golem sneered, voice dripping with disdain. What can insects like you possibly hope to achieve? Han glanced over at Jenna. Time for me to move. She gave him a small nod. It was good seeing you again. The golem shouted after them. Stop where you are. But the hero didn't look back. We'll meet again, he said. Wait for us. A hatch popped open with a hiss, unleashing glowing baton-like beams. Jenna lifted her head. What's that light? Doesn't matter. Keep moving, the protagonist told her. The lights tore forward, cutting through the air. Someone shouted across the comms. One of the 7 ancient statues had taken critical damage. Kishasha's voice rang out next. We hit a wall. Dead end. Han answered quickly. Take the stairs. Turn right at the split. Follow the path halfway. The exit's there. Wait for us. As they moved down the corridor, Jenna asked. What's the plan? Take out the statue's head. Then we leave. She exhaled, almost smiling. You always take the hardest jobs. Suddenly, she froze. Something's behind us. The protagonist's eyes narrowed. It's already through the door. The golem's roar filled the corridor. You dare challenge my final creation? Without warning, a storm of attacks launched from the shadows. Arrows whistled toward Belkist. He grit his teeth, smirked, and muttered, We'll settle this here. Ivalka shot him a glare. What are you even saying? We should be fighting together. A new alert popped up. Bennick was down, bleeding out. Edith messaged in. Enemy count just spiked. How many? Han asked. Over 1,000. I'm pushing for the exit. The protagonist sighed, hand pressed to his forehead. Got it. I won't let Friasis die, even if I'm the last one holding the line. Edith responded without hesitation. Then I'll give it everything I've got. Nerissa turned back. 3 of us can still move forward. If 2 hold them off, I'll boost them with everything I've got. Han gritted his teeth. You really don't believe in us? She didn't answer. Just looked away. The protagonist called out. If you get the chance, run. No needless sacrifices. Then he broke into a sprint. Don't die on me. Easy for you to say. Ivalka shouted back. Jenna ran beside him. You sure you're all right? Han didn't look at her. We trust each other. That's what we trained for. The golem battle exploded into chaos. The room shook with every clash. Fear was thick in the air, but no one stopped fighting. A crushing strike landed. Someone screamed, begging a girl to hold on. She groaned, gripping her head. Stop yelling. It hurts. Ryman grinned through the pain. We're almost done. Just a little more. It felt impossible, but the end was close. Rose looked at him, eyes wide, voice shaking. Do you really think we'll make it back? The golem's eyes flared, burning with fury. That same question hung heavy in the air. Would this nightmare ever end? Belkis bled out where he stood. Rose collapsed beside him. The hero winced. It hurt more than anything. A monstrous figure stepped into view, massive, overwhelming. The thought hit hard. This wasn't just difficult, it was punishing. It almost felt like the devs never intended anyone to finish it. Grinding his teeth, the protagonist remembered. It had been the same with his own account. Beside him, the girl glanced over, concern in her eyes. He shook his head. Don't worry, we're clearing this floor. No matter what. Suddenly, a steel door materialized, then exploded inward. Someone had knocked it right off its hinges. Inside, a shadowed figure sat calmly on a chair, muttering under his breath, People really are fools. The protagonist stepped inside, frowning. The figure turned slowly, eyes locking onto him. So, you've finally arrived, he said with a crooked smile. Then, mockingly, do you even know what she really wants? That girl you're trying so hard to protect. She's trying to rewrite the rules of existence. Han didn't waste a second. His blade flew forward. You're wrong. At the same moment, the girl fired, her arrow cutting through the air and landing solid. The creature staggered. Han stepped in, voice sharp. What are you even talking about? The enemy dropped to the floor. Han turned to the girl. We need to wipe out every one of those devices. Don't leave anything behind. She nodded. Got it. But before they could move, the golem's eyes reignited. Belkis and Nerissa dove out of the way as the creature snapped back to life. Belkis cursed under his breath. It was fast, too fast, and nothing was getting through its defense. If I can't beat this, he thought, how the hell am I supposed to fight a dragon? Meanwhile, the protagonist entered a new chamber, eyes locked on the center. A massive crystal pulsed before him. He drew his sword. This has to be the last one. With a mighty swing, he slammed the blade into it. Nothing. Then, cracks splintered across the surface. Light burst outward in jagged shards. A notification flashed. The ancient statue has lost all support. Mission updated. Escape. Bonus. Ensure NPC Friasi survives. Han looked at Jenna. It's done. We're getting out of here. She hesitated. What about the others? We'll catch them on the way. You're with me. Smoke poured from the crumbling statue as Han called out the update. Final crystal destroyed. Doors are unlocked. Fire should start fading. Find the exit. Edith's voice came through fast. We've got a way out. We're moving now. What's your status? Han responded, still alive. We'll make our own way out. Then the ground shook beneath them. Han spun around. Is Team 1 all right? A voice shouted back. Mission parameters just changed. Everyone has to evacuate. In the chaos, a monster seized Rose's limp body. We don't have time. We can't carry her, someone cried. Then one stepped up, grinning. Time to go. I'll open a path. Just watch me. Edith turned to Lilani. Help Anand. Then to Bennick. Can you run? Without hesitation, he bolted. I've got this. Someone yelled after him. Don't slow down, or we're leaving you. Bennick didn't even glance back. Fine by me. Eyes forward. Focus locked. The protagonist watched it all unfold. This is it, he thought. The final stretch. Everyone's getting out. No matter what. Group 1 was injured. Group 2? Bleeding out. Group 3 hadn't made it through without wounds. Group 4 had already lost 2. In Group 5, 3 were dead. As the view widened to show the full scope of the room, Belkis looked away, jaw tight. He turned on the protagonist, eyes sharp. You were late. We needed you earlier. His words hit hard. No one disagreed. A towering golem came into focus. What's wrong with it? Someone asked. It shut down, came the reply. The golem stood still, almost like it was questioning why it existed at all. Off to the side, Han glanced around and said what no one wanted to hear. This whole place is coming down. Talk later, move now. Despite the blood running down his leg, he pushed forward, waving for the others to follow. Belkis stared ahead, muttering, "It's nothing. Just a scratch." Nariza grabbed him from behind. "You idiot," she snapped. "You'll die like this. I'll carry you if I have to." Pipes burst overhead. Steam and fire erupted around them. The protagonist kept his focus. Every step forward counted. Without the map burned into his memory, they'd have all been dead already. Then, a narrow exit came into view. They'd reached the top of the statue. Jenna peered over the edge. "That's a long way down. Telekinesis?" Ivalka shook her head. "Not in tight spaces like this. Too risky." "Then get the ropes," the protagonist said. Ropes were dropped. "We'll go one at a time," someone confirmed. Another muttered, "Done this before, but never from this high up." Han reached the edge. "Rope's too short. Last stretch, we drop." No time to argue. Nariza stepped up. "I'll go first." She bolted down the corridor, spotted the gap, and shouted back, "Found the exit." "Jump," came the reply. One by one, the team launched themselves down. A girl reached up, guiding others as they descended. Sliding along the statue's wall, the protagonist stared ahead. He tried to speak, but the sight of what was left of Group 3 left him silent. Edith raised her voice. "Grab the ropes. Everyone move." The statue began to collapse. Stones rained down as people scrambled for the descent. Jenna hit the ground hard, chest rising and falling. Nariza stood nearby, scanning the damage. "We did it," she whispered. Below, scattered squads were regrouping, relief on their faces. Edith stepped up, nodding. "Well done, all of you." "How bad?" the protagonist asked. Edith took a breath. "Could have been worse. We lost a few, but most made it out. Your group, no casualties." The protagonist turned away, silent. The girl beside him gave a small, knowing smile. One of the men closed his eyes, exhaled deep, then looked up with a grin. Raman called out, "Seriously, what did you used to do before this? I could learn a thing or two." The protagonist laughed softly. "You already knew I was great. Still surprised, huh?" From the ground, Jenna spoke up. "After we split, he pulled off something even crazier." He waved it off with a grin. "Please, I'm still too young for that kind of praise." The girl stepped forward, voice quiet and unsure. She admitted it didn't sit right, not knowing how many people might have died because of her. Looking down, she added, "If collecting those keys means putting everyone through this, I don't know if it's worth it." Then she turned to him. "So what does that mean exactly?" Friasis asked. He answered calmly, "If I told you to stop, would you listen?" Behind him, she hesitated, then gave a soft, "All right." Han stepped in. "Don't carry it all on your own," he said. "If you feel guilty, share the weight. That's how we keep moving." She smiled faintly. Message received. Just then, glowing blue particles filled the air. The whole team turned, startled. A sword shimmered to life in the protagonist's hands. He smiled just a little. A flash of brilliant blue light swept through the room. The floor beneath them cleared. A system alert echoed. Everyone had leveled up. Rewards lit up the screen. One message stood out. "Top player, Han." Moments later, all squads reappeared in the main lobby. The protagonist closed his eyes. It's finally over. But then he looked ahead, mind sharpening. The real mission wasn't done. The keys. A face appeared in his thoughts. She told him there were only 3, and she had barely gotten one. The rest? Much harder. From above, a fairy fluttered down and hugged him tight. "You were amazing," she said, beaming. "Like a king. A legend. A generalissimo." He winced. Okay, you're making my head ring." Grinning wide, Isel added, "The master sent a gift." She held it up, a statue of a warhorse. Han froze. Then, slowly, he reached out and took it. His fingers closed around it, and a soft smile crept across his face. He had thought he'd lost, but this felt real. For the first time, he felt something close to joy. The bond with the master is strengthening. Cut to the lobby. Warm meals waited on every table. The man glanced around and grinned. "This feels like paradise." He nudged the guy next to him. "When I first got here, I thought it was hell. But now, not so bad. Kind of like mercenary life." He leaned back, smirking. "Let me put it this way." "Yeah." The other guy interrupted, nodding. "Death's always waiting, no matter where you are." Laughter rippled through the room. Ivalka crossed her arms, frowning. "You're all unbelievable." The man just shrugged. "You only live once. Might as well live it your way." Edith laughed lightly. "Better than hiding and waiting to die." The girl nearby lowered her head. Quietly, she said, "So many lives gone." She took a long sip from her mug, closed her eyes. "It's awful, but we keep going." Edith gave a crooked smile. "We'll honor them, and we'll toast this win too. That's the mercenary way." The girl looked away with a small smirk. "Yeah, you're right." Nearby, a guy clenched his jaw. "When does this slow down?" he muttered. "I'm ready to get back to training." She raised an eyebrow. "Seriously? After all that setup, and you're not even enjoying it?" He shook his head. "No, it's not that. It's just the eating part. Nariza laughed. You're just shy. Belkis leaned in. Wait, are you saying you're against? They threw together a small get-together. Nothing fancy, just enough to shake off the tension and breathe a little. Stuff like this stuck with him, a habit from his time in Niflheimer. Sure, this didn't come close to those wild nights, but it still meant something. He looked around, quietly impressed. Someone had gone through all this trouble without even being asked. It put him a bit more at ease. Plates of food were everywhere when someone suddenly called out, Hey, isn't he the man of the hour? What did you do before you joined up? I was a farmer, he answered deadpan. Laughter erupted all around. Would you look at him now? Big shot, someone joked. Han sighed, clearly annoyed but holding it in. He wasn't about to walk off just yet. A girl nearby mentioned she'd only been around for a month. And then, out of nowhere, Isel burst in, yelling about something important. She spun toward him, full of urgency. He blinked and asked what all the fuss was. Keep it down, he said flatly. Once is enough. But she grabbed his shirt and insisted she had news. He frowned. Another fight? She rolled her eyes. No, genius. If anything, we're gonna drop dead from the booze before any monsters get here. Then, softer, if it weren't for you, we'd be toast by now. He gave her a light smack, looking away. The others snickered as she grumbled that her wings were sensitive and he needed to be gentler. He muttered, just be quiet. The view shifted, revealing a structure ahead. He stood by the ferry, staring at it. What is that? With a sly grin, Isel said, You'll see. A glowing screen lit up. It looked like a website. She puffed out her chest. Courtesy of fairy tech. He groaned and covered his face. Looked straight out at anything. Then the screen played a video, the 30th floor raid. The view count was insane. She beamed as it played. Skimming through the comments, he muttered how it reminded him of the feedback he used to get back in Niflheimer. The ones he skipped didn't count, in his opinion. Isel leaned in. How's it feel? Respected master and famous hero. He gave a crooked smile. Honestly, kinda awesome. A notification popped up. Monthly limited pack, 4,500 diamonds, 300,000 gold, plus 150 diamonds and 10,000 gold daily. All for just 50,000 won. Han raised an eyebrow. That's a lot, right? The protagonist added. I've never spent that much before. Isel nodded. Well, that video hit over 50K views. He said he used the donations to buy it all. She grinned. Smart move. Then a new alert. 3 unread messages. Han narrowed his eyes. Had his username leaked? Maybe, but he shrugged it off. As long as no one had their coordinates, it didn't matter. The lobby loaded up. He muttered, if someone does find us, they'll probably crash the party. Isel picked up on his vibe. Something on your mind? What makes you say that? He shot back. You don't exactly look thrilled. The window closed. He let out a breath. Guess I'm just not in the mood. Weird, considering how much buzz the video was getting. But at the end of the day, he was still just a guy. He knew the truth. He was still punching above his weight. Real top rankers wouldn't be fooled. They'd see right through him. Hands in his pockets, the hero said, let me know when the next video drops. I won't forget, she replied with a wink. Just then, a man walked up with a grin. Man, I've been gone forever. What did I miss? Han shrugged. Not much. Just talking. Ryman clinked his mug down, then raised it. Come on, share a drink with me. The protagonist paused. He wasn't really into alcohol. But this felt like a moment. Besides, things were about to get busy again, starting tomorrow. One drink wouldn't hurt. Suddenly, the lobby screen lit up again. A bright message flashed. Congratulations on clearing the 30th floor. New weekday dungeons unlocked. Israel Tamine, Kindred Forest, Simul Plateau. A third research dungeon, Kaya, was now available. Several new buildings had been added too. Tonia Lobby had leveled up. Every 10 floors, the Master's Zone changed, separating low and high-level players. The higher the zone, the more content unlocked. The 30th floor had opened a brand new area, ancient ruins. If they could send a team there using a flying ship, they'd come back with rare materials and high-value gems. Stuff normal dungeons couldn't offer. But building a flying ship? Not even close to easy. It took rare resources, advanced research, tons of money, time, and at least a 4-star magic engineer. Even Innit couldn't pull it off yet. Still, the company had already started exploring rentals. Problem was, renting one cost a fortune. And if it got damaged, even more fees stacked on. Definitely not worth it right now. Holding his sword, the protagonist thought about how incredible it'd be to own one someday. A guy nearby noticed him staring. What's on your mind? Just thinking about getting some training in, he replied. Han stepped forward. No need to rush. They'd get that ship, eventually. Then he called out to the guy. But something stopped him cold. A message alert blinked. An unread chat from earlier. He hadn't even bothered to check it before heading out. Didn't seem important at the time. Belkis groaned in the background. If we don't start soon, we'll lose the whole day. A light flickered inside the building. Isel rubbed her eyes. What now? The protagonist turned to her. I need temporary master permissions. She squinted. Why? Want to check the incoming messages, he said. Stretching lazily, she waved her hand. Fine. I'll grant it. You owe me. Fairy magic doesn't come cheap. He scrolled through the unread chat logs. As he read, he guessed the player was probably online, someone from the same sector. Pull up the map, he said. Let's see where this guy is. Isel nodded, and the map expanded in front of them. Most of it was gray. Gray zones mean inactive masters, she explained. They haven't logged in for ages. Ideally, each sector needs 100 active users. Right now, we've got barely any. The player had written something simple, something honest. He was alone in his sector, and he didn't want to give up. The message continued. The player said he had extra materials from farming and wanted to help out. The protagonist noted how fast he was getting to the point, didn't waste a second. Then came the ask, send your coordinates so I can deliver the supplies. The hero narrowed his eyes. Hold on. Isel chimed in right after. Yeah, don't be reckless. He nodded. That's exactly why he hadn't answered yet. Han gave a dry smirk. He's probably a hunter. You know, the dumb kind. Pretends to help newbies, then robs them blind. That type was all too common. They usually went after low-level players who didn't know any better. Isel's jaw tightened. With that many gray sectors, chances were this guy had been pulling the same scam for a while. He's not even worth a reply, she muttered. The protagonist ran a hand over his face, thinking it through. Another message popped up. You there? Are you going to answer? He exhaled slowly. Yeah, I will. Isel's head snapped up. Wait, what? Why would you reply? If I don't respond, that doesn't mean we're safe, he said. Besides, PvP raids don't happen that often on the 30th floor. Then she blinked. Hold on. He's only on floor 30 and already has a flying ship? The protagonist shrugged. Could be dumb luck, or he dumped a fortune into the game. Maybe he's got a top-tier buddy carrying him. More messages rolled in. The guy was getting persistent. With an annoyed sigh, the protagonist typed back a short reply. Be careful. The player shot back a casual no worries. Then added something else. Said he wanted a flying ship too. He had blueprints, but couldn't figure them out. Needed help decoding them. Isel frowned. Okay, what's he really after? Han's expression turned flat. Once this is over, I'm deleting the entire chat thread. Isel's eyes widened. Shouldn't you wait until the master's online to do that? He's not here, the protagonist replied. This is better. She stared at him, unsure. Still, he grinned. Relax. I'm fine. This reminds me of the old days. I never lost a street fight. Then it got serious. A lot of masters had already quit by now. Most fell into one of two camps, those who gave up and just hung around, and those who turned into PvP hunters. And those hunters? They never skipped a fight. For threats like that, there was only one answer. Lowering his voice, the protagonist said, Get ready. They're on their way. Someone nearby looked up, confused. Huh, it's the middle of the night. Narizo appeared, eyes sharp. Is this an invasion? Glad you're catching on, he said. You know what to do. She nodded. I'll alert all the squad leaders. Jenna overheard and added. I'll notify the non-combatants. They'll stay in their rooms. Ivalka walked over, frowning. What's happening? I warned you. The protagonist reminded her. Other lobby players can invade. She pressed a hand to her head. Right now? Seriously? I thought we'd have a break. He gave her a sly smile. If we lose here, you've got to be kidding me, she cut in. Han turned toward the window, eyes locked on something distant. I want a flying ship, he muttered. And I'll get one. A damn good one. The scene shifted back to the lobby. People were gathered around a table, voices bouncing off the walls. From the sound of it, the banquet upstairs had just wrapped up. Near the wall, someone muttered. You can hear the noise from all the way over here. Probably Raimon laughing his head off, someone else replied. How the hell can he laugh like that when half his squad's dead? He's a merc, came the blunt answer. Arms crossed, another man said, heard half of teams 4 and 5 got wiped. A bearded guy spoke up. Isn't that good news for us? The other man scowled. Gilbert died, you idiot. The group at the table fell silent. The weight in the air said it all. Someone like Gilbert going down? Them in trouble. The elite squads didn't care about guys like them, but even they had limits, and no one knew how much longer any of them could last. One man stood up with a sneer. Gilbert pushed too hard for the second floor. Idiot got himself killed. Mark let out a dry laugh. Seriously, aren't you tired of this crap? Is this what we call living? Another pointed at him. Is that booze in your hand? He held up a sausage. What, stealing food and alcohol now? You think that's how we're going to impress the master? Then his eyes glinted. But I've got a better idea. A real one. Something that'll make an impact. And I can let you in on it, if you're up for it. Everyone stared at him, stunned. He asked again, well, you in? Before anyone could answer, a scream shattered the moment. Panic in someone's voice, shouting for evacuation. A man rushed in, yelling, We're under attack. Take cover. The first man glanced around, still expecting an answer, but Mark cut him off. What kind of invasion? Get inside now, the messenger barked. Stay away from the perimeter. Emergency order from the third floor. Another guy's eyes went wide. You mean, from another lobby? Mark echoed the question in disbelief. People froze where they stood, backs against the wall. Raimon's voice rang out, confused. Wait, this is real? Another lobby's invading. Edith frowned. Hold on, didn't you call us here with some kind of plan? The protagonist grinned. Yeah, we're gonna crush them. Perched on a shelf, someone asked, what is this, a war? Just wait for my signal, the protagonist said calmly. Be ready. One man glanced around. Only 5 of us. That's it. Belkis just smirked. I was getting bored anyway. Perfect timing. Don't jump the gun, Han warned. Another voice pushed back. Then when? You want to wait until they're inside? The protagonist grinned again. Don't kill them. Not yet. We've got plans in motion. Killing? That's plan B. He added, the system protects heroes up to floor 40. They won't die in PvP, but if they go down, they'll get hit with penalties. How bad? Someone asked. Bad enough, he said. They lose stats, skills, gone for good. Even top players turn useless if they take a hit like that. Suddenly, a portal ripped open, blue light flaring. A flying ship surged through, setting off system alerts. Unauthorized entry detected. The ship dropped lower. No alarms, no resistance. None of the heroes had picked up on the breach. It landed quietly. The ramp extended. From the corner, the protagonist watched people begin to file out. One of them scoffed. No welcome party? Lame. Another cracked their knuckles. Warehouse should be on the first floor. Let's clean the place out, gold gear, whatever we find. Grinning, a girl sneered. As for the witnesses, we know what to do. The guy next to her asked, what? Drag them back half dead. She crossed her arms. Exactly. We'll break them until they switch sides. More figures stepped through the portal, arms full of supplies. The girl let out a lazy yawn, eyes forward, until something slammed into her and sent her flying. A man stepped out of the shadows. Quietly, the protagonist slipped in behind him. Hey, the intruder snapped. What are you staring at? He spun around and froze. A hand clamped tight around his wrist. A second later, he hit the floor, gasping for air. Han didn't hesitate. A sharp kick to the face dropped him flat. Eyes gleaming, he asked, only 7 of you? The man coughed, struggling to breathe. I don't know. Han tightened his grip. Try again, unless you want to lose that hand. Blood in his mouth, the guy finally spilled. 7. 4 scattered in different areas. 1 leads. 2 more stayed on the ship, including the guy who came down. None of them are engineers. Han narrowed his eyes. Departure time, 10 minutes, maybe 5 if they rush. The man collapsed, wheezing as Han scribbled something onto a note. It's me, Han. A message from Edith came through. Status? Han replied coolly. Handled. Give it 10 minutes. We'll be back in bed. Then he added a second message, teeth clenched. Don't wait. Why? What's going on? Came the reply. He stared at the controls, completely locked out. The whole system was running on auto, which meant no manual override. He couldn't stop it. Tied-up intruders sat slumped against barrels nearby as a new system warning rang out. Enemy raid in progress. Warehouse breach detected. They were only taking the best items. The most valuable. Han's jaw tightened. From his side, one of the intruders beamed. Today's haul? Top tier. Another laughed. Plenty of cash, drinks, girls, and no one even tried to stop us. Pathetic, someone muttered nearby, watching their little victory celebration. Behind a wall, the hero overheard another voice grumbling. Where the hell is this place? And where's the guard? Sleeping on the job? Out the window, the flying ship came into view. Someone mentioned the departure was ahead of schedule. Whatever. Earlier's better, another answered. A bright alert flashed. Flying ship departing with your belongings. Light flooded the sky as the ship lifted off, leaping between dimensions. Han looked away. Belkis waited by the door, saying nothing. The ship tore upward, racing into the clouds and vanishing into the rift. Inside, one of the crew muttered, Master wasn't like this before. Everything's different now, right? But before he could finish, a heavy blow launched him clean off the deck. Back inside, the protagonist walked down the corridor. Just as he grabbed a door handle, a battered body came flying out from inside. Belkis glanced at it, unimpressed. Who's this chump? Can't handle a fight? What? We supposed to cower in here with trash like that? I could barely breathe in there. Turning to him, the protagonist asked, Status? The man caught his breath. That was the last one. Across the hall, a panicked voice shouted, Stop. Don't kill him. You'll regret it. There are consequences, real ones. No one listened. Steel flashed. A sword drove forward. Nothing but weaklings, Belkis scoffed. Nearby, Jenna stood with a blood-soaked blade. That's it. We're done here. She stared at the downed enemies, cold and unflinching. Worse than we thought. No doubt they've pulled this exact trick before. Ivalka stepped up, frowning. Still, something about this feels off. What a letdown. A girl raised her hand. So this was your big ambush? Just 5 of us. You serious? Narissa answered grimly. There are probably dozens of them. I checked. We might be able to fall back to the lobby and regroup. But Han cut her off. No, that kills the timing. If the ship's even a little late, they'll know something's wrong. His gaze dropped. We're going straight to their base. No backup, no retreat. One strike, clean and final. Belkist's eyes lit up. I could wipe out a whole wagon of these losers without breaking a sweat. Their weakness was obvious. Sure, their levels were decent, but none of them had real training. It was laughable, especially for players who had already given up on climbing the tower. Han nodded. Strip everything, then burn it down. Make sure they can't rebuild. A faint glow pulsed around the group, and a thought echoed silently. If they didn't log out now, they were going to get wiped. The hero glanced to the side. A system alert popped up. Log-keeping privileges revoked. His expression darkened. That meant he couldn't access external messages anymore. One more handicap. Another message rolled in. Flying ship inbound. Their lobby shimmered into view. Heroes from another dimension have invaded. As the ship landed, one man watched from below. Back already? Did you at least bring anything useful this time? He chuckled. It's been forever since we got a good haul. The master's gonna. He never finished. Han's sword struck first. The system's death protection kicked in, but it didn't stop their souls from being shattered. No healing. PvP disabled the lobby's recovery functions. Bodies dropped. A pulsing red alert lit the room. Imminent danger. Jenna turned to Han. We've been spotted. He didn't even blink. Good. This is just the start. Right then, another dimensional lobby phased into view nearby. Han and Jenna broke into a sprint. What's going on? Someone shouted. There. That's him, the intruder, another yelled. The crowd turned toward Han, shouting, Who the hell do you think you are? We'll shred you. But they'd missed something. The barrels. Liquid poured across the floor, slick and spreading fast. Confused, some of them stepped back. Han flicked a match. Don't you love fireworks? It landed. Everything exploded into fire. System alert. Fire detected on second floor. Eyes wide, the girl cast a flame spell. An inferno surged outward. 3 enemies went down instantly. Charging through the flames, Han thought, We'll end them before they even know what hit them. Kill them all, he ordered. Jenna fired an arrow. Han kicked through a door. Screams rose as he hurled a barrel into the crowd. The girl followed with another fire spell. Now the second-floor dorms were ablaze. Trailing behind, she shouted, I actually feel like the villain right now. Han answered coolly, Either you're the villain or the victim. Ivalka, catching up, muttered, If they'd hit us with full force, we'd have lost people too. Han nodded. Exactly why I didn't give them a chance. A real ambush hits when they're asleep or when no one's on watch. Flames swallowed the lobby buildings. And in the middle of the chaos, one thought cut through the smoke. Use the fire. Take control. Their next destination was already clear. They were heading for the first floor. But just as they moved, Similar blocked the path, weapon raised. You're not going any farther. The hero halted as Similar stepped in front of him again. He hadn't expected them to regroup this fast. He raised an eyebrow. You seriously running off already? She asked, almost disbelieving. He smirked. I forgot to torch the second-floor warehouse. Still stunned, she echoed. Running away? Just finishing the job, Han said casually as he turned and walked off. She hurled an insult at his back, but he didn't bother replying. Inside the warehouse, a sudden presence appeared behind him. A frying pan came swinging toward his head. He ducked. Let me guess, warehouse staff? Flames were already crawling up the walls. Another alert popped up. Second floor, fire detected. Jenna glanced away. Are we really okay with burning everything? Han shrugged. Would have been dumb if we came just to loot. But that's not what this is. Facing the others, he added, torch every building with supplies. No exceptions. Narissa gave a firm nod. Ivalka hesitated. Feels like we're the villains here. The fire kept climbing. The dorm's level dropped. 5 to 3 in seconds. Similar reappeared in front of Han, rage in her voice. What the hell are you doing? She screamed, vowing to kill them all. Come on, fight me. Belka stepped forward, cracking his neck. You got a death wish, or what? Han muttered. Just kill her already. Belkis grinned. Then it started. Steel clashed. Similar gritted her teeth and lunged. Belkis' eyes burned with excitement. Similar shouted, pushing forward. He laughed. You really do want to die. And just like that, her hand was gone. Jenna stared, horrified. Similar's face twisted in shock. You're cheating, she screamed. One clean swing. Her head hit the floor. Someone nearby cried out, only to be silenced by a shot through the skull. 2 lobby members down. A girl nearby whispered, Is that enough? Everything's burning. We're the villains here, but not all of them deserve this. The equipment workshop went up in flames. Han turned. It's not over. Jenna stepped forward. You can't keep going. We're not killing anyone else, he said, just destroying what's left. The top fighters? Gone. The supplies? Gone. Warehouses, ash. Weapons workshop, engulfed. Central square, devoured. Dorm, half collapsed. Equipment shop, wrecked. Flames danced through it all. One thought pulsed through the blaze. Burn it all. The entire lobby was on fire now. Han muttered. Even the game master's probably ready to log out after this. A notification blinked to life. He read it. Quietly, send him. The man across from him panicked. Hands clenched, he shouted, stay back. If we fight full force, we can win. Han's voice stayed calm. Just one question. Answer it, and you live. The man dropped to his knees. Anything. I'll tell you anything. Han stepped closer. Where's your magic engineer? The man pointed. Magic hall, over there. Thanks, Han said. Just then, a small castle appeared. He reached for the door. A fairy nearby shouted. No. Fist clenched, she screamed at him. Why can't you stop? Why do you always steal? Why do you burn everything? Do you even care about right and wrong? Han gritted his teeth. Move. No, she said, standing firm. And then, he shoved her aside. The fairy sat on the ground, eyes fixed on him. If you take me with you, how am I supposed to survive? She mumbled something about that stupid dream of his, becoming the king of thieves. Looking away, she muttered, it's already been half a year, stuck with the worst master imaginable. And after all that, was he really going to burn everything down? Did he even care? Inside the hall, Han stepped in. Potions were scattered across the table. A girl was lying across it, completely out cold. He placed a hand on her shoulder. This was her, the magic engineer, the key to the flying ship. Even with the chaos outside, she hadn't woken up. She rubbed her eyes groggily. Who the hell's disturbing my sleep? I've been working 3 days straight. Han didn't wait. He tied her up on the spot. She protested weakly, still half asleep, as he slung her over his shoulder. Outside, the fairy just stared, stunned. Han turned and asked, what? I'm taking her. Surrounded by fire, he glanced at the others and called out, if you want to live, get back to your dorms. People scrambled to nod and scattered fast. Jenna, holding onto a cart, looked over. That's a girl. She's our biggest asset, Han replied. Don't let her get away. Jenna frowned. So we're just kidnapping her. Yeah, he said without flinching. Jaw clenched, he added, I'll get her to the ship myself. We wrap this up now. The girl on his shoulder just grunted. Fine, just don't drag it out. From behind, the fairy yelled, her voice cracking with anger. Why are you doing this? Murder? Arson? Kidnapping? You're no better than a demon. He didn't even glance back. Call it whatever you want. But she pushed harder. Why? He answered, flat and bitter. The first time he raided the hunters, they were desperate. He let them go, even gave them supplies. A month later, they came for him again. And again after that. Over and over, it was the same. No matter how it started, it always ended the same way. They never change, he thought. The fairy clenched her fist. Is this really what you believe? She reached out. After everything, you're just walking away? He kept moving. Then his voice came sharp. Fairies only fight when ordered by their master, or when someone tries to kill them. So why haven't you surrendered already? Around them, fire devoured what was left. Survivors were scattered across the ground. In the center of it all, Han stood, torch in hand. The fairy grabbed her hat. If you actually do this, our master. You probably already logged out. Han cut in. Tears welled in her eyes. Then why would you go this far if you knew? What are we supposed to do now? He turned his back. I don't care. He stepped through the portal. A flying ship burst out behind him. As he approached, he caught sight of the girl. What a terrible name, he thought. Narissa spotted him. You're back. How's the ship, he asked. Nothing's working yet, she admitted. Might need ID verification or something before we can fly. Where's the girl? We tied her up, Narissa said. The girl struggled against the ropes, trying to speak, but her words were muffled. As Han untied her, her voice finally broke through. Let me go right now, or I'll kill you. Well, at least now he knew who she was. Gritting his teeth, he said, You're a magical engineer. Wrong, she snapped. I'm Cadio, a third-rate magician. Just hearing that name made people flinch. Han stood his ground. I need the flying ship to launch. How do we make that happen? Cadio glared at him like he'd asked to be set on fire. What makes you think I'd tell you anything? Her voice turned sharp. I should boil you alive. One of the men stepped forward, unsheathing his sword. Getting bold, aren't we? Maybe she'll talk faster if we slice off a few fingers. Han closed his eyes and let out a breath. No, that'd make me actually feel like a villain. You are villains, Cadio shrieked. He raised an eyebrow. Wow, so this was just one big misunderstanding. She bared her teeth. What misunderstanding? Keep that blade away from me. Unbothered, Han held out a hand. Stand by, he said coldly. If she casts so much as a spark, cut her hand off. Belkis nodded without hesitation. Gladly, turning back to her, Han continued. We'll sort out the drama later. Right now, we need to get back to where we came from. And I need you for that. You understand, don't you? Cadio clenched the rope still wrapped around her. We can't stay here, she growled. That's on you. Han looked away. Shouldn't be that hard. Just move the ship back to the last location. Tears slid down her cheeks. I'm just a researcher. Belka scoffed. Exactly why I wanted you dead. Han thought, heartless. Magical engineers specialized in support. Things like flame suppression spells. If she'd done her job earlier, maybe the place wouldn't be a smoking ruin. Finally, Catio exhaled. Fine. I'm ready. Then she added, you'll let me go after this, right? Han looked straight at her. Go where? Then to the others. Tie her up again. The ropes snapped back into place. Catio screamed in fury. Off to the side, the fairy lost it. You really took everything. Fine. Go on, take it. Choke on it. And may your next bottle of rum land somewhere the sun don't shine. Han blinked. Can't say I've ever heard a goodbye like that. He turned back to glance at her. She was glaring now, as if they'd walk away from this untouched. But at least now, she understood who had their back. That alone was going to sting. Stretching out her hand, she yelled, you just picked a fight with the Solidarity Association. Top-tier guild. 30 elite rankers. You mess with them, you don't walk away. She wasn't done. Sure, our current guild master's a joke, but he's tight with their real leader. Suddenly, the man she mentioned stirred. He opened his eyes, touched his face slowly, as if just realizing something. Han frowned. Solidarity what? Never heard of him. Isel let out a breath. Enjoy the quiet while it lasts. Because once they move, even groveling won't save you. The hero just smirked. What's your name? She lifted her chin. Captain Isel. Remember it. She waited. And you? His grin widened. Loki. Just then, a fiery lobby tore through the space. Isel's eyes widened. She nearly choked at what she saw. Pointing to the sky, the fairy repeated what she'd heard, voice trembling. So, I'm really going to die. A ship appeared overhead. She glared upward and shouted, I won't forget this. You're gonna pay. Han looked away, mulling it over. Revenge, huh? Sounds exhausting. Just then a voice chimed in. Having fun. He turned and saw a girl grinning. She admitted she'd been spying the whole time. Why, he asked. She laughed. It was just too entertaining to ignore. Han blushed, caught off guard by her honesty. She smirked. This moment's going straight into my memory album. He groaned. Could you not say my name like that? It's getting embarrassing. As their ship drifted through the clouds, Han casually asked, know anything about the Solidarity Association? Urnit shook her head. First I've heard of them, but I'll look into it. Closing her eyes, she added, give me the word, and I'll find their base. Burn it to the ground. Our fleet's been idle too long. It's craving battle. Han leaned on the railing. Hold off. No need to engage unless they move first. Urnit grinned. If they do, I'll be ready. Han smiled. Do whatever you want with them. Her eyes sparkled. Can't wait. As their lobby came into view, Ivalka asked, what time is it? Morning, probably, Jinna guessed. Han glanced around. We really walked far. The girls tensed. Wait, we're not training today, are we? He waved it off. Nah, you've got the day off. Belka spoke up. What about the shift? I'll handle it, Han said. As the building came into view, a bound figure lay on a bed inside. Han stared. How the hell is he still asleep? He stepped in and raised his voice. How long are you planning to nap? Suddenly, the guy shot upright, panicking. Where am I? Han pulled up a chair and sat down. My room. What? Take me back right now, the guy shouted. Why'd you bring me here? Han crossed his legs. Because I'm in charge of the flying ship now. Catio's eyes widened. Han kept going. I'll also be handling research, spell crafting, and support spells. And you'll be joining our ops. Having 2 mages? Useful. You kidnapped me, the boy yelled. Now I wanted to work for you. Screw off. Catio. Huh, Han repeated thoughtfully. From behind the door, a voice chimed in. It was her. He probably hasn't eaten yet. Come in, Han called. She stepped in with a tray and nodded toward the bed. So, this is the boy from yesterday? Han nodded. Catio's one of us now. Treat him nicely. Jenna walked over with the food. You must be starving. Here, eat. Can't exactly escape on an empty stomach. Still tied up, Catio snapped. I can't eat like this. Jenna tilted her head. You sure? She asked. Han shrugged. He's not going anywhere like that. But Jenna shook her head. That's not what I meant. I made this for him. Catio hesitated, grabbed a sandwich, and scowled. You think food will win me over? He glared at all of them. I'm not helping a bunch of villains who burn down homes and enslave people. Han leaned back, casual as ever. Tell me, what do you really know about villains? He asked. Do you even understand what your so-called master's done? Catio froze, a slight tremble running through him. Han didn't let up. You're just as guilty, you know. An accomplice. I was following orders. Catio shot back. If I go back, I'll have no choice but to follow them again. His hands shook, and the food he was holding slipped, clattering onto the floor. Staring at it, Catio mumbled, he wasn't always like this. My master used to be different. Now he's just lost. His voice dropped even lower. But I still believe in him. Han stared ahead, unmoved. And you really think someone that far gone can change? Cadio looked away, frustrated. Han leaned in. Look around. Wouldn't it make more sense to use your talents freely here, instead of being worked into the dirt over there? The girl glanced over at Cadio, pity in her eyes. At least our leader actually listens to us. Han gave a knowing nod. That guy you're loyal to? He's not the same. Look at yourself. You're so drained, you couldn't even lift a hand when it counted. If you weren't this burned out, maybe you would have already tried to take us out. He let a smirk creep in. Guess I need to push a little more. Join us, and I'll give you 3 promises. Ivalka blinked. 3. First, Hans said, holding up a finger, no overtime. Ever. Ivalka tried to interrupt, but he waved her off. I mean it. Off the clock means off the clock. You do whatever you want with your time. Second, he added, crossing his arms, we don't go around trashing people's lobbies. Cadio gave a bitter laugh. You literally just did. Because your master hit first, Han replied calmly. Check the logs. It's all there. Cadio didn't respond. Han kept going. We're a raid unit. That's all we do. No distractions, no nonsense. Cadio slumped onto the bed, muttering, none of this matters. This place isn't home. Han raised a brow. So what? You got family waiting for you back there. No, Cadio admitted. But still. Then even better, Hans said. No baggage holding you down. He paused, then added, and third, no one here cares where you came from. Zero judgment. Cadio stared. Are you the captain or something? Han held up 3 fingers again. Not the captain, but I've got sway. And those are my terms. No overtime. Mission only. Total equality. Cadio narrowed his eyes. You're absolutely sure about the no overtime thing? Han grinned. He knew exactly what kind of value Cadio brought to the table. A skilled magic engineer wasn't just a ship tech. They could drop support spells, craft elite potions, enhance gear, and research like no one else. In some circles, they were stars. Ivalka folded her arms. Wow, you're really laying it on thick. Why treat him better than me? I'm a mid too. Han shrugged. Because you've already signed on. He hasn't. So since I'm already pulling weight, I don't get the special treatment? She said with a glare. Han looked away. What's really bothering you? I said I'm fine, she muttered. He kept walking. Either way, he's not going back. Ivalka stopped him. And if he says no, I'll make sure he says yes. She turned away. And if I just don't like him? Han's jaw tightened. You'd rather throw him back into that mess? I didn't mean it like that, she said quickly. With a sigh, she crossed her arms. Fine, let's see if he's worth it. Han let out a breath, thinking, all this drama, just because she didn't want to fly solo. With a lazy wave, he said, I'm grabbing a nap. If anything big comes up, wake me. Maybe I'll give him a tour later. Ivalka shot him a look. And what exactly am I supposed to do in the meantime? Han turned back. Ask Jenna. I'm right here. Jenna answered flatly from nearby. Hands in his pockets, Han added, plenty still needs doing. Once we wrap up the tour, we're heading back to our lobby. Ivalka groaned. Again? Seriously? Just then, their airship reappeared in the sky. Someone muttered, well, that seals it. All around them, cleanup crews moved in, clearing the aftermath of the battlefield. Someone else noted the presence of mechanics. If the ship was still in the air, they must have had a few working systems left. A supply cart rolled in, pushed by a girl. Han glanced over and said, we're bringing them too, prisoners included. As the ship and cart came into view, a notification blinked in, skill traits now accessible. Han's current abilities were clearly listed, ready for review. Then came another alert. An airship had arrived. Apparently, it could travel across dimensions. Another message appeared. A new hero had joined the team, Cadio, class mage. That was followed by a report, 14 items secured. Isel commented that their master was probably in shock. The hero gave a small nod. A lot had happened in just one day. Staring out the window, the protagonist muttered, takes over a week to craft a flying ship. Costs rare materials and diamonds. And I handed over both a ship and a mage. Of course he's panicking. Isel added, if I total up everything we hauled in yesterday, it's around 7.8 million gold. She glanced at him, and everything was tracked. No way he doesn't know who pulled it off. Just then, another message flashed. Hero Han submitted a request. Approval from Mage Cadio. Cadio stepped through the doorway. The protagonist asked what he wanted. Cadio looked around but shrugged. Don't worry, I'm not getting attached. He scanned the room. Nicer than Harura, sure, but I'm not falling for it. The protagonist froze, then looked down. Cadio shifted, unnerved by the silence. Guess there's no helping it, he muttered. I'll have to synthesize it myself. Off to the side, Han took a breath. The offer on the table was good. Cadio already had 4 stars. But Han couldn't afford to waste resources on someone who wasn't committed. Cadio clenched his jaw, forcing a smile. The protagonist broke the tension. Relax. I'm kidding. I promised you 3 things, didn't I? If you want something else, just say it. Cadio closed his eyes. The March issue of Lumagen. Han blinked. That edition only printed in Harura, practically impossible to get. A new notification popped up. Han requests Lumagen, March issue. He pulled out a copy like it was nothing. Anything else? Catio smirked. A scarf. Stoat fur. Got it, Han said. Next, Catio's jaw dropped. How do you have all this? Han figured he wasn't used to people just giving him stuff. All right, Han said, last one. Grinning, he headed for the door. Someone called after him. Where are you going now? Without turning back, Han replied, to get what I want. Back at the lobby, another message lit up. Han had launched an expedition. Destination, Harura. Objective, robbery and abductions. As a mission was accepted, a small fairy slammed against the barrier, screaming, what the hell is going on this? Time, she snapped. Get out, and don't come back. Arms crossed, the hero stood unfazed. I brought her here for a reason, he said coolly. We're making a contract. She's joining the team. The girl narrowed her eyes. You better be sorry for dragging me into this. Grinding his teeth, Catio muttered. How the hell did you talk her into it? Lady didn't flinch. She chose to come. Her voice steady. The girl looked straight at them. I'm done with that place. He never cared whether we lived or died. Catio tried to push back, but Ivalka turned to the protagonist. Well, are you in or not? The answer came fast. Your call, the hero said. Make it now. Today's the day. As Han turned to walk off, the girl asked, where are you taking the mage? He shrugged. No clue yet. I need to figure that out. Scene shift. The dorm building. Sitting at the table, the girl began her report. I finished the intel gathering on the Solidarity Association, she said. Raising her eyes, she continued. They popped up about 6 months ago. Most likely, they're a migrated guild from a major mobile game. Han stayed silent as she went on. They used to go by Blood Alliance. Back then, they were strong enough to control an entire server, Server L. His jaw tightened. And their rules? Pretty insane, she added. They only recruit men over 30. And every single member has to drop at least 10 million won a month on the game. Han blinked. Wait, what? She nodded. 10 million. Monthly. Just to stay in. The hero looked down, deep in thought. This wasn't just a powerful guild. They were practically flooding the game with cash. Even their name came from an old in-game greeting. Their mission? Total control over Z server. They expanded fast, raiding nearby accounts, converting them into vassals, and bleeding them dry. Han's fist curled. Did the Free Masters try to stop them? She nodded. Yeah, didn't work. The guild's war chest was just too deep. Players kept joining by the day. Han asked, what about their army? She pulled up the numbers. 73 natural 5-star heroes. 318 flying ships. And odds are, that's not the full count. Her eyes locked onto his. Want to strike first? Give the word, I'll move now. He shook his head. Not yet. Unless they hit first, we wait. Han exhaled. Deep down, he already knew. It's probably them. She smirked. Same pattern. First it was the Dragon Knights. Then Ouroboros. Now, it's the Solidarity Association. Different name, same playbook. Han leaned against the window frame. What about those other guys? The ones who used to brag they'd conquer the whole server. She nodded. You mean the ones who said Niflheimer was the symbol of server 2? They vanished. Han stared into the distance. And these new guys? They know what it takes. They won't hesitate. Across the table, Catio looked up. You're serious? You're not going to toss me in a dungeon somewhere and lock the door? Han didn't miss a beat. Of course not. He picked up a pen. A flick of violet fire danced in the air. A soft chime followed. Notification. Catio has been recruited. He is now under your control. The view shifted to the outside of the building. The fairy reached out toward Han. He told her. She asked him to keep his voice down. Her hearing was already fading. The master had sent her with a gift, she said. What did he want? Isel raised her hands. If he really needed something, I figured he'd ask for it himself. But the protagonist shook his head. I've studied this game inside out. I know what I need. He glanced away, eyes drifting to the row of warhorse statues. They weren't enough. Not yet. A notification popped up, requested 10 warhorse statues. Cost 50,000 gold. With a loud crash, the statues came tumbling down. Han picked one up, a grin playing on his face. We'll gather 1,000 more. New player cards flashed into view. Then the scene shifted back to the dormitory. A guy snapped. What you all staring at? Just sitting around having fun? Belkis shot him a sharp look. With that attitude, maybe you need a quick lesson in respect. Han cut in. Ease up. You might just need some time to get used to things. The guy flinched. Belkis scoffed. Maybe. He's got potential, but not with that kind of attitude. Ivalka frowned. Why'd we even take him in? Other groups were available. Another girl spoke up. None of them had a mage. That's why we're stuck with him. They'd already gone through the roster. Group 2 said no. They were full. Group 3 lacked proper structure. Groups 4 and 5 still had way too many open slots. Sending him to one of those meant risking a high-tier hero. The room fell silent. No one made eye contact. Han stood in front of the girl, thinking, if this was a fresh group, having two mages would be a huge plus, tons of versatility and power. But this team had history. In the end, he said what needed to be said. We'll see how he does in action. Better that than arguing in circles. From the side, Ivalka reminded them they already had 5 members. Narissa chimed in, I'm not going. Haven't done weekday dungeons in a while. I need potion ingredients. She looked away. Ivalka lowered her eyes. The new guy raised his hand, voice low. I have something to say. Han turned. You don't want to fight? He shook his head. No, it's just been a long time since I went on a mission. Cadio blinked, catching something. His master's account had cleared past the 30th floor, but this guy had only reached 28. Maybe he hadn't stepped into battle since the master stopped climbing. Isel gave a sly grin. What about the mission journal? The guy looked to Han. Wait, we could take missions without a master. No one told you? Han asked. The guy shook his head. I thought it wasn't allowed. Han gave a faint smile. I just figured I'd handle it myself. Yeah, I get that, the guy said. Good way to pass the time. Just don't overdo it, Han warned. The master won't be happy if you push too far. Now, they stood at the entrance to the central dungeon, 28th floor. Jenna turned to the group. Formation? I'll cover for Narissa, the guy offered. I can handle it. The girl nodded. All right, I'll give it a shot. Not my usual position, but I'll manage. A countdown flashed in the air, 10 seconds until gate opens. Han braced himself. Let's see what happens. The guy beside him nodded. In the next instant, they landed on the 28th floor. The mission type? Subordination. Simple goal, wipe out every enemy. No one spoke. They moved quietly, eyes focused forward. Han thought about jumping in early, but held back. He wanted to see what the new guy would do first. Light began to glow around his hands. Pressing one over the other, he slowly pulled them apart before locking them together. Particles swirled around Cadio. The girl raised an eyebrow. Is he casting a seal? In a flash, a dimensional portal tore open. Weapons and gear shimmered inside, ready to be summoned instantly. Jenna turned toward him. I've seen that before in standard dungeons. What's it called again? Dimensional portal, he answered. She nodded. Right. Knew it. With that portal, they had a steady stream of supplies, arrows, potions, anything they needed. As long as a magic engineer was in the party, they'd never run dry. Total game changer. The girl stared, wide-eyed at the display of spatial magic. Han stepped in. Close it up, he said. We're good for now. Suddenly, a pack of lizard men charged. One roared, swinging a massive blade as it closed in. Han gave the signal, same formation as always. The squad moved in perfect sync, tearing through the monsters. The guy stared at the chaos, muttering, didn't think it'd be like this. Then his elemental attribute activated. A glowing stone hovered upward, drawing others toward it. Before he could blink, another monster lunged. He reacted fast, striking it down. Cadio cast the elemental spread across the team. Instantly, stamina surged through every member. With a snap, the guy blinked out, teleporting behind the enemy. He raised his hand, telekinesis. At the same time, Cadio threw up a barrier. Enemy spells flickered and broke. Magical interference. One of the creatures flailed, confused, just before Belkist calmly cleaved its head off. Behind them, a fiery vortex exploded into life. The guy glanced at Ivalka. You didn't need to drink that, he said. She blinked. Mana transfer? Wait, what? Cadio's player card appeared, glowing with stats. The guy's eyes narrowed, intrigued. The girl, standing in the middle of fallen enemies, asked, How many spells did you just use? He smirked. You could have just asked me. That was amazing, someone muttered. The girl admitted. I used to think mages only threw fire and lightning. Ivalka gave a small smile. That's classic magic. It's got history. The guy waved a hand. It's outdated. Ivalka's fist tightened. No, it's not. Belkis shrugged. Feels the same to me, he muttered. Still think girl mages are better. Han cut in. That's cause you don't see what it does to them. Cadio stayed quiet, listening. Can't say much. I don't know how you all fight. The last monster tried to slink away. Han hurled a weapon at it, shouting, What are you waiting for? Let's clean this up. The fight ended soon after. Looking around at the aftermath, the guy muttered, Even in the middle of a battle, someone was watching me. He glanced at Cadio's card, the skills now fully displayed. Ivalka followed his gaze. Daylight spilled over the settlement outside. Meanwhile, the guy was busy typing furious messages to Han in the chat window. Seeing it, Han asked, He hasn't logged out yet? Honestly, Han thought, now would be a smart time to quit. In his mind, he pictured it, an island burning. All his main units wiped out. The magic engineer gone. The ship? Destroyed. Every building leveled. Their levels dropped to nothing. He really should have been focused on rebuilding. After everything, that's what made sense. But instead, he acted like nothing had happened. Han noticed it too. Taking a slow sip from his coffee, he muttered, way too confident for someone who just got wrecked. Across the room, Uranus sat at a table. The protagonist glanced away. You're following all this, right? She gave a small nod. Just say the word, I'll deploy the fleet. Han set his cup down. Not yet. We're doing this without the fleet. He looked at her calmly. Don't worry. We got it handled. A few days passed. Inside a massive hall bathed in blue light, the ship stood parked, still under repair. The girl was working on it, tools in hand, not looking up as Han approached. How long, he asked. We're short on hands, she replied. Give me a week, minimum. Nearby, Katio turned toward the protagonist. Why are you even here? Planning to run back to Harura? Han walked over. Can you do it? Before Katio could answer, a voice rang out from the ship screen. This is Captain Isel, it declared. Future king of the bandits. Katio stepped closer, assuming the comms had connected. But the screen erupted with Isel's fury. Traitor, she screamed. We fed you, gave you clothes, and this is how you repay us. Then she stuck out her tongue. Hope your necks are squeaky clean. Judgment Day's on the way. Her voice swelled with manic pride. Storms? Hurricanes? Please. I'm the king of bandits, reborn again and again. Han stared at the screen. Do you actually need something? The protagonist reached for the controls. I'm turning this off. Wait, she shrieked. I haven't even said why I'm here. Her voice dropped to a slow, smug burn. I'm here to declare war. The screen shifted. Warships. Dozens. Maybe hundreds. The Golden Fleet is mobilizing, she announced. Han blinked. You call just a flex? No, she smirked. I'm offering you a choice. He narrowed his eyes. What kind of choice? Join the invincible fleet, she said, her grin wicked. Because once we fire, there'll be nothing left but smoke. She tapped her fist to her lips and added, I'm actually impressed, Han. Conqueror of giants. Master of the desert winds. You've made a name for yourself. Enjoy that glory, she said. Right next to me. Han figured she'd seen the footage, their floor 30 clear. Probably went up that same night. Arms crossed, Isel declared, so yeah, I'll be fighting you now. Katio interrupted, frowning. And what exactly do you think you're gonna do? Standing behind Han, he whispered, don't let her get under your skin. She's reckless, but she's no joke. She's pulled off wins before. On screen, Isel zipped through the hangar. Prep's done. Support's locked in. This offer's real. If you join me now, she said, I'll personally ask the master to cancel the assault. Han's face turned serious. You ready? He hit the power button. I'll be there soon. Then he turned. Jessie, prep the ship. Still focused on her work, she replied, it's mid-repair. The outer hull's barely holding. One direct hit and we're done. You just need to get him there, Han said. She paused. Eyes shut. 10 minutes, she said quietly. It's possible, as long as we take him back to where it all started. Sunlight poured across the veranda. Urnit held her teacup, eyes closed. Softly, she whispered, so, Han's finally using it. As he stepped down the stairs, the protagonist muttered under his breath. When am I ever going to get another shot like this? He glanced at the sky. Masters passed out, couldn't ask for better timing. Han slipped on his jacket. Edith looked over. Where you off to? Just a walk, Han replied casually. He passed through the portal and found Lady and Katio waiting. Lady held her head, wincing. Somehow it's done. Coordinates are locked. Katio crossed his arms. Reckless. One arrow hits the wrong spot, and this whole thing goes down. Han gave him a light pat on the head. Appreciate it. Let's keep this between us, yeah? The ship lifted. On the screen, a system confirmation came through. Transition approved. Autopilot engaged. With a sudden lurch, the vessel shot out into the open sky. Han pressed the red button. Isel's face popped up on screen, eyes wide in shock. Is your master online right now? Han asked. He waited. No, she answered. He's offline. Han opened his eyes, voice ice cold. Good. Then clearly and calmly, he said, tell everyone, this is the end. The skies filled with Sinanu ships, engines blazing. Isel's voice cracked with rage. Han, you arrogant idiot. I'm not some pixie. You won't get a second chance. Her eyes swept over his worn-out ship, and she let out a laugh. What is that? You seriously came to fight in that wreck? Then her gaze sharpened. She hovered next to a massive cannon, already charging with deadly mana. Why'd you come alone? She sneered. Wait, don't answer. You're finished. And don't bother begging. I'm not letting you leave alive. Han calmly peeled off his glove. Urnit, what's the status on the proof of other heavens and Bifrost link? Stable, she answered. No disruptions. Then with a quiet smile, she added, you can summon anything your mana allows. Follow-ups won't be affected. Suddenly, red energy burst from Han's ring. A golden glow lit up in his palm as the weapon began to form. A sword took shape, slow, deliberate. Gripping it tightly, Han stepped forward. Isel's cannon fired. A blinding wave of blue mana tore through the air. Wind screamed as the beam surged toward him, but Han didn't flinch. He raised the glowing blade. With one swift swing, he sliced straight through the blast, clean and effortless. The redirected mana spiraled off, absorbed by the sword. Icel froze, stunned. Han's ring glowed again. He raised a hand, summoning another weapon. Purple energy pulsed in his palm. A system alert flashed. Special ability activated. Eye of Argos. Han placed his hand over his eye. In a flash, purple light surged, and the battlefield lit up. Every weakness across the enemy fleet glowed like a beacon. Shots rang out. Enemy ships opened fire. Han moved fast, faster than before. Each swing of his blade batted away the attacks like dust in the wind. He drew his arm back. Weapon number 11, summoned. A bolt of lightning slammed into the ground. From the smoke, a colossal spear formed in his grip. Winds roared as another alert appeared. Fragarak, charging complete. Auto defense mode enabled. Han's eye flared bright. Locking onto the enemy fleet, he gripped the spear. You ever felt what it's like to be completely outclassed by overgear? He asked. Icel trembled. What is this? Han smirked. Let me show you. He hurled the spear with full force. It tore through the air like thunder and slammed straight into one of the ships. The spear pierced the glowing blue core at the center of the ship. Sparks erupted. Then the entire vessel erupted in a violent explosion, gone in an instant. Icel stood frozen, speechless. The spear spun back into Han's hand like a boomerang. Still smiling, he said, even if you try to steal these weapons, you couldn't use them. I made sure of that. Icel's voice cracked. A low-tier hero, destroying a flying ship in one shot? That's not possible. The blade now spun in a tight orbit around Han, deflecting every blast fired his way, never once leaving his side. Icel clutched her head. This can't be real. But Han was already preparing the next strike. The second spear launched into the air, twisting and darting like lightning between the enemy ships, before detonating mid-air. A chain of explosions lit the sky. No! Stop! Icel screamed as another ship ignited in flames. Han caught the spear mid-air. Just 2 ships remained. Icel's voice trembled as she began backing away. We surrender. We give up. We don't even know who you are. Take what you want. Just let us go. Then, the very ship broadcasting her voice exploded in a fiery flash. Han gripped the spear tighter. One left. He rocketed forward, closing the distance to the final ship as it raced toward him. The 2 ships collided with a thunderous crash. Han jumped aboard. A soldier charged him, calling out something unintelligible. Han answered with a clean punch to the jaw, sending the man to the deck. Standing over him, Han said calmly, "Big mistake." The soldier scrambled back in terror. More crew members emerged on deck, staring at him in stunned silence. Then one by one, they dropped to their knees. "Great General," one of them shouted. "We didn't know. We were wrong," another cried. "We didn't recognize you. Please have mercy." One man clutched Han's leg, sobbing. "If we go back like this, they'll synthesize us. That's a death sentence." Han didn't flinch. He kicked the man in the face. "Stop whining." He marched across the deck and kicked open a door. Inside, Icel sat on a bench, sucking on a lollipop like it was her last meal. Without looking at him, she said, "This is the last candy I'll ever eat." Han walked up. "Give me oil." She blinked. "What?" "I need fuel," Han repeated. "That's all I'm here for." Floating up in front of him, she shouted, "I told you to go. Haven't you destroyed enough?" "My ship's running on fumes," Han said, "and I didn't spare you out of kindness." Icel's voice cracked. "You already took everything. The fleet, the heroes, all of it." Han stared her down. "So what? You're giving up?" Icel ripped the lollipop out of her mouth and threw it at him. "You think we had anything to begin with? We barely survived and started rebuilding, and then you show up with that weird weapon and erase it all." The lollipop bounced off his chest. "They weren't even ours," she shouted. "All those ships were borrowed. Even if we worked the rest of our lives, we couldn't pay back the debt." Her hands trembled. "You think I wanted this life?" she muttered. Then she yanked off her hat and threw it to the ground. "Let the so-called bandit queen die here. See if anyone cares." Her eyes lowered. Quietly, she said, "I never wanted to be a thief. I want to be a hero, someone like Loki, someone worth remembering." She pointed toward a hallway. "Second room down, left corridor. The oil's there." Then, pulling a wad of crumpled papers from inside her shirt, she added bitterly, "If that filthy tower, if the master ever changed their mind," Icel muttered, "there might still be a way back." She knew the odds. Still, she was willing to bet everything on that sliver of hope. She tossed the papers toward him. Han caught them in midair and unfolded them carefully. His eyes scanned the pages, one of his own strategic manuals. Old work. His handwriting. Icel set her hat back on and straightened her posture. "I want to end up like my sisters," she declared. Crying. Defeated. Pathetic. She threw her arms out. "I'll go down with flair." Then, with a smirk, she added, "You've got your fuel. So go ahead, blow up the lobby again, if that's what you're after." Han watched as she pulled out another lollipop, casually unwrapping it. A thought crept in. Every account had a fairy. When account closed, the fairy vanished too. That's why they clung so fiercely to their lobbies. It was all they had. He remembered her breaking down, sobbing over a master who hadn't logged in for days. And now, standing in front of her, Han couldn't help but wonder what would happen to her master if she disappeared next. Could the lobby survive without her? Fairies were the voice of the master. They executed commands, kept things running. Without them, the system broke down. There was no fairy left in Niflheim. But Uranus had filled the role. Han sent her a message. Is Isel still around? A storm of wind and lightning swirled behind Uranus as her reply came through. She sends updates from Ceres now and then. But no, she's not really present. Her next message came with numbers, cold and bleak. Without a fairy, lobby function drops by 87%. Orders lag. Missions misfire. Even basic tasks fall apart. Han read it and gave a quiet nod. Got it. He slung his staff across his shoulder and turned to Isel. Go to Niflheim, he said. There's a vacancy. Isel froze. Eyes wide. What? No, I can't. If I leave the lobby, the managers will come for me. Right then, a portal snapped open beside Han. Out poured a cascade of gleaming jewels. Isel stared, speechless. Uranus's voice cut in. 13 managers already gone. They won't be coming after you. Above them, a massive shadow blanketed the sky. A colossal ship drifted into view. I had a feeling something was wrong, Uranus admitted. Guess I wasn't imagining things. Han stepped out onto the deck. How many on board? He asked. 2, came the reply. Isel looked up and gasped. Below, the ground team stared up in fear, shaking as they realized what had arrived. She turned to Han, her voice barely a whisper. You're Loki. Han didn't answer. He just grabbed her and tossed her onto the ship. Then, standing tall, he gave his next order. Evacuate everyone in the lobby who still has value. Leave the raiders behind. He turned to Uranus. Can you step in for this battle? Uranus looked at Isel and gave a soft smile. Maybe with her. She's still technically part of Harura. I'll try. Han looked up, steady and sure. If you can do it, then do it. If not, I'll handle it. He took one slow breath, then raised his voice for all to hear. I am the greatest hero of them all. As the light around his weapon faded, he muttered under his breath. Only 2 summons left. A brilliant pulse of violet light surged across the settlement, flashing through every window. Cadio came sprinting toward him, livid. What did you do? He didn't stop. You think I didn't see? He shouted. You lit the fuse. Harura's under siege. The whole fleet had mobilized. And Han? He took off in a busted ship and came back like it was nothing. Still moving, Han glanced over his shoulder and barked. Less talking, more running. If I let a mage with stamina that low hang around, I'd never live it down. Nearby, Jenna pulled back her bow, eyes locked on the target. Feels like we've been stuck in this game for a full week, and still no deployment, she muttered. Her arrow flew. Dead center, perfect hit. Next to the target dummy, Belkist asked, You know why Han's holding back? Han wiped sweat from his face, lifting his shirt slightly. A flicker of fire mana danced behind him. Ivalka stood quietly, observing. He's probably trying to sort out the team structure, she said. Belkist raised an eyebrow. So someone from the first group's about to get dropped? His smirk widened. Why the long face, Ivalka? She turned and walked off. Jenna narrowed her eyes. Don't go too far. You know she's a core part of this team. The master wouldn't just cut her. Then she turned to Han. You agree, right? Han nodded slowly. Belkist isn't wrong. Jenna exhaled. But he's not exactly right either. She looked straight at Han. What about me? If someone else offered more, would you replace me too? Belkist chuckled. That's Han's call, isn't it? Still wiping his face, Han shook his head. Not really. I can recommend. But the final decision's up to the master. In his mind, he saw the team laid out like pieces on a chessboard. Everyone had trained specifically for this, building up fire resistance to support Ivalka's magic. She was the core of their strategy. Removing her now would topple the whole formation. If that kind of order came down, he wouldn't follow it. Jenna kept her tone level. Our 5-man squad is tight. Every role's defined. If any of us weren't pulling weight, we'd be gone already. She glanced over at Cadio, who was panting heavily. The master's not replacing us, she said. He's trying to figure out where to put him. Night fell over the building. A soft glow lit the workspace as glass clinked on the table. We did it, a girl cheered. Medium healing potion, complete. Grinning wide, she gave Ivalka full credit. The recipe was nothing like what she'd used before joining them. But now, it was finally clicking. This was Tilda, a pharmacist. She tapped her fist to her lips, thinking. Still, the success rate's low, and it burns through ingredients fast. And with limited pouch space, we'll have to prioritize medium potions. She frowned. We might not be able to make enough before the next run. Ivalka scribbled in her notes. If you join the first group, that won't be an issue. You'll be able to restock supplies using the interdimensional portal. Tilda blinked. Seriously? Then her face lit up. In that case, we'd better double the batch. Ivalka paused, surprised by her excitement. While Tilda worked the cauldron, Cadio sat nearby, grumbling. Han had promised no night shifts, and here he was, stuck watching potions boil. The thought of brewing high-grade supplies while scaling a tower made his stomach turn. Out by the gates, Isel stood tall, voice ringing out. First group, assemble. With a hand pressed to her chest, Ivalka declared with pride, elemental magic stands above all. She folded her arms and nodded at Cadio, casually assigning him ship duties. Let the schoolboy in a maid outfit handle the chores. I've got real work to do. Shaka let out a sigh. Can we save the flirting for later? Jenna laughed. As long as we're not headed for another scorching desert or an endless maze, I'm good. Her eyes settled on the portal ahead. A flower garden might be nice for a change. The team stepped into the teleporter, vanishing into a burst of blinding light. As it faded, the clouds split apart to reveal a crystal-clear sky. Ivalka blinked in disbelief. Her gaze slowly dropped to the endless stretch of blue below. They weren't on land anymore. A ship rocked gently beneath them, drifting in the middle of the ocean. The vast sea stretched out in every direction. Silence fell. This is it, someone murmured. The legendary ocean. Han didn't waste a second. Fan out. Check for anything useful. They searched the vessel and gathered the basics. Supplies, fresh water, and a compass tucked away below deck. Ivalka raised her hands in frustration. Seriously? They dropped us in the middle of nowhere for an exploration mission. Han studied the compass. This is the destination. There's an exit out there. We follow this course. Then he turned to the group. Who here can swim? Silence. Han's expression darkened. Folding his arms, he said flatly, everyone but Ivalka take rowing shifts. Ivalka stepped up. I can row too. No, Han replied firmly. There are only 2 oars, and there's a reason we pair up this way. Warriors and mercs split the workload. You, stay in the center. And unless you want us all sleeping with the fish, keep the fire magic to yourself. She stared at him, speechless. Han didn't budge. Think about it. We're on water, in a wooden boat. You set it on fire, and we're done. Ivalka looked down, her voice barely a whisper. Got it. The wind tugged at the sails, and the surface rippled, bubbles. Creatures burst out of the sea, heading straight for them. Han yanked off his glove. If the boat capsized, it was over. He drew his blade, sliced open his palm, and dove into the waves. Jenna, cover me, he shouted before disappearing beneath the surface. Underwater, he pushed forward through the swarm. He spotted them, sharks. His blood would lure them. It worked. The moment they turned, Jenna zeroed in and opened fire. The sharks dropped, but the other sea beasts were closing in. Han weaved through their attacks, slashing with precision. One by one, they fell. Then air. He shot upward, gasping. He stopped cold. Something had grabbed his leg. Where is he? I can't see him. Jenna shouted, eyes scanning the waves. Belkis glanced at Ivalka. You gonna burn the ocean next? Go ahead. Narissa stood still, eyes closed. We wait for the order. The water turned red. Suddenly, Han broke the surface. Jenna rushed to pull him aboard. You're insane, she breathed, voice shaking. You just jumped in like it was nothing. She dropped beside him, heart pounding. Ivalka let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. Gazing over the drifting bodies, Han spoke quietly. We move. Keep your guard up. As night crept in, the battle didn't stop. A merman clawed its way onto the deck, and Han struck it down. He didn't look back as he warned, they can sneak up on us. Stay sharp. Ivalka sat quietly on the floor. Belkis flopped down beside her, nudging. So, no shot of trying another magic type? Thought you were dead set on steering the boat with telekinesis. He gave her a lopsided grin. If it's too much, just say so. No shame in quitting early. I'm itching to get back to my training anyway. Just then, a system alert flashed across the screen. The quest might continue even if the master logged out, and the search could take a while. Above the ship, the sky shimmered, warping. A message appeared. Floor cleared. Han, top hero. As Han stepped out of the portal, his eyes drifted toward Ivalka. She greeted him with a bright smile. Let's try wind magic next, she suggested cheerfully. But before he could answer, fresh notifications popped up. Cadio had replaced Ivalka. Her smile vanished as she stared at the message in disbelief. Sunlight poured over the estate. A man rested his hand gently on a young Ivalka's head. Starting tomorrow, you'll begin your training at the Schuttenberg's estate, he said softly. Ignore everyone else. Focus on one thing, bringing honor back to our family name. She nodded, smiling with pride. Later, as a cauldron bubbled beside her, Ivalka formed a flickering fireball in her hand. Watching from behind, a woman commented, Fire seems to suit you. Eyes wide with excitement, Ivalka blurted out, What's next? I want to learn another spell. Any element is fine. But the woman shook her head. That's not how it works. Elemental mages usually master just one. Handling more than that? That's rare, almost unheard of. Staring into the fire, Ivalka clenched her fists. On my family's pride, I have to get stronger. She watched other students pass by, already comfortable with their magic. She was still trailing behind. Later, at a desk stacked with scrolls and papers, Ivalka made a quiet promise to herself. I'll surpass them all. I won't let that purple crest on the wall be taken from me. Behind the desk, her teacher flipped through reports, muttering, we accepted every child the families recommended, but none of them are showing true potential. Suddenly, flames roared down the corridor. Miss Font, Ivalka called out, spinning around as the woman approached. Was this you? Font asked calmly. I was just practicing, Ivalka replied. Font said nothing. Ivalka lifted her hand, crackling with energy, and burst into laughter. Font raised her own arm. Streams of green magic spiraled out, dousing the flames instantly. With a small smile, she turned to Ivalka. Looks like we've got a real talent on our hands. I can't wait to see what you become. Ivalka lit up, thrilled by the praise. Isel suddenly spun into the room, twirling like a whirlwind. Surprise, she shouted, dancing around Ivalka. You've officially been removed from the first group. Ivalka blinked. Wait, what? What does that even mean? Relax, Isel said with a grin. You're on break until somewhere between the 35th and 40th floor. Give or take. Ivalka's jaw dropped. That's forever. I'll get rusty. Isel shrugged. Orders from the master. That's that. Still smiling, Ivalka pressed. No reason at all. Huh? Han met her gaze, serious now. I don't like shaking up the team without a reason. But deep down, you already know why this happened. Noticing her frustration, Han asked, didn't you always say you wanted time off? What's with the attitude now? Standing in front of her, he added, don't stress about it. If things get rough, I'll personally call you back. Ivalka stomped toward the portal, fuming. Fine, I'll just start training in a different element then. As she vanished, Han folded his arms, muttering, maybe the master can bribe her back with her favorite dish or something. Later, Ivalka stepped into her room, still grumbling under her breath. Meanwhile, the ship floated silently beneath a wide-open sky. Cadio wiped the sweat off his face with a rag. Han walked up without a word and started dragging him away. Wait, what's going on? Do you need me for something? Cadio asked, confused. Han didn't answer. They arrived at the gate of space and time, where the rest of the group was gathered. Han faced them and said, Cadio's joining the first group. Temporarily. Everyone looked surprised. I didn't say anything earlier, Han added, because he was asleep all day. Cadio flailed. I wasn't sleeping. I stayed up late working on the flying ship. Realizing it was pointless to argue, he sighed in defeat. Belkis leaned in, glaring. What are you staring at? Nothing. Cadio yelped, bolting behind the others. Jenna laughed. So, are we all coming back from this one or what? Soon after, the team set sail once more. Standing on deck, Han briefed Cadio, we follow the compass. Be ready. Monsters will show up sooner or later. Cadio's palm sparked with mana. Rowing's a waste of energy, he said casually. A propeller burst into existence at the back of the boat. With a surge of power, the ship shot across the water. Just a simple mana engine, Cadio said, stretching. Belkis raised an eyebrow. Seriously? I nearly broke my back rowing, and you pull this out now. He joked about dumping the oars overboard. Han, unimpressed, said, stack them in the corner. Then, movement. Sharks were tailing the ship. Han pulled off his glove. We'll do it like last time. I draw them out, Jenna covers. But before he could finish, Cadio dipped his hand into the water. A pulse of electricity surged outward. The sharks froze mid-pursuit, then floated to the surface, unmoving. Shaking his hand dry, Cadio explained magnetic field. Sharks react to electric signals. Easy. Belkis gawked at the floating bodies. Yeah, we definitely should have brought him last time. Cadio let out a yawn and walked off to sleep. Han watched him go. Thinking back, Cadio was labeled a magical engineer. But maybe there was more to him than that. They continued sailing. Cadio, now walking calmly across the water, turned back toward the boat. Surface tension, he said simply. Arms folded, Han stared from the deck. If we had you on the 30th floor, we wouldn't have had to risk that climb. We could have just sprinted up the statue. Jenna clenched her fist. Ivalka has potential too. She'll learn. All of it. Cadio climbed back aboard, unbothered. She might, but elemental mana doesn't work like this. It's built different. Han watched him for a moment, expression unreadable. We'll see. Then, movement ahead. A ship appeared on the horizon. Han checked the compass. It pointed straight at it. They were headed that way. The other ship cut swiftly through the waves. On deck, Friasi stood with the wind tugging at her hair. As she brushed it aside, she froze. Someone had called her name. Looking up, she spotted the crew approaching. Leaning over the rail, she raised an eyebrow. What are you all doing here? She asked, tossing down a rope with a playful smile. You really do show up everywhere. Katio chuckled, but Narissa was quick to cover his mouth. "Time to head inside," she said, leading the group away. Everyone could use some rest. The others followed silently, keeping their eyes on Han as he stayed behind to speak with Friasis. No one said it out loud, but the thought lingered. Having a princess suddenly swarmed by unexpected guests couldn't be easy. Han stepped forward, visibly irritated. "Can we talk inside?" he asked, his tone flat. "I'm tired. I need sleep." Friasis clenched her fists, forcing a polite smile. "I've got questions first. Like, how did you even end up on that boat? How did you find us? What exactly are you after now?" Han turned away with a scowl. "This is our mission. That's all. Don't expect me to have the answers you're looking for." He looked back at her, unmoved. "You were the one offering money and begging for help when we first met. Now suddenly you're second-guessing things?" Friasis lowered her hand to her chest. "I didn't know what we were getting into back then. So many of your people have died." Han's expression hardened. "And I already told you, don't think about that." "That's easy for you to say," she murmured, her voice heavy with regret. Arms crossed, Han stood silently as she explained where they were, off the southeastern coast, deep in the endless sea. He gave her a skeptical look. "So you're chasing the key now? For real this time?" Avoiding his gaze, Friasis fidgeted with her fingers. "Yes, I am." Han raised a brow. "First the desert, now the ocean. You've been on quite the tour." She explained she'd gathered some money and planned to hire mercenaries from a nearby island. Glancing at a nearby sailor coiling rope, she added, "I can find the key without you." Han's expression darkened further. "And what if it goes like last time? Think you'd be fine then." When she coughed, he didn't flinch. "Hiring more mercs would just get more people killed. We'll handle it. You just guide us." Friasis closed her eyes and smiled faintly, still as stubborn as ever. Then her smile faded. She placed a hand over her chest. "But what if your mission ends up being to kill me?" Han met her gaze without hesitation. "Then I do it," he said simply. "Because if I don't, I die." Fear flickered in her eyes. Slowly, she reached down and clutched the pouch at her waist, then nodded. Without a word, she pulled out the pouch and held it toward him. "This is everything I've got. I'm hiring you." Han turned away, visibly annoyed. "Keep it." But a system message appeared. 10,000 gold received from special NPC, Friasis. He took out one coin and studied it, unimpressed. Barely enough to buy 2 warhorse statues. Still, Friasis stepped forward and offered her hand. "I'm counting on you again. And just call me Friasis this time." Friasis' expression shifted, serious now. "There's something you need to know about the key," she said. Her voice dropped as she explained. Gathering all the keys would unlock a gateway, one that led to a higher dimension. Han turned to her, caught off guard. He searched her face, then asked, "Why? What does reaching a higher dimension even do for this continent?" He rubbed his face, sighing. "A dream's just a dream. That doesn't explain much." Then came the truth. Friasis had been haunted by strange dreams, visions, for nearly a year. In them, the entire continent was destroyed. Everything wiped out. She believed they weren't just nightmares, they were glimpses of the future. And she was desperate to change it before it came true. Han remembered the moment she'd first told him. She just sat there, quiet, staring off into nothing. That girl had seen the end of the world, night after night. In those dreams, she appeared with a dagger and the keys. They were always tied to preventing the disaster. The same keys that supposedly unlocked the higher dimension. Somehow, every quest in this world circled back to that same purpose. Standing beside her on the deck, Han broke the silence. "I've been thinking about that dream. Can you tell me more?" But before she could answer, a system window opened. Floor cleared. "Best hero, Katio." Han looked down at his hand and let out a quiet laugh. "Guess it's time to head back. I'll finish this merc mission next round." He glanced at Friasis, saw the disappointment in her eyes, and gave a soft goodbye as the portal lit up behind him. Back at the base, Belkis stood with arms crossed. "We'll need a new formation," he announced. "Starting tomorrow, our newest member joins training." Katio threw up his hands. "Hey, that's not in the contract. No one said anything about overtime." Han didn't flinch. "You'll live. Finish everything, and I'll double your vacation time." Belkis chuckled behind him. "Oh, I'm loving this." The scene shifted to a crowded city plaza with a grand fountain at its center. As Han walked through the streets, a familiar voice called out. It was Ivalka, arms crossed, eyes shut. She said she was just out for a walk. Needed a break. Han gave her a look, but she turned away before he could say anything. "I can go wherever I want," she snapped. "It's not your business." But then she raised her hand, and mana flickered to life in her palm. "I've been training," she said calmly. "While you were all off on your missions, I wasn't slacking. I'll get this under control. Soon." Han turned to Isel. "How many recording stones left in storage?" "2," she replied. "Give her one. Mark it down." He handed it to Ivalka. "You can watch past missions with this. Best way to learn. Study yourself in action." Ivalka looked down at the stone, her tough exterior softening just a little. Elsewhere, Catio raised his hand and let loose a blast of mana. Their ship launched forward, skimming across the ocean. A pack of electric sharks chased from behind as Catio stood confidently atop the water, grinning. Ivalka watched him from afar, using a magical screen. The gate remained sealed, unmoving. Above Han, who sat quietly with eyes closed, Isel floated in midair, arms crossed. "Really?" she muttered. "This isn't nap time. You're not a kid." She glanced down, frustration creeping in. "My only decent spell trait is power. Beyond that, I'm useless." The boy engineer had her beat, and Ivalka knew it. Isel, watching from above, muttered that the girl was arrogant anyway. As her figure shimmered and faded from view, she added, she had it coming. Back in the real world, Han sat quietly on a bench in front of the glowing portal, one leg crossed over the other. As the gate started to flicker, he turned his head slightly. "What do you think?" Ivalka walked up with her hands in her pockets. "Still here, huh?" she said with a small smirk. She hadn't checked the time. Must have been hours. Looking down, she smiled. "You're good. Back when I was your age, I couldn't do anything close to that. Life's rough like that." She sank onto the bench beside him and shut her eyes. "Still, you're just a kid. If I'd known this is where I'd end up, I would have trained harder." Han looked away. "I could always switch to another team if I wanted." Her expression hardened. "Don't bother. I'm not quitting." He folded his arms and didn't say a word, just watched her. Then he mentioned Nate. Said he had a choice to leave or stay. He stuck with the original team. Han remembered how Nate broke down, promised to grow stronger, to never let weakness win again. But in the end, he still felt powerless. Ivalka stood, head lowered. "I've still got one shot," she said quietly. "Tomorrow, 7 a.m. She turned and walked away, the morning sun spilling over the city skyline as Han stayed seated, watching her disappear into the light. Inside the base, walls hummed softly with power. Lady was at her tablet, fingers tapping quickly. No issues with the lift. Fuel looked solid. No visible damage. Should be mission ready. Catio, watching the monitor, didn't look convinced. "Not until we get the weapons and onboard systems installed. Right now, we don't even know if it can fly." Lady noted it down. "Still, since we're headed for the ocean, I'd say flight's guaranteed. But if you're up for more tuning, I won't stop you." Then the system chimed in. "The flying ship capitalism is now complete and ready for deployment. Restrictions apply in certain regions." The whole team stood before the finished vessel. Catio dropped to his knees, shouting, "I've been conned. I've worked harder here than I ever did in Harura." Another system message appeared. Complaining detected. "Reward, warhorse statue." Catio stared at it in disbelief, then tossed it aside with a growl. "How many of these things are you going to dump on me? I don't want them." The system beeped again, dissatisfaction confirmed. "Loyalty has decreased." Han picked up the statue calmly. "You've done enough. Take a break." He turned it over in his hand. "No owner, right? I'll claim it." Then he glanced at Lady. "When you've got a moment, check for ancient ruins in our sector. We're heading toward the 40th floor soon. Could get busy." Han walked over to the engineer, who was now standing in front of the humming ship, listening. It was quiet, gentle, like the flutter of butterfly wings. It wouldn't crash, and it could float. Still, no weapons, no equipment. That part would come later. Behind them, Catio sprawled out on the floor, groaning. "Why is that firewitch still here anyway? There's only 5 of us." He remembered seeing her, always nearby, always training. Now, she was in the field, practicing wind magic, even though she was supposed to be a fire mage. The most Ivalka could summon was a light breeze, barely enough to stir the grass. Lying nearby with his eyes closed, Han muttered, "Elemental mages usually stick to one element. You're probably not one of the rare ones who can branch out." His voice trailed off as he opened his eyes, gaze dimming as he looked down. The view widened, revealing the entire city spread out beneath the sky. Suddenly, the portal began to stir. A system message rang out. "Main dungeon, activation imminent. Doors opening in 10 seconds. Glowing words stretched across the portal. Climb the tower and save the world. Flying ships permitted." A burst of blinding light poured from a gate. Through it, the sail of a ship began to emerge. The team now stood by the ocean's edge. The system confirmed. Floor 33. Exploration required. Friasis turned, gently smoothing her hair. "We're back," she said with a smile. A new alert appeared. Route update complete. Additional quest received. Everyone looked at each other, confused. The system clarified. They now had to summon a flying ship. Jenna folded her arms. "Didn't we already do this in the desert?" Han shot the princess a look. "You wouldn't understand." Waves lapped against the ship as it sailed across the open sea. A prompt flashed. "Would you like the hero's opinion?" The vote results appeared. Most of the team had no strong thoughts either way. Han pressed his fist to his lips, deep in thought. Summoning a flying ship, This wasn't like the usual tasks. He'd been through countless missions, but this one felt different. Without looking at her, he reached out and took Friasi's hand. How long since you left the mainland? He gazed out over the water. A whole month. They were nowhere near land now. Then, Cadio paused, eyes narrowing. Icel's voice echoed in his head. An order from their master. Summon the flying ship. His face said it all. Refusing wasn't an option. Han exhaled slowly, eyes shut. Notification. Leader of first group is considering mission abandonment. Jenna turned sharply. Is the ship even ready? A system response followed. Would she be willing to hear him out? The ship cruised forward, cutting across the waves. Han stared ahead. Mermaids, sharks, nothing out here could damage a ship this size. This mission feels more like a break. Then he pictured it. An enormous castle, submerged far beneath the sea. Friasi's had seen it in a dream, an ancient dragon temple at the far edge of the endless sea. And inside, a glowing key. Nearby, Jenna lay in a hammock, arms behind her head. This mission's not bad, she said. Kinda peaceful. Shame Ivalka's not here. She glanced over at Han. What are you thinking about? She closed her eyes and chuckled softly. Relax. It's just a side quest. What could go wrong? So far, there've been no real threats. Nothing dangerous. Nothing serious. Then, a new system message appeared. Special zone entered. Access forbidden. The sky darkened. Han's gaze lifted. Something was off. We should turn around, he muttered. I've got a bad feeling. Friasi stepped forward. Her voice was calm. Unnaturally so. We set foot on sacred ground with dirty feet. And now you think you can just leave? Her tone shifted, deeper now. Something else was speaking through her. You're not heroes, the voice said coldly. Not even close. Friasi's gaze turned sharp. We won't be the prey, she said coldly. We'll become the hunters. Nature's law must be answered for. Han stepped forward, scowling. Who are you really? Her lips curled into a calm, eerie smile. Too calm. Too wrong. Then her voice shifted, dripping with venom. The hunt begins. And just like that, she collapsed. Han caught her before she hit the ground, alarms blaring all around them. Friasi's clutched her head, dazed and confused. What's happening? He helped her up, but Jenna's voice rang out, sharp and urgent. Han! A shadow loomed. A towering wave surged toward them, and from beneath it, spiked tentacles erupted. A massive kraken clamped onto the side of the ship. Han's eyes narrowed. Sword drawn, he barked, cut anything grabbing the hull. Now, the monster let out a shriek and suddenly released them, violently. Han stared, stunned. The beast writhed, then vanished beneath the surface like it had been yanked away. Something was still down there. Shapes moved in the water. Dark, massive, wrong. Han ran to the edge, calling out to Friasi's. Get to the helm. Take control. We need out of here. A bone-chilling laugh echoed over the waves. Friasi sprinted for the controls. Got it. Another wave slammed upward, and with it, the Kraken's shredded body broke the surface. Jenna's breath caught. What? Han lifted his eyes. Narissa stood frozen. This can't be real. From the blackened sea, it emerged. A colossal water dragon. Its jaws crushed the Kraken's remains. System alert. Danger level, critical. Han stepped back. A boss? Now, we're only on floor 33. It wasn't just any boss. It looked like a warped version of the one they faced on floor 20. System update. Mission type changed. Escape. Objective. Leave the danger zone and protect Friasi's. Han's heart pounded. Forget fighting. We're not winning this. We run. The dragon began to dive. The team scrambled, panic spreading. Winds howled against them. The ship rocked violently. Crates slammed into the deck. One of the crew slipped, screaming as he grabbed for anything to hold on. Then the dragon hit them. The ship flipped with a thunderous crash. System, water dragon roar, divine protection activated. Even as chaos erupted, one thought rang clear in Han's mind. There has to be a way out. He stabbed his sword into the deck to anchor himself. Friasi's. Does this ship have anything left? Anything special? She crouched, frantically scanning the helm. This was an airship once retrofitted for sea travel. Maybe. Her fingers flew across the console. Then a jolt. The ship rocketed forward. System, Nautilus mode, activated. High-speed navigation engaged. They surged through the waves like a torpedo. Cadio stared. That won't hold forever. Above them, the dragon let out a deafening roar. System alert. Rapid climate shift detected. Shaw looked up at the sky. The clouds had darkened. Rain began to fall. The dragon wasn't just chasing them. It was altering the weather. Turning to the engineer, Shaw spoke calmly but firmly. We need to stall it. Prep the airship. Then, how long do you need? A system prompt flashed. Team leader has proposed launching the airship. But Han didn't respond. He looked away, jaw tight. 10 minutes? In a moment like this, it might as well be forever. The portal's progress blinked on the screen. 3% complete. Catio clenched his fists, mana sparking through his fingers. The dragon's eyes locked onto the ship, its voice booming with twisted glee. You think you can run? Fine, lose your minds trying. Warning, storm wave activated. The sea exploded. Creatures surged from the depths, the dragon's roar echoing across the ocean. Let the hunt begin. Dragons landed hard on the deck, snarling, weapons drawn. Sea beasts burst up through the waves. Belkis grinned as he drew his blade. Finally, something fun. At the helm, Phreases held steady. Lucky I'm the one steering. Below the surface, the massive dragon lurked like a shadow. When the sailors shouted, they'd spotted a hole in the hull. Han's teeth clenched. This was a trap from the start. The moment that special field activated, he should have pulled back. Next time, I won't hesitate. He swung his blade, calling out, guard the portal. Don't let anything through. His eyes flicked to the barely formed gate. We're not making it at this rate. Then chaos. The dragon shot out of the water, snatching a man mid-scream and flinging him into the sea. The deck was a battlefield, blood, wreckage, and fallen crew. System alert. Nautilus navigation terminated. Han stepped behind a trembling Phreases. If you're staying, get used to this. Up ahead, the others stared at the carnage in stunned silence. Catio slammed his fist into his palm. Come on, open already. Portal established. Vehicles, gear, and resources now deployable. A glowing gate opened before the ship. The system prompted, summon capitalism airship? Catio's eyes snapped upward. There it was, hovering above like salvation. He nodded. I'm going first. Gotta prep the systems. Han didn't wait. He sprinted across the deck, sweeping Phreases into his arms. The ship's done. Get to the airship now. The dragon erupted from the sea behind them, slamming into what remained of the vessel. I'll tear you all apart, it roared. As the ship shattered and sank, one of the boys dove into the water, hand raised. The airship descended over the wreckage, turbines glowing bright. The dragon glared at the sky, livid. You think another ship will save you? Han turned back with a smirk and flipped it off. That's not just a ship. He pointed upward. That's an airship. System, capitalism airship. High-speed navigation engaged. Subquest completed. New quest unlocked. Hidden beast hunt. With a roar of engines, the airship surged forward, leaving the broken sea behind. Han held Phreases close, breathing hard. An airship, this is a whole different class. Jenna stood near the railing, tense. What is that long thing behind us? Nerissa ran over, eyes narrowed. I've heard the stories. Ancient sea breeds. They called it the sea god. Han said nothing, watching the horizon. Dragonborn, one of the first, dating back to the Empire's founding. He placed a hand on the ship's hull, mind racing. We walked right into their trap. At least now, we knew the boss's patterns on the 35th floor. With the right prep, we could beat it. As the mission ended, a notice blinked across the screen. Level complete. 150,000 gold acquired. Nerissa pulled her hood down and said calmly, we'll need time. Can't rush this. Then, a new system update appeared. Hidden stage unlocked. The sacred water dragon hungers. Han's face tightened as a warning flashed. Another window popped up. Return denied. You're trapped inside the water deity zone. Capitalism airship designated as temporary base. Mission will auto-start. 34th floor. Hunt. Or be hunted. Han stared wide-eyed. I've never seen anything like this. He pressed a hand to his forehead. Eyes shut, voice low. There's a way out. If I can connect the game mechanics with everything we've run into so far, I'll figure it out. The airship hovered silently above the sea, engines humming. Gazing out over the waves, Han turned to us. After we cleared the subquest, we were locked into a hidden mission. And this one plays by a different set of rules. Jenna leaned over. What exactly is this hidden trap we've walked into? But Han didn't answer directly. Take the princess to the cabin. Catio needs backup. At the console, the engineer was locked in, eyes scanning the map. These are our parameters. Black dots? Hidden item locations. That red ring? That's the dragon's detection zone. Han stepped in beside him. I ran simulations for missions like this back in the waiting room. Knowing the boss's behavior patterns, it gives us an edge. System update. Capitalism airship has been set as temporary base. Amenities, none. Expansion required. Han flipped through the interface. A prompt appeared. Select facilities to construct. Just then, the portal flared. Isel stepped through, winking. With a tap to her cheek and a grin, she said, called it. Folding her arms, she added, since this floating pile of parts is your base now, I'll hang around and help out. Raising her hand toward the engineer, she called out, open a portal to B7 on the 2nd floor. We got supplies coming in. You weren't planning to leave your crew sleeping on crates, were you? A hint popped up. Constructing airship facilities requires unique resources. Inventory from waiting room, not transferable. For level 1 living quarters, the requirements were listed. 50 gems, a bed, table, basic share buff item. Prompt. Proceed with construction? Han confirmed. In a flash, furniture appeared through the gate, beds, storage tables. Notification. Living quarters established in Capitalism Zone B7. Rest efficiency increased. Then, training center completed in Zone C2. A small structure formed near the deck. Arsenal deployed in Zone C5. Crossbows and ammo materialized. Bridgehead established in Zone B1. Sofas. A table. Strategic space done. Standing on deck, Han looked out across the water. This isn't just a ship anymore. It's our base now. A flying war room ready for whatever comes next. Arms crossed, he turned to the group. Once the basics are done, we start claiming outer bases. Prep's nearly finished. We move tomorrow. Belkist, standing off to the side, folded his arms. Is there even a point in taking those bases? Han held up a glass vial filled with shimmering liquid. I don't know all the perks yet, but I got a pretty good idea what kind of gear we're talking about. Stuff you can't craft right now. Like this. He pulled out a card, Sparkling Forest. This one lets you breathe underwater. But we'll have to wait a few more days before the dungeon with the needed drops opens. Belkist narrowed his eyes. Tears of the Merman? You're telling me that'll actually let us breathe down there? Han looked over the uneasy crew. While we're in transit, we train. Underwater combat's next. He stood firm as the group shifted uncomfortably. You all saw that anchovy-looking monster. It never came up, so neither will we. The groans came fast. Memories of their last scorched earth mission still fresh. At least this time, no one had to light themselves on fire. Later, walking through the corridor, hands in his pockets, Han called out, I sell. The ferry zipped in, bright as ever. What's up? I need to contact the waiting room team, he said. Can you make that happen? I sell blinked. Hard to say. Time runs differently over there, but I'll try. Moonlight streamed over the airship's sails when a voice crackled through the comms. It was Edith. You mid-mission? What's going on out there? Han leaned on the railing. Camping for now, but there's something I need to tell you. Back on her end, Edith casually caught a flying dagger and flipped it in her hand. Are we training for underwater combat? Han shook his head. Not yet. Start by getting used to fighting on water, not under it. He glanced toward the clouds. Once we've got the right materials, the master's setting up a pool. Make sure everyone knows. He turned to Isel. There's one more person I need to reach. Isel sighed. Still not done. She threw out her arms, shut her eyes, and let out a piercing scream. Pure fairy magic. The scene shifted to the stillness of night. In the heart of the city, Tilda stirred a bubbling cauldron while Ivalka carefully added ingredients. Nearby, an open book glowed with annotations. Ivalka muttered, 3 days in, and still nothing from them. Then, Han's voice cut in. How's the training going? Tilda flinched, nearly dropping her ladle. Ivalka smirked. Give it a little longer, she said. You'll see what I've got. But Han's tone changed. Stop working on wind magic. Ivalka frowned. So there's no point in learning other elements now? She glanced at the potion bottle on the table. What about this brew? It's mid-tier already. Through the link, Han's voice came back calm, but clear. Pause that too. Cadio can make a stronger restoration potion on his own. The girls exchanged surprised looks. Han continued, what we need now is a magic hall. Build it at the base. Ivalka rested a hand on her notebook and nodded silently. Then Han added, once it's ready, send it to Cadio. And make sure to praise the pharmacist. She earned it. Gazing out at the endless sea, Han recalled their tactics from the 20th floor. Internal flame blast, he said flatly. Ivalka's shoulders dropped. You'll need to master it in under 30 seconds, Han said. Or boost your firepower. One or the other. As Han kept his gaze fixed on the sea, he spoke again. This wasn't the only requirement. The girl blinked, thrown off. Wait, I have to learn how to swim too. Han didn't look at her. His eyes drifted up to the moon as she blurted out. You're joking, right? Someone actually quit over that. Standing near the edge, the protagonist responded calmly. This wasn't a joke. He never took his eyes off the water, even as she said she'd be back. She just needed time to get ready. Ivalka gave him a small, sheepish smile. Thanks, she said. Han closed his eyes for a moment, a faint smile crossing his face. Then he turned to Isel. You did well, he told her. Now, facing the ferry, Han explained the bigger picture. Right now, only the first group is active, but the others would need support soon. Isel gave him a concerned look. Han imagined Cadio off somewhere, fast asleep. He stated it plainly. A mage couldn't steer the ship and cast support spells at the same time. And if an engineer tried to take the wheel, they'd be useless in close-range combat. That left a critical gap on the front lines. Isel tapped a finger to her lips, thinking out loud. You could still fight while piloting, technically. She shot him a quick glance, raising an eyebrow. Han turned slightly, hands slipping into his pocket. Right, I forgot something, he muttered. Might as well have you call Eads again. The night deepened, and the scene shifted. Far off, the castle doors stood tall and silent. Inside, Roderick sat at a table, staring into a mug. He remembered that guy. How he'd once sculpted a cup, saying porters had too much downtime. Crafting had become his thing. Edith stood nearby, one hand on her hip. Message from Han, she said. No more time for sentiment. Things are moving fast at the warehouse. Roderick's eyes dropped to the table. He clenched his fist and nodded. I get it, he said. I'm going. Outside, a training dummy stood untouched. Daika glanced at the group, confused. Instructor training? He echoed. Edith stepped forward, arm outstretched. We're training people in every role now, she explained. We gotta raise the bar. She met Daika's eyes. Only a few are training on the first floor, but we've already passed 100. You can't handle that alone anymore. Daika froze. He suddenly understood. He'd be part of the missions now. His voice broke as he shouted, I can't kill anyone. Edith didn't flinch. I know. To get to the second floor, they have to get through you first. A drop of sweat slid down Daika's cheek. She continued, I know about your fight with Gilbert. You lost. Her tone sharpened. You're weak, Daika. If you want to lead, you have to get stronger. That means going on missions. Either way, someone's going to die. She turned, looking back at him. Roderick and I will handle the front line. You just cover us for now. When we hit the higher floors, when the lizards show up, you'll have to fight too. Her eyes narrowed. There's no time. We move before the pool's ready. It won't take long. Once it's done, you help train the rest. Daika blinked, stunned. He wasn't in this alone. Roderick turned to him, voice firm. I'm not dying out there. Daika stared at him, then suddenly bolted after the group, yelling, I'm in. High above the ocean, the airship floated steady and silent, its turbines humming as sunlight danced across the waves below. Through the wide window, the pool glimmered in full view. Inside, Jenna lined up a shot beneath the surface. Bow drawn, she squinted, then let the arrow fly. It sliced into the water, cutting a slow path toward Han, who calmly raised his sword, eyes locked on the incoming projectile. A moment later, everyone surfaced, blinking through the sting of salt water. Jenna rubbed her temple, clearly annoyed. These arrows are useless down here, she muttered. I can't get the right angle, and nothing flies straight. I can't fight like this. She swam over, frustrated. Why not just use that mage instead? He's practically ready to quit anyway. Belkis let go of his training board with a sigh. Yeah, I already knew I was hopeless in the water. He popped up next to Han, wiping water from his face. Why aren't we just using magic to move underwater? He asked. Then he dunked his head back under, grumbling, honestly, burning my hand sounds less painful than this. Han scanned the pool. Jenna's arrows moved too slow. His sword swings felt like he was dragging through mud. It was clear they needed a new approach. Their eyes drifted to the weapons laid out nearby. Han stepped beside Jenna, brows furrowed. First, we tweak the gear. Once the master's synced up, we send it through the portal and let the factory handle the rest. Shorten the tip, cut down the fletching, less drag, better flow. He picked up a sword hilt, tested the weight, then gave it a clean swing. The modified blade sliced the air with ease. This, he said, holding it up, is what we need. Streamlined. Fast. Jenna blinked, a little impressed. Okay, that's actually a solid weapon. Just then, a system notification lit up. Download complete. You can now enter the game. Another report followed. Group 1 was still deep into a long-term mission on floor 34. Han stared ahead, quiet. He'd finally made it. Then another prompt appeared. Group leader has proposed equipment upgrades. Icel tossed the weapon into the portal. Production on underwater combat gear had officially started. Until it was ready, they'd keep training with what they had. Above, the airship cruised effortlessly across the sky. A new message flashed across the screen. Jenna has unlocked underwater combat. She narrowed her focus and loosed another arrow. At that same moment, Han got another alert. Level 2 achieved, Divine Sword Union. He surged forward, blade flashing. Each of Jenna's arrows was knocked aside mid-swim. Precision, timing, no wasted motion. Then the final prompt hit. Underwater combat mastered. Han glanced at another arrow as it zipped past. Picked up the basics on day 2, he said. Moving smoother now. Still just the first level. Can't go full speed yet. Meanwhile, Edith stood by the edge of the pool, watching the new wave of recruits gather. The training center on the 3rd floor had opened, and the pool was finally finished. Group 2 had joined in. Ivalka among them, following Edith, who already knew her way around the water. Han stepped up, introducing the eager group of Raymen. Clad in swim trunks and ready to dive in, they looked more than ready. This mission's the real deal, he said. Everyone's learning to swim. With no pool on the 2nd floor, even groups 4 and 5 had come up to train on the 3rd. No one was getting left behind. Han glanced at the display. The pool was cramped, sure, but it was the best they could manage. This wasn't a basic structure you could throw together. It needed resources, experts, and most of all time, even with enhancement gems. The biggest hurdle was always transport. As dawn broke over the ocean, Cadio stood at the front of the deck, arm raised. "We've reached the first base," he announced. Right on cue, a notification popped up. "Capitalism has arrived at the first base. First item, now available." Cadio pointed toward an island ahead. Deep inside a cave, a group of boys stood around a lone box, eyeing it warily. "Could be a trap," one muttered. "Or worse, a water dragon." Han glanced at the engineer beside him. That overgrown worm should have noticed us by now. The target was clear, the item. Without another word, he jumped from the airship. "Keep the ship ready to lift off," he called back, sprinting across the water toward the cave. He stopped in front of the box, weighing his options. Go for it and risk everything, or play it safe. Decision made, he kicked it open. System message. Item acquired. Lowest level water dragon tears. Han grabbed the vials and stashed them quickly. But then the sound. A sharp click like a trap springing. His head snapped up as a massive form stirred in the distance. System alert. Divine protection applied. He braced himself. This was expected. A window appeared. Tears of the waterman. Grant's underwater breathing. No time to think. He ran. A rope flew toward him. "Jump," someone shouted. He scaled the side of the ship, just as the high-speed system activated. The airship blasted forward, slicing across the waves. The dragon's gaze tracked him, then turned away. Han noticed the acceleration. "Faster than last time," he muttered. From behind, Jenna shouted. "What's with the emergency alert?" The monster was already here. "Where's the girl?" Han asked, scanning the deck. "She's still inside. I told her not to leave," Jenna answered. The dragon inhaled deep. "I'll tear you all apart." It growled, eyes burning, locked on Cadio. "It's coming from the left." Han shouted. "I see it." Cadio snapped back. The beast let loose a colossal hydraulic shockwave. System message. Group currently in solo combat. Han's thoughts raced. So, that bastard inning finally showed up, huh? Another hit rocked the ship. "The gap's not closing," someone yelled. A second wave. "Warning. Group in danger. Summoning weapon advised." "We need a mage." "Master asked for a weapon," Isel said. Again, Cadio groaned. "I'm a little busy staying alive here." Han stepped forward. "I've got this. Leave it to me." He looked down. "Once high-speed mode's active, only I can control this thing." Prompt. Activate manual control. A guide loaded. The dragon breathed in again. A glowing icon flashed across the console. Suddenly, it unfurled its wings and slammed down hard. The acceleration spiked. "Perfect drift," someone shouted. The dragon's eyes gleamed. "You little pests," it hissed, unleashing a triple hydraulic blast. "Boost gauge, maxed." Han's grip tightened. The ship launched. Perfect. The vessel soared through the air, smooth and fast. Eyes briefly closed, Han thought. Phase 1 complete. Cadio turned in disbelief. How the hell is Master pulling this off? Han didn't look back. Cast auxiliary spells on the deck. Isel blinked, then smiled. Didn't know Master could fly a ship like that. That moment gave them just enough of a break to regroup. The mage, now completely wiped out, muttered under his breath, "Please, just leave me stuck with this team forever." Han covered his face with a sigh. Then someone brought up an idea. Didn't he say he could make advanced potions? Have him whip something up right here in the magic hall. No way. The mage groaned. I haven't even rested yet. And we're out of ingredients. Slumped against the doorway, he added, "We'll need to hit the daily dungeon for that." Han offered a different angle. "What if we use some supplies from the warehouse? I'll tell the collectors to start gathering advanced potion materials," Isel said. "We'll prioritize it." Han nodded. "Got it." He stared ahead, mind ticking. 3 more locations left. He clutched the flask tightly. The tears of the waterman, finally in hand. A crucial item for underwater combat. It granted breathing underwater, but the duration was short. With his eyes shut, Han acknowledged it was only the base version. 10 minutes, max. They needed more. If Master can handle this much, we can find all 4. No, we have to. The ship blazed across the sky, full throttle. Down in the daily dungeon, the gathering team kicked in a high gear, collecting materials for advanced healing potions. Cadio's load doubled. Had to produce enough for 5 full squads. Master tried to lend a hand, but botched 6 batches in a row thanks to the mini-game's difficulty. Cadio nearly collapsed from exhaustion, but silently churned out a few more. Nearby, Kishasha crouched low and hissed, "You'd have to be out of your mind to fight like this." Edith turned to her. "Are beastmen really that helpless in water?" Someone chimed in, "Maybe we should just cut Group 3 entirely." A girl, eyes shut, whispered, "If I screw up this mission over swimming, I'll never live it down." Another asked quietly, "So what's Ivalka been up to?" Edith didn't hesitate. "Leave her be. She's been practicing underwater magic." Out by the pool, Ivalka held her hands forward, casting again. "It's doable," she said. Han had told her to keep trying, so she did. Suddenly, she burst from the water with a scowl. "Another fail," Edith muttered, watching. She looked away. "How's the roster for groups 4 and 5? The reply was blunt. Nobody wants in on the main mission. Edith pinched the bridge of her nose. How'd the rumors even reach the lower floors? The answer was obvious. The survival rate was too low. Word had spread. They're packed in like sardines down on the first floor, someone said. You'd think they'd be itching to move up, but nope. A wide view of the tower came into focus. Daika's promotion had been finalized. 3 stars now, his level and skill caps raised. He was eligible for a class change. Clenching his fists, one man muttered, "Everything's fine, huh? Wasn't this guy already handed around 5 times?" Another cut in. Heard Masters trying to lock down the first floor. This promotion's part of it. Mark leaned in. Let's just keep watching. The first man stayed quiet. Then someone else commented, at this rate, Masters never sending us to synthesize. What's that guy even doing solo down here? They pamper him, then ship him straight to the top floor's isolation chamber, another scoffed. One of them smirked. Guess it's time I rally my team. Maybe even scout for some instructor candidates while I'm at it. Back on the battlefield, the monster opened its jaws wide. Jenna fired a rapid volley. Her arrows pinged uselessly against an invisible barrier. Divine protection's active, someone called out. The creature had entered a state of conditional invincibility. Jenna held out her hand in disbelief. How is that even a thing? Nothing's landing, came a frustrated reply. Han, standing just behind her, kept his eyes on the monster. It's a conditional state. We need more data. Then he added, next time you spot him, fire an arrow into the water. Jenna blinked. Into the water? The monster was already shifting below the surface. You saw it, Han confirmed. It's untouchable for now. Time to switch tactics. I'll dive in, tether myself first. The second I give a signal, pull me out. I can handle the rope, Belkist offered. Jenna gave a quick smirk. As long as it's strong enough, this'll work. She nodded to herself. With her longbow out of commission for upgrades, she grabbed the shortbow instead. Han gritted his teeth. We're making progress, but not fast enough. Stay off the main deck when he's close. Use the training ground. Sounds grim, Belkist muttered. From beneath the waves, the monster glanced up at the ship. They're improving, it thought. But to lower the danger, they'd have to push harder. And if they moved too quickly, they'd burn through the map before mastering the essentials. Underwater combat wasn't optional anymore. It needed to become second nature. The ship tilted slightly, then the acceleration gauge began to climb. Suddenly, boost mode kicked in. The monster's eyes widened as the ship surged ahead. What? Han smirked. This is going well. Then an icon blinked, an eye. The monster locked eyes with the ship. What if that anchovy shows up again when no one's around? The dragon roared, activating divine protection once more. This time, it growled, "You're not escaping." Han switched to manual control, his grip steady as he steered with sharp precision. Another roar. "Stop!" the dragon bellowed, just as the super boost triggered. The protagonist threw open a chest. Inside, a small figurine of a sea sailboat. He glanced sideways. The dragon's eyes were wide with recognition. Also inside the chest, a B+ ranked oxygen supply system. Jenna fired an arrow, clean and fast. It zipped past the dragon's face. She gave a small grin. Still works underwater. What? Han asked. Divine protection doesn't reach beyond the waterline, she replied. He looked back in the chest. A spatial summoning stone shimmered in the corner. This is it, he realized. This is how we get all 4 key items. A notification flashed. Hunt initiated. Then, just as the dragon reappeared, Ennington logged in, taking command on the spot. This wasn't like before, when he only joined late. Apparently, he'd enabled push alerts on his phone. Thanks to that, they were at least halfway ready for the boss. Elsewhere, seated at a table, a girl tapped the screen. We'll need divine protection for most of this. Wright nodded. We'll have to track down a goddess statue right when it starts, just like with the giant. Han glanced at her. She was starting to truly understand the system. She's got the mind for leadership. She asked, are we really going after the boss? We're close, he said, but not quite there. Master hasn't triggered it yet. Han clenched his teeth. Once it starts, Catio takes the helm. Even so, Jenna added, we're still going to have to fight it head on. And honestly, she said, eyes narrowing, it's going to be rough with just 4 of us. Han looked at the others. Maybe this mission will. This mission might require splitting the teams. One group holding the line at the goddess statue, while the others push toward the objective. Han pointed out the obvious flaw. With how few water tiers we've got, only our squad can go on the offensive. One of them would have to carry the spatial summoning stone. Han nodded. When Master logs in tomorrow, we'll put it to use. Up ahead, the girl overheard the real catch. Summoning wasn't an option yet. Only swapping was possible. The plan? Temporarily rotate Ivalka out for someone else. At least until they hit the 35th floor. Narissa glanced aside as someone commented, Ivalka's underwater magic is solid. She's still a valuable asset. She waved her hand. I'll head to the waiting room. Watching her leave, Han asked, you sure you're okay with this? She didn't look back. Yeah, there's something I need to take care of. Belkis glanced up as the lobby came into view. Did you find anyone strong enough? Someone asked. A man behind Raymond raised his hand, shaking his head. I've been trying. Some decent skills in the training center, but no standouts. The other guy nodded. Same in the living quarters. Too much in used space. It's just sitting there. Raymond looked away. I heard instructor recruitment's capped at 3 now. People down here, they're acting like synthesis won't happen anymore. The man turned. What about Team 5? Shouldn't they be out recruiting? Carter answered. They said they were searching for a woman to complete the lineup. But they're probably just off flirting somewhere. Quiet buildings faded into the background. Someone muttered, no, they're serious. They really want in. Another voice followed. Staying on the first floor, it's risky. A short laugh. No kidding. Master could ship her off to be synthesized at any time. Gritting her teeth, the girl shot back. That's not the issue. It's the people down here. Their attitudes lately are the real danger. The man smirked. Everyone's grouping up under Mark now. But it's not the kind of leadership we want. The boy exchanged a look with the others. The ship cruised forward, fans kicking in. She heard it, loud and clear. Of course. It had to turn out like this. Ivalka reappeared with a grin. I was just taking a little break, she said smugly. Time for the genius magician's grand return. Standing across from her, Han asked, so, did you learn how to swim? She shot the question right back at him. His eyes lit up. Not only had she learned, she'd also mastered 4th level fire magic. Internal explosion, he reminded her. It works underwater. Dangerous, but effective. There are consequences, I know, she cut in. I've been grinding. Non-stop. He turned to leave. I'll send you back. Wait, she shouted. Give me one more day. He turned with a smile. Relax. It was a joke. A statue came into view. Han pointed toward it. Once the mission starts, we board the airship and go straight for the goddess statue. The girl asked, that's how we trigger divine protection, right? He nodded. With our current numbers, we won't last long without it. The more we delay, the worse our odds. A tactical map loaded on screen. Han explained, we've only got 5 bottles of water tears left. Group. One team would take the offensive, face the anchovy head-on. The rest? They'd defend the goddess statue. Belkis raised a hand. Can I really fight underwater? It's not easy. Han turned to the girl. What about you? 4th level fire magic. Can you actually use it underwater? Her head dropped slightly. On land, I can only hold it for 30 seconds. And underwater, he stepped closer, eyes on her. I need a real answer. She lifted her head. I can do it. Han crossed his arms. Then Belkis and Narissa, your front line. You'll take the anchovies attacks. Jenna, you with the boss group. Jenna blinked. I'm in. For real. Han rested one hand on his hip. You'll cover the breakthrough point. Underwater attacks are weak. We'll need magic the moment we break through. Ivalka raised an eyebrow. The girl nodded. Got it. Training time was locked at 20 hours a day now. They weren't in the waiting room anymore. This was a mission. Ivalka had learned the basics of swimming. Yes, but her eyes dropped again. I can't cast underwater spells yet, she admitted. I have to keep my mouth shut to breathe. And without the previous stages of training, elemental magic's harder. Then, she stiffened. Her eyes shut tight. I'm not saying it's impossible, she shouted. I just need time. I'm working on casting internally. I've already memorized the theory. It's just the execution. I'll figure it out. Han frowned. For now, there was nothing more to do but wait. But time wasn't on their side. The dragon returned. Han reminded them. This was a race. The ship sped toward it. This wasn't a standard mission. It was a covert hunt for a water deity. Group formations flickered across the screen. Light particles gathered around Ivalka. The ship hovered, then stopped cold over the ocean. Outside the window, a deep, endless pool came into view. Underwater, Han and the girl pushed through the current. Jenna had reached level 4 in underwater combat. Han, too. With boost enabled, they could now hit 100 meters in just 40 seconds and hold underwater for 10 full minutes. They trained deep beneath the surface until nightfall. Under moonlight, Han slammed his sword down hard. Dirt scattered, but he didn't look satisfied. Something was off. His skills weren't syncing. Everything was technically correct. No calculation errors, but none of his abilities combined. A quick glance at his interface, 12 active skills. But they all ran solo. When 2 skills sync, power could double, even triple. And with perfect synergy, it could spike tenfold. That was the secret, breaking the limit. 4 low-level players without raw stats. It was the only way to outperform top-tier heroes. Nearby, Jenna called out, You really think you can slice the sea with a sword? He glanced over. Probably not. She sat down next to him. You're not sleeping either? Nope. Figured I'd train instead. Same, she replied, cracking a grin. Figured you'd already be asleep by now. Han smirked. Still got work to do. She stood, raising her arm high. Well, I'm gonna tear straight through with the ballista, Jenna said with a grin. Thick iron bolts slicing through the sea. If that's not a walking weapon, what is? Han replied flatly. I didn't slice the sea. She looked at him seriously. How strong are you planning to get? And what about the people following your lead? Do you ever think about them? This is just part of the job, he answered. But as the ship pushed forward, it was obvious something was weighing on him. When pressed, he said it simply, I'm still too weak. She scoffed. You're such a fraud. Still, Han understood exactly how Nate had felt. Then his eyes widened. He stared at her. Wait a second. Jenna hadn't learned peripheral vision in Niflheimer. That was a high-tier archery skill, merging rapid-fire shots with pinpoint targeting. It could bend arrows mid-air and slice right through enemy defenses. She stared back, confused. But to Han, that confirmed it. Jenna's archery was far more advanced than she let on. As the ship continued ahead, she casually mentioned the real problem, their lack of unity. Yawning, she added, maybe it's not that complicated. Lifting her head, she said she'd received a fusion, a new ability like gaining a skill. So why shouldn't you try? She asked. He blinked. You got one. 5th floor, she nodded. Without another word, he rushed forward, eyes locked on the monsters ahead, then launched straight into the fight. Watching his relentless assault, the girl muttered, You're insane. It felt like a contest to see who would collapse first. His fist clenched. You're not wrong. But it doesn't feel like that anymore, she said. That's because now I've got technique and experience. Jenna pointed off to the side. It used to look like raw violence. But now, it's strategy, staying calm in chaos. She paused. It's a psychological technique, right? So, if there's no real danger, does it even work? Han grinned. Guess we'll have to make it dangerous on purpose. He muttered, what a pain. She turned to him. Why do I even bother helping you? He shrugged. It's not like you've actually helped. Not in any meaningful way. Hand covering his face, Han considered something new. Maybe the place where you awaken a skill affects how you develop it later. Then, water gathered nearby. The girl stepped forward, arms raised. A training dummy appeared. A second later, boom. A blast hit it square in the chest, ripping it apart. Ivalka turned to him, smiling. Well, what did you think? Flawless, Han replied. Even underwater. He narrowed his eyes. Power seemed low, though. I held back, she explained. Dummy's too small. In real combat, it's different. How many times can you cast it? Ivalka raised 3 fingers. Then I need a potion. Han thought to himself. This fire magic, it's weaker than expected. The one I saw on the 20th floor was way stronger. Then her eyes widened. Wait, am I coming with you too? Han smirked. Whether you like it or not, I'm dragging you along. Their ship slowed to a halt, docking beside a thick stone wall. Han looked forward. What's going on? Group 1's fine, someone answered. But Group 3 ran into trouble. What kind of trouble? It's Kishasha's beastmen. They keep getting seasick, and none of them can swim. Han sighed hard. She added, it's apparently part of their species. They're supposed to have physical strength way above humans. Exactly, Han muttered. And yet, here we are. Off to the side, Edith let out a sigh and covered her face. I've been drilling them nonstop, and they still can't grasp the basics, she said. Kishasha finally figured out how to dog paddle, but that won't help in a real fight. Gritting his teeth, Han muttered, maybe we should focus on getting them used to the motion first. I'm already working on it, Edith said. We built a raft for training. The girl lowered her head. Honestly, only Group 2 is actually ready. Groups 4 and 5 can barely recruit anyone. Then a man raised his hand. What about me? Someone laughed. You? You're like a slug stuck in mud. Mark raised his hand calmly. Let's not twist this. I was just being honest. The man across from him snapped. Everyone aiming for the top floor says that. What makes this raid worth it? Carter fired back, then stay down here and live off potatoes like a coward. The man's eyes flared. Let's see who dies first. Without warning, he swung, fist connecting with Carter's jaw. Idiot. As the room broke into chaos, Isel stepped in. What the hell's wrong with you? Fighting between heroes is banned. Carter clenched his fists. Damn it. The girl closed her eyes. Groups 4 and 5 aren't ready. They're not even full, and the ones they did recruit are barely 2-star level. Han stared ahead. We're out of time. We'll deal with the first floor cleanup after the mission. Word spread fast. The water dragon had appeared. A full-scale battle was coming, right in the middle of the ocean. Surface attacks wouldn't work. Fighting in underwater was the only option. Everyone except Group 3 needed underwater combat skills, and fast. Edith grinned. So what's the 20th floor like? Enemies are pushing in, someone answered. It's definitely possible, Han added, eyes fixed forward. A girl stepped up. It's not like last time. We've trained since then. Han closed his eyes for a moment. That last time, it was an accident. Leaning against the wall, he said, I'm going. Edith nodded. Go on. Aiel let out a sigh. Han turned. She gave it everything she had. The fairy waved it off. It's not a big deal. Then she asked, can you really clear it first try? You mean if failing means dying? She nodded. Yeah, that. A knock at the door broke the silence. Han opened it. A girl stood there, smirking, busy. Not far away, a man holding a bottle leaned against the wall. Raid group's easier to provoke than I thought. Mark glanced around the room. What's got them all nervous? They've already forced Han into a corner. As long as he doesn't overreact, we're fine. Unless they're worried the master might hear about this. He shrugged. Even if he does, I doubt he'll suddenly step in. Those guys already sharpened their skills enough to hit the second floor. Someone nearby froze. This mission, we're doomed anyway. Another one looked stunned. Didn't you hear from the collectors? Someone's been camped on the 34th floor for days. Now even the other groups have started swimming and training. He exhaled. Looks like we're all about to get pulled into the same mission. Mark let out a sharp grin. Only half the raid team made it back from the 30th floor. How many do you think survived this one? Someone muttered bitterly. First floor's already a dump. Just then, another guy's eyes widened. The door's locked. Mark turned. Who is it? Why would someone from the 3rd floor come down here? The girl stepped inside and calmly began unbuttoning her shirt. I've got a few questions. The man smirked. Guess I'm the one undressing now. But his smirk vanished instantly. His eyes snapped wide in shock. Get out, Mark barked, his voice cracking through the room. Everyone out. Now. The tension hit hard. The room went dead silent, then exploded into motion. The girl, now fully buttoned again, stared straight at him. So you do get it. His jaw tightened. What are you even talking about? Her tone cut sharp. I've met a lot of scum before, but you're different. There's something about you. Something I can't pin down. From the side, Narissa stepped forward. I'm the one asking questions here. Her eyes narrowed. Who are you, really? Outside. Night had already fallen. Inside, Han sat across from the girl, eyes forward. He finally spoke. This mission isn't about killing the dragon. That's just the obstacle. The real objective is a key. The girl gave him a look. Heard that line before. Han shrugged. I can just tell you what the key looks like, and where to find it. You can go get it yourselves. Friasis dropped her gaze and nodded slowly. I get it. Just this once, I'll trust you again. Nearby, the guy's head drooped. He was already half asleep when Ivalka turned to him. I just wanted to rest, he mumbled. She stared forward. If I'm bothering you, then sorry. Ped blinked. Was she asking for his time? A system window flashed open. She wasn't here for small talk. She wanted him to teach her magic. Eyes still closed, he answered, I use Beastman spells. Not elemental magic. It's totally different. Why ask me? Ivalka replied firmly. I don't want lessons. I want to know your secrets. Clenching her fist, she added, I know you're a genius. So help me. Cadio looked up from his magazine. The guy nodded slightly. Yeah, Cadio's the real genius. Anyone can see it. Cadio just muttered, I hate wasting time. If you don't get it right the first time, you'll just do it again and again. That's what a real genius says, the guy added, exhaling hard and pressing a hand to his forehead. Ivalka's eyes widened. Wait, we only have 10 minutes? Meanwhile, in the waiting room, a massive synthesis operation was underway. More than 200 people had gathered, 130 of them from the 1st floor alone. But only about 40 were actually training. To keep things efficient, the higher-ups started purging the disruptive ones, turning them into soul stones. Those were then used to strengthen groups 4 and 5, placed under temporary instructors. Around 50 heroes vanished in that process. In a twist no one expected, the blacksmith's assistant from the 2nd floor was among them, synthesized into a mid-grade soul stone. It shattered the quiet assumption that the 2nd floor was off-limits. And it sent a message loud and clear. Inning's patience had run out. Supplies were thinning out. Not enough gear to boost everyone in groups 4 and 5 to 3-star rank. Still, somehow Mark's squad had sidestepped being used as synthesis fodder. Then it happened. The game server went live. A fresh update dropped. As soon as it loaded, the scene shifted. A ship was slicing across the sea. The crew gathered on deck. The protagonist scanned the team. Everyone set? He asked. Jenna leaned in. You sure we've done everything we can? Ivalka answered without blinking. No regrets. Then quieter, probably. Belkis smirked. If you're not so sure, feel free to sit this one out. Shut it, the girl snapped. The protagonist gave the signal. Once I cue it, drink the dragon's tears. Potions hovered over their heads. A system window opened. Team layouts loaded in. A prompt followed. Raid squad formation required. The next mission was already underway. The new zone was loading. Field selection in progress. Teeth gritted. The protagonist muttered, It's starting. Jenna nodded. We'll make it. We're coming back. Ivalka was already locked in. Definitely. Then the water dragon's roar shattered the air. How long do you plan to run? It thundered. Its gaze lit up like fire. Let's begin the real hunt. Warnings flooded the screen. A message blinked. Floor 35. Mission type, capture. Target, unknown. Special target NPC, Friasis. Objective, survive. Positions, the protagonist shouted. Belkis dashed forward. He and a hero grabbed their weapons. Round one of the monster war had just begun. The ship started to rise. Han shouted, "Brace yourselves." A towering wave surged. The monster raised its blade, and the cannon fired. "Keep your distance," the protagonist shouted. Cadio rolled his eyes. "Yeah, I was gonna," he snapped. "Can't believe the master's even controlling this mess." The acceleration bar shot up. The ship surged ahead. The girl leapt, grabbed the rope, and fired. "We're skipping the sea beasts," a voice called. "Going for dragons first." "We already agreed," the guy replied. Suddenly, something dark loomed beside the ship. Velkus glanced down. His eyes widened. The protagonist saw it too. No warning, the dragon struck. The team's roster blinked on screen. Cadio's expression twisted. The speed gauge maxed. A blast fired. Weapon in hand, the protagonist scanned the area. "Where is she?" he muttered. Then something caught his eye. He squinted closer. The mission had begun. There had to be a statue nearby. The monster glared at the rising ship. "This is my domain," it hissed. The acceleration gauge was nearly full. Cadio growled. "What is it about this airship?" The controls jerked. The speed gauge dipped. Screams echoed. Jenna turned away. Han clenched his jaw. Belkist was frozen in disbelief. The beast reappeared, hovering beside the ship. Shots rang out. The protagonist shouted, "The master! He's trying to take the ship." A system alert. Airship capitalism launching. An icon lit up on the sail. The water dragon inhaled deeply. "You can't win," it declared, and then it struck. The ship veered hard, dodging clean. Faster now. The dragon locked eyes on them. The dragon was gaining, but the ship blasted ahead, ripping through the sky even faster. The water dragon growled, frustration boiling over. Then the super boost kicked in, and the airship rocketed forward like a bullet. Inside, Phreases clutched her head, disoriented, and dropped to the floor. "Leave the controls to the master," the guy muttered. "I'm never touching them again." The girl pointed ahead. "Something's there, look." A blinding light flashed. Floating just above the waves was the statue of the goddess. The protagonist clenched his jaw. Was this some kind of twisted joke? They'd barely survived that last surge, and now the statue had been hidden right in the middle of it? His eyes locked onto it. He wasn't leaving it behind. "Don't tell me you're going alone," someone called. The ship ripped across the sea, faster with each second. "We're being followed," a voice shouted. "I didn't even notice. They're right on us." "Cover him," another replied. Velkist let out a short laugh. "Plenty already went down, but they just keep coming." The protagonist gritted his teeth. "I never wanted to kill a dragon," he muttered. "Even a runt like this." Then he looked at Cadio. "You take care of the fish." Cadio bolted toward the deck. "Get up top and give him cover," someone barked. "I got it," he said with a sharp nod. Scanning the waves, Cadio's voice dropped low. "I'll wipe out every last one of you. I'll be the top dragon slayer here." The protagonist turned to the girl. "Good luck." Then, a swirl of glowing particles rose around the guy. He said calmly, "I've mastered surface tension. I can dive straight in." The hero gave a quick nod. "Back soon." He launched forward. Han was already closing in on the statue. The protagonist slipped cleanly into the water. A monster lunged at him, roaring. His blade flashed, one clean slice, and it was over. But more were lurking, circling under the surface. On deck, Jenna raised her bow. She locked on her mark. The arrow bent its path mid-flight, then pierced straight through a sea beast. Shots echoed all around. Arrows rained like missiles. Han's eyes widened. Even in his peripheral vision, he could see it. Jenna's arrows weren't normal. They were precision-guided, punch-packing death shots. Even a fish the size of sardine wouldn't survive one. The statue was within reach. Han grabbed it. The protagonist sprinted across the deck, then stopped. The dragon struck. Right on cue. The hero turned his head, just in time. The blast ripped past. Han froze. If that hit him square, he wouldn't have a head left. A voice called out from the ship. "We're back. Get up here." He grabbed the ladder and climbed fast. Belkis leaned over. "What did you bring?" "This," the protagonist said, lifting it. "And yeah, it's kind of incredible." Rain started to fall. The statue shimmered. They gathered around. Something wasn't right. That strange outfit. Was it even clothing? Then someone mentioned the old story. The goddess had a twin. But now only one remained. The ship charged forward. Maybe another statue was out there somewhere. But they didn't need to find it today. This mission was done. They'd secured the goddess statue. As more monsters closed in, someone spoke up with an idea. "Let's mount the statue like a rectangle. It'll be easier to install up top. If we center it," another said, "we'll need to defend it from all sides." Han nodded. "We should turn off manual control of the airship. Capitalism's done its job." And as he reached for the system, Han glanced off to the side, thinking to himself, maybe the guy had finally learned to listen. Maybe all that training wasn't for nothing. "I'll take the helm," Han said. "I'll keep watch from up here." Cadio shot him a look. "Now, what are you tinkering with?" The hero answered, "The master's not exactly great at diagnosing the ship's problem solo." The ship surged ahead, cutting clean through the sea. Then a voice called out, "Pilot or not, if he keeps pushing the ship like this, we're going to fall apart before we get there." They had to steer toward the far edge of the map. That's where the goddess statue belonged. But then, something huge rose in the distance. The protagonist opened fire instantly. If they couldn't take it down, maybe they could still outrun it. The dragon laughed, voice echoing across the waves. "Didn't I already tell you? You're not escaping." Suddenly, a burst of divine energy exploded. A system alert blinked. Target, immune to damage. The ship slammed into an invisible wall. "We're stuck," someone confirmed grimly. The dragon was coming in fast. Gritting her teeth, the girl stepped forward and raised her hand. "I have an idea." Ivalka faced the dragons. Her voice steady, she said, "I've got this." A golden light surged from her bracelet and chest piece. Her hand lifted, then she cast it. Flare! A searing beam blasted from her palm and struck the dragon. "Fusion," she shouted. But the system replied immediately. "Water God's blessing active. Magic resistance, high." Meanwhile, Han moved. He grabbed the statue and broke into a sprint. While Ivalka held the enemy's attention, he raced to set it in place. Once it locked in, he turned back. Notification, Goddess statue, installation complete. Field-wide blessing activated. A divine light shot up from the statue, tearing through the sky. Jenna looked up. The rain stopped. "Get ready," he called. He pulled out the Dimension Summoning Stone. Activation, Dimension Summoning Stone. Prompt, summon additional parties? Selection, Party 2, confirmed. Edith and her team materialized. "We're guarding the statue, just like we planned, yeah?" she asked. "Exactly. Take Freya with you," Han replied. A silver-haired boy added, "We're all in." Jenna hurled a small boat figurine into the air. It spun upward and expanded mid-flight. Notification, ship figurine used. A medium-sized ship took form. Selection, Party 3, confirmed. Kishasha and her team arrived. "Ugh, I hate water," she muttered. Her team didn't look any more confident. King's blessing activated. Fear resistance boost, Kishasha only. Everyone else looked shaken, but she was already sprinting. "I got the gist from that human woman," she said. "Leave the fighting to me." "Understood," Han said. Party 4 summoned. "To survive like always," Raimon shouted. "Stick together. Don't lose your heads," another voice added. Party 5 summoned. Narissa stepped up to Han. "Sorry we're late." Han met her gaze. "No need to apologize." Without hesitation, Narissa merged with Party 1. "We fight together." Then her team froze as they saw what waited ahead. A massive dragon hovered over the ocean. Around it, mermaids. Below, sea monsters thrashed in every direction. "Did we just walk into hell?" someone muttered. Han kept his voice steady. "Stay calm. Get to the second ship." Raimon grinned. "Mr. Farmer, time to go all out again." Ivalka let off another fire blast toward the dragon. Han called out, "That's enough, Ivalka." Jenna walked over. "You all right?" Ivalka touched her head, her voice faint. Whatever spell she cast had drained her. The dragon let out a thunderous roar and began charging up another blast. A surge of water energy built, then fired, slamming hard into the field's barrier. Han pulled out an old oxygen tank from a previous mission, giving it a quick check. Time to move. Behind him, the eyes of the goddess statue lit up. Oxygen device activated. He uncorked a vial, the mermaid's tears. Party 1 has received the mermaid's blessing. Oxygen capacity, unlimited. Belkist wiped sweat from his face. "So, are we fighting now or what?" Leaning in, Han whispered to Cadio, "Take the ship to the center. Hover just above the water. Wait for the signal. We dive together." Not far off, 3 girls stood locked onto the dragon. Jenna drank her potion without hesitation. Capitalism acceleration device activated. The team surged forward, pushing toward the center of the field. "You're not going anywhere," the dragon roared. Han gave a quick glance back. "Good. Keep chasing." Notification, Water Dragon Cat is roaring, gathering Water God's power. Then, something massive stirred below. The squid monster was back. Monster Wave, Round 1. Cannibalistic Shark, LV, 33 times 105. Mermaid, LV, 37 times 80. Baby Water Dragon, LV, 34 times 53. Water Dragon, LV, 39 times 74. Kraken, LV, 41. Han glanced toward the statue. Just as expected, they're surrounding us, all targeting the statue. He keyed into comms. "Edith, they're coming your way. Hold them off." Edith responded coolly. "Don't worry, Han. You couldn't beat us last time. There's no way we're losing now." On board the ship, party members snapped into position. Edith shouted, "You're not trainees anymore. Show them what you've got." 2 bolted toward the ballistas. A black-haired guy called out, "I've got this one. Onin, take the right." Roderick gave the next order. "Use your spear techniques now." A girl answered, "On it." Monsters rushed in like a tidal wave. Edith didn't hesitate. Clear out the smaller ones going for the ship. Don't hold back. Use your potions if you have to. The ballistas launched, bolts tearing through swarms of mermaids. One mermaid vaulted aboard, claws bared, lunging at a rookie from Party 5. The girl raised her shield, bracing. But before the strike landed, Kishasha flashed in, gripping the mermaid's head midair. In a blur, she tore across the deck, ripping down enemies like a whirlwind. Mermaids and dragons dropped one after another. She slammed one underfoot like it was nothing, flicked another aside with a clean strike. She turned to the stunned rookie. If one of us slacks, we all suffer. I get that now. So don't freeze. The girl nodded fast, wide-eyed. Okay, everyone's fighting mermaids and water dragons like it's nothing. Nearby, someone shouted, don't go in solo. If you get surrounded, you're done. We still need intel. Others were locked in, cutting down anything trying to climb aboard. If we don't thin them out now, one muttered, we're screwed. Who's gathering intel in this chaos anyway? A rookie from Party 4 grumbled, swinging his weapon. I used to fish for a living. This ain't fishing. Another slashed beside him and laughed. Yeah, I'm off seafood for life. Then Party 5's leader called out, we'll hold the deck. Miguel, keep those arrows coming. Miguel, the stocky guy with a bow, nodded. Going for headshots, they drop faster. I've got the rear. Don't panic. The rookie girl who had frozen earlier took a deep breath, then drove her sword straight into a mermaid. I was terrified before, she said. Barely made it through floor 1. But if I don't survive this, everything I fought for is wasted. Another fighter grunted as he sliced through a mermaid. Can't wait to crush those smug idiots who laughed at us on floor 1. With all the healing we've got now, this might actually turn into a fun hobby. More mermaids clambered aboard. Some are heading for the statue. Cut them off, someone shouted. The ballista swung toward them, firing shot after shot. Each one dropped a mermaid before it could get close. Then the ship jolted hard. The entire deck shook as enormous tentacles rose from the sea. The Kraken had them. The ship's gonna snap, someone screamed. How do we even fight this thing? We're toys to it. Party 3 charged in. One fighter launched a brutal kick right into the Kraken's face. Others followed, claws slashing, tearing into its flesh. Then, Kishasha soared through the air. Mid-jump, she transformed and ripped through the Kraken's mass with a clean, vicious strike. The beast dropped. A massive splash drenched Party 3. Ugh, water, one groaned. Another spat out seawater. It's salty. Watching the aftermath, Edith let out a faint smile. Way smoother than last time. Roderick nodded beside her. Yeah, this time, we're bringing everyone home. Suddenly, a mermaid launched up from the sea, screeching, who human? Spears in hand, a pack of them followed, storming the deck. Edith and Roderick moved fast, blades slicing down attackers in clean arcs. A rookie from Party 3 staggered back. I think I'm gonna puke. A Party 2 member glanced over. Party 3's seasick again. Pull back. Edith barked. Let them recover before they drop. Meanwhile, on the dragon, someone stood atop its head, driving a sword deep into its skull. Another hacked at its neck just below. There's no end to these things, one yelled. Watch the jaw, another warned. Too late. A scream rang out. My leg. Blood spilled. Potion, now. A teammate shouted, rushing to help. Back on the ship, the hull tilted as it veered sharply toward the center of the fight. The dragon's eyes locked on them. Han turned to the crew. Get ready, we move now. Cadio popped up from below deck. Hold on, take this. He tossed a vial. Han caught it clean. Mermaid tears. Only had enough to brew one bottle. Han nodded. Better to have it than not. Kato stepped forward, handing over 2 stones. Notification. Cadio has granted attributes to Party 1. Item consumed. Stamina Reinforcement Stone, basic. Strength Reinforcement Stone, basic. Party 1 stats, +5 stamina, +5 strength. The ship skimmed across the sea, dragon hot on their trail. As they hit the center, every member of Party 1 dove into the water. The dragon loomed overhead. Han raised his hand. It starts now. The dragon charged straight for him. The others split off in all directions. Ivalka's already casting. Han thought, we end this here. Up close, the creature was massive. Its glowing eyes locked onto him. It's even bigger than I thought. He veered suddenly, and Belkist appeared beside him, blade flashing. Steel met scale. Blue blood poured out. Han's eyes widened. Damage worked underwater. He signaled. 2 fingers up. Everyone attack. Narissa darted in, dagger flashing. Belkist followed with a clean strike. Jenna loosed an arrow. It twisted mid-flight and struck hard. The dragon howled. Then, from deep inside the beast, Ivalka's spell detonated. Magic burst out from within, and the dragon exploded. Han locked eyes on the beast. No way that was enough to finish it. We got to keep hitting it. Until Ivalka's ready again, he thought. He raised 2 fingers high. Belkist didn't hesitate. He shot forward instantly. We've trained in darker, deeper places than this, Han reminded himself as Belkis tore through the current. The dragon turned, its gaze fixed right on Han. It opened its mouth. A sphere of water formed in its chest, then fired. A massive beam shot toward Ivalka. Han didn't think. He dashed straight into its path. His blade sliced one blast in half, deflected another. Belkis dove in beside him, taking the third hit. But a final beam still streaked toward Ivalka, until Jinna's arrow twisted through the air and knocked it off course just in time. Then came the flare. A blinding light lit the sea from behind, while had launched her next spell. Flare fusion. It detonated inside the dragon's body. The tail was gone, blown clean off. Even though Ivalka's attack had faded, Han saw it. The damage was real. But it wasn't enough. The dragon was dazed, not done. We have to finish this before it recovers, Han thought, bracing himself. The dragon slowly curled inward. What is it doing? No movement. Not even as Ivalka raised her hands again. Her eyes burned bright. Fusion. Another explosion ripped through the dragon's core. Its eyes snapped open. Then it bolted upward toward the surface. Is it running? Han chased it hard, kicking up through the water. Why it up now? The dragon breached the surface, and chaos was already unfolding above. All around, other teams were locked in battle. And then the dragon, still burning from Ivalka's spell, opened its mouth again. Han's eyes widened. A water cannon. The ship's a target, he shouted. All units, rotate out. Helm crew, fall back. The cannon charged. Turn the ship. Dodge it. But something didn't add up. Han stared harder. That's not water. A fiery beam exploded from the dragon's mouth. Ivalka's own fire. The blast tore through the air, slammed into the ship. Flames erupted. Screams. The deck lit up in chaos. Han froze. We didn't plan for this. The dragon hovered above, fire still dancing on its breath, watching the flames spread like it enjoyed the chaos. Han's heart sank. It used her magic against us. I should have seen this coming. He whispered, what happened to the boat? Belkis stumbled beside him. What the hell's going on? Han's voice was low. It spat Ivalka's flame right back at us. Belkis stared. That's even possible. If it uses compressed air and water to blast cannon shots, then yeah, Han realized grimly. It could store the fire and weaponize it. Our own spell turned against us. Then a voice crackled through comms. Kishasha, panicked but holding it together. Han, nobody told us the ship could catch fire. She was trying to keep calm. Her team? Not so much. I told you, we can't swim, she yelled. Party 3 was breaking. Stats were crashing. Fear cut them in half. A younger voice hit Han's earpiece. Kishasha again. Desperate now. No one warned us. The ship's burning. We don't know what to do. We can't swim. Everyone's freaking out. Some are trying to put the fire out. It's not working. One of us ran off. Someone screamed, not to jump. Said there are monsters in the water. Her voice cracked through the static, loud and raw. What's happening, Dragon Slayer? Han clenched his fists. Where'd that damn dragon go? Back into the deep to recover? Under normal conditions, he'd dive after it without thinking. But not now. Not with the ship in flames and fear ripping through the crew. Cadio Han, he called out, eyes sharp. Get to the goddess statue. Help them. He turned to Belkis and Nerissa. You two, go with him. Nerissa looked over, startled. Just the 3 of you for the boss. Han nodded. If we lose the statue, we lose underwater breathing. And if that happens, we're done. Belkis and Nerissa didn't hesitate. They kicked off and swam hard toward the burning wreck. Ivalka stepped forward. What about me? Han looked at her. It's not your fault. Just a setback. We'll handle the rest. Back on the ship, Edith was doing everything she could to contain the chaos. But things were falling apart fast. What the hell is this? She shouted, overwhelmed. This is on me. I'm sorry. Han's voice was calm. What do you mean? She answered fast, voice tense. The airship's coming. Abandon the ship. Get everyone, Friasis too, to the airship. If we can't hold the statue, drop it. Just survive. Han blinked. Wait, what? I don't. The line cut. Beside him, Ivalka looked pale. This is my fault. No. Jinna said gently. Nobody saw this coming. Not your fault. Han didn't hesitate. She's right. Giving everything you've got isn't a mistake. If anyone's to blame, it's me. I'm the one who brought you in. That decision's on me. Ivalka shook her head. But I asked to be here. Han cut in, steady and sure. I never put someone on a team unless I know they belong there. Tears built in Ivalka's eyes. Han looked at her and said, softer now, there's still a way through this. Have I ever lied to you? She took a breath. His calm steadied her. Then Jinna grinned, leaning in. You two are starting to look real cozy, babe. Ivalka jumped, face flushing. Wow, what are you talking about? She turned fast. Anyway, what do we do now? Cadio was already steering toward the wreckage. Jinna looked ahead. The monster's underwater. It's hurt. That's why it didn't attack again. It couldn't. The 3 swam along the surface, heading back into the field. Han let out a breath. Edith, Catio's closing in. Abandon the statue. Get everyone on the airship. Edith was quiet for a beat. What about you? We finished the job, Han replied. I'm not letting pride get people killed. She didn't respond. You made a promise, said no one dies this time, right? Han said, so don't let your team go down like that. Fine, she said at last. Han into the call. This ends with us. Their bodies shimmered faintly, buffs activating. Ow, Jenna asked, narrowing her eyes. Han pointed forward. Check your mission log. A display slid into view. Floor 35. Mission type, plunder. Objective, ensure NPC Friasi survives. Plunder or capture, not extermination. Han's eyes narrowed. We don't have to kill it. Just take the key. The dragon's not the goal. It's just guarding the vault. Then we skip the fight, he said. Grab the key. Get to Friasi's. Jenna gave a sharp nod. No other option. Then we move. All three dove deep into the water. Elsewhere, Shurgan had fallen. A mermaid's blade across his neck marked the end of his fight. Lilani dropped to her knees. Panic closed in fast. Her stats dropped like a stone, cut in half. The ship, now fully engulfed in flames, began to sink beneath the waves. One by one, members of Party 3 were thrown into the sea. Kishasha shut her eyes. Not now, she thought. But this time, the king's power stayed silent. Even she wasn't immune. Fear crept in. Then she saw her, a younger teammate, barely afloat. Kishasha launched forward, reached her, and pulled her to the surface. Is everyone okay? She shouted, eyes scanning the chaos. All around, Party 3 struggled to stay above water. But then, the monsters came. A girl's eyes blinked open underwater. All she could see was blood. 3 monsters surged toward the group. Nishaz was the first to fall. She's gone now, welcomed by the goddess. Her bravery in battle wouldn't be forgotten. The girl tried to reach the others, but before she could, a spear pierced her from behind. A second wave of beasts struck hard. Nandio was next to fall. Another soul returned to the goddess. Her courage, unforgettable. The last fighter looked back at her fallen teammates. She fought desperately, but a creature's claw sliced her throat. Lackery screamed, I'm going to die. Her voice cracked as she called Kishasha's name again and again. Just breathe. Stay with me. Kishasha shouted back, trying to calm her. Then Lackery spotted 2 nearby figures. Please, I'm the only one who can swim. Errol didn't wait. I've got you, she said in Dovin. Suddenly, a monster charged at her, mounted on a shark. Errol raised her shield and blocked the hit, then countered, slashing hard. But the shark clamped down on her leg and dragged her under. She stared up, stunned, then disappeared below. The man beside her never moved. Errol was gone. Another warrior lost. Her spirit would stay with them. Then a voice boomed out. Fall back to the ship. Everyone get on board. From the deck, Catio shouted. I'm opening a path. Run? I can't hold it forever. Kishasha clung to her wounded teammate. Lackery, pull it together. You're a warrior. But the blessing was gone. The monsters had overrun the goddess's domain. The skies broke. Rain fell. Kishasha gently laid Daruma down. Panic clawed at her. Why isn't she waking up? Why isn't the potion working? Edith looked over grim. Because she's gone. Daruma had fallen. Her fight ended before it even began. Another soul in the goddess's embrace. Kishasha stared. No, she didn't even get a chance. She never even fought back. How can a warrior die like this? Lackery's fist shook. I'll kill them. All of them. Get a grip, Kishasha snapped. Nearby, Belkist winced. What a damn mess. Mermaid's tears, someone mumbled. The oxygen gauge held steady at 100%. Beneath the waves, Han was already swimming fast. A time limit? He thought. Is it because they overran the statue? He pushed forward, slicing through the blue currents. Jenna and Ivalka followed close behind. At the sea's bottom, the temple revealed itself, glowing with a soft, eerie light. Han's thoughts drifted, Friasi's warning echoing in his mind. Right as a shadow passed overhead, the water dragon had returned. Its chest, once torn open, had already begun to mend. The wound was halfway sealed. Jenna didn't flinch. She raised her bow the second it appeared. The dragon roared and surged toward them. Han lifted a hand. Ignore it. They understood. No hesitation. They kicked harder, speeding up. The beast was slower now. Its fins were torn, its tail still wrecked. Han kept his focus forward, forcing every muscle to move faster. Water dragon, level 64. Mermaids, level 38 times 32. The sea floor shimmered with that same eerie, glowing blue, clear as day, even from afar. Oxygen level, 73%. Han paused, eyes locked on the glow ahead. That's it. The temple. That's where the key is. Meanwhile, above, monsters closed in on the airship. A system prompt appeared for the master. Would you like to switch to manual control? He slammed yes. A glowing eye flared on the ship's sail. He was in full control now. Super boost, engaged. The ship rocketed forward. Mega boost, engaged. Even faster. Hell boost online. The ship tore across the sky like a comet. Edith grinned. Perfect. We'll lose them at this pace. Cadio shielded his face as the wind roared. He can't keep this up. He's blind to the ship's condition. The engine's gonna give. The boosters flared blood red. Suddenly, a mermaid on a shark launched a spear. Direct hit. The propulsion unit erupted in flames. Engines hit, someone shouted. Are we dead in the water? Edith snapped into command. Get ready. They're coming in hot. Cadio launched himself off the deck, crashing into the sea. I've got the sharks, he yelled. The moment he touched the water, lightning exploded from his fingertips, stunning every shark nearby. Their limp bodies floated up. But the mermaids weren't done. They switched mounts, now riding sea dragons. Can't you just fry all of them? Someone asked. Cadio growled. What do I look like, an infinite battery? I've got limits. I'm heading for the engine. Cover me. Edith nodded fast. Roderick's with me. We'll deal with the repair. Everyone else, stop the boarders. Cadio's hands moved fast, weaving lines of blue energy. Dimension portal, opening now. Don't hold back. Use every healing potion we've got. Edith spun around. Protect Cadio. If he goes down, we're done. Guard the portal with your lives. The portal flared to life. A battlefield gateway for supplies and gear. Party 3. Edith shouted. Secure the deck. Don't let anything through. Everyone else, hold the flanks. Then a new alert flashed. Cadio has granted Party 1 a bonus attribute. Items used. Mana Stone of Physical Reinforcement. Mana Stone of Strength Reinforcement. +5 stamina / +5 strength for all party members. Back on deck. Lilani was trembling, frozen. I can't do this, she muttered. A blonde-haired man spun toward her. Pull it together. We're all gonna die, she cried, panic rising. Another teammate shoved a potion into her hand. You're not alone, the blonde said, gentler now. We've got your back. A black-haired man stepped in. Drink this. It'll help calm you down. A woman joined them. You collapsing now? After ditching us on the 2nd floor? Then Ryman's voice rang out. It's been a while, huh? Back to formation, positions. The blonde man looked at Lilani again. You got our backs, right? Lilani looked around, at their faces at the chaos. She took a breath, shut her eyes. Thanks. Sorry I keep slowing you down. She drank the mana potion in one go. I'm good now. Let's go. Leave it to me. They locked into position. Ahead of them, a towering dragon mermaid led a swarm. Under the sea, Han twisted, just in time. Whoosh. A harpoon sliced past him. He and the others dove deeper, weaving through the incoming fire. Below, the sea floor glowed brighter. Han reached for Ivalka's arm and motioned forward. They swam hard toward the submerged temple. Oxygen level, 43%. At last, the massive temple emerged from the depths, ancient, weather-worn, and carved from stone lost to time. Han narrowed his eyes. This has to be it. Temple of the Ancient Dragon. And somewhere inside, the Goblet of the Ocean. The key. Etched dragons wrapped around towering doors. A statue of the goddess stood solemnly nearby. They sealed it to keep the water out, Han guessed. No entrance in sight. Fine. We'll make one. He signaled Ivalka. Without a word, she raised her hands and began casting. A thunderous blast tore through the temple roof. Stones shattered, revealing an opening. Han motioned again. Ivalka dove in first. Then came Jenna. Han followed, right behind. He landed with a clean thud on solid ground. Ivalka, seal it. She moved fast, channeling power. Chunks of stone floated from the floor, locking into place and sealing the entry. Water stopped rushing in. We bought some time, Han said. Not a lot. Ivalka nodded. Han scanned the space. Massive chamber. As wide as a stadium. Miraculously dry inside. Oxygen, 28%. He turned to Jenna. How bad is it? She touched her temple, still dazed. It's manageable. Don't lie to me, Han snapped. You're bleeding out. Jenna's left leg was torn, blood spilling fast. Status effect, bleeding, health decreasing. Han knelt, pulled a potion from his belt, and sighed. That harpoon didn't stick, he muttered, but it tore you up good. This'll stop the damage. He poured the potion over her wound. Steam hissed off the contact. Then wrapped the leg tight with a strip of cloth. You need to stop moving, or it won't heal. I can still fight, Jenna muttered through clenched teeth. Boom! The entire temple shook. A deep voice thundered. You dare trespass without permission? The dragon. Han lowered Jenna gently. Hold still. I'm not useless, she said. I can still help. Stop. You're not helping anyone if you drop halfway through. Jenna stared. Since when are you this soft? Han ignored the jab, pulled another bottle from his pouch. A pale, glowing liquid. Mermaid's tears. Cadio gave us one bottle. You only use this if you're out of options. He set it beside her. She looked at him differently now. She'd never seen this side of him. Turning to the others, Han said, Ivalka, stay with her. I'm not sitting around doing nothing. Then why'd you even come? Ivalka pressed a hand to her chest. If this mess is because of me, then I'll take responsibility. That's what nobility means. And you, if you brought me, then act like a proper knight and see this through. Han exhaled, motioning toward a gaping tunnel ahead. That's the entrance. Jenna, guard the back. If anything breaks through, hold the line. You're really leaving me behind? Jenna asked wide-eyed. Han turned to the Alula. Stay close. Then to Jenna, one last time. I'll come back. Just wait. System message. This dungeon is designed for a party of 5. Han ignored it. Battle shop activated. High-quality glow stick. One-time use. Support item 100 gems. Purchase? Yes/no. He glanced at the glow sticks, weighing his options. The tunnel ahead began to flicker, barely lit. Thud. A chunk of stone slammed down from the ceiling. The dragon was trying to bring the temple down. If this whole place collapses, the key's gone with it. Han broke into a run. Ivalka stayed right on his heels, step for step. Listen, he said, turning to her. She met his gaze, tense, focused, ready. There's no backup here, Han said flatly. If we're attacked, I won't be able to protect you and fight at the same time. You'll need to handle yourself. Think you can? I get it, Ivalka replied. I'll handle it. Stick to fast-casting spells. Survive first. If it gets out of hand, count on him. I'm not leaning on you, she snapped. I'm pulling my own weight. Han glanced her way. He looked like he wanted to argue, but didn't. No time. This was a 5-man dungeon, and they were charging in with 2. The water dragon was still alive. They were out of mermaid's tears. Out of time. No room for mistakes. They pressed forward, fast. At the chamber's center stood a glowing blue lamp, mounted on a tall stone pillar. 5 doors surrounded them, each one carved with a dragon's mark. Above, a stained glass mosaic shimmered faintly, depicting a great dragon arched across the ceiling. Han and Ivalka stood still, taking it all in. 5 paths, only one way forward. 1 door wouldn't budge. There's a condition, Han thought. They'd have to meet it. Then, movement. They turned. Han gave a sharp look. I told you, hit fast. If it turns ugly, fall back. Understood, Ivalka said, nodding once. From behind a pillar, shadows emerged, dripping, slithering. Corrupted mermen, level 41 × 5. Their skin was sickly white, eyes glazed over, bodies twisted and bloated. They dragged rusted weapons across the floor. Swords, spears, cleavers. Each stood nearly 3 meters tall. Monsters. Han gripped his blade. Come on, then. The corrupted mermen let out piercing howls and charged. Clang. Han met one head on. A massive axe slammed into his sword, rattling down to his bones. He pushed back, pivoted, and struck clean. His blade sliced the merman in 2. Black blood sprayed across the floor. Another went for Ivalka. It stumbled just enough. Drastatus, she shouted. A wave of fire exploded from her palms. The merman shrieked as the flames engulfed it, limbs twisting in agony. Eyes up, Han barked. Another creature lunged for her. Han's blade was faster. It struck the neck. 1 clean slice. The head rolled away. A third beast rushed in, jaws wide. Han slashed its throat, then spun midair, twisting into a full rotation. He came down hard, sword plunging straight through the last monster's chest. All 5 dropped. Silence, but only for a moment. Corrupted merman, level 42 × 7. New ones emerged, larger, angrier, deadlier. Han gritted his teeth. Is this what it takes to open the door? No shortcut, no mercy. A low rumble shook the walls. Far above, the water dragon's cannon fired again. A high-pressure stream slammed into the temple's outer barrier. The stone groaned, but held. At the gate, Phreases clutched the key. Heroes, please. The dragon turned its eyes toward her. So this is the goddess's doing, it hissed. These petty rules are exhausting. It slithered across the temple, coiling around it like a snake constricting its prey. In the end, none of it matters, the beast growled. That divine power won't hold forever. Let's see how long you can keep pretending there's still hope. The temple was now fully encased. Elsewhere, mermaids swarmed over what was left of the shattered ship. They struck at a ruptured section, pounding to break it open. Inside, wreckage, smoke, broken boosters. Cadio examined the damage. I can't fix this, she muttered under her breath. Even if the other boosters still run, push it any further, and the mana core will collapse. Like forcing air into a balloon that's already torn open. A voice rang out, sharp and panicked. So what, this is it? We're just gonna die here. Ramen shot back, steady but tense. Party one's on the front lines, just hold on. Another voice cut through, frustrated and scared. Then why haven't we heard a word from them? Edith answered quickly, trying to calm the rising fear. They're probably out of range. Don't lose it. They're still out there. I can feel it. but the fear wouldn't quit. How are we supposed to fight when we don't even know if they're alive? Suddenly, a mermaid lunged out of nowhere. Her blade found its mark. The man who had shouted dropped like a stone. Someone else slashed the mermaid down and rushed to his side. Hubert, come on, stay with me. Use your potion now. Nearby, a fighter barked orders while fending off attackers with his shield and sword. Roderick, get the wounded to the cabins now. A spear came at him from below. You little, he yelled as it pierced straight through his chest. A girl sprinted toward him, shouting too late. A dragon dove down at her, but she managed to block the hit with her shield. Her hands shook from the force. The ship's deck had turned into a war zone. Bodies, blades, blood. It was all survival now. Off to the side, 3 girls from Party 3 huddled, crying. One of them stood up, fire in her voice. If you're too scared to fight, then move. I'll take them all down myself. Belkis glanced over at Nerissa. Didn't that kid use wind magic to boost her speed before? Still fighting off a mermaid, Nerissa snapped. Yeah, same boat we're on. Try using your head for once. Belkis chuckled and downed a potion. Feels like I've already taken out 100 dragons. Lucky we came prepared. Mermaids began circling him. He muttered, should have taken Han's sword. Mine's already broken 3 times. Good thing I packed backups. Nerissa looked his way. Even with gear coming in through the portal, we can't hold out like this forever. Not without some rest. Belkis cut down a mermaid and tossed a potion to Kishasha. Catch! She snatched it mid-fight, her other hand landing a clean kill. Rain began to fall cold and steady. Lilini stood in the storm, gaze tilted toward the sky. Her mind drifted. The sun was setting. A cart creaked along a muddy road. She sat beside her father, their cart loaded with apples. We didn't sell much today. Huh, she said quietly. He let out a sigh. Yeah, most of them spoiled from the rain. But hey, we'll still eat tomorrow. He handed her an apple and smiled. Days like this make me want to keep going. Lilini smiled back. I'll help more tomorrow. Thanks, Lilini. Now, come on. Time for dinner. Back on the deck, behind Belkis, Lilini whispered, the weather's beautiful today. I have to give it everything tomorrow. She looked around. Her party was still standing. Flashes of memories ran through her mind. She held them close. If the weather tomorrow is like this. Her voice trembled. Dad, I'm hungry. Her body, bloodied, crushed from the waist down, collapsed where she stood. She didn't get back up. She had returned to the goddess. But her courage, her will, remained. Not far away, a blond man screamed, voice shaking with fury. You black-haired bastard. You killed someone who was life itself. Die, die, just die. Ryman watched in silence as it all unfolded. Behind him, Lilini lay still. Roderick gripped his spear with white-knuckled rage. The mermen surged forward, screeching, bloodthirsty, and wild. Nerissa carved her way through the enemy. Out of our way, you freaks, she growled, not slowing for a second. Nearby, a wounded man sat in a pool of his own blood, muttering through clenched teeth. I'll kill every last one of them. Next to him, another fighter shook uncontrollably. I can't do this anymore. A hand gripped his shoulder, steady and firm. Stay here. We'll take it from here. Across the battlefield, chaos raged. A girl from Party 3 was caught in a merman's grip, its teeth clamped onto her leg. She screamed. Roderick stood frozen for a second, his mind flooded with ghosts. He saw one of his fallen comrades, grinning once as he said, Not bad, huh? Gone now. Another had joked. I've been running errands all day like some merchant, but I'm still standing. He was dead, too. Then Lilini's voice echoed in his memory, back on the 20th floor. Back then it was Dyron. Now it's Rosa. Her voice trembled. But someone like me, I'm still here. His gaze hardened, and then he heard her again, gentler, softer. Thank you. I'm alive today because you taught me the spear. That same girl, now lay torn and lifeless in the blood-soaked dirt. Something inside him snapped. The mermen rushed in, weapons raised. A man from Party 2 lost his arm. He went down screaming. More mermaids charged. Roderick let out a roar and hurled his spear. It tore through the enemy ranks, blue blood flying. He charged. One after another, he struck them down, his momentum unstoppable. Lilini's body didn't move. Edith and Cadio could only watch as Roderick lost himself in the fury. But he didn't stop. Each swing of his spear dropped another foe. His hands tightened around the shaft, his breath breaking into ragged cries. Somewhere else on the battlefield, Han and Alula fought side by side. A merman screeched and lunged, its weapon swinging. Clang! Han blocked with his sword. In one swift motion, he pulled a dagger and jammed it straight into the monster's eye. The blade twisted. The body fell. Blood streamed from Han's wounds. His HP was tanking. He glanced up. Ivalka was lighting up the battlefield with flame. Her dress was in tatters. Blood trickled down her ribs. I'm fine, she shouted without looking back. Han barked. If it gets worse, fall back. I told you, I've got this, she shot back. 10 of them. Corrupted Merman. Level 43. Third wave. Han tossed her potion. She caught it without missing a beat. You sure you're okay? She asked. I've got 2 more. We'll make it work, he replied. What about mana potions? Only 1 left. Keep it. We don't know how many waves are left. With that, he charged straight into the enemy. The mermaids rushed him, but Ivalka's flames lit up the path behind him. Han moved fast. Would have been easier if the whole team was here, he thought. But no time for what-ifs. He steadied his blade, then swept forward, beheading 1, cutting down 3 more in a single motion. As he fought, patterns started to emerge. Their attacks had rhythm. If he timed it right, he could cut through them clean. His body took the lead. His mind sharpened the plan. But the damage was building. His skin was slashed open in dozens of places. Blood poured from every cut. Still, he pressed on. Round 4. Corrupted Merman. Level 43. 13 of them. The walls split open. More enemies burst into the chamber. Corpses piled up around him, and so did the wounds. They were already drained from the last fight underwater. Just the 2 of them left. No room for coordination, just pure survival. And with every round, the enemy numbers kept growing. Han thought about triggering Berserk mode. No, not yet. The backlash is brutal. 3 uses max. And if this dungeon resets, we might have to survive 4 more rounds. He was down to his final potion. With nothing left to lose, he hurled the empty bottle at a merman's face. It flinched. Han dashed in and struck it down without hesitation. He turned to cut down another, but a spear-wielding merman blocked his swing. Han ducked just in time, the spear grazing past. He countered fast, his blade slicing clean through the creature's torso. Then, wham! Another enemy slammed into him from behind, sending him flying across the chamber. He hit the ground hard, coughing blood. A shattered mana potion rolled past his hand. He tried to rise, but the enemy was already closing in. Suddenly, boom! Flames erupted, engulfing the mermen in a roaring inferno. Han shielded his face from the heat. When the fire died down, he opened his eyes. Every enemy in sight had been incinerated. Standing in the center of the scorched battlefield was Ivalka. Her hands were bloodied. Her eyes burned with an unnatural blue glow. She'd entered magical overdrive. Han's eyes went wide. Mana surge? Ivalka, stop, he shouted. Too late. The next wave was already charging in. Round 5. Corrupted Merman. Level 45. 18 enemies. A harpoon shattered as Han surged into battle. He weaved between attacks, his sword slicing into one creature's shoulder, then down through its chest. He leapt, spinning through the air, cleaving a second in half and tearing across a third shoulder as he landed. They kept coming. From every side. Too many to count. Han raised his sword high, breathing hard. Ivalka was barely standing. Her life force was draining fast. Han pushed forward, slashing through enemy after enemy, forcing a path through the swarm. Then he saw her, cornered, fading fast. He broke into a sprint. Hey, you bastards, he roared. Don't any of you have a shred of conscience? The final gate had appeared. It was nearly wide open. The ground was littered with bodies. Han stood at the center, barely upright, soaked in blood, his and theirs. Ivalka looked up, eyes half-lidded. You did it, she whispered. Han slid his sword into its sheath and stumbled toward her. His reflection shimmered faintly in the blood pooled around them. A blade was still lodged in Ivalka's chest. Her hands were burned, but she smiled. Was I helpful? She asked, her back pressed weakly to the wall. Han knelt in front of her, pulling out a potion. Ivalka looked down at the broken bottle beside them. Isn't it the last one? She asked gently. You're mistaken, he said. There's still one left. He tried to pour it in her mouth, but it slipped. The liquid spilled onto her lap, soaking her dress. What a waste, she whispered. Don't worry, Han said, voice tight. There are other ways. Ivalka smiled faintly, eyes soft. Liar. Han tossed the bottle aside, his hands shaking. She leaned her head on his shoulder, eyes slowly closing. Tears slipped down her cheeks. I don't regret it, she whispered. I chose this. I wanted to be here. Don't talk like it's over, Han said. We'll figure something out. Have I ever lied to you? She tried to lift her head. His shoulder was soaked in blood. Still, she smiled. Her hand reached up, trembling. She met his eyes. I was helpful, wasn't I? Han sat there, hands clenched, voice breaking. You were, he whispered. You were more than I ever said. He looked down, silent, then met her gaze again. I'm sorry for every time I was too hard on you. His voice cracked, and for a moment, he looked like he might fall apart. Ivalka smiled through the tears. Her hand lifted one last time, gently brushing Han's cheek. Idiot, she whispered. Then her hand fell. Her eyes closed for good. She was gone, returned to the goddess. But her courage, her fire, would never be forgotten. Han didn't move. His face was blank. Then slowly, he bit down on his lip, head lowering as his shoulders shook. Through clenched teeth, he muttered, I admit it. I underestimated this world. In the reflection of her fading eyes, he saw himself. The one who always succeeded. The one who never failed. Han reached out and softly closed her eyes. I thought it was fine to veer off track since I always knew how to fix it, but I was wrong. This isn't on you, it's on me. He turned away and began walking, each step heavy. I pulled Ivalka into this party because I was stubborn. I forced this path. The fire-breathing water dragon, the burning ship, all of it. My choices led us here. The temple's ceiling trembled, shaking the entire structure. Han's fingers wrapped tightly around his sword hilt. He drew it and released berserk mode. That feeling, I haven't felt it in ages. That emptiness, the kind that makes consequences disappear. Nothing left now but to destroy what stood before him. Even in his berserk state, tears streaked down his face. A tidal wave slammed into the ship outside. Mermaids clung to the sides, crawling upward. Phreases clutched the key tightly until the wave hit. She lost her balance. The key slipped from her hand, and as it fell, the light of the goddess faded. Her blessing vanished. The dragon's eyes turned toward the dimming glow. Mermaids flooded into the temple, pouring through the same path the heroes had taken. Jenna fired arrow after arrow, dropping everyone that crossed the threshold. But they kept coming. She turned to escape. Then, crack, the ceiling split apart. The dragon descended with a roar. Die, all of you! Jenna bolted across the stone floor, the dragon crashing behind her. Han, she screamed. Her ankle buckled, but she rolled, barely dodging a crushing blow. She spun, drew her bow, and fired. The arrow shattered on impact. Her eyes went wide. Immunity? Because there's no water in here? She loosed a volley of arrows. None landed. How the hell do we fight this thing in a dry corridor where it's immune to everything? Back at the final gate, Han stepped forward. It stood wide open now. Wave 7. Corrupted Merman. Level 47. 27 enemies. They came rushing toward him in full force. Han stared them down. Something wasn't right. The enemy was growing, stronger, faster, even this deep inside the temple. But instead of panicking, he made up his mind. It doesn't matter, he growled, his eyes glowing a fierce red. The mermaid screamed and charged. Han tightened his grip. No more hesitation. No matter what comes at me, I'll erase them all. Meanwhile, chaos tore through the other parties. Party 1, 2 injured, 1 dead. Party 2, 3 wounded, 1 dead. Party 3, 2 hurt, 3 down. Party 4, 1 bleeding. Party 5, 2 injured, 2 fallen. The mermaids lunged at Han, all of them at once. But he didn't flinch. He blocked every strike, red eyes burning like fire. Then he stepped forward. 1 swing, 3 fell. Another, more bodies dropped. A blur of merciless slashes cleared the battlefield. Han stood alone in the wreckage, blood coating his blade. He wasn't done, not even close. Han spun to the side, eyes burning. Next, an enemy lunged. He slashed its throat clean through. Next, another crept up behind him. Han ducked low, sliced its hands clean off, then twisted around. A flying axe cut through the air. Han caught it mid-spin and hurled it back. It buried itself in the attacker's skull. Black blood sprayed like ink. More enemies surged in. One tried to sneak close. Han cut it down in a single motion. Another charged. Han leapt high into the air, disappearing from sight. The mermaid looked around, confused. Too late. Han came down like a storm, blade gripped in both hands. 1 swing. 1 arc of fury. Everything in range was erased. System notification. Berserk skill has exceeded system limits. Adjusting level. His body began to shift, twisting, warping, something no longer human. New notification. Skill awakened. Berserk. Level up X2. Berserk has reached max level, level 10. Elsewhere, deep in the corridor, Jenna sprinted through the never-ending maze. This place just doesn't end, she muttered under her breath. She threw open a door and froze. It was the same chamber, the same one where Han and Ivalka had fought the first wave. She stepped in slowly, eyes scanning the battlefield. Ivalka, she whispered, spotting the fallen girl's body. Back in the chaos, the mermaids were still coming. Han was drenched in blood. His wounds were worsening, but he kept pressing forward. Notification. Bleeding has intensified. HP will drop periodically. He glanced down. The side wound. It's bad, he muttered, gritting his teeth. But I'm not done yet. Notification. Skill awakened. Pain tolerance leveled up. Now level 7. Another spear came flying. Han dodged and lunged forward. Notification. Pain tolerance leveled up. Now level 8. He soared into the air and slammed down, cleaving through his target like butter. Heads, limbs, everything in his path was cut clean. The red in his eyes blazed brighter. Notification. Composure skill limit exceeded. Readjusting level. Skill awakened. Composure leveled up times 3. Now level 10. Composure has reached max level. He cut through the swarm like a living storm. Another wave came. Han sprinted straight into them. He leapt again, blade flashing through the air. The moment he landed, every enemy around him collapsed in pieces. Notification. Indomitability leveled up, now level 4. Fueled by rage, he charged. Crimson light poured off his blade. Sparks ignited with every slash. Far away, in the frost-covered lands of Niflheim, a mage paused mid-chant. Sweat slid down her face. Master, there was a mermaid. But his eyes, they were glowing red. Her vision flickered. Back in the temple, Han was surrounded, but he stood, unmoved. The mermaid circled. He didn't flinch. Then his blade spun in a full circle. Every enemy in range dropped instantly. Notification. Master Han's soul is in turbulence. He no longer looked human. Somewhere in a distant chamber, another voice came through. That was Chamber 3. The next door's up ahead. No sign of the key yet. They looked around. Mermaid corpses littered the floor. Guess I have to clear all 5 rooms, whichever path I take. Notification. Pain tolerance leveled up ×2. Now, level 10. Pain tolerance has reached max level. New skill unlocked. Battle speed, level 1. Han exhaled slowly, still standing. Barely, but standing. He stepped into the 4th chamber. 3 statues loomed before him. Half human, half serpent. Each one held a deadly spear. Each one had a glowing stone embedded in its chest. They weren't just statues. System notification. Monster wave, round 9. Guardian golems, level 50 ×3. Han's grip tightened around his blade. Let's finish this. One of the towering statues slowly raised its spear, its tip fixed directly on Han. Han gripped his blade tighter. The weapon had shifted, now a longsword, humming with residual power. Notification. Han has entered a state of exhaustion. All stats reduced by 90%. He didn't flinch. Shadow cast across his face. He said nothing. His mind drifted back. He remembered standing in front of Ivalka. I know you use fire magic, he had asked her. But what about teleportation? Any support spells? Ivalka had laughed, covering her mouth with that usual mix of pride and playfulness. Support magic? Please. That's for turret mages. What God is raw firepower. I warned you, if I ever showed you the real thing, you'd all be stunned. That memory faded into another, back in training, the two of them running side by side. This is insane. Ivalka had huffed, panting hard. Why am I even doing this? I'm a brain mage, not a brawler. Han hadn't even slowed down. Then stick to potatoes. Meat's for people who move. She gasped, mock offended. Using food as an insult? How cheap. Then came the image of the coat. Han handing it to her quietly. No words. Ivalka had hugged it close. Trying to win me over now? So indecent. Flames flickered, another memory. She stood tall, a green aura spinning in her hand. While you were off playing hero, she said, I was training. She lifted her fan with practiced grace. And by the way, my vacation's over. The genius is back. I bet you noticed something was missing while I was gone. Her flame flared sky high. Now, in the present, Han's eyes burned with focus. He activated indomitability, planting his stance. Ivalka's voice came back one last time. Idiot. He clenched his jaw. Notification. Skills Berserk and Composure are fusing. The swirling flames tightened into a perfect ring, then shattered like glass. Notification. New skill unlocked. Exceed, level 1. A blue aura erupted from his core, rising like a tidal wave. Energy flowed through him in pulsing waves, each one stronger than the last. The 3 guardian golems lunged together. Han didn't move back. His red eyes had turned violet, burning cold and bright. He shot forward, caught a golem's spear with raw strength. Crack! The spear exploded in his hands. The golem's arm shattered. Cracks split through its chest. It collapsed in a heap of stone and dust. Then the next one, and the next. All turned to rubble under Han's onslaught. He stood in the aftermath, sword in hand, blue light surrounding him like a shield. Purple light surged from his wounds, his chest, his legs, his back. Every injury now pulsed with raw power. He lifted his head slowly, trembling, but still standing. I'm not going down, he growled. His eyes locked on what was ahead. Rage simmered beneath the surface. Notification. Skills Exceed, Indomitability, and Battle Speed are synchronizing. New effect added to Exceed. A column of light burst from his body. Blinding, wild, unstoppable. Han stood at its center, shoulders rising and falling. I'm close. Just a little more. Then he heard it. The dragon's voice echoing through the ruins. You cowards, where are you hiding? Han gritted his teeth and kept moving. One step, then another. Just a little more. I have to break through. The dragon's voice thundered again. I'll find you. Han moved carefully, blade at the ready, aura still flaring. Meanwhile, aboard the battleship, Kishasha, Lackery, and another party member froze in horror. A mermaid stood before them, red eyes gleaming, and clenched in its teeth was the severed head of one of their own. Lackery dropped to her knees, paralyzed. The mermaids stared them down, eyes glowing brighter. No! Lackery screamed and lunged forward. In that instant, a massive shadow dropped from the sky. A dragon swooped down, jaws wide. Chomp! It clamped down around her, then vanished into the sea. Lackery! Kishasha shrieked. But she was already gone. Somebody help her! Kishasha screamed. Right then, Belkis launched himself off the ship, straight into the sea. As he dove, he drew his sword. Blood spiraled in the water around him. Notification. Lackery has returned to the goddess's embrace. Her warrior spirit shall be honored forever. Belkis' fists clenched. She's gone. A dragon came rushing in behind him. But before it could strike, Belkis spun mid-water and cut it to pieces. Notification. Belkis Savage has reached level 4. New title unlocked, Dragon Slayer. Crimson light exploded from his body. Surrounded by mermaids, sharks, and dragons, he bellowed. Fine, I'll take you all on. Back on deck, Roderick was deep in the fray. He split a mermaid in two with a clean sweep of his spear, spun, but another blindsided him, slicing across his legs. He crashed the ship's edge. The mermaid grabbed his fallen spear as he stared back at her, lifeless. Suddenly, two party members jumped in, taking her down before she could finish him off. We're done here, Ryman yelled. Everyone fall back to the cabin. Another voice joined in. Retreat. Move now. One healer blinked, confused. What? He turned, saw someone ducking in shadows. You're already healed. Why are you hiding? The man muttered, terrified. I'm not going back out there. That's suicide. Elsewhere, a wounded fighter, his arm gone, ran past, shouting, Where's Miguel? A bald man replied grimly. He's gone. Miguel's body lay nearby, still and broken. They've taken the deck. Get below now, the bald man ordered. A girl called out. We're all in. Where do we go from here? Suddenly, 3 mermaids smashed through the ceiling and landed in front of them. Edith and Cadio froze. Cadio backpedaled, raised a staff, and cast a barrier, just in time to block a flying spear. Down one more floor, he shouted. Friasis clutched the key, heart racing. What was happening? A mermaid charged her fast. Before it could land a strike, Edith flashed in, decapitating it mid-sprint. Get back, she barked. Then, thud, a spear embedded itself in Edith's shoulder. At the entrance, for more mermaids, blocked the way. We're surrounded, the white-haired girl yelled. My weapon's broken, the fat guy panicked. Ryman snapped. Then use your dagger. Throw it, stab it, to slow them down. He turned, furious. We need an exit. Clear a path. Edith gritted her teeth, gripping her dagger tight. Han, what are you doing? Hurry. Notification. Hubert is on the brink of death. His life is in danger. Edith closed her eyes for a second, trying to steady herself. Another alert. Notification. Gerald is bleeding. HP will drop steadily. She shouted again. Han, and the next blow came, harder than the rest. Notification. Roderick has returned to the goddess's embrace. His fighting spirit will be remembered forever. Far from the chaos, inside the temple, a blue glow pulsed in the room. At the very top, nestled in a bed of glowing purple crystals, sat the second key, a goblet, gilded, radiating with a brilliant blue gem. Han stood before it. Then, triple warning, danger alert. His hands tightened around the hilt of his sword. Notification. Monster wave, final round. Ancient Guardian, level 61. Han stepped forward. Second boss. One shot. That's all I've got left. Suddenly, crack. The temple's dome split wide open. A dragon roared as it crashed through. You? I'll kill you. At the same time, the Guardian stepped out from the shadows, towering, armored, primed to strike. Han took his stance, blade ready, both hands clenched around the grip. This is it. No more thinking. Just finish it. Blood dripped freely from his wounds. A violet glow pulsed from beneath his skin. Notification. Han is on the brink of death. His life is in danger. The dragon and the ancient guardian charged at him simultaneously. Alert. Skill awakening. Han's body, sword unity, and power strike have fused. His eyes flashed deep violet. New skill acquired. Destructive sword spirit, level 1. With what little strength he had left, Han swung his blade at both monstrosities. His body was barely holding together. Jenna and Belkist were bleeding out. Ivalka, already gone. Cadio, injured. From Party 2, Edith wounded. Roderick dead. 2 more barely clinging to life. Lilani gone. From Party 3, only Kishasha still stood. Party 1, completely wiped out. In the 4th group, 1 had fallen. The rest were bleeding out, 1 foot in the grave. In the 5th, 2 were down, barely breathing. 3 had perished. It was nearly over. Han's sword slammed into the dragon's hide with a thunderous clang, the echo ripping through the temple like a shockwave. Then, a soft chime. Notification. Water God's blessing activated. Incoming strike intercepted by divine barrier. Another alert hit. Warning. The monster is immune to specific attack types. Han's body trembled, sword still raised. His jaw clenched. Blue energy sparked around him, and his glowing eyes narrowed. In his mind, the voices of the fallen echoed. Ryman, Ivalka, Roderick, all of them. All the failure. All the rage. It exploded. He roared, and brought his blade down again with everything he had. This time, it struck clean. The dragon's bones shattered. Its flesh unraveled into smoke and mist. Within seconds, the beast crumbled into dust. Notification. Water god's blessing bypassed. High-strength barrier ignored. Golem's defense shattered. It was done. The dragon was no more. Han gasped for breath, the berserk aura fading fast. Blood poured from his mouth. His vision blurred. He stumbled forward toward the goblet, hand trembling, eyes flickering. He reached for it and collapsed, face first into the cold, shallow water. Then, Han, Han, a voice shattered the silence. Jenna was at his side, shaking, sobbing. Wake up. What are you doing? Han's eyes opened slowly, weak and distant. Jenna, he whispered. His voice was barely there. He saw the goblet beside her. You got the key, he said with a faint smile. She nodded, tears falling. What about you? She asked, voice breaking. Han exhaled slowly. I don't think I'm going to make it. No, she said, shaking her head violently. Don't say that. He looked at her, soft but honest. I'm sorry for all the lies. Jenna's face twisted with pain. She yanked out a healing potion, tried to feed it to him, but his lips wouldn't move. Her hand shook. With no choice, she drank it herself, then pressed her mouth to his, transferring the potion breath by breath. She pulled back, face flushed, but eyes locked with fire. Wiping her mouth, she growled. If you die, I swear, I'm never forgiving you. You told me, Han murmured. If I wanted to survive, I had to find the right people. It's alive, Han. Don't quit now. His eyes caught the fabric in her grip. That's Ivalka's dress. Jenna didn't stop. She drank from the mermaid's tears, her hands desperate to keep him alive. Then, without hesitation, she began pushing him upward, fighting against the pull of the deep. Below them, the ancient temple began to sink into the ocean. Han's fading gaze caught one last sight. Ivalka's body, weightless, floating downward, drifting into the dark with the water dragons. His chest ached. He couldn't reach her. He couldn't say goodbye. But he knew. He had to keep going. For her. I knew this could happen, Han thought bitterly. But knowing doesn't make it hurt any less. Jenna swam, fighting to keep him afloat. Every second was a struggle. The oxygen meter blinked, 39%. Han stole one final glance downward. Ivalka's form was drifting, growing smaller, vanishing. This wasn't how I imagined it would end. The sea swallowed everything, sound, light, warmth. Silence pressed in from all sides, and with it came the weight of isolation. I may never see her again. Then, Han's eyes flew open. He was lying in bed, back in town. Pain pulsed through his body, dull but real. He raised his hands, checking. No wounds. No blood. I made it, he murmured. A bitter smile tugged at his lips. I wish it hurt more, he thought. No scars. No marks. Nothing to show what he'd lost. The room was cold. Too quiet. A cart rolled past the door. Isel paused, her eyes wide. Ah, Loki, you're awake, she gasped. Thank goodness. I thought you weren't coming back. Hans sat up slowly. His body ached with every movement. I'm fine, he muttered, voice hollow. He eyed the cart beside her. What's all that? Isel glanced at it. They're things. Master said to send them to storage. Only a few personal items from 8 members. The rest didn't make it back. Han's stare sharpened. How many died? Isel hesitated. Her voice softened. 13. Han's breath caught in his throat. 13. He said it again, quieter. That many. He turned his head, face darkening. Over half the force gone. Isel gave a small, pale nod. Should I take this to the check room? She asked quietly. Han didn't answer right away. His eyes stayed on the floor. 13 lives, he thought. And soon, even their names will fade. His jaw tightened. Even the check room can't hold that much. Then came a voice, quiet, bitter. Unfair, isn't it? Someone muttered nearby. Only third-floor members get to store their stuff. Another man stepped into view, his eyes sunken with fatigue. Ryman and I are the last from Party 4, he said. Party 5, hardly anyone left. He stopped, struggling to speak. I keep seeing him, he said, voice shaking. Lying there on the deck, that kid from Party 5. He died, right at the end. He could have lived, if he just held out a little longer. The man opened a small pendant. Inside was a faded photo. 2 parents, smiling, with a boy between them. He worked harder than anyone, he whispered. Said he'd get strong, impress some girls. No one's gonna cry for him. But when the new recruits come in, I'll tell them how brave he was. That no one was cooler than that kid. He gently set the pendant on the cart, movements slow, deliberate. I need to hold on to something. If I don't, who will? His hand lingered on the card, heavy with grief. Han looked at Isel. Don't throw anything out, not even if it doesn't fit. She blinked. But the check room's full. Tell the master to upgrade it, Han said, his voice steady. Isel raised an eyebrow. Upgrade it? That's a waste of resources. Han shook his head. Right now it's just a box. It should mean something more. Isel studied him for a moment, then nodded quietly. All right. As Han turned to leave, he added over his shoulder, you both did well. The master saw everything. Party 4 might get access to the 3rd floor too. Ryman watched him walk away. I used to think he was cold, he murmured. But maybe he's more than I thought. The other man gave a tired smile. Come on, let's wrap this up. I'll take the card. Deeper inside the building, for candles flickered quietly. Kishasha from Party 3 leaned against the wall, her shoulders trembling. That's not how a hero should die, she whispered. Her fists clenched tight. You all left me. Tears slipped down her cheeks. Her gaze lifted, and there stood Han alive. I wasn't strong enough, she murmured. They believed in me, and I couldn't protect any of them. Han opened his mouth to speak, but she kept going. It's okay, she said, voice soft, shimmering with grief. I don't blame you. You saved who you could. She turned to the shelf lined with small mementos from her fallen team. I followed you because I wanted to. That was my choice. Her voice dropped to a hush. Let me stay here a little longer, just to be near them, even if all that's left are these. Nearby, a coat lay folded beside an ornate fan and a small fox-shaped charm. Nerissa, Belkist, and Jenna stood quietly near the display. As Han approached, Belkist glanced up. You're up, he said flatly. The others turned to look. Belkist shrugged half-heartedly. The archer wants us to hold a funeral, he muttered. I'd rather get back to training. Nerissa elbowed him hard. You thick-headed idiot. Belkist didn't flinch. He met Han's eyes. You look miserable. You're not a god. People die. He gave a lazy shrug. If we fall apart every time, we'll never move forward. Then he added, let's be honest. She'd probably just tell us to get stronger. Jenna's hands curled into fists, her voice sharp. Just one day. That's all I'm asking. She fought with us. Protected us. Doesn't that deserve a day? Belkist hesitated. A drop of sweat trailed down his face. I didn't mean it like that. Jenna stepped forward and gently placed a hand on Han's shoulder. You know she was waiting for you. Belkist muttered. The dead don't wait. Wham! Nerissa's fist slammed into his gut. You seriously need to shut up. Han's mind drifted. If I were the master, I could replay her clips, see her sketches, her spells, her smile. But I'm not. I'm just the hero. He and Jenna stepped closer to Ivalka's belongings. Jenna's voice trembled. It's hard. Now all that's left is her stuff. Han nodded slowly. Isel said, if we max out the check room, we'll get access to MVP clips. No replay stream needed. But by then, will we still remember what she looked like? Jenna's eyes sharpened. I won't forget. I can't. That's the least I owe her. She handed him a folded letter. This is her will. She wanted you to read it first. Han paused. You sure? I'm sure, she said quietly. She wrote it just before we reached the 20th floor. Han turned to the hallway. Isel, you haven't cleared her room yet, have you? Of course not, she answered quickly. Han stepped inside. The walls were covered in scribbles, notes, diagrams, incantations. Books and scrolls lined the corners like they belonged there. He looked around in quiet awe. She really poured everything into this. Studied magic here, lived here. This wasn't just a room. It was her story. Our hero recalls that the text he could not read before, thanks to Aloka raising the hero's reaction to search level. None of the heroes in the lobby are illiterate. But then he calls Aloka an idiot when he opens her paper and reads her writings that question whether this can even be called a war, saying she thought only people who were going to die wrote such things. She insists it has nothing to do with her since she will never die and will make it back no matter what, calling it more of a scribble and deciding to write whatever she wants since no one will read it anyway. She then adds a note to Han, telling him it is closed and calling him a stupid idiot bastard. The hero becomes conscious as soon as he realizes she is writing about him. She admits she hated him from the first time they met and wonders why he is always on her case. Another note reveals she grew up as a loved and precious daughter in her household and questions who he is to make fun of her, vowing to get revenge on our boy. The hero sits silent and a bit shocked as he opens other papers. His eyes widen with surprise as he reads them, finding lines asking him to be nice for a change, saying she's waiting for him, calling him an idiot, and claiming he is so blind. Our hero calls Isel, who is behind him, and answers yes. He is just about to ask about the dead heroes, though he already knows the answer, since dead heroes cannot be brought back, something he learned as a ranker in Pick Me Up. But Isel says she cannot be brought back, which shocks our boy. His eyes widen with surprise. He remembers the first party, which includes Han, Jenna, Velkist, Ialka, who was killed in action, and Cadio. The attacking forces also consist of 4 additional parties under the leadership of Adis, Kishaha, and Ryman. Hearing Isel's answer, Han turned toward her and asked what she meant. Isel pointed ahead and explained that she could be brought back if he reached the 100th floor. That, she said, was when a fallen world would be recreated. Stretching out her arms, she added that the heroes wouldn't retain memories from the past, but they would be able to live new lives in that world. Han stared at her in disbelief and asked if she was serious. She confirmed that the information had come from their leader. Han quietly considered the possibility that she might be telling the truth. Isel then asked if she could return to her work. Han nodded, and she vanished. Meanwhile, the master logged in and was welcome to pick me up. He began constructing facilities. A notification appeared, asking him to choose the facility he wanted to build. He selected the check room. Another message confirmed the selection of check room level 3 and asked whether he wanted to add it to the current building. He chose yes. The check room glowed blue as a countdown timer appeared. A message displayed on screen explained that higher-level facilities required more resources to upgrade and that heroes couldn't enter while construction was in progress. At the same time, Han looked up and placed a letter into an envelope. The master then opened the gift shop. He purchased a warhorse for 5,000 gold, a flower crown for 3,000, and a necklace for 1,000. While still looking upward, Han combined the 3 items. He pressed the confirmation button, and a new statue began to form. The combination was complete. He had obtained the Morning Warhorse statue, which was gifted to Han. He peered at the statue through his spectacles, smiling. As he held it, he wondered if Morning referred to the early heroes in the game. Han stepped outside, still deep in thought. As Loki, he had never done anything like this. He recalled how he used to treat heroes who died during missions as tools, useful until they broke. As he walked past Yala's room, he suddenly heard a voice calling the master. It was Yrnith. He responded with his name. She said she was relieved he was all right. Han admitted that things had gotten messy and that he had even leveled up. She replied that she could feel how much stronger he had become. Yrnith asked him to return to Nibelheimer. She said she didn't want to see him in that state again. Han scoffed at the idea and asked if she expected him to run away now. She tried to respond, but Han cut her off, warning her never to say something like that again. She apologized, explaining that it was just too dangerous. Han's sword appeared as she added that even Bifrost wouldn't be much help. Despite the mission's success, she said it was, in reality, a failure. She suggested that if Han wasn't planning to return to Nibelheimer, they could instead send heroes from there to Tonia. Han's eyes darkened at the idea. She insisted they should handle the tower raid while keeping Han safe. He called the suggestion foolish. Lifting the new statue, Han explained that Tonia's level was too low to support heroes from Nibelheimer. They would need to reach the tower's middle floors to acquire 6-star heroes. Yrnith argued that even if they couldn't go themselves, they could send capable low-level candidates. Han asked if she really thought his master would accept goodwill with no strings attached. Setting the statue back on the shelf, he warned that a single failure could mean death. There were no second chances. That was true for all 5 of them. Yrnith's eyes widened. Han lowered his head and said none of the 5 had ever failed a mission. He reminded her that he shared the same condition. He declared that the heroes in Tonia must grow stronger, even if it meant many of them would die in the process. He promised them that he would climb the tower. Yrnith lowered her head and said they looked forward to the day he would conquer it. Han told himself he would bury his memories deep within his chest, so far down that he could never recall them again. At the training ground, Velkus was locked in combat with training dolls. He slashed off one doll's head and arm, then struck through another side. Breathing heavily, he walked toward Han and commented that he thought Han had said he could rest. Still catching his breath, Velkus explained that this was just light exercise and mentioned he had acquired a new skill that could prove useful in most situations. The skill was Dragon Extinction, a passive ability that increased resistance to all status abnormalities caused by dragons. It also boosted all his stats by 1 and activated automatically during battles against dragons. Han realized that Velkus had fused his skills. He asked when it happened. Velkus recalled that it occurred while fighting anchovy-like creatures underwater. During the battle, his Dragon Slayer and Bleeding Resistance skills merged, resulting in Dragon Extinction. Han noted that Velkus had lost Bleeding Resistance in the process, which might have increased his overall survivability. While the skill's effect was limited to dragons, Han figured it would be useful in the long run. Just then, Nerissa approached and reported that the others had arrived. Looking at Han, she said she had something important to report, something about the First Law. Before she could continue, someone shouted Han's name. The 3 turned to see Adis approaching. She asked Han to follow her to Party 2's training hall. As Han started walking away, he told them he would be back. Nerissa crossed her arms silently. Velkus commented that it was nice for each party to have its own training hall, but admitted he lacked enough teammates to spar with. He said he wanted to duel Han someday. At Party 2's training hall, Han noticed the place was empty. Ada stopped and explained that morale had been low ever since Leilani died. She drew her dagger and told Han to raise his sword. Without hesitation, she dropped into a combat stance and shouted for him to fight. Han unsheathed his sword and suggested they move to the ring, but Adis refused. She admitted that she would obviously lose and didn't want anyone seeing their party leader in defeat. Han warned her to come at him seriously. If she expected to lose, then she never stood chance. Han's stats appeared, maxed out as usual. Adis lunged, launching the first attack. Han blocked it and noted that her fighting style was still creative, but now harder to deal with. She had acquired many new skills. She jumped back, pulled out a bow, and fired. Han sliced the arrow out of the air, recognizing how much sharper and faster she had become. She switched again, now dual-wielding a dagger in her left hand and launching another strike. Han blocked both at once. He realized that, in terms of raw stats, there was no difference between her, a 3-star from birth, and him, a 1-star who had climbed his way up. She used her skills with impressive versatility, constantly shifting her approach. The fight was difficult. With an intense look, Adis unleashed multiple skills at once, pressing in with both hands. Han deflected her again. She reminded him of his past claims, defeating the Black Dragon on the 20th floor and the Water Dragon in a recent mission. Han warned her not to regret challenging him. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed. Han entered his exceed state. His hair turned white, his eyes glowed, and all his stats and agility surged. Only his stamina remained unreadable. Adis adjusted her grip and backed off. Han rushed forward, thinking about how Adis, though usually emotional, became cold and calculated during missions. Her leadership and reflexes had kept her alive this long. As Han kept attacking, Adis dodged and retreated, barely managing to block his strikes. Sweat formed on her brow. Han realized she had acquired so many skills precisely because she had been weak. Her determination to survive had pushed her forward. He slashed again, knocking the dagger from her hands. Gripping his sword with both hands, Han activated Destructive Sword Spirit and swung with such force that a shock wave burst forward. Adis fell to the ground, eyes wide, mouth open, as the impact shook everything around her. A white light erupted from behind a building, creating a massive crater. Dust filled the air. Adis sat near the edge of the crater, stunned. She looked at the destruction and admitted Han's strength. She had no chance of winning. Still holding his sword, Han stood nearby as Adis trembled and clenched her fists. She didn't understand why she couldn't beat him. Acknowledging his strength, she confessed that her vow, not to lose anyone again, had been naive. She promised that Lilani wouldn't be the last to die. 2 of their teammates, Anin and Bennick, were devastated but would likely recover in time. Roderick, however, was broken. He had been found in the check room, on his knees, hands against the glass. He hadn't spoken a word. Adis said he was worse off than she was and might never return. Without him, Party 2 was out of commission. Adis lowered her head and admitted she didn't know what to do anymore. She apologized, acknowledging that none of this was Han's fault. Sitting in front of him, she confessed that despite losing Ialka, the only elemental mage, she didn't know where to direct her frustration. Han turned to leave. His white hair faded back to black. He thought about the weight of Ialka's loss and the mental toll it had taken on Party 2. Party 3 was practically wiped out. Even those who had been showing fast growth were now gone. The glass of the fallen heroes began to crack. Han looked around and realized the truth. The lobby was collapsing. Han observed that since the last raid, the number of lobby members had grown to 130, including new recruits. Yet only half of them were actively training. The second floor was nearly deserted, and the third floor squad hadn't raided in some time. The lobby felt lifeless, half dead. Those who still cared would be crushed under the weight of despair, and even the indifferent ones might leave eventually. Suddenly, Isel appeared. She gasped upon seeing the bloodstains on Han's clothes and asked what kind of training he'd been doing. Han sheathed his glowing green sword and replied that she'd seen him train like this before. Then he asked what news she had. Isel told him that someone had started uploading raid videos, though notably, none from the 35th floor. Han raised an eyebrow. The 35th floor was where they had taken heavy casualties. Footage from that level would surely attract a lot of attention. Isel conjured fairy magic to pull up a YouTube page belonging to a user named Enig. Han found the channel name unsettling. As he scrolled through the video list, he frowned, commenting that the game didn't respect their privacy. Their daily lives and missions were being turned into public content. He suspected the master had been using either raid footage or behind-the-scenes clips to make the videos. Han watched more closely, trying to glean strategic insights. The channel had gained serious traction. Over 300,000 views combined on the 15th and 20th floor raid videos. Some of the footage featured highly skilled heroes and pets, edited with near-professional quality, even though it seemed to be a hobby project. Isel nodded in agreement, saying she had initially assumed the master would be useless, but they were surprisingly competent at this. Han scrolled through the comment sections. The audience's reactions fell into three categories. Some praised the videos, some admired the lobby, and some were arrogant, claiming they were too good for the master. A few were downright cruel, mocking the master, calling them useless, and even making fun of the glow stick. Isel dismissed the negative comments, calling the posters idiots who were just jealous they didn't have a hero like Han. Han thought the master might be incompetent in some areas, but not entirely wrong. After all, the master couldn't directly interfere in missions. Still, he mused aloud, there were other ways. A structure formed in his mind, a tactical post, a small blue facility that allowed the master to exert limited influence during missions. Han recognized its potential, but also its risks. A tactical post was a double-edged sword. Isel started to say something, to be honest, but Han was deep in thought. He imagined heroes gathered around a chest, enemies hiding in the shadows, and a guiding hand pointing them forward. He remembered that an inexperienced master could easily ruin an entire party, which was why he had kept silent until now. Curious, he finally asked Isel about the tactical post. Before she could answer, she threw colorful confetti-like paper flares into his face. A system notification popped up. Han had been appointed vice master. Isel, now wearing clown glasses, cheered, celebrating his promotion to vice master of Tonia. The system message explained that the vice master served as the master's proxy, helping manage the lobby, leading battles, and holding wide-ranging authority. They could also climb the tower and push the boundaries of the system. Brushing confetti from his clothes, Han commented that his new position must mean that hero reaction research had reached its max level. Isel confirmed this, saying the mage kid had pulled it off in just 2 days, something that normally took far longer. She was still shocked by it. A system pop-up confirmed it. Hero reaction research, level 10. Han briefly smiled as he thought of Yalka, who used to pull all-nighter solving puzzles. The memory brought a flicker of warmth. Isel clapped her hands, exclaiming that Townia's lobby was now basically in Han's hands. He could do whatever he wanted. Han gently tugged her cheeks and said she'd done all of this to keep the lobby from falling apart. Isel suddenly burst into tears, expressing her fear that Han might leave Tonia. Han froze, realizing she might be trying to prevent the complete collapse of the lobby. He gently let go of her cheeks, now flushed red, as she cupped her face with both hands. With a soft sigh and a faint smile, Han accepted that becoming vice master meant dealing with a lot of burdensome responsibilities. But he understood it was necessary. He turned to the others and called Party 1 to gather. Later, inside a brick house, Party 1 assembled. Narissa congratulated Han on his promotion, while Jenna reminded him that he was now the strongest among them. With a proud grin, she admitted she was honored to be part of his party. Velkist, still crossing his arms, remained uncertain about the purpose of their meeting. Isel scolded the group, urging them to show some respect now that Han outranked them. Han glanced at the blue-haired girl who was rubbing her eyes and muttering about wanting more sleep. Jenna curiously asked what kind of changes they could expect. Han gestured for everyone to sit, then spread a map on the table. He explained that the map depicted the lobby layout. Though their numbers had grown, they lacked quality. With the dangers ahead, especially after the 35th floor, more casualties were inevitable. To ensure efficiency and retain stable manpower, they needed to reorganize. Narissa questioned whether these duties weren't the master's responsibility. Han responded that the master was overwhelmed and couldn't handle everything anymore. The lobby had simply grown too large. Raising his hand, Han posed a question to the group about what was needed to rule effectively. Velkist's eyes narrowed as he challenged Han, asking whether he truly acknowledged the master as their ruler. Han confirmed it, explaining that many heroes had lost the will to fight. A strong leader was necessary, and he alone wasn't enough. He mentioned that Ryman and Party 2 were still mourning their dead, and Kasha had started wandering the forest alone. In his view, the master needed to take a more active role. Velkist stepped forward with a sharp tone, claiming he had heard that the master treated them like disposable pawns, pieces on a chessboard sent to die. He made it clear that if Han was choosing to help that kind of figure, he wanted no part of it. He argued that his own survival, and possibly Han's, came from their own efforts, not the master's, who merely watched from above while sending them into deadly missions. Velkist admitted he might have agreed to follow if Han had been the master instead. In his eyes, their actual master was useless. The blue-haired girl added her voice, pointing out that this wasn't even the original master. With the magic hall now empty and no way to summon new mages, they were only here because of that master. She said they followed orders out of self-preservation, not loyalty. Helping voluntarily was a different matter entirely. Velkist raised his hands in frustration, calling the vice master role a joke, likening it to a slave kissing the chains that bind them. Nerissa placed her hand over her heart and firmly stated that helping the master was the best way to survive. Velka scoffed, still finding it absurd that anyone would choose to support someone who had sent them to die. Han remained steady and repeated that survival depended on working together, even with the master. Velkist wasn't convinced and found the idea laughable. Tension in the room rose quickly, with Isel nervously trying to shift the mood, reminding everyone that they were supposed to be celebrating Han's promotion. Jenna quietly raised her hand and asked for a moment to speak. She voiced her belief that the master did not view them as pawns. The master had granted their wishes, provided food and beds, and had grieved when they lost comrades. She pointed out how Han had once refused a mission, something that a mere puppet wouldn't be allowed to do. She suggested that perhaps there was a greater purpose behind everything. While no one needed to force themselves, helping the master ultimately benefited them too. Han smiled quietly as he listened to her. He reflected that this kind of perspective was why welfare systems mattered. He nodded in agreement, emphasizing that they couldn't simply ignore the master. Their presence here was no coincidence, and if they hoped to reach the 100th floor, cooperation was essential. Nerissa agreed, repeating that aiding the master was also a form of helping themselves. Jenna gave a casual shrug, making it clear she wasn't pressuring anyone. The blue-haired girl stretched with a lazy yawn, saying she would go along with it if it meant getting more sleep. Velkist growled at her, asking if she truly wanted to sleep forever. She trembled and ducked behind Han, though Velkist eventually relented and agreed to help. Han thought to himself that even if he didn't like the master, clearing the 100th floor was the only way back home. Whether they trusted the master or not didn't matter. The key still lay with them. Velkist asked what they were supposed to do next. Han promised to explain things as simply as possible. Velkist nodded, this time more willing, and reassured Han that he would assist. Suddenly, the system made an announcement. Loading was complete. Han looked up and saw the master's eye watching over Tonia. It was time, he thought, to improve in it. Night had settled over Tonia, casting long shadows across the quiet streets. In the stillness, hushed voices echoed through the lobby. A young boy stood before Mark, his voice trembling with fear as he reported that the raid team had returned, but not in the way anyone had expected. If things continued like this, he said, they might all be synthesized. Mark rubbed his forehead in irritation, dismissing the boy's worry. Synthesis wasn't something to fear, he claimed, especially since they had only stolen from the storage unit. But then his tone shifted. With a sudden flash of cruelty, he grabbed the boy's face, his fingers digging into the boy's cheeks. He leaned in, voice low and rough, and questioned whether the boy was afraid of synthesis or of Han. The color drained from the boy's face. Tears welled up, and he began to cry. Mark sneered and muttered that true fear was understanding that death wasn't an escape. Elsewhere, Rodri sat alone in a crumbling bar, nursing a half-empty glass of liquor. The silence was unbroken until the door creaked open. Adis walked in without hesitation, placing her own glass down on the table across from him. With a dry edge to her voice, she remarked that he never could hold his liquor and questioned whether drinking alone even counted as having fun. Pouring herself a drink without asking, she glanced at him as he remained silent. She said that Party 1 was trying to pull something together for the master, trying to take initiative now that the lobby had gone to hell. And yet, here they were, just sitting in the dark. Her thoughts drifted back to a moment with Lilini. She remembered the hesitation on Lilini's face, the pain etched into her eyes as she whispered about how many people had died. Adis had responded quietly, saying they could still mourn and be glad to have survived. That was the way mercenaries lived. Lilini had nodded in quiet agreement. Back in the bar, Adis downed her drink in one go and slammed the glass down with resolve. She declared that she would get back on her feet tomorrow. Rodri stirred, blinking out his daze, but before he could speak, she told him to leave Party 2. In the central plaza near the Grand Fountain, Jenna stood at Han's side. She told him that everyone had assembled, just as he had requested, motioning toward the nervous crowd gathered before them. Former civil servants wiped sweat from their brows, uncertain why they had been summoned, but wise enough not to ignore the man in charge. Han crossed his arms and acknowledged that the turnout was more than he had expected. He informed them that starting now, they would take on new responsibilities. It was simple, he explained. They would begin tracking everything in the lobby. People, levels, classes, floor clears, storage, facilities, dungeon statuses, and equipment. He met their eyes and said the word again, everything. A confused man raised his voice, asking what exactly that meant. Before he could finish, Isel landed beside him with a solid thud. With her tiny fists raised, she shouted that Han was the vice master now, and if he ever spoke to the master directly, they might all die, so they should listen to Han. The man muttered something about her being a demon fairy, but the crowd, like a wave folding under pressure, gave in and agreed. Jenna turned to Han and asked him quietly what the purpose of all this really was. Han replied that he was creating a fourth job category in the lobby. If they wanted to function properly, they needed precise, detailed information. Isel floated above and pointed down, declaring that they were the ones who would handle it. Han allowed himself a brief smile, admitting he had scared them into compliance. Jenna raised an eyebrow and asked if that was all. Han shook his head and said he wished it were. This was only the beginning. Elsewhere, in a dim, cold room, Mark knelt on the floor. The predator had become the prey. Across from him sat Han, with Velkist standing nearby like a looming shadow. Han stated plainly that the man before them was Mark. Mark responded with a bloody grin and called Han the famous one, the man even the fairy feared. He said he had watched Han's missions, though Han had never seen him up close. Before he could finish his taunt, Velkist struck him with brutal force. Mark's body crumpled, blood spilling from his mouth. Velkist's voice was sharp and cold as he demanded answers. Han flipped open a notebook, scanning the entries. Mark had been born a 2-star and accomplished a great deal in just 2 months, but he was still stuck on the first floor. Coughing blood, Mark tried to laugh, claiming synthesis was no big deal. Velkist's eyes burned crimson. He said that was enough, and without hesitation began to punch Mark again and again. Mark gasped, choked, and sputtered under the assault. Velkist growled that Mark needed a beating and told him to stay right there. Han remained still, watching the scene unfold. Mark had formed a rogue faction while the Master was offline, though Han couldn't even remember what the group had been called. Still, it was clear that Mark wasn't just some petty troublemaker. He was dangerous. Velkist delivered a final, savage kick. Mark's teeth scattered across the cold floor, and a pool of blood spread out beneath him. Han stepped forward, placing a hand on Velkist's shoulder, and asked if he was trying to kill Mark. Velkist only shrugged, his voice dry as he replied that it would be fair. Mark was filth. Kneeling beside the bloodied man, Han's voice sharpened like a blade. He listed Mark's crimes without hesitation. Theft from the lobby, physical assault, blackmail, robbery. He said Mark had done everything wrong. Mark, barely conscious, gasped and muttered that this wasn't right. With swollen eyes and broken pride, he begged to speak to Nerissa. But Han's tone turned ice cold. Their decision was final. Whatever deal Mark had made with her didn't matter anymore. Mark let out a bitter laugh, his face a mess of bruises. He whispered that it was over for all of them. His voice cracked as he admitted he hadn't wanted things to end this way. He hadn't asked to live on scraps and potatoes. Velkist cut in with a sneer, saying he hadn't realized garbage could talk. Mark, now just a heap on the floor, muttered something about the world already ending. He asked what the point was in fighting fate. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy life before it burned? Han narrowed his eyes. Velkist asked what they should do with him. Han ordered that Mark be locked up, then added that there were more like him. Velkist nodded, noting that most had already been caught, and said they were no different than Mark. Han acknowledged the effort and said he was glad he had asked. Velkist spat on the ground and muttered that he'd prefer not to be asked again. Too much of a headache. As Mark slipped into unconsciousness, Han let himself reflect. The gangs on the first floor had flourished while the Master was offline. Theft, violence, and disorder had rotted away beneath the surface. That would no longer be the case. There would be no more passive heroes and no more untrained recruits. From now on, every summoned hero would be trained, educated, and disciplined. There would be law and consequences. A decree was issued. Murder meant death. Theft meant death. Harming the lobby meant death. Tonia would no longer be a chaotic mess of misfits. It would become an organized, efficient system, and at its center would stand the vice of the Master. Velkist complained, irritated, that all the administrative work was distracting him from his training. Han, equally frustrated, wished someone else could handle it. He grabbed Mark by the collar, noting that he hadn't even drawn his sword yet. But Mark's healing abilities made it tempting. The battered boy muttered that if Han found a replacement, he'd leave willingly. Velkist, ever hopeful, said he'd appreciate that. Meanwhile, in another space entirely, the Master logged in. He casually scrolled past unread reports submitted by Vice Master Han. The system chimed, flagging a public execution request for Mark White, a new administrative class, and a proposed policy update. Han didn't even bother reading it. A gift notification appeared instead. 10 warhorse statues, glittering into existence. Han picked one up and scoffed, wondering aloud if that was all he was worth. Suddenly, the Master initiated construction on a new facility, Tactical Force Level 1. 500 gems were spent. A glowing blue structure emerged from the earth. A system notification explained the upgrade. Personal tactics could now be deployed during missions, though with limited uses. Higher levels would unlock greater capabilities. Inside the freshly built facility, a round table and 2 chairs stood waiting. Isel struggled to carry 2 warhorse statues and grumbled that they were going to ruin everything. Han flipped through pages of paperwork and replied calmly that they wouldn't be too involved. Isel floated upward, muttering that the master could only watch from above and would never understand what really happened on the ground. Han paused in his reading and admitted that he had once been the same. Isel turned toward him, her voice softer now. She said he wasn't the same anymore. He was the one in charge. Han smirked and called it interesting. He rose and walked toward the tactical forces post. Outside, the lobby buzzed with activity. Workers recorded data. Assistants rushed between tasks. Han looked out and thought to himself, the foundation had been built. Now it was up to others to prove they belonged at its core. He opened the doors to the tactical force building. Inside stood the round table and 2 chairs. Placing his hand on the table, Han declared his challenge, not with words, but through action. A system notification blinked into view. Master Han is proposing a mock battle. Monsters began to materialize. A glint of desperation, or perhaps determination, flickered in the master's eye as he accepted the challenge. For Han, this was routine, just another tactical drill, a simple test of strategy, and a chance to sharpen whatever basics the master might possess. Crimson lights pulsed across the field, marking Han's side. Opposite, 6-com blue lights marked the master's. A digital chime broke the silence. The mock battle was beginning. The system noted that the simulation would play out automatically after orders were given. Han thought aloud. Monsters versus heroes, 2 sides with different goals, clashing under command. The tabletop shimmered. Stone formations rose to shape a miniature battlefield. The system rendered a map titled Highlands, a basic terrain with no special effects and only a few monsters. A side tip hinted that higher tactical post levels would unlock more maps and expand vision through patrols. 5 translucent cards appeared before the master. The system designated him as the hero. The battle countdown had begun. Han surveyed his own forces. 27 goblin riders. He nodded in approval. Regular goblins were too dim-witted for strategy, but riders? They could manage. The game appeared simple. Create formations, issue commands, and let the simulation unfold. But beneath that surface was something deeper. The master's brow glistened with sweat. Smoke drifted across the map. The master marked a few key positions. Han, meanwhile, calculated variables, unit formation, mixed forces, feints. He understood now why some masters became obsessed with these simulations. Still, he kept it simple. 9 squads of 3 riders. Each would patrol independently, halting if they encountered enemies. Han deployed his units with confidence. If the master tried hiding in forests, he'd only drain stamina. Han had the advantage. Miniature heroes and monsters materialized on the map. Han's and Jenna's command cards flashed. He smiled. Party 1 was being used. Not bad. He placed his monster token with practiced ease. This was, after all, a one-on-one lesson from former Mock Battle League champion. 3 minutes passed in the real world. 10 in the simulation. It ended swiftly. Han's goblin riders emerged victorious. He raised his hands slowly to his face, unreadable at first, then hardened. That had been far too easy. The roles shifted. Now Han commanded the heroes, and the master led the monsters. Han selected Party 7 with renewed resolve. Another 10 minutes passed. Another victory. Han blinked, wide-eyed, his breath shallow. This wasn't from effort. It was from disbelief. The master was this weak? Another round. 5 minutes. Another loss for the master. 3 matches. 3 defeats. Han exhaled, wearied. The strategies had been laughably bad. He glanced toward the master. The man was still sweating, eyes squinting in desperate focus, still trying to learn. But all Han felt was a dull, numbing disappointment. Behind him, Isel appeared, hovering with dry amusement. She noted that the master was great at racing games, but useless at everything else. Han's shoulders sagged. His face fell into a grim mask. Isel turned away, chuckling to herself. She said Han might as well just control every mission from now on. Frustration built behind Han's eyes. Then, a new notification popped up. The master wanted another battle. Han declined. Another request. He declined again. The master looked stunned. Han sighed and muttered that he didn't want to play anymore. Silently, the master reached across the table and placed a small warhorse statue before him. Another gift. Han stared at it for a long moment. Then, voice low, he asked if the master really thought that would change anything. Still, after a pause, he sat down again. They would play one more round. The master gave a small, relieved smile and reset the board. The battles continued. Warhorse statues began to stack up at the edge of the table. 5 more games. 5 more losses. Then it happened. The master broke down in tears. A system notification hovered in the air. He chose to log out. Isel stood in silence. After a moment, she whispered that it had been truly painful to watch. Han didn't reply. He stared at the row of glittering statues. 13 battles, he said softly. The master had spent gold for every single match. Han understood the desire to improve, but now he questioned whether this had been the right way. Maybe the master should have trained with someone else. Maybe someone less invested. He thought of his party. Velkus would be furious. Narissa would give a sharp, cutting comment. Jenna? She'd just say they had to push harder. But Han knew the truth ran deeper. They would lose faith in him. Was he really expected to train someone this unprepared? He turned to Isel and stayed quiet for a while. They had watched every recorded mission, every battle, every briefing. Had they learned nothing? His voice was steady now. He gave a command. Pull up the master's mission videos. The screen flickered to life, casting a pale glow as Han and Isel leaned in to scrutinize the footage. Han stroked his chin, eyes narrowing into razor-sharp focus. Isel asked what he saw. His gaze didn't waver. He's only watching me, Han muttered. Sweat glistened on both their foreheads as the realization set in. The camera angle, the focal points, almost everything centered around Han's movements. The master's attention had been locked onto a single figure. A real leader should be watching the whole field. Han continued, voice low, but his eyes were fixed on one unit. That's why he has no tactical insight. Already, a plan was forming. I need to get online, he said. Isel raised an eyebrow. You going to pretend to be Loki again? No, Han replied firmly. I'll pose as just another loyal fan. A devoted subscriber. He explained that he would slip tactical advice into glowing praise, breakdowns of raids from floors 5 through 30, interwoven with reminders about key principles from the documents he'd authored. That, at least, would give the master a proper foundation. Han knew it wouldn't be easy. The tactical system grew exponentially more complex as the post leveled up. At the start, there were only 7 basic commands. He pictured the humble beginnings of the tactical post and how it evolved with each upgrade. Once the post reached level 5, it unlocked features like forward construction, enemy general elimination, focus fire, trap deployment, infiltration, cover commands, reinforcements, cooperative moves, and rest strategies. Intermediate tactics, available from levels 5 through 9, allowed control over when active skills were triggered. At the advanced levels, 10 through 14, finer tactical manipulation became possible. But the real mastery came at levels 15 through 20, the pinnacle of tactical command. Currently, the master was still stuck at the lowest tier. That wouldn't cut it. Not for surviving the higher floors of the tower. Han glanced at the small mountain of warhorse statues stacked nearby. I'm not expecting miracles, he admitted. At this rate, he'll have 1,000 of those statues. What I need is for him to be good enough to help, just once when it actually counts. Elsewhere, in the training grounds, Daika approached with a fresh group of recruits. He reported that there were 10 in total, each with a specific area of expertise. The recruits stood in neat formation and offered respectful greetings. Han, with his hands tucked casually in his pockets, observed them silently. Daika explained that 2 specialized in swordsmanship, 2 in archery, and 2 in spearmanship. The remaining 4, he noted, were skilled in general areas such as survival, hunting, and infiltration. Han gave a nod of approval, acknowledging the effort. Daika admitted that, surprisingly, the process had been easier than expected. With the core members occupied, they had finally implemented an efficient system, which had made identifying real talent much more manageable. He then pointed to one of the men and introduced him as Jess, a former hunter who showed strong potential. Jess stepped forward and stated that he had seen Han's fights and had heard much about him. Daika added that Jess was a replay stone user. The master had shown him Han's previous missions to help him learn and improve. Han imagined the review room, the glowing stone projecting old battles. He gave the master some silent credit. At least he was being thorough. Han turned to Daika and asked if the hiring conditions had been relayed. Daika confirmed that they had, explaining that he had only selected individuals capable of teaching. Skill alone hadn't been enough. Han began to walk away, saying he intended to introduce someone who would be taking the lead on instruction from that point forward. Daika blinked in surprise at the mention of a head instructor. Footsteps echoed through the space. Then, a familiar voice broke the silence, remarking that it had been a while. Rodri stepped into view. Daika's eyes widened in disbelief. Then a genuine smile spread across his face. Han remembered what Adissa had said. She'd recommended Rodri not because of his talent, though he had plenty of that, but because of his grief. She said he mourned harder and longer than anyone when a teammate died. Said she couldn't stand to watch him break like that anymore. Rodri had resisted at first, but Adissa had spent an entire night persuading him. And in the end, he'd agreed. Han knew Rodri wasn't a traditional instructor, but his battlefield experience? That was worth more than any formal title. And right now, that was exactly what they needed. Daika and Rodri moved together to address the newly appointed instructors. For Daika, it was a quiet acknowledgement. His time on the front lines had likely come to an end. Later, Han made his way through the corridors of their residence. He encountered Adissa in the hallway. who gave a nod of greeting. "You're back," she remarked. "Where are the newcomers?" Han asked. "In the drawing room," Idissa replied. "They've been waiting. Seem eager to meet you." As they walked, a series of system notifications suddenly chimed in Han's mind. The master had just summoned two heroes, Rain and Main. A surge of energy rippled through him as the system flagged a rare synergy, fated pair. Their bond was marked as paired breeze and double harmony of forest. Han stopped in his tracks, stunned. Another pair of three-star fated heroes? The master's luck was beyond reason. Idissa led him into the drawing room. Standing there were two young girls, one with vivid green hair, the other with icy blue. Each held intricately carved totems adorned with miniature monster skulls. The green-haired one stepped forward first. "I'm Rain," she said cheerfully. "I'm Main," said the blue-haired girl, her voice cool and calm. Han gave a welcoming gesture toward the couch. "No need for formalities. Make yourselves comfortable." They sat proper and composed. Han studied them with quiet interest. "You're both mages?" The girls nodded in unison. "Yes." As Idissa poured tea, she added, "Rain is wind elemental, Main is ice. Both are elemental mages." "Impressive," Han murmured. The girls, now seated, shared with pride that they were well known in the northern regions. Idissa handed Han a cup of tea and added, "They've already been tested. The results were excellent. They'll be a huge asset in combat." A wind and ice fated pair, Han thought. The master had truly hit the jackpot. He took a thoughtful sip of tea, his eyes never leaving the two young mages. They remained still, awaiting his judgment. Finally, Han spoke. "Party 2 will accompany you during initial missions until you're fully acclimated. In the meantime, you'll work in the magic hall. Ko will take over command of the airship from this point forward." Idissa blinked at that. "You're assigning both of them to Party 2? Are you sure? That's a lot of magic power concentrated in one group." Han tilted his head deep in thought. He acknowledged that the arrangement wasn't balanced. Idissa reminded him that he always emphasized the importance of balanced hero compositions, her voice tinged with concern. Han met her gaze. Behind his eyes, something colder and more resolute began to surface. He said they were changing their approach. Idissa's expression shifted as she asked what he meant. A long silence followed, heavy and deliberate. When Han finally spoke, his voice was flat and devoid of emotion. He stated they would begin using one-use heroes. Idissa froze in place, stunned by the revelation. Han went on to explain that from now on, with the exception of Parties 1 and 2, every other hero would be treated as expendable after a single deployment. His mind flickered with images of Party 3, Party 4, faces of comrades past. The grim weight of his decision settled like a shadow over the room. Idissa could only stare, and Han said nothing more. The newcomers were shocked by the plan, so Han explained further. He said it meant that parties ranked 3 and below would be used and then discarded. Adis was stunned and protested, asking what would happen if multiple roles were needed, like on the 20th floor. Han simply walked away, saying he would handle it. That was the reason they had magic engineers. He added that Kishasha had isolated herself in the forest and that only 2 members from Party 4 had survived. Those 2 survivors were filled with disappointment and wondered if Kishasha was still nearby. Han then told Adis that there were only 2 people with real boss raid experience. Even if they tried to challenge the 14th floor, most would be overwhelmed by fear or panic. He explained that raising heroes with enough experience required a lot of money and time, and it would be extremely difficult. Finally, he told her that the master had decided to use parties 1 and 2 as the main force to conquer the tower from now on. Our hero quietly reflects that his own opinion isn't far from the master's decision. If it's difficult to spread out their forces, then the only real option is to bring in more people, however many are needed. Speaking to the warriors, he tells them that's why they must be prepared for any situation. The scene shifts to the outskirts of the forest. Han knows Kishasha hasn't emerged from the woods in some time. Party 3 was once just as skilled as Party 1, but the penalties of fighting on water and a series of misfortunes had crushed them. Even if the master wanted to reinforce the party, the chances of recruiting more non-human members were slim. For Party 3, it was essentially over. Fully equipped, Han walks into the forest. He quietly notes that even the world won't leave behind a hero it deems useless. Kishasha is in danger at this rate. Suddenly, someone walks past him. It's Velkist, who remarks that they seem to keep running into each other. Han asks what he's doing here. Velkist replies that he saw potential in a newcomer and was helping with training. Then he returns the question. Han answers that he's going to see Kishasha. Velkist scoffs and says she's useless. What's the point of being strong if her mind is so fragile? Han replies that it's partly his fault she ended up this way. Velkist shakes his head and says Han has gotten soft, that he's completely changed. Han doesn't understand the comment and simply walks on. He heads deeper into the forest, his thoughts heavy. He remembers when he once carried Kishasha and the others, non-human allies who relied on him. He walks through the trees where she once made her home. The memories return again and again. Reaching an open field, Han raises his voice. I'm here to get you. Are you done grieving? Come out. We need you for the missions. From deep within the woods, a faint voice replies. Missions? What's the point? All my people are dead. Why would I help humans now? Han explained that if they reached the 100th floor, they would have a chance to bring them back. He reminded her that she already knew this. She questioned him, asking what guarantee he had that any of it was true. Han admitted there was no guarantee, but said he still believed it was something worth holding on to. She let out a bitter laugh. Her voice trembled as it came from behind the thick bushes. She said that at first, she thought she would be fine. She reminded herself that she was a warrior, that she had completed the coming-of-age ceremony, and that even the Varian king had acknowledged her. Han opened his mouth to tell her he still saw her as a warrior, but she shut him down with a sharp and final refusal. He stood in silence. Then she stepped out from the cover of the bushes. Her face was worn and her eyes full of pain. She shouted at him to go back. She told him not to come there again and not to send anyone else either. Everything, she said, was her fault. Her mistake had cost the lives of her people. She no longer had the strength or the will to fight. Han tried one more time. He asked if she understood what would happen if she continued to isolate herself like this. She replied softly that she did understand, and that maybe, in the end, it wouldn't be such a bad thing. Han sighed and said it was a foolish choice. Then from behind the trees, we get a glimpse of her. Her figure is no longer the same, as she got more monstrous now. But our hero reminds her, you were shining when you first came to this forest. Now, you're nothing more than a shell of your former self. I assume you're the one I'm meant to be synthesized for. It would be an honor. Then, our boy asked, are you really going to keep isolating yourself? She remained silent. Realizing the truth, he drew his sword and declared, I'm done. Without hesitation, he swung his blade behind him, shouting, coward! The impact was so powerful, it created a mountain of smoke that billowed across the forest. Suddenly, he froze, shocked. What's going on, he muttered. This is your warning, he said sternly. Don't stop. She vanished into the haze, leaving only a warning. Be careful. Sensing something approaching, our boy gripped his sword again and watched the edge of the forest. Then he unleashed another powerful strike, this one even more explosive, illuminating the entire forest. From above, Kishasha cried out, what are you doing? In a calm but serious tone, our boy responded, die where you stand. Then, without direction, he slammed his sword down again with even greater force. Suddenly, Kishasha appeared atop a tree. Han asked, you didn't expect this from me, did you? He continued, most things in a lobby recover over time, but durability still matters. Once a facility's durability hits 0, it'll disappear unless you rebuild it with gold. He then delivered a massive slash, cutting down the trees around him. Amid the destruction, he spotted the girl, standing right behind the last impact zone. Are you out of your mind? She shouted. But he had created a deep crater around himself, making it impossible for her to reach him. I thought you were a warrior, he said coldly. Why are you crying now? Then, with a serious tone, he warned, come at me. I won't go easy like last time. Enraged, she dropped her stealth. I didn't think you'd become like this, she yelled, rushing into attack. Our boy dashed forward as well. Cut the nonsense, he snapped. As she shouted his name and extended her arm to strike, he blocked it with his sword. The impact exploded outward, cracking the ground beneath him. While holding the block, he muttered, so you finally show your face. Long time no see. With a heavy expression, she asked, why are you doing this? Calmly, he reflected, yeah, Addis was like this too. Then he swung a punch and delivered a sharp blow to her face, sending her flying. You'll get better, he thought to himself, once you've been beaten down a bit. Blood burst out of Kishasha's mouth, and with a fiery gleam in his eye, our hero muttered, I couldn't hold back anymore. You just kept spewing nonsense. But Kishasha wasn't done. She turned back, eyes burning fiercer than ever. As our boy swung his sword toward her, she backflipped effortlessly, dodging it with ease. He didn't pause and launched another strike, but she kept retreating, dodging every move. Then, in a blink, he hurled both his daggers at insane speed, but she smoothly ducked, avoiding the attack without breaking a sweat. Our hero didn't stop. He charged in, giving her no breathing room, launching yet another assault. She leapt into the air, revealing for the first time that she was suffering from a bleeding effect. Her HP was slowly draining. Then, with a casual flick, our hero slammed his dagger into a nearby tree and shattered the branch she was standing on. She landed gracefully and muttered, I'm disappointed in you. But the moment she touched the ground, our hero struck again. This time, she stopped the blade with just her bare hand, unleashing a shockwave that shattered the ground beneath them. She shouted at him to stop, but our boy, unfazed, growled back and questioned whether she had trained at all since their last mission, adding that she wasn't nearly as skilled as he remembered. He pushed her back once more. Furious, she snapped and claimed that if she wanted to, she could end the fight with a single attack. In an instant, a blinding beam of light shot out and clashed with his blade. But she didn't stop. She kept attacking, strike after strike, lightning fast. Our hero stayed locked in, parrying every blow. She jumped high and yelled, "You attacked first, and this is all you've got." With a flurry of claw strikes, one finally grazed his face. Blood spilled, and he thought, looks like she upgraded her gear. Good thing this is just the lobby. His HP began dropping, but he kept fighting, putting his soul into every swing. She moved with insane flexibility and didn't even flinch getting close to his attacks. He struck again and again, but she eventually leapt away, leaving him wondering why she suddenly backed off. While healing himself, he asked why she was stopping. She gave a calm response, saying it was enough. But he wasn't ready to stop and told her not to quit now, adding that he felt like he might actually win if they kept going. She looked at him, visibly frustrated, and began to say that if it weren't for him. Before she could finish, the ground cracked beneath her feet from the sheer force of her power-up. She had gone full berserk mode, mana surging wildly around her. Shouting his name, she cried, "I'm going to kill you." She activated Savage Revelation, a boost to her strength and agility. Our boy could feel the threat. She's actually pissed. "I'll die if I mess up even once." But instead of backing down, he challenged her. "Come at me." "As you wish," she snarled. She shot forward, tearing through the ground and air, landing a brutal kick that launched him into the air. As he flew, she chased after him. He ducked midair, but she somehow got behind him and went for a deadly claw strike. He barely avoided it, and her claws sliced a tree clean in half. Teeth clenched, our hero thought, if even one of those attacks lands, I'm done for. But if I focus on the way she starts her moves, I can guess where she'll end up. I just need to stay light on my feet. She kept coming, attacking from every direction, not giving him a second to breathe. He analyzed her. Her agility stat is lower than Abyss, but her movement skill is on another level, and her skills are seriously dangerous. Then, we see her status window. She possesses a transformation skill and a sealed slot. Our hero activated Mind's Eye, sharpening his senses to read her moves. As predicted, he countered with a powerful sword strike. Then he landed another hit before she could react. She stepped back, clearly shocked, and accused him of hiding his powers. Blood dripped from his arm as his HP continued to fall. But he struck again and firmly denied keeping anything hidden. In that moment, a realization hit him. Kashasha's base stats had always been high, easily enough for a 4-star. Even now, her skill and talent stood out. This lobby couldn't afford to lose someone like her. If he had relied only on normal training, he would have been defeated. A smirk crossed his face as he accepted one simple truth. In battle, playing dirty didn't matter. What truly mattered was learning how to read the opponent. She kept striking wildly, hitting from every angle, clearly just trying to find an opening. Then, out of nowhere, she went straight for a vulnerable spot, but our boy reacted fast, ducking his sword under his body to block. She pushed through with even more speed, and even though he managed to counter, her strike still left a deep wound on his leg. She acknowledged that he had become much stronger. Despite the pain, he stepped forward and told her he had trained hard. He shifted into a deadlier stance and dared her to show she wasn't finished yet. Watching his unwavering determination, yellow mana began to glow around her body. She had finally activated her transformation skill. In a flash, she morphed into a towering beast, radiating fire mana. Her strength and HP skyrocketed, far beyond normal limits. But our boy didn't back down. He pulled himself together. But the moment she moved with that insane speed, he knew he was in trouble. He completely lost sight of her. Suddenly, a crushing blow came out of nowhere, sending him crashing through the forest. Bruised and disoriented, he spotted her again. She had reverted to human form, but still looked monstrously powerful. She could switch between forms in an instant. Grinning through the pain, our hero muttered, "This is way better than seeing you curled up in some corner of the forest." Her rage exploded again, fiercer than before. But this time, our boy unleashed his own power. White mana burst from his head as he entered his Exceed state. "Get it together," he shouted, his aura flaring. His hidden skill awakened, Destructive Sword Spirit. Massive explosions erupted throughout the forest as their battle soared to an entirely new level. Han watched quietly as Kashasha's eyes fluttered open. She was finally awake. He crossed his arms. "You sure took your time," he said. Kashasha sat up slowly, still looking drained. "I beat you, by the way," Han added casually. She nodded once. "You've gotten a lot stronger." Han smirked. "That's what happens when you train every single day." Her tone shifted. "Then why didn't you finish me off?" Han waved it off. "Don't start with that nonsense again." But deep down, he knew the truth. His powers, the Exceed and the destructive sword spirit, were far stronger than he could safely handle. If I hadn't been inside the lobby's protection, he thought, those powers might have killed me instead. He needed a way to control them, without losing himself. Trying to change the subject, he said, "You think too much. Maybe that's your problem. Go outside, get some air. It'll help." Kishasha lowered her head. The memory of her fallen people came rushing back. "They're all gone, aren't they?" she whispered. Han's voice was calm but sharp. "Yeah, they're dead, and nothing's bringing them back." Her eyes hardened. "You're the reason they died." Han didn't deny it. "I made a bad call. Chose the wrong people for that mission." "Then fix it," she demanded. "How?" he asked. "Put me in party 1, she said firmly. Later, Han walked down a dim hallway, the smell of iron in the air. Blood. Leaning against the wall was Velkist, his purple-haired comrade. "So, did you win?" Velkist asked, like he already knew the answer. "Obviously," Han replied. Velkist smirked. "Didn't expect anything less." Han glanced at him. "How's your training going?" "Haven't fought you in a while." "Training's fine," Velkist said, stretching. "You're the one avoiding our matches." "I'm always ready." "Good," Han said. "Get ready again. The selections are coming up." Velkist frowned. "Selections? What's that?" Han explained evenly. "A new fighter wants into our party. But we don't have an empty slot. That means someone has to go. The weak get replaced. Only the strongest stay." He met Velkist's gaze. "And being teammates won't save anyone." Not far away, Jenna overheard. Her stomach tightened. "Someone new?" she thought. Han continued. "Kishasha's the top-ranked fighter in this lobby. She's strong enough to challenge me. Losing someone like that would be stupid." Velkist nodded slowly. "So we fight for our place." Just then, Kishasha stepped forward, confident as ever. "Things won't go the same way this time," she said. Someone muttered under their breath. Didn't Han lose badly to her before? Han ignored it. He pointed toward Jenna. "You're first, Jenna." "Velkist, you're after her." Jenna blinked in surprise, but nodded. "Got it." Kishasha eyed the human girl in front of her. "This is my opponent." "That's right," Han said. "Jenna's your first match. Think of it as a warm-up." But before he could finish, Jenna lunged forward, attacking without hesitation. Kishasha sidestepped effortlessly and had her pinned to the ground in moments. Jenna groaned. "Rematch. You're too fast." They fought again and again. 6 matches in 30 minutes. Jenna lost them all. After the last one, Kishasha offered her a hand. "You've got potential," she said simply. Velkist stepped forward next. His eyes flicked toward Jenna and Narissa, their quiet mage who rarely spoke up. "We can't afford to lose the archer or Narissa," he thought grimly. "That means it's between Jenna and her." Across the arena, Kishasha faced him head-on. The air around her was sharp, almost feral. She reminded him of Han, unyielding and merciless. When the fight started, it was chaos. Velkist's aura exploded as his hostility and fighting spirit surged. Every punch hit like a bomb. Every strike cracked the ground beneath him. But Kishasha didn't back down. She met his strength with raw precision, countering every blow with frightening ease. Han watched from the sidelines, expression unreadable. He could feel it. Velkist's power was burning bright, but it still wasn't enough. Kishasha once tore apart a 2-meter merman. He remembered. She even ripped a kraken in half. And right in the middle of that brutal clash, a loud sigh broke the tension. "I want to leave the party," Narissa said flatly. Everything stopped. Velkist froze mid-swing, his eyes wide. "What did you just say?" She repeated herself, calm and certain. "I want to leave party 1. Shock rippled through the group. Narissa continued. "It's better this way. Anyone can fill my spot, Jenna, or even Human Beast. I'm not essential." Han's voice cut through the silence, steady and serious. "You understand what that means, right? If you leave the party on your own, you can't come back. And all the other parties are already full." Narissa nodded. "I know." Velkist's temper snapped. "So you're just walking away?" he shouted. "After everything?" She didn't flinch. "I can still take care of the lobby chores." "It's fine. That's not the point." Velkist shot back. "You told us to get ready for this fight, and now you're just ending it? Like it's nothing." He was furious, because to him, it wasn't just a fight. It was loyalty. Narissa's tone softened. "I'm not giving up, Velkist. I just think this is best for the team." "I don't want to hear it," he snapped, cutting her off. Then he turned and stormed out, leaving the air heavy and silent. Later, Han found Narissa sitting alone, a cup of tea in her hands. He joined her quietly. "Why the sudden decision?" he asked. "It's not sudden," she said. "I've been thinking about it for a while." Han nodded. He remembered how cautious she'd been when she first joined. "You were terrified back then, always thinking about survival. If you'd lost to Kishasha, I would have found another path for you." Narissa smiled faintly. "Before, I couldn't trust anyone. Everyone felt like an enemy." She paused, eyes distant. "But with you, I thought I could finally leave the princess in safe hands." She meant Princess Friasis. Then, without warning, Nerissa stood and unbuttoned her coat. Across her back glowed a strange, intricate mark. This, she said, is the seal of twilight, a secret art of the Halgens. She explained quietly. It forces absolute obedience to the one who commands it. It enhances intelligence and strength beyond normal limits. Her voice lowered, but it takes your life in return. It keeps you young, sharp, and strong, while slowly killing you. Because of the seal of twilight, fragments of Nerissa's past life began to surface. Memories buried so deep, she'd only started recalling them after her promotion in the tower. They were ancient, painful, and when they came all at once. The vision hit her like a storm. A sword lay before her, its blade dripping with blood. Two hooded men stood above her. One spoke coldly. Your parents and your brother are dead. Stay still if you want to live. She could see other young girls locked in cages nearby, their faces pale with fear. The men dragged her away, toward a stage illuminated by firelight. The flames grew higher as the ritual began. Nerissa was forced to lie down, the seal on her back searing with unbearable pain. She could hear chanting, the sound of insects crawling, and the sight of a voodoo doll being stabbed again and again. Then the scene shifted. Now she wore a mask, her hands stained red. Everyone around her was dead, killed by her own blade. And before her stood a young woman, the princess. Nerissa knelt. From that moment on, she was no longer herself. She became the princess's shadow. Her sword, a tool forged by the Halgens. After her family's death, the Halgens had purchased her like a weapon. They trained her, reshaped her, and gave her only one purpose, to serve. It was Princess Friasis Al-Lagner who finally took her in. The princess never liked calling me a slave, Nerissa said quietly. But I don't think she remembers those days anymore. The room fell silent for a long time. Then her eyes glowed faintly blue, and she looked straight at Han. This world, she said slowly, it was made for the recovery of Tonia, wasn't it? Han didn't hesitate. Yes. He could tell. She already knew. The others will find out after the 40th floor, he explained. Once they unlock the 4-star promotion, everything will make sense. He told her the truth. Their journey wasn't just survival. It was a mission to rewrite history itself. That was why the world felt so different to her. Nerissa nodded slightly. She understood. The Halgens had once been a noble house, loyal to the royal family. But somewhere along the way, they had turned, pledging themselves to the Order of the Goddess, the very group that tried to destroy the princess's name. I wasn't with the princess when she was traveling, she admitted. It's strange. It's like the moment I was summoned here. All traces of Tonia just disappeared. She was oddly relieved. Relieved that she hadn't run into her past self in this strange, shifting world. Han studied her. Is that what you've been investigating this whole time? She didn't answer. Instead, she changed the subject. It's been a while since we cleared the weekday dungeons. I've been busy, Han replied, exploring other areas, talking to people on the 1st floor. Nerissa shrugged. I have other priorities, she said simply. That was the truth behind her decision to leave the party. If I stay, I want time to investigate on my own. She believed what she was doing mattered more than fighting. Then she added thoughtfully, the heroes on the 1st floor might look weak now, but with the right training, they could reach the 9th floor in just 2 weeks. But her tone darkened. Once they meet Nelsa, they'll start asking questions. They'll realize the truth, that everything they've seen inside this tower might just be fragments of Townia's forgotten past. Han nodded slowly. For lower-ranked heroes, he explained, only those who climb the tower gain access to its secrets. The rest, the ones who can't keep up, they're erased. But Nerissa didn't accept that so easily. Are you sure about that? She asked quietly. She brought up a name Han hadn't heard in a while. Mark Hallline, she said. He was born a 2-star hero, climbed all the way to the 13th floor, avoided being absorbed, stayed alive by constantly ascending. Han raised an eyebrow. He's from Vardia's underground guild, Nerissa continued. Controlled the entire 1st floor without even showing his face. He's supposed to be executed soon. Han crossed his arms. Go on. Mark survived by selling information, Nerissa said. He dealt secrets for profit and protection. Han frowned. I doubt he ever had the real information we need. Nerissa nodded. You're right. He mixed truth and lies to control people. But I don't want everything he knows. She leaned forward slightly. I just need to know who our real enemies are and who aren't. She spoke clearly now, every word deliberate. There isn't a single hero in the main lobby who sides with the Order. The true enemy is the Tel Ikar Order, also known as the Order of the Goddess. Han thought about it. Hundreds of heroes were summoned, and not one of them is from the Order? No saints? No followers? Nerissa's tone hardened. The Order of the Goddess isn't holy. It's a monster. Han looked at her, then asked the one question that mattered most. And what about me? Where do I stand? Nerissa's gaze didn't waver. I'm from the Halgens, she reminded him. We were your enemy. She took a step closer. So tell me, Han, can you still tell the difference between ally and enemy? Narissa stood beside the halogen crest carved into the wall, her voice steady. Do you even know who your enemies are now? He thought back to everything they'd faced so far. The 15th floor, where they discovered the truth about the Order of the Goddess. And the 20th, where they learned the halogens themselves were enemies too. So many heroes had been summoned into this world. Yet, among them all, only Narissa had ties to that ancient bloodline. She began to reason it out aloud. The Asini's family might still be allies. They helped with sailing after you found the first key. And the Schuttenberg family trained mages like Ialka. She hesitated, but I can't say for sure they're on our side. In Tonia, 5 great powers ruled alongside the royal family. If even one turned against them, the balance would collapse. If all 5 became enemies, the world itself would fall apart. But there was something else that truly worried her. What if, she said slowly, an enemy gets summoned into our own lobby? Han's eyes narrowed. Narissa continued. Someone who can control people, twist them with words or power. They could take over the lobby from the inside, without us even realizing it. Han stayed silent, because he'd already thought the same thing. If a manipulator like that appeared, someone who grew stronger in secret, then no amount of strength would save him. It wouldn't just be a threat to the lobby. It would be a threat to him. The air between them had grown tense. Because of the danger she foresaw, Narissa made a bold proposal. Give me your position as Vice Master, she said without hesitation. Han didn't respond right away. Her tone was serious, too serious for a joke. Meanwhile, far away at the regular summoning site, a new summoning had just finished. 10 unfamiliar figures stood in the circle, blinking against the light. The 6th group this week. They looked disoriented, lost between worlds. Selena, the coordinator, stepped forward with practice calm. We'll need to start summoning 50 at a time, she murmured to herself before turning to greet the group. Welcome, she said kindly. Please follow me. I'll explain everything once we're inside. The new heroes followed, some dazed, others whispering with excitement at the word hero. Selena continued as she led them through the hall. You'll notice you can all read here, she explained. Even if you couldn't before, the system grants that ability. No one is illiterate in this world. She guided them toward their quarters. You start work tomorrow. Instructors will train you to fight and survive. That was when one girl broke down in tears. I've never even held a weapon, she cried, her voice trembling. Then, she turned on the others with disdain. Why am I stuck with these common people? The guy beside her didn't flinch. Your status here isn't based on birth, he said firmly. It depends on your skills and your special traits. The girl straightened, her pride flashing through her tears. I'm Maribel de Strauss, she declared. My brother is Kyle von Strauss, the Silver Paladin of the White Silver Hall. The guides quickly checked her status window. 1 star. They noted it down and led her to her assigned room. Maribel stepped inside, and her face fell. This place is tiny, she exclaimed, disgusted by the cramped quarters. Selena, who happened to be nearby, said evenly, it's actually better now. We used to fit 16 people in one room. Now it's 12. One of the residents glanced up. Not anymore, she said. Darina died yesterday. So now it's 11. Maribel froze. People die here, she whispered, her voice cracking. The reality was sinking in. She soon learned who was in charge of the entire lobby. Han, I want to speak to him immediately, she demanded. He needs to move me to better quarters. The others only sighed. He doesn't listen to just anyone, one replied flatly. Maribel crossed her arms, refusing to accept it. Then someone bring me tea, she snapped. But before anyone could react, a loud voice echoed through the hallway. Everyone outside. People began filing out reluctantly, grumbling about the overcrowded rooms and harsh living conditions. Then the official announcer appeared, standing tall before the gathered crowd. He unrolled a parchment and read in a clear, commanding voice. Mark Colline and 13 others are charged with assault, human trafficking, and other serious crimes. He paused before the final line. Their sentence is execution. The accused turned on Mark instantly. You lied to us, one shouted. Marchus smirked, completely unfazed. I told you I'd keep you from being used for synthesis, he said coolly. I never said you wouldn't die. The announcer's voice carried across the courtyard. Do any of the condemned have final words? One of them screamed. This isn't the only lobby. There are infinite fallen worlds. Mark laughed, loud, wild, and unrestrained. You idiots, he shouted back. You're fighting in a world that's already over. And then the executions began. Maribel stood frozen among the crowd, her face pale as she watched the sentence carried out. Her earlier arrogance had vanished completely. For the first time, she understood. This world didn't care about titles or noble blood. Here, heroes could die like anyone else. Selena entered the dim chamber and bowed deeply. Maribel de Strauss has arrived, she reported. Her brother is a paladin, one of the Order of the Goddess. Her master leaned back in his chair, lips curling into a faint smirk. "Let her go," he said casually. Then, as Selena turned to leave, he chuckled, quietly, almost to himself, his eyes glinting with amusement. Back in the main lobby, Nerissa had succeeded. She now held the position of acting vice master. And the most remarkable part? It hadn't even been difficult. Han had handed it over without resistance. Across the training arena, the sound of tension filled the air. Jenna stood still, a whip trembling in her hands. The weapon felt heavier than iron. In front of her, Han knelt on the ground, shirtless, back bare, and already marked with faint red lines. His posture was unyielding, his breathing slow but sharp. "He's pushing too far again," Jenna thought uneasily. This wasn't a normal training room. The arena's healing functions were disabled here. Every wound inflicted was real, and stayed that way until healed by hand or potion. Still, Han's voice was firm. "Do it, as hard as you can." Jenna hesitated, but his tone left no room for argument. With a deep breath, she drew the whip back and lashed forward. The crack echoed through the chamber. The sound was sharp, followed by a hoarse gasp as Han's muscles locked in pain. His fingers dug into the stone floor until his knuckles turned white. For a moment, Jenna thought he might fall unconscious. Instead, he forced himself down onto his hands, breathing through clenched teeth. "Again," he rasped. Jenna's stomach twisted. He's going to destroy himself. But she obeyed. The whip came down again, and again, each strike louder than the last. Han gritted his teeth as the pain burned through him like fire. Each hit reminded him of his own weakness, the fragile shell of flesh that couldn't contain the monstrous strength inside him. The destructive sword spirit, the exceed techniques, power beyond reason, and yet completely unstable. He had survived the water dragon only by chance. Fighting Adis and Kishasha had shown him the truth. His strength came at the cost of his own body. If he unleashed that power in the field, without the safety of the lobby, it wouldn't be his enemies who died first. It would be him. That was why he was doing this, breaking himself down over and over again. If his body couldn't endure his own strength, he'd forge it until it could. The ninth strike landed. His body jerked violently, his breath catching. "Stop," he gasped, voice cracking. But Jenna, caught in the rhythm of the training, swung one last time. The whip snapped against his skin with a vicious crack. Han's scream tore through the room, raw and furious. "Damn it, Jenna. I said stop." He staggered toward the large stone bath on the side of the arena, its surface glimmering with green light. He nearly fell in, the water splashing around him as he sank into the viscous, healing mixture. A low groan escaped him as the potion seeped into the open wounds, its warmth dulling the pain. Slowly, the shredded skin began to knit back together. Han leaned back, exhaling hard. It was a brutal cycle, but one that worked. Endure the pain. Heal. Repeat. If he could survive it, he'd harden his body far beyond its limits, boosting his endurance, resilience, and natural regeneration. 10 full sets every day. No excuses. No shortcuts. That was the path he had chosen. The only path that could make him strong enough to survive what was coming. Standard training meant nothing to Han anymore. Ordinary drills, sparring sessions. They were child's play compared to what his abilities demanded. Only this extreme, punishing method could push his body to where it needed to be. When the worst of the pain faded and the healing potion's energy began to pulse beneath his skin, Han climbed out of the bath. Steam rose from his shoulders as the green glow faded into faint scars. "Second set," he said firmly. Jinna's eyes widened. His voice was steady again, cold and resolute, ready to start all over. While Han threw himself into that brutal routine, Nerissa had taken control of the guild's operations with flawless precision. In her new office, she managed an ever-growing tower of reports and requests. Han's decision to appoint her as vice master had been deliberate. It freed him to train while ensuring the guild didn't fall apart in his absence. Nerissa worked with quiet efficiency. She restructured the training hall schedules, optimized staff rotations, and began drafting the first formal set of guild laws, rules to govern conduct, settle disputes, and define ranks. Once the foundation was solid, she summoned dozens of heroes into her office. Each was assigned to fill critical administrative and support positions long left vacant. Resource reports, patrol summaries, recruitment assessments, stacks of documents covered her desk. Her pen never stopped moving. For Nerissa, every new line written was another step towards stabilizing the chaos. Across the guild hall, the sound of wooden pieces clacking echoed through a side room. Anything sat surrounded by a small group of newcomers, eyes sharp as she studied the board before her. The game wasn't for fun, it was a test of foresight. Every move earned her experience points, raising her tactical skill level with each victory. This wasn't personal ambition, it was preparation. If she could upgrade the guild's tactical post, it would grant a passive boost to every hero's decision-making in the field, sharper instincts, faster responses, better coordination. Each calculated move across that board brought the entire guild closer to that edge. Back in the training arena, Han's focus was absolute. Velkus stood nearby, arms crossed, watching as Han practiced a defensive sequence against a high-level training dummy. Working on defense. Velkus called out. Han didn't answer right away. He deflected the dummy's strike, its metal arm vibrating under the redirected impact. Trying to stop attacks without breaking the gear, Han said finally. Sweat rolled down his temple as he adjusted his footing. I need to absorb or redirect power without losing ground or shattering my equipment. He could easily crush the dummy with one full hit, but that wasn't the point. The goal wasn't strength. It was control. Velkus tilted his head. That's insanely difficult. Han nodded. It is, but I need sharper senses, finer control over energy flow. My regeneration's already at level 3, so I can handle the stress. He paused to catch his breath, then gestured toward the far end of the arena. Kishasha was there, striking through the air in clean, powerful arcs. Maybe spar with her, Han suggested. She could use the challenge. Velkus snorted. She refused. Said her style's too straightforward. Too much raw power, not enough finesse. She doesn't find it stimulating. Han fell silent for a moment. He suddenly remembered Nerissa's voice from that meeting, the one where she'd fought to keep Velkus in the guild despite his failures. Without her, Velkus would have been expelled long ago. The thought stung. I could teach you a few techniques, Han said impulsively. Something to refine your control. Velkus looked up, caught off guard by the offer. But before he could respond, a voice rang out inside Han's head. Sharp, urgent, and unmistakable. Han, my office. Now. It was Urnitha's voice, cutting through the connection spell like a blade. Han exhaled once, quietly, then turned toward the exit. The next phase of the guild story was already waiting for him. Han entered Urnitha's office to find her sitting behind her massive desk, papers and glowing data screens scattered around her. She offered a faint, tired smile. Just wanted to say goodnight, she said lightly, but her voice didn't match her eyes. The humor vanished almost instantly. Her tone hardened. We have a problem. Han's posture straightened immediately. Disturbing rumors, confirmed. Urnith said. Solidarity Association forces are on the move. Hundreds of airships, all converging on one target within our server. She slid a thick report across the desk. Charts, photos, surveillance data. Everything pointed to the same conclusion. This mobilization isn't tied to any world raid announcement, she continued. They're not gathering for an event. They're coming for us. She tapped the screen, and the feed shifted to a scrolling display. Han's own public channel. Thousands of comments flooded the screen, some cheering, others mocking. All of this started a week ago, Urnith said sharply, right after the collapse of the Barts Union. Han's eyes narrowed. The Barts Union was supposed to counter Solidarity's rise, she reminded him. They didn't last 7 days. Han folded his arms, thinking. Their propaganda system is far beyond anything we've seen, Urnith added. They're controlling public perception, faster and cleaner than anything's video network ever could. Then she leaned forward, voice low and urgent. Niflheimer needs you, Han. Without you, we're exposed. You built the foundation. You leave from the front, or everything we've built starts to crack. Han's reply came instantly, flat and stubborn. Handle it yourselves. That's why I trained all of you. Urnith's jaw tightened. I can't command Party 1. They only listen to you. They need focus, unity, and someone who knows what Solidarity really plans. Han didn't respond right away, but the look in his eyes said everything. The war he had seen coming, one he'd hoped to delay, was already here. Niflheimer's record stood flawless. 129 battles, against every kind of enemy imaginable. Guilds, associations, top-tier solo hunters. They'd faced them all. Not once had they retreated. Urnith straightened. I've already sent a request to Tonia. An airship will dock here in 2 days. Han's thoughts shifted instantly to logistics. Recall everyone stationed outside the base, he ordered. No exceptions. Prevent ambushes before they start. Understood, Urnith replied. Also, he continued, I want a full breakdown of their assembled forces, ranks, numbers, known combatants, and battle data from the Barts Union collapse. Everything. His hand drifted unconsciously toward the simple black ring on his finger, the mark of a fallen one, the emblem of his rank, the proof that he led Niflheimer. 130 battles, he thought grimly. We won't fall here. The next evening, the message came from Loki. The master read it silently, brow furrowing. Loki was requesting additional support for his top trainee. Attached to the message was Han's own request, formal deployment to Niflheimer. Han noticed the hesitation in the master's eyes. He didn't need words to know what that meant. The master wasn't happy about sending him back into battle. Later that night, Han gathered his team. I'll be gone for a week, he told Jenna. Niflheimer needs me. Jenna nodded, though her expression fell slightly. Be careful. Velkist crossed his arms. Who am I supposed to spar with while you're gone? He grumbled. Then, after a pause, is Niflheim a good place? Jenna perked up immediately. Of course it is. There's so much to learn there. I wish I could go too. Han smirked faintly. You'll have your turn. Take care of yourself. Things will get busier once I'm back. I'm already busy, Jenna said, half smiling. I'm training hard too. A low rumble shook the air outside. They all turned toward the sound. The windows flashed with blue light as shadows passed overhead. The airship had arrived. Han inspected the airship's deck, the faint hum of engines echoing through the hangar. Lady was already there, checking through repair logs and mechanical readings. How's it coming? Han asked. Almost done, Lady replied, brushing grease from her hands. A few more adjustments and she'll be flight ready. I could use a couple more hands for the crew, though. Han nodded. Approved. Anyone specific in mind? Not yet, Lady said. Cadio's busy teaching the twins in the magic hall. I'll find others. Good, Han replied. You want to test the airship, right? Lady grinned. Yeah, there's a ruin not far from here. Good place for a proper trial run. Take party 4, Han said, and a few skilled freelancers. If anyone gives you trouble, remove them immediately. Lady gave a short salute. Understood. Before he could leave, a familiar voice called out. Han, you're not leaving forever, are you? Essel ran up the ramp, eyes wide with panic. Han smiled faintly. No, I'll be back soon. Just business with Niflheim. Before he could say more, Little emerged from the ship, her expression uneasy. Han, she said quietly. About last time? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have acted that way. Han gave a brief nod. Let's move forward. We have work to do. Moments later, the airship lifted from the platform, engines roaring to life as it tore through the dimensional rift. During the journey, Urnith joined Han in the command cabin. She spread a series of maps and digital records across the table. You should know what we're dealing with, she began. The Solidarity Association, their numbers, their fleet, their known heroes. They have over 200 operational airships, Urnith explained. Mid-tier strength, but overwhelming in coordination. Their vice master, he's the problem. Han looked up. Go on. He infiltrated the Bart's Union on his own. Killed every leader, every guard. No resistance. One man ended the entire faction. 7-star. Han guessed. Confirmed, Urnith said grimly. He's that strong. Han leaned back, unfazed. People said the same about Ceres. Didn't stop me then. Urnith frowned. Don't underestimate him. Han's answer was calm, but certain. I don't underestimate anyone. But I don't lose either. The words had barely left his mouth when the ship jolted violently. Alarms blared through the corridor. What now? Lady shouted from below deck. Han rushed to the window. Outside, streaks of light filled the sky. Enemy fire. We're under attack, Han said sharply. An enemy airship was closing in fast, its crew shouting through loudspeakers. Anyone flying the black goat symbol will die. Little's face went pale. We don't have any weapons. The ship shook again as enemy blasts shattered the outer barrier. A crash echoed through the hull. They've boarded. Lady's voice came through the comm. Within seconds, armed fighters stormed the deck. One of them sneered when he saw only Han and Little waiting. 2 of you? This'll be easy. Han's eyes narrowed. You sure about that? Little whispered quickly. Han, let me hold them off. Can you boost me? He interrupted. Yes, I can. Before she could cast the spell, one of the attackers laughed. I'm level 50. I'll take your arms and legs before you die. Han didn't reply. He simply moved. A flash of silver, and a man's head hit the floor before he even finished speaking. The others froze in disbelief. Han's aura surged, his body glowing faintly with that familiar, dangerous light. They exceed state. Now Little Han ordered. Little's chant rose over the noise, weaving threads of power through the air. Her strengthening spell wrapped around Han like a living current. He turned just as another fighter charged. She was faster, sharper, stronger than the rest. Her blade met his in a burst of sparks. You think beating one level 50 makes you invincible? She snarled. Han parried smoothly, eyes focused. You talk too much. She attacked again, faster this time. But when her sword met his, the sheer force of the impact sent her reeling. She stared, stunned. He's not level 50. He's level 70? Lightning crackled outside, lighting the sky in brief flashes. Little's voice trembled. Han, I'll try to buy time. Not needed, Han said flatly. The enemy roared, charging forward. We'll send your heads to Niflheim as a gift. But before they could reach him, a deafening crack split the air. A bolt of lightning slammed through the hull, hitting the deck, and then another, and another. The entire enemy squad convulsed, screams drowned by the roar of the storm. In seconds, every attacker was gone, struck down by the very sky itself. The storm faded as suddenly as it began, leaving behind silence and the faint smell of ozone. Little stared in disbelief. Was that you? Han looked out the shattered window, watching the lightning dance across the horizon. No, he said quietly. That wasn't me. All around them, the fallen enemies lay motionless. The air crackled faintly, the scent of ozone lingering after the storm. Little stared in awe, eyes wide. That lightning, she whispered, from the fading light. A figure stood up among the smoke and debris. A young woman, calm, poised, and wearing Niflheimer's insignia. Sorry I'm late, she called cheerfully. Yurni gave me the wrong directions again. Han's eyes narrowed slightly. You're? The girl bowed gracefully, a bright smile lighting her face. I am Mihako Gastfiel, ranked 5th in Niflheimer, she said proudly. Greetings, master. Han blinked, momentarily speechless. Then, to everyone's surprise, Nahaku's expression crumpled. Her lips quivered, and tears welled up. I thought you were leaving for good, she cried, her voice breaking. I thought you hated me. Han sighed quietly. Actually, seeing you makes me feel kinda nice. That only made things worse, or better, depending on how you saw it. Nahaku burst into louder sobs, smiling through the tears. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk like that, she stammered, wiping her eyes with her sleeve. Then, straightening, she declared, just wait here. I'll finish off what's left. She raised one hand, her expression shifting from flustered to fierce. Lightning surged overhead. The surviving enemy soldiers panicked instantly, scrambling to escape. Zayap! A colossal bolt of lightning slammed down, vaporizing them where they stood, reduced to ash in an instant. But Nahako wasn't finished. Her eyes glowed bright blue as she turned her palm toward the enemy airship. The mages on board frantically strengthened their defensive barrier, layers of energy rippling around the hull. It didn't matter. Nahaku's next bolt tore straight through every layer, detonating the airship into 1,000 pieces. The explosion lit up the entire sky. In one strike, she had annihilated 25 enemy heroes and 3 mages. Little could barely contain herself. Nahaku, you're incredible. A real hero. Han, expression flat, rubbed his temples. I'm going back to sleep. Wake me when we reach Niflheimer. He walked off, ignoring the stunned silence. Nahaku just grinned and skipped over to Little, humming to herself. Flashback. When Han had first summoned Nahaku, he hadn't thought much of her. She seemed clumsy, unremarkable. He had almost merged her with other heroes during a synthesis session. If he hadn't discovered her true power in time, Nahaku would have been gone. Now, that same useless hero followed him faithfully, her power unmatched and her loyalty absolute. They reached their destination hours later. When Han went to his quarters, he found Nahaku already there, curled up on the floor, fast asleep. He just shook his head and stepped outside. From the deck, he saw it. A colossal ship looming ahead, sleek, dark, and powerful. The Brynhildr, Niflheimer's flagship. Their smaller airship drifted into the massive docking bay of the Brynhildr. As the ramp lowered, Little stepped out first, turning to Han. Good luck, master. We'll be waiting. Then she saluted and walked off with the crew. A familiar voice greeted him at the entrance. Welcome back, master. Uranus stood there, composed as ever. Han nodded once. It's been a while. Come, Uranus said, gesturing for him to follow. Inside, Han got straight to the point. 2 things, he said. Show me the video of the Bart's Union ambush, and tell me where we really are. This isn't Niflheimer. Uranus didn't flinch. You're right, she said calmly. We're close, very close, to Solidarity's territory. She hesitated, then added, Master, I need a favor. Please don't refuse. It's for your dignity. Han's instincts flared. What kind of favor? Uranus smiled slightly and opened a case. Inside was a black and silver uniform, impeccably tailored, detailed with Niflheimer's crest. I made this for the master of Niflheimer, she said proudly. You'll wear it for the meeting. There will be other important figures present. Han's answer was immediate. No way. Uranus's smile faded. Her tone softened, but her words carried quiet weight. After all the effort I put into this, you won't even wear it? She asked, her voice tinged with disappointment. You don't appreciate my work? Han sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. You're using guilt now? Fine. He took the uniform, grumbling, and put it on. Uranus's eyes lit up. You look very... Stop. Don't say it. Han cut her off, clearly uncomfortable. Uranus laughed softly. Don't worry. I only invited people who can keep your identity secret. Han eyed her suspiciously. Who's coming? Nahaku is already here, she replied. Ledigian will attend, if you approve. And we're waiting for Mutin's reply. Han folded his arms. So this isn't a small meeting after all. Uranus smiled faintly. No, this is the beginning of something much bigger. Ceres is too far away, Uranus said. She offered to call her in, but Han waved it off. No need. I'll handle this myself. Uranus nodded. Then I'll let the others issue orders on your name. All battle reports and data will be delivered directly to you. by our new intern. Han let out a long sigh. He could already feel the mountain of paperwork waiting to bury him alive. Moments later, the door creaked open. A tiny fairy stumbled in, struggling under the weight of an enormous bag stuffed with papers. With a strained grunt, she dropped it onto Han's desk. They locked eyes, both startled. The fairy froze. "The Thief King?" she gasped, recognizing him instantly. Han smirked. "How's the job treating you?" "Ugh, I feel like a total slave," she groaned. Han chuckled. "Want me to set you free, then?" Her wings fluttered nervously as she shook her head. "No way. I actually love it here. Being an intern is fun." Then she leaned closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "But listen, Master, this Solidarity Association nearby, their leader's a monster. They've crushed every opponent all the way to the 17th floor. I saw one of their top heroes train once. He took out dozens of fighters, without even touching them." She whispered, even softer now. "And that wasn't even their strongest. Their leader is way worse." Han knew the type. One of those whales who'd spent millions on the game. The Thief King puffed up proudly. "You're up against a serious powerhouse this time. It's not going to be easy for you." Then she blinked, realizing how that sounded. "I mean, do your best, okay? So, what's your master plan?" Han simply shrugged. "I don't have one." The Thief King's jaw dropped. "What? Then Niflheimer's doomed. They've got 20,000 heroes and over 400 airships. How do we even fight that?" Just then, a system alert popped up before Han's eyes. A message from the Solidarity Association. They were challenging him to a fair fight. Winner takes all. The message continued with a taunt. If Han surrendered and joined them before the battle, they'd stream his defeat live. But if he refused, they'd stream their victory instead. It wasn't just a fight anymore. It was a spectacle. Everyone in the game community was already talking about it. The duel was set for a few hours from now in real time, tomorrow in the game's timeline. If Han didn't show, the humiliation would be endless. The thought made him grit his teeth. Dying might have been less painful. Soon, the fleet of the Solidarity Association appeared in the dimension of Macurnus, a wall of warships stretching across the horizon. 600 of them, by Han's count. The Thief King shifted uneasily beside him. "Han, maybe surrender isn't such a bad idea." Before Han could speak, Urnitha's hand landed firmly on the Thief King's shoulder. "Watch your tongue," she said coldly. Across the bridge, Nahaku was practically trembling with excitement. 600 targets, she breathed, fingers hovering over the controls. "This is going to be amazing." Nearby, a small fairy floated close to Han, puzzled. Why only bring one Niflheimer ship? Against all that, Han didn't flinch. His voice was steady, unshaken. "One ship," he said, "is enough." Without warning, the main view screen crackled to life, splitting into dozens of live feeds. 1-inch TV dominated the screen, but it wasn't alone. Across dimensions, every major streamer and commentator was broadcasting the standoff. Han's composure wavered for the first time. "If they see me, everything falls apart." The streams. "Urnith, can they see me?" Urnith quickly scanned the feeds. "No, Captain. Your identity's still hidden." They're focused on the ship. Then a smug face filled the comms channel. "Commander Nistar of the Solidarity Association." "Han, you came here with one ship? Are you mocking us?" The chat feeds beside the broadcast erupted in chaos. Viewers laughed, speculated, and jeered, most convinced Han had shown up to surrender. "Urnith," Han said quietly, "shut down those streams." She tried. A curt system message blinked across her console. "Access denied." Nistar's voice boomed across every feed. "Let all dimensions bear witness. Today, the Solidarity Association claims absolute supremacy." Han turned to Urnith, his tone low, steady. "Why bring me here?" She met his gaze without flinching. "I wanted you to watch." Before he could respond, the enemy fleet surged forward, hundreds of warships lighting up the void, weapons primed. Han's single vessel remained still, a dark, silent shadow against the blazing armada. "Charge!" Nistar roared. "Erase them from existence." A violent flash tore across the screen. When the glare faded, a lone figure stood on Han's ship's hull, Lydigian. Calm, unmoving. In an instant, 3 others appeared beside him. Han's core unit, Party 1. Before anyone could react, they vanished, then reappeared directly on the Solidarity Association's flagship bridge. Nistar stumbled back in disbelief. Teleportation? Across kilometers? Impossible. The air crackled as his elite guard, the Association's strongest heroes, closed in, surrounding Han and his team. Nistar sneered. "You're finished. Kill them all." A commanding voice cut through the chaos. Silence. A tall swordsman stepped forward, his presence alone enough to make the guards hesitate. "They're mine." His eyes locked on Han. "I am Kshatra, the 100-Sword King. Your demon blade fascinates me. But today, your reign ends. I've never known defeat." Kshatra lunged, his blade a streak of light aimed straight for Han's heart. But before the strike landed, Lydigian moved. A flash, too fast to follow. In the blink of an eye, Kshatra's sword was no longer in his hands. It was in Lydigian's. The bridge fell silent. With one fluid swing, Lydigian unleashed a wave of energy that tore through the elite guard. They fell in unison, lifeless before their bodies hit the floor. Kshatriya stood frozen, staring at his empty hand, the reality sinking in. Across every live stream, chat windows erupted in chaos. Shock, awe, disbelief flooding the feeds. Lydigian turned to Han and bowed slightly. "Master, give the order." Han's voice was calm. "Win." In a single motion, his squad moved, precision, purpose, destruction. As Uranith closed her eyes, her mind reached outward, brushing against the vast network of enemy ships. Her psychic power surged like a storm. One by one, the Solidarity Association's vessels froze in place. Then turned, their command codes rewritten, their allegiance shifting. Every ship now awaited orders from one man. Han. Her voice cut through the comms like thunder. All ships fire. At once, the enemy armada turned on itself. Turrets twisted, cannons charged, and in an instant, the sky lit up with chaos. Beams of pure energy tore across the fleet, ripping through their own ranks instead of Han's lone vessel. Massive warships exploded one after another, shattering into fragments of burning metal. From the flagship, Nistar's panic screams echoed across every channel. "Master, it's not me. I've lost control." But his voice was drowned out by the roaring inferno. The dimension itself seemed to tremble as the Solidarity Association annihilated its own fleet. When the last explosion faded, Uranith's lips curved slightly, just enough to show satisfaction. Inside the command chamber, Han Islet sat before a colossal display screen, cables running from the terminal across the room. Beside him were Uranith and Nahaku, watching intently as the screen filled with real-time footage of battle. Flames danced across the image, enemy troops breaching the ship's lower decks. The scene wasn't a simulation. It was happening live. On screen, a swordsman stepped forward, rallying his allies. "Don't falter. There are only a few of them," he shouted. His words were cut short as the battlefield erupted into chaos, the clash of steel and magic filling every corner. Lydigian was already in motion, his strikes fluid and precise as he cut through enemy ranks. Han watched closely, analyzing every movement. That attack, it defies both distance and defense, he thought. It was power beyond anything describable. Lydigian caught Han's expression and smiled faintly. "You honor me too much, master." Across the room, Nahaka let out an unimpressed huff. Her eyes gleamed as she stood, summoning energy. "Then let's make this interesting." Nahaku gasped fell, entering the field. In a flash, her body ignited, transforming into a sphere of blazing fire. She shot forward like a meteor, crashing into the enemy lines. Uranith and Lydigian closed their eyes, channeling their magical sight to view the combat through pure energy perception. Moments later, Lydigian spoke softly. "Master, I'll share my vision with you. You should see what I see." Han nodded. The battlefield sharpened in perfect clarity before him. Nahaku moved like lightning, her blade cutting arcs of flame and light as sparks of hyper-Pikapika energy surged around her. The air itself crackled from her strikes. Amid the chaos, a small intern clutched her headset, voice trembling. "Master Han, can't we make these battles a little less complicated? This is exhausting." Han didn't look away from the screen. "That's why tactics aren't needed," he said calmly. The intern gawked at him. "Not needed? We're outnumbered 1,000-3, and they've got heroes with 5-star potential, some even at 6-star rank." Han's voice stayed even. "Stars mean nothing. Power doesn't come from levels." Then his eyes narrowed. On the screen, he saw the formation of an immense spell, a pulsing mass of light consuming the battlefield. "Armageddon," he muttered. A ritual of 20 mages sacrificing themselves. Before the intern could react, Uranith stood. "Then I'll erase it." With a single gesture, her magic surged. The colossal spell shattered like glass, its energy dissolving into the void. Nearby, a captured enemy stared in disbelief. That spell cost 20 lives, and she destroyed it like nothing. Uranith calmly adjusted the display's interface, her focus unbroken. Outside the ship, the war continued to rage, flashes of fire and lightning illuminating the endless sky. Nahaku pressed on with steady precision, her movements fluid amid the chaos. Fireballs burst from her hands, slamming into the advancing waves of enemies. Despite her relentless assault, the status window flickered before her, revealing an undeniable truth. The power gap was too vast. A moment later, the stream abruptly cut off. The same window then appeared before Han. displaying a list of unread messages and 2 glowing prompts. Yes or no. Han leaned back slightly, his voice calm but curious. Those 400 ships that split off from the main fleet? What happened to them? Uranith answered without hesitation. Mutants taking command of the First Fleet. They're handling it. Outside, the battle continued to rage. Soldiers and swordsmen fought with ferocity, their war cries echoing through the halls. Erase them, even if it costs us everything, they shouted. Their blades showed no mercy. The floor ran red. As the chaos deepened, some of the enemy soldiers began dropping their weapons, desperate to surrender. But then, a new system prompt appeared before Han. Logica of Solidarity request to surrender. Accept. Yes/no. Han's response was immediate. Reject all surrenders. Moments later, another message appeared. Kiliad of Solidarity request to surrender. Accept. Yes/no. Reject. Han ordered again. The enemy ranks fell into panic. One soldier cried out, "Even surrender won't save us." Another choked out, "At least spare the innocent ones." But Ledigian carried out his master's command without hesitation. No mercy, he confirmed quietly. The massacre continued. Bodies covered the floor like fallen shadows. Nearby, the intern, still trembling and lost in the confusion, turned to Uranith. Why all this? What's happening? Uranith smiled faintly. You'll have to get used to scenes like this if you don't want to stay an intern forever. This is what victory looks like. The air was thick with smoke and flame. Explosions rippled through the distance as Nahaku's fireballs scorched the battlefield. Han silently observed it all. Tens of millions in resources, he murmured. Lost in minutes. Then his tone hardened. Locate their base. Destroy everything. The order spread instantly. Niflheimer's airships launched into formation, engines blazing, weapons primed. But before they could advance, several dark figures materialized from the smoke ahead. Uranith's eyes narrowed. Master, it's them. Han's gaze sharpened. So they finally decided to show up. With a thunderous crash, a massive glass door shattered, and through it stepped a man with a mocking grin. Urka Daij, he said proudly, torture specialist of the Solidarity Association. He laughed, voice echoing through the chamber. His level appeared on the interface, 99. 2 more figures followed. The first, a towering man with cold eyes. Nord, Uranith whispered. His level was unreadable. The second, a calm woman with silver hair. Shioha Neatra, she introduced herself smoothly. Reconnaissance officer of the Solidarity Association. Level 99. The captured enemy beside Ledigian turned pale. It's them, he whispered, trembling. Han's gaze fixed on him. Who are they? The prisoner swallowed hard. They're the leader's direct subordinates. His personal heroes. You don't understand? Master, they're not like the others. They're monsters. Han's expression remained unreadable. He turned slightly toward the trembling prisoner. Why are you speaking as if we're allies? He asked coldly. You seem to forget. You're still the enemy. Before the prisoner could respond, Shioha's voice cut through the silence. You betrayed him, she accused, her eyes narrowing on the Solidarity commander. You were trusted by our leader, and this is how you repay him? The commander's face twisted in rage. Lies, he barked. He struck the prisoner with a brutal blow, the sound echoing across the hall. The man crumpled instantly, lifeless. The commander straightened, sneering. That's the fate of an insect who dares speak out of turn. Shioha only laughed. Her smile was sharp, almost playful. Oh, how ruthless, she teased, then turned her gaze toward Han. You're quite handsome, you know. How about we skip the fight and have a little fun instead? Her tone shifted, dripping with arrogance. But really, if you think you've already won, you're delusional. Her grin widened as her voice grew darker. What stands before you now is barely a fraction of the Solidarity Association's true strength. The air seemed to hum with her rising magic. I'm the incarnation of immorality, she declared, spreading her arms wide. A mage who embraced all 7 curses, a witch denied, even death itself. Allow me to bless you with a fate both tragic and beautiful. A sudden crack split the air. Lightning flared. Nahaku's bolt struck Shioha squarely in the chest, hurling her backward. Smoke curled from her form as she collapsed, unmoving. Nahaku tilted her head slightly. Oops, my hand slipped, she said casually. Urka let out a booming laugh. You think that'll kill her? He stopped mid-sentence, glancing toward Shioha's motionless body. Shioha, he called. No answer. Hey, quit joking around. Ledigian's voice was cold. She's dead. Urka's expression twisted into defiance. Impossible. Even when she's torn apart, she comes back. She always comes back. Han's gaze lingered on the still body. That lightning, he said thoughtfully. It carries layers of curses, status effects stacked endlessly. Not surprising, considering Nahaku's experience of fighting cursed monsters across multiple floors. His voice lower, calm but cutting. It's almost pitiful. Urka's master wastes fortunes chasing outdated power, blind to what true combat has already become. Urnitha's patience snapped. Master, she said sharply, glaring at Urka. There's no point wasting words on trash. And that woman, how dare she flirt with you in the middle of battle? Han gave no reply. The silence was answer enough. Later, Han sat alone in the grand library, papers spread across his desk. His eyes moved slowly over the text before him. This work, he murmured, is challenging in its own way. It had been a long time since he last found himself here. He thought back to his first day, how he'd been dropped into this place without warning and forced to hunt goblins just to survive. By the second day, during training, it became clear that something about him was different. His growth rate was unnatural. He wondered if it had something to do with the seal, that mark still hidden within him. I need to know more, he muttered. By the fifth day, he'd been assigned to Party 3, a team led by a man whose attitude grated on everyone. Han had chosen to ignore him and focus only on progress. By the 14th day, he finally met the one everyone called a leader. The man had introduced himself simply as a farmer. But Han noticed the calluses on his hands, the pale skin, the confidence in his movements, details that didn't fit that story. There was something too polished about him, too deliberate. A night, Han thought, or someone trying to remember how to be one. Later, Han found himself watching the raid on the 15th floor through a replay stone. He wondered quietly if he might one day meet her, the figure who'd appeared only briefly during that battle. If I keep climbing, he thought, I might find what I've been looking for. But even that hope came with one unspoken truth. He'd have to survive long enough to reach her. And somewhere in the back of his mind, he recalled the other man who had been there that day, someone who seemed to know far more than he should. The man stood before him with an air of quiet confidence. We're not from this world, he said. We came here on a mission. Han paused, studying him carefully. A mission? He thought. Then he must have arrived before me. When did you come here? Han asked. The man smiled faintly, his tone unreadable. Earlier than you think. He explained that this place operated under cruel laws. Each person was assigned a mission. Failure meant death. Nothing more, nothing less. Han wondered whether he should tell Her Highness about this. But revealing too much could be dangerous. Maybe it's better to learn more from him first, he thought. On the 52nd day, Han was transferred to Party 1. He continued to observe that man closely, noting how he always seemed to know things he shouldn't. Phenomena, secrets, distortions. He understood them all, yet he wasn't a mage. So how? Han wondered. What exactly is he? By the 102nd day, Han had started a quiet investigation of everyone stationed in the lobby. No one stood out. No one, except himself. On the 20th floor, Han encountered a familiar face once more. Haljan's patriarch, Ricardo von Halderath, a being carrying the blood of a half-black dragon. The meeting was brief, charged with unspoken weight. Later, on the 42nd level, Han only caught a glimpse of his face again. Less than 3 seconds, while passing through Niflheimer's dimensional zone. Meanwhile, Adis oversaw the lobby operations, tirelessly scouting new recruits for the red parties. That was when Han made a startling discovery. There were other lobbies. Entire groups of people scattered across the tower system, each fighting their own unseen wars. He kept a cautious eye on Adis, too. How does Shriggan still hold his will together? Han wondered, after losing so many on the 20th floor. There had to be something or someone keeping him informed. Maybe Adis was receiving updates directly from him. Still, Han knew that staying idle in the steam plains of the 25th floor would lead nowhere. If he wanted answers, he'd have to keep climbing. The status window appeared before him once more, its letters glowing faintly. Climbing the tower means saving the world. 25 stages conquered. Countless more ahead. When he finally met Her Highness, her expression was calm, distant. What are you doing here? She asked. How have you been? Han hesitated. There was no trace of recognition in her eyes. Does she not remember me? He thought. Or has the past itself changed? Whatever the truth was, he still lacked the pieces to understand it. Later, a man bound in ropes was dragged before him, fury burning in his eyes. You broke your promise of silence, he spat. You said you'd keep it secret after I told you everything. Han's voice remained composed. What you told me wasn't truth, he said. Just assumptions, illusions, stories dressed as facts. The man glared back. You never intended to negotiate. Han turned away. Negotiation only exists between equals, he replied evenly. And you have nothing I need. He glanced over his shoulder one last time. Remember this. Stupidity brings death. There's no place for fools in this world. When it was over, Han returned to his desk and wrote quietly in his papers. Everything I've learned so far feels meaningless. But my curiosity about Han Islet remains. Elsewhere, Urka stood amidst the silence, watching everything unfold. His voice was low, uncertain. Who are these people? Beside him, Shioha lay motionless, her body still and pale. Euryntha's eyes narrowed. So, Urka, she said, when will you show us the true power of your so-called Solidarity Association? Urka threw his head back and laughed, the sound echoing through the chamber. In the association, he sneered, women only exist for appearances. He raised his arms dramatically. Now watch closely. I'll show you true power. His grin widened as he looked at Han's group. You'll make a fine addition to my collection. In fact, the four of you combined would be perfect. His voice dropped into a growl. Come forth, my arm of mortals, devour them all. Before the command could be completed, a sharp explosion cracked through the air. A figure, one of the master soldiers, lunged from behind and struck Urka with unexpected force. Urka staggered back, eyes blazing. What? What sorcery is this? Euryntha answered without even looking up. Nothing worth mentioning. At that moment, a new presence appeared. A flash of movement, and an enemy's arm hit the floor. Standing behind him was Nord. Lydigian's eyes narrowed instantly. Nord, Vice Master of the Solidarity Association. The Butcher of the Barts Union. Nord said nothing. His quiet composure was more terrifying than Urka's madness. Urka glared at him. If you're really Nord, he barked, prove it. Show your power. A heartbeat later, Urka's body shattered, crushed, and torn apart in a single blow. Nord didn't even blink. Lydigian turned sharply. Euryntha, prepare yourself. Things are about to get rough. Understood. Euryntha replied, her tone measured. That man isn't a typical 6-star. He's beyond that. He's a 7-star candidate. Lydigian frowned. Synthesis? He performed it himself? Euryntha nodded. Exactly. A true 7-star can perform synthesis without assistance. I had to use the Book of Reversal to reach that level. But even after years of searching every forum, I never found another copy. It's tied to the Transcendental Advent Dungeon, the reason I came here in the first place. So Nord the real thing? Lydigian asked. Not fully stable yet, Euryntha admitted. But yes, he's genuine. A sudden burst of messages filled the screen, scrolling rapidly across the command interface. Loki, where did Kaiser find that hero? Tell me, or I'll kill you myself. Kaiser, none of your concern. Then the screen erupted with chaos. Nord had resumed his attack. The battlefield was swallowed by a surge of power. Nahako leapt into the fray, grinning. Feels like the Three Musketeers, but with cockroaches. Guess my lightning's perfect for extermination. Before she could unleash another strike, Lydigian raised a hand. Wait, we could get useful information out of them. Nahaka sighed. Doubt it. These guys don't look like the talking type. Nord laughed amid the storm of energy, his form growing more monstrous with every pulse. You'll all be digested soon enough, he shouted. The more you fight, the stronger I become. Soon, I'll be whole again. Blasts of power tore through the area. The ground cracked. The sky seemed to warp. And through it all, Euryntha stood calmly beside Han, setting down a tray. Master, would you prefer coffee or Earl Grey? Han didn't look away from the battle. Coffee, he replied. As he took a sip, his eyes tracked the data on the display. Nord's level, he murmured, has already risen to 16. Nord stood tall amid the wreckage, his laughter ringing out. I can feel it. I'm evolving, he shouted. This world, every last one of you, will kneel before me. The numbers beside his name flickered violently. Level 164. Han sipped his coffee again, watching with faint surprise. Strange, he muttered. His level rises every time he heals himself? That's not a normal trait at all. He lowered his cup, eyes narrowing. What exactly are you, Nord? Euryntha's eyes narrowed as she studied the data flashing across the screen. It's not just his level that's rising, she said. His resistance increases with it. Nahako, sitting beside her with a mug in hand, took a sip and instantly grimaced. Ugh, what is this? It tastes like dirty water. That's coffee, Euryntha replied evenly. It's a product from Earth. Nahaka stuck out her tongue, clearly unimpressed. Too bitter. I don't get how anyone drinks this stuff. Across from them, Han Islet quietly watched Nord, who was regenerating amid the wreckage. So his level and resistance both increase with every recovery. Han thought, no wonder he managed to wipe out an entire guild on his own. Euryntha turned toward him with a faint smile. Master, how does the coffee taste? I brewed it myself. Han looked down at his cup. Sweet, he said simply. Euryntha nodded, clearly pleased. Then I'll make sure to perfect it next time. Their calm conversation was abruptly interrupted by Nord's enraged roar. Are you seriously having a tea party while I'm about to kill you? Without missing a beat, Euryntha raised her hand. A shimmering wall of magic appeared between them and Nord. Don't interrupt, she said coldly. Nord slammed into the barrier, but the wall pulsed with energy and hurled him backward. Lydigian stepped forward, his hand already gripping his sword. Master, permission to engage? Wait, Euryntha said smoothly. Let the master finish his coffee. Ledigian smirked. I was going to attack him anyway. His eyes flashed. Time to die, Nord. The battlefield was a graveyard of the fallen, the air thick with smoke and scorched earth. Nord's level surged again, 176. Uranith's expression turned analytical, her lips curving in mild amusement. Fascinating, she murmured. What an intriguing ability. She gestured toward the intern. Record everything. This is valuable data. Yes, ma'am, the intern replied, quickly activating her recorder. Uranith continued jotting notes. He's even capable of transformation. Yes, he can transform. Meanwhile, Nord roared, unleashing another wave of energy. Uranith calmly observed. The test subject's resistance to slashing seems capped at 90%. Ledigian parried the attack and sneered. Pathetic. The intern, watching wide-eyed, blurted out, 90%? But he's still cutting through him like nothing. Han ignored the noise around him, sending a message across the network. Last warning. Tell me where you obtain Nord. Silence. No response. So, Han thought, either they can't talk or they won't. Ledigian's sword blazed with light as he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Each blow tore deeper, faster, until the explosions drowned out even Nord's screams. Nord's level spiked once more, 185. Uranith adjusted her notes. That must be the limit. Han nodded slightly. Agreed. His growth has stopped. End it. I'm starting to feel sorry for him. With a single step, Ledigian vanished from view. A split second later, a final slash cleaved through the air, and the battle fell silent. Nord collapsed, his energy dispersing into ash. Ledigian turned, wiping his blade clean. That was dull, he said flatly. It's over. Han gave a faint nod. Good work. The remaining flames flickered out across the field, leaving only silence, an eerie calm after the storm. Nahaku crossed her arms and gave Ledigian a sly look. You're only acting calm because Master's here, she teased. Ledigian scoffed. Don't flatter yourself. I'm always calm. Uranith stepped forward with her usual composed smile. Congratulations, Master Han Islet. That makes your 130th consecutive victory. But Han didn't respond to the praise. Status of the others? He asked immediately. Uranith nodded, switching the tactical display. Fleets 1, 3, and 7 are currently breaching the enemy base. The opposition is putting up resistance, but no casualties on our side so far. Han's gaze lingered on the screen, watching the battle unfold. Mutant's doing well, he remarked. Better than expected. Just then, the intern appeared, eyes wide in disbelief. And Master Han Islet, were you always this strong? Han raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? The intern hesitated. I knew you were powerful, but this is on a whole different level. When that other server attacked, it looked like you were actually struggling. And during the assault by that 4th-ranked player, over level 300, it felt like we barely survived. Han's tone was firm. That never happened. The intern blinked in confusion. Han continued evenly. That opponent was a true 7-star, a proper one. Nor was just flesh pretending to be power. The real 7-star barely escaped after losing to Ceres. He paused briefly, his expression thoughtful. That's why I'm still searching for another 7-star. If we've already reached this strength now, imagine what it'll be like when we reach that level. A small smile crossed his face. And to think, Nord was still alive just a few minutes ago. Uranith glanced at him. Mutant said he's never seen anyone with so little talent. Han chuckled softly. That sounds like him. Uranith continued. It'll take time before Mutant can send him back. He's only just learned the basics. But if I can bring another with me, they could contribute more than an entire team. That would be a great advantage for Tonia. She folded her arms. And remember, Mutant never trains the same disciple twice. So that trainee better learn everything before leaving. After the cleanup was completed, Han returned to Brynhilde, planning to remain there until the post-battle analysis results were finished. In the meantime, he handled a few tasks in Fiffelheimer, while Uranith oversaw the research operations. At her console, Uranith opened the Master Han Isla control window, arranging assignments and reports in a precise, methodical order, just as Han himself used to do back on Earth. Whenever time allowed, Han trained with Ledigian. Their duels were fast, brutal, and controlled only by discipline. During one such session, Ledigian wiped his blade clean and smiled faintly. That technique you used earlier was incredible, Master. Han tilted his head. You mean the Exceed technique? Ledigian nodded. Both that and the destructive sword spirit. The difference in power is enormous, but still, I managed to push you back a few steps. He let out a quiet breath. Even with my stats adjusted for balance. That's no small feat, though, honestly. He smirked tiredly. I feel like I might die from the effort. Han gave a rare, quiet laugh. If you still have the strength to talk, you'll live. And then, a familiar chime echoed through the air. A status window appeared before Han Islet. Skill awakened. Intermediate swordsmanship LV.5. Han blinked, momentarily surprised. Level 5 already? Ledigian gave a satisfied nod. That skill of yours shows remarkable potential. It reminded me of Ceres back when she was still growing. Han turned to him, intrigued. Ceres. Ledigian rested his sword against his shoulder. She faced hardships far greater than yours, but she overcame them through what I can only describe as a mysterious power. Han's tone was firm. There's no mystery in power, only effort. Ledigian chuckled. Maybe so, but to me, it was something else entirely. He straightened, brushing off the moment. Enough talk. Let's continue. A few days later, Uranith entered Han's office, holding a thick report. I've finished the investigation on Kaiser 32, she said. Han looked up from his desk. Let's hear it. Uranith placed the document in front of him. His real name, age, and birthplace are all confirmed. Nord was 24. Kaiser 32, well, 32 refers to his actual age. Han skimmed the first page, his expression tightening. Kaiser 32. So he's 32 years old. Figures. The man practically bathed in money. He must have been born with a diamond spoon in his mouth. He flipped through the report, frowning as he read further. Third son of the Triangle Group, he muttered. One of Korea's top chaebol. Supposed to inherit a branch company. Then got cast out and sent to the countryside, with a fortune to keep him busy. Han leaned back in his chair. So he started gaming. Uranith nodded. Yes. He spent millions on every game he touched, buying power, buying pride, acting like a king in a world where he couldn't be one. Han let out a quiet, bitter laugh. The game world's never been fair. Not even here. He paused, glancing at her. So that's when he started Pick Me Up. Uranith nodded again. Exactly. Han studied her for a moment. And how did you find all this? It's all stored in the Mobius server, she replied. Then her voice dropped. But the next part might be harder to believe. Han's eyes narrowed. Go on. Uranith took a slow breath. CO Taijun, Kaiser 32, was declared brain dead a month ago. The room fell silent. She opened another file, projecting hospital footage onto the nearby screen. This was taken at Changsin Hospital. Han watched the video in silence, his reflection flickering faintly in the glow of the screen. So that's it, he muttered at last. That explains everything. He remembered the cryptic messages, the so-called text from heaven that had never matched any system log. He remembered how Kaiser 32 had gone completely silent the moment Nord entered battle. Now it all made sense. Han turned toward Uranith, his tone suddenly heavy. Uranith, he said quietly, where is my body? The Book of Reversal, a relic said to oppose the heavens themselves. Han's thoughts raced. The deeper one descends into this world, the closer they come to Mobius. He now understood what had happened. When Kaiser 32, CO Taijun, had fallen into a brain-dead state, Nord had awakened as a 7-star. The truth was clear. The condition for reaching 7-star rank was the synthesis of a hero and a master. And someone, without his consent, had opened the Transcendental Advent dungeon using Han Islet's own account. Han Islet had been pulled into that place for a synthesis. But for reasons unknown, the process failed, and he survived. Shay Lathistry, on the other hand, had turned into light and vanished. Even then, Han was convinced that while he'd been dragged into this game-like world, his real body still existed somewhere on Earth, just like Kaiser 32's. He asked Uranith about it, but she could only apologize. She'd searched everywhere and found nothing. Han simply nodded, saying he believed his body had to be out there somewhere, then asked to be left alone. As silence fell, he began to reflect. The top-ranked players, 1st through 4th, had all disappeared without a trace. Back then, he hadn't understood why. Among them had been geniuses, players whose skill had even earned his respect. The first-ranked player, once known as a living legend, had already made a name for himself long before Han rose through the ranks. Han had always seen him as a true prodigy and assumed the others were the same. Then his mind wandered back to something Ceres had once said during his promotion. At the time, her words had felt sincere. Now, he wasn't so sure. She had told him not to resent her too much, claiming she hadn't expected him to be summoned either. She had said he was the only one who had truly taken her advice to heart. He remembered his status window then. It had declared that the master was entrusted with the hero's bond, and out of 100 million masters, he alone had been truly dominated by the lobby. Looking back, Han realized it had all been an accident. From the beginning, he'd only ever had one goal. Now, it seemed clear. The plan had been to kill him and merge him with Ceres. But when the synthesis failed, she must have changed her approach. Han admitted she was talented at using whatever resources she had left. Suddenly, his status window blinked to life. Dispatch complete. Han Islet has returned from Niflheimer. Control restored. The message went on to say his hero status had changed due to the dispatch and instructed him to check the hero tab for details. Later, a small boat carried him toward his next destination. A girl stood waiting at the dock. "It's an honor to serve you," she said respectfully. Han only waved it off. "No need for all that formality," he replied. As he walked, he noticed new structures he didn't recognize. It seemed most people were asleep, but even at a glance, he could tell the lobby had changed. There were new facilities now, maybe even fourth floor. The next morning, he explored further. He was right. The lobby had expanded, not just in size, but in structure. A new school stood among the training grounds, and every facility looked newly upgraded. The place had become far more organized, built for efficient management. The dormitory on the fourth floor had also been transformed, upgraded to dormitory level 6. It now housed a massive cafeteria, a spacious bathhouse, several offices, and even an indoor training arena. Each party had its own private mansion, fully staffed with helpers to maintain them. The chef, he learned, was a veteran, a man who had been cooking since long before the summoning began. The butler and servants had once climbed as high as the 20th floor rankings, but after hitting their growth limits, they chose to shift into support roles instead. Normally, heroes who stopped progressing were marked for synthesis, but Narissa had quietly rewritten that rule. She decided that those who kept working hard, even after reaching their ceiling, deserved rewards. It was her way of keeping morale alive. Up on the rooftop, a few voices discussed the lobby's swelling population. Someone remarked that there must be over 300 people now, even after all the deaths and syntheses. Another replied that the losses had already been made up for. Narissa stood beside Han Islet, explaining that the increase in tower climbers had brought in far more gold than before. "We're running 10 standard summon sessions every day," she said proudly. Han frowned slightly. "That still won't be enough." She nodded. "You're right. There are gaps in the system. Many lobbies are collapsing after Harura wiped out the nearby sectors. Skilled heroes, support specialists, all just wasting away. Their resources left to rot." She went on to say that they had taken an airship across 6 different lobbies to scout for talent. Han listened quietly, recognizing that her approach was far more strategic than mere plundering. Narissa explained that she had originally planned exploration runs, but the nearby lobbies had already been claimed by others. So instead, she revived this plan of targeted scouting. "It shouldn't cause any issues," she added confidently. Han couldn't help but think. Leaving the Vice Master position to Narissa had been the right call. She was handling things far beyond his expectations. Her foresight reached far ahead, seeing opportunities others missed. "There are still countless untouched lobbies," she said. "We'll keep recruiting until the next climb." Han gave a small nod. He had underestimated her. He hadn't expected her to achieve this much, this quickly. If those lobbies' masters have already abandoned them, there's no reason for anyone to complain, she continued, her tone calm but firm. Then she turned to leave. "I'll explain the rest on the 3rd floor." And with that, she walked away. Elsewhere, Maribel was in the middle of combat training against a massive monster. The lead trainer barked orders, her voice echoing through the hall. "Hold formation. Don't fall back. Stick to your drills." Another instructor, standing behind her, shouted, "Why aren't you taking the shot, Maribel?" Maribel hesitated, gripping her bow tightly. "I'm scared I'll hit someone," she confessed. She raised her arrow and tried again, but her aim faltered. I just can't do it." The second trainer snapped. "This is only the 9th floor. If you're struggling here, how do you plan to survive higher up?" Maribel bit her lip. "I've never done anything like this before," she protested. Moments later, the order came down. Everyone was to retreat. The instructors would finish the fight themselves. Later, in one of the mansions, a brown-haired girl leaned against the wall with a teasing grin. "I heard you failed again, Maribel." Maribel sighed. "I just can't fight those monsters. The training alone is already too much." The girl shrugged. "Well, I heard the gathering team's looking for new members. Maybe try that instead." Maribel groaned. "Why do I even have to do something that annoying? I'd rather work a civil service job. I've trained under enough tutors for that." The brown-haired girl wished Maribel luck as she stood to leave. "Where are you going?" Maribel asked, glancing up from her seat. "I picked up a craftsmanship skill," the girl replied with a grin. "I signed up for the education course on the 2nd floor. I'm getting into accessory making." Before Maribel could respond, another girl joined them. "Hey, don't look so gloomy," she said cheerfully. "If we clear the 12th floor, we can make it to the 2nd. Maribel stared at her in disbelief. "You're serious?" The brown-haired girl frowned slightly. "I heard they make you kill people up there." The room fell quiet. Meanwhile, in another part of the lobby, Han Islet stood beside Narissa as a crowd gathered around them. He turned to her. "You're telling me all these people were born as 3 stars?" Narissa nodded. "Yes. The master summoned several advanced heroes this time." Murmurs rippled through the onlookers. Whispers spread fast. Some wondered if that man standing next to Narissa was really the main character. Agarwal scoffed quietly. "He looks pretty normal to me." Narissa ignored the chatter and continued. Everyone in the newly formed Party 5 was indeed born as 3-star. The raid squad now has 6 parties total, all above level 20. In about 3 weeks, they'll be at full readiness. Han's gaze shifted toward 2 men standing off to the side. What about them? Are they stationed here on the 3rd floor, too? One of them smiled faintly. Been a while, hasn't it? Narissa explained. They survived the 35th floor, but their skills weren't quite enough to qualify for the 4th. Ryman and Liculin are no longer part of the raid squad. They're leading a new group now. It's called the Sector Patrol Squad. Patrol? Han asked. She nodded. Yes. With airships in operation, we need bodyguards to protect them. Before he could respond, a blinding beam of light split the air. Han shielded his eyes. What is that? An advanced hero summoning, he realized aloud. If the newcomers prove themselves, he added, we'll take them in. Narissa confirmed it. Yes, the summoning is in progress right now. Depending on their potential and disposition, some advanced heroes may start on the 1st or 2nd floor. It's a waste, really. Some could have become powerful if they'd been summoned earlier. Han nodded thoughtfully. We've lost too many. Advanced summons are the only way to make up for it. As the radiance faded, the new heroes came into view. The system displayed their information one by one. Han Islet, Level 1 Class, Novice. Strength, 10 tenths. Intelligence, 10 out of 10. HP, 10 tenths. Agility, 10 out of 10. Skills, none. Next appeared Ada's called, Level 1 Class, Thief. Strength, 13 thirteenths. Intelligence, 10 out of 10. HP, 14 fourteenths. Agility, 17 seventeenths. Skills, Basic Dagger Technique, LV.3. Basic Archery, LV.1. Nimble Movement, LV.1. Then came Ialka Rival Strasher, Level 1, Class, Magician. Strength, 7 sevenths. Intelligence, 31 31sts. HP, 80 80ths. Agility, 7 of 7. The summoning light dimmed, revealing 2 more figures among the new arrivals. Shay Lathistry appeared as Level 1, Class, Knight. His stats glowed clearly in the system window. Beside him stood Kishasha Vikshavi, Level 1, Class, Half-Beast, with her own full set of attributes displayed. Han Islet studied the data quietly. Advanced heroes always started with powerful advantages. That much was undeniable. It was why they could climb the tower so quickly. But now that the system had matured, he knew they could no longer dominate the lobby as they once might have. He recalled the voices of past advanced heroes. One who had said, confidently, that he already understood Han's intentions without needing words. Another who had laughed and shouted that they should just go wild. Thinking about it now, Han realized there was no real danger in summoning many advanced heroes at once. Not anymore, not on the 3rd floor. The balance had shifted. A report soon arrived. The 3rd floor had successfully climbed to the 21st floor, with 10 members holding the top manager ranks and serving as the primary attack squad. The 2nd floor had reached the 12th floor, staffed by 100 workers, trainers, gatherers, miners, builders, cooks, and administrators. The 4th floor was home to 2 elite parties, 10 people total, supported by specialized workers and 2 chefs who could move freely between levels. Meanwhile, the 1st floor held a large group of 150 trainees. Han reviewed the data and gave a small nod. Even the 2nd floor is pushing hard, he said. Looks like the system's doing exactly what it should, motivating everyone below to climb higher. Narissa stood beside him, her voice calm and sure. It's far more efficient than synthesis, she explained. As long as they keep working, each person can choose their own path. I made sure of that. Han glanced at her and gave a faint, knowing smile. You've done better than I expected. Before she could respond, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. Stop right there. Put that down, someone shouted. Another voice fired back, angry and defiant. Let me go. I demand to speak with whoever's in charge. Narissa frowned. What's going on now? Both she and Han turned toward the noise and walked over. There, they found Maribel, the same girl from before, standing with a boy at her side. The boy was shouting, calling her reckless and foolish. Maribel, ignoring him, straightened her posture and spoke loudly. My name is Maribel Strauss. How dare you treat the daughter of a noble house this way? Han blinked, confused. Noble? He looked to Narissa. What does that even mean? Narissa sighed. She doesn't have any special skills or a proper class. I checked her data myself. No magical talent, nothing combat ready. Just spoiled. Han exhaled through his nose. So all nobles are like that, huh? He turned to Maribel. Then start training. Wait, she shouted, voice rising with frustration. Han thought to himself that, at least compared to Yalka, Maribel ranked fairly high in potential. But out loud, Maribel's eyes widened. I'm not someone to be thrown away in a place like this, she cried. At least listen to me. Her voice echoed through the hall, defiant but trembling. Yet Han had already turned away. People began gathering around, whispering as Maribel's voice rang out through the hall. Han Islet ignored the noise. His mind was elsewhere. Thanks to Nerissa's relentless effort, the lobby now functioned like a small, self-sustaining town. Everything ran smoothly. Teams organized, systems automated, morale stable. Yet, he knew it wasn't enough. Not for what lay ahead. If they were to keep advancing, they'd need far more people. And with the difficulty level of Tonia, even heroes would continue to fall. The mission this time was on the 28th floor, a subjugation quest. The objective was simple: total annihilation. Han analyzed the upcoming raid. The main squad had to outperform every other team this time. Thanks to the new structure, there was no wasted effort anymore. The side jobs were trimmed down, giving everyone more time to train and refine their party formations. Most of the main squad had already received upgraded gear. Unlike their previous equipment, built for water combat, the new sets were tuned for mobility and defense. A blacksmith from another lobby had made it possible, forging A and B rank gear. It was impressive enough that Alter, whose best work had only ever reached C rank, was forced to step down. He didn't take it well, and was soon sent to the exploration dungeons for a vacation. Another division had managed to craft B rank gear as well, pushing the overall quality even higher. Han's attention shifted to Kishasha. Her movements were clean and lethal. She was skilled in one-on-one fights, but in free combat, she outclassed everyone. He couldn't help but think that bringing her onto the team had been the right call. As long as the next area wasn't another C-map, Kishasha would be invaluable. Jenna stretched her arms and said with a grin, "Feels good to warm up like this." Han replied, "We can't afford to get rusty," and in turn came rushing in, waving for everyone to hurry. Jenna glanced at the portal ahead. "There's a line already," she said. Han explained, "Only one party can enter the main dungeon at a time. The others will have to take smaller missions." Nearby, a boy standing beside Maribel spoke up. "Why isn't an instructor coming with us this time?" Jenna shot him a look. "Why do you care?" He frowned. "Because on the 9th floor, without an instructor, we could all die." Han thought back to the woman he'd seen earlier. She had to be involved somehow. The boy tried to lift the group's mood. "Come on, it's fine. They probably just want us to get some real experience." Inside the main dungeon, the challenge this time was the 36th floor. A mechanical voice echoed. 10 seconds until door activation. The team took their positions. Han studied the portal. "So with a bottle team this time," he muttered. Then he made his decision. "You all go ahead. I'll stay here for a bit." He had a feeling something was being prepared behind the scenes, something big. It had already been an hour since the signal. The team obeyed, vanishing through the door one by one. Left behind, Han overheard two soldiers arguing. "How long are we supposed to wait here? We should do something and go back already," one complained. "This is ridiculous," the other snapped. "Why does it look like the 38th floor instead of the 9th? We're dead if we stay here." The dungeon walls pulsed faintly in response, as if mocking their fear. The team pressed forward through the dungeon, the echo of their footsteps bouncing off the stone walls. Then, out of nowhere, the sound of hooves thundered down the path ahead. A silver-armored paladin rode into view, his shining horse gleaming under the faint dungeon light. He reined the beast to a halt before them and raised his sword. "Who are you people?" he demanded, voice sharp and commanding. "State your identities." The group tensed as Maribel and the others gathered together. The knight's armor bore an emblem that caught Maribel's eye, an unmistakable crest. "I am Kyle von Strauss," the man declared. "If you're mercenaries, drop your weapons and speak. Where do you come from?" He pointed his blade directly at them, unyielding. Maribel's breath caught. Her eyes widened in shock. "Brother?" Kyle frowned. "What did you say?" "It's me, Maribel de Strauss," she shouted, her voice trembling with disbelief. "I can't believe I'm actually seeing you here." Kyle's expression hardened. "Nonsense. Brother, please." "Silence," he barked. "I have no younger sister. How dare you claim the Strauss name?" "Wait, please," Maribel cried. Kyle's blade flashed. "Then die for your blasphemy." And with a single, swift motion, his sword pierced through her. The system voice echoed coldly in the aftermath. "Maribel has returned to the goddess's embrace. Her fighting spirit will be remembered for eternity." Moments later, more notifications followed. "Jack has returned to the goddess's embrace. Christopher has returned to the goddess's embrace. Joe has returned to the goddess's embrace. Party 27, eliminated. Mission failed." On the other side of the dungeon, Han Islet waited. It had been nearly an hour since he'd last seen the others. Normally, a subjugation mission wouldn't take this long. Something was off. If this had been a regular floor raid, they'd have already returned by now. But the situation was different, and everyone who came back from a state like this usually came straight to him for advice. Level 2, unlocked after 5 mock battles. Level 3, after 10. Level 4, after 50. Level 5, after 100. Someone approached him. Commander, how about another mock battle? Han entered the mansion, nodding slightly. They had finally leveled the tactical post high enough to unlock intermediate tactics, something that must have taken serious dedication. Inside, a massive battle screen illuminated the room, displaying the latest intel. The map had expanded, revealing new regions. Nelsa, Adilth, and Kaya. That should have been enough for now, but Han could already feel it. In half an hour, another problem would surface. He stared at the flickering screen. "What are you trying to tell me?" he muttered under his breath. No clear message came. He would have to make assumptions about the 36th floor based on the patterns from their mock battles. Judging by what he'd seen, the squads weren't fully in sync yet. Too many heroes with real potential had been lost in the last raid. Han Islet watched the quiet training grounds, deep in thought. Everyone seemed hesitant now, too afraid to climb higher. The losses had weighed heavily on them. He clenched his fist. Fear won't keep us alive, he thought. Preparation will. He resolved a plan for every possible scenario, to be ready for anything that came next. Survival depended on it. Meanwhile, in the 6,264th dimension, tension filled the air. Delula and a formation of enemy forces stood opposite the Tonia contingent. A Tonia soldier stepped forward, sword in hand. "How did you get here?" he demanded. The enemy knight smirked. "We don't want much," he began, but before he could finish, a Tonia trainee shouted from the back, voice firm and clear. "Listen up. If any of you have talent, whether in combat, crafting, or anything else, come to our lobby. Tonia can offer a better life than whatever you have here." He raised his hand and added, "We're not threatening you. We're inviting you. Prove your worth. See how far you can go with us." The crowd murmured in confusion. "How can we believe that?" one man asked under his breath. "They could be kidnappers," another whispered. The Tonia soldier turned to them. "You'll have to decide for yourselves," he said. "Stay where you are, or climb with us." But the enemy knight scoffed. "Don't be fooled. Sweet words like that are worthless. Even in a place like Tonia, people don't value each other." He drew his blade. "Keep talking, and I'll cut your tongue out myself." A Tonia soldier stepped forward, glaring. "You sure you've got the skill to do that?" Their swords clashed, and the fight broke out in an instant. The enemy knight's weapon was soon struck from his hand. The Tonia soldier pressed forward, voice rising. "Anyone who thinks they're better off without a master is wrong." Tonia climbs the tower, again and again, and grows stronger each time. When the dust settled, the soldier turned back to the crowd. "We're moving on to the next lobby in half a day. Anyone who wants to leave this place, come with us." Someone from the back called out. "Where are you headed next?" "The 2,441st floor," came the reply. A young girl objected, stepping forward. "You can't go there yet. The master just left a month ago. He might return. If he comes back and everyone's gone, it'll be chaos." Another voice cut in. "Then maybe we should head to the 8,422nd dimension instead." The discussion rippled through the group, but one truth bound them all. The mission remained unchanged. They had to climb the tower and save the world. The stages had already reached 35. Jenna was among them now, smiling faintly. "It's been a while," she said. Han nodded. "You'll be fine," he told her. "As long as no one does anything reckless, we won't lose anyone." Cadio stepped forward, unease written across his face. "Something's off. This isn't like Harura. The difficulty here, it's not normal. Are you sure we'll be okay?" Han met his gaze calmly. "Have I ever lied to you?" Cadio hesitated. "Well, then stop worrying," Han said simply, brushing it off. "Never mind all that. Get ready to move." His tone was quiet, but absolute. The order was given. The squad began to prepare for deployment. Jenna grinned as she checked her gear. "All right, let's make sure we don't die this time. I'm counting on you, Captain." Han smirked faintly. "Don't say that. You're just putting pressure on me." From behind, Kishasha adjusted her gauntlets and said, "I trust you too." Han exhaled slowly. Great, he thought. Now that's two of them. But despite his dry humor, a small part of him was glad. They still trusted him, after everything. And with that, the team stepped toward the next floor. Han raised an eyebrow, glancing back at his team. "I just told you not to trust me," he said flatly. "So, if any of you end up dead, don't come blaming me later." Jenna laughed nervously, and Kishasha only smiled. Han sighed. The 30th floor was a desert. The 35th was an ocean. "I'm just hoping this one's normal for once, because I have no idea what the 40th is going to look like." He paused for a moment, his gaze drifting. Velka's been off ever since Narissa left, he thought. He's not causing problems, but I've picked up bits and pieces. It's fine. We just have to focus on the mission. Do our job. Keep moving. The mission window flickered to life. 36th floor, mission type, capture. Objective, secure the target object. Han straightened. They stepped through the portal, and in an instant, the landscape around them shifted. A vast open field stretched endlessly under a dull sky. Dust swirled across the ground like smoke. This place is huge, Jenna whispered. Wait, what does capture the target object even mean? Should we check it out first? Han's eyes scanned the tactical display. No need, he said. We'll finish this from high ground. Before anyone could answer, Kishasha froze. Her ears twitched. Something's off, she murmured. Han looked over. What kind of off? She sniffed the air, her expression sharpening. It smells strange. Then her eyes widened. Steel and blood. Without waiting for a command, Kishasha dashed ahead, her movements blurring through the field. Han frowned. What now? He muttered under his breath. Kishasha stopped abruptly near the edge of a cliff, staring down in disbelief. This is, she began, then cut herself off. Han called out, what did you find? Kishasha turned, her voice low but tense. Humans. A lot of them. Too many to count. She hesitated. It's a war. Han's eyes narrowed. A war. Yeah, she said. No idea who they are or why they're fighting. Who could even know something like that? Han thought to himself that Narissa might have. She always seemed to know more than she let on. I already miss her, he admitted silently. He turned his attention back to the battlefield. One army outnumbered the other several times over, and their banners carried a familiar emblem, the Order of the Goddess. Cadio approached, frowning. We can't get through. The entire path's blocked by the battle line. Then we'll find another way around, Han replied. We need to see the full picture first. Figure out the exact objective before we move. Jenna winced as she looked across the carnage. This is awful. Kishasha covered her eyes. There's too much magic. It's blinding. That doesn't help, Han muttered. Let's pull back. Somewhere we can actually think. As they withdrew, Han's mind replayed the data on this floor. The 36th floor raid had already claimed multiple squads. A low-level team went in first, wiped out. Then 3 more teams followed, each made up of heroes up to 3-star rank. None had survived. For teams. Gone. He clenched his jaw. For teams might not seem like much now, he thought grimly. But losing that many people on one floor, that's no small thing. The field of war stretched endlessly before them, silent except for the echo of distant blades. And somewhere out there, the next decision waited, one that could decide whether Tonia advanced or fell next. From the data he'd gathered during the mock battles, Han pieced together what had happened. The first, low-level team had done absolutely nothing. They'd been wiped out by enemy patrols before even making a move. The following squads had tried to complete their objectives, but they'd been surrounded and slaughtered before making progress. Han concluded that this floor's mission was less about direct combat and more about stealth, to move unseen and avoid detection by enemy forces. Something, or someone, must have placed his team here deliberately. The pattern was too specific. They'd clearly learned something from the 4 failed teams before them. If they actually cared about their people, he thought, they wouldn't just throw them into another blind fight. Crouching low, Han crept up a ridge and peered over the edge. Below, he counted 87 Order soldiers, all around level 21. 5 knights, each level 23, and 1 Order mage, level 25. So that's what we're dealing with, he thought. Out loud, he said quietly, the mission type's capture, but the real goal might be to intervene in the war itself. Velkus stood beside him, scanning the battlefield. There's quite a crowd down there. Yeah, Han replied. Thousands, by the looks of it. You scared? Velkus smirked, eyes glinting. Scared? Hardly. I like this one already. The last few missions were dull. Han nodded slightly. Good. Stick close and move fast. The 2 of them leapt from cover and charged down the slope. Blades clashed instantly. Cries erupted as soldiers shouted orders. Don't panic. Raise your weapons and fight, one officer bellowed. How many are there? 5, another soldier yelled back. Kishasha stormed into the fray, cutting through the line with fluid precision. Hold formation. Stand your ground, someone shouted as the Order soldiers scrambled to regroup. Han moved like a phantom through the chaos. His blade found its mark, cutting down the commanding officer. One of the stunned soldiers turned toward him. Who are you? Mercenaries? Han didn't even look at him. Not your concern. He gestured sharply to his team. Reinforcements could be coming any second. Don't get surrounded. Ialka, burn their back line. Got it. Ialka replied, raising her staff. Flames tore across the field, lighting up the night with searing heat. Don't lose faith. A soldier roared to his comrades. The goddess is with us. The Order troops rallied, shouting as they charged the advancing heroes. Then a new voice rang out, deep, commanding, and familiar. How dare you attack while I was gone? The soldiers parted, and a silver paladin rode forward on a glowing horse. His armor blazed with divine light. I am Kyle von Strauss, the silver paladin who bears the radiance of the goddess, he declared. If you stand against her, you will face my blade. Han froze for a brief second, locking eyes with him. Kyle's expression hardened. So, we finally meet again, he said. I could never forget that face. Do you remember, Han Islet? The duel on the stairs, the sacred battle of our lives. The air between them thickened, the sound of battle fading as the two men faced each other, past and present colliding under the shadow of the goddess's light. Han narrowed his eyes as the silver paladin fixed his gaze on him. "What are you talking about?" Han asked flatly. Kyle raised his shining sword, divine light reflecting off its blade. "Don't play dumb. You can't have forgotten our fateful meeting at the White Silver Hall." Han frowned. White Silver Hall? Duel? Stairs? None of it made sense. But as Kyle continued to speak, flashes of memory began to flicker in Han's mind. Blurred images of a grand hall, the clash of steel, and that same silver armor gleaming beneath torchlight. He closed his eyes, letting the fragmented memories surface. "So it was him. It's been 5 years," Kyle said, his voice steady but burning with emotion. 5 years, and I've never forgotten." Before he could say more, Kishasha darted forward in a blur of movement. Her blade struck before Kyle could react, and the paladin was thrown back, crashing to the ground. Velkist looked over, raising an eyebrow. "You know that guy?" Han shook his head. "No idea who he is." Velkist scoffed, turning back to the battlefield. "What a disappointment. That was dull. These guys are weak. Nothing like the fights we used to have." Jenna crossed her arms. "Or maybe we've just gotten stronger," she said with a faint smile. "Strong enough to feel more like weapons than people." Then she hesitated. "Though, I don't really feel that way." Cadio suddenly called out, waving them over. "Hey, take a look at this." The group gathered as Cadio pointed toward a stash by the fallen soldiers. Hundreds of mana potions, neatly packed in crates. "Well," she said, "someone conquered a lot before we got here." Han stared at the supplies. A realization clicked in his mind. This isn't a raid. The setup, the enemy layout, the potion reserves, it wasn't meant for large-scale assault. This mission had been crafted for mages. He pieced it together quickly. A battlefield scenario. Both sides locked in war. We were dropped on the losing end, meant to turn the tide from below. Han exhaled quietly, gripping his weapon. "So that's it," he murmured. "A large-scale battle. One where we're supposed to stand at a disadvantage and still win." Han and his party had just completed the raid mission on the 36th floor, successfully capturing the designated supplies. Expecting to be returned soon, Han said that the mission seemed finished and that once they were back, he would need to organize all the information they had gathered. Suddenly, a system window appeared and interrupted everything. The mission type had shifted to unknown, and the objective was also marked as unknown. The entire party froze in confusion. Jenna asked what was going on, wondering whether the mission wasn't actually over. Kishasha replied that the system literally showed the word unknown. They suspected this might be an extra mission, possibly the real reason the advanced squad sent before them had been wiped out. Those teams had probably been forced to figure out the objective on their own, a confusing situation that could easily have led to their deaths. Jenna looked at the protagonist and asked what they should do next. Standing on a cliff overlooking a vast battlefield torn apart by war, Han said they had no choice but to explore. He suggested that if they went down and examined the battlefield directly, they might uncover something useful. The view widened, revealing a massive conflict unfolding in the valley. Two armies were locked in a full-scale battle. One side was the Telekar cult, followers of the twin goddesses. The other side was the Asini's family, loyal to Phriases. The cult forces held the upper hand, relying on their overwhelming numbers and using a classic hammer and anvil formation, with infantry pushing from the front while cavalry struck from behind. Han noted that the cult's magical bombardment would soon stop since his party had destroyed their mana potions during the earlier mission. Still, he knew it wouldn't affect the outcome. Steel clashed, banners burned, and the valley turned into a harsh battlefield. His sense for warfare could already read the pattern. Defeat was coming. The cult's control was absolute. He recalled that when they were first summoned, the Asini's forces were already close to collapse. Watching the scene now, he saw that the battle was entirely one-sided. The Asini's army had few soldiers, even fewer mages, and their formation was broken. There was no chance for them. Jenna commented that they definitely could not go down there. Han agreed and told her she could try if she was curious, and she quietly backed off. With nothing else to do, he decided the safest approach was to stay where they were and observe. He finally understood why the previous squads had failed. Some ran in panic and were spotted by scouts, while others tried to interfere and were wiped out. For his group, the best tactic was doing nothing. Sometimes surviving required more effort than fighting, especially when the battlefield below made it seem like they should jump in. They stayed and watched, looking for any sign or clue. Jenna grew tired from staring at the conflict, but then her expression changed as she gasped. A faint light began to rise around them. She excitedly suggested that this might be the return signal for the waiting room, saying they had cleared a floor mission without doing anything at all. Relieved, she admitted she thought they were stuck there. Kishasha asked what she meant. Jenna explained that they were being sent back, and that it looked like they would return once the battle below ended. Han found that odd. Their side had still lost, yet they were allowed to leave. Something felt off about this mission. Before he could think about it further, Kishasha pointed to the battlefield, saying she sensed a strong human presence there. Han's eyes widened as he recognized the group, Black Knights he had encountered during the escort mission on the 15th floor. He wondered what the mission was trying to show them now. Velkus commented that the Knights looked like they would be interesting opponents and wondered where they had come from, since they hadn't been there earlier. Kishasha called out to Han and pointed toward the woman they had seen before, the one they were supposed to save. The realization hit him, and Han rushed off the cliff without hesitation. The team shouted after him, reminding him that he had said the path was blocked. Han told them to stay where they were. His thoughts churned as he tried to understand the situation. Down on the battlefield, tension thickened as the fighting between the two sides grew even more intense. A woman cried out, pleading for the people around her. Another woman stepped forward, clad in ornate white armor, surrounded by the Black Knights. She demanded that they take her life and spare the others, insisting that she was the one they wanted. She stood firm, refusing to back away. Suddenly, an axe staff slammed through one of the knights beside her. She staggered, struggling through the pain, questioning why everything had become so brutal when her only goal was to protect the people. The leading knight's stance shifted. A hard tone filled his words. His thoughts spiraled with accusations, calling her a witch who had destroyed their pride and betrayed the world they once fought for. The woman asked what he meant, confusion in her voice. Meanwhile, the main character pushed forward and stopped at the top of the mountain, but no matter what he tried, he couldn't get through the hologram barrier in front of him. Across the battlefield, a familiar voice shouted her name, Freya. The call echoed sharply. Freya turned and saw Han yelling for her, using every ounce of strength to reach her. When she recognized him, a small reaction showed on her face. In that moment, the Black Knight grabbed her tightly. Dark energy wrapped around her, and his claws drove into her body. She looked past him toward Han, focusing only on him until the very end. Then her body went still as blood scattered through the air. High on the cliff, Han stopped completely, his stance turning rigid. Everything fell silent. His figure began to flicker, fading from view. With Freya's death, a system window appeared, displaying stage clear. Han, Jenna, and Kishasha had leveled up. Their listed rewards were 300,000 gold and a low-grade wraith fragment. Moments later, they were teleported back. The party stood in stunned silence. Jenna asked if the princess had really died, but Han didn't answer. He clenched his teeth, trying to steady himself. Then another notification appeared, bright red against the screen. This message showed the true result. Mission result. Failure January 5th. The system announced that the quest would repeat up to the 40th floor. As the truth settled in, Han understood what it meant. They were stuck in a repeating cycle, a difficult trial known for its punishing design. The same mission would continue until they reached the 40th floor. If they failed to clear it before then, the outcome was permanent. That meant there was still a chance to save Friasis. Back inside the building, Kishasha sat at the table eating. She asked if the woman they saw might not actually be dead. Jenna responded that the situation felt unusual. After everything tied to the princess, it would make no sense for things to end like that. She reasoned that time and space didn't really apply inside these missions. Maybe they'd been sent back to a point when she was still alive, giving them another opportunity to change her future. Han said he was sure she would not die that easily. Han then handed Jenna a small ornate pocket watch. He told her to keep it safe, explaining that it was a low-grade magic component worth 100,000 gold, expensive and difficult to acquire in their situation. They would need it for the next mission, so she was not to lose it. When Jenna asked what they should do next, Han said they needed to re-evaluate the situation. He called everyone to the tactical room. Pointing at a holographic map, he explained where they had been standing before and where the supply unit had fought. They had only watched the rest of the battlefield from a distance and had never actually gone down there. His new plan was straightforward. If they were sent to the same area again, they would map every part of it. The next day, Party 1 gathered again. They teleported, and the system confirmed their position on floor 37. The mission type and objective were still marked as unknown. The air was thick with the scent of blood and iron. They had returned to the beginning. Han immediately began the plan. He told Jenna to check the time and assigned her to track the entire mission from start to finish, noting every event so they could identify future branching points. She would not be fighting in this cycle. He then turned to Kishasha and said he was counting on her. She told him to trust her and acknowledged her place in the Storm Squad. She would scout the field, meaning she was also out of the mission. Unknown again, but this time they had a stopwatch, a map, and a grudge. The field was unchanged, but the players now understood the rules better. Cadio was assigned to observation, linking his sight with Kishasha's and Jenna's view, all of it recorded into a magic stone. This left only Han and Velkist available for combat. As the team carried out their roles, Han looked out toward the far sky. If this mission really looped, it explained why Eniton had sent multiple squads earlier. He wondered if this was the message Eniton had tried to deliver through the mock battles. Han remembered Friasi's final moments and considered a grim possibility. He wondered how many times she had died in the tower already, and how many more times she would have to die before the curse broke. The scene shifted as a carriage moved toward a battlefield, with soldiers marching in orderly formation. At the rear, two soldiers suddenly heard a faint sound behind them. One mentioned hearing something odd, but the other denied it, saying he heard nothing. Before either of them could react, both had their throats cut. Something incredibly fast had moved past them, ending their lives instantly. Seconds later, another soldier nearby demanded to know who they were. Two swords appeared at his neck. He introduced himself as Kyle von Strauss, the Silver Paladin and executor of the goddess's judgment. His declaration was cut short as he and his men were taken down in a swift and unrelenting attack. The attackers were revealed to be Velkist and Han. Han said that by destroying the enemy's supply line, they could delay their allies' deaths for a short time. He urged Velkist to hurry so they could eliminate the remaining enemies quickly. Soon after, the ground was covered with fallen soldiers. Han and Velkist had taken horses from the battlefield as well. Han instructed Velkist to move to the left and check how far the barrier reached, the same barrier blocking entry to the battlefield. Velkist agreed and headed out immediately. As Han left, a system notification appeared, listing two new acquisitions, Gandalf and Saruman, the names given to the horses they had taken. Meanwhile, Cadio watched the battlefield through his magic. Han asked if the communication network was ready, and Cadio confirmed it was complete. Han told him to connect to Kishasha. Within moments, Cadio activated his spell, projecting a holographic view in front of Han. In the image, Dark Knights were chasing Kishasha. Han recognized them as the same ones who had caused destruction in the earlier battle. 13 of them had surrounded her. Han asked about her condition. Kishasha said she was fine but mentioned an odd, unpleasant scent coming from some of the knights. Han wondered where they had come from. Kishasha explained that there was a fortress nearby, and not just one. She had already seen one or two others earlier. Above the fortress, a towering statue of a goddess dominated the skyline, wrapped in a swirling dark aura that spread across the area like a veil. Seeing just how serious things had become, Han noticed several more fortresses in the distance and asked whether Kishasha could slip past those chasing her. Confident as ever, she told him escape wouldn't be a problem. With her answer settled, Han made his choice. He told her he'd handle the left side while she took the right, then kicked his horse into a fast sprint across the plains. Before long, Han arrived at a narrow bridge stretched high over a deep canyon. At the far end stood a fortified enemy station packed with archers. Their formation, timing, and precision told him instantly that these weren't ordinary fighters. They were elite marksmen. Bringing them down would greatly ease the pressure on their allies. As he examined the battlefield, the full design of the mission hit him. Reinforcements and supplies were advancing from the left, while a fortress crowded with dark knights guarded the right. To have any hope of succeeding, they would need to attack both sides at once. The mission was growing more complicated by the moment, made worse by the strict time limit bearing down on them. The Dark Knights were already closing in, and his teammates were all separated across different locations, each handling their own objectives. This was nothing like their previous challenges, far harder and far more relentless. Han suspected it was the work of the crimson-eyed figure with the manic grin, the same one who had claimed the difficulty was S rank, on par with Niflheimer. It felt as though she had intentionally raised the stakes. Even so, Han committed himself to seeing it through. Pushing forward, he charged across the bridge at full speed. His plan was straightforward: clear out every archer ahead, then head north to regroup with Kishasha. But halfway across, sudden movement flashed before him. A wave of glowing arrows raced toward him with perfect accuracy. One struck his horse, another skimmed past his shoulder. The horse toppled off the bridge, falling into the ravine below in an instant. Han managed to jump free, crashing onto the bridge, but surviving. As he regained his footing, his eyes locked on a lone figure waiting ahead. An imposing warrior, clearly the source of the lethal arrows. The warrior raised his bow again, drawing another shot with steady focus. A system alert appeared, announcing a new threat, the demon marksman. Han reached for the arrow embedded in him and pulled it out. In that instant, the watch Han had once given Jenna shimmered into sight, its ticking stopping all at once. A clear signal that she had frozen time. Another system alert appeared, marking the stage as complete. Velkist and Cadio had leveled up, and Kishasha had been chosen as the mission's MVP. Even with the objective met, the outcome felt incomplete. The absence of their fallen allies weighed on him. As the teleportation force began pulling him away, Han pushed back against it, refusing to leave without facing the enemy ahead. He flung the bloodied arrow aside and drew his sword in one fluid motion, the blade catching the dim light as he prepared to confront the demon marksman. Han rushed forward while the demon released a rapid barrage of arrows. Each one cut through the air with pinpoint accuracy, forcing Han to twist, duck, and shift to avoid being struck down. No matter how fast he moved, he couldn't reduce the gap between them. The arrows were sharper and more agile than anything he had encountered, bending their paths mid-flight, similar to Jenna's, yet faster and far more relentless. He pushed through the onslaught, knocking away as many arrows as possible, though several still tore through his legs, ripping past armor and skin. Pain surged through him, but he pushed on, refusing to slow even a fraction. He recognized that the Western Patrol's downfall had stemmed entirely from this single unknown enemy. Despite the mounting wounds, Han understood that the only way to win was to reach the marksman directly. It was hard to accept that one foe had forced him into such a corner. Thoughts of the others drove him onward. Because of this demon, the rear archers had joined the fray, their constant volleys leading to the destruction of their allied family. The battlefield had turned chaotic, and in the midst of that chaos, he suspected Freya was among those caught in the crossfire. Even though the system had already confirmed the stage's completion, Han knew that their allies' fates could not be changed. Once the final one fell, the entire team would be teleported away without choice. Amid the noise of the battlefield, Jenna's voice reached him faintly, telling him the fight was over. When he asked about the time, she responded, 183 minutes and 53 seconds, just under 3 hours. Han understood that everything needed to fit within that narrow span. Looking at the demon marksman one final time, he recognized that the battle would have been far simpler had this foe not intervened. His grip tightened as teleportation light wrapped around him. With one last look toward the marksman, he made a silent promise that their paths would cross again before he disappeared from the field. Moments later, they rematerialized in the waiting room as teleportation finished. But before they had a moment to rest, a new system message appeared, announcing the mission result as a failure. Though they had cleared the 37th floor, the final condition, most likely saving Freya, had not been met. As a result, the mission was labeled incomplete, and the system declared that it would keep repeating until they reached the 40th floor. Cadio immediately grabbed his head and groaned, complaining loudly that the missions were getting impossibly hard. Velkis shot back, reminding him that he used to cry about wanting more missions, and now he was whining that they were too difficult. Cadio glared at him and muttered that this level of difficulty made no sense. Back in Harura, nothing had ever been this extreme. He even suspected something was off about the lobby itself. Even the 35th floor had felt unnaturally brutal. After checking all their past runs through the replay stones, he confirmed that every single mission they'd taken was far tougher than normal. Jenna then spoke, her voice steady. She said that even though they had technically cleared the stage, the result didn't satisfy her. Still, she admitted they had learned a lot and made real progress this time. With stronger coordination and a better plan, she believed they could perform much better on their next attempt. Her attention shifted to Han, who was resting a hand on his forehead, worn down from the ordeal. She quietly asked if he was all right. He answered that he was just tired, but deep down, he understood the truth. The real battle was only beginning. 100 more floors awaited them, each one filled with harsher trials, heavier threats, and relentless pressure. Kishasha then asked if they were having a meeting. Velkis, looking drained, said it was far too late for that and suggested they discuss things the next day instead. Han agreed, feeling the suggestion made perfect sense. Taking time to regroup and form a solid strategy before challenging the next floor seemed like the best option. By now, both the 36th and 37th floors had been cleared in terms of objectives, yet each was still counted as a failure because of hidden conditions they hadn't met. The next challenge would be the 38th floor, which would no doubt have its own secret requirements. Han couldn't help but wonder if the system itself was asking whether he could handle the road ahead. The scene shifted to Adis, sitting alone with a drink in hand. Her thoughts drifted to Lilini, the comrade who had died during a past mission. Lilini quietly remarked that many had lost their lives. Adis let out a weary yawn and said it was painful, but if they kept dwelling on the dead, they would never be able to move forward. Lilini turned toward her with a faint expression of disbelief. Adis responded calmly, explaining that it wasn't about forgetting anyone. They just had to remember to be grateful they were still alive. That, she said, was simply how mercenaries survived. The memories pressed heavily against her heart, and as the weight of that sorrow deepened, she emptied her drink in a single swallow. Adis tightened her grip around the glass and made a silent vow. Starting now, no one in her party would die again. Inside the 4th floor dormitory, Han sat in his room beside a table, planning their next mission. A map floated before him as he explained that they had gathered only limited information so far. There were still large portions left completely unexplored. Pointing to the western side of the map, he noted that the first priority would be cutting off the enemy's supply route. After that, they needed to eliminate the remaining archers to extend their allies' survival time. Only then could they destroy the frontline base. He shifted his attention eastward, where 3 massive fortresses stood, one holding the statue of a goddess. All of them would need to be cleared as well, and all within just 3 hours, while the Dark Knights chased them from behind. Han quietly admitted to himself that if he were still the master, completing these objectives wouldn't be difficult. But as a hero, he was bound by too many limitations. If he had access to the master's full tactical tools, the situation would be far more manageable. Han then called out to Isel and asked what she thought about the level of difficulty they were facing. Isel hesitated before confessing that she didn't even know how to describe it, adding that if Han hadn't been there, their Tonia would have been destroyed long ago. Han acknowledged that difficulty varied from account to account, but he wondered aloud whether it all came down to luck. Isel quickly denied that, explaining that her director once told her there was a specific reason behind everything, though she didn't know what that reason was. Hearing this, Han's expression hardened, and he asked if her director had ever told her who created these missions. Isel fell completely silent, too afraid to answer. His frustration grew as the situation gnawed at his thoughts. Seeing this shift in his mood, Isel became emotional and burst into dramatic tears. She grabbed Han's cheeks and begged him not to abandon them or their town, pleading that he must never go to Niflheim. If he left, they would all die. Already irritated and mentally drained, Han told her he wasn't going anywhere and asked her to stop disturbing him. Then he ordered her to leave the room. Just as he said those words, a notification window suddenly appeared in front of Isel. Trembling, she told Han she had received a message from her director. The name on the screen belonged to none other than Tel. The moment Han saw it, he froze, realizing that the director overseeing the entire game was Tel herself. Tel began speaking directly to Han through the message, noting that it had been a long time since she last contacted him after his promotion. She said they could meet whenever he wished and mentioned that she had expected him to reach out much sooner. After reading her message, Han turned to Isel and asked whether only he could see these messages or if the master could view them too. Isel answered that the master couldn't see them. Han then typed a response to Tel, stating that he had no desire to speak with her and telling her to leave immediately. Tel ignored his hostility and instead asked whether he liked the gift she had sent him. She explained that if he used it well, he could turn his hound into a 7-star hero. Han frowned, trying to remember what gift she meant, wondering if she was referring to Nord. The thought crossed his mind that Tel might have been the one who made him a 7-star hero to begin with. He looked back at Isel and asked if she had revealed everything to Tel. Terrified, Isel denied it. Han quietly reflected that Isel was still one of Tel's subordinates. If Tel questioned her directly, she would never be able to refuse. For someone like Isel, disobeying Tel simply wasn't possible. At that moment, the perspective shifted to a building where Tel sat in front of a computer, typing quickly. She admitted she was surprised Han was still alive, assuming he would have died long ago. She said the town and the account had become such a mental burden that she had abandoned them entirely. Confused by her words, Han asked what she meant. Tel replied that his account was completely unbalanced, and she had expected him to message her as soon as he reached the 20th floor. She was genuinely astonished he had made it this far and was still alive. She then asked whether his master had already quit, stating that even if she hadn't, she eventually would, because his account was terrible. No competent master would stick with something so weak. She mocked Han's master further, saying she didn't seem fit to lead or give orders. According to Tel, if a lobby's master was useless, their heroes couldn't advance very far. Han cut her off coldly, typing that she should stop her pointless rambling and get to the point. Tel then made a startling offer. She said she could grant him the position of master. Han found it impossible to believe, but Tel insisted she wasn't trying to trap him with any slave contract. She only intended to set a few conditions, and if he completed them, she would make him the master. She added that if he cleared all 100 floors, she would send him back to Earth. Suddenly, Han remembered Yrnitha's words. It would be fine even if the master quit. She had meant that he could take the position himself. Using his fairy and the Bivra sword, he wouldn't need a master at all. The thought stung. To the master, everything was just a game, something to pass the time. But for them, every choice meant survival or death. And if he became the master, the difficulty of their missions would shift entirely. With these thoughts weighing on him, Han turned to Isel and asked whether she believed he should accept Tel's offer and take over as master. Tel had insisted he could climb the tower without needing one. Hearing this, Isel grew tense. She cautiously suggested that decisions like that should be left to the master. Han reminded her that she was the same one who used to complain about how useless the master was. Isel quickly denied it, saying their master had changed recently. She admitted the master could be odd and acted strangely at times, but she didn't think she was a bad person. She pointed out that the master treated Han well, treated everyone well, and had even been putting real effort into the game, spending her own money to support them. Han replied dryly that it seemed more like the master had gotten addicted, which explained all the money being poured in. Isel then said she wanted to show him something. When Han asked what it was, she eagerly explained that she would show what their master usually did on her phone. As she activated her fairy powers, Han was surprised, noting that her abilities seemed to have grown stronger if she could access the master's device. A virtual phone appeared before them. Isel pointed out that the master had viewed a file Han sent 32 times. Then she began displaying some of the notes saved inside the phone. Their master, a young woman, had written that she unexpectedly received a strange file from someone named Loki. Reading it had been difficult, but she managed to finish it. The file was filled with analyses, and from those notes, she could tell Loki was an incredibly sharp thinker. She even wrote that if Loki had poured that intelligence into gaming, he could have become a top-ranked player. Because of that file, she started recording her gameplay and slowly found herself enjoying the experience. Han read that and wondered if people still wrote things like this in their phones anymore. A later entry showed the master writing while traveling by train. She described clearing the 15th floor, recalling how Han had nearly died because Eren got injured. She complained about Eren's uselessness. Yet in another note, she wrote about clearing the 20th floor, where Han had torn off a dragon's neck with his bare hands. She admitted she once thought one-star heroes were worthless, but Han had proved her wrong. She even gave him a statue of a war horse as a reward, and it seemed to please him. She later discovered that Loki was actually a well-known gamer and felt lucky that someone like him had paid attention to her. At first, she had planned on quitting the game, but now she was genuinely enjoying it, even though her mother frequently scolded her for playing too much. As she progressed further, she wrote about clearing the 25th floor thanks to Kishasha, feeling proud of the investment, even if it meant surviving on ramen afterward. Han read through her scattered but earnest words, calling many of them nonsense. She also noted uploading a video of the 30th floor clear, which received many views. She wondered if it was because of her editing or because Han was strong. She kept uploading gameplay videos, hoping to grow like other creators. She wrote about being surprised at how powerful Han had become and guessed it might be due to accidentally merging a 4-star hero into him early on. That mistake, she said, became her biggest stroke of luck. Thanks to Han, her videos were now gaining thousands of views. She also wrote about losing her hero Yalka on the 35th floor and how troubled Han had looked afterward. To encourage him, she gave him the war horse statue again. Even though she knew her heroes were just AI, she couldn't stop feeling attached to them. Her friends called her crazy and said she was addicted, but she didn't care. In her latest entries, she described her heroes as companions she felt close to. Han's expression softened as he read. She added that she never wanted her own mistakes to get Han killed and would work harder from now on. Han admitted that the master did seem to be trying. She had also written about her everyday life. Her boss scolding her for playing at work, bumping into a pole while glued to her phone, and her mother constantly yelling at her for being too absorbed in gaming. At the end, she wrote that no matter what happened, she would never abandon the game or leave her heroes on their own. After reading those lines, Han handed the virtual phone back to Isel, noting that their master still kept losing even at the lowest difficulty during mock battles. A scene then showed the master losing again in a spar against Chloe, who didn't have much combat skill. Han quietly concluded that, despite everything, he could recognize something steady in his master, a clear determination to improve. Feeling he should support her as well, Han stood and walked into the tactical post. There, his master continued playing with Chloe until Chloe eventually stepped out of the room. As soon as Han stepped inside, he immediately suggested having a mock battle with the master. But he added one condition. Every time he won, he would take the statue of the war horse as his prize. The master agreed without hesitation. To Han, this moment felt like her chance to prove herself as a master. Right then, Han ordered Isel to adjust the battlefield. He instructed her to redesign the map exactly as he described. An empty central field, 3 massive fortresses positioned to the east, and 2 enemy bases placed to the west. Isel followed his directives carefully, shaping the new terrain according to his precise commands. Soon after, a notification appeared, announcing that the mock battle was about to start. Miniature soldiers materialized across the map, units Han intended to use for the fight. This time, Han would act as the enemy commander, while the master, playing the role of the hero, would attempt to break through his forces and defeat him. Meanwhile, Tel watched her darkened monitor in agitation, muttering that Han had dared to turn off her screen without permission. Her voice was cold as she remarked that Loki had grown far too bold, behaving as if she couldn't kill him. With a bitter smile, she called him a madman who didn't even grasp how easily she could end his life. She admitted that the only reason she hadn't done so yet was that she hadn't decided whether she even wanted to. Still speaking, she suddenly hurled her wine glass forward. It slammed into the wall and shattered, splattering red wine across the floor. The tense silence that followed carried a heavy, ominous weight. A faint, monstrous silhouette appeared behind her, radiating a chilling presence. Tell smirked and said that in a game, one could save and reset endlessly, and that she could do the same to him. Inside the tactical post, the master practiced alongside Velkist. Han was also training with Velkist in the same session. The opponent fighting the master played the role of a villain, hurling one of his soldiers toward her as part of the drill. At the same time, a scene from a mission displayed soldiers moving together in formation, advancing to strike. Within a tactical post, a hero charged in from one side, while a villain, or rather, a soldier, pushed forward from the opposite direction, mirroring the battle shown in the mission. Velkist appeared to be cutting through those soldiers one after another. In the background stood a nearby fort where a goddess statue once rested. That statue had already been destroyed, and since then, the villains had taken its symbol for themselves. During the mission, Han and Jenna stood side by side, clearly working as partners for this operation. Not long after, a notification appeared announcing that the mission had failed. All the heroes were sent back to the lobby, where Party 1 gathered to discuss their next strategy. In the training area, numerous heroes, including archers and swordsmen, were practicing. Among them was Adis, focused on her drills, while Roderick oversaw everyone's training. The scene shifted again, showing Han sprinting across a bridge. At the far end stood the Dark Archer, locked in battle with Loki. Moments later, the Dark Knights arrived, and upon entering the battlefield, one of them struck Phreases down immediately. With her death, the 39th mission came to an end. Even though the mission had technically been cleared, one hidden condition had not been met, marking it as a failure. They returned to the lobby once more. As they stepped inside, attention turned toward the tactical post, where fragments of small chess pieces were scattered on the ground. The master appeared on the screen, looking pleased. Her skills had improved significantly, and by using her heroes with better precision, she had completed the mission Han had assigned to her. Before long, the day of the 40th floor raid arrived. The camera showed the door to the waiting room, followed by a notification announcing that a raid squad was being assembled with Adis as the leader. 25 heroes from Party 1 through Party 5 would take part in this raid under her command. Outside the waiting room, all the heroes stood gathered, Loki positioned at the front. Another notification appeared, declaring that 5 full parties were required for the mission. It also warned that if the raid failed, all missions would be locked, forcing them to start over from the 36th floor. Jenna encouraged everyone to stay focused, assuring them that after everything they had endured, they could handle this. Velkist reminded them that no matter how simple or difficult it appeared, this was their final opportunity. If they failed here, they wouldn't survive. The system confirmed that the next mission was indeed on the 40th floor and that the waiting room doors would open in 10 seconds. As everyone prepared themselves, Cadio muttered that he was starting to regret coming, grumbling that he was being worked like a dog. Han responded that it was still better than where he had been before. Cadio agreed without hesitation. Kishasha then stepped up to Han and quietly told him that if he died, he must not leave her behind because she wanted to die alongside a warrior like him. She said she didn't want to be left alone after his death. Hearing this, Han abruptly kicked her foot, making her yelp. He coldly stated that her kind always spoke pointlessly. Before she could answer, Han cut her off, asking how she could call herself a warrior while saying such foolish things without the slightest shame. Han ended the conversation by stating firmly that he had no intention of dying. Not in this mission, not ever. And it wouldn't just be him. Every single one of them would return alive. Lifting his gaze, he added that all preparations were complete. They had done everything possible. From here on, the outcome rested in their master's hands. He asked Adis how the other parties were doing and whether any issues had come up. Adis assured him everything was in perfect order. She had personally fought alongside every member, confirming their skill. Their growth, she added, was thanks to the master's advanced summoning. To her, they were fully prepared for what lay ahead. As she spoke, Party 3 appeared, led by Sven, along with the other 3-star heroes. Then Party 4 came into view, their leader Marcos standing at the front, with his team of 3-star heroes behind him. Next was Party 5, a distinct group of 5 whose profiles stated that their fates were intertwined. Led by Xavier, all its members were 3-star heroes as well, giving the impression of a long-established and tightly bonded team. Watching all the heroes, Han noted their confidence. Every one of them intended to survive, and that resolve made him believe their preparations were flawless. If everything unfolded as planned, he expected the mission to proceed without major obstacles. Isel then ordered Party 1 to move first. A notification appeared, announcing that the 40th mission was opening. Inside the waiting room, Han stood quietly as a bright light formed above him. The glow intensified as he slowly opened his eyes. When the 10-second countdown ended, everyone was teleported away. They arrived in a sweeping field of vibrant green grass stretching across the horizon. A notification stated that both the mission type and objective were unknown. Han instructed everyone to remember their roles. Jenna responded that she already had everything memorized. Velkus confirmed his readiness as well. At that moment, the mission timer began. 3 hours, 3 minutes, and 47 seconds. Suddenly, Kishasha emerged in full transformation. Han ordered her to take the eastern sector while the rest followed him west. The soldiers marched forward with their supplies, and the timer dropped to 2 hours, 50 minutes, and 15 seconds. A soldier then noticed a figure in the distance and demanded identification. He never finished the sentence. A strike ended him instantly. Bright flashes followed, erasing the nearby soldiers in moments. Their commander tried to rally the survivors, shouting for them to grab their weapons and asking how many still stood. One soldier answered that only 4 remained. Within seconds, Jenna appeared atop a guard post, unleashing rapid arrows that killed several soldiers. Only the commander was left. He started shouting, but Velkus appeared behind him and cut him cleanly in half. The encounter ended in less than 30 seconds, and they seized the enemy horses. Han told Velkus to head for a nearby base and deal with it alone. Velkus replied confidently, saying that once he took down one foe without mercy, the rest would crumble in fear. The timer showed 2 hours, 45 minutes, and 56 seconds left. Everyone moved at full speed. Han, Jenna, and Cadio sprinted toward the bridge. Han kept reminding himself that they had to move faster, that every second mattered. The clock continued to fall. The scene shifted. Horse hooves thundered across the ground as Kishasha charged forward, several dark knights following her. Han contacted her, and she answered that she would finish her targets soon. While the timer kept dropping, Han continued toward the bridge, speaking with Velkus again. Velkus reported that he had reached the base and begun the slaughter. Han accepted the update and pushed ahead. At last, he reached the bridge. The Dark Archer stood there, waiting. Han stepped toward him without stopping. The demon lifted his bow, preparing arrows packed with dangerous power. Han watched him steadily. Nearby, Jenna activated a skill, her eyes taking on a glow. The Dark Archer unleashed a storm of arrows at Han and Jenna. Jenna instantly fired back, not at him, but at his approaching shots. The arrows collided mid-flight, crashing into each other like a swirling barrage. The exchange grew fiercer as both sides kept firing non-stop, every shot landing exactly where it was meant to. Jenna's aim never slipped. Each arrow she released shattered one of the Dark Archer's attacks. Through this relentless clash, Han and Jenna continued advancing. The timer now read 2 hours, 26 minutes, and 47 seconds. The map showed everyone's movements. Kishasha jumping from one base to the next with the Dark Knights, Velkus tearing down another base after cutting off their supplies, and Han preparing to cross the bridge to wipe out the remaining soldiers before entering the battlefield. By then, several arrows from the enemy had already reached Han. Judging their speed and precision, Han compared them to Jenna's shots, admitting to himself that hers were far weaker since these arrows had managed to slip through. Their movement was impossible to read. Each shot fired straight, ahead only to curve sideways, then hook back toward him. He couldn't tell when or how they shifted. He realized that their own arrows and magic wouldn't work on this opponent. They needed a different approach. As that thought crossed his mind, Jenna appeared with a special arrow, a strange blue stone tied to the tip. The stone gave off a distinct shine. Jenna steadied her bow, drew back with full force, and released the shot. Jenna's arrow tore through the air at incredible speed, shooting straight toward the enemy. Seeing it coming, the Dark Knight chose not to counter. It was simply too fast. Instead, he let it slip past him, dodging with effortless ease. Right then, Cadio announced he was linking up and triggered his magic. At that exact moment, Han began to teleport, and something unusual happened. Han and the arrow seemed to switch places. Han appeared exactly where the arrow had been, and because of the sheer momentum, he struggled to steady himself in midair but managed to stop after a moment. With that force still behind him, he swung around and delivered a crushing kick to the Dark Knight's waist. The impact sent the knight stumbling backward and tumbling into the deep ravine below. The timer flashed 2 hours, 26 minutes, and 21 seconds. They had taken down the Dark Knight within that span. After the victory, Han contacted Velkus. Velkist reported reaching another base with around 300 soldiers, most unarmored since they were far from the front lines. Han told them not to fight head-on, but to use explosives to block the battlefield entrance along with their leader. Velkist agreed, lit several large explosive orbs, and hurled them toward the enemy. A series of blasts erupted across the area. Velkist declared he planned to wipe them all out. Han let him continue, telling him that with Cadio nearby, he could use as many potions as he wanted. Velkist scoffed, saying he didn't need any potions at all, then rushed straight into the crowd. Swinging his weapon with reckless confidence, he shouted that he would slaughter them all. The timer shifted again, 2 hours and 25 minutes remaining. Han asked Jenna how much time had passed, and she replied that almost 40 minutes were gone. Realizing they were running behind, Han urged everyone to move faster. He gave new orders to Cadio, who climbed off his horse, complaining but ultimately activating his magic again. Han readied himself for another teleport, knowing they would lose if they didn't speed up. As Cadio confirmed the connection, the scene changed to Kishasha. Teleportation marks glowed faintly on her back. Facing someone just out of sight, she muttered that they had finally shown up. Han appeared beside her a moment later, noting that it looked like he had arrived right in the middle of her fight. Kishasha answered that she had already finished it. The ground around her was covered with bodies, not ordinary soldiers, but dark knights. Han asked if that was all of them. She replied that she could smell only this group and sensed no others nearby. He nodded, saying they had secured the eastern route. Thinking ahead, he chose their next objective, the goddess statues. He told everyone that the blue-tinted statues had to be destroyed for their operation to run smoothly. There were 3 inside the fortress, and each one needed to be taken down. Reaching them would take time, and finding them inside each fort would be just as troublesome. While he spoke, a notification appeared, announcing that the tactical post was activating. Han looked up and saw that their master had revealed the path for them. Feeling relieved, he said their master would now guide the mission. Han and Kishasha moved toward their next target. Along the way, Han checked in with Velkist, who confirmed he had completed his assignment. Velkist proudly reported killing the enemy leader, and with that, their timer increased by 10 minutes. Han praised him and ordered him to head north to support Jenna and Cadio. Han soon arrived at the fortress, where 72 archers were stationed. The timer now showed 2 hours and 19 minutes. As soon as Han and Kishasha approached, the archers fired a massive wave of arrows. The sky filled with them, all aimed at the 2 charging in. Fully transformed, Kishasha dodged every arrow with incredible speed, while Han stayed safely on her back. Kishasha leaped high, scaling the fortress wall and landing inside. Her shadow swept over the archers before she struck. She lunged at one, tearing him apart instantly. At the same time, Han decapitated 2 archers with a single slash. Together, they tore through the fortress, killing without hesitation. Bodies and blood scattered across the floor as Kishasha clawed and bit through enemies, while Han cut down soldiers from her back, his blade moving non-stop. Even as the soldiers shouted and tried to resist, Han kept pushing forward, determined to reach the statue as fast as possible. Soon he spotted it, the goddess statue, the source calling in reinforcements. He prepared to destroy it on the spot. But before he could advance, a heavy presence appeared. The ground shook with each step as a voice declared destruction in the name of the heavens. A warning notification flashed, signaling danger. A massive soldier stepped into view, his armor unlike any they had seen. Though his level was only 46, his power was overwhelming. Han signaled Kishasha to keep moving and told her they could handle this. Entering his exalted state, his hair grew longer and his aura surged. Ready to end it with one strike, Han charged forward, shouting fiercely as Kishasha roared beside him. With one decisive attack, Han severed the soldier's neck, and Kishasha tore the rest of his body apart. Together, they split him into 3 brutal pieces, killing him instantly. Han gained 10 more minutes from the kill, leaving them with 2 hours and 7 minutes on the clock. Dropping out of his exalted state, he quickly drank a health potion, then contacted Jenna for an update. The scene shifted to her. She was firing non-stop, taking down soldiers one after another. She explained that she had already killed the enemy leader, but still needed more time to clear the rest. Around her lay piles of arrows, along with a large, unfamiliar object that Cadio seemed to have summoned. Jenna added that Velkist had just arrived. Han informed her that they had destroyed the goddess statue. Kishasha crushed it to rubble, and the timer dropped to 2 hours and 6 minutes. Suddenly, a bright light descended from the sky, signaling that their master could now summon additional parties. From that light, Party 2 led by Adis appeared, followed by Party 3 and then Party 5. Adis acknowledged the plan, ready to follow the massive arrow symbol in the sky as instructed by the master. Inside the fortress, the tactical post shone brilliantly, scattering particles into the air. Those particles formed mystical symbols and arrows to guide the raiding teams. A notification confirmed that the tactical tab was now active, meaning the strategy phase had officially begun. Adis immediately headed toward the designated fortress, while parties 4 and 5 were also summoned. Their master directed the remaining teams to assault the last 2 strongholds, each marked with sword icons and flags showing their targets. He had calculated everything in advance, even enemy cavalry movements, ensuring that if the raid teams were split, some would pull attention while others slipped inside the fortresses. Those good at stealth would head straight for the goddess statues, while the rest continued fighting. It was clear that their master had learned well from Han. The entire plan was laid out perfectly, and the full-scale assault was finally beginning. At the town's tactical post, all the heroes had gathered. Their leader stood before them and explained that since the formation of their parties, this was the first time every leader was assembled in a single place. He announced that the raid on the 40th floor would soon begin. Everyone had likely reviewed the missions from floors 36 to 39 using the replay stones. But this mission, he warned, was entirely different. He would tell them exactly what needed to be done, and they were to memorize every detail. Forgetting or revealing any part of it would mean certain death. Han began explaining that when they first entered the 36th floor, they had spent all their available time analyzing the entire field and gathering information on their objective. Before they arrived, their master had already sent 5 different parties into the same mission, but all 5 had been completely wiped out. Even after Han's group joined in, progress was minimal, and the mission had been on the verge of total failure. After clearing that floor, they moved on to the 37th, where they discovered that no other teams could enter as long as they stayed alive. That meant they were trapped inside the mission and had no choice but to finish it themselves. They documented everything, every event, the exact moment the princess was killed, the timing of incoming reinforcements, and the full layout of the field. Once they succeeded on the 37th floor, they advanced to the 38th. There, they spotted a fortress to the east, marked with a goddess statue. Not long after, they found more fortresses, each displaying a statue of a different color: deep red, purple, and blue. Every statue was guarded by its own powerful boss. After a hard fight, they cleared the 38th floor and moved on to the 39th mission. But this time, the statues appeared in new locations, and their colors had changed. That meant both their positions and hues shifted with every floor. Han explained that they only had 3 hours per stage to find and destroy all the statues, defeat every enemy, and complete the mission. Destroying the red statue allowed supporting soldiers to move freely across the field, but even then, fighting directly alongside them was still deadly. Destroying the blue statue summoned all allied parties into the mission, which was why Party 1 always handled it first so the others could join. As for the purple statue, they still didn't know its purpose, since they had been summoned too suddenly to investigate it. Han assumed it'd serve a role similar to the red statue, but nothing was confirmed. Han then laid out the rules for every team. Once they reached their assigned fortress, they had 3 tasks: destroy the statue, wipe out the enemies, and capture the fortress. If the fort wasn't secured, reinforcements would continue to appear without end. After finishing his briefing, Han told everyone to follow the master's commands once the mission started. When he asked whether anyone had questions, Sven replied that he had none, only that he wanted time to rehearse properly before the mission began. Biance, the leader of Party 4, requested 3 additional days, saying her group wasn't fully prepared. Javier from Party 5 expressed his respect, saying it was an honor to learn from such skilled leaders. Han reminded them not to grow arrogant just because they were 3-star heroes from the start. Overconfidence would only get them killed. They simply needed to follow Adis's instructions during the mission. After explaining the rest of the raid plan, the flashback came to an end, revealing that the entire briefing had taken place in the past. The scene returned to the present, where Adis urgently announced that the master's orders had arrived. All party leaders were told to command their teams and get into position immediately. At her signal, everyone rushed off to their assigned locations. The timer showed only 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 46 seconds left. Moments later, Han shattered the blue goddess statue himself, summoning all allied parties onto the battlefield. He announced that they now had to push toward the remaining fortresses and defeat the strongest enemy, since the sub-parties wouldn't stand a chance on their own. Kishasha reminded him there was still plenty left to handle, but Han replied that they still had more than enough time. The scene shifted to a fortress door, groaning open, as 5 level 41 Dark Knights charged straight at Han and Kishasha. Han ordered her to lure them away so Adis could capture the fortress without trouble, then said they would head over to support Party 5. Meanwhile, Adis was already sprinting across the fortress walls, slipping through a gate while throwing daggers with flawless precision. cutting down soldiers instantly. She told her teammate Bennick to move ahead and open the gate quickly so Anin and the others could enter. Bennick accepted the order and dashed forward at full speed. As Adis continued fighting, the timer dropped to 1 hour, 51 minutes, and 29 seconds. The map widened, showing each party's location. Jenna, Velkist, and Cadio waited for Han, while Adis backed up Party 4, and Party 3 battled at another fortress. The fight with Party 4 was intense, and a cross mark appeared over the goddess statue Han had destroyed earlier. By then, Han and Kishasha reached Party 5's area with 1 hour, 50 minutes, and 59 seconds left. The southern fortress rang with screams as soldiers yelled to surround the intruders, convinced they could overwhelm the 5 attackers. Party 5's leader was laughing as he cut down enemies without hesitation. Seeing this, Han commented that he had wondered why the fortress defenses seemed weak, only to realize Party 5 had already taken over. Kishasha spotted the red goddess statue nearby, but Han decided to focus on their main target first. A moment later, they noticed a shadowy figure, an extremely fast enemy whose level exceeded 46. Losing focus for even a heartbeat meant instant death. The enemy vanished in a blur, reappearing behind Han and unleashing a rapid flurry of slashes. Han blocked everything calmly with a single hand, deflecting each strike. In an instant, the enemy attempted an attack from behind, but Han caught him by the neck, squeezing until blood spilled from the man's mouth. With one powerful motion, Han crushed his throat, killing the high-ranked soldier at once. Kishasha remarked that the enemy seemed too weak for all the trouble he caused. Han replied that without learning the man's attack pattern, he could have easily killed anyone. Then Han contacted Cadio, confirming the task was complete and asking to switch positions with Jenna. After the swap, Jenna would support Party 5 in clearing the remaining enemies and securing the goddess statue. Around 157 soldiers were still alive, and Jenna, along with Party 5, was assigned to finish them. Cadio activated his magic, switching Han and Jenna's positions in an instant. Han reappeared beside Velkist, who greeted him casually, saying that if Han hadn't shown up, he was just about to leave. Han asked if all the archers had been wiped out, surprised at how quickly it was done. Velkist explained that he hadn't even had time to attack. Jenna had taken care of all of them by herself. The battlefield was covered with bodies, each one struck down by her precise shots. Han said it was time to move on. On the mini-map, Han, Velkist, and Cadio were shown heading toward a river where a dangerous monster waited. Beyond it stood a powerful magician, the same one Han had fought earlier, the one who nearly defeated him. The magician began chanting, summoning huge storms to block their advance. Han and Velkist dodged the violent winds and pushed forward. Han realized the magician was only trying to delay them and yelled for Cadio's help. Cadio, exhausted from non-stop casting, jumped off his horse and began forming a magical portal. From it appeared 2 figures, twin magicians, Rain and Mane, masters of wind and ice. They announced their arrival proudly. Han told them he relied on them even during their busy schedules, and both assured him they would handle things quickly. They lifted their staffs, each topped with half of a monster's skull, and began chanting in sync. As their magic blended, the skull halves fused into a complete one. Cadio's eyes shone with bright blue light as energy swirled around him. He raised his hand slightly and spoke with calm authority, calling forth his power. A notification appeared. Unified Great Magic. Roaring Tempest was fully activated. Together, the 3 magicians unleashed a massive storm, far stronger than anything they had cast before, as the next phase of the battle began. Inside the large boundary, a deadly surge of ice wiped out all nearby soldiers. The magician ahead, however, protected himself behind a sturdy shield. After casting the spell, Rain Man stated that it was time for them to go. Han agreed and told him to return to assist his team. Once they left, Han called Velkist's name. Velkist answered, knowing it was his turn now. He understood that he had to face the enemy, because the magician was completely immune to magic but weak to physical attacks. The only way forward was to strike with pure force. With that, Velkist activated his power and unleashed everything he had. A dangerous aura flared around him as he focused on the magician. Then, suddenly, he lunged forward and dove straight into the river. Velkist didn't just leap. He sprinted straight across the river's surface, gaining speed so fast it seemed unreal. He dashed directly toward the magician. Sensing danger, the magician instantly unleashed several spells at once to stop him. Cadio stepped in, cutting off the magician's attack entirely. He cast a spell that erased every bit of magic the enemy had prepared. At that same moment, a small flash of light shot forward. Velkist. He moved so fast that the magician didn't even understand what had happened. By the time he realized it, his body had already been sliced clean in half. The The magician's corpse was split open in a grotesque state. When the surrounding soldiers saw their mage fall, they screamed in fear. Hearing them, Velkist's temper spiked. He glared at them and, in an instant, killed every last soldier around him. Across the river, Han watched the brutal scene unfold while Velkist shouted that the fight had been far too easy. Han calmly replied that with full information about their enemies, defeating them became much simpler. Nearby, Cadio slumped with exhaustion. Han told him to recover his mana, but Cadio weakly complained that he couldn't, saying he was in awful shape. Han urged him to drink a mana potion quickly since they might need him again soon. Cadio grumbled irritably. The timer appeared again, 1 hour and 20 minutes left. 10 more minutes were added after the magician's defeat. On the mini-map, Han and Velkist hadn't yet marked the boss's symbol with a cross, but within seconds it appeared, confirming their win. Han, Velkist, and Cadio moved behind the barrier, where a large group of magicians stood with no defenses at all. At that moment, Jenna contacted Han, reporting that she had destroyed the Red Goddess statue. A notification followed immediately, announcing that the field barrier had collapsed, allowing reinforcements to enter. The barrier flickered and slowly faded from sight. Han told Jenna to go support Kishasha. Jenna hesitated, asking if they needed to flee, but Han told her to run as fast as she could since Cadio was still recovering. She obeyed and raced off. The scene shifted to a roaming Dark Knight soldier, only for Sven, leader of Party 3, to appear and behead him. Sven turned toward more Dark Knight soldiers approaching. He and Adis had secured their fort and were discussing whether they should help Bianca. At the same time, Bianca reported that she still couldn't find the statue inside her fortress and needed more time. Thanks to Jenna, Adis, and Sven working together, the fort was eventually captured, adding 20 more minutes to the timer, a change that showed up on the map. Shortly afterward, Adis and Sven arrived at Bianca's location. Han noticed her sudden appearance and thought she had arrived faster than expected. Jenna replied that she had simply followed the massive cloud of dust Han and Velkist had kicked up while charging ahead. With that, the assault intensified. Parties 2 and 3 had joined Party 4 at the northern fortress, launching a coordinated attack. Sven and Anand successfully destroyed the goddess statue there, causing the purple goddess statue to shatter. As it broke, Han and Velkist were shown standing amid a burst of radiant purple light, having already finished off the Dark Knight soldiers in their path. A notification appeared, announcing that the statue's effect had been activated, fate itself had been broken, and the barrier had been completely destroyed. Another notice followed. The mission objective had changed. The new mission type was domination, requiring them to alter the entire course of the war. Han read it carefully and realized the truth. They now had to win the war itself. They had to save Freya and rewrite the predetermined outcome of the battle. Velkist, stunned, pointed out that they had already done the impossible, yet now they were being ordered to win a war that was clearly hopeless. Han insisted they had no choice. In his thoughts, Han recalled how the heroes of Niflheim had overturned the impossible before. As their leader, he had to do the same. They had stretched their time as far as it could go. Barely an hour remained. Freya's death was inevitable unless they prevented it. Saving her wasn't optional. It was essential to finishing their mission. He understood that if the enemies prolonged the fight, everyone would die. The mini-map displayed everything clearly, including the location of Javier, the leader of Party 5, who had been laughing nonstop since the raid began. A blue dot beneath the map indicated reinforcements approaching from the south to support Freya. Han saw the Asini's forces moving in, but they wouldn't arrive soon enough. The only option was to act now. Han contacted Adis, telling her not to enter the war directly, but to return to the tactical post. She was to brief everyone on the situation and create an unbreakable defensive formation. Adis acknowledged the command, saying that with their magicians back, they could handle it. Han confirmed the plan. They would draw enemy attention from behind. Han and Velkist mounted their horses and charged straight toward the cluster of magicians by the barrier, intent on wiping them out immediately. They cut through soldiers with sharp precision. Han reached the magicians first, catching them completely off guard. None of the soldiers reacted in time, and Han struck them down without effort. As the magicians tried to twist around to regroup and warn each other, they attempted to prepare a counterspell. But before they could cast anything, a sudden strike hit them, breaking their formation. That was the moment Jenna and Kishasha arrived. From a distance, Jenna fired arrow after arrow, declaring confidently that she would take care of every magician on the field. Han glanced back, noting how quickly she had caught up. Jenna smirked lightly and answered that she simply followed the trail of destruction they left behind. Kishasha sprinted ahead with incredible speed. Han told her to stay with him so they could track down and eliminate the enemy captain, while Velkist remained behind to finish off the remaining soldiers. Han and Jenna pushed forward, cutting through every soldier blocking their path. Han said they only needed to focus on the high-ranking targets and leave the rest to Velkist. Jenna agreed, adding that she would aim for the ones wearing shining armor, since that marked them as higher rank. They soon reached a wide area packed with tents, the base where elite soldiers and officers gathered. The enemy's archer commander realized they were under attack from behind and ordered a counteroffensive. Arrows poured toward Jenna, but she fired back instantly, her shots clashing against the incoming volleys with crushing force. Even though she was alone against a massive group of archers, her strength overwhelmed them completely. Shocked, the archers questioned what kind of power she possessed, right before she shot each of them down with ease. Moments later, hundreds more soldiers appeared, about 217-foot soldiers and 28 knights. Han tore into them like a raging force, cutting down enemies without slowing. Amid the chaos, he contacted Adis to check on her status. She reported that their formation was holding and everything was proceeding as planned. Han asked whether she had reached the enemy captain. She replied that she was near him, but he was insisting on retreating. Han told her not to allow it. They had to keep fighting. Adis relayed that the captain called Han's orders ridiculous. Still fighting through waves of soldiers, Han demanded to be connected to their magicians and told Cadio to activate his ability as well. Cadio sighed, but began casting. Han then spoke directly to the reinforcement captain, who thanked him. Han cut him off, saying there was no time for gratitude. They needed to stay focused. Retreat, Han warned, would guarantee death. Victory was the only option. The captain appreciated the advice, but still doubted they could win. Han told him he would personally kill all the high-ranking enemies, and after that, the captain needed to take care of the remaining troops. The captain found it unbelievable, and even Jenna, hearing Han's words, questioned if he was serious. She pointed out that even with Kishasha, wiping them all out seemed impossible. Han didn't answer out loud, but in his thoughts, he knew the truth. Only 3 of them stood against nearly 300 to 400 enemies. He had no idea how they would manage it, but he was certain of one thing. He had to eliminate every high-ranking foe. Ahead of him stood heavily armored soldiers, their presence radiating deadly pressure. Han told Jenna to simply get him close. He would handle the rest. Only 1 hour and 2 minutes remained. Within that short time, they had to turn the war completely around. Behind the battlefield, the reinforcements commander murmured to Adis that this mission was suicide and that they were all marching toward death. Adis answered firmly that he had heard the leader's orders, and all he needed to do now was prepare his troops and enter the battlefield as soon as possible. After ending the conversation, Adis stepped outside and gathered her heroes, announcing that it was time to move. She instructed Rain and Main to remain behind and eliminate any enemies approaching from the rear. Party 3 was to stay near the commander, making sure he didn't make any reckless decisions. If they spotted the princess, they were to bring her straight to the command post. Party 4 was assigned to join the fight directly, and this time, they would be the ones leading the battle. Bianca, the leader of Party 4, questioned why they were suddenly taking command when Adis was still present. Adis answered calmly, explaining that if she died, no one would remain to command afterward. She also pointed out that Party 4 possessed far greater destructive power than her own group, which made them the best choice to lead the charge. Hearing her explanation, Bianca accepted the responsibility. The rest of the heroes turned to Adis, then declared that their party would head out immediately. They prepared to march straight to the battlefield. By then, the timer showed only 1 hour remaining. On the mini-map, their positions were displayed clearly. They had completely surrounded the enemy forces from multiple directions. Kishasha let out a fierce roar, flames swirling around her as she charged with unstoppable force. Above her, Jenna continued firing relentlessly, shooting down every enemy that appeared. Working together, they cleared everything in their path. Not far away, several high-level magicians began chanting, shaping powerful spells aimed directly at them. As the magic took form, a strange glow surrounded Kishasha's neck, tightening into a collar-like restraint. The instant it locked in place, Kishasha screamed in pain, her cry echoing across the battlefield. The spell forced her transformation to break, reverting her instantly to her human form. Jenna jumped off her back, landing beside her protectively. With sharp focus, she drew 3 arrows at once, set them on her bow, and unleashed them using her targeting skill. The arrows shot forward with tremendous speed, but the high-level magicians raised their shields, blocking all 3 effortlessly. Frustrated, Jenna shouted and relayed everything to Han, explaining that her attacks were useless and he needed to handle them himself. Han muttered that high-level magicians were always a nuisance. Determined, he prepared to throw his sword, noting that ordinary weapons couldn't break their shields, but Bifrost could. With all his strength, Han hurled Bifrost toward the 5 magicians. The weapon tore through the air at incredible speed, crashing into the magician's position and erupting into a massive explosion. With Bivras gone from his hands, Han suddenly found himself unarmed. Nearby soldiers rushed him immediately. He managed to protect himself, but his horse wasn't as fortunate. 3 spears drove straight into its body. The beast collapsed, and Han jumped away just in time to avoid being crushed. Landing on his feet, he quickly drew his small daggers and launched himself at the surrounding soldiers. His movements blurred as he cut them down one after another with shocking speed. Within moments, the entire group lay dead. Han steadied himself, crouched low, then lifted his gaze toward Bivrast and commanded it to return. On the other side of the battlefield, Bivrast began to tremble. Dead magicians lay scattered around it. Slowly, the weapon lifted into the air and started flying toward Han, slicing through every soldier in its path. Bivrast had become like Thor's hammer, returning faithfully to its master. Right then, a notification flashed, danger. Han immediately warned Jenna and Kishasha to stay alert. Stronger enemies were approaching. He counted about 17 high-ranking soldiers, each with their own deadly abilities. Their names and levels appeared one by one, confirming they were all elite fighters. Han thought to himself that it was a good thing he had trained under Ledigian. From those harsh sessions, he had mastered intermediate swordsmanship and unified his body with his blade. Even then, Ledigian's skill was terrifying. Nahaku could overwhelm anyone with her arrows, and Uranith killed with a smile, emotionless and merciless. But Ledigian could cut down enemies as if they were nothing more than children. As the high-ranking soldiers charged toward him, Han remembered the brutal training he endured in Nibelheim. In that moment, his sword techniques, strength sword, flowing blade, heavy sword, merged together, forming a single, powerful style. A bright flash burst from him, and Han shot forward with incredible speed, cutting down the elite soldiers one after another. His movements were so fast that even these high-ranking fighters couldn't track him. His strikes were relentless. Dozens of elite soldiers fell, though several stronger ones still approached together. Han noted that even after seeing their comrades fall so brutally, some showed no fear. He decided he would show them what fear truly was. A dark and overwhelming energy erupted from his body. The nearby soldiers froze as a crushing pressure settled over them. With full resolve, Han finally activated his Exceed state for the first time, unlocking his most dangerous power. Radiant energy surged from him as he steeled himself. He would end everything, right here, right now. Han unleashed his destructive sword spirit, sending a massive slash roaring straight toward the high-ranking soldiers. The force of that single strike wiped them out instantly, followed by a thunderous explosion that shook the entire battlefield. It looked as if a missile had detonated in the middle of the enemy ranks, yet it all came from one swing of Han's blade. Through the smoke and destruction, Han stood firm in his Exceed mode, calm and composed, an intense aura spiraling around him. From afar, the soldiers of the Asini's family stared at him in horrified silence, wondering if he was some kind of demon. Jenna rushed up to check on him. Han, feeling completely drained, admitted how exhausted he was. At that moment, Kishasha bounded over and smacked Han's back with full force, praising him loudly for being amazing and the best of them all. The hit was so strong that Han spit blood, silently thinking that the girl really needed to learn how to control her strength. Looking around, Han noticed the soldiers had stopped attacking. They stood frozen, too terrified to move. Jenna commented that Han truly seemed like a demon. Han kept the thought to himself, but he knew he had to show that terrifying side to halt the enemy. The area where his destructive slash landed had been utterly erased, reduced to broken earth and rubble. Yet Han could see they were still far from the enemy command post. He turned to Cadio, saying he had rested long enough and needed to enter the battlefield now. Only 48 minutes remained. Han then addressed the commander, telling him he had already taken down the high-ranking enemies and asked if the man could win. The commander said he would try, but Han insisted firmly. He must win, not try. With that order, the Asini soldiers charged forward with renewed morale. Their formation tightened, and they pushed ahead with power. Party 4 led the advance, being the strongest group, with Adis's party right behind them. Adis instructed Anan and Bennek to support Party 4 from the rear and kill as many enemies as possible to boost their allies' morale. They agreed and prepared for the clash. In the distance, Party 2's magicians, Rain and Main, continued casting. Their spells summoned a violent tornado tearing across the battlefield. Enemy soldiers cried out that the opposing side had magicians and ordered archers to take them out. A rain of arrows flew toward Rain and Main. Main looked thrilled, while Rain panicked, spotting something much worse. He urged Main to look ahead. A massive ballista bolt, large enough to smash through their shields, was flying straight toward them. The ballista struck, erupting into a violent explosion. But Rain and Main stood unharmed, confused as to why they were still alive. Then the truth was shown. Cadio had arrived with his golem, blocking the ballista bolts midair. He asked if they were all right, then quickly handed them supplies, saying the bags contained healing potions for the wounded and mana potions for the magicians. He spoke so quickly that Rain and Main just stared at him, mesmerized. Meanwhile, the Assini soldiers had fully entered the battlefield, moving in tight formations with powerful determination. The commander led from the front, his energy inspiring the troops behind him. The timer showed only 35 minutes and 25 seconds left, and a minimap displayed the positions of every ally clearly. Han's voice cuts through the chaos as he orders the allied cavalry commander to win this charge, or accept that he's worth less than a nameless foot soldier. There's no protest, and no salute. The commander simply tightens his grip on the reins, eyes hard, and accepts the verdict. The moment Han drops his hand, the cavalry erupts forward. Hooves hammer the earth like rolling thunder, while their leader bellows for a full breakthrough, driving his riders to crash headfirst into the enemy lines. Far from that clash, Sven sends a quick report that he secured the princess, and demands to know the status of the command post. Adis fires back without hesitation, warning him to change course immediately, or he'll march straight into the ballista's firing range. Sven glances at the princess. She's shaking, her armor drenched in blood, shock frozen across her face. He decides instantly. Party 3 will escort her out, form a living shield around her, and cut down anyone reckless enough to pursue. Just as the battle begins tipping toward ruin, a system window flashes into existence. Allied Lathistry knights have entered the field. Their blonde commander lifts her sword and rallies her troops in one sharp motion, commanding an all-out charge to protect the heroes. Han spots the reinforcements and answers with a grim, satisfied smirk. At last, help has broken through. The war, however, is far from settled. Bianca urgently reports to Adis that Party 4 still can't reach Party 1. She's driven too deep behind enemy lines, and every step forward meets thicker, stronger resistance. Another system alert cuts in. Marcos is bleeding out, his health plummeting. Adis surveys the battlefield and understands immediately. Party 4 is surviving by a thread. Anan proposes rushing in to support them, but Adis shuts the idea down on the spot. The risk is too high. When Anan argues, she snaps, demanding to know if they intend to die beside him. Then the next notification strikes with brutal finality. Marcos has returned to the goddess. His spirit will endure in memory. Party 4 falters, and Adis forces herself to move before panic spreads. She redirects Bianca at once, abandon the straight push, use the cavalry as a screen, swing wide, and rip into the enemy's flank to tear their formation apart. Unease ripples through the allied ranks. Voices rise, warning that a turn now will expose their backs. An archer shouts that Marcos has fallen and pleads for a retreat. Bianca silences them with a roar. There will be no withdrawal. She pivots her unit herself and leads the maneuver without the slightest pause. Han catches the shift in an instant. They aren't reinforcing his position. They're cutting around to break the enemy from the side. He accepts the strategy without doubt and drives his assault even harder, certain he's already slaughtered most of the opposing generals. An army stripped of its leaders is an army already collapsing. His focus locks onto the enemy command tent, intent on finishing the battle, when a crimson warning bursts across his sight. A towering figure stands before the tent, red eyes burning beneath the shadow of heavy armor. A silver-haired aide waiting calmly at his side. A system window identifies the threat at once. Valentine of Iron Blood, level 56. Han releases a slow breath and tells his archer, Jenna, that they're staring at the true enemy commander. He gives a single order, shoot. Jenna falters for the briefest instant, then lifts her bow as it begins to blaze with gathered energy. Her arrow of light tears across the battlefield like a launched siege bolt, ripping through smoke and screaming chaos. Valentine doesn't so much as blink. He lifts his sword in one clean motion and bats the attack aside. The collision rings out sharply as the light shatters into nothing. Jenna goes rigid, shock draining the color from her face, as she understands her strongest strike achieved absolutely nothing. Valentine answers with effortless cruelty. He snatches up a spear and sends a hurtling toward Bianca. The weapon splits the air with a violent shriek, making the battlefield tremble before slamming down with catastrophic force. The earth ruptures on impact, leaving only devastation and a stunned hush. In the final heartbeat, Bianca throws herself away from the blast, crashing hard into the dirt and choking on dust as destruction blooms behind her. Anton isn't spared. Caught at the center, he never even registers what's happening. Bianca twists around, horror tightening her features as she realizes her survival was purchased by his death. Han studies the enemy commander and feels a heavy chill settle deep in his chest. This fight has passed beyond the bounds of ordinary war. Valentine isn't merely powerful. He's operating on an entirely different level. The focus shifts to Valentine as he surveys the battlefield with steady calm. His supply routes have been severed. His archers are gone. His silver-haired aide reports that the enemy is relying on guerrilla tactics. Valentine absorbs the information and orders her to assume no aid is coming. They will prepare for a final, decisive engagement. She pauses, cautioning that the battle is already underway and reforming their ranks will be difficult. Valentine remains unmoved, quiet determination burning in his eyes as he rejects any thought of retreat. He commands the infantry to withdraw and condense into a tight defensive wall. Trumpets cut across the noise of war. Disorder snaps into discipline as a dense forest of spears rises to block Han's advance. Han and his allies are driven onto the back foot. Every gap he forces open seals at once, and irritation claws at him while the enemy formation refuses to fracture. Han yells for Jenna to keep firing, to lock Valentine in place and disrupt his command. Valentine stays perfectly composed. He signals the second mage platoon forward and orders an immediate assault. Jenna's shots are turned aside again and again as Valentine calmly instructs his aide to expend every remaining drop of mana. When she warns that their own troops are entangled with the enemy, he answers without pause that shattering morale justifies the cost. Flames detonate across the field. Fire magic engulfs the melee, explosions ripping through ally and enemy alike as panic spreads like a contagion. Javier grasps the reality in an instant. The bombardment is focused on Party 4. If it continues, they will be erased. He bellows the command to fall back. Carl from Party 4 lies wrecked on the ground, his lower body gone as his life slips away. Their formation collapses beyond recovery. Valentine observes the spreading chaos and notes with cool satisfaction that his gamble has secured the time he needed. With his mages spent dry, Valentine delivers his next command. Every unit will collapse toward the center, and the priority targets are Jenna and Kashasha. The enemy answers in perfect unison. Their charge rolls forward as a single mass, the earth trembling beneath pounding boots as steel and rage crash together like a breaking wave. Han shouts their names, his voice ripped raw by fear and urgency. Kashasha glances back at him, her eyes burning bright with resolve. She orders him to stay back, her tone sharp and absolute, yet threaded with unmistakable concern. Then she launches herself forward. Midair, her body contorts as bones snap and muscles surge outward in a violent swell. In a heartbeat, she becomes a towering tiger-like beast and slams into the ground with a roar that sends shock through the battlefield. A wall of savage power rises between Jenna and the death rushing toward her. Kashasha barrels straight into the enemy ranks, claws carving arcs of flashing steel. Armor splits, bodies are hurled aside, and screams of terror rip through the air as soldiers collapse beneath her onslaught. Blood spatters the dirt, but her gaze never falters. It burns with absolute conviction. She roars again, commanding Han not to look back. The cry carries more than warning. It's a vow and a tether of trust, a fierce declaration that she believes he will face the commander and end this fight. She tears a merciless corridor through the formation, ruins spreading in her wake. Every strike is driven not only by strength, but by faith, in Han, in their cause, and in her choice to stand as the shield instead of hiding behind one. Elsewhere, Adis forces her way through the turmoil. When she sees Party 1 faltering on the road to the command post, she decides without hesitation. Banks shouts for her to stop, but she orders him to hold position. He calls after her, swearing they will survive this. Adis looks back once, silent, and presses on. An arrow slices toward her, only to be deflected at the final instant by Anan. Their eyes lock briefly, a wordless promise passing between them that they will endure together. The old memory of abandonment claws at her, but she closes her eyes for a heartbeat and accepts the course she has chosen. The battlefield is draining them piece by piece. Phraosis and Party 3 are locked in a tightening encirclement, and Charles is hanging on by a thread. A digital timer flickers into view. 9 minutes and 50 seconds remain. Across the field, every unit is buckling. System displays show a grim tally, hero after hero wounded or falling. Party 4 has already lost 2 fighters, and another stands on the brink. The Alliance is splintered and exhausted, struggling against a commander who has outmaneuvered them while the clock relentlessly counts down. Blades collide in a storm of sparks as the clash intensifies, shouts and commands tangling in the din. Adis, leader of Party 2, slices through the noise and seizes a command link with every unit leader. She orders a compact, elite squad to detach and drive straight for the command post. The reaction is immediate and fierce, voices rising to condemn the plan as suicidal, and the danger in their words is undeniable. The force chasing the princess isn't a minor detachment. Sven, commanding that unit, rejects the request to divert more fighters without hesitation. He states flatly that he has already lost one of his own. The words settle heavily over the channel, a blunt measure of the price they are paying. Adis adjusts instantly. She removes Party 3 from the operation and redirects Parties 4 and 5, ordering them to commit everything to eliminating the enemy commander. Bianca answers at once, declaring she will lead the assault and instructing the others to withdraw. Immediate protests erupt, voices warning that the move is nothing short of suicide. Bianca disregards them and advances regardless. Adis follows with a clear directive. Anyone still able to fight is to regroup with Party 1 immediately. Silence hangs over the channel for a brief beat before Javier replies with a stretched, sarcastic acknowledgement that carries the weight of resignation. He accepts because no better path exists. His response has barely ended when his caution is vindicated. An enemy slips inside his guard, and a golem crashes down on him. There is no cry and no resistance, only a violent burst of red where he stood moments before. Attention shifts as Ko declares he will open a corridor, vowing to drive a wedge through the enemy lines. Almost on cue, Valus rockets high into the air and drops like a falling star. His landing detonates into a sprawling crater. He surveys the field with casual detachment and wonders aloud if every capable fighter has already been killed, his voice carrying bored appraisal rather than taunt. He remarks that he appears to have arrived late. Jenna's composure cracks in visible relief as she shouts his name and hurls a familiar insult at him. Kashasha fires back with a sharp complaint about his timing. Amid blood and wreckage, their exchange feels strangely out of place, a fragment of normalcy built from shared battles and hard-earned familiarity. The tone shifts abruptly. Kashasha roars again, but the sound is stripped of victory and filled with naked pain. A system display materializes beside her, stark and unforgiving, listing catastrophic bleeding and a rapidly collapsing health state. It offers no comfort. She will not escape this fight untouched. The focus returns to Han. A red timer burns across his vision. 6 minutes and 32 seconds remain. He continues cutting through armored foes, his face locked in a hard, unyielding mask as bodies fall in his wake. The count drops to 5 minutes and 29 seconds. Every advance grows heavier. His fingers slacken around his weapon, muscles aflame as blows that once flowed effortlessly now drag against mounting resistance. Exhaustion settles over him like a punishing status effect he cannot dispel. Nearby, an enemy officer, frantic to restore order, screams at a soldier paralyzed in fear and demands an immediate attack. The man manages only a broken stutter before he is struck down where he stands. A new voice threads through the command channel. Han speaks with steady calm and asks if everyone can hear him. The battlefield seems to draw a shallow breath as Han speaks again. He states that no one else will die. Ko snaps back at once, branding him a liar, the word cutting sharp and automatic, forged from grief that is still raw and bleeding. Han replies in the same, even tone. He says he is not lying. Jenna murmurs his name under her breath, caught between disbelief and the need to steady herself, and Han answers with quiet certainty, repeating the promise. His voice carries across the field, unwavering, pressing down on the surrounding chaos until it contracts, as if that single declaration has hardened in a ground firm enough for everyone to stand on. His thoughts surface with sudden, crystalline focus. The world has always felt distant, distorted. Now he sees the reason. He has been trapped inside a delusion. His glowing blue blade moves on pure instinct, knocking aside a shield, as though his body no longer requires direction. This is reality. He cuts through another night, blood bursting from the visor while dark crimson energy coils around him. His mind sharpens into a frightening calm, and he wonders how he ever mistook this clarity. When the timer falls to 3 minutes, the realization strikes with icy precision. This world has always been a game. In that instant, a towering column of purple and white energy detonates from his body. Power surges outward in violent pulses. His hair bleaches to pure white as the system declares his transition into an exceed state, his output eclipsing every limit his rating should impose. Han speaks once more, voice level and faintly amused, observing that being unmatched is a pleasant sensation. From that moment, resistance collapses. He moves like a specter, white hair cutting through the battlefield while violet force tears apart the enemy ranks. Weapons carve through empty air where he stood a heartbeat earlier. He turns aside to strike and slips past a hulking armored warrior with such speed he becomes a smear of light. An attacker lunges from behind, only to fall as Jinna's arrow punches through him before the blow connects. Another soldier charges and is crushed beneath Kashasha's savage, perfectly timed assault. Ada shouts for everyone to retreat, fear written openly across her face as she witnesses Han's transformation. Valus watches the advance with a grin caught between admiration and envy. Bianca continues her relentless cuts as hostile forces close around the princess and Friosis. Han drives forward, eyes burning white. The enemy commander observes him in silence. Han's swing descends with the weight of a falling god. A vast crescent of energy scours the earth, blasting debris skyward as smoke and dust engulf the field. When the haze thins, Nothing remains but torn standards where an army once stood. A silhouette emerges from the drifting smoke. Wild red hair frames a face twisted in fury, and the pressure radiating from him leaves no doubt. This is the boss. He snarls in outrage, demanding how they dared force one of the witch's servants into retreat. Han registers the word without comment. A witch. Still wrapped in the burning aura of his exceed state, Han locks eyes with the red-haired warrior, violet fire smoldering in his gaze. They stand facing each other in the wreckage. Han surges forward and unleashes another strike, but the enemy slips aside at the final instant. The miss feels wrong, a jolt after so much effortless dominance. The enemy's sword rises to punish the opening. This fight, however, is no longer his alone. Adis materializes behind the commander, dropping low and driving her dagger deep into his leg. The thrust is clean and ruthless, opening exactly the gap they need. He whirls in raw fury, eyes snapping to her as he lifts his weapon to retaliate. Javier intercepts without a pause, his shield slamming forward as metal crashes against metal. He plants himself as an unyielding barrier. In that same instant, Bianca flows in from the blind side like a shadow, her blade flashing once to sever the commander's hand in a precise arc. Blood erupts as the attackers close in, exploiting the breach with absolute cruelty. The commander staggers, disbelief stretching his expression as crimson pours from the ruined arm. His stance collapses with his weapon gone. Han bares his teeth in a hard grin and releases the full force of his exceeding power. Blue and white energy detonates outward in a roaring torrent. The storm engulfs the red-haired warrior, ripping the ground apart and shattering the battlefield in a thunderous blast. When the glare recedes and the smoke thins, the enemy lies broken across the fractured earth, eyes closed and body motionless. For a fleeting breath, victory seems complete. Then the perspective narrows to a single, merciless detail. A red digital timer pulses in the air. 59 seconds remain. The field is soaked in blood and noise, steel clashing with screams in an endless grind. 4-2 combatants, the contest is already decided. Han stands over his fallen opponent, white hair drifting in the scorched air as he studies the warrior at his feet. Grim satisfaction hardens his features. The enemy is still alive, strong enough to survive her blow, strong enough to lie half dead. In the calculus of war, survival carries more weight than pity. Around him, the massacre continues. Armored knights collide in brutal confusion, blades hacking as their formations disintegrate. General Valentin watches the collapse with despair coiling tight in his chest. 10,000 soldiers clad in heavy steel, and none of it is enough. Enemy weapons carve through them, as though armor were nothing. He draws breath to issue one final command, declaring that his men must stand, even if he falls. A massive, ornate sword punches through his chest. Blood bursts outward, silencing the order before it can form. Javier stands behind him, long black hair swaying as crimson markings spread across his face like an omen of death. His voice carries a flat chill as he states that he has no time to listen to complaints. He studies the man skewered on his blade and remarks almost idly that it is General Valentin. It has been a long time, he notes, long enough that the general would likely fail to recognize him now. The point is meaningless anyway. Recognition carries no weight with a hole torn straight through his chest. The focus returns to Han, now wrapped in a steady green healing glow that stands in sharp contrast to the surrounding slaughter. He informs his companion that the mission is complete and that dying here would be pointless. His tone is stripped to pure practicality. He considers the fact that he activated his exceed ability 3 separate times and concludes that if the battle had dragged on any longer, the result might have turned catastrophic. His companion questions whether he intends to spare the remaining enemies. Across the field, the surviving soldiers gather themselves. Fear curdles into fury as they scream for revenge, charging forward while calling for General Valentin and invoking their goddess. Han and Adis observe the surge in silence. She asks whether they should eliminate what remains of the enemy or prioritize the protection of Princess Freya. Han answers evenly that their objective was to reverse the course of the war. That objective is fulfilled. The future has shifted, and the princess will survive. A system display materializes to confirm it. Mission classification, domination. Objective, turn the tides of the war. The timer has fallen to 0. Han lowers his eyes and reasons that they now control the advantage and have secured what truly mattered. Everything depended on Party 3, the unit tasked with guarding Freya, enduring the chaos. He scans the battlefield once more, his expression hardening as he states with quiet certainty that they are still alive. His companion asks if they should re-enter the fighting. Han does not bother with a full reply. Exhaustion overtakes him. He staggers a short distance and drops onto a grassy rise, staring up at the sky as his body settles the question for him. He mutters that they will observe for the moment. The brief calm is broken by a voice calling his name. Princess Freya rides toward them at full speed, relief and emotion playing on her face. She pulls her horse to a sharp halt and speaks with near laughter, explaining that his allies shielded her flawlessly and that reinforcements arrived at the exact instant collapse seemed certain. A weathered veteran follows close behind her. Han narrows his eyes and reminds the man that he distinctly ordered him to flee with the princess, a trace of irritation in his voice. The warrior answers evenly that it was unnecessary. The House of Asin had already summoned support. Another figure steps forward. A blonde knight in pristine armor advances with the assurance of a charging stallion. He introduces himself as Adel Lee Daster and orders Han's group to withdraw. His troops will maintain the front, and a secure escape corridor is already in place. The name registers with Han, but he leaves the thought undeveloped. He accepts the assistance without hesitation. Help that costs nothing is still help, and he has never seen a reason to reject an easy exit. Freya's expression brightens as she says she's glad she could be of use. A trace of awkwardness slips in her voice as she admits she nearly lived a sinful life. When Han asks what she means, she explains that failing to aid the one who saved her would have been its own kind of wrongdoing. She looks at him with open admiration and says she once believed figures like him belonged only in legends, heroes capable of bending fate itself. Seeing one in reality leaves her feeling strangely awakened. She continues, drifting into talk of him as a divine messenger. Han interrupts flatly and calls the idea cringe. Laughter breaks out among the surrounding soldiers, cheers following as someone yells that nothing undermines a hero faster than being labeled cringe. Jenna surveys the field and notes that the battle appears finished. Adis sits apart in silence, gaze distant as she measures the price of their victory. Bianca watches her without speaking. After a pause, Adis apologizes for driving everyone so hard. Bianca offers no rebuttal. She turns toward the horizon and gives a slight nod, the gesture carrying quiet, exhausted understanding. Freya faces Han again and asks if he is departing. He confirms it and states they will speak once circumstances settle. His thoughts churn with questions about the land, its people, and the origins of the conflict, but he recognizes the moment is wrong for answers. He simply tells her they will meet again. Despite the blood streaking her face, Freya smiles with the composure of a seasoned warrior and says she will be waiting. As the group withdraws, system messages cascade across their vision. Stage clear. Names stream past as levels increase. A reward panel opens, listing 400,000 gold, 3 fractured blades recovered from Dark Knights, and a cache of advanced crafting resources. One final line stands apart. Han is designated MVP of the operation. A sharp alert slices through the aftermath, declaring that the 5th exploration dungeon, Arankia, is now accessible. Before the information settles, a heavier notice follows. A structural shift has occurred. The coordinates of Lobitonia have changed drastically, and a map of the 1935th dimension spreads before them, marking an unfamiliar location. The final rule revision arrives with stark clarity. The lobby's healing effect is disabled during PvP. The hero death safeguard is also removed. Any hero killed in PvP is lost permanently, without revival or reprieve. The scene transitions to their new base, a vast futuristic metropolis suspended in empty space, its lights stretching endlessly into the surrounding void. Inside a newly established tavern, Han's companions finally release their tension. Cheers rise as drinks are distributed. Ada studies her glass in open disbelief and admits she has never witnessed anything so extravagant. Isel smiles with evident pride and explains that everything present is a gift from their master. The day, after all, carries special significance. The celebration spirals into noise and disorder. A towering hero slings an arm around a much smaller teammate and forces a drink into his grip, roaring with laughter while praising his so-called talent, a spectacle that would qualify as a workplace violation anywhere else. Above the uproar, Han stands on a balcony beside Nessa, the neon glow of the city stretching beneath them. She offers him a direct congratulations for the mission. Han glances toward the newly built second-floor bar and admits it turned out better than he expected, even though he argued against it at first. Nessa answers with a faint smile, saying it should ease the pressure and that moderation is acceptable. As if summoned by the word, a brawl detonates below, proving how elastic moderation really is. Han holds his glass without amusement. His thoughts settle into a heavy count. Only 3 casualties. The word only rings hollow. He understands that even a small number carries weight, and that grief will demand its turn. His focus shifts to Arankia, the 5th exploration dungeon now open, a source of resources and answers, a place where battered heroes might recover. Beyond it waits the impending 4-star promotion and whatever transformation accompanies that step. Nessa faces him and states that their earlier discussion remains unfinished. Han exhales and turns his attention to the future. He addresses his team about the gulf separating 3-star and 4-star heroes, about how everyone who crosses that boundary emerges altered. He states plainly that he will not walk into that change blind. He intends to bridge the gap on his own terms. The scene cuts hard to darkness. Branches whip past as Han drives through a forest at full speed. His voice slices through the night, issuing orders that force the exhausted hero behind him to keep pace. There is no pause and no mercy. After clearing the 40th floor, he advanced straight into the 41st. Curiosity pulls him forward, sharpened by the pressure of his near promotion. One more level separates him from 40, and completing this mission satisfies every remaining condition. He expected a post-boss assignment to be simple, and so far the assumption holds. A system panel materializes with stark clarity. Floor 41. Mission classification. Chase. Objective. Pursue the scattered soldiers and eliminate them. He had intended to question Freya about the events on the previous floor, but the pursuit erases any space for delay. That conversation is deferred. He decides he will return to it afterward. His eyes lock onto a dark smear winding through the undergrowth, blood marking leaves and soil. The targets are close. Hunts like this end by finishing what is already broken. A tactical overlay lights his vision as his squad disperses with practiced coordination. While they track the fleeing soldiers, a transmission arrives from Princess Friosis. She asks whether he can intercept them. Han responds immediately that escape is impossible. Another message follows at once and alters the situation. She orders that the soldiers be taken alive. Han demands the reason, and her answer comes without delay. Their quarry is the final surviving executive of the order, and Freya wants her taken alive for questioning. Interrogation. Han releases a measured breath. Freya is missing pieces of the truth. The awareness settles into him with uncomfortable weight. He recalls her earlier confession about searching for a last key before the order abruptly betrayed her. This chase is tied to something far more complex than a simple hunt. Another transmission arrives, stripped of formality. She asks why they call her a witch and why the hatred toward her runs so deep. The desperation in the message is unmistakable. Han studies the words for a long moment before responding. He tells her he will attempt to keep the target alive. He offers no guarantees. It is the only answer that fits the reality they inhabit. A scream rips through the forest. Han surges forward and crashes into the skirmish, ending one of the order soldiers with a single decisive cut. As he advances, his thoughts tighten into a knot. The system praises a goddess who shelters heroes and claims the fallen return to her. Her statues dominate the landscape. Yet the enemies dying beneath his blade fight in her name as well. The contradiction refuses to resolve. His focus snaps back when his red-haired archer reports in. She confirms that she honored Freya's request, sparing the officer and eliminating only the lesser troops. Uncertainty edges her voice as she asks whether that choice jeopardizes the mission. Han answers with a thin smile and tells her it likely does not. Certainty, even borrowed, is necessary. He steps through the fading clash and confronts the final survivor. A solitary knight waits ahead, drained but unbowed, long white hair plastered against armor dark with blood. Han orders her to discard her weapon and kneel. They will not execute her yet. His tone hardens as he warns that she will confess everything she knows. The system marks her identity at once. Versace of Silver Lighting. Level 47. She responds by raising her sword, posture locked and eyes steady, committed to fighting until her strength is spent. Her blade rises as she prepares to resist to the end. The conflict is far from settled. Jenna stands over the fallen white-haired knight, red hair whipping in the wind and a faint, dangerous curve touching her lips. She asks whether the woman understands her situation, her voice gentle as she suggests that cooperation could still preserve her life. The wounded knight, slick with sweat and struggling for breath, releases a low, contemptuous laugh. Her stare burns with open hatred as she declares she will never heed a traitor. The accusation lands cleanly. Jenna's expression empties into cold stillness as she replies that mercy will not come from her either. Versace advances, silver armor streaked with blood, her presence dense and oppressive. She looks down at the captive and states in a flat voice that forgiveness was never part of the equation. From the shadows behind them, Han remains perfectly still, his black coat drifting softly as if the tension in the air cannot touch him. Versace lifts her blade and slams it down in a single merciless motion, and at that exact moment Jenna releases her arrow, her follow-through sharp and unforgiving. The impact lands almost simultaneously, and when the dust thins and the echoes fade, Jenna can only stare at what they have done. A thin line of sweat slides along her cheek as she whispers to Han that Versace was terrifying, that the expression on her face carved a cold shiver straight through her. Han does not answer. He slides his weapon back into its sheath and surveys the battlefield with detached calm, treating the victory as a simple task that has already been checked off. A blue system window flickers open in front of them, carrying a message from the Empire's princess, Friosis. She admits it is regrettable that events ended like this, but she accepts the outcome and gives her approval. Han reads the words in silence, a brief thought passing through his mind as he wonders if this long ordeal has finally reached its end. With the immediate danger erased, Han faces Velkus, Jenna, and Co. and orders them to rest for the night. He states that the critical 4-star promotion will almost certainly begin the following day. Velas pauses, unease creeping into his voice as he asks, if that means the seal will be released, and how they are expected to collect the required components. Han responds in an even tone that while exploration dungeons are the usual path, other options exist, and he promises that he will lay everything out later. Valus shudders and turns to Kashasha with an awkward apology, confessing that he has no desire to end up transformed into an animal and alluding to the bizarre side effects bound to the seals. Nearby, KO's eyes stay fixed on the white-haired trader's body, still and hollow. Han comments that Kashasha is an exception, explaining that most seals function as simple extensions of a hero's skills. Ko bends down and gently closes Versace's vacant eyes, a quiet gesture that feels like respect and finality wrapped together. The instant Han withdraws his hand, a notification flashes before them announcing that the stage has been cleared. In the same moment, Han, Valus, and Jenna ascend to 3 stars. 10,000 gold floods in as the system confirms the deposit, and another message follows immediately, declaring that the heroes are now standing by for promotion. One after another, cards materialize for Han, Jenna, and Valus, each directing the master to forge promotion stones capable of restoring fragments of their lost memories. The scene rises high above, unveiling a sweeping aerial view of Tonia spread out beneath the sky. A tip glows across the screen, warning that the 4-star rank is a turning point that defines a hero's entire future and urging the master to handle the process with care. The perspective then sinks back down beside a vast circular structure ringed with marble columns. Inside, a notification reports that an item combination is underway. Komeg steps forward and pours her fairy power into advancing a promotion stone, but the attempt collapses instantly, the gathered materials dissolving into empty air. Somewhere else, Han reviews his spoils just as another notification appears, listing the results of a dispatch to Nibelheimer. A message from Loki follows, expressing gratitude for their participation in the education program and commending their performance. The compensation is substantial: an advanced spirit stone, 2 advanced promotion stones, and 300,000 gold. Han stands alone on the cobblestone street, a tight knot of tension crawling up his spine as sweat beads across his forehead. He convinces himself that with these materials, a single attempt should suffice. The system answers with brutal indifference. Purple notifications burst across his sight in rapid succession, each one announcing failure in a flat, merciless tone, each one confirming that the ingredients have been consumed. His face hardens as the messages continue to pile up. Failure follows failure without pause. The perspective widens, exposing Izel hovering in front of him. Han glares at her in stunned disbelief and demands how she managed to create only one successful item. His thoughts spiral as he runs the numbers aloud, stressing how insane it is to miss a 50% chance 10 consecutive times. The fairy floats there helplessly, fingers interlocked as she silently begs for the streak of failures to end. Han stands in the middle of fading magical residue, clutching the lone item that survived the process. Izel falters before reminding him that from 4 stars onward, promotion carries a genuine risk of failure. Han releases a slow breath, still rattled by the disaster, and tells her that the failure rate sits below 1%, and that worry is pointless unless his luck is impossibly cursed. The narration cuts through his words and marks them for what they are, a warning disguised as comfort. A vast black system window drops into place, declaring the beginning of the promotion. Han, a 3-star hero, is identified as the target. The prompt states that advancing to 4 stars has a slim chance of failure, but the penalty is catastrophic. Failure will leave him tainted. A second alert appears immediately after, clarifying that a tainted hero forfeits their sanity. Han lifts his head and locks eyes with the master's anxious gaze projected across the sky. He understands that her fear is warranted. A tainted hero would be more liability than asset. His jaw sets. Without a flicker of hesitation, he commands the system to continue. A confirmation window materializes as he raises a prismatic stone in his palm, its shifting light casting an ominous glow while the choice becomes irreversible. The system proclaims that Han, leader of Party 1, has submitted a request for promotion. Far above, the watching master grants her approval. The fairy erupts into cheers at once, thrusting her tiny fists into the air and shouting encouragement toward him. Han answers with a short nod of acknowledgement before stepping ahead. He moves into the center of the promotion chamber, where weak light struggles to survive against the surrounding darkness. Crimson runes slither across a circular altar, pulsing faintly as towering pillars rise and disappear into shadow. Han walks in the magic circle, red light spilling over his black combat attire. He lifts the rainbow stone above the core of the rune array, and it begins to vibrate, syncing with the altar's rhythm. Without warning, a savage tremor rips through his sword. Han's eyes widen as a familiar yet utterly unexpected power surges through him. His lips part and a single name escapes: Bifrost. In the next heartbeat, a blinding detonation bursts from the altar. White energy coils violently around him and engulfs his entire body. When awareness returns, the light has vanished, and the promotion chamber has vanished with it. Han blinks and steadies himself, his senses struggling to anchor to the strange world around him. A corrupted system window hangs in the air, its surface fractured by glitches and crawling with broken text. It labels the place as the 0,000th dimension, Tonia, followed by chains of unreadable symbols and splintered code. He stands inside a vast hall swallowed by rolling gray fog. Another notification flickers to life and designates the area as the Golden Court. Han steps forward, and the sharp echo of his boots cuts cleanly across the polished floor. Before the sound can fade, a shrill screech tears through the silence. To his left, a twisted goblin crouches in the gloom, bloodshot eyes bulging and jagged tusks quivering. It is only the beginning. Han's chest tightens as he becomes aware of something far more oppressive. A colossal black dragon from the 35th floor coils within the darkness, its immense frame rigid. Yellow eyes blaze through the haze, but its stance is unmistakable. Even a dragon mother is afraid. As his sight sharpens, more shapes emerge. Werewolves, serpent men, ogres, and countless other monsters crowd the gaps between towering pillars. These are sworn enemies of humanity, creatures shaped for slaughter and endless war. Yet none of them advance. They tremble. The crimson glow in their eyes is not fury. It is fear. Every monster in the hall dreads the same presence. Han traces their shared line of sight to the center of the Golden Court. There, beneath immense, angelic statues, a group of humans sits at ease around an extravagant banquet table. Candelabras bathe heaps of radiant food in warm light, the feast grotesquely out of place amid the suffocating dread around it. At the head of the table rests a man with unruly blonde hair, draped in a fur-lined cloak. A soft smile curves his lips as he remarks that everyone is finally gathered. Han's gaze sweeps across the seated figures until it meets a man whose black hair is streaked with white. A system prompt marks him as Ricardo von Halgar, patriarch of the House of Halen. His level reads as unknown. Ricardo's calm, resonant voice breaks the stillness as he notes that the House of Assen seems to be missing. The blond man at the head lifts his goblet and drinks with unhurried composure before speaking again. He states that he was the one who summoned them all. His gentle tone never wavers as he adds that anyone determined to fight until the end will not be restrained. A woman in immaculate white armor sits to his right, while a dark-haired man observes in silence to his left. The blonde host suggests that standing together in these final moments is wiser, implying that the banquet is nothing more than a last assembly before an inescapable fate descends. Among the guests, a purple-haired woman rises slightly from her seat. Clad in dark robes, Persine Little von Strorn, matriarch of Shutterberg, coolly proposes dragging the absent guests here by force. The blonde leader lifts a single hand and halts her with effortless authority. He states that such measures are unnecessary. If those who failed to appear chose instead to meet death with honor on the battlefield, he states that he will respect that decision. His eyes travel the length of the banquet table, where the gathered figures sit like a living barricade against the darkness pressing at the edges of the world. He names them the guardians of the continent, and praises the impossible roles they have carried through countless eras. The atmosphere grows dense as his voice settles over the hall, laden with memory, sacrifice, and the quiet certainty that catastrophe is approaching. As the light falls more clearly across his features, Han studies the blond man in silence. He appears young, far too young for the weight in his gaze, yet exhaustion clings to his expression. Small wing-shaped ornaments rest in his hair. With restrained sincerity, he thanks them and promises that their deeds will never be forgotten. He speaks of earlier ages, of battles where blood was spilled with the survival of their own kind hanging in the balance, of moments when even allies were forced to cross blades with one another. Han says nothing, watching legends converse, as if they were ordinary guests at a feast. He recognizes that he is witnessing a fragment of time that should lie far beyond his reach, a scene not meant for someone in his position. The blond man concludes by declaring that, for this brief moment, they stand united as one. The focus settles on him as the system unveils his name, Frios Alagner, first heir to the throne, level unknown. His golden eyes look straight ahead as he offers his gratitude again, and his mere presence drapes the entire hall in absolute silence. Kurushar finally fractures the stillness. The reptilian mage reclines in his chair, patterned scales glinting in the candlelight, a monocle perched over one keen eye. A tired smile crosses his face as he chuckles and turns to the radiant human beside him, admitting that he genuinely relished fighting at their side. His expression softens into regret as he apologizes, confessing that if his magical construct had been slightly stronger, their dire predicament might have unfolded differently. It is the classic grief of a creator, faulting his own invention when reality refuses to bend. Frios Alagner dismisses the regret at once, stating that Kurushar's creation was already monstrous in its power. Kurushar laughs through a mouthful of food and offers his thanks regardless. Al-Lagner then redirects his attention and voices his appreciation to the water dragons. Close by, a blue-skinned water dragon with fin-like ears and a long dark beard inclines his head. He admits he never expected to wage war on land, yet the experience felt unexpectedly invigorating. With measured calm, he remarks that it has been ages since anything genuinely new stirred his ancient spirit. The Durian king, Kiadni, a towering lion man crowned with a heavy mane and encased in thick golden gauntlets, presses a massive hand to his chest. He declares that they fought without restraint and that he savored every moment. Frios Al-Lagner then shifts his gaze to the blind saint, Lian, and calls her name in praise. He concedes that even though the goddess never responded to their pleas, she and her followers fought with dignity, safeguarding their honor through unshaken faith. Lian lowers her head and apologizes, not for what she chose to do, but for the merciless ending that followed. Farther along the table sits Valentine of Iron Blood, third commander of Order's army, his untamed red hair spilling from beneath a fur-lined cloak. At his side stands Order's finest paladin, Versace of Silverlight, her silver hair tied back in a clean ponytail. Frios Al-Lagner extends his gratitude to each of them in turn. He lifts his goblet and proclaims that this feast will be their last. His voice carries across the hall as he recalls their long history, soaked in blood, reminding them that the people of Tonia have shed endless lives over conflicting ideals and convictions. Yet for this fleeting instant, they stand as one. He drinks slowly and voices the brutal reality. They have been defeated. Their homeland will burn, and they themselves will pass into legend. Gazing into the crimson liquid, he murmurs that perhaps Tonia itself may disappear. Friasi listens with sorrow tightening around her heart, but her determination does not waver. She understands that they exhausted every option available to them. Beside her, the second heir, Friasais Al-Lagner, a striking woman with flowing white hair and winged headgear, raises eyes clouded with tears. Frios Al-Lagner meets her gaze and mirrors her resolve, stating with quiet certainty that he carries no regrets. Everyone present gave everything they possessed. A heavy silence blankets the table as the burden of defeat settles over them. Then a violent tremor surges through the palace. Dust sifts from the ceiling and a thunderous impact reverberates through the chamber. Frios Al-Lagner keeps his goblet level and remarks calmly that their remaining time is short. Behind him, Dark Han of Destruction, the vice-commander of the 3rd Imperial Guard, encased in thick silver armor, steps forward and delivers his report in a voice edged with iron and remorse. The enemy will break into the palace within the hour. Escape is no longer possible. Understanding the weight of that truth, he bows and offers a grave apology to everyone assembled. Han stands at the edge of the scene, silent, recalling Frios Al-Lagner's words, that blame belongs to no one, that they truly did all they could. Then reality falters. A corrupted digital text box detonates into view, colors unstable and fractured, flashing a single ruthless word that condemns everything as pathetic. Static engulfs the hall. Red lightning snakes through the air itself, and a sharp ripping noise tears open the atmosphere. From that distortion, a shadow rises behind Han, and a taunting voice slips through the interference, asking softly whether he agrees. A woman steps out from the rupture, carrying an overwhelming presence. Long dark hair cascades down her back beneath a silver olive wreath, and her crimson eyes burn with quiet menace. Her name is hidden. Her level is displayed as 999. A low, ominous melody seems to rise from empty air as she greets Han with casual ease, remarking that they have not seen each other since his ascent to 2 stars. Han looks past her shoulder and catches the banquet frozen in place behind her, the scene suspended like a fading memory. His gaze returns to her, sharp and frigid. He asks why she has come and states plainly that he has no wish to see her. She answers with a faint smirk, telling him not to act so distant, and claiming she set aside time solely to pay him a visit. A wine glass forms in her hand in a flicker of magic. She rolls the liquid inside it with idle amusement, her eyes drifting toward the table of condemned heroes. She asks whether he truly does not find the spectacle pathetic. Her voice hardens as she derides their defeat, mocking their insistence that they did their best and carry no regrets, dismissing it as a hollow method of self-comfort. She drinks and pronounces that all but one of them are worthless. She circles him with slow, elegant steps, every motion smooth and predatory, like a hunter savoring its prey. Han repeats his question about her purpose, adding that under ordinary conditions he would have rejected her summons outright. She replies lightly that she only wanted to see him. His stare sharpens, white light igniting in his eyes. He labels her excuse absurd and reminds her that this world is merely one ending among countless others for her. She responds evenly that this world is different because he exists within it. She remarks on his progress, noting that he is pushing forward on an account she once discarded for being too punishing, presenting it as evidence of his ability. She even expresses mock surprise that his master has not abandoned the effort. Han gives no reaction. Standing at the center of the hollow hall, he states in a flat tone that he does not require her assistance and will not squander time. He orders her to leave. She pauses and studies him, observing that he remains as cold toward her as ever. Darkness creeps across her features as she leans in, crimson eyes narrowing. She cautions him not to misinterpret the situation, her voice dropping into a quiet threat as she says she could end his life whenever she chooses. Han interrupts without delay. He tells her to abandon the performance and calmly points out that she failed to kill him the last time as well. The view widens to expose the vast emptiness of the hall while his voice stays level. He states that he is certain she cannot kill him. Heroes exist to restore the proper course of the story, he explains, and even she cannot distort fate beyond its boundaries. That limitation is the reason she stands before him now. A soft laugh escapes her as she glances back with a sly, knowing curve to her lips, implying that his certainty may still be flawed. The air shrieks. A colossal beam of blue energy tears across space. Han stands firm with a massive black greatsword clenched in his hands, dark crimson lightning writhing along its blade. The strike connects cleanly. She fails to avoid it, and remarks with dry irritation that she came to see him, yet he insists on greeting her with violence. Her form starts to come apart, threads of red mist peeling away as her outline fractures with flickering glitches. Even as she dissolves, her eyes stay locked on Han. She notes calmly that he is no longer the person he used to be without intervention power. Then her presence vanishes entirely. The world jerks, and the banquet scene slams back into place, as if time itself has been dragged in reverse. Phriasis, the successor of gold, drives both palms onto the table, sending silverware clattering. She surges to her feet, her expression warped by fury and desperation as she shouts that she refuses to accept an ending like this. She demands to know whether all their sacrifice was meant to culminate in defeat. She rejects the notion of soothing themselves with talk of doing their best. She asks if that is the full measure of their worth. Is this single threat enough to shatter their resolve? Do they feel no rage at all? Her arm snaps toward the towering windows, ordering them to look. In the courtyard below, soldiers and dragonkin stand rigid, fear carved into their faces as enemy forces mass outside. Phriasis accuses the leaders at the table of discarding their duties and asks whether they feel no shame before the legacy of those who came before them. A voice cuts in, shouting for her to stop and branding her reckless, demanding how she dares speak in such a way as a bearer of the golden bloodline. Phriasis ignores the interruption. Her fist crashes down once more as she declares she will not accept this conclusion. She derides the idea of savoring a final banquet while death approaches and reminds them that their warriors are still outside, bleeding for them. Silence drops over the table, thick and suffocating. The purple-haired mage speaks first, admitting in a low voice that she is angry as well. Anger, however, has solved nothing. Every attempt failed. She asks Phriasis what she expects them to do. Charge out and fight without purpose. She acknowledges her feelings but states that the result will remain unchanged. Kayadni, the Beast King, bows his head and says that there are times when the outcome must be accepted. To him, this feast is the last fragment of their honor. Phriasis trembles as the music swells around them. She shakes her head and insists that another path must exist. Her eyes snap to the blind saint, Lian. She asks about the oracle. Lian stiffens, color draining from her face. Phriasis presses on, saying she has heard whispers of a vital clue capable of saving the continent, and demands to know why it was concealed. Her words slice through the hall as she exposes the truth. The oracle holds the power to rewind time by several years. From his distant vantage point, Han watches and understands at last why this memory is unfolding before him. The purple-haired mage repeats the revelation in disbelief, as if voicing it might force it into sense. Turn back time. Han recognizes that this vision reveals the true objective behind the hero's struggle. At the table, Phriasis leans forward, her voice unsteady but burning with resolve. If they return to the past, everything can be rewritten. She refuses to yield. They refuse to accept an ending reached in ignorance of their enemy. The winged friezes carved along the walls answer Phriasis's rising will, beginning to glow with a faint, restless light. Kayadni turns sharply toward the saints, disbelief etched across his face. He demands to know whether the goddess truly granted such an oracle, and, if she did, why it was concealed from them. Lian lowers her head, sweat cascading down her temples as she forces herself to respond. Her image warps. Static ripples over her features, her body flickering with unnatural distortion. When she speaks again, her voice quavers with something alien. She asks whether beginning again would change anything. Perhaps it is better to let it all end. Every race in Tonia fought side by side, yet not a single decisive victory was ever secured. She questions whether Phriasis truly wishes to relive that torment. She confesses their exhaustion and claims that ending everything now would be an act of mercy. Phriasis recoils in horror. She brands her a coward and slams her palm against the table, shouting that she will not accept such an ending. She admits she once believed everyone gathered there were heroes, and now she fears she was mistaken. Her voice fractures as she demands to know why no one will rise with her. Her hand presses against her chest as she cries that the attempt itself has value, no matter how slim the odds. She vows to repeat it endlessly, hundreds of times, thousands, until the result changes and their people are spared. Tears spill freely as her golden eyes blaze with absolute resolve. She lifts her face toward the statue of the twin angels and calls out to the goddess, pleading for an answer. Her voice reverberates through the chamber as Phriasis Allagner reaches her decision. If none will return, she will walk that path alone. Blinding gold ignites in her eyes as a system window bursts into existence, marking her as the successor of gold, Phreosis. Even as she proclaims her choice, dark energy coils around her body like tightening chains. A system notice confirms the contract. Phreosis surveys the hall one final time, memorizing the faces of her companions, Darkhan, Kyadne, Valencian. Her voice trembles as she implores the goddess to grant them at least an ending worthy of their sacrifices. The response is devoid of mercy. A black speech window manifests overhead, yellow letters searing themselves into the air as it declares that those who fail to meet the conditions will be cursed. Terror detonates instantly. Darkhan, the armored vice commander, folds in on himself, choking as blood floods from his mouth and his eyes bulge with unbearable pain. Another message appears, addressing Phreosis as the successor of gold and promising her the goddess's blessing. The banquet hall descends into pandemonium. Kyadne clutches his throat as blood spills through his fingers. Valencian and the others convulse, their bodies writhing as life is torn from them. The voice continues, assuring Phreosis of endless chances and declaring that noble heroes will walk in her wake. The chamber drowns in crimson as bodies strike the floor in succession. The gift of time's reversal exacts a sacrifice that borders on absolute cruelty. Amid the slaughter, Phreos Allagner collapses among the fallen. With the last of his fading strength, he stretches a trembling hand toward Phreosis's radiant form and exhales a single, gentle word, Phrea. His voice dies with it. The image lingers on Phriasis, her eyes blazing with unbearable golden power as the regression ignites, driven by the deaths of everyone she cherished. A dark aura coils around the crumbling statue of the twin angels. One after another, floating text boxes erupt into view, issuing cold imperatives to defy fate, seize authority, overcome destiny, and ascend to the throne of gold. The proclamation is familiar and hostile, wrapped in apocalyptic grandeur and hollow divinity. Within the wreckage of the cathedral, Han stands surrounded by bodies. Fallen warriors are scattered across the shattered stone. He looks down at them with detached indifference. Their sacrifice carries no weight in his eyes. The title of hero earns only silent contempt. His fingers tighten around his sword as his gaze lifts to the angelic statue, cutting through the illusion draped over it. He orders the deception to end. This spectacle, he states, has nothing in common with the Phrea he knows. Power detonates through his body. Han launches upward and brings his blade down in a single, absolute strike. Light erupts in a violent flash. The false vision fractures instantly. The angel statue splinters into shards of glowing violet crystal that scatter and dissolve, exposing the concealed truth beneath. The scene shifts. A council chamber takes shape, lit by the dying shimmer of shattered barrier. Kyad slams his fist onto the table and demands to know whether what they witnessed is real. Fragments of broken illusion drift through the air as he glares at the priestess. She finally admits it. The goddess granted an oracle. Kyad's roar fills the chamber as he demands an explanation for its concealment. Beneath her hood, sweat beads along the priestess's face, her eyes flicking toward the floating crystals. Phreos Allagner murmurs Phrea's name. She turns to him and asks quietly if he knew. Grief weighs his reply as he confesses that he did not. The sense of betrayal settles over the room like a physical weight. Phrea demands clarity. Phreos Allagner questions whether it was ever justifiable to drag the entire continent into agony for a single possibility. Phrea presses further. The priestess answers at last, struggling to justify the truth. The goddess is not flawless. Miracles require payment, and every blessing carries strict limits. She reveals the cost, souls bound by forces beyond their will, stripped of true life and true death, imprisoned in endless torment. The continent itself fractured, past and future robbed of meaning. Phreos Allagner turns toward Phrea. He tells her he understands her fury, but nothing endures forever. Every beginning carries its ending, and theirs has arrived. He warns her against wagering everything on momentary defiance. Phrea lowers her eyes, caught between rage and silence. Alberto Langria, Patriarch of Lanch, rejects the conclusion outright. He faces the Emperor and asks whether he truly intends to allow everything to collapse. The Emperor answers without pause. Pride is what remains to them. He stands. His golden cape spills behind him as his sword clears its sheath. With steady resolve, he announces their final stand. Kiadi's lips peel back into a fierce grin, his voice thunderous, as he declares he has waited for this moment. Determination spreads like fire through the gathered ranks. Frio Alagner turns to Persine and asks whether the women and children are secure. She answers immediately that the underground gates are sealed and the civilians are safe. That confirmation seals their path. Retreat no longer exists. Frio Alagner steps forward and calls to the Essenes Knights, proclaiming that they will not fade in silence. Even if this is their last battle, they will carve the will of Tonia into their enemies. He asks whether they are ready to die with the land they love. Weapons rise one after another, voices merging into a single oath to stand beside him until the end. Kiadi positions himself at the Emperor's side, eyes fixed on the darkness ahead. He considers whether any death could surpass this in honor. All lives end eventually, and the only decision left is whether that end comes in cowardice or in defiance. Frio Alagner shouts again, his voice cutting through the air as he orders them to cast aside fear. He promises to fall first, to open a path into hell for the heroes who follow. On this day, he declares, everyone seeks to be the first to die. Before the charge can erupt, a knight staggers forward, voice shattered as he reports that the Essenes Knights have been annihilated. The Emperor watches the erasure of his elite guard and understands that their moment has arrived. He commands everyone to ready themselves. Frias Lagner turns toward his sister, Freya, and apologizes for failing to quiet the storm inside her. He tells her softly that if her anger still burns when the end arrives, she should accept the offer. Confusion flashes across her face, and he reassures her that he has always stood with her, without exception. The Emperor then addresses all the beings of Tonia and proclaims that this is their last war. He orders them not to stain their final moments with disgrace. A knight steps toward Freya. She bows and vows that she will speak no more of the goddess's oracle. Frio Alagner meets her eyes, gratitude unmistakable. He cries out Tonia's name and prepares to lead the charge, but a violent explosion rips across the battlefield, flinging debris through the air. From the settling dust, a woman clad in black advances with unhurried calm, her presence suffocating and immense. She asks in a cold voice who granted them permission to attack, dismissing the defenders as feeble and contemptible. Stepping over shattered stone and fallen bodies, she ridicules the heroes for discarding their last hope and laughs at the emptiness of their resistance. Beneath her veil, her crimson eyes burn as she asks whether they are afraid, already deciding they are pathetic regardless of how they answer. A surviving knight lunges at her in fury, shouting for her name. She gives a lazy flick of her wrist, and his body crumples mid-charge, crushed as if by an invisible weight. With open disdain, she remarks that a dog incapable of recognizing its master has no value to her. The masked priestess drops to the ground, trembling so violently that all composure abandons her. Through a shattered voice, she names the woman before them as the goddess herself. The revelation slams into the hall like thunder. Barely able to steady her breathing, the priestess confesses that this same goddess was the one who granted her the oracle from the beginning. Tel stands over them, her presence pressing down like a physical force, and coolly asks why the priestess chose to act on her own. Her voice hardens as she accuses them of summoning her only when it benefited them, then discarding her the moment it became troublesome. She reminds them without warmth that they were offered a chance to begin again, to wipe everything clean without shame, and they refused. Lowering her head, the priestess begs forgiveness and insists they are thankful, yet they wish to meet their end by their own decision. She pleads for a final scrap of dignity, a death they can claim as theirs. Tel looks at her with naked contempt and asks when a dog was ever permitted to question its master. Then she poses a colder question. Who gave them the authority to die honorably? Her heel descends and crushes the priestess without hesitation. Freya stares in horror, clutching her chest, as if her heart might tear itself free. Tel announces that Tonia will not fall here. Frio Alagner shouts for her to lift her foot. From the wreckage, the Emperor rises, armor ripped and stained with blood, yet his eyes remain unwavering. He admits her overwhelming power and her deeds, but states that they still possess the right to choose their own ending. He asks her to step aside and let them face it with dignity. A thin, cruel smile curves across the goddess's lips as she calls his claim arrogant. Frio Alagner answers without retreat, declaring that the gold running through his blood grants him the right to speak so boldly. Tel laughs outright, dismissing him as a mongrel existence, half monster and half human, unfit to boast of such lineage. The knights close ranks around her. With faint amusement, Tel observes that those who once knelt in worship now raise blades against her. Frio Alagner replies that she is no longer the being they served, and they cannot accept what she has become. Wrapped in shadow, the goddess leans close and tells him in a quiet voice that the contract binding them is finished. Her gaze then shifts to Freya. She asks whether Freya truly has no desire to learn how the child first came to know about the oracle. Freya recoils, denying any pact and demanding an explanation. Tell answers by unveiling the truth. The child chose to save Tonia, even if the price was the sacrifice of everything else. The hall falls into a suffocating silence as every gaze drifts toward Freya. The goddess states that the girl once wished to rewind time itself, even knowing it could drag everyone else into ruin. Freya screams her refusal, swearing she never spoke those words and never stood before this deity. Tel presses her palm against Freya's chest, a crimson flare igniting in her eye as she vows upon her own soul that every word is true. The instant stretches around Freya's face, frozen in naked terror, as she cries out and begs the goddess to stop twisting reality. Freya trembles in place, while darkness tightens around Tel, the air shrinking back from the goddess's presence. Tel ridicules her openly, asking whether she still questions her claim, then coolly reminds her that even a goddess would be erased if an oath sworn on a soul were broken. A dry, cracking snap cuts through the chamber, brutal and absolute, leaving no doubt about how helpless Freya is. Her features remain obscured by the veil and the brim of her hat, as Tel seizes Freya's chin and forces her to look up. A scarlet glow seeps through the fabric and locks her in place. Tel orders her to remember, to claw up the truth buried deep inside. Freya crumples to the floor, choking for air, while Tel proclaims that none of them deserve to be called heroes. Her voice rises into a furious scream as she declares they were never destined to be heroes, only offerings meant to elevate the real ones. Freya, drenched in blood and struggling to remain upright, demands an explanation. Tel responds by lifting a gloved hand, dark power spiraling from her fingertips. Every game requires enemies, she says, and they were always fated to become nothing but experience for others. Violet and black energy detonates across the hall, tearing through the assembled warriors. Their screams collide as corruption consumes them. One man coughs up blood while his body contorts. Another is seized by crawling shadows that drag him screaming into nothing. Tel shifts her attention to the saints and speaks with frigid disdain, declaring that anyone who worships her will never know freedom. For their betrayal, she sentences them to endless torment. Freya sinks onto the carpet drenched in blood, her stare hollow and shattered. Tel gazes down at her and cruelly announces that she was selected as Tonia's central figure and should accept that honor with pride. Freya violently denies it, rejecting the claim with every fragment of strength she has, and the scene abruptly fractures into Han's awareness inside the void. A crimson system window erupts before his eyes with a blinding alert. Han, ranked at 3 stars, has begun the process of corruption. Black vapor leaks from his skin as his grip tightens around his sword. In that instant, clarity strikes. This corruption is the mechanism used to dispose of heroes who uncover forbidden truths. It explains every failed promotion. A hidden safeguard, engineered to erase anyone who peers too deeply into the machinery governing their world. The vision refuses to fade. Tel towers above Freya again, telling her that a real hero must be prepared to sacrifice everything to reach their goal. She motions to the fallen Freya variants scattered across the chamber and asks whether that reality is not obvious. Freya screams her denial while raging purple fire devours the others, their expressions locked in unbearable agony. Tel presses her, demanding she confess her betrayal. Freya cries that it is false, yet the goddess answers with calm certainty that it is the truth, reminding her she uttered those same words within her own dream. The scene fractures without warning. Tel strides away from the wrecked hall, a glitching book dangling from her fingers. She remarks that only a handful of viable hero candidates remain, and that the world itself is already beyond repair. In a detached tone, she tallies the outcome: 1 5-star and 3 4-star candidates among the dead, before her figure dissolves into the surrounding darkness. Attention shifts to the corrupted Freya, transformed from night into a colossal monster sealed in jagged black armor. Tel clicks her tongue, irritation slipping into her voice as she mutters that this place is finished. She complains that the mutt created needless complications and wonders aloud whether contracting the mutt instead of the saintess, who is visibly unraveling, would have been simpler. Tilting her head, she asks the twisted knight if resentment festers inside him. Then she offers a path steeped in venom. Seize vengeance, rise as the ultimate enemy, conquer the world, and perhaps earn the chance to strike back. Han stands motionless within the collapsing vision, his sword clenched in one hand. Cold understanding settles over him. Tel intends to erase him now that he has witnessed everything. The dimensional window still hangs open as reality splits along its edges. He cannot tell why this revelation was shown to him, or whether Tel planned for him to see it, but the truth laid bare is sickening. Freya's rage swells as the nightmare continues to tear itself apart. A dimensional rift bursts open with violent force, and a figure steps through, jolting Han to his core. Digital noise floods his sight as a system alert flickers into focus, marking the current floor as 80. His attention locks onto the corrupted knight as the data stabilizes. Dark Prince Frio Zalagner. Level 354. Through the crimson distortion, the Dark Prince turns and fixes his gaze directly on Han, as though no boundary separates their worlds. His voice carries a quiet vow that he will be waiting. Han's eyes ignite with blue light as he replies without hesitation, his voice steady and subdued, promising that peace will come soon. A vast surge of power detonates outward and rips the vision to pieces. The red interference disintegrates, and the Dark Prince's image is wiped away. The crushing pressure vanishes instantly. In its wake, a radiant notification screen unfurls, declaring success. A message confirms that Han's lost memories have awakened, and that he has advanced to 4-star rank. A new illustration card materializes, showing Han encased in elaborate dark armor, his gaze sharp and unbreakable. The system continues its cascade of announcements, stating that his level and skill capacity have risen, and that the hero's first seal has been released. A translucent window expands to clarify that seals are rare abilities gained within Advent dungeons, each carrying the weight of 10 ordinary skills, and serving as a cornerstone for any hero seeking the uppermost tiers of power. Close by, Jenna, the red-haired archer, throws her arms into the air and shouts in celebration over Han's ascent to 4-star. Her cheer dies mid-breath when she catches the look on his face. Before she can speak, Han tells her evenly that she is next and surges forward, crashing into the wall beside her with a deafening impact. Jenna cries out in alarm. Han pulls back and explains in a steady tone that it was only a bug. Within the splintered stone, a dim digital fracture flickers weakly. A forbidden system panel blinks into existence, labeled as a Game Master interface, and warning of a GM-exclusive channel filled with unread messages. Han studies the distortion and decides there will be no discussion. Under his stare, the glitch withers and disappears. Seconds later, the triumphant system music resumes as though nothing ever occurred. Jenna's card refreshes, her rank climbing to 4-star. Soon after, Velkus follows, his status rising to match. The moment lingers on the rhythm of their advancement before the system's hum steadies and the world settles back into alignment. A combination interface bursts open, presenting intermediate fire, water, and wind stones alongside a promotion stone and a spirit stone. Without waiting for input, the automated sequence begins. The items slam together and fuse with exaggerated sound and blinding light, as if the system is applauding itself. A bright fairy notification declares success, and when the radiance fades, an advanced promotion stone hangs in the air, whole and gleaming. Not far off, Adis, the black-haired warrior, completes his own ascent and steps into the 4-star tier. The scene then shifts to a quiet, opulent meeting chamber where the newly promoted group gathers. Despite the lavish setting, tension weighs heavily on the room. Ada stands with her arms folded, her expression severe, stating that she assumes everyone witnessed the same vision during their promotion. Jenna rubs the back of her neck and admits it shook her. She says it felt significant, even if its meaning still escapes her. Velkus leans against a chair, scowling as irritation tightens his features. He senses that something far more serious lies beneath what they saw. Adis lowers his voice and warns that the knowledge must remain contained for now. If it spreads unchecked, fear will fracture their ranks before they can manage the fallout. Narissa closes her eyes, her awareness drifting into a distant projection. She finds herself standing in a broad grassland where confused soldiers ask what year it is. When the reply reaches her, her expression hardens. It is the 338th year of the Empire. She returns to herself and states calmly that anyone inside the exploration dungeon could confirm the same. They are not looking at echoes of history. They are standing within it. Back in the meeting chamber, the tension thickens as her concern sharpens. Whispers about the illusion are already spreading, and the strain will only intensify once more elite heroes arrive. Adis turns toward Han and asks what they should do about the fighter's station on the lower floors. Han rises without warning, his chair screeching harshly across the floor. He walks past Adis without slowing and says in a flat voice that it does not matter to him, and they can deal with it as they see fit. At the doorway, he stops, just long enough to offer a brief apology, claiming he feels unwell. Adis follows him with his eyes and understands the silence Han has chosen. It is not a question of trust, but of risk. Han cannot reveal what he witnessed. The image is already burned into his mind. The goddess towering over humanity like a child toying with fragile dolls. If that truth surfaced, morale would not simply fracture. It would collapse. Han withdraws to his quarters and shuts the door behind him. A flare of glittering light bursts through the air. Shimmering sparks drift downward as Isel materializes, the fairy administrator striking a bright, theatrical pose. Loki's highest subordinate smiles and remarks that Han must have seen something remarkable during his promotion. Han sits on the edge of his bed, unmoved, and accuses her in a cold voice of deception. Her smile falters as confusion seeps into her expression. She asks what he is talking about. Han folds his arms and demands a direct answer. Yes or no? Are the mission monsters tied to the world's destruction? Aizel hesitates, scrambling for an excuse and trying to steer the exchange elsewhere. Han cuts her off sharply, warning that he already understands more than she assumes, and that concealing the truth is pointless. Under his stare, Aizel begins to shake. Han raises his massive sword until it eclipses her vision, and calmly tells her to hide her eyes behind it. Fear flashes across her face as she blurts out that discovery would mean her death. She forces an unsteady laugh and insists everything is under control, claiming she can still restrain him. She asks him to swear he is not bluffing. In answer, red lightning coils around Han's arm and blade. The energy swells and floods the room, a violent storm of crimson force tearing loose. A system alert erupts with an unknown error as reality itself starts to glitch. Han reaches forward, his hand blazing with destructive light, and seizes the very space surrounding the terrified fairy. As the digital framework splinters and the world shrieks under the strain, Aizel finally yields. She confesses that the monsters they fought were never responsible for Tonia's downfall. The moment locks on her face as it twists into a sharp, unsettling grin, promising that the truth still waiting beyond this confession is far more horrifying than they suspect. Aizel's composure collapses completely as she delivers the rest of it. The monsters had no connection to Tonia's ruin. Every one of them was once a genuine hero from ages past. As her confession settles over the room, dark energy begins to spread in unnatural tendrils, crawling along the walls and gathering heavily around the hero's feet. He turns toward his ally and asks in a low voice whether every human and otherworldly being they have slain was once a person like them. After a short pause, she nods and answers that it is true. The weight of that truth crashes into him. Those monsters were not mindless creatures, but former heroes, protectors who once staked their lives on defending Tonia. His voice tightens as he demands to know why such a system was necessary. Aizel replies that the creation of a game comes with strict conditions, and then she lays everything bare. The twin goddesses of Mobius designed a game called Pick Me Up to salvage worlds fated for collapse. Through it, they intended to harness intervention power drawn from wrathlings, higher dimensional entities that defy ordinary understanding. For heroes to exist inside that structure, enemies had to exist as well. The balance was unavoidable. The hero understands immediately. Ordinary people were reshaped into those enemies. Aizel confirms it plainly, explaining that if genuine hostile forces had appeared from the outset, the difficulty would have rendered the game unwinnable. As she speaks, a quiet chant slips from her lips and her hands settle against the hero's weapon. The turbulent darkness reacts at once, flaring violently before gradually subsiding. Piece by piece, it is pulled back into the blade, sealed within and stabilized. Watching the energy return to order, the hero releases a slow breath and says he sees it clearly now. When the last shadow drains from the air, a sharp certainty settles in his gaze. He recognizes the identity of the true enemy. Aizel suddenly crumples to the floor, tears streaming as she gasps that channeling so much darkness into the sword might kill her. While she struggles to breathe, the hero's mind races ahead. Beyond the 80th floor, stronger foes are waiting. Entities that must be crystals of chaos, crystals of despair, and even a crystal of crutch bound to a level 315 abomination. If such horrors had stood at the beginning, the game would have been impossible to clear. He offers his ally quiet thanks, even as she can barely answer. He tells her to rest, and assures her that he will keep Han far from her. As her breathing steadies, the hero centers himself. Their course has not changed. They will continue ascending the tower, destroying monsters and sharpening their strength. And when the climb is finished, he will return to Earth. One final resolve crystallizes. He lifts his eyes and states with calm certainty that his enemies are already as good as dead. Elsewhere, his companions remain unconvinced. They feel the gap in his words. The black-haired girl narrows her gaze and says there is more hidden beneath his silence. She instructs the maid to remain at his side and report everything she observes. The maid bows her head and answers quietly that she understands. With a cold, measured stare, the black-haired girl voices her conclusion. This situation is deteriorating. He is already breaking his promise. Before anyone can speak, the system interface floods the space with blinding light. A bright, intrusive voice greets them and announces the start of the New World raid for Season 7. The message warns that ignoring it would be a mistake. Enjoyment is doubled. Rewards are multiplied fourfold. The long-awaited Festival of Masters for the World Raid Fista is drawing near. A playful prompt flashes, teasing a special prize and asking whether they want the details. A rainbow adventure stone linked to an S-rank seal. A 5-star Ahem rank top 8. The system adds that a follow-up announcement will arrive shortly. On the second day, the conclusions of the meeting are officially distributed. The information is restricted to heroes who have advanced past the 40th floor. For those below that threshold, the reality is intentionally concealed. The woman in the black hat states it without hesitation. Truth must always be blended with a measure of falsehood. Managing information is her expertise, and she instructs the others to entrust the matter to her. They are informed that 5 exploration dungeons are active. Additional expeditions are being organized, and rare materials are streaming inconsistently. At the same time, tight controls are enforced to prevent any leaks. Narissa declares that she will personally choose the members assigned to each dungeon. The lobby is transferred to a sector designated for masters in the 40s by level. The atmosphere there is unmistakably different. Unlike before, the surrounding masters are tense and combative. Their investment in the game is no longer casual, but deeply personal and financial. Many have committed enormous sums of money. If the hero were to repeat what he did to Sununu in this environment, silence would not follow. Resistance would. Conflict would be immediate. Ascending the tower at extreme speed demands vast resources and heroes of rare caliber. The mission waiting on the 45th floor will eclipse anything they encountered in the earlier 40s. Although their current roster is progressing steadily, the hero recognizes the shortfall. His group lacks the spark required for rapid evolution. They need stronger, more advanced heroes. The system reacts as though it has intercepted his thoughts. It asks whether he seeks greater strength, whether he wishes to measure his limits, whether he is prepared to pursue glory through challenge. The interface expands, presenting options reserved for elite players and those determined to join their ranks. World, Raid, Fiesta, Event. As he chains potions together one after another, the hero hesitates. Season 7 has already arrived. The explanation follows immediately. Massive, server-wide events operate on a fixed cycle, and among the most notorious is the World Raid Fiesta. A gigantic creature materializes at a designated point, compelling masters across the server to cooperate in order to destroy it. The tower advances without pause. The game does the same. Through a raid of this scale, the hero can secure rare resources of every kind. In earlier times, it was through comparable raids that he assembled the components required to craft the 5 divine weapons. He understands that this stage will be brutal, yet that is precisely why they must enter it now. If they're going to participate at all, this is the point where it matters. The system answers at once, declaring that a special event will span the entire dimension during the fiesta. Heroes who distinguish themselves will accumulate points and rewards, all redeemable in the event shop for an extensive catalog of materials and items. A welcome interface unfolds before him, mapping out the structures of multiple facilities. The reward list streams past advanced potions, advanced promotion stones, and other high-grade resources. He spots blueprints for upgraded buildings, rare components, and even an option to manufacture a seal if he can secure an advent stone. He stops to evaluate it. His research has already reached the 4-star threshold, yet he still lacks a seal. Under ordinary conditions, heroes scour exploration dungeons for advent stones, but those routes produce nothing beyond B-rank results. A rainbow advent stone, by contrast, carries the potential for an S-rank outcome. As he selects the seal option, it becomes clear that this is an uncommon opportunity to accelerate his development on an entirely different scale. Then a single entry freezes him in place. He presses his fingers to his forehead and stares at the screen while sweat gathers and slides down his skin. The top reward for Dimensional City points is a 5-star summon ticket. The sheer recklessness of it borders on absurd. The scene shifts to a fog-drowned expanse scattered with jagged stone. Without warning, an immense explosion tears through the terrain, erasing everything in its wake. From the ruin rises a colossal horned beast, so enormous that the nearby airships appear insignificant beside it. Its silhouette merges lupin and bat-like traits into a shape that radiates pure menace. As the creature edges toward collapse, the command to fire rings out. Cannons thunder together, unleashing a continuous storm of shells. A strange yellow barrier suddenly ignites around the monster, turning the barrage aside. Reinforcements rush in, shouting that the airships are in danger of being targeted. They demand an immediate withdrawal. New orders follow in rapid succession. Commence the second phase, prepare close-quarter strikes, and support sorcery. Initiate a fresh transmission cycle. The engagement escalates rather than ends. The fleet surges ahead, and the monster retaliates with a violent shockwave that nearly erases one airship into drifting smoke. On the ground, warriors swarm its towering body, steel and magic colliding in relentless bursts as explosions chain across the battlefield. Cannon fire never falters, round after round slamming into the creature's vast frame, while the sky fills with flame and thunder. Another battleship slices through the air with measured precision. Inside stands the hero. Valjest surveys the carnage below and clicks his tongue, asking whether heroes from other lobbies were always this excessive back in his training days. He remarks that if even a fraction of them joined their ranks, raids would lose all difficulty. Afio answers evenly that the backbone of the world raids is formed by rankers, fighters who have already reached maximum level. Valja's expression tightens as he asks whether Afio is making fun of him. Afio denies it at once, and says he is only laying out the facts. When Valjest orders the ship to advance, Afio cuts in with a warning that pushing closer would drop them straight into a massacre. This event is built for collective combat against colossal monsters. The prizes are immense, but their role is limited. They are granted a single strike to register participation, and a direct hit from the raid creature would reduce them to nothing. He reminds them that during the previous feast, Niflheimer annihilated every low-tier lobby that tried to ride on stronger groups. Even stray shockwaves erased those who failed to land their attacks correctly. Tentative, who has been listening in silence, finally interjects and points out that their real target is not the world raid but the second event. The strategy is direct. While the raid consumes everyone's attention, they will head to the Dimensional City, clear the preliminary events, and seize first place in each one. A slow grin forms on the hero's face as he states that they are claiming the 5-star summon ticket. Soon after, the event rewards flare across the interface. A sprawling catalog of items appears beside adjustable point values. Murmurs sweep through the lobby as disbelief spreads, players whispering that the developers have abandoned restraint. A 5-star summon ticket has never been offered in this manner, and it is reserved exclusively for whoever finishes first in total points. Points are earned through event participation and traded freely for resources. To secure overall victory, at least 3 divisions must be won. The full format then reveals itself. For battles, each governed by a distinct tag team rule set. Every bracket carries rising incentives, starting at 50 gem points in the opening rounds and climbing to 30,000 in the championship match. The hero hesitates, recognizing the weight of the decision. Out of 6 dimensional cities, a poor selection could end their run before it starts. Entering a city ruled by weaker rankers might block their participation entirely. Even with balanced opposition, sweeping 3 consecutive matches is never certain. No one knows where their rivals will deploy, yet the shared channels vibrate with tension. Everyone is tracking everyone else. Many competitors have already abandoned the auxiliary events and poured their full effort into the giant monster raid. A sudden system alert interrupts, ordering the hero to choose a 5-star special package. Its contents spill onto the display: gems, currency, advanced bridge stones, and exclusive raid supplies. Then the cost appears: 110,001. His eyes widen at the figure. What unsettles him more is seeing his teammates purchase it immediately, without a trace of hesitation. For a brief moment, he honestly questions whether he is surrounded by genuine high rankers after all. System windows stack over one another. More special packages, priced at 55,001 and 33,001, have already been purchased. His point bonus climbs to 30%. The system announces additional feast benefits and notifies him that a gifted Warhorse statue has been delivered to Han. The instant he takes the statue, irritation flares. A Warhorse statue. Of all things. He is being buried in ornaments while being pushed into a competition for a 5-star summoning ticket. His mind snaps to the scale of the event. Hundreds of thousands of masters, all hunting the same outcome. Each dimensional city offers only one ticket. To claim it, they must win multiple events against ruthless competition. And yet the system keeps dropping Warhorse statues into his hands like cheap consolation. Then the real shape of it becomes obvious. The ticket was never the only prize. The true objective is the Rainbow Advent Stone. The first seal is the real turning point. It determines the hero's growth from this moment onward. Even as War Hero statues stack up in his inventory, his eyes stay locked on the 5-star summoning ticket burning on the screen. When the registration page refreshes and shows 12 members confirmed, the hero finally speaks. They have already committed this far, so they might as well commit completely. And in that instant, the event's real intention becomes painfully clear. The hero enters the Battle Royale phase. Velkist is assigned to the 1 vs 1 tag match. Anin and Benek are selected for the 2 vs 2 battle. Jenna, Kashasha, and Adis take the 3 vs 3 slot. The 5 vs 5 match is handed to another unit. Their ship glides in silence through the void as the team advances, crossing the boundary into the event. High above the cloud line, a specialized airship cuts through the mist, white mechanical wing sails moving with cold precision. Inside, the atmosphere is tight enough to choke. Jenna cannot hide the worry in her face. Her voice trembles as she asks Han if he is truly certain about choosing this path. A 5-star summoning ticket is not a normal reward. If that information leaks, top-ranked players will flood the place. Han does not even blink. Calmly, he explains that the dimensional city ahead only allows 4-star heroes to enter. Any ranker who arrives will be forcibly suppressed to the same tier. External strength will not matter there. Once inside, everyone stands on the same ground. Adis remains unconvinced. Her tone turns hard as she points out that their party only just reached 4-star. Experience cannot be sealed away. Veterans who have fought endless battles can still crush them, even with their levels restrained. Han answers with a faint grin and breaks it down methodically. To reach 5 stars, a hero must hit level 55. Their team is level 40. That makes the maximum possible gap 15 levels. And he reminds them that they have already survived stage after stage against enemies, while facing the same kind of disadvantage. Han laid out the core problem without dressing it up. On pure numbers, the gap was savage. Between level 40 and 55, the difference could stretch to 150 stat points. Right as he thought it, the system interface flickered to life. A standard level 40 hero carried somewhere between 220 and 290 total stats. At level 55, that range jumped from nearly 300 to well past 400. The screen shifted again. Han's hero card surfaced first. Level 40. Total stats, 264. Kishasha's appear beside it at the same level, but higher at 281. Han spoke with blunt certainty. Most players never drove their heroes anywhere near their true limits. In practice, the gap they would face was probably closer to 100 points, maybe less. Raw stats weren't the deciding factor. Precision, control, and combat sense ruled the field. Superior skill could tear through bigger numbers. Even so, as the airship carved a path through the clouds, a thin line of sweat crept down Han's temple. He admitted the harsher truth to himself. If everything unraveled, it would be their own failure for never reaching the 55th floor. Levels weren't his real concern. Equipment was. He assumed rival teams would arrive wrapped in S-rank gear, the kind of advantage that flattened opponents before a fight even began. Still, he locked onto a single conclusion. Any deficit in level or gear would be erased by experience. On the open deck, the rest of the party assembled, while Han casually dismissed the crowds gathering below as survivors of softer routes. In his view, most of them had leaned on shortcuts. His team hadn't. They were forged in pressure. Images of past battles surged through him. Red-eyed beastmen charging in relentless packs. Massive armored creatures thundering across Tonia, a region infamous for its warped mission difficulty. Living there meant constant adaptation. Anyone who stalled was left behind. Growth wasn't a choice. It was survival. As his gaze moved over his companions, a quiet certainty settled in. None of them realized how terrifyingly strong they had become. A system window burst open, signaling their approach. Han and Velkist leaned over the railing as a colossal futuristic city rose from the clouds. Another message confirmed the destination. Event area, Dimensional City Hellas. The scale was overwhelming. Endless towers stabbed into the sky, while swarms of airships crowded the airways. Jin peered down with shining eyes, stunned by the magnitude of it all, and cautiously asked if taking first place was truly required. Han answered evenly that first would be welcome, but there was no burden tied to it. Adis studied the city instead, murmuring that she had never witnessed architecture like this. As the airship descended, a vast system panel announced their entry into the event zone and unlocked the event dashboard. Points, rewards, hero conditions, and regulations filled the display, along with a note that certain functions demanded direct input from the master, and that tight team management would maximize returns. A bright notice followed at once. Festa package buff active. 30% bonus to all points gained. After the airship secured itself, the party stepped down onto a seamless metallic platform. Kishasha immediately asked what their next move was. Han responded without hesitation and began issuing instructions. He ordered Cadio, the magic engineer, to get up and run a full inspection on the airship, stressing that it would be essential for the upcoming mini-games. He ended with a firm reminder that magic engineers were barred from tournament participation, a restriction designed to keep the competition fair. As they advanced through the terminal, Han's attention drifted to the surrounding personnel. He quietly wondered if they were operatives of the Mobius Corporation. Farther ahead, men dressed in black suits and dark sunglasses shouted commands, their voices sharp as they forced the swelling crowd into order. One of them delivered a blunt warning that any brawl would result in instant expulsion. Kishasha's face drained of color as the press of bodies closed in. She trembled and complained about the suffocating crowd and the rancid smell in the air. In contrast, Adis watched a massive vehicle glide past with open curiosity. When she learned it was called a bus, a carriage that moved without horses, her fascination only intensified. Jenna brightened at the mention of their hotel, her eyes gleaming as she talked about rumors of an endless buffet waiting for them. Velkist paid none of it any mind. His stare cut through the masses as he evaluated the surrounding fighters, questioning whether these people were truly 4-star warriors. When Jenna pressed him for clarification, Velkist scoffed. They looked miserable, far weaker than he had imagined. If they were genuine 4 stars, he had expected them to at least carry an aura comparable to their small beast. Han let out a quiet laugh and clarified that Kishasha represented a top-tier native 4-star, close to a pseudo 5-star existence. Velkist exhaled in disappointment and dismissed the situation as dull. Nearby, Kishasha abruptly buckled under the oppressive atmosphere and, in an absurd display, spewed a stream of rainbow-colored liquid while the others stared in shock. The moment underscored a simple fact. Even someone brushing against 5-star strength could still be overwhelmed here. Javier stepped forward with his usual composure and cautioned them against underestimating the region. He shut his eyes and activated his senses, tracing the currents of energy around them. Several formidable monsters lingered close by, deliberately suppressing their presence. This territory was anything but harmless. Within his tactical vision, red silhouettes ignited across his perception. Han recognized it at once as Javier's precise command of mind's eye. Javier added that some of those entities weren't bothering to conceal themselves. Han's focus shifted to a towering black airship docked nearby, its surface marked by a red and gold crest. He told the group to study it carefully. That vessel belonged to a rival. Its sheer size suggested its owners had climbed to at least the 60th floor. A system panel verified the assessment. Rank 7,402nd, Black Area Region. A woman descended from the ship. Her name was Sodden. She wore gleaming silver armor, and her long blonde hair flowed freely as she scanned the crowd with open contempt. Despite being only a 4-star hero, her presence cut through the air. Velka's smile finally widened. At last, an opponent worth breaking. Jenna watched her in silence for a moment, then murmured that the woman looked powerful. Han answered her in an even tone. It wasn't strength she was sensing. It was irritation. Jenna accepted that instantly and gave a quick nod. Across the platform, Sodden jabbed a finger at a polished vehicle and demanded to know why that particular carriage was parked there. Her subordinate explained that it was reserved for a VIP. A chauffeur with striking blue hair stood beside the limousine, spine straight and gaze fixed ahead. Sodden strode down the steps with a confident smile and announced that her team would be using it. The attendant replied calmly that she did not meet the qualifications. Anger flickered across her expression. She shot back that her master had cleared the 64th floor and that she served as a core submember of the raid party. That status alone should guarantee priority. She curled her lip at the surrounding crowd and labeled them garbage, her contempt sparking immediate hostility. With cold superiority, she added that although she was a native 4-star, everyone else was just an evolved residue of lesser stock, beings beneath her notice. The Mobius employee remained unmoved. A nearby warrior stepped forward in fury and shouted that he would claim victory in the Awakening Mana tournament. Another voice rose in agreement, insisting such a goal was obvious. The attendant simply bowed once more and repeated that she was not authorized. With a sharp scoff, Sodden demanded to know who was. The employee lifted a finger and pointed toward the sky. A massive shadow rolled over the platform as an even greater airship descended. Its dark purple and gold hull radiated an oppressive authority that weighed on the air. Sodden initially sneered, dismissing it as smaller than her own ship and ridiculing it as an obsolete model. Then the emblem came into view. A black mountain goat. The color drained from her face as she whispered the name under her breath. Black Mountain Goat. Velkas looked to Han, confusion plain in his eyes. Han's jaw tightened. It was Urnith, a development he had not anticipated. While their group began moving down the steps, Sodden stood rooted in place, staring at the vessel in disbelief and muttering about why forces like this would appear here. The attendant cut her off with a crisp command to move aside. She was blocking the arrival path of honored guests. Sodden grumbled about the excessive respect, questioning who would abandon a high-tier dimensional city just to attend an event like this. Then they emerged. Heroes dressed in black military uniforms trimmed with gold epaulettes stepped onto the platform, their presence compressing the atmosphere as they advanced. The attendant invited them toward the vehicle with visible deference. One of the newcomers raised a hand and observed that a member was still absent. Another checked the time and wondered about the delay. A solitary figure then descended from the ship, offering a casual apology for being late and blaming it on a change of clothes. The moment his face was revealed, silence crushed the platform. Eyes widened and breathing stalled. Aaron stepped forward, a long spear resting loosely in his hand. As he moved, memory surged, and the scene tore open. A barren realm stretched into view, strewn with dead leaves and fractured earth, floating mountains suspended within an endless void. At its center stood a single hut. Inside the dim wooden interior, a red-haired man sat in quiet composure, a faint, knowing smile on his lips as he spoke to another trainee. He observed that countless challengers had stood there before, and every one of them had failed. His piercing eyes settled on Aaron as he pointed out that he was not a native of Niflheimer. He asked his origin, then introduced himself as Shrajan and stated that their situations were alike. He spoke without ornament. Aaron had come for one reason alone. He wanted more power. A flicker of confusion crossed Aaron's face as a voice he recognized resonated in the depths of his mind, dragging a single truth to the surface. He had come because he craved strength. The memory cut to a lethal portal churning before them. Han's earlier explanation echoed with clinical clarity. It opened into Luanon Dimension 0584, a world that siphoned life force from anything that entered. Simply existing, there was a slow death. Fewer than 3% ever returned. Aaron fixed his gaze on the spiraling violet energy, his expression unmoving. He vowed he would survive. He would never again kneel under the weight of his own weakness. After a measured breath, he advanced without pause. Han watched in silence as the young fighter neared the portal, a quiet hope forming that he did not voice. When Eren stepped across the boundary, his eyes burned with absolute resolve. Jenna's body locked up without warning. Shock ripped through her as her eyes widened and her jaw slackened, panic flashing openly across her face. Instinct overrode thought, and she shouted his name, her voice cutting through the air. She knew him at once. Eren. A short distance away, Eren spared her a brief glance before turning away with calm detachment. He said nothing. He simply entered the sleek black vehicle. The door sealed shut and the car moved immediately, gliding off and vanishing into the city, while Jenna remained rooted in place, waving after it in helpless disbelief. Her gaze clung to the empty space it left behind as her thoughts spiraled. Had he failed to notice her? Or had she been mistaken? Velkist folded his arms and watched with an entertained smirk. He remarked that he had wondered where Eren had ended up, and it appeared he was anchored there now. Jenna's breath hitched as certainty settled in. There had been no mistake. It was him. Han and Velkist gave little weight to her turmoil. Velkist commented that Niflheimr truly stood at the pinnacle of power, while Han tracked the vehicle's disappearance into the cityscape. Velkist added that a personal carriage signaled Eren had secured a serious rank. A shadow passed over Jenna's face. The transformation unsettled her. The senior she remembered had never carried such distance. Nearby, Javier assumed Eren had simply chosen the brilliance of a great metropolis over their modest origins. A trace of envy colored his voice as he noted the quality of Eren's uniform, while Jenna's unease only deepened. Ada stated that even if Eren had switched allegiances, it was still worthy of acknowledgement. Kishasha gripped her stomach, visibly nauseated under the oppressive pressure of the place. Ada steadied her and remarked that their path had never been gentle. She then turned her attention to the looming contest and voiced her concern about what awaited them. With Niflheimr now tied to their former senior and confirmed as a participant, the prospect of claiming the 5-star summoning ticket shrank to near impossibility. The protagonist regarded the sprawling skyline with steady calm and told them the ticket was not vital. This event was a rehearsal, nothing more, and they were not to burn themselves out chasing it. Beneath that composed surface, his thoughts ran far sharper. A faint red glimmer stirred in his eyes as he settled on his true objective. The summoning ticket had worth, but the Rainbow Advent Stone was the prize that mattered. Later, on a bus threading its way through the radiant city, Velkist leaned forward with his chin propped on his hand. He remarked that, from what he remembered, their former senior had never stood out as particularly gifted. Nearby, Jenna and Kishasha were slumped in their seats, drained to the limit and already asleep. Velkist spoke with unshaken certainty and told Han that even if multiple Erens appeared at once, none of them would rise above him. If Eren now stood among the elite, it simply meant he had carved out his own road to power. In Velkist's mind, he pictured himself halting Eren's spear with a single hand. A broad grin spread across his face. The bus came to a stop in front of a towering modern hotel, its glass facade soaked in the amber light of the sinking sun. As the group stepped out, whispers rippled through the surrounding crowd. Shock traveled fast as news spread that Niflheimr had arrived. Disbelief followed close behind. The dominant force of Server 2 was here. Others murmured about the Solidarity Association incident, recalling how 4 figures had reduced hundreds of airships to shattered debris. Someone muttered that the fiesta had just become worth watching. 5 top-ranked players had entered a 4-star dimensional city. As Han and his team headed for the entrance, a mixture of awe and tension followed in their wake. Jenna observed in a low voice that Niflheimr had become the focus of every conversation. Han scanned the powerful groups assembling nearby, while Velkist noted with interest that the situation was turning more engaging by the second. Inside the hotel, a digital panel flared to life and assigned their accommodations. Han reviewed the layout. 3 rooms separated by party. Party 5 under Javier. Party 2 with Adis's unit. Party 1 reserved for Han and his inner circle. He ordered them to remain in place, avoid pointless conflicts, and keep in mind that once the event started, they would have ample opportunity to demonstrate their power. The scene shifted to a lavish dining hall illuminated by crystal chandeliers. Long tables were crowded with elaborate dishes. As they began their meal, someone asked if Eren had truly changed sides. Han redirected the question to Jenna and asked what she would do if that were the case. She answered at once. She would bring him back. Nearby, Kishasha ate with open enthusiasm. Jenna admitted quietly that she had no desire to face Eren in combat. Han replied evenly that with thousands competing in each event, the odds of encountering him were slim. A holographic interface shimmered into existence, outlining the structure of the fiesta. 5 special competitions formed the core of the fiesta. The main tournament brackets and their gem and point rewards were displayed in clean detail, stretching from the top 256 to the final match. Each event carried its own rule set, but the conclusion was inescapable. With this volume of entrants, Reaching the main bracket alone would already demand blood. Han highlighted the decisive condition. To secure first place in total points, a team would need victories in at least 3 events. The statement weighed over the table as they continued eating. Jenna halted mid-bite and asked outright whether something like that was even achievable with so many monsters assembled in one place. Han reviewed the intelligence they had gathered. 5 apex predators had entered the fiesta. Loki of Niflheim, ranked 5th. The True Elder of Ginnungagap, 8th. Skullcrusher of Macramda, 21st. Lifeout Asgard of the Solidarity Association, 11th. Elibagar of Eklios, 16th. Even bound to 4-star limits, the heroes those masters deployed would operate on an entirely separate level. A thin smile touched Han's mouth as he asked if his party was short on confidence. Jenna answered at once with a scoff, stating that nobody had said they lacked it. Fireworks exploded above a massive, futuristic stadium, flooding the sky with color as the opening ceremony unfolded in blinding spectacle. The timeline advanced to the fiesta's 2nd day, and a system panel announced the official start of the Raid Fiesta, along with the launch of all 5 preliminary events. A vast schedule board expanded, mapping out the structure of the week. Every competition followed its own rhythm. The Battle Royale drew immediate attention, labeled as a long-format contest running from preliminaries through the main bracket and into the semifinals and finals. An aerial perspective revealed the scale of the complex. 5 colossal arenas dominated the district: team battle, individual battle, party battle, battle royale, and pair battle. Until the main brackets commenced, each arena would be saturated with competitors. The enormous facilities were wedged between towering skyscrapers, and projections placed the audience at well over 100,000 spectators filling the stands and waiting sectors. Inside the party battle arena, the tension was dense. One participant swept a nervous look across the field and wondered how many present would actually survive to see the main bracket. Nearby, a cluster of adventurers spoke in muted tones. One mentioned rumors that Niflheim had joined the competition. A hooded man trembled at the thought, fearing that his merciless master would reduce them to raw material if they failed to advance. Han turned to Anand and outlined the city's reality. This was not a protected zone. There would be no automatic restoration. Although their masters had stocked them with high-grade potions, those resources were limited. Han added that while he himself would return upon death, any hero who fell even once would be disqualified from the remainder of the matches. He instructed Anand not to overextend. Anand swallowed and nodded, the burden of those rules settling visibly over him. A crushing presence rolled through the stadium. Suspended above the arena hovered a woman in a fitted black suit and dark sunglasses, a microphone in her hand as she welcomed the assembled heroes to the event. A shout rose from the stands as someone recognized her immediately and called out the name Isel. The instant it reached her ears, her expression hardened. She shot downward in a streak, anger warping her features as she demanded to know what he had just said. The man realized his error too late and locked in place. She barked the question again, asking if he had truly compared her to some domestic fairy. A golden membership card ignited in her hand as she thrust it forward, her voice edged with menace. Was he blind? Her fury sharpened as she warned him never to liken her to household slave labor masquerading as help unless he wanted his skull broken open. The man stood rigid and drenched in sweat, his voice gone. In the following instant, Isel smoothed her posture, and her professional mask returned as if the outburst had never occurred. She announced that the fiesta would operate on a cutting-edge system and told everyone to enjoy the experience. Holograms blossomed across the arena while she instructed the participants to focus. The special rewards were about to be unveiled. A single card filled the massive display. Suspended at its center was a jagged crystal pulsing with prismatic light. The Rainbow Advent Stone, a top-tier relic awarded exclusively to the victor of the Battle Royale. Even the most insignificant hero would crave it, despite the brutal improbability of ever claiming it. High above, Sadin exhaled slowly as confidence returned to her gaze. With the Advent Stone in hand, they would annihilate their opposition. She dismissed Niflheim as a fading legend. On the field below, the host lifted her arm. Golden energy spiraled outward and washed across the arena. The message was unmistakable. The preliminaries had started. The stadium erupted into disorder as steel clashed, spells detonated, and bodies were flung through the air. The week-long tournament had begun. Across the battlefield, the dominant contenders revealed themselves. Orbis, ranked 33,200th, a short-haired woman with a savage charge, surged ahead. Gunterra followed, ranked 52,114th, his dreadlock silhouette hidden behind a mask. Lakiria, ranked 7,402nd, entered the conflict without pause. Each of them stood confirmed as 4-star heroes. The 666th ranked genomes of the Liberty Guild appeared, scarred by relentless combat. Nearby, Volkendor, ranked 3,002nd, a bulldog beastkin, seemed to be dozing in the middle of the turmoil. Vermin, ranked 85th of the Solidarity Association, stepped forward with a loud cluster and goggles, the 43rd ranked domestic investors of Gedera. The numbers climbed into the upper echelon. The 21st ranked Skullcrusher of Makramda took the field, his presence dense and crushing. Close behind stood the 16th ranked Alibigar of Eklios, upright with a single red eye burning in the gloom. Two heavily armored knights followed as envoys of the 11th ranked Lifeout, Asgard of the Solidarity Association. A masked figure in a jester-like hood emerged next, representing the 8th ranked True Elder of Janungagap. Finally, the air shifted as the elite squad of the 5th ranked Loki of Niflheim entered the battlefield. The announcer's voice cut across the stadium and ordered the team battle participants to assemble. Thousands of gazes fixed forward as Han stepped out from the mass of competitors, hands buried in his pockets, the hem of his black coat dragging lightly behind him with each measured step. The narration declared that when this event ended, Tonia would stand at the center of public attention. A system panel shimmered into existence beside Han. It did not bear the feared title murmured by the crowd. Instead, it presented the unremarkable status of his master. Rank 2,485,000. 4th ranked master, Inning. Inside the Battle Royale Arena's staging zone, Team 18 assembled within a polished metallic locker room where every surface gleamed cold and sterile. A staff member with vivid orange hair and dark sunglasses addressed them in a clipped tone as he explained the rules. All equipment was to be surrendered. No personal belongings would be permitted on the field. Any infraction meant immediate disqualification. Tension crept through most of the contestants as they changed into standard bodysuits. Han showed no reaction. He raised a hand and asked flatly whether participants could exit if they completed their objectives early. The staff member blinked, momentarily thrown by the certainty behind the question. After a short hesitation, he confirmed that it was allowed, then added that given the event structure, finishing early was nearly impossible. Han dipped his head once. That answer was sufficient. He stretched out his hand. A rotating blue portal unfolded in front of him. He stepped in and reached through, and reality twisted. The immaculate locker room dissolved. Han stood beneath a dull gray sky in the ruins of a modern city. Broken skyscrapers towered around him, their shattered skeletons strangled by creeping vines. The streets lay split and uneven as vegetation forced its way through the concrete. A system notice appeared and outlined the win condition. Survive. Remain within the final 50. The counter showed 124 survivors left in Team 18's preliminary round. A holographic map expanded next, detailing the battlefield with marked safe zones and danger zones. 3 rules were emphasized. Everyone started empty-handed. Weapons and tools were scattered and had to be scavenged. The playable area would contract over time as supply drops fell. Han surveyed the terrain without urgency. A contemporary ruin meant salvageable materials were hidden everywhere. His gaze settled on a corroded L-shaped metal pipe propped against a cracked wall. He picked it up and tested its weight. It would suffice. A voice called out behind him. A brown-haired young man approached with a strained, friendly smile, gripping a makeshift weapon. He spoke quickly, proposing an alliance for mutual survival and urging cooperation to avoid needless fights. Han cut him off. The pipe snapped through the air. The strike landed cleanly. The man dropped at once, folding onto the shattered pavement as blood spread beneath him. Han continued forward without breaking stride. He stepped over the fallen body, retrieved the dropped weapon, and remarked flatly that he had no time to waste. A system notice blinked into existence. 1 kill confirmed. 3 points awarded. The perspective cut to a live broadcast. A towering digital interface dominated the screen under the emblem of BJ Yasala, a major channel with more than 300,000 subscribers. The Pick Me Up Dimensional City event streamed in real time. Messages flooded the chat in a relentless torrent as viewers poured in to witness the unfolding carnage. Back in the wrecked city, a trio advanced through the fractured streets with measured caution. A woman carrying a spear led them, followed by a shield-bearing man and a third with a crossbow. The spear wielder muttered that the survivor count was falling too quickly. A notification confirmed it. 94 remaining. She ordered the others to stay sharp. The shield-bearer swept an uneasy look across their surroundings. 20 minutes had passed, and their scavenged gear was miserable. If they collided with anyone now, the situation could collapse instantly. Footsteps grated over broken concrete. They pivoted as another group appeared at the far end of the street. The air tightened. The shield-bearer whispered that the opposing side seemed just as poorly armed and suggested avoiding a clash. Driven by desperation, he called out and proposed that they pass each other without fighting. Once half the participants were gone, the survivors would qualify for the main round regardless. For a moment, the reasoning held. Then Han entered the scene. One of them dropped before anyone reacted. A system alert followed. 2 kills confirmed. 7 points awarded. Han advanced with the same detached rhythm, cutting through the remaining fighters as if it required no more effort than breathing. Arrows sliced the air while the survivors shouted that there was no need for this. Their protest dissolved into nothing. A dim blue light flared in Han's eyes. He burst forward and erased the distance in an instant. The metal pipe crashed into the wooden shield and shattered it into fragments. Without pausing, he drove his foot into the man's chest and launched him backward into the rubble with a heavy, final impact. Another notification surfaced. 6 kills confirmed. 100 points awarded. The spear-wielding woman screamed and scrambled up the side of a ruined structure, fleeing in blind panic. Han answered with visible disinterest and released an arrow with exacting calm. It struck true and pinned her to the wall as blood splashed across the concrete. The system responded immediately. 7th kill confirmed. Total points, 300. He exhaled in irritation, turned away, and complained that the battlefield was larger than it should have been, stretching the process and wasting his time. On a tighter map, he could have finished early enough to watch the solo matches. Behind him, the woman's body tore loose and hit the ground. Elsewhere, he casually struck down a survivor crouched behind debris while opening a treasure chest. Moments later, rain fell from a darkened sky as supply crates drifted downward on parachutes, and Han stood motionless beneath the cold downpour. Sometime later he reappeared draped in crude camouflage. Branches jammed clumsily into his hair, and sprang from cover to wipe out 2 bewildered participants before they could react. Soon the field was stripped down to its final pair. Han advanced on the makeshift wooden fortress they had assembled in panic. Shaking voices spilled from inside, accusing him of single-handedly massacring the entire arena. One voice faltered as recognition hit, the speaker realizing Han was a 4-star hero, just like them. Han closed the distance at an easy pace, the metal pipe balanced on his shoulder, and asked if they honestly believed they qualified as 4 stars. He dismissed them without pause, stating they ranked below even the 2-star heroes from his own lobby. Fury erupted from within the structure as the survivors shouted back, insisting he would never breach their defenses. A trap snapped. A massive log swung down toward his head. Han did not move aside. His arm rose once. The pipe smashed through the descending log and its mechanism in a single motion. The entire fortification burst apart in a spray of splintered wood. A silver-haired man shrieked as he tumbled from above and slammed into the ground. Han stepped over him, lifted the pipe, and struck. The scream ended instantly. A results panel unfolded. 15 kills. Total points, 1,500. Rewards were tallied without delay. 50 gems for participation, 500 gems, and 1,000 points for clearing the preliminaries. Another 1,500 points from eliminations, all amplified by a 30% Fiesta package bonus. Back in the staging zone, the orange-haired official congratulated him on completing the mission. Han immediately asked if he was free to go. The staff member stared in disbelief before confirming, adding that he only needed to report back by 8 the following morning. As Han walked toward the locker rooms, low whispers trailed behind him. Unease spread among the remaining competitors. Rumors warped and multiplied, recasting him as something unstable and monstrous. Some insisted he had killed a man by hammering a nail through his skull. Others claimed he had butchered a hero who had already surrendered. Han caught fragments of the stories while passing 2 men trembling in place. He registered the exaggerations with mild interest and let them fall away. The scene cut to the solo arena's preliminary stage. Clean lines and pristine surfaces defined the sharply futuristic venue, a stark contrast to the devastation outside. In the stands, Han moved down the steps and sat beside Velkist. Velkist glanced up, puzzled that Han had returned when he should have been mid-battle. Han replied evenly that he was finished and asked about the current state of the matches. Velkist reclined with clear boredom. The fights were unimpressive. 5 preliminary brackets were underway, with 2 still unresolved. Han ran the numbers at once. That structure alone guaranteed that more than 10,000 participants would be removed before the preliminaries concluded. Han asked whether Velkist had been injured and if any opponents of consequence had surfaced. Velkist answered loosely and tilted his chin toward the arena floor. Aaron. He remarked that Aaron had changed more than expected. As the match unfolded, even Velkist admitted a measure of surprise. The growth on display went well beyond his predictions. Han watched in silence. Aaron had not gone to Nibelheim to idle. Velkist reasoned that he must have endured severe training, possibly harsher than his own, yet he still judged that Aaron fell short of what he had wanted to see. Han dissected the exchange below and noted that Aaron had reached intermediate mastery with the spear. As the fight intensified, Velkist indicated another clash nearby. A silver-haired combatant smashed into a masked fighter wielding a scythe, sparks bursting outward with every violent impact. When someone nearby suggested Velkist might be underestimating that man, the comment was dismissed without weight. In the middle of the exchange, the uniformed warrior shifted weapons with smooth precision. His movements stayed measured and controlled, his presence steady. He stated without embellishment that he was only selecting the weapon best suited for the moment. Han caught the pattern immediately. The man had rotated through several weapons during a single bout. Velkist recited them from memory. A spear first, then an axe, a bow, now a short, dagger-like blade. Han's gaze sharpened. The fighter's flexibility and hunger to compete were abnormally high. He did not recognize him. After a short silence, Han asked if the man had been summoned during his absence. A wave of quiet shock moved through the surrounding seats as spectators identified the warrior. Murmurs spread in rapid succession. Niflheimer, one of their elite trainees. Velkist clicked his tongue and named him plainly. The second coming of the sword demon. Loki's left arm. Mobius's strongest swordsman. Below, the sword demon erupted into full motion. Bands of golden light sliced the air with each swing, his strikes chaining into an unbroken torrent. Han leaned forward slightly, his brow tightening as recognition settled in. Advanced weapon arts. Techniques normally attained only at the summit of the 5-star tier. He studied the display with focused intensity, breaking down the man's combat logic layer by layer, tracing not only the mechanics of his movements, but the intent driving them. Night fell, and the setting shifted to a polished, modern hotel. A reward interface opened before Han, confirming 1,650 gems and a total of 10,400 points. At dinner, Jenna ate with open enthusiasm and remarked in disbelief that Niflheimer was stronger than anticipated, yet still manageable. Inside a spacious suite, Team 18 clustered around a table crowded with pizza boxes. The atmosphere was relaxed. Jenna stated with confidence that if they avoided careless errors, victory was inevitable. Adis admitted she had arrived, tense, expecting brutal resistance, only to find the early rounds easier than imagined. Han interrupted by dropping a folded sheet of paper onto the table. He told them not to grow complacent. The main brackets would pit them against ranked opponents. He ordered them to examine their matchups closely. As their eyes moved across the listings, Han outlined the reality in blunt terms. Their draws in the team battle and duo event were unfavorable. Volkendor, ranked 3,002nd, stood in their path in the team match. Yet that was not the element that concerned him most. The dual bracket was the true disaster. Their assigned opponent was a Libigar, the highest-ranked contender in the event. Han leaned back and ran through the logistics. They would need aggressive potion allocation simply to keep the team standing. Velkist would probably be fine without assistance. A number of rankers had already been removed after colliding with each other in earlier rounds. Han's gaze drifted to Velkist, who continued eating in complete calm, untouched by the pressure. A passing thought took shape as Han studied him. The possibility existed that they might stand on opposite sides one day. Nothing about Velkist suggested he would resist that outcome. Night settled over the hotel, and quiet swallowed the halls, broken only by a single lit window. In a dim room, the protagonist sat alone at a desk, the bracket sheet spread before him under the muted circle of lamplight. A sudden knock cut through the silence and pulled his attention to the door. Han lifted his head, caution tightening his features as he crossed the room. He opened it to a dark, empty corridor where Eren stood waiting, dressed in black and gold. His stance was straight, his presence restrained and controlled. His expression revealed nothing, his eyes steady under the low hallway light. For a moment, they simply faced each other, the space between them dense with unsaid words. Eren spoke first, his tone even informal, asking to come in. Hen let him enter, and as Eren stepped inside, he immediately apologized, concerned he might have disturbed Han's rest, but Hen dismissed it and gestured for him to come in, remarking casually that he had not been sleeping anyway. Eren then asked about the others, and Hen explained that since it was already late, everyone else had gone to bed, which led Eren to apologize again and say this was the only time he could talk. Han greeted him properly, noting it had been a long time and asking how he had been, and Eren replied that he was fine, adding that he was glad the others seemed to be doing well too. But Han's expression darkened as he corrected him, saying not everyone was all right, though he added they were not the type to die easily. And as he poured tea, he asked Eren what his time there had been like. Eren lowered his eyes to the cup, watching his reflection ripple across the surface as he admitted it felt strange, explaining that each year he spent there equaled only a single day in this world, before revealing a grim truth, that the distortion of time had worsened to the point that he could no longer remember what his younger sister's face looked like. The scene shifted to the past, to a barren training ground where younger Eren stood beside Shrajan, who spoke about the sword demon Ledigion, acknowledging the demon's overwhelming strength and admitting that no matter how many times he had challenged him, he had always been defeated, and driven by that frustration, Shrajan declared with firm resolve that he intended to grow stronger and surpass Ledigion. Mutin watched with clear disdain, treating him as nothing more than an annoyance, and Shrajan questioned whether Mutin truly stood on the same level as the sword demon before proposing they train under identical conditions. Mutin clarified that this meant relying solely on weapon techniques, minimizing differences in physical ability and overall skill to measure pure martial prowess, and Shrajan accepted without hesitation, saying he wanted to find his own limits. With a confident smile, Shrajan acknowledged that the Niflheimer party consisted of extraordinary individuals, and when Mutin asked whether he had ever fought them, Shrajan replied with faint amusement that they had seen him as someone with great potential. In the next moment, he surged forward and struck, but Mutin slipped past the attack with ease, and as Strajan continued, remarking that he had heard Mutin had trained for tens of thousands of years and declaring he would demonstrate the peak of spearmanship, Mutin dismissed it without interest. Strajan attacked again, his eyes glowing red as he unleashed a rapid flurry of strikes. Yet Mutin evaded effortlessly, while Eren watched in stunned silence as the exchange unfolded. And although Strajan briefly applied pressure, Mutin casually acknowledged the speed behind his attacks. Without even a moment's pause, Strajan rushed forward again, unleashing another assault that this time knocked the weapon from Mutin's grasp and forced him to casually admit defeat, leaving Strajan standing still in disbelief as he questioned whether that truly represented Mutin's limit, only for Mutin to answer with a faint smirk and an indifferent comment that his spearmanship was merely average, even adding a sarcastic apology. That remark ignited Strajan's anger, and he retaliated instantly, his strike carving across Mutin's chest as blood sprayed outward. Yet Mutin showed no reaction at all, and not long after, he was seen sitting atop Eren's shoulder as though nothing had occurred, calmly assessing Strajan's potential. Strajan remained frozen in shock as Mutin stated that he had been born as a 3-star and that his ceiling would place him around the 100th rank in Niflheimer. Furious and humiliated, Strajan charged once more. But every attack was avoided with ease while Mutin continued speaking, explaining that reaching one's limits required both relentless training and a measure of fortune. Strajan refused to listen and kept attacking, shouting for Mutin to be quiet. Yet every strike failed to land as Mutin evaded effortlessly before leaping onto a rooftop, where he sat calmly and went on, saying that some limits could never be surpassed. He compared it to an ant remaining an ant no matter how much time passed, or being unable to rise beyond its inherent nature, insisting that no amount of training could bridge certain gaps. And as his eyes glowed with a dangerous intensity, he declared that the source of his power was not technique, and that even 10,000 or 10 million years of training would never allow them to catch up to him. Observing closely, Eren noticed that Mutin's movements made no sound and caused no disturbance in the air, and when he asked whether such power could be achieved through effort, Mutin rejected the idea outright, stating that effort alone yielded nothing and was merely something losers used to console themselves. Strajan burst out in anger and argued back, but Mutin ignored him and instead explained that real improvement came from proper training rather than blind effort, adding that training guaranteed results while effort did not. And in his view, if progress occurred, it was training, and if none occurred, it was simply effort, before telling them to resolve the contradictions within themselves first, otherwise they would gain nothing from him. Time continued to pass as the harsh training carried on without end, with Eren and Strajan pushing themselves relentlessly in a place where the sun never set, and Eren realized he had lost all sense of time, as he felt neither hunger nor the fatigue that should come from lack of sleep. Eventually worn down, he questioned how many days had passed since he arrived, only to learn that it had been just 2 days, despite it feeling far longer. Even then, the training did not stop and continued without pause. Still seething from Mutin's earlier words, Strajan drove himself harder into training, while Eren retreated to his room and sat in silence at his desk, trying to learn on his own as Strajan continued his relentless practice. No matter how much effort he poured in, Eren's progress remained painfully slow and frustratingly out of reach. Strajan demonstrated a spiraling speed technique, explaining that power should flow through the body's rotation and the precise alignment of each movement. Yet Mutin observed with complete indifference and remarked that some things could never be understood through explanation alone. As time passed, it became evident that a full year had gone by, and even after all that time, Eren still failed to grasp the fundamentals of strength. Mutin openly mocked him, pointing out that an entire year had passed without Eren learning a single thing, while Strajan, in contrast, had grown calmer, more disciplined, and more refined, steadily advancing to a higher level and even being labeled a genius. Eren stood there in stunned confusion, unable to understand what that meant, prompting Mutin to clarify that Strajan was a genius of effort, not of results. Eren appeared utterly drained, his body frail and his spirit worn down, and despite dedicating all his time to training, he had made no meaningful progress. Mutin then asked what his purpose in life was, and Eren answered that he wanted to return to his family. But Mutin pressed further, questioning whether that was truly the limit of his resolve and asking if he felt pathetic for lacking talent. Eren admitted that he did, and Mutin coldly told him to give up, asking why he was so obsessed with becoming stronger and whether he was simply clinging to shattered fragments of memory, adding that he did not even possess complete memories to begin with, because he had been born 1-star. Those words shattered Eren's resolve, and as he tried to recall the faces of those who mattered to him, his sense of self began to slip. He pictured his companions, yet their features blurred and faded beyond recognition. He thought of Han, the one who had shaped who he was, then Jenna, the girl with the ever-bright smile, remembering that she had a genuinely kind heart, and Aloka, who had seemed selfish at first yet truly cared for others, and he realized there had been many more, countless bonds he had formed, yet none of their faces remained clear in his mind. In desperation, he began writing their names again and again, using those words as anchors to hold himself together, reminding himself of who he was and why he needed to grow stronger. The scene shifted back to the present, where Aaron, visibly uneasy, admitted that he had written countless letters without ever having an address to send them to, because it had been the only way he could preserve his memories. Without those letters, he believed everything would have faded away, and in the end, he confessed, even remembering his own name had become difficult. From across the table, Hen listened in silence, composed and attentive, never interrupting as Aaron spoke, until Aaron mentioned Hen's appearance in the preliminaries and asked for his thoughts. After a short pause, Hen gave a rare nod of acknowledgement, stating that Aaron had done reasonably well and seemed to have grasped intermediate-level spear techniques. And in response, Aaron, his face lined with exhaustion, silently conveyed the immense weight of his journey as he revealed that this marked his 57th year. Aaron admitted that after 57 years of training, this was the level he had finally reached, and he could not help but wonder how many more years it might take before he could stand alongside Han. Han did not answer, and Aaron quickly stopped himself, cutting off his own words as he apologized, realizing he had no right to complain about his situation. Han then spoke in a calm, steady voice, acknowledging that he was the one who had sent Aaron to that place and saying that the least he could do now was listen, which prompted Aaron to thank him before firmly declaring that he would enter the tournament as a representative of Niflheimer with a single goal. If he won the individual tournament, he would return to Tonia, while unnoticed by either of them. Jenna and Kishasha stood quietly behind the door, listening in secret. The scene shifted to Dimension City on the third day of the fiesta, where fireworks exploded across the sky, casting vivid colors over the futuristic skyline and the towering walls of the Colosseum as the main tournament began. Velkis cut through his bracket with overwhelming force, reaching the top 256 by morning without difficulty. And by the afternoon he faced a top 128 match against a thief who specialized in stealth, at which point the arena floor filled with countless blue-cloaked duplicates that surrounded him from every direction, creating the illusion that he was completely overwhelmed. Even so, Velkis thrived under the pressure, and as his health steadily dropped, his unique ability, the savage skill, erupted in full force, crimson energy surging from his body as his eyes burned with a fierce red glow, allowing him to tear through the clones with ruthless precision. In less than 3 minutes, he stood over his defeated opponent, battered and covered in blood yet unquestionably victorious. As system messages appeared in rapid succession, announcing a decisive win, a perfect performance, and an explosive reaction from the audience, rewarding him with a large amount of points and reinforcing his dominance. That momentum carried into the pair battles, where the team advanced smoothly into the top 6-4 without facing any real resistance, before the focus shifted once more to a chaotic party match in which Kishasha charged forward with wild intensity, crashing into a heavily armored enemy and sending sparks flying on impact. At the same time, Azalin rushed in from behind while the opposing man carefully observed the situation, noting that their equipment did not exceed B or C grade and was practically scrap. Yet they continued holding their ground without issue, and as spears collided, Jenna entered the fight and released a blazing arrow, while the man's frustration grew toward the enemy sniper whose constant interference kept disrupting their rhythm. Without any warning, Bellino appeared and moved to strike Jenna from behind, yet Jenna showed no response whatsoever. In that same instant, Kishasha emerged behind the assassin, and the opposing man's composure broke as her eyes flashed with a predatory gleam while she intercepted the attack with ease and blasted him away. Jenna found herself wondering if it was really acceptable for the fight to be this easy, while Azalin continued his assault, forcing the man back as he realized he could not even get close because of the Beastman's presence, and every time he tried to regain footing, the woman reappeared to ambush him the moment an opening appeared, driving him to shout in anger for them to stop. As the battle dragged on, the team maintained total control, overwhelming their opponents without resistance and bringing the match to a swift conclusion as the system displayed their victory. Back in the locker room, Han stood prepared in his black tactical gear as a notification confirmed his team's win as well. As he walked past, other contestants whispered with open contempt and mocked him, but he ignored them entirely, instead acknowledging Jenna's performance and telling her he would see her soon. Not long after, a system announcement introduced the Battle Royal qualifiers, explaining that a special field had been prepared and outlining the rules. All participants would begin without equipment, gather resources within the arena, and endure as the field gradually shrank, with only a fixed number of survivors advancing. Upon entering the battlefield, Hen immediately noted that only 20 participants would make it through this round. He quickly located a supply chest, and when he opened it, he found not a weapon but a frying pan, which he accepted without any change in expression. The system repeated that the objective was to survive until only 20 remained and displayed the survivor information for Group 4, and as Han spotted another contestant nearby, he noticed the man deliberately avoiding him out of fear, and called out, causing the man to freeze, drenched in sweat and visibly terrified, as Han coldly asked why he was pretending not to see him when their eyes had already met. Han reflected that eliminations earned points, so there was no reason to spare someone simply because they behaved that way. Not long after, he moved on, briefly considering the common tactic of avoiding early fights to survive. When the qualifier finally ended and Han exited the arena, the remaining contestants were left in shock, and the results showed that he alone had taken down nearly 40 opponents, securing an enormous number of points and rewards. As he reviewed the system options, Han noticed that the Battle Royal advanced directly into the semifinals, and he reflected that the master had been busy collecting points through minigames, though he kept his expectations low, since 1,000 points were only awarded for winning a race and the repeated last-place finishes made it clear that the only reliable way to earn points was by winning matches and claiming additional rewards. Later that night, inside the hotel room where the team had gathered, Han stepped in and asked why everyone was there, prompting Jenna to reply cheerfully that they had been bored and decided to watch a replay of his match. The footage showed him defeating his opponents using nothing but a frying pan in a shockingly brutal manner, while Velkis remarked that he liked how Han remained as cold-blooded as ever, to which Han answered with plain indifference, saying he had actually held back his blows before asking about the main tournament. Jenna responded casually that it had ended quickly without anything particularly noteworthy, adding that she had spent her time earning extra points through other activities. Han looked at her and commented that she did not seem to feel anything, even when facing an opponent ranked within the top 300, then asked how the party match had gone, noting that Party 5 should have finished by now. Jenna replied that they had probably won, though they had not yet returned to the hotel. Han then mentioned hearing that the top 128 party match had drawn an enormous reaction from the crowd, though he dismissed the spectators as participants already eliminated in the qualifiers who were simply stuck there until the unfair races decided their fate. Yet he acknowledged that Party 2's combat strength must have surpassed anything they had seen before, which explained the overwhelming cheers. As the conversation continued, the scoreboard confirmed another victory for Tonia, showing that every member had survived while earning massive points and rewards. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit city inside a dim bar, one man commented on how impressive the city was, only for another man holding a glass of wine to ask what he meant. The first explained that Niflheimer consistently brought in trainees and recruited talented individuals without relying on shady methods, instead identifying potential face-to-face and negotiating directly. The blonde man then stated firmly that for a hero raised to 4 stars, they were willing to offer anywhere between 10,000 and 20,000 gems depending on ability, and in some cases even up to 30,000, before asking if the others were interested and suggesting they arrange a trade between masters. Javier, along with his members, smiled as he acknowledged the proposal presented by Asgard, clearly recognizing it as an invitation to defect to his side, while Asgard and the rest of his guild remained silent, their eyes fixed on them. The scene then shifted to the 4th day of the fiesta, where the tournament had progressed into the top 6 to 4 pair battles, and the matchup immediately revealed a clear gap in rankings between the two guilds. Inside the arena, a powerful mage unleashed a crushing water-based attack that flooded the battlefield with immense pressure, arrogantly remarking that it was surprising they had made it this far with such ability, and that trying to widen the distance against a mage would only worsen their situation, while his partner followed up with another strike, attacking as he pointed out that there was nowhere left for them to escape. Sensing the overwhelming threat, Arnon, visibly tense, sprang forward to evade the incoming attack, while Bennick remained completely still. The mage found his attention repeatedly pulled toward the warrior and glanced at Bennick, noting that his presence felt unnaturally faint, as though he had not activated any skill at all, suggesting it might be an inherent trait. Even standing directly in front of him felt no different from looking at an object, and he reasoned that if he looked away for even a moment, he might forget Bennick existed entirely. Or if he relaxed for an instant, Bennick would exploit a blind spot. Perhaps his presence was so overwhelming that it warped perception itself. Regardless of the cause, the mage concluded the battlefield already favored them, while Arnon continued struggling under the relentless assault. Recognizing the growing danger, the mage began casting his ultimate spell with the intent to completely crush his opponents, and a massive portal tore open above the arena. The moment Arnon and Bennick saw it, both were visibly shaken and filled with fear, prompting the mage to laugh as he remarked that their reaction was only natural, since no one who had ever witnessed that magic had survived. From the portal, terrifying sea creatures surged forth in a violent flood, descending upon the arena. The battlefield descended into chaos as monstrous forms filled every corner, threatening to devour everything in their path. And amid the destruction, a brief yet deeply unsettling image flickered into view, hinting at something far more ominous beneath the surface, while the overwhelming force continued crashing down and Arnon and Bennick struggled to hold themselves together. The mage stood his ground as blue and violet energy lashed around him in sharp, crackling arcs, his voice steady and focused as he declared that, at this very moment, his enemies would face the fury of the Legion of the Deep Sea. In response, the air twisted violently and split apart as a massive dimensional rift opened overhead, and from that churning vortex a towering column of water crashed down, instantly flooding the arena's metallic corridor. A nearby mage, watching in shock, quickly realized what had happened and pointed out that the water was pouring directly through that dimensional opening, while the caster, grinning wildly, declared that nothing was simpler than controlling water, promising to turn the surging flood into a prison as he guided the current with broad, deliberate motions. His female teammate initially looked impressed, admitting that he had managed to open a window connected directly to the lobby, something she had believed impossible from their current sector. But her expression soon tightened with concern as she reminded him they were supposed to save that ability for later, warning that revealing it now could give observers time to devise a counter. The mage, drenched in sweat and visibly exhausted, snapped back that they had already been too distracted by the enemy warrior and that waiting any longer would have ensured their defeat. Inwardly, he acknowledged the severe limitation of what he had just done, explaining that the skill could only be used once because it was not a conventional summoning spell but a literal window connecting the battlefield to the pool in their lobby, a high-level training facility designed to capture and confine monsters from the tower. Where, within a massive swimming pool, terrifying aquatic creatures circled ominously. This was his gamble, because by opening that window he could unleash those monsters into the arena and let them annihilate his enemies, clearing a path for his team to advance. And as the water level continued to rise, armored fishmen gripping tridents began swimming through the submerged corridor with clear hostility. Caught in the sudden surge, Arnon lost his footing and sank beneath the rising water, drifting downward as bubbles slipped from his lips and his consciousness began to fade, drawing him into a memory where he sat at a wooden table inside a rustic home, speaking with a muscular man who asked whether he had grown accustomed to the place, to which Arnon calmly replied that he had and that the work was good as well. Then a young girl peeked from a doorway and asked if he liked her sister, and another fragment surfaced of him asking whether mercenaries earn a lot of money. Those quiet memories shattered instantly as the sky turned a deep blood red, leaving Arnon frozen in a field with a small sword trembling in his grip while a brutal scene unfolded before him. A blood-soaked man knelt helplessly before a towering bandit wielding a massive executioner's axe, shouting desperately for the boy to run before being cut down. Overwhelmed, Arnon realized he was completely powerless to save him, breaking into tears as he understood that everything he had learned meant nothing in that moment. Back in the present, suspended in the freezing water of the arena, Arnon's eyes widened with that same paralyzing fear as he admitted to himself that he had been too afraid to properly observe the bandits, the trauma of the past suffocatingly blending with the danger around him. Yet through that fear, a memory surfaced, reminding him of a crucial lesson, that observing the enemy was essential, and he reflected that tracking their numbers, weapons, and fighting style was vital, because overlooking even a single detail could cost the lives of those he cared about. While another memory followed of him holding an injured comrade and vowing they would not die there, even as a notification appeared announcing that Lilini had returned to the goddess's embrace, her fighting spirit to be remembered forever. In the arena, the mage gathered the raging flood into a massive, tightly swirling sphere of energy, only for a precise strike to cut straight through it, splitting the water apart and leaving both mags stunned as the liquid crashed outward. In that moment, Arnon resolved to protect everyone, and together with Bennick, both exhausted yet unyielding, they continued cutting down the monsters, while the mage collapsed to the ground in shock as the head of an aquatic creature rose near his feet, muttering in disbelief. And from the receding water Arnon and Bennick stepped forward, drenched yet steady, their eyes set with determination as Bennick drew back an arrow and Arnon muttered his clear dislike for fish. Not long after, the results screen appeared, declaring the match over as the top 64-pair battle ended in a shocking upset. The 16th-ranked team, Elibiga, had been defeated, and the winners were the Tonia team, earning 200 gems and 1,700 points. In the viewing area, Eddies watched the two victors walk down the hallway with water still dripping from their armor and smiled with quiet satisfaction at how much they had grown, while Arnon gave a sheepish smile as Eddies patted his head, brushing it off as nothing, and Bennick credited their victory to her guidance. The scene then shifted to day 4 of the fiesta at the Battle Royal semifinals, where Isel, visibly furious, shouted as she demanded to know who had complained that the game was not fun, grabbing a worker with flaming hair and shaking him violently while accusing him of ruining the entertainment and even going so far as to threaten his crush. Han watched the outburst with a blank expression and remarked to himself that the game truly was not enjoyable, since everyone focused only on survival, dragging matches far longer than any stream should reasonably last. He understood that most players simply hid inside fortified bases to avoid combat and preserve their lives, yet he also acknowledged that exceptions existed, especially someone like him. Among the players hiding in the shadows, rumors spread in hushed voices about a so-called rabid dog that hunted down anyone who tried to flee and killed them without exception. Hearing this, Han grew visibly irritated, thinking the nickname had no sense of style compared to something like Sword Demon, and quietly swore he would remember the faces of those who had called him that. Nearby, two players discussed the threat, one a man with a mohawk emphasizing how strong the rabid dog was, while the other suggested they should work together to deal with it, prompting Han to sigh as he reflected on how tiresome the situation had become. Without warning, Isel appeared in front of him, immediately recognizing him and mentioning that many people had talked about how entertaining his previous match had been, explaining that expectations were now high and that she hoped he would deliver another strong performance. In response, Han leaned closer with a cold, unsettling grin and proposed that if he managed to kill more than half of the participants, he should receive a bonus, causing Isel to pause briefly before lighting up with excitement as she eagerly agreed and even promised to double the reward if he succeeded, which Han accepted with a faint smirk as a blue, swirling portal opened and he stepped through it. A system announcement then introduced the Battle Royal Final Qualifiers, outlining the rules. All participants would begin without equipment, gather resources, and fight to survive as the arena gradually shrank, with only 10 survivors from each group advancing. As Han entered the field, another participant spawned nearby and immediately recoiled upon seeing him, while Han's eyes gleamed with a manic edge as he considered living up to the rabid dog title, calmly noting that this was a good start, as a system panel displayed details about the semifinals, Group 3, and the objective of surviving until only 10 remained. At the same time, a stream interface titled A Psychopath in the Battle Royal showed over 1,000 viewers watching a desolate city filled with crumbling skyscrapers, when without warning a massive explosion ripped through the area, sending debris flying in every direction. Within the dust, a mage began chanting as a mana circle formed, addressing Han as the rabid dog and acknowledging his strength, but before she could finish, Han burst through the thick cloud at overwhelming speed, gripping his frying pan, and in a single brutal motion closed the gap and smashed it into her face with a loud clang that sent blood spraying outward, after which he stood over her body inside the ruined room as a notification appeared, recording 3 kills and 15 points. Internally, Han noted with mild surprise that he had not expected to encounter a mage among them. While in the live chat, viewers reacted in real time, commenting on the psychopath's frightening efficiency. A red system warning suddenly flashed, signaling imminent danger and announcing that the field would begin shrinking in 3 minutes, urging all participants to move toward the safe zone, and Han's shadowed face gleamed with a manic edge as he prepared to continue. In his mind, he reviewed the structure of the Battle Royal, recalling that it was designed to last 20 hours, with supplies and equipment dropping periodically while hidden items were scattered across the map, and that the field would shrink randomly 10 times, with anyone who touched the barrier dying instantly. He also ran through the chest hierarchy. Bronze chests contained basic potions along with E to D rank equipment. Silver chests held intermediate potions, C to B rank gear, magic spell stones, and defensive setups, while the rare gold chests carried exclusive equipment, making it clear why players avoided early fights and instead focused on hunting chests, since securing a gold one could create an overwhelming advantage. Elsewhere, inside a warehouse, the intimidating 21st ranked Skull Crusher, Makramda, sat atop a gold chest with his subordinates gathered around him, announcing that only 2 gold chests remained and ordering them to intensify their search, warning that anyone who dared claim one without permission would be killed, though he promised rewards to whoever found one first. Not far away, hidden within bushes, a scout with light brown hair spotted a faint golden glow and hesitated, torn between the lure of power and the risk of betrayal before finally reaching toward the chest. At that exact moment, a sharp red streak cut through the air from a damaged building, slicing forward with precise accuracy and striking the player just as his hand touched the gold chest, blasting him backward into a lifeless heap sprawled across it. From inside the building, Makramda observed through an eagle-like device, smoke trailing from the shot as he grinned and issued a warning that any attempt at theft would be met with death, only for an explosion to erupt behind him, forcing him to turn as dust settled and a figure stepped forward, prompting him to demand the intruder's identity. The protagonist stepped out from the shattered debris without urgency, posture steady and controlled, advancing through the dust with quiet authority while holding 2 mismatched items as a system panel unfolded before him to display their details in full. In his right hand rested a sturdy frying pan classified at rank D, deceptively resilient despite its crude appearance, and in his left, a rusted metal pipe marked as rank plus, accompanied by a blunt system warning advising against using it. For unintended purposes, blue electricity crackled sharply from one eye as he paused just long enough to strike a deliberate pose, gripping those low-tier weapons without hesitation, then lifted his gaze and asked who his opponent was, adding a casual remark about the abundance of chests scattered around, which drew a cold glare from Makramda, who shot back with open disdain and asked if he was broke. Makramda did not hesitate, activating his eagle-like device in a single motion before unleashing a rapid volley of arrows that tore forward at blinding speed, each projectile streaking across the battlefield like concentrated beams of light, and even as Han and the others moved to evade, The arrows twisted midi with unnatural precision, bending sharply to follow their movements as if guided by intent rather than physics, forcing everyone into immediate panic as they scattered in different directions, struggling to escape the relentless tracking that refused to let them break free. Han raised his frying pan and began deflecting the incoming barrage, each impact ringing out sharply as he absorbed the attacks. And despite maintaining control, he found himself quietly taken aback as he watched the arrows curve at impossible angles, a sight that triggered a memory of a previous encounter and led him to question whether this opponent mirrored the demon marksman they had faced on the 40th floor, since the similarity to that bird-headed tracking skill was unmistakable. Back then, defeating that enemy had required the combined effort of Gemna and Keishio, and without that coordination, victory would have been completely out of reach. As he continued observing, Han quickly identified the weakness. There was no sign of close-range combat ability, confirming the opponent as a pure archer, and to compensate for that vulnerability, it appeared the enemy had equipped an engraving designed to enhance movement speed and reaction time, allowing him to maintain distance and control the flow of battle. At the same time, it became clear that the weapon in use was not personally owned, leading Han to conclude it had likely been borrowed from the armory specifically for this event. And as a faint smile formed on his face while he charged forward, he reasoned that if the opponent had reached S rank, then the master must have intentionally issued such equipment. Though even with that advantage, the overall level of the deployed heroes still felt insufficient. The opponent held S-rank equipment, a miraculous-grade artifact capable of amplifying a hero's potential by dozens of levels simply through possession, creating a gap so extreme that it exceeded conventional numerical comparison and entered a domain where ordinary stats held no meaning. And despite that overwhelming disparity, Han closed the distance and swung his frying pan directly at the enemy's head, the strike landing cleanly, yet it produced no visible result. The enemy absorbed the blow without even a flicker of reaction, standing unmoved as if the attack had been meaningless, his expression carrying a faint trace of mockery, as though he were inviting Han to continue striking endlessly under the certainty that no damage could be inflicted, and the explanation revealed itself almost immediately. The Manhua Guardian Bracelet, an artifact designed to nullify physical attacks beneath a specific threshold. Han processed the situation instantly, recognizing that his opponent was relying on an item that granted resistance to physical damage, and beyond the overwhelming weapon, the rest of the enemy's equipment appeared to fall within the range of B rank to a rank at best. Han reduced the situation to a single principle: a weapon, no matter how powerful, meant nothing if it failed to connect in a decisive way, and armor, no matter how durable, would eventually fracture under continuous force. If one strike could not break it, then he would apply pressure without interruption, striking again and again until resistance collapsed. He followed through without hesitation, the blows coming in a steady, unbroken rhythm as the enemy's composure shattered and cries of pain forced their way out. Yet Han showed no reaction and continued the assault with mechanical precision, until a sudden burst of blinding light erupted from the artifact and the Guardian Bracelet fractured violently, scattering into fragments. In that same instant, with the protection gone, the enemy's clothing tore apart under the accumulated force, and when Han finally toned back after the final impact, the opponent was already down, completely defeated, which was when his attention shifted to the 2 gold chests he had acquired earlier from a previous kill, prompting him to open them immediately on the spot. Elsewhere, as the remaining participants fled the building, a massive explosion consumed the structure, and by the time the match concluded, Han's total stood at 51 kills and 4,700 points. As the results settled, Isel commented with clear satisfaction that he had carried out a large-scale slaughter and even suggested the possibility of achieving a record-level rating in the finals. Han dismissed the outcome internally, irritation taking precedence as his focus narrowed to the next match, intent on locating the individuals who had opened the chests, and once he identified their direction, he moved without delay, while the woman beside him offered a brief acknowledgement of his successful advancement into the second round. Simultaneously, the live commentary surged with intensity as the audience reacted in disbelief to the footage of Han eliminating opponents using nothing more than a frying pan. And while reviewing the replay himself, Han recognized a practical benefit in it, using the footage to isolate and evaluate which competitors might present a genuine threat in the finals. While he remained still, observing in silence, a girl approached and handed him a can of soda, expressing her thanks for the display and admitting she had not expected such a one-sided massacre achieved with what she described as junk items, then introduced herself as Sading, and accepted the drink and responded with a brief introduction, stating his name. She shifted immediately to her purpose, but before she could fully explain, Han had already inferred her intent, to recruit him for their team in the final schedule for the next day, and she confirmed his conclusion without resistance. She then indicated the 2 individuals standing behind her, making it clear that they were the remaining members of the party who would be joining him in the upcoming match. She laid out the reality without embellishment, explaining that although 100 participants had reached the finals, only 1 would remain by the end, and the field was filled with seasoned experts, including former top 10 rankers and climbers who had already surpassed the 60th floor, making it clear that under such conditions, choosing to act alone would reduce his chances of survival to a negligible level. She added that regardless of individual capability, being ambushed or surrounded by a coordinated group would make survival nearly impossible, especially now that he had drawn attention and become a marked target. She pressed further, stating that while their group was willing to accept him, other teams might not extend the same offer, which led Han to suspect that she may have already circulated unusual rumors about him, prompting a measured look of suspicion as he assessed her motives in silence. Sading continued without pause, urging him to evaluate the next match realistically, where he would be facing 99 other competitors, emphasizing that it was impractical to believe he could eliminate such a number entirely on his own, and even if conflicts were inevitable later, forming a temporary alliance at the outset would at least secure an initial advantage. As her words settled, Han narrowed his options to two outcomes: either accept their offer or face the entire field alone. And then she revealed that she had already investigated his background, identifying him as a top external trainee from Niflheimer, which she presented as sufficient reason for their group to treat him with respect. She asked for his decision and added a calculated incentive, stating that if he achieved a high placement in the tournament, she could request her master to transfer him out to the outdated lobby and potentially bring him into their own. Han examined her more closely, recognizing from her bearing that Sading was likely a knight, while the two standing behind her carried themselves like thieves, a role he considered valuable for scouting, tracking, and information gathering. At the same time, he acknowledged that the rules of this stage eliminated the option of passive survival through concealment, making direct confrontation unavoidable and explaining their urgency to recruit him. Sading stated with confidence that even with only 3 members they could perform adequately, but adding him would significantly reduce unpredictable risks, and after a brief pause, Han gave a calm and immediate agreement to join their team. The speed of his acceptance caught her off guard, but she quickly regained composure, declaring the arrangement finalized and instructing him to come later that night to room 2100 at the Red Cliff Hotel for a short strategy meeting. She ended with a direct warning, stating that betrayal would carry severe consequences, and regardless of how unimposing his master might seem, there would still be a price to pay if he broke the agreement. While Han listened without response, a faint irritation surfacing as he concluded she spoke far more than necessary. With no negative reports coming in, it appeared that the round of 64 had concluded without incident, while the round of 32 was already set for the following day across multiple locations. His own party members were progressing smoothly, and both Anand and Bennick were expected to reach the semifinals without facing any serious obstacles. Elsewhere, a group of players gathered in discussion, focusing on how the so-called rabid dog had managed to reach the finals, and among them, a man with a cigar questioned Makramda about Han's performance during the match. Makramda answered without hesitation, stating that Han's strength gave the impression of someone born with a natural 5-star rating, describing him as nothing less than a complete monster. The leaders seated at the table observed that Han had only climbed to approximately the 49th floor and did not even belong to any alliance. Yet he had already drawn significant attention purely through his own actions, while at the same time, the individuals present in the room were equally dangerous, as every one of them had successfully advanced into the round of 64. Another voice joined in, noting that even after using one of Makramda's 88 treasures, they had still failed to reach the finals, and now feared that their master would hold them accountable for that failure. Makramda responded by pleading for the boss to lend him his power, but the leader remained composed, assuring them that the humiliation they had suffered would eventually be repaid over the corpses of their enemies. Meanwhile, inside the hotel, Han stood beneath the shower, calculating his accumulated rewards with precise attention, recalling that anything had earned 2,500 points from the minigame, and that advancing to the round of 64 had granted him a considerable number of additional points and gems, factoring in the Fiesta package's 30% bonus. The total rose to 65,260 points, an amount sufficient to purchase an S-rank item gacha ticket, or secure something valuable such as an advanced Advent Stone. And with 8 gems available, he could either summon high-rank heroes or construct a new facility to streamline management of the waiting room. At that moment, a knock sounded at the hotel room door, and upon checking, he found a room service delivery worker standing outside, and stated plainly that he had not ordered anything and assumed it had been sent to the wrong room. But the delivery worker insisted that the system record confirmed the order had come from room 2205, and without further questioning, Han stepped aside and allowed him to enter, only for the man to suddenly draw a concealed knife and lunge forward in a direct attack. At the same time, the boss and his subordinates waited in tense anticipation for news from the assassin, hoping their plan had already succeeded, while some attempted to steady the others by insisting there was no reason for concern, emphasizing that the individual they had sent was a well-known assassin with a proven reputation. They believed that if revenge was achieved, their master might overlook their earlier failure. Without warning, an explosion tore through the wall behind them, scattering debris across the room, and through the breach stepped Han alongside his companions, his tone calm as he remarked that their proximity had worked in his favor, since staying in the same hotel had allowed him to locate them without delay. At the same time, Sading and the rest of the party remained in place, waiting as the delay stretched longer than expected, the discussion circling around the fact that he should have already arrived for the meeting yet had still not appeared. Sading maintained control of the situation, stating firmly that there was no intention of breaking the alliance, reminding them that the battle royal would last for at least 20 hours, and that unlike the earlier stages filled with weaker opponents, they would now be facing skilled enemies repeatedly, then pressing the point further by questioning whether any of them had realistically considered their chances of surviving alone, since competing against rankers without forming alliances would make survival extremely unlikely. Elsewhere, Han and his companions had already finished subduing their targets, forcing them down onto the ground as several of the defeated chose to surrender without further resistance, and Jenna, observing their condition, noted that they were all level 55 with 4-star innate ratings, admitting that she had expected a far more difficult fight from members belonging to such a well-known lobby. Han made his position clear, stating that he had no intention of killing them, and the defeated enemies responded immediately with visible relief, expressing gratitude for being spared, as a system panel appeared to display the details of a ranked mithril one-handed sword. Velkist's expression shifted at once, satisfaction evident as he remarked that he had acquired an excellent weapon and that it might be time to transition away from his current style. Han cut that thought off without delay, warning him against greed and pointing out that collecting too many items would only hinder mastery, adding that even after abandoning the sword and shield style himself, he was still struggling to properly handle dual swords. Jenna, undeterred, turned her attention elsewhere and asked Han directly if she could take the weapon that had previously fired laser-like attacks at him. While Makramda watched from the ground, his jaw tightening as frustration built at the sight of her holding what had been his equipment. The system panel identified the weapon as Vedafornu, an S-rank item capable of firing magical projectiles with built-in aim assist. The man reacted immediately, questioning whether she was serious, and she responded without hesitation that although the design was somewhat excessive, it suited her perfectly. It was an S-rank weapon, and Han recognized at once that if she claimed it, the gain for Tonia would be immense, as the weapon's aim assist and trajectory correction would drastically enhance its effectiveness. And even if it represented a lower-tier variant compared to Sidewind, it would still synergize exceptionally well with Jenna's already powerful bow skill, and when combined with her adaptability, the result would be equivalent to granting her complete aerial dominance, enabling her to release a continuous stream of precisely guided shots that would resemble thousands of ballistas raining down simultaneously. Even so, Han identified the situation for what it was, a trap. He instructed Jenna to give up the weapon, stating clearly that accepting such an item carried unpredictable consequences, as the enemy's response could not be anticipated. Master Skullcrusher was known as the top PvP player on the server, a figure who operated independently without allegiance to any guild, and even engaging in combat required legitimate justification, since acting without cause risked retaliation from the Union, and while taking a mass-produced A-rank item could be justified as self-defense due to the prior assassination attempt. Claiming an S-rank weapon would escalate the situation entirely beyond that boundary. The situation would have shifted entirely if the opponent had been Niflheimer, but targeting a ranker from Tonia in this way would only invite consequences with no favorable outcome. Han stated his conclusion plainly, that the enemy team had deliberately armed weaker members with an S-rank weapon to provoke a PvP conflict from the outset, and the defeated party members seated on the ground confirmed that his reasoning was correct, while nearby, Jenna reacted with exaggerated frustration. The enemy leader admitted they had initiated the attack, but issued a warning that any retaliation beyond a certain point would enrage their submaster, their so-called godmother, and that in response, they could go as far as burning an entire lobby. But before he could continue, Han struck him across the head, cutting him off without hesitation, then gestured for silence and turned away, handing Jenna a bracelet while explaining that it would support her in close combat. A system panel appeared immediately, identifying the item as the A-rank bracelet of protection, capable of absorbing a fixed amount of physical damage, and upon seeing its function, Jenna equipped it without delay, clearly satisfied. Han assessed the implications, noting that with this additional layer of defense at close range, she might now lean towards selecting an archetype second class instead of transitioning into a bandit role. He then shifted focus, stating that it was unlikely they had been the only targets marked for assassination, and the reaction from the defeated enemies, visible fear and hesitation, confirmed the accuracy of that assumption. Han's expression hardened as he demanded access to the list they possessed, and the moment his gaze settled on them, the pressure intensified, forcing fear to spread across their faces. Without easing that tension, he pressed further, issuing a direct order for them to reveal information regarding other lobbies. By the following day, Fiesta Day 5 began with the Games Duos round of 32, and the match unfolded with overwhelming dominance, as regardless of whether they had gathered intelligence on rival lobbies, the outcome remained firmly in their control. though the information still proved useful in avoiding unnecessary engagements. In the end, Tonia secured a decisive victory and advanced cleanly into the round of 16. Hen reflected on the general pattern, noting that most heroes struggled significantly when facing opponents more than 10 levels above them. Yet the three of them displayed no such difficulty, reinforcing his conclusion that their individual capabilities were the decisive factor as progress continued without interruption. Meanwhile, Velkis remained fully absorbed in training with his newly acquired sword, practicing dual-wielding relentlessly, a shift likely influenced by the sword demon. And, given the intensity of his effort, reaching intermediate proficiency appeared to be only a matter of time. A voice rang out to announce Velkis' victory and his advancement into the round of 16, followed immediately by a system panel confirming another win for Tonia along with the gems and points earned. At the same time, Velkis cast a sharp glance toward Eren, who was struggling, embodying the reality that those who failed to move forward yet refused to step back would eventually become trapped, consumed by resentment within the flow of time. Elsewhere, Mutin confronted Eren directly, asking whether he had truly spent an entire year in that lobby, admitting that he had once assumed the time was far shorter, yet to him it now felt overwhelmingly long, so much so that he could no longer accept this version of himself as real. The question deepened as he tried to determine which version of himself was genuine, the one who had lived in Tonia or the one existing here. And as he faced the reality that he could not grow any stronger, his direction collapsed, leaving him uncertain of what path remained, questioning why he had ever sought power to begin with and why he continued to struggle for the sake of people he barely knew, recognizing that he had sacrificed everything for connections that had lasted only a year, a reason that now held no meaning. For him, existence had become a stagnant cycle, repeating endlessly without variation, where no matter how much he trained his spear, no progress followed, and no matter how many letters he wrote, the memories he had lost refused to retain. Every place felt identical. Time passed without the arrival of night, and the unchanging environment gave the impression that this state would persist indefinitely without conclusion. Trajan broke the silence with a decisive statement, declaring that he was leaving the palace because there was nothing left there for him to learn, and Eren responded that he had already achieved significant growth and could reach even greater heights if he continued dedicating time. But Trajan dismissed that notion, stating that he had already mastered everything the place could offer, then turned away and revealed the truth. He had spent over 50 years training within those walls, yet, without real combat experience, such training held no real value, and if he intended to continue advancing, he needed to step beyond that confined space. Eren exhaled quietly and offered his congratulations on Strajan's graduation, while Mutin pressed him further, asking whether he felt anger at Strajan's departure, pointing out that Strajan had shattered the limits that once restrained him in just a single month, despite it having been declared half a century ago that no matter how hard he trained, he would never rise beyond the top 100. Now, that certainty had disappeared, and no one could predict how far he might ascend, because that was the nature of those born with exceptional talent. They advanced beyond expectation, moving in ways that defied established patterns, unpredictable and unconventional. And as Strajan prepared to leave, he called out to Eren, stating that he would be waiting outside. Shortly afterward, an announcement echoed, declaring Eren's victory and confirming his advancement to the round of 16, as he stood there breathing heavily with his spear embedded in the ground, while Velkis urged him to stand, warning that remaining down would cost him his position, adding that Tonia would not allow him even a moment of rest. At dawn the following day, Fiesta Day 6 began, fireworks bursting across the sky to mark the start of the Battle Royal Finals, and Han stood beside Sading as she remarked that he had ultimately joined their party despite his earlier reluctance, a comment that drew a faint irritation from him as she continued speaking, stating that she would not forgive him if he chose to act independently again after they had spent so much time waiting. Then all their preparation would be meaningless, and since they had already invested heavily into forming a plan, he was expected to leave strategy entirely to them and operate within their directives, openly admitting that while they did not fully trust his abilities, he still needed to remain within the limit she had calculated. Han reacted internally with a faint frown, concluding that she continued to speak excessively. And shortly after, Isel stepped forward to formally announce the Battle Royal Final, congratulating the remaining 100 participants while noting that the event's popularity had continued to rise, emphasizing that the audience now expected a performance worthy of the final stage. The Battle Royal continued for a period before the final match was officially initiated, and Sading issued a final instruction to Han, stating that once they were summoned, he was to proceed directly to the designated rendezvous point without deviation. As the final match commenced, all participants passed through the portal, and the rules were established with clarity. Each competitor would begin without equipment, search for items hidden throughout the field, and endure as the battlefield gradually contracted, with a single objective being survival until only one remained. Inside the arena, one team quickly located a golden chest, only to find that another individual had already reached it first. The leader immediately asserted ownership, shouting that they had discovered it before anyone else and ordering the stranger to leave, while one of their members, who had initially believed they had stumbled upon an easy opportunity, noticed the presence of another party and felt an unsettling sense of familiarity toward the lone figure, though the darkness obscured his identity. And as he strained to recall where he had seen him before, realization struck, and with it came immediate fear as he recognized that the person standing before them was Han. Without hesitation, one of the team members rushed forward, declaring that the chest belonged to them. But before he could even close the distance, Han had already moved, his strike landing with overwhelming force and driving the attacker straight into the ground. Maintaining his position, Han spoke with cold authority, ordering them to hand over everything they had collected. And at that moment, the remaining members turned and fled, having identified him as the rabid dog. As the two survivors attempted to escape, one argued that Han was alone and urged the others to stop and fight rather than abandon the chest. But the rest refused, insisting it was already lost and that facing him was futile. Meanwhile, Han, radiating a cold and oppressive presence, recognized that the fleeing individuals were the same ones who had taken the chest during the semifinals. In the next instant, one of the escaping members was cut down by another player, Paisil, who struck with precision and instructed Han to ensure that the others did not escape. And as the fleeing players realized that bandits had entered the situation, panic intensified until the conclusion became unavoidable, forcing them to turn back and fight. Grom entered the confrontation immediately after and eliminated one of the opponents without delay, while Sading followed in close succession and struck down the final survivor, bringing the encounter to a complete end. Once the opposing team had been eliminated, Sading turned toward Han and asked how that outcome looked, adding that their group was more than capable as well, while Han gave no verbal response and simply looked at her, one foot resting on the chest, which led Sading to question whether he intended to keep it for himself and remarked that he clearly preferred handling everything alone, pointing out that they could have resolved it together if he had waited and advising him to pay closer attention to his surroundings. Han shifted the focus by asking who would open the chest, and Sading answered without hesitation that since she had discovered it, she would be the one to open it, adding that his current equipment was low tier and that it made more sense for her to summon proper gear for herself. With visible confidence, she presented her sword and revealed it to be one of the 3 treasures of their lobby. As a system panel displayed the details of an S-rank artifact known as Luminous Silver, after which she proposed that if he transferred to their lobby, they could guarantee A-rank equipment not only for him but also for the rest of his team. Han responded by questioning what they would do if such high-value equipment was stolen, then redirected attention to the shrinking barrier, stating that they needed to move immediately, while internally recognizing that more players were forming alliances and that his growing notoriety was becoming increasingly inconvenient. Sading countered by stating that cooperation was essential for survival and explained that she had thoroughly analyzed all the semifinal matches, identifying 9 specific individuals they needed to treat as high-risk opponents. Those individuals operated on an entirely different level compared to the weaker opponents they had encountered earlier, and if Kishasha was approaching the 5-star threshold, then many others had already reached the peak of 4-star capability. With the final stage now in progress to determine the ultimate victor, Han remained certain that he would be the one to take that position. As Han's group advanced, they encountered another team whose members immediately began mocking them with open arrogance, declaring that no warrior from Lugia had ever surpassed them while accusing others of hiding like cowards. Their provocation escalated as they challenged them to step forward and prove their strength, insulting them as insignificant outsiders who relied on words instead of action, urging them to stop talking and fight, insisting that only combat could determine true ability. And as they gestured mockingly and questioned whether Han's group had come from Niflheimer, Han moved without delay, surging forward in a single motion and ending the confrontation instantly with one heavy swing of his pan that wiped them out completely. Afterward, Sading addressed him again, asking whether he intended to continue fighting on his own throughout the entire match, warning that such an approach would not remain sustainable for long and that he should make use of it, while the advantage still held, then continued by explaining that the most volatile threats in this stage were the rankers, each one a variable that could not be predicted, making it impossible to determine who would ultimately take the victory. She added that at least one other participant was already equipped with S-rank gear, and if anyone managed to secure even a single gold chest, the entire balance of the battlefield could shift into a one-sided collapse, which meant their approach had to remain flexible, adapting to whatever developments occurred, all while maintaining the quiet assumption that as long as Han operated within her framework, even someone at an entry-level 4-star standing like him could still deliver acceptable results. At that moment, however, Han cut through her analysis by pointing toward a nearby building, stating plainly that it would serve as a suitable base of operations. Far from their position, another contestant, Murphy, moved with precision, positioning herself atop the trees to survey the area as she searched for targets, detecting a clash unfolding in the south while multiple groups were already locked in intense combat to the east, the battles escalating rapidly from the very beginning. Ranked 88th, she advanced without hesitation, concluding that survival numbers would drop sharply in this round, as the format would continue until only one individual remained alive. And observing the growing number of alliances forming among participants, she recognized that continuing alone would require heightened caution. She accelerated instantly, pushing forward with the clear objective of locating a chest before anyone else, fully aware that these resources would become the center of fierce competition. And relying on her superior speed, she was certain she could secure one before any opposing party could intercept her. Without warning, a voice interrupted her movement as someone stepped directly into her path, questioning her urgency. And in the same instant, dark mana coiled tightly around her foot. The moment she reacted and turned, the opponent lunged, but she evaded the strike cleanly and counterattacked without delay, only to have her blow blocked with equal ease, a result that left her momentarily stunned as she tried to understand how her attack had been neutralized so effortlessly. Her mind moved quickly to identify the threat, suspecting a magic swordsman, yet the binding force around her leg carried a level of intensity far beyond standard techniques, and before she could adjust, another figure appeared behind her, confirming that she had been fully encircled by a coordinated group. In the next instant, the man closed the gap and ended the encounter with a single precise strike, cutting her down as blood scattered across the ground. From behind, a girl stepped forward with controlled calm and stated that the fallen enemy would serve well as an offering, prompting the man to question her meaning, and she lowered herself onto her knees, explaining that these bodies were sacrifices for the demon god, who in return would grant her power. As she began the ritual, dark mana engulfed the corpse, consuming it completely, and moments later, the lifeless body stirred, twisting and reforming into a grotesque creature that released a violent roar, a result that drew visible satisfaction from the girl as she observed what she described as a perfect transformation. The man, Baldas, showed no interest in what had been created and stated without hesitation that they should keep moving. But Ija challenged him, questioning whether he truly followed the path of a dark paladin if he could remain unmoved by something she considered perfect, her disappointment evident in her tone. And Baldas answered plainly that he did not serve darkness at all, admitting instead that he had simply grown disillusioned with the harsh reality of his former order. Ija responded by insisting that his decision was still correct, convinced that he had finally come to understand that neither the goddesses nor his previous master would ever come to save him. Unnoticed by either of them, another player remained hidden high within the branches of a nearby tree, completely concealed as he observed the entire exchange in silence. He analyzed what he had seen, questioning whether the girl's ability was truly corruption magic or something else entirely, unable to reconcile how a mere 4-star individual could wield power at such a level, and deciding that remaining any longer carried unnecessary risk, he withdrew from the area, concluding that the magic was far beyond ordinary limits and that the two individuals below would eventually become major figures, ones he intended to outmaneuver through his own methods. That player, Jaka, activated a skill known as Scatter, dividing himself into multiple clones that dispersed instantly, allowing him to vanish once again while issuing a command for them to signal him the moment any chest was discovered. Meanwhile, inside a deteriorating structure, another player had been captured by an opposing group and was pleading for his life, only to be ridiculed as they questioned how someone so weak had managed to advance that far, with one of them suggesting that the boy must be carrying potions or other useful items and ordering him to hand everything over immediately. As one of the attackers leaned closer, the boy trembled visibly, while they assured him there was nothing to fear, explaining that, even if he died, he would simply revive, and even went so far as to claim that his death would be quick and painless. In the next moment, however, the situation reversed completely, as the seemingly helpless boy killed both of them with sudden precision, revealing himself to be ranked 4th to 5th. And as he stepped out from the building, a distant observer already had him locked within a scope, tracking his every movement from afar. That observer was Kylam, who struggled to comprehend what kind of monster Anchuli was. At the same time, Kylam noticed a gold chest positioned out in the open at a distance and determined that it would inevitably attract attention, so he adjusted his aim and fixed his scope on its location, waiting without movement for the optimal moment to act. Before long, a figure entered his line of sight, and at first, the shot appeared straightforward, almost certain to succeed. But then he detected another presence on the opposite side, a second individual whose presence introduced a new variable, one capable of disrupting the situation entirely. The man who reached the chest acted immediately, claiming the equipment inside and equipping it without hesitation. And once fully armed, his confidence rose sharply, convinced that anyone concealed in the shadows would now reconsider engaging him while he possessed such overwhelming gear. From within the darkness, the concealed figure ridiculed him, claiming his courage existed only because of his weapons and armor and condemning his mindset as feeble, a taunt that immediately ignited the armored man's anger as he charged ahead and slashed with his sword. The opponent did not attempt to dodge and remained utterly unmoved, and when the attacker instinctively looked at his weapon, he stiffened in disbelief as he saw the blade had already been crushed, making it obvious his strike had accomplished nothing. The man standing before him slowly formed a chilling smile as a dreadful aura spilled outward, then asked how someone so powerless could ever hope to become a hero capable of saving a shattered world, and in the very next moment, he obliterated the opponent's head with a single savage punch. This man was Bertaz, and as he continued forward, he wondered to himself whether any true hero even existed who could possibly stand against him. Elsewhere, a different group discovered a chest, and their leader opened it to take the equipment within, triggering a system panel that revealed the item's information. The Great Sage Robe, an immortal gray garment embedded with top-tier magic crystals that supported mana flow, leading the leader to conclude it would significantly improve his ability to cast spells. Immediately afterward, he used his magic to remove the restrictions placed on his teammates, allowing their abilities to fully awaken. Yunos, the leader, commented that although the equipment might not compare to what certain others possessed, it was still a valuable acquisition, and he promptly instructed everyone to proceed to their next objective. While beside him, Bion stated that all 15 members of the Liberty Guild present were prepared to push forward and execute complete annihilation, with 75 participants still alive at that time. As the sixth day progressed, the round of 16 party battle finally began, and the arena filled with roaring cheers as the audience anticipated a grand display from Asgard. Many spectators insisted that famous participants were overwhelming everything, with some even betting 30,000 on Asgard, while others completely dismissed the Tonia side, pointing out the lack of guild affiliation and questioning whether they were even new rankers, with some going as far as to claim they were not rankers at all and had not even reached level 50, given that they were only on the 40th floor. Even so, simply reaching this stage revealed a striking gap between expectation and reality, and several supporters mentioned hearing that Tonia had advanced to the round of 16 in every category, which alone convinced them to place their bets on Tonia instead. Meanwhile, Asgard, the Liberty Guild master, remarked that it was regrettable Javier had rejected his earlier offer, and Javier replied with a slight smile that he was still considering it. Despite the arrogance in their surroundings, one party member stated that Asgard did not possess anyone stronger than their own leader, then declared they would demonstrate their superiority, adding that he also had an entire countryside town relying on him. At that moment, a member of the Liberty Guild sneered while adjusting his helmet, addressing him as Altrian, the so-called king of Asgard, before commanding his men to raise their weapons and exterminate the enemy, making it unmistakable that surrender would not be tolerated, even going so far as to order them to sever their opponent's jaws and hands to make surrender impossible, because in war there was no mercy. His team followed without hesitation, taking defensive stances as they read it. Their assault, while the panel displayed the matchup, round of 16 party battle, Asgard versus Tonia. Elsewhere on the battle royal field, Jaka and Brutus were already engaged in a brutal exchange, with Jaka's clones swarming Brutus and striking him repeatedly. Yet Brutus remained completely motionless, showing no reaction and suffering no visible damage, leaving Jaka stunned as he realized their attacks were utterly ineffective. Irritation creeping in, Brutus began carefully observing the clones and demanded that the real one reveal himself and face him directly. Then, in a burst of anger, he crushed one clone with a punch and rapidly eliminated the rest, quickly concluding that his opponent had no intention of showing himself and mocking him for hiding instead of fighting head-on. Without delay, Brutus activated a tracking skill to pinpoint Jaka's location, and the instant Jaka was exposed, he launched forward at overwhelming speed, catching him completely off guard, forcing Jaka to barely evade the attack as he reacted to the sheer force behind it. Brutus then asked for his name while introducing himself as a great hero, but Jaka replied that he did not resemble one at all, pointing out that he was only 4 stars. Brutus answered that it was unfortunate and added that humility was an important virtue, describing himself instead as a great hero of the future, then told his opponent that even if he were just an assassin, he would still grant him the honor of being remembered and asked him to state his name. Jaka explained that beings like him did not possess names, because in his world their kind was treated as worse than slaves, and he himself had never escaped that fate, having been raised solely as a weapon meant for killing. Without another word, Jaka charged forward, declaring that killing was his specialty and that he would separate head from body, but Brutus easily sidestepped the strike and immediately countered, crushing Jaka's arm before violently throwing him into a tree. In response, Jaka spat poison at him, and shortly after, Brutus realized it had landed as a reaction spread across his neck. Jaka informed him that it was a lethal toxin capable of killing even a wyvern within a minute, and that for Brutus, it would likely take no more than 10 seconds. When Jaka raised his gaze again, he was caught off guard to see Brutus smiling as he declared that a hero must endure suffering and trials. But in the next instant, Brutus's expression hardened into anger. A cold aura spreading as killing intent filled his eyes, and he proclaimed that he would overcome this trial as well. Jaka rushed in once more, fully aware he was up against a monster. Yet in the middle of their clash, a sudden shot struck him down. Brutus, thrown off by the interruption, turned sharply and demanded to know who had interfered. And from the shadows, a voice replied that although Brutus could have handled it alone, fights were not always fair, suggesting he consider this an invitation to team up. The concealed figure stepped forward and introduced himself as Kylum, asking Brutus what he thought of the idea while explaining that only a handful of fighters remained without parties, whereas the rest were already moving in large groups numbering in the dozens. Hearing that some parties could consist of dozens of members left Brutus visibly stunned, and the notion excited him so much that he immediately insisted they go join one of those larger groups. But Kylum tried to stop him and told him to stay focused. Brutus paid no attention at all and dashed off toward the opposite side without hesitation. Kylum tracked Brutus's movement with his gaze, quietly reflecting on the all-too-familiar scent of war, blood, iron, and steel, while wondering whether any genuine heroes were present on this battlefield. Then, after a brief sigh, he noticed someone nearby, asked if they had any available slots, drew his arrows, and remarked that the person appeared rather cowardly, releasing several shots toward them while adding that it would be ideal if they simply allowed him to join. Instead, the arrows suddenly reversed direction and flew back at him as the opposing party questioned whether he lacked confidence in himself, and only then did Kylum realize that the group before him was Han and his team. He was caught off guard when Han delivered a swift, precise strike, which Kylum barely managed to avoid as Han stated plainly that they had no place for cowards like him. Kylum lifted his bow once more, aiming directly at them as he voiced his frustration over being rejected twice in succession while insisting that he was actually a highly skilled archer, and with that, he launched another attack. Han evaded it effortlessly but, in doing so, recognized that Kylum's skill was genuinely formidable, while Kylum continued pressing forward, maintaining his assault and asking whether they had met before, only for Han to respond that this was their first encounter. Kylum then revealed that he had belonged to the 7th class of Niflheimer and had ranked second among the bandits, clearly disappointed that Han did not remember him, and as Han's party advanced to strike, Kylum turned slightly and even called out to the player behind him, inviting them to visit Niflheimer and casually describing it as a rather pleasant place. Upon hearing this, Han understood the implication and wondered whether Yunith had influenced the situation. Meanwhile, in the audience, Yunith observed the unfolding match and remarked that things had become somewhat awkward, since it was no longer clear who they were supposed to support, noting that the hero from Niflheimer was now fighting against his own master. Back on the battlefield, Han found the entire situation oddly amusing even as his team engaged in a fierce clash with Kylum. And at that moment only 63 participants were still active while 37 had already been eliminated, with the system panel announcing that the objective was straightforward: survive until a single person remained. Inside the stadium, the confrontation between Asgard and Tonier exploded into motion, both sides colliding head-on in a violent exchange, yet almost instantly the first strike crashed into the head of an Asgard member, and before anyone could even react, their guild master was also brought down. A wave of shock spread through the audience, because Asgard stood at the very peak of the server, yet they were being so completely overpowered that the spectators could neither comprehend the gap in strength nor accept what was unfolding before them. Asgard, known as the realm of the gods, had once been divided into countless kingdoms where rulers waged constant wars to expand their dominion, driven by the unending greed of humans who had always pursued conflict, with no point in history ever free from bloodshed. Kingdoms, monarchies, and even the people themselves had merely been pieces on a board for the gods, and everyone understood that those so-called gods were nothing more than monsters in disguise. When the world fell, they were summoned as heroes and granted another chance to build their kingdoms from nothing, while the gods manifested as enemies within the tower. Unlike the past, where kings fought among themselves, here they united to seek vengeance against the gods, or at least, that was a version of the story everyone had been given. As the guild master lay on the ground, his thoughts drifted back to the moment he had been walking toward the throne before being summoned, resentment swelling within him as he believed that, had he arrived sooner, he would already have secured the title of the greatest king in that world. From atop the throne, the ruler had called out and declared that Altrian, the king of the outskirts, had been chosen as the commander for this expedition, granting him authority over guild members from other lobbies due to the importance of the mission, and promising that success would reward him with lordship over the third region of the first floor. Now, however, that same guild master lay defeated on the ground as Taunier's leader expressed his disgust toward those who trampled on others' dignity without hesitation. And when Javier raised his sword to deliver the finishing strike, the guild master spat curses and attempted to resist, only to be ordered not to move as Javier cut off one of his fingers, coldly noting that the slice had been so clean he likely felt no pain, before bringing the blade close to his mouth and warning that any further movement would cost him his jaw as well. Javier continued to taunt him, explaining that torture lost its purpose if it only caused pain. Because the most effective form of torment was not physical suffering but fear itself, the kind of overwhelming terror that stirred the deepest survival instincts within a person. He continued, saying that after coming this far, he had no intention of letting things end in something so dull, since he planned to savor the process slowly. The fallen man groaned and begged to be killed rather than endure such humiliation, but Javier only remarked that he was still arrogant, reminding him that there was no one left here to serve him as a king, then adding that while their world might have countless kings, in his world there was only one throne and a single emperor, making the title of king meaningless, because true power lay in crushing the arrogant and ruling over them. Elsewhere, Han and Kylam were locked in a relentless battle, with Kylam continuously releasing arrows as Han advanced straight toward him, slipping through each shot with precise movements before closing the distance and delivering a clean slash that drew blood, leaving Kylam wounded. After landing smoothly, Han drank a potion and evaluated Kylam's ability, acknowledging that he was highly skilled, especially when dealing with multiple opponents at once. Han then reasoned that Kylam must have trained under Nezel, and when Kylam questioned how he could know that, Han answered that Nezel only took in those who truly possessed talent. With Kylam's death, Han observed that nearly 4 hours had passed and about half of the participants were still standing, since the weaker players had already been eliminated from the Battle Royal. He concluded that from this point forward, direct clashes would become less frequent and people would begin setting up camps, so he decided to create opportunities for bandits and assassins who could ambush their enemies. Sading spoke confidently, telling Han he should consider himself fortunate to be part of their party, urging him to think about it carefully because if he had been alone, he would not have been able to gather items efficiently and might have already been taken down by another fighter, explaining that having a bandit on the team was extremely valuable since they could scout and track enemies, helping the group avoid unnecessary battles. Han then gathered the loot from Kylam's body, noting that the leather armor was of high quality, and alongside it were a long sword, a set of throwing daggers, and even a crossbow. Every item they collected carried magical properties, making it clear that the group had been farming with great efficiency. Sading praised Han's performance, highlighting how impressive his earlier fight had been, especially the speed he displayed against such a fast and agile archer, then questioning how someone like him had ended up being summoned by a mere level 40 master, adding that the two of them would work well together and suggesting that Han should come to their place, which had 7 floors along with the best facilities available. In a battle royal, there were 5 distinct types of groups. Those who pursued as many kill points as possible because their chances of actually winning were low. Those who searched for safe zones and stayed hidden wherever they felt secure. Those who focused on gathering supplies and opening treasure chests to improve their odds. Those who formed alliances to increase their numbers. And finally, those who attacked and killed anyone they encountered without any clear plan. After returning to their base, Sading explained that the supplies would be divided evenly, assigning 2 basic potions and 1 intermediate potion to each member, while stating that Pysil would take the bow and arrows and Grom would receive the armor. Just as she was about to decide what hand should be given, he cut in and asked for additional potions instead, adding that if it still was not enough, he had a special can that was already burning, implying he could make up the difference with it. Sading brought up the drink from the previous day, noting that although she was quite particular, it had been unexpectedly refined, but Han ignored her casual remark, thinking that since there was still time before the battlefield began to shrink, there was no immediate need to seek out more fights. At that moment, a message from Jenna reached him, and as he turned slightly and began to walk away, Sading called out to ask where he was going and reminded him that they still needed to make plans. Without looking back, Han simply answered that he was heading to the bathroom. As he read the message and asked what had happened, Jenna apologized and reported that Eddies had been poisoned in the game, explaining that even a healing potion had no effect and clarifying that it was a special type of paralysis toxin. She added that no one was offering an antidote, and with the next round approaching quickly, the situation was becoming urgent, so she asked what they should do and even questioned whether she and Kishasha should fight on their own. Han immediately understood that 2 of them would not be enough, especially since their opponent was Niflheimer, meaning they would need a substitute. Jenna hesitated, unsure whether such a change was allowed, but Han recalled that there were no restrictions as long as the replacement came from the same lobby and had not died earlier in the game. He then asked about Anand and Bennick, and Bennick apologized, explaining that they had been eliminated in the round of 16, while Anand added that they had only just respawned, mentioning that it was their first time experiencing revival and that it felt strangely fascinating. Han muttered that they had already experienced death and resurrection when Tonia had previously fallen, then asked about Party 5, prompting Javier to let out an awkward laugh as he admitted they had also been defeated, explaining that fighters from the big city were simply on another level and far stronger. Frustration surfaced as Han remarked that surrendering might have been the better option, then asked how much time remained before the next round, and Jenna replied that there were about 2 hours left. Han concluded that the solo round of 16 would finish soon, so Velkis should be selected as the substitute. Jenna then expressed concern about the round of 8 beginning shortly after, and Han paused briefly before deciding that he would handle the situation himself. When he returned, Sading, wearing a grim expression, questioned why he had taken so long and reminded him of her earlier offer. But before she could finish, Hen abruptly drew his sword, leaving her confused as she recalled that the strategy they had discussed was meant for much later and asked what he was doing, only for Han to reply that the situation had changed. As he made ready to leave, Han told Sading that he would not betray them until only 4 people remained, which only deepened her confusion. And then, without another word, he leapt out of the building. His aura began to glow as his body shifted, his hair lengthening and shining. And as he descended while radiating overwhelming power, system panels appeared announcing that Han had entered an exceed state, while the surge of strength within him drove him to curse his opponents and openly challenge everyone on the battlefield to face him. The moment Han stepped onto the field, he did not hesitate. As soon as he spotted an opponent, he surged forward at a speed too fast to follow, and the girl, sensing a presence behind her, turned and demanded to know who he was, only to freeze in terror as Han closed the distance in an instant and swiftly took her down, after which he did not stop for even a moment and continued advancing. As he moved, he reminded himself that the only way to obtain a 5-star hero summoning ticket was by ranking first in total points during the Dimensional City event, meaning he had to dominate the battlefield and secure as many eliminations as possible. He understood that his current pace would not be enough to claim first place, and with limited time remaining before the solo matches began, he needed to finish this battle royal quickly so he could step in for Velkist and give them a real chance, which meant the fastest approach was to track down and eliminate the largest group of players on the map. Elsewhere, Jonas and Bion coordinated their efforts, methodically wiping out smaller squads one after another, while those outnumbered teams protested that it was unfair and accused them of cheating since Jonas was effectively supported by an entire guild unit. Despite attempts to escape, none of those smaller groups could survive against a coordinated force of 15, and at that point, only 8 heroes remained outside of Jonas' faction, prompting Bion to declare with confidence that, even if all of them attacked together, his side would still have the advantage. When they finally located the last treasure chest, they slowed their pace and proceeded with extreme caution, aware that enemies could be hiding nearby or traps might have been set around it. But then, all at once, they sensed someone approaching from a nearby cliff. What followed left everyone stunned, as the bodies of previously fallen players began to move, rising and advancing toward them after being turned into zombies. And as the corpses rushed forward, Bion charged to meet them while questioning whether these were the very participants who had died, quickly realizing that although the bodies were weaker, they still retained aspects of their former abilities. Maintaining his composure, Bion ordered his team to remain calm, telling them these were nothing more than ordinary mobs and commanding them to form up at once. But as multiple copies of Jaka's corpse began appearing and closing in from several directions, he could not ignore how quickly their numbers were increasing, making the situation harder to control, and he began to suspect that this phenomenon was the result of some kind of skill. Suddenly, Bion sensed a presence approaching, and when he turned, he saw Baldos appear and immediately launch an attack straight at him, which he barely avoided before calling out to Sir Jonas to reinforce their armor, only to be left stunned when he saw that Ija had already activated her ability and decapitated Jonas, calmly remarking that fighting in groups felt safer and more advantageous. Then releasing her dark mana as her expression shifted into something unsettling, the swirling energy, engulfing Jonas's body along with the nearby knights and reanimating their corpses, after which she used their own abilities to amplify their rage and further strengthen them. An explosion followed, and Ija, clearly satisfied, commented that her ability was proving useful in this situation, explaining that although the revived bodies were now weaker, they still retained key traits and abilities from when they had been alive. In response, Bion released a chilling aura and declared that it seemed they had all underestimated him, openly mocking them as he questioned whether they truly believed he and his team were weak simply because they fought as a large group. Without hesitation, he activated his skills, cutting down the corpses before surging forward to deliver a crushing blow, while the men at his side swiftly eliminated the undead and left no openings for the enemies continuing to press in. He stated that the Liberty Guild regularly moved between members' lobbies while preparing for large-scale raids, training across countless battle scenarios and gaining experience in every kind of combat environment, and he challenged the notion that such corpses could defeat them, especially when they had climbed the tower through relentless effort. Murphy's corpse clashed directly with Bun, and although he was strong enough to restrain her movements, she evaded his attack and leapt forward, keeping the intense battle going as Ija informed Sir Baldos that the spearman was the commander and warned that the fight would drag on unless he was taken down first. Baldos ordered her to deal with the remaining enemies while he personally targeted the commander, and as he observed the battlefield and assessed the situation, a massive object resembling a falling meteor suddenly dropped from the sky and slammed into the ground, tearing through everything in its path. It was Brutus, who declared that they should feel no pride moving in such a large group while calling themselves true heroes. The men beside Bun fired back, saying this was what real warfare looked like, stepping into danger and fighting together as one, while Bion remarked that Brutus was either a fool or someone exceptionally skilled. Brutus acknowledged that Bion was correct. Those who willingly stepped into situations like this could indeed be called fools, but made it clear he had no intention of restraining himself, and at the same time opened the treasure chest on his own and drew out his equipment. A mana-infused steel sword, an A-rank weapon brimming with powerful energy that could regenerate even if it were destroyed. Elsewhere, Hen descended onto the battlefield with overwhelming force, landing atop a chest as he swung his sword, a terrifying aura pouring from him as he declared that from this point forward, survival depended entirely on each individual's own ability. The system panel then displayed the details of the weapon he had obtained. Bifrost, a longsword forged from the eternal flames of hell, its rank unknown and its potential limitless. A unique exclusive item that could neither be shared nor destroyed, one that recorded the user's data and evolved independently. Without hesitation, Hen activated his skill, Destructive Sword Spirit, and with a single swing unleashed a colossal wave of energy that tore through the entire palace, ripping everything apart and sending debris flying in every direction before triggering a massive explosion. In an instant, his total eliminations rose from 5 to 14, granting him 100 points per kill and leaving only 9 players still alive in the battle. Across the battlefield, the remaining opponents collapsed under the overwhelming force, groaning in pain as the crushing aura consumed everything in its path. From a distance, inside their base, Sading and her teammates watched the explosion through a window, and Pycelle remarked that Han must have entered the fray, adding that with the number of participants now drastically reduced, it was likely that the most aggressive fighters had all gathered in one place. Sading, clearly uneasy, called him a fool and thought that if he had simply remained quiet, they would have destroyed each other anyway, then pointed out that the safe zone would soon shrink and insisted they abandon the fortress and retreat immediately. Just then, Pycelle sensed another presence nearby and warned her that someone else was close, and a trembling voice called out, asking them to pretend they had not noticed him since he only wanted to rest there. It was Ain, nervously asking if they intended to kill him, and soon after, the floor was stained with blood as bodies lay scattered across it. He sniffled quietly, wondering why he had ended up in a place like this, muttering that they never left him alone, his expression darkening as he added that at this rate, he might have to eliminate them all by himself. As the smoke from Han's destruction slowly cleared, Han paused to think while drinking a potion, realizing that even with potions, he could only activate Exceed 3 times, and that Destructive Sword Spirit could be used at most twice. Uncertain how many enemies still remained, he understood that he needed to conserve as much strength as possible. As he scanned the battlefield, Han noticed that some opponents were still alive, which left him dissatisfied since he had eliminated fewer than expected. And in that moment, a corpse suddenly lunged at him from behind, but he sensed it instantly and cut it down effortlessly, afterward recognizing it as a contaminated corpse. He recalled having encountered individuals capable of manipulating corpses through magical power before, the Dark Disciples who had appeared during the conquest of the 10th floor, and remembered how, at that time, a creature meant to appear on a middle floor had instead invaded the 10th floor as a hidden boss due to Tel's interference. This form of contamination, however, was different from simple resurrection, as it could consume anything with low resistance without requiring much power. And, after observing Ija's actions, he began to suspect that she might be responsible for this ability. He noted to himself that this was the first time he had seen a hero control contamination and wondered whether it was tied to a hidden class, deciding that he would ask about it later. Despite her injuries, Ija managed a faint smile and thanked him for providing more corpses, adding that she would offer them all to the demon god. But in the very next instant, a hand roughly grabbed her head, shocking the remaining survivors as a voice demanded to know if she was the one who had cast the spell. It was Brutus, and as he lifted her up, he declared that a warrior's challenge could not be refused, then told them to face him whenever they wished before crushing her skull without hesitation, afterward announcing that those who relied on petty tricks were gone and that now it was time to determine who was truly strong, adding that he wanted to hear their names. The armored knight stepped forward and introduced himself as Bion Varsale, stating that he served as a knight under Altrian Olzale, while Baldos followed by identifying himself as a holy knight. The protagonist then introduced himself as well but told them not to bother remembering his name. With that, all of them gathered their strength, their auras surging as they charged forward and collided in a fierce clash. Bun engaged Brutus and declared that they had always shed blood to subjugate those detestable individuals who acted arrogantly while pretending to be omnipotent, asserting that Brutus possessed neither pride nor honor, which caused Brutus to grit his teeth in anger as he evaded the incoming strike, while at the same time, Han and Baldos closed in on each other and attacked with overwhelming force. Han closed in and delivered a clean, precise slash that drew blood. But Baldos responded at once, surging forward with overwhelming force as he questioned whether Han was the type to fight with his head, then declared that he did not truly die, even if he were to die anyway, and added that this event felt disappointing to him. As he gathered his energy, His eyes shone with killing intent and a cold aura spread outward from his body. Observing him, Hen concluded inwardly that Baldos had likely mastered Berserk to an extremely high level, since the explosive power he displayed rivaled Exceed. And in that moment, Baldos noticed the safe zone shrinking as the enclosing wall advanced toward them, realizing there was no time to waste and urging Han to move. But in that brief instant when Bulldozer's focus shifted, Han seized the opening, stepping in and striking with exact precision. Baldos shouted at Han, demanding to know what he was doing and telling him to escape immediately. Yet Han ignored the warning and continued attacking, openly mocking Baldos and making it clear he had no concern for the urgency of the situation. Baldos, struggling to evade the relentless barrage as the surrounding space steadily tightened, questioned whether Han truly was the rabid dog described in rumors, then declared that if Han wished to die, he would grant that wish himself. He rushed forward to strike, but Han moved first, and in that decisive exchange, he delivered a blow that subtly pushed Baldos closer to the advancing wall. As Baldos tried to evade, Han followed with a kick that slammed him to the ground without giving him any chance to recover, and with that calculated sequence, Han secured the result. Baldos cursed at him, but by then he was already pressed against the wall, while Han immediately turned and ran toward the safe zone. As Baldos was vaporized, he offered an apology to Altry and Olzel for his failure. Meanwhile, Bion dropped to his knees in regret after failing to defeat Brutus, and before long, the wall reached him as well and erased him, while Brutus remained standing, staring at the bones in his hand as he recognized just how dangerous the situation had become. Soon after, the area fully contracted and everything was consumed in flames, leaving only 5 survivors: Han, Sading Pysil, Ain, Brutus, and one other, while 9 to 5 had already perished. The honeycomb deadly boundary keeps tightening around the arena while flames blaze in every direction. Even within the arena, the trees are burning fiercely and the fire keeps spreading wider without control. Han Seojin rushes inward while thinking that at the speed the deadly barrier is closing in, the safe zone is still far from his current position. He needs to run farther, but feels some relief knowing only a few opponents remain now. Suddenly, from the bushes, he spots Sading, shouting wildly. Han Seojin asks how she is still alive and where the others are. She replies that two, along with her, have already died. Then black and red tentacles slam into the ground just meters away. Sading warns him that a monstrous figure is still alive. Then they see that monstrous man, Ain, with tentacles swirling all around him. He moves forward, destroying everything in his path, and Han Seojin with Sading stands right in front of him. Han looks at Ain and feels a sense of doom. He asks Sading if this is the monstrous figure she was talking about. Amid the raging fire, Ain sits like a child, saying he dislikes pain and that they keep chasing him. Then his face is revealed. He cries tears of blood and burns with fury, shouting that they tried to kill him and he will wipe all of them out. Ain lashes his tentacle-like limbs toward Han Seojin and Sading, but they manage to evade the strike. Han Seojin identifies this creature as a rare beast summoned as a hero, not a monster. Just then Brutar bursts out of the ground, fully healed, shouting with excitement that all the brave ones are gathered. He questions where they are heading in such a rush. Now Han Seojin and Sading stand caught between two powerful enemies. Han Seojin had thought Brutar was killed by the barrier and wondered how he survived. He tells Sading there is no time to face both of them. Han Seojin calculates that based on how the barrier is closing, the safest zone lies in the opposite direction from where they stand. Fighting here would leave survival to pure chance. As that thought crosses his mind, 3 sharp tentacles shoot straight toward him. Sading and he leap away just in time as the tentacles crash into the ground with explosive force, sending smoke erupting instantly. Those same tentacles strike Brutar, yet he stands unfazed, questioning what that attack even was, as if it carried no lethal force. Han Seojin watches with wide eyes, shocked that the powerful tentacles bounced off, wondering if Brutar is truly invincible. He then activates his mind's eye. Han Seojin realizes the attacks are not ineffective. Brutar's HP is not dropping because of layered skill synergy combined with other abilities that make his defense flawless. Meanwhile, Han Seojin keeps avoiding even the slightest contact with the tentacles, thinking Brutar cannot possess such defense from skill synergy alone and suspects an S-rank seal. Brutar remains calm and concludes Ain is no ordinary 4-star opponent. He seeks an enjoyable fight and decides to take Ain down first. The system indicates that Ain's determined mind level 4 is being countered by Brutar's super regeneration level 3. Brutar charges forward while Ain stands still with arms crossed inside a dense mana barrier. Brutar's explosive punch nearly shakes the barrier, yet it still fails to break through. Ain loses control and declares his hatred for pain, retracting the tentacles and reshaping them for a direct assault. The sharp tentacles pierce through Brutar's entire body, bruising and wounding him heavily, yet he keeps his gaze fixed on his opponent. In the next moment, all wounds heal instantly, his body restoring as if it had never been damaged. Brutar prepares another strike while Ain continues his assault. Brutar unleashes several blows, but each one is blocked by Ain's defensive energy, preventing even a single hit from landing. Han Seojin observes the fight, noting the instant healing and wondering why his master never combined such synergistic skills, questioning whether the requirements were unmet. At that moment, Sading urges him to come with her, saying there is still time to prepare. But Han Seojin insists there is none as he sees the barrier closing at extreme speed and knows escape is slipping away, so he finally leaps into attack after remaining defensive all this time. Brutar is already engaged with Ain yet still meters away from landing a decisive strike. Han Seojin also charges toward Ain, thinking this opponent is extremely troublesome and must be dealt with first. Han swings his blade and cleaves straight through Ain's body in a single slash. It seems like the monster is finished, yet its tentacles continue to lash at Han Seojin, forcing him to fight them without pause. Ain remains alive, regenerating his form while raising his hands to strike again. Han Seojin realizes this opponent is far from an ordinary player. The level of skills he is using right now is anything but normal. So our guide dashes toward Ain at blinding speed, leaving behind a streak of blue and white light. Han Seojin drives a punch directly into Ain's face, declaring him a complete failure as a character. Ain is hurled into the ground with overwhelming force, crashing like a meteor striking the earth. As he lies there, Han Seojin explains that he is a type of A-star hero that sometimes appears among 4-stars at birth. He assumes heroes who had never encountered someone like him likely died without understanding what was happening, yet such power fails against thieves or those with magic resistance. Han Seojin again labels him a complete failure. He tells Ain that his skill levels are high but lack any synergy, making him completely useless. Ain loses control upon hearing this and shouts that he is not worthless. He releases massive tentacles that slam into the walls, halting them from shrinking the area any further. Han Seojin charges in to attack again. The tentacle moves to block, but he slices it apart, saying it is a waste to run him through synthesis when he is only a 4-star. Han Seojin thinks he is not worth investing in either. He is too selective and lacks the social skill needed for a support class. As he strikes, he nearly cuts through Ain's body, adding that his master likely sent him into the tower as a test, and that he must have performed quite well. Then from behind, Brutar lands a punch so powerful it nearly tears his body apart. He states that evasive skills have their limits and assumes Ain has only 2 or 3 uses left. Han Seojin understands clearly what he cannot endure. In the next second, Sading draws a light-charged sword and launches a fierce attack. The strike almost annihilates Ain as a blinding light pierces straight through him. The flames burn so intensely that they nearly vaporize Ain's body. He screams in pain, saying the lightning burns and pleading for them to stop. As he cries out, he unleashes his tentacles with full force to counter the lightning's effect. But at that very moment, Han appears in front of him with his sword poised to strike. Han Seojin goes berserk. He uses a flowing blade to control the trajectory of his strikes and leaves behind a trail of green light. That green trail shifts into blue as Han Seojin dashes along the sword path, striking the tentacles midway and pushing even further. He then slices through the tentacles, declaring he will forge his blade into one of invincible strength. Han Seojin brings down his heavy sword, and the tentacles feel like fragile threads scattered along the paths carved by his blade. He unleashes his final move, the ever-changing sword. Countless patterns form, and Ain cannot even see the blade coming straight for him as Han Seojin, lost in his berserk state, nearly cuts him apart. Ain's body starts pouring blood as he screams in agony after the strike lands. Han Seojin states he is only as useful as a maze sandbag. At that moment, he unlocks intermediate soulmanship, raising it to level 5. The stab leaves Ain close to the deadly wall, and he continues to scream from the pain of the wounds. Hearing that, Han Seojin asks if the pain is unbearable and says he will remove it for him. He grabs Ain and hurls him directly toward the deadly barrier. The wall eliminates Ain instantly and erases his body completely. Han Seojin continues with his overwhelming tone, saying not to resist and that everything will feel better once it is let go. And with that, his kill count rises to 16. Now the honeycomb boundary keeps tightening further. Inside, the remaining 3 contestants stand facing each other in a triangular formation. Brutar stands with confidence while Sading shows clear concern. Han Seojin's body radiates with mana. The system announces that the objective is to survive until only one person remains. Mini Announcement Girl, thinking that this outcome is completely unexpected. She watches the battle on the big screen and comments that this is the Battle Royal Finals, with only 3 heroes remaining. She says the final survivor will soon be revealed and that everyone must watch closely. From a distance, the audience looks over the field and notices that all the top rankers are already eliminated, yet they spot 2 unfamiliar figures and wonder who they are. Mini Announcement Girl explains that the prize includes a golden frying pan, a trophy, and a rainbow advent stone. The scene shows the two feared figures holding these rewards. Then her expression shifts as she hears a message through her earpiece. She announces that it seems the winner has just been decided. Among the audience, two mistresses hear the announcement in silence. Mini Announcement Girl declares that the winner is now stepping out. A blonde observes the scene and raises her binoculars to see who is approaching. A silhouette appears at the gate, and Mini Announcement Girl reveals that the victor is arriving. The blonde's eyes widen as she recognizes the one who has won. The winner is Townie as Han is slapped. The crowd erupts in loud cheers as Han Seojin steps into the stadium. He is covered in blood and breathing heavily from exhaustion. Yet as he stands as the victor, the system announces that he has earned 5,000 gems and 30,000 points as his reward. Mini Announcement Girl says this is unbelievable, as she never expected the so-called rabbit dog of the Battle Royal to win. Han Seojin asks about the rewards. She says she hopes Han will join the next event as well and hands over the prizes. Han Seojin simply takes the Advent Stone and examines it. Then Han Seojin rushes outside. She tells him to wait since he is forgetting the golden frying pan, but he dismisses it as trash and tells her to keep it. Meanwhile, the opposing audience grows furious and begins to lose control. They do not even know where Tonia is and never expected Han Seojin to win at all. Outside the building, a supercar waits at a traffic signal. The man inside the supercar sits calmly, waiting for the light to turn green so he can move. Then he notices someone sprinting toward him and wonders what is happening. Before he can react, Han Seojin grabs him and throws him out of the car. Han Seojin jumps into the car in a rush, thinking Addis has been injured in the 3v3 match, and they are at risk of losing their 5-star summoning ticket. Planning to join the next game, Han Seojin accelerates at full speed, leaving the man behind shouting in frustration. He drives recklessly, saying that anyone watching should already understand how serious the situation is. This triggers the system to respond to his call. A screen appears inside the car as Han Seojin drifts through the narrow streets at high speed. The system shows that his acceleration gauge is rapidly filling up. Once it reaches maximum, the booster activates, making it seem like he has gained lightning-fast speed. As his call connects to his teammates, he asks them about the current state of the match. Jenna replies that Velkist is extremely angry, and Han Seojin can already imagine how intense things have become. Jenna asks if he is sure about the route, and says she heard Battle Royal matches usually take a long time. Han Seojin speeds like crazy and tells her not to worry because it is already finished. We see what happened during that earlier fight, with destruction spread everywhere. Brutas stands there with one arm torn off and the other broken, defeated as he leans against the wall and admits that Han is stronger. He asks Han Seojin how he trained. Han Seojin responds that it is all thanks to skill synergy. He points out that Brutan never combined his abilities and asks if climbing the tower had become boring for him, adding that it will change as he climbs higher since the difficulty of the upper floors is feared by everyone. Brutar replies that it sounds as if he has already reached those heights. Then the story reveals that through skill combinations, Brutar can build enough defensive power to appear nearly invincible. However, abilities like Indomitability and Savage do not last long, and as the battle continues, their efficiency gradually declines. Now defeated, Brutar believes he had a better chance of winning because Han had already spent energy dealing with a barrier. He wonders how Han even managed to survive when it should have killed him instantly. Han Seojin then walks towards Sading, who is trembling and drenched in sweat. She hesitantly says that Han truly has a keen eye for people, while Han Seojin responds that there are no enemies left, just as promised. She pleads for him to wait and asks why she cannot join them, saying she will speak to her master. Han Seojin refuses. She reacts in shock and insists her master has more experience and better resources. Han Seojin, with a firm tone, tells her to end it here and reminds her she is already occupied. She begs him not to approach and asks him to wait without taking action. In panic, she collapses to the ground as Han Seojin questions what is wrong with her, saying it is only a game and not real death. She admits she is terrified. Han Seojin asks how she expects to climb the tower if she fears death this much. She nearly breaks down like a child, trembling as she says that Han is truly frightening. Now back to the present. As Han Seojin drives, he tells her to focus on her own match instead and reminds her what will happen if she loses, leaving no room for failure. Jenna listens and agrees. From a distance, someone notices a yellow blur racing straight toward them. They barely react as the car nearly crashes into them and speeds past in an instant. The car smashes through the screen, and Han Seojin jumps out, walking forward calmly as if nothing happened, declaring he has arrived to take part in the solo quarterfinal match. A man with water-like hair directs him toward the arena. A large field comes into view, where one warrior is already waiting for his opponent. The umpire announces that Taunia's player Velkist will be disqualified if he does not appear. The waiting warrior questions if Velkist has run away and demands immediate disqualification, refusing to wait any longer. The umpire agrees and declares a loss, but the warrior turns away in frustration, calling it nonsense. At that moment, Han Seo-jin steps in, states his name, and declares he will substitute for Velkist. The umpire is stunned that he has already fought in another match and is now stepping in again. A girl with blazing hair calls out to the umpire from behind. They exchange a few words. They then confirm that he is the same person who just won the Battle Royal and that he belongs to Tonia. The umpire allows him to compete, and the bald opponent nearly loses control, questioning such a decision. The bald man with the massive axe calls him insane but then accepts it, saying he will crush his skull. He warns that blood will cover him and points out that he looks like someone who just survived death, asking if he can really fight. Han Seo-jin knows there is no time to rest and that he must reach the finals like this, so he remarks that this situation is quite an interesting penalty. The bald man points his axe forward and asks where his weapon is, questioning if he plans to fight barehanded. Meanwhile, outside, Han Seo-jin's car is burning as two men struggle to put out the flames. The umpire blows the whistle, and the match begins. The bald man charges forward, shouting that he does not understand what Han Seo-jin is thinking, but that he will kill him himself and spill his blood. As the car burns, Han Seo-jin's sword begins to tremble, reacting intensely. The blade suddenly shoots outward, rolling forward at extreme speed. Before the bald man can even get close, the sword races straight toward Han Seo-jin. It crashes through the ceiling and embeds itself into the ground right in front of him. Han grips the hilt of the sword. He pulls it free and points it forward with precision. When Eren arrives, he expects the match to have been delayed. Instead, what he sees leaves him stunned. Blood is scattered across the ground, and in his thoughts, he is kneeling before someone while holding a spear. She is injured and says she wants to become stronger. The purple-haired boy reminds him that he said the same thing when he first arrived, that he wanted to grow stronger. Eren explains that things are different now and that he currently has no reason to pursue strength. The purple-haired boy recalls that he once wanted to return to Nina to help his master. Eren admits that he only wants strength itself, without any real purpose behind it, simply growing stronger for its own sake. Back in time in the arena, the bald man charges in with excitement to strike the bare-handed Han. But in the very next instant, he is drenched in blood as Han swings his blade and splits him cleanly in two. With that, Han Seo-jin secures the victory without wasting a second. Eren stands stunned as he witnesses it, overwhelmed by the power he has always looked up to. In the next scene, bloodstains cover the entire floor. Announcements echo for all participants to gather and stay alert. It is stated that from round 8 onward, spectators will begin filling the arena, so all heroes are instructed to remain in the player waiting room. Inside the waiting room, Han Seo-jin is heavily bruised and applies potions directly onto his wounds to recover. Han Seo-jin realizes this is his final potion, but the good part is that his body is now fully healed. Someone steps into the room and comments that Han Seo-jin's destructive sword is quite impressive. Han Seo-jin narrows his eyes toward the newcomer. The white-haired man introduces himself as Vanel Norchev, the top student of Niflheimer. Vanel says he heard Han Seo-jin belongs to Tonia like Eren and asks if that is true. Han Seo-jin adjusts his outfit and replies that Eren used to be part of their group. He then remarks that for someone from the same party, the difference in skill is quite large. He adds that he watched the Battle Royal finals and admits it was impressive, saying they seem to be of a similar type. Han Seo-jin questions what he means by being the same type. Vanel responds that it is something innate, that they possess different vessels compared to others, just like Ledigian. He asks whether rabbits eat meat or lions graze, explaining that each being is given a different vessel. He says it would be better for Han Seo-jin to join Niflheimer instead of following Eren. Han Seo-jin turns away and tells him to leave, stating he has no intention of doing that. Vanel responds that he will submit a recommendation to the Major General and suggests that Han Seo-jin at least consider it. Han Seo-jin looks back with a sharp gaze, thinking about what was said earlier and realizing that he truly does not favor Eren. From a distance, he concludes that this is the most logical outcome and that there is nothing to blame on this person. Most heroes around level 50 remain stuck with basic weapon arts, and one must reach intermediate levels to qualify for the main tournament. Those who have raised their intermediate weapon arts to level 2 or 3 can be counted on one hand. Han Seo-jin is regarded as a monster with intermediate swordsmanship already at level 5, so someone like him who reaches advanced weapon arts could become extremely dangerous. The scene shifts to the arena, where a single punch from him nearly knocks out his opponent and leaves a clear imprint of the blow on his face. From the audience, they note the Dark Sword's return was impressive. This time he won with bare hands. Another says he cannot imagine the swordsman's power. A girl asks if the spear user is also from Niflheimer. Now another match begins, this time featuring Eren. The audience observes he is not ordinary and that careless betting on him would lead to certain loss, though they still believe he will drop out in the semifinals. They dismiss Eren as nothing special since he appears sweaty and struggling. They say he lacks impact and is not even entertaining to watch, noting he is a 4-star still relying on basic spear techniques. They admit his movements are clean, but nothing beyond that. Soon the audience starts arguing that matches are becoming short and dull. One mentions a rabid dog who came from a slaughter-filled battle royal into the individual tournament and claims he severed his opponent's weapon and neck in a single strike. Someone adds that the rabid dog is a monster. They suddenly realize that every person is sitting right beside them, and they freeze instantly. They run away within seconds. The man calls out to them while Han Seojin simply watches them leave. This man is none other than the purple-haired one. He says he has told Eren many times, yet it never sinks in, calling him naive with no drive or pride. As Han Seojin watches, the purple-haired man adds that he deserved to be beaten hundreds of times. The purple-haired boy lifts his cap. With glowing eyes he asks Han Seojin if he agrees with him, calling him master. Back in the arena, Eren defeats his opponent and places his blade near his neck. The opponent is unable to accept the loss and insists it makes no sense that he could be defeated by someone like Eren. Both Han Seojin and the purple-haired man watch with slight surprise and confusion. Later, the purple-haired man disappears, leaving Han Seojin sitting alone, lost in thought. The scene shifts outside the building. Jenna sighs and says she barely won and nearly died. The black-haired girl apologizes, saying she did not expect to be held back. Han Seojin tells them that winning is all that matters and asks if anyone is injured. They reply that Kishasha is slightly hurt but nothing serious, while she casually feeds pigeons nearby. Jenna asks about Eren, and Han Seojin assures her that he reached the semifinals, when Niflheimer members are facing each other. Velkist asks if he can return to individual matches, saying they should be able to handle the team event. Han Seojin asks if he wants to face Eren in the semifinals. He smirks and says that is unlikely, questioning if Eren can even reach the finals, then mentions a fighter named Venom whom he wants to challenge, calling him a monster. Han Seojin recalls that compared to him, the total stat difference exceeds 120. Venom has C-slot skills and immense strength, and even with level 7 Mind's Eye, Han Seojin cannot read his abilities. If he was trained by Ledijin, he likely specializes in advanced swordsmanship with complete weapon mastery and support skills. He asks Han Seojin for his opinion. Han Seojin responds by asking if they truly want an honest answer, then states that victory is impossible, explaining that rank, stats, skill proficiency, and equipment all fall short against such an opponent. Han Seojin adds that even if Kishasha was sent, she would stand no chance against him. Velkist then asks about Han Seojin himself, and he gives a slight smile. The scene shows a fountain, and in the reflection of the water, Han Seojin questions whether that is even a real question. He says he never asks why others lose, and they should not ask who will win, then mentions Party 5. The scene shifts to another group, where man eats a hot dog while calling Javier and asks if he will be alright. A long-haired man standing beside him says that their master must have watched the match as well. Then another man enters and says there is no need to prove their strength right now. He adds that if they keep treating others like toys, it will look like grown adults interfering in a children's quarrel. This newcomer is heavily built with red eyes and a calm voice. He says the current situation is quite entertaining, but there are moments when restraint is necessary. He implies that they cannot allow even the slightest spark to ignite within Neo Paradise. The scene shifts to the bustling city as he mentions that since it is their last night there, they should enjoy it to the fullest. The view moves into a building at night where only one apartment has its lights on. The bedroom remains dark while a single room is lit. Inside, water rests in the basin along with freshly cut hair. This is none other than Eren, who appears unusually silent. He now looks more built and has adopted a new appearance with shorter hair. The next day at the fiesta, it is day 7. The announcement declares that today marks the final day of the fiesta and thanks all the heroes who stayed to witness it. The sky lights up with vibrant bursts of color. The announcement states that from the semifinals onward all matches will take place in the central arena. We see the central arena filled with multiple grounds prepared for battles, buzzing with people from every direction. The announcement continues that individual semifinals will begin first, followed by pair semifinals, then team semifinals, and finally party semifinals. The participants look highly intense as it adds that the finals will proceed in the same order afterward. It further states that an awards ceremony and closing ceremony will be held at the end of the event, urging everyone to enjoy the occasion. However, Eren is not enjoying it at all and remains lost in deep thought. Han Seojin approaches him and asks what is wrong, whether he has recalled his past and returned to his origins. Eren simply greets him. It is said that when he was told to return to his roots, something inside him broke, but he just laughs it off and says he is fine. Then Han Seojin asks Eren if he wants to become like Vanel. He begins stretching casually. Han Seojin tells Evan that this person is the type who sees something once, understands it in 10 different ways, and then applies it 100 times over. He adds that Evan can never become like him and will never be able to catch up to such a person. Evan starts to realize that he can never reach that level and also does not need to follow him anymore. But in the end, Han Seojin tells him to crush him anyway, like someone who drives a spear into the hearts of geniuses far beyond his reach. Now Han Seojin stands opposite a long-haired opponent, marking what seems to be a semifinal. The long-haired man has hair that appears almost burning. His face is half-scorched and he speaks, asking if Han Seojin is the rabid dog from the Battle Royal and comments that for someone who caused such chaos in the individual tournament, he seems very calm. This opponent boldly claims Han Seojin has stepped into the wrong place. He ignites flames to surround the arena, shrinking the battlefield into a more dangerous and hostile zone. He tells Han Seojin that he should have realized he has entered a pit of hellfire. Han Seojin quickly understands that his opponent is an elemental mage with fire affinity. Behind him, flames continue to rise. From a distance, the crowd watches closely, all eyes fixed on the battle with intense curiosity. But the result is shocking. Han Seojin advances to the final stage after defeating the opponent who is brutally crushed, with broken teeth and a shattered face. He descends from the arena and crosses paths with Eren approaching from the opposite side. As Evan passes by Han Seojin simply tells him to win. He orders him to destroy that arrogant opponent and secure his place in the finals. Eren turns to look at Han Seojin, who tells him he will be waiting in the finals. The announcement declares that the semifinals for Group A are starting and calls the players forward. Both contestants step onto the arena. The announcer questions who will win and asks for opinions. It has to be Vanel since he has never failed to take first place during the Niflheimer training process. The crowd erupts in excitement. They chant about the second coming of the Sword Demon and shout for him to be killed. Venom remarks that it is a clash between two heroes from Niflheimer and that it will be interesting. He adds that it is fortunate Eren reached this stage without facing him. Eren answers that it is not luck and that he worked hard. Now even the community sections watching the stream turn against Eren. The next part mentions that they have heard about him, that he spent more than half a century there, yet he still cannot win even with a spear. It raises the idea of what a talent gap is. Eren begins to sweat slightly upon hearing this. The umpire blows the whistle and the semifinal match begins. Vanel dashes forward to strike, aiming his spear while shouting for Eren to surrender already. As the attack comes, Eren blocks it and sparks a fire flare between them. Vanel comments that Eren fights like a textbook. Inside the arena, the battle continues fiercely without pause. From a distance, Han Seojin observes everything, thinking that Vanel must be close to a 5-star since he uses advanced weapon arts, something heroes usually approach only around level 70. It might have been manageable if Kishasha or he had reached level 55. But while watching Vanel's attack patterns, Han Seojin still cannot judge his exact level. However, since he comes from Niflheimer, he should possess at least an A-rank seal. His overall stats are essentially double compared to Han Seojin, who lacks any seal. Exceed doubles his own stats. Yet Han Seojin wonders if Vanel holds a similar ability to his. Han Seojin understands he only acted confident before Vanel. Yet in an actual fight, he would lose 9 out of 10 times against him, and win just once if luck favors him. During the battle, Vanel tells Eren he will show him how to truly fight. He explains that there is little difference between using a spear and a sword. Like a sword, a spear has 3 forms which are speed, strength, and weight. The audience begins to lose interest. They realize Venom is simply toying with Eren and wonder why he does not just end the fight already. Still, they admit it remains entertaining to watch because Eren's spear moves incredibly fast, leaving behind streaks of light that make the battle look impressive. Yet there is also a surprising moment as Eren manages to dodge every single attack. The story then reveals Vanel's domain. Han Seojin understands that he will need a similar ability if he wants to break through Vanel's domain. He thinks that it seems Eren has not even learned that this is necessary when trying to achieve intermediate weapon arts. Vanel moves his spear while explaining that these are the fundamentals for unity between the mind and the sword. He continues attacking Eren from every direction, and Eren is still holding on while listening to the lecture that the first thing learned after the basics is speed. Then as Vanel speaks about speed, he adds that the next step is unpredictability. He strikes from the front while Eren focuses on his back, allowing him to stab Eren and injure him. Then he suddenly appears right before him with countless streaks of sword light trailing behind. He warns Eren to surrender since he does not wish to injure his comrade. Eren grows irritated. He charges toward Vanel and tells him to shut up as he attacks. Then the next phase is illusion. Upon reaching the final stage of the intermediate level, illusions can be added to every move. As he demonstrates, he unleashes an attack that makes Eren feel as if arrows surround him from all directions and he is about to be pierced badly. Han Seojin realizes that Eren's opponent is displaying every possible spear technique. Eren will never be able to copy them, and he still cannot use illusions either. Eren barely manages to block the strike, yet his shoulder is still cut. Han Seojin knows Eren can never catch up because he does not understand any of these concepts. These ideas feel completely abstract to him. Even after seeing them, he still cannot grasp them. Yet Han Seojin questions why Eren keeps pushing himself despite being heavily wounded. Eren shows a steel-like resolve, gritting his teeth as his face pales. He thinks that if something cannot be done, then he must find a way to make it possible. He recalls poisoning his spear and lacing his water with sleeping pills, and through such methods he begins shifting into an attacking stance instead of only defending. He knows he must do anything to survive, yet his body is already battered all over, and still he refuses to fall. He had once been told about his limits. Now he faces two choices: either leap over a wall he cannot cross or dig through the buried memories within. He understands that breaking the wall himself is impossible, so he is left with only one option: to recover his lost memories. He wrote hundreds of letters to his sister, fully aware that none of them would ever be delivered. He drew a single picture to remember his sister, and that one image allowed him to recall her vividly. At that moment, the purple-haired figure approaches, snatches the drawing, and calls it worthless trash. Eren becomes furious and demands it back, saying it belongs to his younger sister. But the purple-haired one dismisses it as a mere scribble and remarks that filling the room with letters already made him seem insane. And now he truly has lost it. Looking at the drawing, the purple-haired figure calls him crazy, yet Eren insists he is serious. From then on, Eren begins to have dreams. If he follows the path within them, his home appears. Eren misses it so deeply that it brings him to tears. Mina always greets him whenever he arrives. Eren knocks on the door and says he is back and asks for it to be opened. Meanwhile, Mina is inside the house. She walks to the window and seems about to open the door, yet she only gives a faint smile. Later, while he trains with his spear, the purple-haired one tells him this is the reason behind those strange dreams. Eren realizes he can no longer clearly remember Nina's face. He asks the purple-haired figure how many years have passed since he arrived, but the answer comes that it does not matter because he is here only to train. Then he adds that he will share something interesting. He explains that long ago there existed a relic known as the Essence of Eternity, which held the mysterious power to create chests filled with golden coins. However, anyone who used that relic would have their soul trapped in an eternal prison for 1,000 years. After those 1,000 years, their memories would be erased and they would return to their origin with wealth in their hands and trust restored. There once was someone who desperately needed money. He tried starting businesses many times but failed repeatedly because he was terrible with finances. Eventually, he discovered the Essence of Eternity, a massive stone right before him. He then asks Eren whether that person chose to use it. Now the scene returns to the present where Eren faces Vanel, who uses numerous techniques that leave streaks of light trailing from his spear. Some spectators remark that it feels like half an hour has passed without any result and that the match is becoming dull, as they only want to see Vanel fight Hand the Rabid Dog. The ground where Eren stands is soaked in blood. Vanel admits he respects Eren's determination, but says he does not wish to kill him, though Eren is leaving him no choice. Vanel declares he will now show something advanced. Suddenly, a dark blue aura begins to flow out from his body. He enhances fluidity, strength, weight, speed, and variation all at once, with multiple afterimages already surrounding him. He explains that this state can only be reached by freely switching between all 6 aspects and attaining enlightenment in weapon arts. He adds that this is a realm Eren will never reach. Meanwhile, Eren simply exhales and raises his speed toward Vanel. Eren recalls a lesson from one of his teachers that speed cannot be gained by merely spinning the spear. Instead, one must focus on muscles and bones to amplify strength, beginning from the feet. If this technique is trained to its extreme, it evolves into a spiral spear. Back in the battle, Vanel moves at full speed and launches himself straight toward Eren. He uses a technique known as penetration, the very one Eren recalls. The tip of his weapon becomes even more intense as he executes the move. He names it the spiral spear. It comes within inches of piercing directly into Eren's heart. But then, in a sudden twist, Vanel halts the spear just short, and the force alone causes Eren's clothes to swirl violently. Han Seojin realizes that Vanel had no intention of killing him. Han Seojin smirks, thinking that the title of the second coming of Sol Daemon must have been given by someone clueless, because this man is nothing but a fool. He recalls the blue-haired one explaining that Eren did not truly spend 57 years there, since a human mind cannot endure that span of time. His memories were reset again and again, yet he endured by constantly rebuilding his personality and managed to preserve his sense of self. The scene shifts back to the story the purple-haired figure is telling Eren, suggesting that Eren responds by saying the Essence of Eternity grants treasure in exchange for memories and suffering. Eren admits he might have used it if he had a family to support, and hearing that, the purple-haired figure confirms that the man indeed used it. That man kept relying on it repeatedly, until he even forgot the reason he needed money in the first place. He could not stop himself and could not abandon it midway. Now, although Eren's memory should be erased after 1,000 years, the purple-haired figure explains that they never truly vanish. They remain buried where the person simply cannot reach them. Eren then asks how he knows this. The purple-haired figure answers that it is because he has gone through it himself. He explains to Eren that the more it is used, the more memories accumulate within the subconscious. Eren stays silent as the purple-haired figure adds that when those memories finally resurface, they can never be forgotten again. The purple-haired figure continues, saying the man who obtained that stone may look human, Yet he is no longer one. He has become the embodiment of obsession in human form, no longer the master of his own mind but a vessel ruled by greed itself. Eren asks if that person has completely lost his sanity. The purple-haired figure tells him directly that the person he speaks of is none other than Eren himself. Back in the battle, Vanel's eyes widen unnaturally as he witnesses something shocking. In the following moment, Vanel's head is blown apart by a strike, and he barely comprehends what just occurred. Eren successfully executes his move, piercing his opponent and ending his life in a single decisive attack. Han Seojin calls him a monster for exactly this reason. And then Han Seojin questions what he is even saying. There are rules in place. Han Seojin interrupts him midway, cutting off his speech, and declares that Eren has lost his mind. He will not be able to stand again once he returns to the lobby. The audience turns completely silent, their expressions stiff and their jaws hanging open in shock. There is no aura and nothing flashy, just a single spear thrust that no one notices, ending Vanel instantly where he stands. Vanel then collapses to the ground like a lifeless piece of wood. Eren finally releases a breath of relief after winning, even though his body is severely injured and his stamina is nearly depleted. The umpire blows the whistle and confirms that Eren has won. Han Seojin wonders if Vanel was actually foolish. He questions why Vanel did not switch to a sword if he truly wanted victory, since that option was available. But now Vanel's body begins to fade away as everything here is part of a game. The narration explains that the match was not enjoyable. Eren was clearly less skilled, and the fight lacked the passion the audience had hoped to see, leading them to show their disapproval. The umpire informs Eren that the final will take place in the afternoon and that he should return to the lobby, but Han Seojin steps forward and insists they should proceed immediately. He adds that he does not mind ending things right now, and the umpire responds that if the other side agrees, they can start the match at once. Soon the Niflheimer Submaster Yerneth gives approval, and the system displays a notification. It asks for confirmation for an immediate final match, and the answer comes as yes. Han Seojin states that his own master also agrees. The contestants step onto the stage again while the umpires quietly remark that the situation feels unusual. Eren is still caught up in celebrating his semifinal victory. Han Seojin acknowledges his mindset and comments that people who feel low often feel better after taking a beating. As Vanel's body fades completely, Eren mutters that he remembers something from those 57 years. He tries to say that he worked so hard but cannot finish his words because exhaustion overtakes him. He then says it was all meaningless and questions why he even became this strong. An announcement follows stating that both participants have agreed to proceed with the final immediately and apologizes for any inconvenience. Hearing this, Han Seojin grips his sword and declares he will give it everything. He tells Eren, who can barely stand while holding his spear, that he will not hold back just because Eren is in a terrible condition. The announcement then declares that the final match is about to begin. Han Seojin urges Eren to show what he is capable of. Now almost the entire crowd supports Han Seojin. They want Eren, who is already on the verge of collapse, to be completely torn apart. The spectators continue expressing their thoughts throughout the arena and even on the live streams, and Eren can hear every word clearly. The announcement notes that Eren appears to be in very poor condition. Even using potions would not have improved his state. Han Seojin thinks there are too many weaklings among the audience. He tells Eren to return to Tonia and become an instructor where he could live comfortably. He tells him to focus on his duties, and they could climb the tower together. He promises he will also save his sister so Eren can return home. He adds that Eren should understand he has the chance to make his life easier. Eren lifts his head and notices the purple-haired figure sitting high above, watching him from afar. As he looks at that fading figure, he mutters a few words under his breath. Then he gathers what little strength remains, grips his spear, points it at Han Seojin, and firmly refuses. Han Seojin immediately enters his exceed state and challenges him to display his full strength. The ground beneath Han Seojin's feet cracks and shatters. Han Seojin releases an attack at maximum output, his sword leaving a massive trail that signals a devastating strike rushing toward Eren. Eren watches the incoming attack, yet makes no move. Meanwhile, Han Seojin swings his blade and activates a destructive sword spirit. The scene shifts into the past. The story reveals that from the very beginning they were completely different. Both started as one star, yet they could never be compared because Han understood this world and possessed the talent to match. While Eren struggled with his sword, Han mastered it with ease. Han acted on his own will, going berserk and even learning to control that state at an early stage. He also managed to gather an overwhelming force on his side. In contrast, Eren had nothing. He picked up a spear and begged Han to teach him. At first, he was someone who cried in the back lines and shouted just to be fed properly. Meanwhile, Han Seojin's armor and techniques kept improving. Over time, Eren changed slightly and began training seriously. He became diligent and desperate to survive. Yet it still was not enough because he lacked strength. He wanted power desperately and refused to remain someone weak with pitiful thoughts. Back in the fight, Aaron sees a massive wave tearing through space itself, ready to kill him instantly. As that wave closes in, Han Seojin keeps urging him to reveal his true strength. Aaron sinks into his thoughts again, recalling a question about how birds know how to fly, whether they simply take off immediately or if they were always able to soar after hatching. The story explains that in the beginning there were no birds. Creatures once crawled along the earth, but over time beings that could fly appeared. This happened because one creature dared to dream. It looked at the sky and imagined how wonderful it would be to soar through that vast blue space, even though such a thought seemed foolish. Yet dreaming alone changed nothing, and it continued crawling its entire life. Still, that dream did not vanish. It was passed down like a seed, continuing as a desire for flight. Even so, nothing changed at first. Its descendants also crawled and eventually died. But the dream endured and refused to dissipate. Bodies slowly evolved while memories faded, yet the dream remained, and creatures gradually developed feathers without even realizing it. Even then the dream persisted, and progress continued endlessly. This force is known as eternity, the instinct that drives life forward. One day, after leaving a long dark cave, a dreamer finally realized it possessed wings. It then rose into the sky and began to fly. Now Aaron perceives countless possible realities where he could soar. Yet each vision collapses as Han Seojin invades his mind and tells him he must fall here so the dream can pass on. Thus the cycle repeats endlessly, and the repetition of lifetimes strips meaning from time itself as the dream continues to spread. Aaron witnesses countless failed attempts within himself, sensing their despair even though they are not truly him, yet their shared dream persists. He begins to think he is no longer human. He feels like an illusion formed from dreams, a shadow of will, a crystallized existence of desire. As those fragments come together, he understands this is the reason he can act. He believes he can repeat this process thousands of times, and if necessary, even millions. A faint glow begins to emerge from nowhere. Aaron then enters an illusion technique, his body splitting into multiple copies. Han Seojin questions whether the secret art of Mutin and its ultimate form have finally been completed. He sees dozens of Aarons, each holding a spear, successfully executing the technique together. In truth, Aaron is compressing countless thrusts into a single point, creating an overwhelming strike. It carries a force that defies natural laws, as the spear itself seems to tear through space. Aaron's eyes turn wild despite his exhaustion. He counters Han Seojin's incoming sword wave with his technique, and the two attacks clash with tremendous impact. The arena trembles under the pressure of the collision, shattering apart as stones and debris scatter in every direction.